Huaxia Kingdom, Handu City, Jianan City. Number 1 High School, Class 3, 13. Today is the day before this class of senior high school students ushered in the trial of supernatural abilities. As long as you reach the age of 18, the school will arrange for the awakening of abilities and then enter the place of trials. In this era of global ability awakening, almost everyone can awaken one ability, and a very small number of heavenly talents can awaken multiple abilities at the same time. Tomorrow you will enter the land of trials, and then you will see an awakening tablet. Put your palm on it, and you will be able to awaken your exclusive ability. Ability talents are divided into 9 levels from low to high: F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and God level. After awakening, you can choose whether to enter the land of trials, where there are opportunities you can't imagine. Once Lord Linghuan, he obtained the talent fruit in the trial land, and his ability was upgraded from SS level to SSS level, and finally became the strongest in our Huaxia Kingdom. But there is also a huge danger behind the opportunity, and everyone should carefully consider whether to participate in the trial. The crisp and pleasant female voice echoed in the classroom, and everyone listened with bated breath. No one dares to be distracted, not only because the teacher Yi Qing lectures harshly, although young and beautiful, but famous for his iron-faced selflessness, also because they know that this is related to their future destiny. However, accidents always happen. In the last row, a handsome young man was lying on the table napping, with a bunch of halotzi hanging from the corner of his mouth. "It's so fragrant, it's so fragrant." Although the voice was not loud, a sentence in the teacher's lecture spread throughout the class. Ha ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Seeing that the young man didn't seem to have a good rest last night, it is estimated that he did something sneaky in the middle of the night. "Ling Chen, stand up for me." Teacher Yi Qing walked up to him and slapped the table to drink. What's up?" Ling Chen opened his eyes slightly, showing a hint of confusion, and glanced at the teacher at random. Suddenly woke up, secretly complaining in his heart. How could he fall asleep in Teacher Yi Qing's class? This is a notoriously strict teacher. Ling Chen quickly stood up straight, and lowered his head like a good girl. "I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't rest well last night." Seeing him so sensible and silent, Yi Qing's anger gradually dissipated. "You can stand and listen to this lesson." After saying that, she turned around and walked to the podium to continue explaining the precautions for tomorrow's awakening. At this moment, Ling Chen fell into a state of confusion. What is the situation? What is Teacher Yi talking about? Abilities? Arousal? Isn't this a Chinese class? Didn't I fall asleep in class in a daze because I watched a love action movie all night last night? He couldn't help but pat his head and thought, I'm still in a dream, right? This can't be true. At this moment, a familiar and unfamiliar memory poured into his mind. Ling Chen covered his head, feeling a splitting headache. It took a while for him to calm down. Through memory, Ling Chen knew that he had traveled through. This is a parallel world where monsters are rampant, and the original owner is also called Ling Chen. The classmates and teachers are still the same as before, and everything seems to have not changed. However, he inexplicably had an extra sister named Ling Shi. This surprised him a little. Except for supernatural abilities and monsters, everything else has not changed. Ling Chen quickly accepted this fact. He crossed over. "In my previous life, I had no worries, but now I have a sister who depends on me, which is pretty good to think about." Thinking that he could awaken his ability tomorrow, Ling Chen was excited. That was an ability. Who doesn't dream of having supernatural abilities in the previous life of a teenager on Earth? Especially if you can awaken the invisibility ability. Wouldn't it be possible to watch the young lady next door take a bath openly? No need to be sneaky like usual. However, Ling Chen smiled secretly in his heart. He is not that kind of person. He continued to check the memories of the original owner and learned that about 40 years ago, the technology of the Blue Star was still based on science, but it was dozens of times larger than the Earth. Until one day, the creatures on Earth suddenly began to evolve rapidly, their strength soared, and they opened spiritual wisdom. Humans became their prey, and the tide of monsters swept in and captured cities. At first, humans could also use thermal weapons to resist the tide of monsters, but as monsters evolved, the role of weapons gradually weakened. Just when humanity was in despair, the Trials Land suddenly appeared in the sky, and a divine voice was heard detailing its role. In each city's gathering area, you can find awakening monuments that help you awaken abilities. In the dark, it seems that someone is controlling everything. Through the awakening monument, more and more awakened people with supernatural abilities emerged. Humans gradually stabilized their footing, formed a force to resist beasts, and established 8 gathering places. Each large gathering place consists of a main city and several satellite cities. Jianan City is one of the satellite cities of Hangzhou. The time was coming soon, and the bell rang after class. After Teacher Yi Qing finished explaining the precautions, he informed everyone to gather in the playground at 9 a.m. the next day and set off for the awakening monument. After saying that, she walked out of the classroom with long legs. "Hey, Brother Chen, what were you thinking just now? You are so powerful that you dare to sleep in Yi Laohu's class." Yi Kong came over with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Yi Kong is Ling Chen's close friend. They have been in the same class since they were children, and their relationship is very iron and they know each other. Of course, this understanding is not not a root in the literal sense. It's not you who is the sixth. What study materials did you send me in the middle of the night? Cough. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Ah, Brother Chen, it seems that you studied until late at night last night. Yi Kong smiled obscenely. I'm going to wake up tomorrow. How do you feel? What else? It's almost time to awaken in A-level casually. Ling Chen said casually. Heh, just by you. Do you also want to awaken a D-level? Ling Chen, haven't you woken up yet? Xiao Tianzui came over and said sarcastically, the strength of your apprentice of 3 stars, awakening to a D-level is not bad. Everyone knows that the stronger the strength, the greater the chance of awakening good abilities. In the class, except for Ling Chen, who is still at the 3-star level, everyone else is at least 4 stars. However, with that handsome face, Ling Chen became the most popular boy among girls in the class, especially the frost beauty in the class, Bingling Shuang. Her heartwarming appearance and temperament make many boys excited. Coupled with her beautiful figure, she has become the goddess of almost all boys' dreams. Even such a goddess occasionally pays attention to Ling Chen, which makes some boys secretly jealous and feel unfair. Yes, every year on Qingming Festival, I go to your house to burn incense and pray for blessings. Ling Chen said with a smile, his tone calm. Ling Chen, do you want to make a bet? Xiao Tianzui smiled fiercely. If you can awaken the ability above D level, I will give you 100,000 yuan here. If not, let you stay away from the goddess in my heart. Ling Chen, do you dare? His words were filled with a provocative smile. Ling Chen grinned. Since you said so, then I will reluctantly accept this condition. After all, can he still touch the goddess's affairs from a distance? He thought secretly in his heart, but his mouth was calm. Ling Chen, are you sure? Yi Kong asked lightly. There was not much anxiety in his tone. As a friend for many years, he knew that Ling Chen had always left most of his cultivation resources to his sister, and some of them were used to exchange money. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Ling Chen has hardly used potions to improve his strength. Before the awakening ability, there were no cultivation resources, and if you wanted to become stronger quickly, you could only rely on penance, day after day. But surprisingly, Ling Chen reached the peak of 3 stars on his own, and even he was no match for 5 stars. Therefore, Yi Kong was not worried that Ling Chen would lose money in the bet. You're right, my son has grown up and knows how to care about his father. Ling Chen pretended to be moved, with a smile on his lips. By the way, will you go to the trial land tomorrow? Do you want to form a team and take care of each other? Yi Kong asked with concern. Get out. Of course I want to go, OJBK. Ling Chen replied. Ding, host trigger condition detected. Start binding the Legion system. Ding, the Legion system has been successfully bound, and you can open the system by reciting it silently. Ding, the newlywed gift package has arrived. Please pay attention to check. What? System? Crossing the golden finger? I really didn't expect it. The dog author really didn't lie to me. Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and he immediately tried to open the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, apprentice 3 stars. Experience, 299 out of 300. Ability, guess what? Talent, look at my mood. Shopping mall, can't afford to unlock the fart use. Number of legions, 1. Legion level, light rod commander, hurry up and recruit. Call of Legion, not unlocked. Backpack, beginner's gift package, given for free. What good things do you expect? Note, you can check the loyalty of others to yourself. You can recruit into the Legion when you reach 60, and if you are below 60, you will be automatically cleared, and if you reach 100, you will be diehard and will not betray. Is it really a system? Try it first, don't be an illusion of your own. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment and clicked on the newbie gift package. Ding, open the newbie gift package. Ding, you have obtained Marrow Washing Pill ×1, Ability Evolution Card ×1, Legion Attack Bonus Card ×1. Marrow Washing Pill, washing tendons and marrow, rebirth, and improving cultivation talent, especially suitable for you. Ability Evolution Card, a talent level that can unconditionally increase the ability. Awesome. If I can awaken SSS level abilities, doesn't that mean, can you be promoted to a god level ability? What is the legendary talent? What are the remaining clan bonus cards used for? Clan bonus card increases the attack power of all clan members by 20%. Core, could it be that I want to recruit people to form a legion? Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and he began to fantasize that he would lead thousands of troops and conquer the city with a wave of his hand, and he would be invincible. Of course, he didn't know that his future self was walking step by step towards that fantasy battlefield. Ding, release the main mission. Please pay attention to check. Main quest, initial team. Mission content, recruit a member to join the clan. Mission reward, B-level fire ability, evolved. What? B-level fire ability? The system is really awesome. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get such a strong ability, and it can continue to evolve, and it is not a problem to be promoted to A level in the future. Ling Chen couldn't help but grin, thinking, recruiting, hiring. I was now thinking about how to form a legion. Ling Chen, what's wrong? Yi Kong patted him on the shoulder and asked with concern. Seeing him smirking in a daze, Yi Kong couldn't help but tease, smash, are you stupid? Get out. Ling Chen waved his hand, pushed Yi Kang's hand away, and felt a burst of joy in his heart, and used the system to open Yi Kang's loyalty loyalty interface. Yikon, martial arts 5-star, 250 out of 500. Loyalty, 95, recruitable, so high. Sure enough, it's an iron buddy. It seems that he still remembers the previous accidental deletion of his study materials. Without hesitation, Ling Chen said to Yikon, I plan to form a team in the future to fight monsters together. What do you think? Of course it's no problem, but can I broadcast live when you engage in monsters? The gift must be exploded. Yikon readily agreed, putting his shoulder on Ling Chen's shoulder. Ding, Yikon joins the Legion. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the B-level fire ability, evolvable. Rewards can be withdrawn at any time. Cool. B-level ability is in hand. Go, don't talk nonsense here. See you later. Ling Chen waved goodbye. See you later. Brotherhood is deep, and the mood is good. With brisk steps, humming a minor tune, he returned to his small apartment in the old town. Pushing the door in, there was a stir-frying sound in the kitchen. Brother, you are back. The food will be ready soon. Before you see him, you must first hear his voice. In the kitchen, a petite and lively girl with a bit of a cute atmosphere walked out wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. She looks like a beauty embryo, although she feels a little disobedient, but the warm picture makes people feel warm. Her name is Ling Shi, and she is Ling Chen's only relative. Their parents sent them to an orphanage when they were children, and they never showed up again. The brother and sister relied on meager government subsidies and snuggled up for many years. Ling Chen was a minor and could only secretly do odd jobs to supplement his family. Brother, go wash your hands and get ready to eat, Ling Shi said as she ran into the kitchen to prepare for the final stir-fry. Okay. Looking at his sister's busy back, Ling Chen secretly vowed in his heart that he would let his sister live a better life. Not long after, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes were served. A simple home-cooked meal, but full of the thoughts of the brother and sister for a day. Sister, you are cooking more and more level. This shredded potato, moderate sour and spicy, really good, Ling Chen praised. Wow, these tomatoes and eggs taste amazing. As he spoke, he ate the vegetables with relish, as if he had never tasted so delicious. Looking at Ling Chen's funny appearance, Ling Shi couldn't help laughing. Brother, you are going to awaken tomorrow. Come on. Don't worry, I'm the chosen one, and I'll wake up tomorrow at will. God-level talent? Ling Shi answered mischievously. Of course it is. It's a B-level talent. Ha ha ha. Ling Chen was secretly happy in his heart, and he didn't know what talent he could awaken. But with the B-level fire system, the days ahead will definitely get better and better. B-level talent is not bad. At least there is hope of being admitted to a key university, Ling Shi said with a smile. The pattern is too small. Your brother and I must be watching. All the universities will compete for me. Wait and see. Ha, Ling Chen said confidently while joking. Ling Shi couldn't help but support his forehead, shook his head, and thought, this brother, I really can't do anything about him. Back in the room, Ling Chen used the system to check Ling Shi's interface. All along, he had used all the cultivation resources he received from school on his sister, and he didn't know what state she had reached now. Now, Ling Shi is in her second year of high school, and she will participate in the awakening next year, and it is estimated that she will be almost 7 stars. Ling Shi, apprentice 7 stars, 345 out of 700. Loyalty, 100, acceptable. What? 7 stars? I was obedient. It turned out that this was the routine of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Unexpectedly, my cheap sister unknowingly reached 7 stars. Next year, she will awaken, and maybe she can break through the bronze level before awakening. Bronze level under the age of 18 is really rare. It has never appeared at all. That is, I may also have such a talent? Ling Chen's heart was full of anticipation for the awakening the next day. By the way, the B-level talent has not been extracted yet. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart, and then he clicked on the Legion system, ready to pocket this powerful power. He tried to extract fire-type abilities. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt as if he was surrounded by flames, and his whole body was hot. The flame burned fiercely in his body, unbearably hot, but it did not last long, and soon calmed down. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level fire ability. Ling Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have a wonderful familiarity with the flames, as if the flames had melted into his body. He raised his hand to try, and the flames rose from the palm of his hand, and the fiery light reflected his face. The flames danced in his hands, bringing no harm, but instead making him feel unusually comfortable. This is the magic of the ability? It was shocking. I must become the strongest superpower. Ling Chen secretly swore in his heart. He took out the marrow washing pill again, and the common picture of the marrow washing pill in the novels of immortal cultivation in the previous life appeared in his mind. He picked up the black pill the size of a quail egg, and a faint fragrance wafted out, which was invigorating. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted in the mouth and turned into a warm current that quickly spread through the body. The heat current continued to spread, bringing a tingling sensation, and Ling Chen endured the severe pain and gritted his teeth. After a while, the heat gradually dissipated, and he felt that his whole body was much more relaxed and seemed to become more smooth. This smell, it's weird. Ling Chen looked at himself and found that the surface surface of his skin was covered with black matter, and he was shocked. Is it really washing tendons and marrow? He hurried into the toilet and washed himself carefully until the black substance on his body was completely washed away. I sniffed it with my hand, and finally there was no smell. Feeling that his body became more comfortable and the source chi of heaven and earth became smoother, Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and running the basic exercises of military strategy. The source energy of heaven and earth came like a tide, more than several times faster than before. After a night of hard practice, at dawn, Ling Chen had already broken through to the 4 stars of the martial arts, and his strength increased greatly. Today, the awakening ritual of the ability must be seized and not late. He hurriedly washed up, holding the bread Ling Shi had prepared for him in his mouth, holding milk in his hand, and rushed to school quickly. When he arrived at the playground, it was already on time, and Ling Chen found his seat. The students looked forward to it and were excited, waiting for the beginning of the awakening of their abilities. At 9 o'clock, all the staff arrived. Okay, since everyone is here, let's go. The principal gave an order, and the head teachers of each class took the students on the bus. The driver operated steadily, and the vehicle drove smoothly to the awakening place. Soon, other schools have arrived and the awakening has begun. In the distance, a towering stone monument soars into the sky. This is a square awakening monument engraved with eye-catching words, known as the Awakening Monument. Just place your palm lightly on the tablet and carefully feel the changes in the depths of your mind to trigger the awakening of abilities. Ha ha ha, I have awakened my D-level Earth-type ability. I am indeed a genius. Someone cheered. Wow, congratulations, congratulations, I just awakened my F-class fire ability. It seems that I am not very lucky. Someone was melancholy. After awakening, the students who did not choose to enter the trial land walked down the awakening monument in turn and discussed it passionately. Most of the awakeners every year are F-level abilities, with mediocre talents, representing ordinary people. When you reach D-level, you can choose to join the army, and you may be sent to fight monsters in the future. And those with higher talents will be specially cultivated and even go to the battlefield. It's all waste. Xiao Tianyu snorted coldly. Yo, you're quite powerful? Yi Kong teased. Okay, it's our turn. Ling Chen stepped forward, his heart beating faster, and he walked towards the awakening monument. He took a deep breath, pressed his palm against the stone tablet, and closed his eyes to feel it. Suddenly a fiery flame burned in his body, and his soul seemed to rise with it. Awakening successful. System prompt. He was secretly happy in his heart. This time, he must extract the fire-type ability to the extreme and strive to break through to a higher level. Try that gift bag again. Ling Chen's heart moved, and he clicked on his backpack. Beginner gift package has been opened. Obtained, marrow washing pill ×1, ability evolution card ×1, legion attack bonus card ×1, fire ability, not extracted. He decisively chose to extract fire-type abilities. In an instant, a fiery feeling surged in his heart, as if a flame was burning in his body, making him tremble. But soon, the flames calmed down, and he felt a familiarity he had never felt before. I finally have a fire-type ability. Ling Chen was so excited that he almost jumped. He picked up the marrow washing pill again, and guessed in his heart, will this be as magical as the marrow washing pill in the novel? The faint scent of the pill was refreshing, and he swallowed it without hesitation. The effect of the medicine occurred, and a warm current flowed throughout his body, and the tingling was accompanied by warmth, which made him frown. After a while, the tingling dissipated and his body became much more relaxed. Taste, it smells so bad. Ling Chen frowned, and found another layer of black matter on his skin. He rinsed quickly until his body was clean and was not satisfied. Feeling the changes in his body, he became more confident. This time, we must use the fire-type ability to the extreme. Ling Chen secretly swore in his heart. Feeling it carefully, Ling Chen found that his body was much more comfortable, and his closeness to the source chi of heaven and earth was also greatly improved. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and made seals with his hands, running the basic exercise, military decision, which is now widely practiced in China. Soon, the source energy of heaven and earth quickly converged from all directions, more than several times faster than before. After a night of penance, the sky was slightly bright. Ling Chen waved his arm, and he, who had already reached the peak of 3 stars, successfully broke through the martial arts 4 stars at this moment. Today is an important moment for the awakening of abilities, and we must not be late. Ling Chen hurriedly finished washing, holding a piece of bread prepared by Ling Shi in his mouth, holding a pack of milk in his hand, and rushed towards the school, and soon arrived at the school playground on time. He found his class at a glance and quickly lined up to the designated position. Almost all the students had smiles on their faces, waiting with anticipation for the upcoming awakening of their abilities. At 9 o'clock sharp, everyone had arrived. Okay, since everyone has arrived, let's go. As the principal's words fell, the head teachers of each class took their respective classes on the bus to the awakening monument. The driver controlled the vehicle steadily, and the bus of number 1 high school quickly arrived at its destination. From afar, many other high schools have arrived and begun their awakening. Not far away, a straight boulder soared into the sky. It was a square stone tablet engraved with the word awakening, awakening, which could help humans unlock their abilities, so it was known as the Awakening Monument. Just put your hand on the stone tablet silently and feel the changes in the depths of your mind, and you can trigger your own ability. Ha ha, I have awakened to a D-level Earth-type ability. I am indeed a genius. A student shouted excitedly. Wow, congratulations, congratulations, I just awakened to my F-class Fire-type ability. It seems that there is no drama. The other responded helplessly. After the students completed their awakening, they chose whether to enter the place of trial, and then went down to the Awakening Monument and discussed it fiercely. In the annual awakening, about half of the students awaken with F-level abilities, representing ordinary people with average talent. And when you reach the D level, you can choose to join the army independently. If you have a higher talent, there will be a specialized university for professional training, and you will eventually be sent to the battlefield to fight monsters. Oomph, it's all a bunch of waste. Xiao Tianyu snorted coldly. Oh, look at how confident you are? Yi Kong sneered next to him. Xiao Tianyu was about to retort. Okay, it's our turn, let's go. Ling Chen patted Yi Kong on the shoulder and took the lead in walking up to the Awakening Monument. Looking at the towering Awakening Monument, Ling Chen slowly put his hand on it. He concentrated on feeling, and countless lights appeared in his mind. Suddenly a purple lightning flashed in his mind. Thunder ability. This is a highly lethal ability. However, soon, he noticed something strange. There was another light mass slowly forming in his mind. How can it be? Doesn't a person only form a light cluster? As the light mass gradually turned into a silver cube, Ling Chen's heart was full of doubts. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful awakening. SS tier thunder ability. SSS level space ability. So handsome. Ling Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. I actually awakened 2 abilities. Is it really the protagonist's aura added? And one of them is a space-type ability, which has only been awakened by 2 people in the entire China. As an old networm on the Earth in his previous life, Ling Chen knew that without a rising genius, he was nothing. However, if you don't show yourself, it is difficult to get attention and resources. So he decided to expose the space-type ability at the critical moment, and for the time being, it would be enough to show people with the dual-type ability of thunder and fire, which was enough for the time being. Wait for the opportunity to come. Hey, I'm going to blind your titanium dog eyes. By the way, there is also a useless ability evolution card. It is a god-level space system. I'm here. Open the system interface. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 4 stars, 51 out of 400 experience. Abilities, SSS level space ability, SS level thunder ability, B level fire ability, evolvable, unexpected. Talent, the posture of the great emperor, good mood. Shopping mall, hurry up and earn money to unlock the shopping mall. Backpack, ability evolution card ×1, Legion attack bonus card ×1. Do you use ability evolution cards? Yes/no. Yes. Ling Chen did not hesitate and used the evolution card on the space type ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the son of the god level ability space. Space system comes with 100 cubic meters of space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-given skill Flash. Flash, level 1, 0/1000, can flash freely within 10 meters. At this moment, Ling Chen only felt excited all over his body. Divine skill, not cooled down yet. Is it teleported to the trial land? Just as Ling Chen was immersed in ecstasy, a mechanical voice sounded. Hey, who's talking? He shook his head suspiciously, and there was no one around. Of course you have to teleport. Do you still need to ask? He replied without hesitation. With a whoosh, Ling Chen instantly disappeared in front of the Awakening Monument. Hey, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? How does this place look like a school? Ling Chen suddenly appeared in a spacious classroom, neatly arranged tables and chairs, the podium in the distance, and the blackboard on the wall all showed the campus atmosphere here. He walked to the window and looked out, shocked by the scene in front of him. In the distance, a towering peach tree 10 stories high stands, with lush branches and leaves, and a few verdant peaches hanging on the branches. Ling Chen felt the faint source energy emitted by the peach, and suddenly felt in his heart that this was an extraordinary treasure. But he was not in a hurry to step forward, because he understood that the good things in the world are never given in vain. After careful observation, he found movement in the tree. Now that he had figured out the source of the danger, Ling Chen approached cautiously and probed the water first. A squeak sounded, and it turned out to be a fire monkey. He immediately checked with the system. Fire monkey, bronze star. Attribute, fire. Skill, flame explosion fist. Evaluation, if you don't want to be beaten up, run for your life. Run away? That's absolutely impossible. Ling Chen frowned slightly. He had just awakened 3 abilities, his physical fitness had greatly improved, and he was full of confidence in himself. Can't beat it? It doesn't matter, just flash and run. Flash? Is my TM just for running away? Ling Chen muttered in his heart. Seeing this, the fire monkey roared. When will even an ant dare to step into my territory? It waved its monkey paw, clenched it into a fist, and bombarded Ling Chen fiercely. Ling Chen naturally wouldn't sit still, clenched his fists with both hands, and rushed towards the fire monkey. The fire monkey saw that the ant dared to punch him, and a fierce smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen the scene of the other party being punched out. At the moment when the two were about to fight, flash! Ling Chen instantly moved 10 meters behind the fire monkey and went straight to the peach tree with a smile. This big silly X. The fire monkey was stunned and stood there for a moment. Suddenly, a rustling sound sounded behind him. Looking back, Ling Chen had already picked all the peaches. The fire monkey's eyes were slightly red, and he was angry. Do you really think I'm a bully? It quickly pounced on Ling Chen. Seeing the fire monkey rushing over, Ling Chen smiled slightly. Hey, goodbye brother. A few flashes came and went, and he instantly disappeared from the fire monkey's sight. Roar, chirping. The fire monkey was so angry that he pounded his chest. In a student building not far away. Huh, the strength is still too weak now. After using 4 flashes, the source power is about to run out. I'm afraid I can only use it twice. Ling Chen sighed secretly, but he quickly laughed and looked at the spirit peach in the space. This harvest was not small, and 11 spiritual peaches were in the bag. The bronze demon monkey personally guarded it, and it seems that this peach is by no means an ordinary thing. Ling Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. He immediately used the system to check the spirit peach. Spirit peach, after swallowing, it can greatly increase the source energy, improve a certain cultivation talent, speed up the cultivation speed, eat quickly. Note, the more you take, the less effective it is. Nyo X. He hurriedly found a place to taste it. On the floor that flashed just now, Ling Chen found a quiet classroom. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he found a corner and sat cross-legged. Close your eyes, seal your hands, and use the exercises to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding invisible source energy slowly converged, forming a small vortex. An hour later, Ling Chen opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The physical and mental state is adjusted to the best, and the source chi is restored to its peak, which is a good time to take spirit peach. He took out a spirit peach from the space, crystal bright red, tempting and coveted. Swallow it in one gulp without hesitation, spit out the pit, and make a sound in your mouth. Hiccup. The spiritual peach enters the body, and the warm current slowly spreads from the stomach to the whole body, filling the meridians. Ling Chen quickly operated the exercises, guiding the warm current to circulate in the meridians for a week, and finally turned into pure source power pouring into the dantian. He clearly felt that the meridians became wider and thicker and more powerful. The warm current quickly ran out. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, and saw that he had reached the peak of 4 stars. Yes, in one go. He immediately took out another spirit peach and swallowed it, and the familiar warm current surged again, and the source continued to pour into the dantian. With the feeling of being natural, a certain layer of the dantian diaphragm was broken through. Apprentice 5-star, successfully promoted. Upgrading is as easy as drinking water. Ling Chen stood up, waved his fist to feel the surge in power, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there are resources to cultivate, and the progress is rapid. After cultivating, move on. He pats his ass and walks out of the classroom. Looking around, the source energy fluctuated obviously in the distance to the east, accompanied by a faint sound. Go and take a look, maybe you can save the beauty as a hero. Ling Chen walked towards the east. At this moment, he positioned himself as a dual-system awakener of thunder and fire, and would never use flash easily unless necessary. He slowly approached, feeling the fighting atmosphere becoming more and more intense. He jumped on the branches of the big tree next to him, hid among the dense branches and leaves, and peeked towards the battle. I saw 9 people fighting fiercely with a group of skeletons. Ah, they're all men, it's boring, he muttered secretly in his heart. Skeleton, probably a woman when she was alive? This group of skeletons is not strong. However, students who have just entered the trial land today have limited means of attack. Strangely, the skeleton did not kill the person after knocking him down, but swept away his belongings. Could it be that the skeletons in the land of trials are small wealth fans? Only want wealth and don't kill people? There were also students who disappeared after entering the trial land before. Could it be that this group of skeletons was at work? Ling Chen touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After confirming that these people were not in danger of life, he observed carefully. The skeleton actually cooperated tacitly, as if someone was commanding. He kicked under his feet and disappeared into the tree. Ah, get rich, get rich. Hiding under the tree, looking at the battle, the young man who was fantasizing secretly calculated. In the future, if you lack cultivation resources, let the skeletons secretly rob those rich people's things. Hee hee. Is that a part of the scene? A voice came into his ears. No, it's all mine. The boy hurriedly responded. Who is it? He turned his head and saw a young man about his age staring at him with a smile. This person is Ling Chen. Ling Chen stretched out a hand, spread his 5 fingers and bent them slightly, summoned a ball of flame, and said with a smile, "Why, don't you have my share?" A small fireball was thrown casually, and it landed at the young man's feet, burning a piece of grass on the ground, exposing the charred soil. This frightened the young man. Except for the summoned skeletons, he himself had no fighting ability at all. Damn, if these skeletons were replaced by a few glamorous enchantresses, he would have considered leaving too close to protect himself. What he didn't know was that even if all the skeletons he summoned were here, they would not be Ling Chen's opponents together. Big brother, these are all yours, they are all yours. The young man hurriedly begged for mercy. After all, the current situation is unfavorable, and it is still necessary to be cowardly. What's your name? Where are you from? The ability is to summon skeletons? Ling Chen looked like a police officer who came to check the household registration. Summoning abilities are a relatively rare category. Most summoning abilities can only summon one or two creatures in the early stage, so they are quite tasteless in the early stages. The higher the number of initial summons, the stronger the talent. Normal summoners summon one or two at most. The boy in front of him had just awakened and summoned a large group of skeletons, and it seemed that his talent had to be at least S level or higher. So when they met for the first time, Ling Chen had a little idea of recruiting him under his command. My name is Ma Xiaoxiao, big brother, you can call me Xiaoxiao. I am from Tianqing City, the magic city, the summoning department, and now I can summon 20 skeletons. Ma Xiaoxiao did not hide it. After all, the group of skeletons was in front of him, and he didn't know who the person in front of him was. In case of a bad temper, it is inevitable that you will have to suffer a little today. And the breath in the other party's body had a strong sense of oppression, which made him feel uneasy. Well, come with me and let your skeleton stop, Ling Chen said, walking towards the battle place. Xiao Zhao followed tremblingly. On the other side, the skeleton suddenly stopped moving. Although several teenagers didn't understand the situation, they didn't dare to be careless and still put on a fighting posture. The sweat on their foreheads and rapid breathing exposed their exhaustion. The two teenagers in the distance slowly approached, and the leading boy suddenly froze, and hurriedly shouted, Ling Chen, don't come here. Ling Chen smiled slightly and cast a glance at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao waved his hand, and the skeleton stood aside neatly. This scene shocked several teenagers. This group of skeletons is actually a summon? It turns out that we have been bullied by a person summoned during the day? Isn't the summoning system recognized as one of the weakest abilities in the early stage? I happened to pass by and saw that you were abused so badly by a group of little skeletons, which is really embarrassing for my father. Ling Chen stepped forward and patted the leading teenager on the shoulder, sighing and saying, UTM. By the way, Ling Chen, what talent have you awakened? I am an S-class wind ability. If I wasn't familiar with it, this group of skeletons wouldn't have been able to get close to me at all. The leading boy was Yi Kong, panting and pointing at the skeleton. B-level fire. Ling Chen responded lightly. That's not bad. There will be a father covering you in the future. Ha ha ha. Yi Kong put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder. Ma Xiaoxiao on the side glanced at Ling Chen, wondering in his heart, how could his talent be only B-level? Even my SS level talent feels oppressed. Come on, Ling Chen, these are my newly recruited little brothers. Aren't you going to form a team? Look at them, they are all D-level and C-level. Yi Kong pulled Ling Chen and pointed to the teenagers behind him. Ling Chen glanced at the system, and no one was loyal to more than 50%. But as expected, they chose to take refuge in Yi Kong, not themselves. Not for the time being, I'll talk about it later. Ling Chen said lightly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hey! Ling Chen suddenly discovered that Ma Xiaoxiao's loyalty beside him was 65%, which had already met the recruitment standard. With my B-level talent, it shouldn't be. Could it be that you were scared by my fireball just now? How did Ling Chen know that his god-level talent would have a sense of oppression for those with SS level and above, just like a king looking down on his subjects? In Ma Xiaoxiao's eyes, Ling Chen is an SSS level demon, so he has a trace of admiration. Ding, release system task, mainline, system mission, initial team, 2. Mission content, recruit 10 people to join the Legion. Mission reward, Xianyuan sword, seal. What? Xianyuan sword? Isn't this the legendary artifact of the state? I want to recruit. Ling Chen turned his gaze to Ma Xiaoxiao beside him. Ma Xiaoxiao noticed Ling Chen's hot gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Don't. Could it be that he, to me? Big brother, no. I like girls, don't look at me like this, I won't give in. Unless you add, greedy face. Xiao Zhao cried and covered his chest with his hands crossed. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. You are acting too much, right? Okay, I'll add money. The eldest brother is on top. Please bow to the younger brother. Please abuse lightly. Xiao Zhao immediately changed his face, full of flattery. Touching left and right, Ling Chen took out 10 yuan from his trouser pocket. Baba, you're so refreshing. Xiao Zhao rushed over with a whoosh, snatching 10 yuan. Ling Chen was stunned, and then took out another 100 yuan bill. Grandpa. Letting Xiao Zhao take away the 100 yuan bill, Ling Chen has begun to think about how to squeeze this eldest grandson. Then I'll treat you as if you agree to join. Agree with what? Join my squad. Hang out with me from now on. Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. What? Is this what we were talking about just now? Isn't it? Could it be? Bah, when did I agree? Even if you agree, it's a different price. You have to add money. Why? Don't agree. Ling Chen looked at Xiao Zhao with a smile, clenched his right hand into a fist and kept tapping the palm of his left hand, and gently pinched his fingers. Yi Kong behind him also came over. He was tossed by the little skeleton just now, and this time he had to teach the original owner honor a good lesson. Watching everyone gather around with a sly smile. Don't agree. You will be my eldest brother from now on. Xiao Zhao nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice, and said righteously, the eldest brother said that I will never go south to the east, and the eldest brother said that I will never go north to the west. Okay, if I can't see you at the gate of Huaqing University in half a year, you just wait for me to come to the door and beat you. Ling Chen said. Ling Chen, are you sure of Huaqing University? Yi Kong was worried behind him. According to the previous enrollment standards, Huaqing University's enrollment scoreline is one of the 3 of S-level talent, 8th layer apprentice and slaying bronze-level monsters, or excellent evaluation in the college entrance examination. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. By the way, this is for you. Find a safe place to take it. Ling Chen pretended to open his backpack, took out a spirit peach from the system, threw it gently, and flew towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong caught it steadily and didn't ask much, because he knew that Ling Chen would not harm him, which must be a good thing. Yi Kong walked aside, sat down cross-legged, and took the spirit peach. After a while, Yi Kong opened his eyes. Ling Chen, I have been promoted to 6 stars, and your spiritual fruit is too easy to use. Yi Kong excitedly reported the good news. Everyone on the side cast envious glances, and when they saw Ling Chen giving Yi Kong a spirit peach, he was promoted to a star, and there was a little more awe in his eyes. Ling Chen clearly felt that everyone's loyalty had generally increased, reaching about 60, and it was obvious that the temptation of resources played a role. As for why everyone didn't grab it, it was because the little skeletons who were bullied just now stood neatly aside, and their momentum was terrifying. Ma Xiaozhao also looked at Ling Chen with hot eyes. After all, who doesn't love resources? Ling Chen said very appealingly, I will definitely not treat the people of my squad badly. Ma Xiaozhao nodded and took back most of the skeletons, leaving only 2 standing behind him. He stood behind Ling Chen, looking like a loyal little brother. Feeling that the time was right, Ling Chen asked everyone if they would like to join the team. Everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, there was meat to eat with Ling Chen. The number of people just meets the requirements of the system task. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Xianyuan Sword, Seal. Xianyuan Sword, Seal, an ancient artifact, the sword of the Holy Way, forged by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in ancient times. The sword body is forged by the sky, containing infinite power, and is a sharp weapon for slaying demons and eliminating beasts. Xianyuan Sword, Seal, a total of 8 layers of seals. Sealing the first layer, unlocking conditions. 1 gold beast core, each of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 2 16 pounds of divine iron. 3 soul power, 0/10,000. Xianyuan Sword, Seal, silver level. Xianyuan Sword style. The first style, 10,000 swords return to the sect. The last 7 styles have not yet been unlocked. The conditions for unlocking the first layer of seal were so strict. What kind of artifact the Xianyuan Sword was, Ling Chen couldn't imagine. However, I was worried about the lack of weapons, and a handy divine sword was sent to the door like this, which was really an unexpected joy. Ling Chen opened the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 5 stars, Experience 49/500. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the appearance of the Great Emperor, barely make do. Skill, Flash, 10,000 swords return to the sect. Xianyuan Sword, you will order these too. Shopping mall, when will you make some money? Number of legions, 10. Legion level, Light Pole Commander and his guard class. Call of Legion, not unlocked. Backpack, Legion attack bonus card ×1. Xianyuan Sword, sealed. Please keep up with the host, don't lose face to me. Ling Chen summoned the remaining few people, and after a little discussion, everyone finally decided to continue to move east and look for opportunities. After all, the trial land can only stay for 1 day, after which everyone will be teleported back to the Awakening Monument. How could Ling Chen, who had just tasted the sweetness, give up exploring so easily? Everyone was about to set off, when suddenly under a big tree not far ahead, leaning against a young man wearing a yellow and white feathered ori and a katana at his waist. The young man's hair ends with a dark blue rope, which hangs down naturally and is chic and elegant. It's a pity that I don't have an apple in my hand, otherwise I would just perform the stun of drawing a knife and cutting an apple. Seeing Ling Chen and his party approaching, the young man raised his head and walked slowly. Everyone stopped. Ling Chen stepped forward, looked at the person quietly, and waited for the other party to express his intentions. The young man stepped on his clogs. His steps were light and silent, as if he was walking with the wind. Hello, do you still have that spirit peach just now? The young man asked. So what? So what? Ling Chen responded lightly. Can you exchange for a spirit fruit? I have 5 spirit fruits here, which are no longer useful to me. Exchange for your 2 spirit peaches. This spirit fruit can also improve cultivation and qualifications, the young man said. Ling Chen thought for a moment and replied, yes. The 2 took out items from the space and exchanged them alternately, without any disobedience. After the transaction was successful, the young man put the spirit peach into his backpack with satisfaction, looked at Ling Chen, and asked, I wonder if you can have a fight? Why did you choose me? Ling Chen was curious. He had obviously only exposed B-level abilities. You are the only one here who gives me a sense of oppression. My intuition tells me that I may not be able to beat you, but I don't believe in fate. Yes, but the fight is too monotonous, and it has to be interesting to add some color. Ling Chen smiled. What do you say? Bet, if I lose, you can compete with me at any time in the future, and these 5 spirit fruits will be returned to you. If I win, you will join my team and join me to fight against the monsters. Ling Chen put forward conditions. Okay, I agree. The young man readily agreed. The younger brothers silently stepped aside to make room for the two of them. Ling Chen reached out and took out the Xianyuan sword from his backpack. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, the sword in the hand of a young man with a sword trembled slightly, making a buzzing sound. He clenched his sword tightly, looked at the Xianyuan sword in Ling Chen's hand in shock, and felt that the sword seemed to be surrendering to the Xianyuan sword. Good sword. The young man looked at it carefully. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and the domineering aura was exposed. One side of the sword body is engraved with the sun, moon and stars, and the other side is carved with mountains, rivers and plants, which is magnificent. Let's simply compete. How about the 3 moves to determine the winner? Ling Chen stood with his hands on his back, his demeanor leisurely, like a master in the world. He had no intention of fighting for a long time at all. After all, he didn't have many tricks, and he had just crossed over, and flash and thunder could not be used for the time being. Okay, please teach me, the young man responded. The young man's body was slightly bent, and he held the handle of the knife in his right hand, as if he were drawing a sword. Ling Chen stood with his hands on his back, his right hand holding the sword in pen hanging straight down, unrestrained and free. Offended. The young man's eyes froze, he shouted lightly, and suddenly rushed towards Ling Chen at a very fast speed. Sword drawing technique, slash. It's so fast. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. When the young man was about to come in front of him, Ling Chen quickly moved sideways to avoid it. Fireball. Ling Chen casually summoned a ball of fireball to throw, and swung it quickly with a sword in his right hand. The young man jumped up and turned over to dodge the fireball and sword strike. The knife light rotated, and 2 circles of wind suddenly rose, suddenly blowing towards Ling Chen. Beichen 1 knife flow whirlwind slash. Seeing that the young man's knife skills were becoming more and more sharp, Ling Chen swung his sword to attack. The sword was extremely sharp, and several sharp sword phantoms surrounded him. The young man's sword seemed to be guided, and it came out of its sheath, turning into a virtual sword, and blending into the Ling Chen sword formation. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Out. The young man's whirlwind slash collided fiercely with Ling Chen's 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The wind howled, the dust was flying, and the vision was blocked for a long time. The wind and dust fell, and the 2 figures gradually appeared. The katana lay in Ling Chen's heart, and the domineering Xianyuan sword rested on the young man's neck. In this battle, there is no winner or loser. What's your name? Ling Chen asked. Ling Chen. Ling Chen. The young man muttered, remember my name, Yu Shuejing. Next time we fight, the bet is still the same. Yu Shuejing put his sword into its sheath and performed a samurai salute to show recognition. Then he turned around, and his figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Chen glanced at the crowd and saw that they all looked shocked. Everyone was puzzled. Obviously they were all newly awakened superpowers. Why was the gap between them so huge? Only Xiao Zhao had a look of calmness on his face that he had already expected. In that battle just now, the intensity is afraid that it has reached the bronze level. It is simply the existence of 2 perverted levels. Everyone who originally joined Ling Chen's team because of his resources and Yi Kang's talent was now completely convinced of him. Both strong and taking good care of the players. Who doesn't love such a boss? Watching everyone's loyalty slowly rise, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile with relief. Let's go, let's go. After a little cultivation, Ling Chen's source energy was restored to full and abundant again. The group headed east, quickly leaving the school-like area and entering a dense sea of forests. Be careful, Ling Chen reminded. This feeling is like walking out of the novice village in the game in the previous life. Let your skeleton explore the way first. Understood, boss. The 2 skeletons walked in front of the line without complaint, and everyone followed closely behind, keeping a safe distance. Suddenly, a few vines poked out, quickly wrapped around the skeleton's bone legs, and lifted it high, and the vines became tighter and tighter. Xiao Zhao, the situation is urgent. Xiao Zhao looked at Ling Chen anxiously. Ling Chen thought for a moment and tentatively fired a fireball at the vine. The fireball touched the vine, and the vine, as if it had met its nemesis, quickly loosened the entangled cane. The skeleton fell to the ground heavily. Although it was a dead man, I am afraid that time would not be long. It patted the dust on its body, stood up again, and continued to be a pathfinder. In order to prevent the vine from attacking again, Ling Chen's right hand became a claw and summoned a slightly unrounded ring of fire, surrounding everyone in the center. If the skeleton has a face and thoughts, I am afraid that his face will also be full of doubts. What about me? Perhaps frightened, the vines did not appear again for the time being. Squeak, squeak. A strange voice sounded, and everyone immediately entered a state of preparation. Dust was flying in the distance, and a group of things were rushing towards them. That's fire-eater rat. Xiao Zhao made a sluggish sound. Looking at the surging rat tide, it is estimated that there are hundreds. Although most of the fire-eater rats are less than 3 stars. If they are entangled, they are likely to die of exhaustion. And the fire eater rat feeds on flames. Boss, your fire type abilities may not be useful. Ling Chen nodded and took out the Xianyuan sword. Brothers, get ready to fight. Seeing the boss draw his sword, everyone's eyes flashed with light. The strength of the previous boss was deeply imprinted in their hearts. How can a mere group of rats stop us? Yi Kong shouted, kill them all. Ding, the host legion is detected as one, and the legion system is officially opened. What? Not activated before? Ding, the clan system requires the number of host clans to meet the minimum requirements, and the members are united before it can be activated. Number of legions, 11. Legion level, commander and his guard class. Wealth and danger are sought. Call of legion, not unlocked. Legion commander, not enabled, can be set for 1,000 people. Deputy leader, not on, can be set for 1,000 people. Legion skill, none. Clan attack bonus, 1%. Clan defense bonus, 1%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Clan recovery bonus, 1%. Note, increasing the level of the clan can open special bonuses. Ding, it is detected that the host clan is in danger. Do you use the clan attack bonus card? Yes/no. So intimate, I almost forgot. Ling Chen thought to himself. Ding, use the clan attack bonus card. Clan attack bonus, 21%. A golden light that only everyone except Ling Chen could feel enveloped his whole body, and then everyone trembled. I feel that my strength has suddenly skyrocketed. Are you like this too? I thought I was the chosen one, and I woke up at the moment of crisis. Ha, we are more confident that we will deal with the rat tide now. Although excited, everyone knew that they must not relax at this moment, and they were fully focused on maintaining defense. Little skeletons, come out. Xiao Zhao made a mysterious gesture and summoned the remaining skeletons. The rat group was less than 50 meters away from everyone, and Yi Kong shouted, the wind is coming. Go! A strong wind swept towards the leader of the rat group, several fire-eating rats, blowing them upside down and flying upside down, instantly disrupting the enemy formation. Good opportunity, rush. Ling Chen swung his sword with his right hand, stepped on the ground and slammed his feet, and rushed into the herd first. The brothers behind him followed, and the 20 skeletons charged together. In close combat, Ling Chen swung out his left sword, cut off a 4-star fire-eating rat with one sword, and killed 2 more with his right sword. It's just like cutting melons and vegetables. Ling Chen's speed was amazing, and even his brothers around him didn't react. He had rushed into the rat group, his sword danced and flew, constantly killing the fire-eating rats. He didn't realize that every time he killed a fire-eating rat, a ghostly light floated out of the corpse and was sucked into it by the Xianyuan sword. Ling Chen is strong, and his brothers are not weak, and their abilities are released like a tide. But the number of fire-eating rats is staggering, which doubles the pressure on everyone. More rats swarmed towards Ling Chen and others. Ling Chen swung his sword to kill while dodging flexibly, gradually feeling that the strength of the team was insufficient. Although he had his guards, he still couldn't resist such a huge tide of rats. The numerical disadvantage is obvious, and we must find a way to deal with it. Most of them were civilians and lacked weapons and advanced martial arts. He can only rely on his own abilities to try his best to kill low-level fire-eating rats. In an instant, the rat pack surrounded Ling Chen and his party. The skeletons fought fiercely with the rats, and the rat tide impact had little effect on the skeleton impact. Xiao Zhao commanded the skeletons to show no mercy and exterminate the attacking rats. Because skeletons are not afraid of damage, they naturally become the strongest line of defense. The fire-eating rat that broke through the skeleton defense line was dealt with by everyone. After the initial chaos, everyone gradually adjusted their state, and the situation slowly stabilized. The good times did not last long, and the strength of the rat group seemed to be gradually increasing. Everyone began to lose, and even the skeletons were slow to move under the continuous impact. Ling Chen understood that this was not the rat group becoming stronger, but that the source energy of everyone was about to dry up. The ability is newly awakened, and it is not yet proficient in controlling it, and the simplest ability release is often the most consuming and extremely inefficient. Ling Chen, what should we do now? Yi Kong gasped, his face slightly pale. Our source chi is almost exhausted. Looking around, everyone was pale and out of breath. Ling Chen supported his forehead, his heart moved. It seemed that it was time to use the thunder ability. Let's have a showdown. At this time, at some point, a few dark clouds floated in the sky, sometimes flashing with thunder and lightning, as if they would break out at any time. Thunder is coming. Ling Chen's 5 fingers were slightly clenched. Silvery white arcs wrapped around his arms, jumping as if they were alive. He waved his right hand to guide the thunder and lightning to the rats. Thunder and lightning fell into the rats, like dropping a bomb, and the fire-eating rats were split to the side, and blood splattered in all directions. In an instant, a large open space was cleared, and Ling Chen was full of thunder, and no one dared to approach it at all. Thunder and lightning continued to fall, and Yi Kong and the others were stunned. In their eyes, Ling Chen today was like the Lord of Thunder, controlling heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning. The group of fire-eating rats was as fragile as paper in front of thunder and lightning. Boss Ling Chen, too strong. Everyone was amazed. Finally, the rats were frightened and fled, losing all their momentum. Feeling Feeling the rats retreat, Ling Chen retracted the arc and stood with his hands on his back, looking at the shadow of the rats in the distance. The clouds disperse and the sky is blue, and the sky is clear. Ling Chen, you are too handsome. Yi Kong approached and said in surprise, you actually awakened your dual system ability and hid it from me, a powerful thunder system. How can the whole card be easily shown to others? Ling Chen said helplessly. As expected of you. Yi Kong gently punched him on the shoulder, turned around and shouted to everyone, brothers, we have all seen how strong Brother Chen is. In the future, hug Brother Chen's thighs tightly. It's right. Yes, everything listens to the boss. The younger brothers responded one after another. Seeing that everyone was so determined, Ling Chen was secretly happy in his heart. He took out 5 spirit fruits and 5 spirit peaches and distributed them to everyone. Brothers, hurry up and recover your state and move on. Yes, everyone was excited. Yi Kong saw with his own eyes that he quickly advanced after eating spiritual peaches, and everyone was even more confident. Loyalty climbed rapidly, and the corners of Ling Chen's mouth raised slightly. Under the protection of the skeletons, everyone took the spiritual fruit. Soon, breakthroughs came one after another. I broke through the 5-star mark. What is 5 stars? I just rose to 6 stars. Everyone rejoiced. Even Xiao Zhao broke through from 6 stars to 7 stars. They looked at Ling Chen one after another, their eyes full of excitement. Ling Chen smiled and said, cultivate well, let's pacify the monsters and rebuild peace together. Xiao Zhao, we are not all in the same place. You and Boss Yi Kong will definitely be materials from Huaqing University in the future, and we may not be able to follow you. One day, we will fight side by side on the battlefield of monsters. Ling Chen smiled indifferently. As long as we move forward bravely, we will meet at the end. Yes, everyone responded in unison. In the distance, a pillar of light soaring into the sky was dazzling and dazzling, attracting all eyes. The ladder trial is open. A thick voice came. There must be good things in the trial. Let's go and take a look. Ling Chen took the lead in the direction of the pillar of light. An hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the ladder. The place is already full of people. Someone climbs on the ladder, and the leader has climbed to more than 200 floors. Isn't that Zhuge Kongming from Peiping City? It is said that he has reached the 9th star of the apprenticeship, only one step away from the bronze level. He has awakened to the SSS level spiritual ability, and it has been difficult to encounter demons for decades, and many academies are competing for it. A few layers behind him is the military department Chutian, the strength of the 9 stars, and the awakening of the SSS level power system. There is also a young man in black, Ma Huntao from the Ma family in the Magic City, awakening the SSS level summoning system. Oh, Ling Chen looked at Ma Xiaozhao curiously and found that he was staring at the man in black. His eyes were like knives, as if he had a deep grudge against an old grudge. Look at that girl in white, her appearance is explosive. Mom, I'm in love. Who knows who she is? I don't know. And the girl in purple behind her, delicate and refined, like a hibiscus out of the water. Ling Chen's pupils shrank. The girl in white was Ice Frost, the first in the class, and her supernatural talent was amazing. And the girl in purple, Xianlinger, has almost no presence in the class, but she is stunningly beautiful. She seemed to be deliberately ignored, and Ling Chen was suspicious. Just as Ling Chen was thinking, Yi Kong asked, Brother Chen, shall we go together now? Ling Chen turned back to the younger brothers and said, the trial is almost over, let's all do our own ladder trials. If you feel that you can't continue, receive the reward on the floor and return to the mountain. After coming out, see you on the monster battlefield. Boss, we will definitely follow you. Yes, boss, let's go. Ling Chen nodded and took the lead in stepping on the ladder. As soon as I stepped on the first floor, I felt a faint sense of oppression. The ladder is several meters wide on each floor, and Ling Chen climbs at a constant speed. The first dozens of floors easily resisted the oppression with B-level talent. When it reached about 100 layers, the pressure increased suddenly, and the speed had to slow down. Ling Chen knew in his heart that it would be difficult for those below B-level talent to advance further. He stopped, turned his head to observe the younger brothers who had just joined the Legion, wanting to see if they had the perseverance to climb here. Ling Chen, why did you stop? Yi Kong, who followed closely behind, saw that he stopped suddenly, and couldn't help but ask, let's see if they can get here. Ling Chen responded lightly. After staying in place for a while, Ma Xiaozhao followed panting, although his talent was extremely high, but his physique and strength seemed to be insufficient. He silently leaned on Ling Chen's side to rest without saying a word. After a while, the figures of the teenagers who had followed before gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. They were out of breath, and with each step they stepped up the ladder, they had to resist the enormous oppression. But they never stopped. Ling Chen had a relieved smile on his face. Let's go. After that, he turned around and climbed up again. At this moment, he used his SS-level Thunder-type ability to resist the oppression brought by the ladder. Still maintaining the previous speed, it soon reached about 300 floors. Feeling the sense of oppression, Ling Chen guessed that this was probably the limit of Yi Kong and the others. At this time, there were not many people around, and a few people were wandering scattered. Looking down, the figure in the distance was as small as an ant. Yes, he touched his chin, thinking that it seemed that each 100 layers corresponded corresponded to a talent level. If this is the case, the SSS level can climb up to 500 floors. How many floors does the ladder have? Ling Chen looked into the distance. The ladder had sunk into the clouds, and there was no way to know the end. Anyway, keep climbing. He kicked his right foot and accelerated forward, no longer retaining. With the ability of the three systems, the oppression here is no big problem for him. Soon, Ling Chen climbed to more than 400 floors and unexpectedly met Icefrost and Xianlinger. Ha, why do they look so familiar? Ling Chen was puzzled. You know, Bingning Shuang has always been cold and ruthless in the class, and Xianlinger is even more low-key and silent. When the two saw Ling Chen approaching, their faces were surprised. Ling Chen, who was at the bottom of the class, was able to climb here. Obviously each had their own secrets. Ling Chen didn't say much, only smiled at Bingning Frost and Xianlinger, and continued to climb. When he gradually disappeared from the sight of the two of them, Xianlinger teased, I really didn't expect him to be so talented. By the way, you often peek at him. Do you like him? Don't talk nonsense, I don't mean that. I just heard by chance that Ling Chen is an orphan and has never used school resources, but he has actually been promoted to 5 stars. There must be a secret. I heard that the Blue Star Trial Earth store has an inheritance. Should we try it? I have searched all over the trial place, and I am afraid that the inheritance can only be obtained by climbing to the top of the ladder. It's a pity that even if the seal is lifted, we can only climb to the 800 floors and can't get the inheritance. This ladder is much more difficult than the trials on other planets. It's better to keep a low profile and don't reveal your identity. Don't forget, we have a mission to come to Blue Star, and we can't forget the prophecies of our ancestors. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know the two people behind him whispering. Soon, he met Zhuge Kongming, Chu Tian, Ma Huntao, and other strong men. They were gathering on the 499th floor, as if they were scrambling to hit the 500th floor. Ling Chen shook his head, turning into a gust of wind that swept past the three of them, leaving their backs. The three of them stared at him in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? We are struggling to be first, but you have come here easily, as if to say, stop playing, go home and eat? Zhuge Kongming's eyes flashed with wisdom. Chu Tian's face was full of fighting spirit, looking forward to a duel with Ling Chen. Ma Huntao's eyes burned with anger. When he came to the 600 floors, Ling Chen slowly slowed down. It is not that the pressure is increasing, but that the physical strength is gradually getting tired. After all, if you climb hundreds of floors of ladders in one go, how can you not breathe as an apprentice? You definitely haven't seen it. At this time, there was no figure behind him, and he took a breath, regained his strength, and continued to climb again. Finally reaching the 800 floor, Ling Chen felt a strong oppression attacking him, preventing him from moving to the next floor. He took a deep breath and stood still. Is this my limit? Looking up, the ladder still extends into the clouds, and the end is still not visible. He sat down cross-legged, operated the exercises, and restored the source power of breathing. Is there any other way? Ling Chen said to himself. He walked slowly towards the 801 floor, reaching out to touch the boundary membrane. Suddenly, strong pressure struck, and he retracted his hand suddenly. Suddenly an idea. If you don't touch the boundary membrane, won't you feel oppressed? Before the words fell, he flashed and teleported to the 801 floor. It really works. No longer hesitated, Ling Chen flashed more than 10 times in a row, and the source power in his body gradually decreased. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, absorbed the source energy of heaven and earth, and replenished the primordial force. After recovery, use flash again. After repeated operations, he finally saw the end, the 1001st floor. Stepping on this layer, a faint golden light enveloped the whole body, instantly filling the body with source power. Ling Chen felt that his strength had improved significantly. The golden light dissipated, and he clenched his fists and looked around. Where is my trial reward? It was empty all around, and there was nothing. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared in place. In front of you is a paradise-like wonderland, with peach forests and cranes and mountain streams flowing in twists and turns. In the distance, by the peach grove by the stream, there is a simple thatched house. By the stream, an old man was dressed in a raincoat, wearing a hat, and holding a long bamboo pole to fish. Strangely, there is no hook at the end of the fishing line. Ling Chen stepped forward. You're here, the old man said lightly. Senior, did you bring me here? Ling Chen asked suspiciously. Do the elderly love to pretend to be mysterious? Possessing 3 types of abilities, space, thunder and fire, is really rare. The old man saw through Ling Chen's mind at a glance. Ling Chen did not dare to neglect it, and bowed slightly with his fists clenched. Do you want to worship me as a teacher? The old man's tone was indifferent, like a master outside the world. Dare to ask the senior's name? Ling Chen was not in a hurry to agree. Okay, not arrogant or impatient, it's commendable. My name is Empty in Dark. Ling Chen's heart moved, and there was no impression of this name in his mind. Do you still want to tell me about the state where the seniors are located? Immortal King. What kind of realm is that? How strong? Ling Chen touched his head curiously. When you are strong enough, you will understand. The Saint realm is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. So, worship me as a teacher, and this blue star will gallop freely with you. The master is above. Please accept the apprentice's bow. Ling Chen did not hesitate hesitate to kneel on one knee and bow to the teacher. Once my thigh was in front of me, how could I hesitate and hug it tightly without hesitation? Ahaha, okay, get up. A rare smile appeared on the dry face of the old man Kongming. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I am just a soul body now. Back then, dozens of immortal kings joined forces to plot against him, and his body was shattered, so the heavy responsibility of revenge is entrusted to you. What? Ling Chen was dumbfounded. He had to face a lot of enemies just after getting the benefits? Moreover, these immortal kings couldn't even beat one of them in the Saint realm, and he was a kid who hadn't even reached the bronze level. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? After all, the apprenticeship has not exceeded 7 days. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ling Chen's dull expression, the old man Kongming smiled happily. He hadn't been so happy in many years. God treats me well, sending an apprentice with God-level talent, and my mantle can finally be passed on. Do you know why those immortal kings want to put down their faces and unite to plot against me? Seeing Ling Chen's bitter expression, the old man was ready to give him some sweetness. Ling Chen shook his head. Because I'm a space department, they can't beat me. They are afraid and don't dare to let me live. The old man looked at the sky, full of pride. I set up the place of trials to find the heir to the mantle. You also see the benefits here. Don't think that I didn't leave something for you. Hearing this, Ling Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at his master eagerly. This entire trial land is yours now. You can watch it and do it. Now you are richer than me. Hurry up and refine it. Kongming angrily threw a disc-shaped array to Ling Chen. As soon as he got it, Ling Chen immediately felt a powerful force oppression, and his palm was heavy and difficult to lift. I have disconnected from control. You drop a drop of blood and start refining. Kongming's fingertips shot out a golden light, which penetrated Ling Chen's mind, and then turned back to continue his fishing. Ling Chen touched his head, and the golden light was the method of array refining. He sat down cross-legged, put his right index finger in his mouth, bit the skin hard, and dripped a drop of blood on the array plate. The blood was instantly sucked by the array. The array plate vibrated violently. Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly, and his face was extremely solemn. He understood that once the refining was successful, it would be a major help on his cultivation path. He kept running the source chi close to the array, and whispered spells in his mouth. He also used 2 fingers to draw a mark on the array plate, and the blood formed a brand with the fingerprints. The vibration of the array gradually subsided. Ling Chen opened his eyes, stared at the array disc, and took it into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Origin Treasure, City of Space. Origin Treasure, born and die with heaven and earth. Ling Chen stood in astonishment. This? There are 9 layers in the array. You can only open the first layer now, and I have only opened the first 7 layers. I will leave treasures and spirit stones for you to cultivate on each floor. I have transformed this layer and it is suitable for cultivating geniuses. Remember, it's not a life and death crisis. Try not to expose that this place belongs to you. The place of trial is temporarily placed here, and with the array, you can go back at any time, and you can freely arrange for others to enter and exit. But only someone you absolutely trust can bring in here, understand? By the way, take this space ring, it will be helpful to you. Kongming casually threw a ring containing 10,000 cubic meters of space. Okay, go. Don't accompany me anymore, you old man. I'll teach you personally for a few months when you are bronze. Seeing that Ling Chen had finished refining, Kongming advised, Master, I'll leave first, and I'll come to see you next time. Ling Chen saluted, turned around and disappeared. Above the ladder, Ling Chen looked down at the people who were still climbing. With just a move of his mind, he could instantly reach any corner of the trial's ground. The little brothers stayed on the 100th floor, not bad, full of perseverance. Yi Kong is located on the 333rd floor, and his strength can be seen, and he is strong in S-level talents. Frost and Fairy Spirit are still stuck in more than 400 layers, and there is no movement, and their strength should be between SS and SSS. Xiao Zhao is also around 400 floors, and his performance is good. Ling Chen happily watched everyone climb. His heart was dark. Ha 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 ha. He was curious about how big the first floor was, which was larger than a province. Each year, those who enter the trials are teleported to the central zone. The marginal area is mostly dense forests and mountains, which are more dangerous and not suitable for newly awakened students. It is an excellent place for military training, Ling Chen thought to himself. Bronze. I don't know when it will be achieved. The master pointed out, presumably he could teach me a few heaven-level martial arts. Wouldn't he be invincible then? Ha ha ha. Ling Chen opened the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 6 stars, Experience 1/600. Abilities, God-level space ability, SS-level thunder ability, B-level fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the posture of the Emperor. Happy? Shopping mall. You still can't afford it, don't look at it. Skill, Flash, 10,000 swords return to the sect, Xianyuan sword. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, Seal. Xianyuan sword soul power, 88/10,000. Strange treasure, Origin treasure, City of Space. Number of legions, 11. Legion level, Commander and his vengeful guards. Call of Legion, not unlocked. Legion Commander, not opened. Deputy head of the group, not open. Legion skill, none. Clan attack bonus. bonus, 21%. Plan defense bonus, 1%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Plan recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, spirit peach times 1, Xianyuan sword, seal. The Xianyuan sword soul power was improved, presumably by killing the fire-eating rat. It seems that there will be more monsters to be slaughtered in the future, Ling Chen thought to himself. This trial is over. The majestic voice resounded in the place of trial. The figures dissipated one after another and were teleported back to their original place. And Ling Chen, as the controller of the trial land, can enter and exit freely at any time. After everyone was teleported, Ling Chen stretched out his hand to summon the array, drew a mysterious talisman with his left hand, and injected it into the array. The array shot out golden light and went straight to a clearing in the central area. A resplendent temple appeared. Ling Chen teleported into the temple, his heart full of anticipation and longing. Spirit stones were piled up like mountains, and one side of the hall was piled up with low-level spirit stones, like a hill. In the center of the hall was a long table with fine carvings, and various cultivation exercises were displayed on the table. In the center is a domineering exercise with a domineering name, Chaos God Killing Technique. Since it is here, and the name is so domineering, it is none other than you. Pick up. No, it's Chaos God Killing Technique. Ding, detected the exercise. Is it practice? Yo, so convenient, you don't need to bother to get started? Yes, learn. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the God level technique, Chaos God Killing Technique. Good guy, it's actually a God level technique. The exercises on the blue star are divided into 4 levels: heaven and earth, mysterious and yellow. Even the earth level exercises are extremely rare, and the heavenly steps are even rarer. The God level technique is much stronger than the heavenly step at first glance. Ling Chen used the space to pocket dozens of exercises, and put away all the spirit stones in the hall. The smallest spirit stones here are the size of eggs, and there are a full 100,000 of them. Get rich, get rich. Ling Chen was secretly happy in his heart. After packing up, Ling Chen decided to go back first. After all, disappearing for too long is easy to arouse suspicion. He teleported back to the awakening monument, but saw a crowd of people in front of him, and the people who entered came out almost at the same time and blocked in front of the awakening monument. After a while, Ling Chen walked to the bus of his school. Ling Chen, here, Yi Kong waved and shouted. Ling Chen walked over, and as soon as he arrived at his side, Xiao Tianyu sneered. Yo, Ling Chen, tell me what garbage ability you have awakened. Let's take a look. I have awakened a sea-level earth-type ability. Yi Kong smiled and put his arm on Ling Chen's shoulder, retorting, what do you say? Our brother Chen has awakened to the B-level fire system. Xiao Tianyu looked incredulous, and then sneered. Do you think I believe you? Ling Chen shook his head, and a flame was summoned from his right hand. Wow, Ling Chen really awakened the B-level fire system. I am only 4 stars, but I am F-grade, and his 3 stars are B-level. Want to regret it? Yi Kong called out. A strong wind wrapped around his arm. S-class. Yi Kong actually awakened his S-level ability. There are not many S-levels in our school. The students talked a lot. Xiao Tianyu looked at Ling Chen and Yi Kong in shock, knowing that he could only admit defeat. He reluctantly took out dozens of bank cards from his pocket, pulled out one and threw it to Ling Chen. The password is on the back. The trench is trenched. This is the real local tyrant. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Xiao Tianyu smiled awkwardly, got into the car silently and sat down. Ling Chen casually stuffed the card into his trouser pocket, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's tasteless. Ling Chen, what do you think? Your 100,000 yuan is worthless at all? Yi Kong asked with a smile. Ling Chen shook his head. If he told Yi Kong that he had 100,000 spirit stones, each spirit stone was worth at least hundreds of thousands, Yi Kong would probably break his thigh. After the crowd was gathered, the bus drove to the school, and Ling Chen and Yi Kong in the last row became the focus of the class. It is said that the two of them are the most awakened in the class. If Ling Chen knew the thoughts of his classmates, he would definitely refute it. Then Bing Frost and Xianlinger were the real hidden bosses. Soon back to school, in the classroom, teacher Yi Qing distributed the ability questionnaire in skill selection form. Each student can choose a skill from the school's supernatural martial arts library for free. Well, if it's a fire type, it's more appropriate to choose a close-up unarmed skill. That's it, yellow rank advanced fire palm. Ling Chen wrote down his abilities and the skills he wanted. A month later, a mock sprint will be held before the college entrance examination, and the top 20 will form a sprint class to prepare for the college entrance examination. Teacher Yi Qing stood on the podium and announced, tomorrow morning the skills will be distributed, and here you will be today, so don't worry your family when you go back. Okay. The students were excited. Yi Kong, go. Accompany me to the downtown auction house. The two came to the auction hall. What do you two want to buy? There will be an auction at 8 o'clock tonight. A beautiful maid stepped forward to ask. We are going to auction a few spirit stones. Ling Chen replied. The maid's eyes widened and she was stunned for a moment. Please wait a moment, I'll call the manager. The maid left in a hurry. Spirit stone. Ling Chen, you actually have a spirit stone. Yi Kong was shocked. I'll tell you later. Soon, a slightly fat man appeared. appeared, claiming to be the auction house manager Chen Duoduo. I heard that the two of you are going to auction the spirit stone? Ling Chen took out 3 spirit stones from his backpack and handed them to him. The luster and size are excellent. I directly received these 2.6 million. How about it? Chen Duoduo asked. The price exceeded Ling Chen's expectations, and he nodded in agreement. There is an auction at 8 o'clock tonight. Are you two interested? Is there a catalog of auction items? Yes. Chen Duoduo handed over the list and 2 invitations. Room number 1 is reserved for the 2 of you tonight. The deal ended and the 2 left the auction house. Ling Chen, I have something to do tonight, so I won't come. Yi Kong said. Got it, let's go back together. Back in the familiar small apartment, Ling Chen pushed the door open and entered, smiling all over his face. The door of his sister's room opened, and Ling Shi ran to hug him. It's okay, I'm back safely. Guess what, baby, I brought you? Ling Chen smirked. Ling Shi rolled his eyes, stretched out his right hand, and said nothing. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. Ling Chen was helpless. Took out the last spirit fruit and handed it to Ling Shi. This can increase your source power. He took out 10 more spirit stones. Take it and practice first. It's not enough, brother. Finally, he slapped the 100,000 bank card in her hand. Pocket money, spend it casually. Ling Shi was stunned. Brother, are you going to sell kidneys? Ouch, it hurts. Touch the pinched cheek. These are all obtained in the trial land. Ling Chen rolled his eyes at her. Do you want it? Don't give it back to me. Ling Shi immediately changed his face and smiled sweetly. Thank you, brother. How can I pay back the baby I gave you? Hee hee. Ling Chen gently touched his sister's head and said with a smile, brother is rich now, let's find time to buy a house, so that we don't have to crowd in this small apartment anymore. Brother, let's buy this room. I like it here. Ling Shi blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Chen expectantly. Okay, let's go find the landlord. Ling Chen held his sister's hand, and the brother and sister walked to the landlord's house laughing. Don, is Aunt Lin here? It's coming. Who's it? A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside the house. Soon, the door was opened. Huh? These are not the 2 boys of the Ling family. What's the matter? Come in quickly. Aunt Lin enthusiastically pulled the brother and sister into the house, pointed to the fruit on the coffee table and smiled. Eat whatever you want, you're welcome. For a long time, the landlord, Aunt Lin, has been very good to the Ling Chen brothers and sisters, never urging the payment of rent, and often taking the initiative to reduce or exempt, and sometimes sending some fruits and vegetables, and the brothers and sisters are grateful for this. Aunt Lin, that's right, I want to buy the house we rented. Do you think it's okay? Ling Chen peeled a piece of orange and held it in his mouth, and spoke. Oh, are you rich? Aunt Lin glanced at him in surprise. Well, after awakening yesterday, I gained a lot in the land of trials and sold some money. We must have a home of our own. Ling Chen replied. Okay, I bought your set for 200,000 yuan, and it's not big, so I'll sell it to you for 200,000 yuan, and the rent over the years is quite good. No, Aunt Lin, now that the house price has risen, I will pay 400,000 yuan. What do you think? Ling Chen wanted to repay Aunt Lin's care. Okay, it's up to you. Aunt Lin smiled with relief. The formalities were quickly completed, the money arrived, and the brother and sister excitedly took the contract home. Aunt Lin looked at their backs, her eyes slightly red, and murmured, okay, the young master has grown up. Watching his sister bounce home, Ling Chen smiled and shook his head, opened the door and walked into his new home. Wow, this is our new home, so beautiful. Ling Shi exclaimed. Ling Chen supported his forehead and looked helplessly at his sister. He ignored his sister's amazement, sat on the sofa in the living room, and took out the list of auction lots. Turning a few pages, there are all kinds of herbs and cultivation elixirs, as well as ores for refining weapons. Then there are finished weapons and armor, mostly bronze level, and only 1 silver level. After all, this is a weekly auction, and most of the participants are bronze level abilities, and the weapon loss is large. Turning to the last few pages, a bunch of strange things appeared, which could not be identified by the auction house, and were piled up in the warehouse to waste space, so they were taken out for auction. Most buyers are blind gamblers. Rich people win and earn money, and it doesn't matter if they lose and kill a few more monsters. Ling Chen was curious and used the system to identify it. Ding, the system can only identify the real thing. It is impossible to identify, so it seems that you will have to go to the auction site in person. Sister, brother is going to the auction tonight. Do you want to go? Wow, I haven't been to the auction yet. Okay, hee. Ling Shi said happily, I'm going to cook. After saying that, he ran into the kitchen happily, hummed a little song, and skillfully turned on his kitchen skills. Ling Chen leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and relaxed. Such a day was so comfortable. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Ling Chen was shaken awake. Brother, get up and eat. Ling Shi shouted while shaking him. Okay, don't shake it. Ling Chen opened his eyes, looked at the little girl who pouted, and couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his sinful hands and pinched Ling Shi's little face. Eat. I'll take you out to play after eating. Whatever you like at the auction, my brother will buy it for you. Oomph, that's right. Ling Shi pouted. After the brother and sister finished dinner warmly, Ling Chen cleaned up the dishes and walked into the kitchen to wash the dishes, with a clear division of labor. After washing his hands, he called Ling Shi to set off. Ling Shi especially changed into the beautiful clothes she was reluctant to wear on weekdays, petite and cute. I went out to call a car and soon arrived at the auction house. At the door, Ling Chen took out the invitation and handed it over. "Welcome, dear guest." A tall old servant respectfully bowed to the superpower. Ling Chen took Ling Shi's little hand and entered with the maid Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing is your maid tonight, please come with me." "It's done." They came to the number 1 box of the land. The box is luxurious, the expensive carpet is soft sofa, and the fruit plate and red wine are neatly arranged. One wall is floor-to-ceiling glass overlooking the auction table. "If you need anything, please ring the bell." Xiaoqing bent down to take his leave. "Wow, brother, this place is so big, there are many people down there." Ling Shi excitedly pointed to the audience. "Don't get excited, sit down obediently, and tell my brother if you like it." Ling Chen Guyu lay down. "Okay." Ling Shi sat down, her legs swinging non-stop. At 8 o'clock sharp, an old man took the stage and the hammer sounded. The first lot. Foundation building pill. Apprentice-level source chi cultivation pill. The starting price is 5,000, and each price increase must not be less than 100. The foundation building pill is very popular, cheap and suitable for giving away. Soon, a middle-aged man auctioned for 7,200 yuan. Next one, wind soul grass. Grass for forging the ascending spirit pill. Ling Chen stretched his waist and he was not very interested in the lot at the moment. Next item, Fengming pill. If you take it below the bronze level, you can be promoted to 1 star, and you have the opportunity to obtain the Phoenix inheritance, with a starting price of 100,000, and each price increase must not be less than 1,000. Ling Shi's eyes lit up. "Brother, I want this, but will it be too expensive?" Ling Chen looked at the list. Fengming Dan, unconditionally promoted to 1 level below the bronze level, and has the opportunity to obtain a trace of Phoenix energy. "I'll pay 200,000. Ling Chen's voice came out of the box. The scene was dumbfounded, and the people in the number 1 box were either rich or expensive, and most of them did not dare to offend the guests in the box. 250,000. The female voice in the neighboring box followed. 300,000. You, Someone in the box curled his lips, knowing that the market price of Fengming Dan was only 200,000 yuan, so he swallowed his anger. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 times, deal. The maid knocked on the door with the box. The maid handed Fengming Dan to Ling Chen, who paid the money. Then he handed the elixir to his expectant sister. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner, and soon it was time for the auction of the last silver-level equipment. Silverware bloodthirsty battle axe. The starting price is 1 million, and the price increase is not less than 10,000 yuan each time. 1 million and 1 million. 1 million and 2,000. 1 million and 100,000. Everyone in the hall competed to bid, and the atmosphere was extremely hot. However, soon the enthusiasm in the hall was interrupted by shouts in the box. 2 million. 3 million. In the end, the silver-level bloodthirsty battle axe was auctioned off by a middle-aged uncle in the local box for a high price of 12 million. Listening to his rough voice, he must have a strong physique, and this weapon is quite suitable for him. Ling Chen sighed. Sure enough, it is rich in martial arts and poor literature, and if you want to become a strong person, resources are absolutely indispensable. Immediately afterwards, it entered the gambling treasure auction session. Next lot. Unknown or inviolable. The specific role is unknown. The starting price is 100,000 yuan, and the price increase is not less than 1,000 each time. What kind of thing? We can't refine it. Isn't it scrap iron if we buy it? That's right. Everyone was talking. Ding, detected divine iron. Divine iron, the core product of the planet, which can refine the original treasure. What? The divine iron is actually produced by the core of the planet? And it is also the material for the Xianyuan sword to be promoted to the first layer of sealing? Ling Chen thought to himself, does the next seal have to be the whole planet? 100,000. A faint voice came from the Tianziho box. That's Master Shi's voice. I've had the honor of seeing him. That's right, it's Master Shi of the Blacksmith Guild. It seems that this piece of divine iron is not trivial, which has attracted the attention of the master. Ling Chen stood up excitedly, secretly calling out in his heart that the baby was coming. Ling Shi saw that his brother was excited and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is this?" "Good thing, I'll tell you later." Ling Chen responded in a low voice, preventing the wall from having ears, and quietly planned to make a fortune in a muffled voice. There was a lot of discussion in the auction house, and no one bid anymore. 100,000. Ling Chen calmly increased the price. 200,000. Obviously didn't expect anyone to dare to challenge. Sure how came to relax today, seeing this or curious and wanting to study, but he didn't expect someone to give face, so naturally he didn't care. 201,000. 1 million. Wow, this is the life of a local tyrant. Spend $1 million for an unknown stone. 101,000. 1.5 million. Sure how felt that Ling Chen was teasing himself, and he only added 10,000 each time. If Ling Chen knew that Sure how thought so, he would definitely cry out for injustice. He just wanted to save money. 1,501 million. Forget it, this is probably an auction house nursery. Sure how thought to himself, he was just curious, although he wanted wanted to buy it. He didn't want to spend money unjustly. The auction house inexplicably took the blame for Ling Chen. 1.51 million, 1.51 million twice, 1.513 times. Deal. I didn't expect to auction so smoothly. If the auction house knew that it had sold such a treasure for more than $1 million, I was afraid that I would cry and faint from the toilet. Next lot. I don't know the level of thunder martial arts. This technique is extremely difficult to get started, and there is no one who succeeds yet. The starting price is 100,000 yuan, and the price increase is not less than 1,000 each time. Thunder martial arts are exactly what Ling Chen wants. Compared to mysterious ores, this martial art is more popular, and the more difficult it is to practice, the higher the level. The scene was suddenly very active. 100,000 and 1,000. 100,000. 101,000. Brother, who did you learn from? 102,000. Yes, I'm 103,000. In the hall, the mysterious and yellow level abilities bid fiercely. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. The masters of the local box have made a move. All self-developed martial arts of Blue Star need to be registered with the Federation, and most of the unknown martial arts come from the ruins of animal chaos. Ling Chen pondered, sister, do you think I want to participate in the auction? Watching the price soar, he fell into deep thought. Wealth is not exposed. If you make your own move, don't outsiders know that wealth is not cheap? Strength is limited, and it is not appropriate to attract jealousy. Oh, Ling Shi looked at his brother in surprise, as if he understood his thoughts, and tilted his head and said, brother, I'm not afraid. Hearing his sister do this, Ling Chen smiled knowingly. Brother, how much money did you make by cutting your waist? It's just tens of billions. No, are you looking for a pinch? Ling Chen stretched out his sinful hand and pinched his sister's cheek. Ah, hurt. Ling Shi screamed. At this time, Ling Shi's arm touched the quotation switch, and a voice came out. Wow, this voice, I love it. So upright? Brother, something is wrong with you. 510,000. Sure how, the heavenly brand, also inexplicably added 10,000, and he didn't know whose bad he had learned. 20 million. Ling Chen increased the price by more than 10 million at one time, showing that he must gain confidence. Many bidders are deterred by the high price, and those who maliciously raise the price are afraid of Ling Chen's confidence. Why doesn't Ling Chen bid frugally? For more details, listen to the next breakdown. A minute ago, Ling Chen used the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the Heavenly Step Technique, Secret Technique, 3 turns Thunder God Technique. 3-turn Thunder God Technique. Use thunder as a guide to exercise the body. The first layer, use electricity as a guide. The second layer, use thunder as a guide. The third layer, use thunder tribulation as a guide. Heavenly Step Body Refinement Secret Technique. The market price of a Xuanjia advanced technique is hundreds of millions, and the earth-level exercises are a family inheritance, and there are few takeaways. Secret art is a rare treasure with increasing value. Fortunately, Ling Chen had enough spirit stones in his hand, and no one saw through the martial arts grade. He did not hesitate and directly increased the price by 10 million. A small goal. The guests of room 1 exclaimed and quoted a shocking price. Ling Chen's pupil shrank. Could it be that the other party also saw through it? If so, the competition will be fierce. Don't worry, he can't see the true grade of this exercise yet. An old voice sounded in his mind. Who? Ling Chen was nervous. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ling Shi was anxious. Why, you forgot the master's voice so quickly? Master? Why did you come out and still speak in my head? I left a trace of divine thought to protect you. Master, if someone is against me, will you take action? My divine thought will dissipate once I make a move, and I will not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death. Well, Master can't be a bodyguard, but it's a lot of peace of mind for the time being. Master, how do you know that person doesn't understand this technique? It is not easy to identify the Heavenly Step Technique. The bidder practiced the Shen level low-level thunder forging body method, and only when he sensed that this technique was stronger would he make a decisive move. In that case, 150 million. Ling Chen decisively increased the price, and he would definitely make a lot of money if he bought it. I'm fine. I gently touched Ling Shi's head, her voice gentle and firm. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. The price increase paused for a long time, as if everyone in the box was hesitating. 35 million. After some consideration, the customer of Tianzi room number 1 finally gave up bidding. 35 million, once. 35 million, twice. 35 million, 3 times. Deal. Is this the world of rich people? I really don't understand. Then what is our previous 1,000 and 1,000? Deal. Thinking that I had bought the Heavenly Order Body Refinement Martial Arts at the price of the Xuanjia Martial Arts, I couldn't help but get excited. He took out 500 spirit stones from the space and put them into the ring. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Come in, I responded. The person who pushed the door in was the manager who had entertained me before. This is your auction martial art. Is it a card swipe? Xian Duo said with a smile, his face full of elbows. He didn't expect that the exercises that no one had learned would be auctioned at such a high price. I have to thank this wronged head little brother, but I really can't say who is the wrong boss. If he knew, he would probably cry out in anger. Can I pay with spirit stones? Oh, Oh, of course. For people with special abilities, spirit stones are a valuable and rare resource, and money is not easy to earn. Shen Duo glanced at me curiously. How can there be so many spirit stones at such a young age? This is worth hundreds of millions. I took out 300 spirit stones slightly larger than before from the prepared storage ring and handed them to him. Shen Duo excitedly took the spirit stone and silently valued it. Soon, he said to me excitedly, the price of the spirit stone here is about 380 million. Do you want to return this excess to you? No need, help me exchange it for money, I said lightly. Good guy, he is so indifferent to the spirit stone. This must be a child from a big family, Shen Duo thought to himself. He thought in his heart that he would hug the young man's thighs tightly, and it would definitely be good in the future, and the little 99 in his heart would be exposed. Okay, master. After saying that, he transferred the balance of 30 million to me, then bowed to me and slowly exited the box. Walking out of the box, Shen Duo breathed a sigh of relief with a happy smile on his face and walked towards the office. The auction was still lively, and all parties had something to gain. The subsequent lots did not interest me anymore. Of course, it was the eye of the system. After the auction, seeing my sister still smiling, I couldn't help but support my forehead and sighed in my heart that this child was really big-hearted. Brother, are we in danger? It's okay, there's a brother here. I touched Ling Shi's head. Put on the black robe I prepared for you and put it in the ring. Master's voice sounded in my mind. I took out 2 black robes from the ring, handed one to my sister, and put one on myself. Our brother and sister walked out of the box together, and the people in the box next door were already standing in the corridor outside the door waiting. Finally, the door of room number 1 opened. 2 boys and girls dressed in black robes and hats covered their faces walked out. After walking out the door, we walked towards the gate. The middle-aged man in room number 1 said to the guard next to him, "Go follow them and find out where they came from." Walking out of the auction house, I was not in a hurry to take a taxi. I knew someone must be following me. He took his sister to the shopping mall next to him and blended in with the crowd. The stalker behind him is not simple. With our breath, follow closely. Go to the corner where there are many people in front. Master's voice came again. I walked around the corner and suddenly felt a mysterious force enveloping my sister and me. Quickly put away the black robe, and we calmly blended into the crowd. After walking around the pedestrian street next to the mall for a while, and after confirming that no one was following me, I took my sister to take a taxi home. When he got home, Ling Shi asked curiously, "Brother, what is that stone? That exercise is so expensive. Do you know what grade it is?" "Brother, how many spirit stones did you get in the trial land?" Faced with my sister's cannonball-like problems, I rubbed my temples, sat on the sofa, and drank my excitement. "That stone is called divine iron, and it is very rare. The weapons refined from it far exceed the tools of saints, and they are very useful to me." Ha! Ling Shi looked at me blankly. "Isn't the saint's weapon top-notch? How can there be a more powerful weapon than it?" "This martial art is called 3 ranks Thunder God technique. It is a heavenly martial art, and its value is immeasurable. This time I made a lot of money. Ha! Heavenly steps." Xiao Sisi was still shocked. "Also, brother, I haven't obtained many spirit stones, about 100,000. "Wow, a lot of spirit stones. When you run out of spirit stones, find my brother to get them. It's inconvenient for you to put too much there." Looking at Ling Shi's shock, I was very satisfied, but I still said calmly on the surface, "When you awaken your abilities, brother will give you a good thing." Okay. Ling Shi smiled so hard that her eyes curled into a small crescent. "Go wash up and go back to your room to practice. Remember to eat the spirit peach I left for you." After chatting, the brother and sister went back to their rooms to start tonight's practice. I went back to my room, washed up briefly, and sat cross-legged on the bed. "Brother, oh, this newly changed exercise hasn't tried the effect yet." His hands were sealed, his eyes were slightly closed, and he ran the Chaos God killing technique. A powerful vortex of source energy formed above my head. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth continued to converge towards my community, attracting the attention of bigwigs from all sides. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man stared in my direction and muttered to himself, "This is another person who has been promoted to platinum, but I don't know if it's friend or foe. Come on, what did the city lord order? Prepare a generous gift and go to the east of the city to see who has been promoted." "Yes, sir." The guard stepped back and did as ordered. On the other side, in a villa in a group of rich villas, a man in black looked towards the east of the city. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the air, "Find out who that person is, don't let him affect our plans." In the shadows, a figure appeared out of thin air, kneeling on one knee, "Obey," then disappeared into the darkness. And I was immersed in cultivation, and I didn't expect that my exercises would cause such a big movement. The cultivation progress was amazingly fast, and the speed of refining the source chi of heaven and earth was more than 100 times faster than before. This is a god-level technique. It is really awesome. After a long time, I finished my practice. Good guy, this speed is too fast. If it weren't for the fear of unstable foundation, I would probably be able to practice non-stop for a month. I stopped the exercises, and the vision of the source chi of heaven and earth disappeared. The apprentice is 7 stars. It seems that in the college entrance examination in 3 months, there is complete hope for him to reach the goal of bronze level. Just as I took out the 3 turns Thunder God technique and was about to study it carefully, a voice wrapped in source energy suddenly came from my ears. Zhenjie, the guard of the city lord's mansion, came to meet the seniors under the order of the city lord. Please move to the rooftop to talk. Don't worry, master's voice sounded in his head. When he came, I had closed all around and hid your breath, and he didn't know what's going on in the room at all. You can go and see what they really wanted. I breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little relieved. Put on a black robe, walked to the window, jumped gently, and jumped continuously with the help of the friction of the wall, and soon jumped onto the rooftop. Disturb the cultivation of the seniors. I hope the seniors Haihan. I don't know if I dare to ask the seniors' names? Zhang Jie clenched his fists and saluted, bowing respectfully to me. Nameless people are not worth worrying about. I responded lightly. Hey, the voice of this senior is so young, and I can't feel the breath on his body. The other party's strength is obviously stronger than mine. Zhang Jie took out an exquisite box from the space ring in his hand. This is a small gift from my city lord to the seniors, and I hope the seniors will smile and accept it. This is to win you over to work for him. Master's voice whispered in his head. The city lord is kind, I understand it. The gift is free. Please inform the city lord on my behalf. I have always been free and carefree, but if there is trouble in Tianan City, I will not stand by. Junior retires. After Zhang Jie finished speaking, he turned around and jumped onto the rooftop not far away, and disappeared into sight after a few leaps. How does the city lord know about me? I wondered in my heart. It's not you yet. The horsepower is at full capacity, and the maximum intensity of the chaos god killing technique is running, causing turmoil in the source of heaven and earth, and being mistaken for a strong person to be promoted. Master answered. Ah, I scratched my head. Jumping up, I quickly returned to the room. Retook out the interrupted 3 ranks of Thunder God technique. Ding, I detected the secret method of heavenly order refinement. Is it practice? Hesitate? Of course, without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the 3 ranks Thunder God technique. Learned is learned, but what is the difference between this body refining Thunder God technique and the ordinary body refining method? The first layer needs to use electricity to penetrate the whole body and open up the 12 meridians in the body. If there is no thunder ability, it is not easy to cultivate. With one hand, several arcs quickly jumped in the palm of my hand, wrapping around my arm. Run the Thunder God technique to guide the arc to impact along the first meridian on the technique. Ah, why does it hurt so much? Aren't I not afraid of thunder and lightning? I gritted my teeth and endured the severe pain. Your meridians are blocked, and the exercises are helping you unblock them. Just endure it. Master comforted. Dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, the blue veins on his neck were exposed, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the pain was fully revealed. 10 minutes later, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first arc energy was exhausted, and the first meridian was only 1/5 of the way cleared. It seems that this road is still very long. The road is long, and I will search up and down. After adjusting the movement for 5 minutes, the arc is summoned again, gritted its teeth to open up the meridians, and repeatedly cycled. After a long time, the sky was white with fish belly, and I opened my eyes. Finally, after a whole night of struggle, I opened up the 12 meridians of the first layer. God knows how much pain he has experienced, and his face is full of fatigue, but the hard work pays off. Feel the changes in my body, and the internal forging makes me stronger and firmer than before. Under the thin body, I don't know how much amazing power is contained. I picked up my collar and smelled it. A strong smell of sweat filled my nose. I quickly rushed into the toilet to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the room slowly. Brother, you get up. Breakfast is ready. Lingxi saw me coming out and said happily. So happy? It seems that you have made a lot of progress last night. That's the brother. Guess how many stars I've had. He. This silly girl, you probably can't imagine it. Brother, I am systematic. View. Lingxi, apprentice 8 stars, 700/800. Loyalty, 100. Acceptable. Oh, this little girl not only rose 1 star in one night but was about to rush to 9 stars, which was really good. I guess? How can I guess? Is it 1 star or 2 stars? Brother. Ha, I'm not joking with you. Okay sister, brother knows that you are already 8 stars. It seems that you have been practicing all night and have worked hard. I rubbed her head hard. Oh, okay, eat quickly. Breakfast was simple, a glass of milk and a slice of bread, which were quickly eliminated by our brother and sister. Let's go to school. I packed my things and walked side by side to school with my sister. My sister is in her 2nd year of high school, and I am in my 3rd year of high school, both in the same school. I have always been at the bottom of the grade, and Ling Shi is the first in the grade. At first, there were always people who wondered if we were brothers and sisters. But when those people were beaten by Ling Shi, no one dared to ask anymore. Soon, we came to school, walked to the fork in the grade, waved goodbye to each other, and the brothers and sisters ran to the class. As soon as I walked to the door of the classroom, before I entered the room, I heard the voice of the class praising Yikong. Yikong, you are awesome, S-level martial arts. You must take us classmates with you in in the future. Brother Kong is amazing. TSK, our Yi Xiao is about to float. I teased and walked into the classroom. Ha, Ling Chen, you're here. Yi Kong came over and put his arm on my shoulder. I heard everyone praising you when I first came, isn't it good? Hey, Yi Kong smiled. The class bell rang, and teacher Yi Qing walked into the classroom. Class, stand up. Hello students. Hello teacher. Okay, today I brought you the martial arts that everyone chose yesterday. These are rubbing plates. School rules prohibit private transactions. Please abide by the rules after distribution and hand in the rubbing plates after learning. Got it. The students were immediately excited. For most people, this will be the first skill in life. It may also be the last skill they can get for free. Seeing the flickering anticipation in the eyes of the students below, teacher Yi Qing reported his names one by one. Yi Kong and Xian Linger, condensation cream and Lingchen. The last one, Wu Li. After the exercises were distributed, teacher Yi Qing arranged for each of them to practice and asked her at any time if she had any questions. The moment I got the exercises, the sound of the system rang in my ears. Ding, detected the yellow level martial arts. Are you learning? Martial arts are divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heavenly level, king level, and god level. Most of the schools are yellow steps. Learning, of course, learning makes me happy. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the fire palm. I learned it so quickly. If I return the martial arts to teacher Yi Qing now, I'm afraid that her chin will fall to the ground. Ha, of course, I wasn't stupid enough to expose myself. Back to his seat, he opened fire palm. Spreading the fire palm on the table, Lingchen closed his eyes slightly and kept practicing moves in his hands, as if he was immersed in the learning of martial arts. In fact, these actions were just muscle memory, and Ling Chen's mind had already sunk into the dantian. After a night of results, Ling Chen's meridians have been opened. Now you only need to constantly operate according to the exercises with the source chi, and you can continue to improve your physique until you reach the limit of the first turn. Good stuff. Try it first. Ling Chen guided a ray of source chi from the dantian and ran according to the route of the exercise. But soon Ling Chen found that the vitality was constantly consuming when it was running, as if it had stayed halfway. Before a meridian was finished, this wisp of source chi was exhausted. Try again. Ling Chen guided the same amount of source energy as before to continue to operate, and found that there was not less source energy at the beginning. But when the source chi ran to the end before, the source chi began to be consumed again. Soon the source energy was consumed again, and Ling Chen also understood the principle. It is equivalent to using source chi to continuously integrate into the 12 meridians, continuously strengthen, and finally achieve refining from the inside out. In that case, then, go on. When Ling Chen was immersed in body refining. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. Oh, are you saying that there are a brother and sister living there, or two abandoned children? The middle-aged man said. That's right, my lord. Through the federal household registration, it is true. Zhang Jia replied. Come in. Is there anything special about these two children? Back to my lord. The brother and sister, the elder brother is in his third year of high school, has always been at the bottom, only at the level of 3 stars of apprenticeship, but yesterday he awakened to a B-level fire ability. My sister is a sophomore in high school, and she has always been in the top few grades, and the last time she registered with the school was 3 months ago, and she was an apprentice with 6 stars. Oh, so, it's very likely that that person is this sister's master, the man muttered. Obviously, the middle-aged man wanted to go the wrong way, and Ling Chen didn't know all this. After a morning of hard work, Ling Chen finally completed the first operation of the source energy. When he completed the first day, Ling Chen clearly felt that there was a heat energy slowly blending into the depths of his body, as if he was getting stronger all the time. I've become stronger. I'm really a little genius. How can I become stronger? Suddenly Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He picked up the fire palm and walked towards the podium. Teacher, I'll give this back to you. I've learned it. Ling Chen returned fire palm to teacher Yi Qing. You learned? So fast? Teacher Yi Qing glanced at Ling Chen in surprise. His eyes were full of differences, but he was not too shocked, because 3 had already turned in before. Teacher, I want to take a few days off. Oh, what are you going to do on leave? The city lord saw that my bones were strange, and yesterday he said he would teach me for a few days. Ling Chen's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he silently thought in his heart, the city lord will rely on you this time. Oh, you, city lord? This time teacher Yi Qing was really surprised and looked at Ling Chen curiously. Yes, Uncle Zhang Jie is still waiting for me outside. Ling Chen continued. At this time, teacher Yi Qing believed it a little, because he knew the city lord, and the city lord was surrounded by guards, and ordinary people didn't know his name at all. Okay, the fake note is approved for you. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Ling Chen slipped out of the classroom with a whoosh. Why did Ling Chen take leave? Because his strength has improved now, but his mastery of supernatural abilities and combat skills are almost 0. Therefore, Ling Chen had just made an important decision. He wanted to go out hunting, hone his fighting skills, digest the changes in his body by the way, and master the first layer of the 3 turns flow thunder god technique. After leaving the school gate, Ling Chen went straight home. I left a note for my sister, telling me that I was going out for for a few days and didn't have to worry. He left a few more spirit stones for his sister to practice, adjusted his outfit, covered with a black mask, wore a sweatshirt with a black hat, and put the hat on his head. Leaving the apartment, Ling Chen walked in the direction of the Hunters Guild. He had no experience now, and it was safer to follow a squad out of the city. And the B-level fire system could not attract particularly strong teams, so Ling Chen decided to use his Thunder-type ability. The guild hall that came to the Hunters was crowded with squads browsing various quests in the hall. There were also many teams chatting about something in the rest area on the side. Ling Chen walked to the counter. Let the reception staff at the counter ask, "Hello, how to apply to join the team? Is this your first time here? First, you need to register an identity in the guild, and then I will send you the list of recruiting squads, followed by contact information. You can apply by yourself." Okay, how to register? Please fill out a form. Ling Chen filled out the form in a hurry. Of course, the name he left was not Ling Chen, but Ji Chen, which was a lucky name at first glance. This is the team that lacks people. Here you go. North Wind Squad, Captain Feng Xiao, early silver level. Tiger Squad, Captain Fat Tiger, early silver level. Dawn Squad, Captain Xiao Tianxing, late silver level. This Dawn Squad is not bad, so it's decided that it's you. Click on the Dawn Squad details. Dawn Squad, Silver Squad, Captain Xiao Tianxing. Group members, 5 people. Recruitment requirements, silver level combat power, main offensive player, unlimited abilities. For registration, please add the network number, Limingxi Adui. It seems to be not bad, but I am not strong enough and I have no experience, so I don't know if I will accept me, which is a problem. Ling Chen launched a voice invitation towards the Heavenly King of the Dawn Squad, and soon, someone on the other side connected. This is the Dawn Squad. What is the matter? Hello, I'm here to interview and join the team. Oh, what level are you? Apprentice 7 stars. Are you playing with me? Can't see the recruitment silver level. No, I want to try. I am an SS level lightning ability. Ling Chen said he didn't know if he could do it. Oh, then wait, I'll ask the captain. It seems that there is a play. On the other side, Lingling, who was in charge of recruitment, ran upstairs and knocked on the door of Captain Xiao Tianxing. Captain. With a crunch, the door opened and a heroic middle-aged man dressed in white came out, with a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose and clear and deep eyes. He raised his almost perfect hand and held his glasses. What's wrong? The captain is so handsome. There is a young genius who wants to join our team. His strength is not enough to be only apprentice, but he is an SS Thunder ability. Lingling quickly finished explaining. Oh, Xiao Tianxing touched his chin. You tell him to come to us for an interview, and by the way, inform the strong little Huang Xiaoya and the others. Oh, okay. Lingling took out her mobile phone and sent a voice invitation to Ling Chen. Hello, we hope you can come to our squad base for an interview. I don't know when you will have time to come over. On this side, Ling Chen replied, yes, I can come over now. Then I'll send you the address. See you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chen soon received a message. Building 101 of Xinqing Green Garden. Boy, villa area in the center of the city. This Dawn Squad is really rich. Casually stopped a car. Ling Chen sat on it. Master, go to the new city Green Garden. Oh, the driver glanced at Ling Chen in surprise. Okay, it's done. An hour and a half later, we finally arrived at our destination. After paying the fare, Ling Chen walked to the gate of Xinqing Green Garden. The entire new city Green Garden is completely fenced off, so if you want to enter, you can only enter through the gate. If you want to climb over the wall, no problem. The entire Xinqing Green Garden is either rich or expensive. You are not afraid of death. Who is it? Seeing a stranger like Ling Chen approaching, the security guard at the door stopped him. Oh, hello. I'm here for an interview. Dawn Squad from Building 101. Let me see. Oh yes, go in. Go straight to the last building on the right. Okay, thank you. Ling Chen politely thanked the security guard. I came to the door of Villa 101, which is a villa covering an area of about 1,000 square meters, of which the yard occupies half. The villa has 3 floors, and when you enter the gate of the other courtyard, there is a path paved with cobblestones, and the path is lined with rows of stone benches, which are lined with bonsai of flowers and trees of different shapes, which is pleasing to the eye. At the end of the path, there is the gate of the villa. At this time, a petite and delicate little girl was waiting at the door. With a lowly face, a pair of ponytails, and a pair of big shining eyes, lowly is undoubtedly a lowly. Are you here for an interview? Seeing Ling Chen coming, the girl's slightly immature voice came. Yes, little sister, do you know how to get in? Ling Chen said to the little lowly with a smile, and then stretched out his right hand to touch the little lowly's head. Who is the little sister? I'm an adult. You are the little brother. Little lowly roared, slapping off Ling Chen's claws of sin. She was obviously already very big, but she was still treated as a child. Ling Chen smacked his lips, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for not touching the little lowly's head. Sorry, I don't know. Hello, where is the interview? Wait. Humph, the little lowly turned around and jumped into the villa. This is not a little girl. Ling Chen complained silently in his heart. After a while, the little lowly walked out with 4 people. The person who came to the head was heroic and dashing, and his eyes were deep. On the left, a heroic beautiful girl with short hair is wearing a tight leather jacket wrapped around her body, looking sexy and seductive. The two on the right side both have strong physiques, well-developed muscles, and their bodies are as tall as a wall, as if they are a pair of twins. The squad members are assembled. Boy, this is our Captain Xiao Tianqing Boss Xiao. This is the Deputy Captain Xiaoya Sister Xiao. These two are Sher Jingtian and Sher Polii. And the cutest me, Princess Lingling. Little lowly Lingling is introduced. In the lower Yichen, if you want to join the Dawn Squad, I don't know what conditions you need to meet. Your talent? Thunder and thunder. Several dark clouds floated in the sky, among which thunder and lightning were dense, and Ling Chen summoned several thunder arcs of the thickness of vines to surround himself. Heaven and earth vision, this sense of oppression, is indeed an SS level talent. Okay, we will take you away, but there is one condition. What conditions? Ling Chen asked. It was related to whether he could join the team. It's not something difficult to complete, that is, you have to reach the bronze level of strength before I can agree to you go out of the city with us to hunt. Before that, you can cultivate yourself. No, I can do it now, Ling Chen said confidently. Okay, confident enough. I will cultivate to the bronze level in the finale. Use your strongest martial arts to attack. If you repel me half a step, even if you pass the level, Xiao Tianqing said lightly. Ling Chen stood upright, his right hand pulled the arc upwards, and with the help of the momentum of his body that he had just exercised, he punched Xiao Tianqing. Ling Chen also wanted to know how strong this blow that condensed his full strength was. When Ling Chen rushed towards Xiao Tianqing's pupils suddenly shrank. This power? Xiao Tianqing's right hand became a fist, and he punched forward, just in time to confront Ling Chen who was coming forward. With a bang, Ling Chen flew out backwards. He fell heavily on the lawn next to him, and Xiao Tianqing also took 3 steps back. Okay, good, you passed. After that, go on a mission with us. After saying that, Xiao Tianqing took out an elixir from the ring and handed it to Ling Chen. This is for healing, for you. Ling Chen took the pill and ate it in one bite, and soon a warm current spread throughout his body. His whole body was warm, and the previous pain was greatly relieved. Captain, when do we have a mission? Ling Chen asked. Just call me Brother Qiao. We'll leave tomorrow. Take a good rest today. There are still empty rooms on the 3rd floor. You can choose one yourself. After Captain Xiao finished speaking to Ling Chen, he walked into the villa. Several team members around him warmly greeted Ling Chen a few times, and then took Ling Chen into the villa. As soon as you enter the villa, you will see a floor made of black marble, bright tiles like mirrors, gorgeous crystal hanging diamond, chandeliers, glass pure black fragrant wood tables, imported designer cushion chairs, and exquisite carved bookcases in the living room. It was almost indescribable to Ling Chen. Follow me, little Lori Lingling said, and after saying that, she took the lead up the circular staircase on the side and walked up. Ling Chen followed, looking around curiously as he walked. Coming to the 3rd floor, Lingling pointed to the 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. This and this room. No one lives in these 3. You can choose one as your residence. Usually no one goes in. You won't come in at night? That's boring. Ling Chen smiled. Ah, what are you thinking? I'll leave first. Remember to gather downstairs at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lingling bounced downstairs. Looking at Lingling's back, Ling Chen smiled and shook his head, showing a kind smile. Choosing the room closest to the stairs, Ling Chen pushed the door and walked in. It's quite clean. Ling Chen's first impression after entering the room was clean. No one has ever lived there, almost spotless. But now it's different with me, and I'm really not used to it if I don't mess up. And everything is available. It can be said that the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs. Of course, Ling Chen did not choose to lie flat and rest directly. Tomorrow is going out of the city, and Ling Chen's current strength is still not enough. Climbing onto the bed, Ling Chen sat cross-legged, running the exercises, and controlling the absorption of the exercises within a certain range. A steady stream of source energy was attracted by Ling Chen, and through transformation, it became the source force in Ling Chen's body. Nothing happened all night. After a night of hard practice, Ling Chen clearly felt that the source power in his body had increased greatly. But there is still a bit of a distance from promotion. Check out yourself. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 7 stars, 369/700 EXP. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the appearance of the Great Emperor, good mood. Technique, Chaos God killing technique, God level. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords return to the sect, Xianyuan sword, 3 ranks of thunder god technique, secret method, fire palm. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 88/10,000. Shopping mall, unlocked soon, please wait. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal, divine iron times 30. There is still progress. The 3 conditions for the promotion of the Xianyuan sword have been completed, and the next step is to see the situation of killing monsters and beast cores. Take your time and don't worry. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After the college entrance examination is over, I will slowly complete this task of 10,000 kills. First time out of town, I hope everything goes well. Ling Chen walked downstairs along the stairs, and the members of the Dawn Squad were already ready. Let's go, let's go. Glancing at Ling Chen, Team Xiao said lightly, and walked towards the garage in the backyard together. There were 2 cars parked in the garage Mirage, a Land Rover and a Wrangler, both of which were very popular with people with special abilities outside the city. You three drive that one. Team Chow pointed to the Land Rover Ling Chen and the Sure family twins and said. Soon, Ling Chen came to the Hunters Union again. Coming to the large task screen in the hall, after careful selection, Team Chow selected a bronze-level advanced mission and 3 silver-level junior missions. The entire Dawn squad, the Captain Xiao Tianqing is Silver Senior, the Deputy Team Xiaoya is Silver Intermediate, and the remaining 3 are Silver Junior. Usually, the Dawn squad does silver-level intermediate tasks, considering that it is necessary to bring a newcomer Ling Chen with them, so the first mission is safety-oriented. Task 1, Picking Task. Mission difficulty, Bronze level, Advanced. Mission content, pick hydrangeas. Mission reward, 800,000. Task 2, Beast Core Mission. Mission difficulty, Silver level Beginner. Mission content, obtain any silver level Earth-type Beast Core. Mission reward, depends on the value of the Beast Core. Task 3, Beast Core Mission. Mission difficulty, Silver level Beginner. Mission content, obtain any silver level Fire Beast Core. Mission reward, depends on the value of the Beast Core. These mission locations are also related together, and there are Fire-type monsters guarding them near Qinjiangwa. Are you ready? Team Chow asked. Always ready. Ling Chen replied. What kind of thing? Wu Lian looked at Ling Chen with a serious face blankly and left him alone. Facing the first time he had crossed over to go out of the city and collide with the monsters in the wild, Ling Chen was still a little nervous. As for the monsters in the trial land, they are just domestic monsters that don't have much wildness and attack power. Let's go. The group got into the car and headed towards the East Gate. After leaving the East Gate, walk another 30 kilometers to reach the destination, not very far, but also pay attention to safety. As soon as he left the city, Ling Chen found that the eyes of the 2 brothers of the Sure family suddenly became sharp. The muscles on his body were also tense, not as relaxed as before. This is a good habit that the Dawn team has always developed. Always be vigilant after going out of the city. Tiger fights rabbit, but also go all out. Ling Chen looked around from the car with curious eyes. This was the first time he had seen the wilderness in this world. There are no high-rise buildings, no broken walls, only a wild world. Is it like this everywhere? Ling Chen couldn't help but ask. Of course not. It has been countless times of monster beasts attacking the city here, which has led to this place becoming like this. Shi Jingtian's rough voice came. We must completely subdue the monsters so that they will never dare to invade our city again. Shi Jinglei's naive voice was paired with this domineering speech, spicy eyes. Yes, after all, Ling Chen thought to himself. After half an hour of driving, we finally drove out of the wilderness area. The convoy stopped in front of a steel city. Everyone got out of the car, and Ling Chen also came down. Let's go. The captain swiped his identity card and quickly walked out of 2 soldier-like people and saluted the Dawn squad. The captain and Shi Jingtian threw the car keys to the soldiers, and the team gathered together. Next is the forest. You can't drive. We are on foot. All kinds of crises in the forest that you can't think of can happen at any time. Be careful. Of course, this was what Team Chow said to the newcomer Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded and raised a hand. Don't worry, I will definitely be the first to run in case of danger. Today we will simply hunt on the edge and let Yi Chen try his hand. Go back to this supply station at night. Go pick the hydrangea tomorrow. Okay, Captain. Okay, Brother Chow. Okay, Big Chow. Oh no, Big Brother Chow. After saying that, the Dawn squad prepared for a moment, and after making a slight adjustment, they headed towards the forest. The group didn't walk long when a rustling sound suddenly came from the trees beside them. Something is approaching. Team Chow and the others sensed it for a while and then relaxed, but they still did not relax their vigilance. At this time, Ling Chen was vigilantly looking in the direction of the rustling sound, looked around, and jumped directly onto a big tree with a whoosh. Hey, are you so afraid of death? Ling Ling curled her lips and said contemptuously. What are you talking about? I'm a strategy. Do you understand? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Ling Chen responded indifferently. The next moment, a wolf with gray hair revealed its figure. Moon-chasing wolf, apprentice level 7 stars. Attribute, wind. Skill, none. What kind of thing? Where did the 1,000 moon-chasing wolves come from? After confirming that there were no other monsters around, Ling Chen immediately jumped down from the tree. I dare to harass your father and me single-handedly. Ling Chen summoned an arc with his right hand and rushed towards the moon-chasing wolf with a punch. No, Yi Chen. Before Ling Ling could say anything, she was pulled by Team Xiao. It's okay, let him know that he knows the reckless end. Xiao Tianqing shook his head. With a call, the moon-chasing wolf rushed towards Ling Chen. Today's Ling Chen, only the strength class is 7 stars. In addition, the SS level abilities he is currently using and the exercises he has cultivated make him have a thicker source power and his own 3rd rank Thunder God technique. Not to mention the invincible existence and the 7 stars of the apprentice. 1 person and 1 wolf collided together. The moon-chasing wolf flew out. Ling Chen punched the moon-chasing wolf away and broke the bones in the moon-chasing wolf's body. The moon-chaser rolled twice on the ground, splashed some dust, and then stopped. The moon-chasing wolf lay on the ground ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and trembled slightly. Ling Chen walked forward, wanting to give the moon-chasing wolf an end. At this moment, the moon-chasing wolf's eyes froze, and his two claws were placed on his chest. Ling Chen's steps froze. "What's wrong? I'm afraid I won't be able to insult you." As if adjusting his state, the moon-chasing wolf raised his head. "Woo woo woo," roared out Wolf Shang's last voice, and the wolf's head fell. Ling Chen looked at the wolf with respect. What a good wolf, chic enough and ambitious. This is Ling Ling stepping forward and patting Ling Chen's arm. "You are Kong Kong around first? What's wrong?" Ling Chen raised his head. "Good guy." Dense eyes popped out of the forest. "All wolves, countless wolves." At this time, Ling Chen understood what the system uncle's evaluation meant. "You are unreasonable." Ling Chen pointed to the dead moon-chasing wolf and scolded angrily. Everyone raised their foreheads. "You killed the wolves, and you blamed the wolves for calling them wolves." Ling Chen turned around with an aggrieved expression, and everyone quickly stepped back, saying that it was none of their business, and their own affairs would be solved by themselves. "Hey, okay, I can't hide it from you. My master has a showdown. With all due respect, all the wolves here are brothers in my eyes." Ling Chen roared at the wolves. Although he couldn't understand what Ling Chen was saying, the wolves still surrounded Ling Chen tightly. At this time, a wolf that was stronger than all wolves and had a curved moon-shaped mark on its hair came out of the pack. Moon-chasing Wolf King, bronze 2 stars. Attribute, wind. Skill, wolf boiling. Wolf boiling increases 10% of all attributes of your own kind within 10 meters around you. Evaluation, I have heard that there are 20,000 cemeteries in the east of the city. Do the hosts need to buy one for you in advance? I'm going. 2 bronze stars. The last time I faced the first bronze star, Ling Chen relied on his space ability to safely obtain the treasure and escape. This time in front of so many people, it must not be used. It seems that you have to use all your strength. Give it a try. Just hone your skill proficiency. The Wolf King shouted, and a group of moon-chasing wolves pounced on him. The first moon-chasing wolf pounced in front of him. Ling Chen saw it, directly bent his hand slightly, and summoned a thunderous arc around his body. One punch flew away a moon-chasing wolf, and another punch was thrown. With a few enemies, single damage is definitely not good. I have to put my AoE ultimate move beautifully. Ling Chen used his fist to prevent the wolves from getting closer, while waiting for the wolves to approach. Feeling that the surrounding wolves were almost gathered near him, Ling Chen directly released his ultimate move. 100,000 volts. Pika Pika. Do it again if you make a mistake. Thunder. Several arcs fell around Ling Chen and slashed at the wolves. Suddenly, blood overflowed, and the moon-chasing wolf who was closer to Ling Chen was split with a broken arm and leg, and the one who was far away was also electrocuted and lay on the ground. Whoa, the Wolf King roared again. The moon-chasing wolf, which could still move, slowly dispersed backwards and gave up killing Ling Chen. Don't go. Haven't I had enough experience? Ling Chen was anxious and wanted to leave the wolves behind. The Wolf King stood up, rubbed his right foot on the ground, and rushed towards Ling Chen, with a hint of arrogance in his humane eyes. Although Ling Chen's tricks just now were very handsome and strong, in the eyes of the Wolf King, Ling Chen was still an apprentice-level ant, and Ling Chen, who had just released his ultimate move, was not in as good condition as he imagined at this time. Ling Chen gasped and dodged to the side, able to avoid the Wolf King's pounce. Not good. Yi Chen's current state is no longer good. Captain, let's take action. Ling Ling said anxiously to the captain. Xiao Tianqing hesitated. At this time, Ling Chen could not break through his limits, so the meaning of this time was gone. But if you don't save it, in case Ling Chen is defeated, this is a young man with SS-level talent. As long as he doesn't fall, he will definitely become a strong man in the future. In the future, it may become the biggest combat force of the Dawn Squad. Team Xiao did not expect that Ling Chen would indeed become the biggest combat force of the Dawn Squad in the future, but the captain also became Ling Chen. Just as Team Xiao was about to order everyone to do it, Ling Chen took out a spirit stone from his backpack. Ling Chen's operation technique devoured the source power in the spirit stone. This scene not only made Team Xiao and the others stagnant, but also made the Wolf King confused. It could sense that Ling Chen's originally weakened momentum suddenly became domineering, and the Xiao team and others behind, using spirit stones to supplement the source power. What is the point of having a mine at home? The price of spirit stones is expensive, although everyone can afford them, but spirit stones are priceless in Tianan City. Who would put such a good resource on hold? And now there is one in front of him who does not use the spirit stone to cultivate well and restore the source power. This is not what there is a mine. They felt the power of poverty. I originally thought that Ling Chen was a civilian genius who wanted to go out of the city to hunt and earn resources, but now it seems that he is a young master who came to the wild to practice. Ling Chen didn't know that at this time, in the eyes of everyone, he was a young master with a mine at home. If Ling Chen knew, he would definitely refute. Obviously I have a mine myself. What does it have to do with my family? Old man Kong Ming? Whoa, the Wolf King reacted. It was not stupid. Roan Ling Chen recovered his source power steadily, rushed towards Ling Chen, faster than before. Recovering a little source power, Ling Chen felt that it was almost over, took back the spirit stone, activated the third-rank Thunder God technique, and hammered it with a punch. Everyone didn't expect that Ling Chen would swell to use his strength. Of course, everyone was wrong. Just when a wolf was about to collide, side. Ling Chen slashed under the Wolf King's head with a sliding shovel. Then he raised his hand and hit the Pegasus meteor fist, hitting the Wolf King's waist, the most vulnerable part of the wolf's body. The Wolf King screamed, a mouthful of old blood spat out of his mouth, and flew back. Lying on the ground, panting, the wolf's body trembled slightly, and there was no movement after a while. He's dead. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Ling Chen would defeat the enemy in one move, and it was very clever, thinking that both sides would fight hard. Ji Chao, don't be alarmed. Ling Chen smiled and took out the Shen Yuan sword, inserted a sword into the head of the moon-chasing Wolf King, and took out the beast core. Shen Yuan sword, I'm TM. When everyone saw Ling Chen's sword, they only felt that this sword was slightly mysterious and very extraordinary. And Xiaoya shrank her pupils. This sword? It seems to be a sacred artifact of the main family that has been passed down from the ancestors. It is rumored that the sacred artifact of the master's family is the supreme holy artifact. For a long time, the martial arts on the Blue Star have not been developed, and it was only because of the monster riot 40 years ago that people's attention to supernatural martial arts was attracted. What is not even recorded in the history books is that in ancient times, Blue Star was a planet where martial arts flourished. At that time, the Shen Yuan family was the strongest family on the Blue Star, dominating the major families on the Blue Star for hundreds of millions of years. Later, the strength of warriors was no longer limited to the Blue Star. More and more Blue Star warriors have walked out of the Blue Star and developed countless planets to claim for themselves. Because the Shen Yuan family has always been limited to Blue Star, the warrior family that finally went out developed and united to overthrow the Shen Yuan family, and the Shen Yuan family was almost exterminated, which made Blue Star's martial arts decline and collapse in one fell swoop. Later, it developed into what it is now. The source of heaven and earth recovered, and the monsters were crisscrossed. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the trial land, the Blue Star would have completely become a monster planet. The people around them were still shocked by Ling Chen's performance and Shen Yuan's sword's extraordinary, not knowing that Xiaoya's heart beside them had already turned upside down. She has always thought that the history on the ancestral teachings is fake, but she didn't expect that there was really a Shen Yuan sword. Ancestral teachings. The Xiao family has been the master of the Shen Yuan sword for generations. Should I follow the ancestral teachings and serve the descendants of Shen Yuan as the master? Xiaoya hesitated. Let's see if he is qualified to let me be his master. After taking out the animal core, he used a sword to peel off the Wolf King's claws and wolf skin, which could be sold at a good price. Although Ling Chen is now a small rich man with a lot of money, who would think that there is too much money? During the groping, there was a hint of bulging in the Wolf King's stomach. Oh, what is it? The left hand held the wolf's body, and the right hand gently cut the Shen Yuan sword from top to bottom in the belly. A parchment scroll-like thing came into view, covered in viscous liquid. What is this? Just when Ling Chen wanted to use his sword to peel off the parchment roll, the Shen Yuan sword disappeared into Ling Chen's hand with a whoosh. Good guy, almost. How can you put such an owner on the stall? Black question mark face? This Shen Yuan sword, how dare you disobey? Forget it, let it go. Team Chao, come and see, what is this? Ling Chen shouted. The Dawn Squad and others approached and saw this parchment roll that made people unable to eat. Open it quickly, maybe it's a treasure map? Lingling said excitedly. Lingling looked at Ling Chen excitedly. Team Chao touched his chin and was silent, as if thinking about something, while Xiaoya covered her nose with one hand and turned her head over. The Sher brothers raised their hands and shook them, taking a step back. Okay, I have to do all the dirty work. Hard-working baby. If there is a treasure, I want to take the lead. Ling Chen said aggrievedly. Open it quickly, don't ink. Looking around, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Good thing. With a whoosh, Ling Chen appeared under a big tree, bent down, and picked up a dead branch on the ground. A lifesaver is here. Returned to the parchment roll, poked it with a branch, and spread it out. I saw a few big characters written on the parchment scroll. Zhu family should be prosperous. Zhuli City Lord. It feels so familiar. This? Is it the will of God? Is Zhuli the Lord of Destiny City? Team Chao touched his chin and thought. So it should be. No way. Zhuli's dead fat man can also be favored by God as a city lord? Lingling exclaimed in confusion. What's the situation? Ling Chen turned his head to look at everyone. Why didn't everyone seem to have any doubts? This is not the Xiao Wu and Xiao Chen who learned it. Oh, by the way, there are no them on the Blue Star. This Zhuli seems to have something too. Let's pretend we didn't see this. Let's keep going. Team Chao waved his hand, and a strong wind cut the parchment roll into pieces. Everyone agreed with the captain's opinion. Zhuli's reputation in Tianan City is not very good, so of course Team Chao and others don't like such news to spread. In case Zhuli becomes the lord of the city, it will be the civilians who will suffer in the end. Ling Chen was holding a branch and drawing small circles on the side. He was thinking about how he could tell the captain that feudal superstition was not trustworthy. Team Chao and the others did not wait for him and continued to walk forward. Oh, wait for me. Ling Chen stood up helplessly and trotted along. In the next time, Ling Chen was still the one who took action, and everyone was eating melons and watching the play on the side. Don't say it. The watermelon Lingling bought this time is so sweet. That's that. I went to several fruit stores to buy it. Okay. Ling Chen gasped, dodged the two flame tigers left and right, waved his already sore right arm, and raised his right fist to smash towards the flame tiger. A punch hit the face of the flaming tiger. The tiger's head was slightly tilted, and the tiger's eyes widened slightly. Roar roared at Ling Chen, and the flame tiger opened its mouth, wanting to bite Ling Chen to death in one bite. Lingling, where did you get this iced sour plum soup? It tastes amazing. Ah, that must be done by myself. I have learned it for a long time. Ling Chen crawled past the crowd, followed by a few monkeys. I really didn't mean to steal your monkey wine. I thought it was water, and I only took a sip. How could the monkeys understand what he was talking about? They only knew that Ling Chen had secretly drunk the monkey wine they had worked so hard to brew for many years. The sin is unforgivable. Why did Ling Chen run so fast? Take a look at the system and you're done. Gibbon monkey, bronze star, attribute, wood, skill, stealing monkey claw hand. Note, if you don't want to be insured in the evening, then run quickly. God's TM, this group of monkey skills turned out to be stealing peaches. If you don't pay attention, your reputation will be ruined. Soon, Ling Chen and a group of monkeys disappeared from everyone's sight. Team Xiao, don't we have to keep up? It's okay, he came out to practice. His family must have a means to save his life. Let him endure hardships. Let's just go over slowly. After saying that, everyone was leisurely drinking iced sour plum soup while chatting, and slowly walked in the direction of Ling Chen's disappearance. Ah, why didn't anyone take care of me? Ling Chen, who was tired from running, was resting and panting under a tree. Seeing the monkey behind him approaching, he hurriedly pulled out his legs and ran away. As for that, it's not that your ancestral grave was dug up. If the gibbon could hear Ling Chen's heart, he would definitely say, as for, let's take this bite. I don't know how long I ran. Ling Chen suddenly found that there seemed to be no way out in front of him. No, he ran to a dead end? This is a cliff. I have to say that Ling Chen's luck is good. The only dead end nearby was caught up by him. God is jealous of talents. Is it possible that my two lives are innocent today, and I am about to lose my old age? Ling Chen sighed deeply, looking at the bottomless abyss. He couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Hey, a vine came into Ling Chen's eyes, as if there was still a glimmer of life. Ling Chen climbed down the vine, feeling that he had fallen about the distance, so he used the vine to circle his arm twice, one foot on the protruding rock, and the other foot on the cliff, close to the cliff. On this side, the long-armed monkeys were late. Looking at the road ahead, the monkeys scratched the back of their heads, looked around, and did not see Ling Chen downwards, and were confused for a while. Although monkeys are the smartest species, they still don't have much thinking ability. The leader raised his head and sniffed. Yes, the man's breath was cut off from here. It shouldn't be. How could humans fly? After a long time without success, the leading monkey brother let out a long howl and took the lead in running back. At this time, Ling Chen below was facing multiple blows. Good guy, his right leg was already numb, and he couldn't stomp his feet on this cliff, and his right palm had already been cut out of a red mark. Hearing that there was no movement above, Ling Chen slowly adjusted his state, ready to climb up again with the help of vines. The plan is perfect, and the reality is cruel. As soon as Ling Chen exerted force, the vine broke off and took Ling Chen down. Vine, I did my best. CNNNND. Ah, pieing. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came. Yes, it was Ling Chen. Unexpectedly, there was a protruding platform in the middle of the cliff, and next to it was a cave, and I didn't know what was dark inside. Oh, I'm going. Ling Chen covered his chest with one hand and his head with the other. If he hadn't just practiced the first rank of the third rank Thunder God technique, he would have fallen half to death. Ling Chen's current state is extremely poor. His internal organs are a little misaligned, his face is pale, and blood is overflowing from the corners of his mouth. The top priority is to heal the wound. But soon Ling Chen found that he couldn't use the source force, and now his meridians couldn't withstand the impact of the source force. Don't worry, now your self-recovery ability has been greatly enhanced, and your body will slowly recover on its own. The voice of the old man Kongming came. Master, you don't help me. How long will it take to recover? As short as 3 or 5 days, as long as half a month. What the hell? The daylilies are cold in half a month. This can only be done for the time being. Ling Chen secretly vowed that he must carry all kinds of healing medicines with him when he goes out in the future. Otherwise he will not be able to heal his wounds if he gets lost in the treatment in the team like now. After calming down, Ling Chen had time to observe his surroundings. Below was the bottomless abyss, and above was the top of the cliff submerged in clouds and mist. It's unscientific. Obviously it doesn't feel like it has fallen for long. Why can't you see the top of the mountain? You fell into the formation. As if he heard Ling Chen's heart, the old man's voice came. Ah, what formation? I didn't expect that there was such a profound formation here, and in the heyday of the division, I am afraid I don't dare to say whether I can break the formation. Master, didn't you say that you are invincible in Blue Star? Ahem, don't care about these details. The old man's inscrutable image is nothing. Then master, how should I get out? Ahem, I thought of some urgent things that I hadn't done, so I went to work first. After saying that, there was no movement. This unreliable master is not good at it. Glancing behind him, Ling Chen realized that there was actually a cave behind him. I understand this plot. For Ling Chen, who had read countless online articles on the earth in his previous life, he couldn't help but why? Needless to say, there must be the inheritance of a certain martial arts master, and then there was an old man with a soul body who took me as an apprentice and has since reached the pinnacle of life. Old man Kong Ming? Am I forgotten? Suppressing his impatience, Ling Chen quietly waited for the recovery of his own state, and he couldn't climb in. That's too cold, although there may not be anyone inside. On the other side, several hours have passed since Ling Chen was chased and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was anxiously looking for Ling Chen. Captain, it's all your fault for saying you wanna hone him, but now it's okay, and the person is gone. Team Chow couldn't help but smile bitterly, and he didn't expect that Ling Chen, a road idiot, could run so well. Let's look for it again. Before the sun sets, we must rush back to the supply base. Don't say it, he's ready to fight monsters. There will always be this day, this is his life. Team Chow had a hint of regret in his sense. What a good seedling. But if Team Chow knew that Ling Chen was still a space department, not to mention anything else, he would have to find Ling Chen even if he fought his life. Yi Chen. Ling Chen was slowly moving his body at this time, supporting the ground with both hands, and his upper body slowly stood up. The right leg slowly bent until the sole of the right foot touched the ground, and then propped up the ground, driving the left foot up together, and Ling Chen stood up. The first step towards the cave was okay, and it was okay, and it was able to hold on. This is a small step for Ling Chen, but a big step for the world. Slowly moving his steps towards the cave and limping, walking to the door, seeing the dark appearance in the cave, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment and walked in. The narrow road in the cave came into view. Ling Chen walked slowly inward, walking about 20 or 30 meters in the dimly lit hole, and a glimmer of light appeared in front of him. Sure enough, there is a grotto heaven, and thinking about his own guess, Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little excited. Master, why didn't I see you so excited? The light was getting closer and closer, and when Ling Chen approached, the cave suddenly became empty. It is an empty open-air cave with a mouth on top that reveals a ray of light shining down, directly shining on the pool water in the hole. This is a natural pool the size of a basketball court. A trace of cool air came out of the pool water. Ling Chen couldn't help but shiver, so cold. Walking towards the pool, looking at the faint pool water. So what are you waiting for? Use the system to check. Extreme cold spiritual spring. The ultimate ice is an extremely cold place, and it is bred by absorbing the essence of the stars and moon. Looking at this pool of spiritual springs, Ling Chen's hala flowed out. Not only can you have ice abilities, but you can also sell the rest for a small amount of money dollar. So the question is, how to collect it? This spiritual spring is the ultimate ice, and it is difficult for ordinary things to contain it in it. Just as Ling Chen was rummaging through the storage ring to see if there was anything in his space that could hold the spiritual spring, a crisp and pleasant voice came. Ding! The current situation of the host is detected, and the system is accelerated to upgrade 2.0. Ding! The mall is officially opened, giving away 1,000 points, and automatically purchasing a jade bottle for the host. Ding! Purchase successful, system balance, 0. Nanny, something. Jade clean bottle, infinite space, can accommodate hundreds of rivers, water and fire are inviolable. You named it timely rain system. Quickly took out the jade bottle, held the bottom of the bottle with one hand towards Ling Quan, and held the mouth of the bottle with the other, and the pool water surged upwards, turning into a column of water and merging into the jade bottle. Seeing that not a single drop of the spiritual spring was poured into the bottle, Ling Chen's heart blossomed. He made a lot of money. Hey, what is that? At the bottom of the deep pool that has bottomed out, there is a small stone platform with a round stone egg on it. It can be placed in such a cold spring water without damage, and it is not an ordinary thing. Use the system to view. Ding! The distance is too far. The system can't see clearly. You can't see clearly. You have long eyes. The system is big. Ding! If the host is detected to be disrespectful to the system, 200 points will be deducted. Current balance, minus 200. You deducted casually. Anyway, I don't know what the use of points is. But Ling Chen was still curious about what this stone egg was. Taking a step, Ling Chen slowly walked into the pool, even though the spring water had been absorbed, but the bottom of the pool still exuded a hint of coldness. The heart is cool, and the heart is flying. Walking in front of Sherdan, of course Ling Chen would not be stupid enough to touch it with his hands. Use the system to view. Ding! A dragon egg was detected. There are still signs of life. There are no expiration dates. Please ask the host whether it is fried or boiled. Grass, a plant. The system has changed. You are not the quiet beautiful man, or the 1.0 system is cute. This is a dragon egg. It is too violent to boil it in raw frying water. I think it is more cost-effective to hatch a small dragon and then eat braised dragon meat, Ling Chen thought secretly. The storage ring can't put live animals. It seems that it can only be placed in my space. Ling Chen rolled up his sleeves, his legs were slightly bent, and his hands were under the dragon egg. One effort. Hey, guess what? Didn't lift it. What's going on? It doesn't look big. How can it be so heavy? Ling Chen observed around the dragon egg and suddenly found that there was a thin layer of ice between the bottom of the dragon egg and the stone platform, which tightly connected the two. What a big deal it would be for me. Ling Chen mobilized a trace of source energy that had just been restored, summoned a ball of flame, and threw it under the dragon egg. Fortunately, I have a fire system, otherwise I don't know what to do. Under the heat of the flames, the thin ice gradually melted. Hey, where does the smell of baked eggs come from? It smells quite good. Dragon egg, what do you say? You bad guy. After the ice melted, Ling Chen took it into the space, and it was beautiful. By the way, I haven't seen what happened to the mall function just opened. Open the mall, and the left row displays exercises, skills, talents, weapons, elixirs, etc. On the right are a variety of products in each category. Exercises. Heaven and Earth Chaos Technique, Supreme Price, 1 trillion points. Chaos God Killing Technique, God Level Price, 10 billion. Tactics, Yellow Rank Advanced Price, 100 points. The top exercises are so expensive, and the exercises I practice are indeed God level, worth 10 billion. The system is big. How to earn points. How to get points. 1. Kill monsters, 10 points for an apprentice level monster, 100 points for a bronze level monster, 1000 points for silver level monsters, and so on. Note, Legion members hunt to get 10% points. 2. Item recycling, any useful item can be recycled, and the recovery points depend on the value of the item. Note, consider the dragon egg 10 billion points. 3. Achievement and task rewards, the system will issue point reward tasks from time to time, and reward points will be awarded according to the host's completion level. The system is huge. What is the recycling price of my current Chaos God Killing Technique? 1 billion points. Do you eat the rebate like this? 10 times the price difference, the fool will exchange it with you. After taking the dragon egg, Ling Chen was in the mood to observe the surroundings, and found no dry bones, nor did he find any old grandfather's ring with a soul body. Hey, it seems that I am not the main character. An old man who was fishing sneezed. Strange, I can get a cold even with such a great body? Ling Chen sat on the ground in disappointment, and suddenly Ling Chen bounced 3 feet high, and there was a sharp thing on his buttocks. Could it be a ring? Ling Chen looked down excitedly, and a stone as smooth as jade came into view. I can go to you. Pick up the stone, Ling Chen, and throw it towards a wall. But strangely, there was no sound of a stone hitting the wall, and the stone did not bounce back, but disappeared on the wall. There was a strangeness. Ling Chen walked towards the wall. Coming to the wall, Ling Chen casually picked up a stone and threw it towards the wall. Good guy, the stone sank into the wall. I didn't expect that there was a cave behind this stone wall. Grandpa, I'm here. Ling Chen stepped into the wall, and there was a trace of waves on the wall, but it quickly returned to its original state. Ling Chen, who entered the stone wall, saw a high platform in front of him, and a beam of light shone on the high platform from above and below, surrounded by a pitch black. Grandpa, are you there? You can't get over this hurdle, right? Is there anyone? If there is any, reply to me. If not, I will leave first. Ling Chen shook his head in disappointment, turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly there were bursts of noise behind me, the sound of the wind, and the sound of heavy objects rubbing against the wall. Ling Chen was stunned in place, listening to this movement. I am afraid that there is a behemoth behind it. A sound of a creature breathing and panting came, and Ling Chen broke out in a cold sweat and slowly turned his head. No, 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 no way. Ling Chen stayed motionless, staring at the creature in front of him, and the creature in front of him kept looking at him, and the airflow of breathing from time to time hit Ling Chen's face. Is this dreaming? Is this thing still alive? That's right, this creature is. Dragon. A living dragon. A golden dragon. Its body is slender, its body surface is scaly like a snake, its horns are like deer, its ears are like cows, it has 2 whiskers like shrimp in its mouth, and it also has large and convex round eyes, and it also has claws that look like eagles, tiger-like paws, fish fins on its back, and a bead in its mouth. Yes, there were many legends about dragons on Earth in the previous life, but Ling Chen never took it seriously. Unexpectedly, when I came to Blue Star, I saw a living dragon. Ling Chen was shocked in place, staring blankly at Brother Long. Brother Long also kept looking at Ling Chen, feeling that he had seen through Ling Chen. For a long time, after all, Ling Chen couldn't stand the loneliness. Here you go. Brother Shenlong, can you take a photo? Hey, where is my mobile phone? You can't drop the chain at such a critical time. No way. Ling Chen took out a bunch of mobile phone residue from his butt pocket, and the copycat mobile phone I bought for 200 was gone. Ling Chen held his mobile phone sadly. My little money. It's been 3 million years, and I'm finally waiting for you. The majestic voice of the divine dragon came. Can you talk? Do you know me? Ling Chen looked at Shenlong with a confused expression. Ling Chen, I have kept that dragon egg for you for 3 million years, and in the future, you have to treat it well, it will become your most loyal partner. Long Mu stared at Ling Chen and said, the younger generation will. Although I couldn't understand what it was saying, I agreed, and it was over. Take out the dragon egg, I'll help you hatch it. Otherwise when you hatch it, I don't know what year or month it will be. Do you look down on people? Ling Chen thought in his heart, but his body was still very honest. Take out the stone egg and put it in front of the dragon. Looking at the dragon egg, the dragon pondered silently for a few seconds, spit out the spirit bead in his mouth, and the spirit bead floated above the stone egg. A trace of energy overflowed from the spirit bead and slowly fell around the stone egg, and the stone egg trembled a little, as if very happy, greedily absorbing the approaching energy. A trace of energy escaped, and Ling Chen felt it. What a pure energy. If you want to, you can also absorb it with luck. The energy of the dragon balls is very gentle, and and your current meridians are enough to support it. As if he could see what Ling Chen was thinking in his heart, the voice of the divine dragon came into Ling Chen's ears. Then we're welcome. Without saying much, Ling Chen immediately sat up, operated the exercises, and absorbed the energy flowing out of the spirit beads into the meridians. Ling Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that this energy was not only within the tolerance range of the meridians, but was slowly repairing the damaged meridians. I didn't expect it to heal. I don't know how long it took. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Apprentice 8 stars. Not only did he advance, but his injuries in his body were completely healed. Raising his head, Ling Chen found that Sherdan was still absorbing energy. Brother Long, it can't be that I absorbed and delayed the hatching of dragon eggs, right? Do you think too highly of you now? Shenlong teased. You just practiced for a few minutes. You wait. Sooner or later it will be my turn to say that about you. In this way, Ling Chen continued to sit down and practice for half an hour, and finally Sherdan had a movement. Stopping the absorption of energy, the stone egg trembled slightly. Shenlong took back the spirit beads, and Ling Chen wailed, Brother Long, I almost have to upgrade again, let me suck some more, just a little. Shenlong blared at Ling Chen, who hid in the corner aggrievely and drew circles. The stone egg cracked a crack, and a fat dragon stretched out, and then the little claw of the fat dun stretched out, and when he grabbed it, he broke off the eggshell, put it in his mouth and bit it. Young hero, good teeth. Ling Chen clenched his fists and couldn't help but sigh. The eggshell was quickly destroyed. The whole body of the little dragon was exposed, which was a golden, fat creature like a ball. Just this thing? Is it a dragon? Ling Chen looked at the dragon with suspicious eyes. Ahem, I've been soaking for a long time, and I'm a little swollen. The faucet left off. You bully my 3-year-old child. For the millions of years of the dragon, I am afraid that I am not a 3-year-old child yet. The case is solved. Baba the little dragon stretched out its chubby paws and pounced on Ling Chen. Don't come here. With a pop, Ling Chen was pressed under him by the little dragon. He was really too fat. How can I take this out? Other people's monster partners are handsome. Do I have to rely on cuteness? Pulling away the little dragon on his body, Ling Chen quickly stood up and took a few steps back. Seeing that the little dragon was about to pounce on him again, he quickly stretched out a hand against the little dragon's head. The little dragon waved his hand, kicking his feet but couldn't touch Ling Chen. It's just to bully you for being short-handed. How can you take me? Senior, how can I take this out in the future? You can sign a contract, and then you can summon him into your space. Okay senior, how to sign? The divine dragon spat out the spirit bead again, and the spirit bead shot out 2 rays of light, extracting a drop of essence and blood from Ling Chen and Xiaolong, forming 2 special symbols, and shooting back into the body of 1 person and 1 dragon. Ding, get a super god-level divine pet, a fat dragon. Suddenly, 1 person and 1 dragon developed a sense of closeness to each other, and the 2 were able to connect with each other. Baba, a childish voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind, and the 2 could already communicate without speaking. I'm not your father, call me boss. Okay, Baba. From now on, you will be called Xiaolong. Okay, Baba. You call me a fart. Ling Chen pinched Xiaolong's chubby face, call me boss. Woo woo, boss you bully the dragon. Senior, Brother Long, can this thing be refunded? Ha, Shenlong groaned softly. Ahem, I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Ling Chen smirked. By the way, Brother Long, what is the formation here for? Why are you always here, just waiting for me? Ling Chen asked curiously. After all, he still had to go out. When you are strong enough, you will know. It's useless to tell you now. When you just do it by the way, you want to become stronger as soon as possible, and the future of Blue Star depends on you. The last time I heard you say this, it was last time. When you become extraordinary, come here again, remember to bring Xiaolong over. Just go back the same way, and I will open the opening of the formation for you. After saying this, Shenlong twisted his body, circled upwards and disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. So handsome. Looking at Brother Long's disappearing back, he looked down at the fat little dragon. Let's admit it. Let's go. Ling Chen took the lead and walked out, and Xiaolong hurriedly followed. The story of 1 person, 1 dragon begins here. Little dragon. What's wrong, boss? I'll introduce you to a fun place. Yes, I'll send you there right away. Take back the pet space. Ah, what a wonderful world. Returning the same way out of the cave, Ling Chen exhaled. This time it's really a blessing in disguise. Ling Chen looked up and couldn't see the top. I don't know if the source energy in my body can support me to flash up. Hey, master, are you done? Hearing the master's cough, Ling Chen hurriedly asked. Ahem, wasn't this blocked just now? Is there anything good in it? Then you can't do it, master. Do you remember how you blew it with me? The old man of Kongming snorted. I met the dragon and got a little dragon partner. Oh, summon me to see. Then forget it. Next time there will be a chance. After saying that, Ling Chen flashed upwards, and whenever the flash ended, he immediately continued to flash before gravity reacted. A faint film of light appeared in Ling Chen's eyes, thinking that this was the boundary of the formation. This formation, along with the space, was also blocked. Just when Ling Chen was hesitating about what to do, a small opening appeared for 1 person to pass through. Without saying a word, Ling Chen flashed out of the mouth. When Ling Chen went out, the mouth of the light film slowly closed. closed and he fell into calm again. Ling Chen stayed on top of a raised rock, and looking down, it still looked like a bottomless abyss below. I think it's the blindfold function of the formation. Turning around, Ling Chen continued to go up. Finally, when the source power in Ling Chen's body was about to run out, Ling Chen finally saw the top of the cliff. Yi Chen. The voices of the Dawn Squad came, and Ling Chen quickly grabbed the previous spines and absorbed them on the stone wall. I'm here. Ling Chen's voice came up from the bottom of the cliff. Captain, it seems that there is a voice over there. Go over and take a look. Everyone came to the edge of the cliff. Here, below. Ling Chen's voice came again. Everyone looked at it. Yo, isn't this a gecko? Ling Chen, who was close to the stone wall, did not move. Okay, pull him up. The Sher brothers stepped forward, half lying on the edge of the cliff, and reached down to grab the root of Tang Man. Slowly pulled Ling Chen up. Ling Chen pretended to be scared for a while. It's okay, Yi Chen. Ling Ling asked with concern. It's okay. The group of monkeys chased me to the edge of the cliff, but fortunately I hid under the cliff wittily. But I've been lying down for too long, and my feet are numb. Everyone couldn't help but support their foreheads. You know how hard we worked to find you, and the suicide note helped you think about it. Everyone was not suspicious. After all, Ling Chen seemed to be a big-hearted person who dared to hide on the cliff. Since Yi Chen is fine, let's stop here today. I'll do the task tomorrow. Team Xiao spoke. Okay, Captain. Yi Chen, you have made great progress today. Keep up the good work. Ling Chen nodded. Isn't it, people who have almost died once? The group returned the same way and did not encounter any trouble along the way. The few monsters that occasionally passed by were easily solved by Team Xiao, and today's training of Ling Chen was over, so there was no need to waste time on the road. Because today was mainly to hone Ling Chen, they did not go deep into the forest, and soon Ling Chen and his party returned to the base. Team Xiao went up to the gate of the base and identified his identity through face, fingerprint and palm print recognition. After waiting for a while, the door of the base slowly opened and two soldiers came out. After inquiring about the Skynet information of the members of the Dawn Squad, he led everyone to the inside of the base. Is it so troublesome to enter the door? Ling Chen whispered to Ling Ling on the side. Yes, I heard that monsters have cultivated to a certain extent and can transform, and several bases have been mixed in by monsters and have fallen from the inside. Since then, every time I enter this supply base, I need to do identity verification. Then the monster beast is exactly the same as a human. Can you do something shameful together? Ba. Ling Ling's little face was slightly red. Ahem, just kidding. I'm definitely not thinking about Vixen or anything. Ling Ling rolled her eyes. Too lazy to talk to you. After passing through a narrow special passage, we finally entered the base. What came into view was the hall on the first floor of the base, and there were various tasks on the screen of the hall, both private and military-issued tasks. It is also a place where many hunters trade with each other, and there are rows of small shops. There are major weapons, special retail outlets of the pill group, and many stalls set up by squads, which are full of all kinds of herbs and the fur of all kinds of monsters, animal pills, etc. Stepping into the hall on the first floor, it was like entering a market, and all kinds of shouts continued. Take a look, the best snow-capped mountain fox velvet. Brother, let me tell you, my knife is a family heirloom, and my hair is broken. The freshly baked chi training pill, the best choice for bronze, don't miss it when you pass by. Why is this style different from what I thought? Ling Chen smacked his lips. If you need anything, you can go and see it yourself, and let Ling Ling take you to the place where we live first to identify the way. After saying that, Team Xiao and the others dispersed, leaving Ling Ling and Ling Chen with big eyes and small eyes. Oomph, come with me. Ling Ling walked forward with her short legs. Aha, it's still a little tsundere. Ling Chen silently teased in his heart. After walking through a short section of prosperous street stalls, I came to the stairs, and on the 30-meter wide staircase, there were scattered teams coming and going. This base has a total of 7 floors. You also saw the first floor, which is everyone's trading area and tabat area. The second floor is an arena. You can sign up for a battle competition between teams. The third layer is mainly pet eggs, the trading of monster beasts and spirit pets. The fourth floor is a place to eat. You can go and see it when you want to eat. The fifth and sixth floors are residential areas, and we live on the 5th floor. The 7th floor is a place for some high-level discussions, which is usually not open to the public. Okay, understood. Ling Chen rested his hands on the back of his head and responded casually. Just now, the system actually sent him a prompt. Ling Chen now just wants to quickly recognize the way and go down to pan for gold. Whoever makes me have a system is willful. Ding, detected the god-level treasure, Star Ascension Stone. After walking several floors, Ling Ling's voice finally came. It's here. Our team is Suite 5201. There are 8 rooms in it, and there is no one in the 4 rooms of 2478. You can choose one. You still need to choose. It must be 8. After all, small money is the most important. Lucky. After choosing a room, Ling Chen rushed out with a whoosh. I'll go to the first floor for a stroll. Let's go first. Ling Chen disappeared from Ling Ling's sight, and Ling Chen's voice slowly came. This guy. Ling Ling pouted. Ling Chen hurriedly ran downstairs. After all, the treasure had not yet arrived, and it could be traded out at any time. When he came to the first floor, Ling Chen stepped footsteps slowed down, and the excited expression on his face instantly converged. Pretending to be careless, he walked forward slowly, looking left and right, as if he was interested in everything. Ling Chen, who looked like a pure white, coupled with his immature face, instantly entered the eyes of many old profiteers. Passing by a squat retail store, a slightly bloated middle-aged man came up and greeted Ling Chen. "Little brother, it's a bit strange, is it your first time here? What do you want to buy? Let me tell you, I have everything here. Let's take a look." "Oh, I'll just take a look. When you go out, how can you not bring a few more self-defense items? You see my golden silk soft armor, invulnerable, can withstand the attack of silver-level powerhouses, especially suitable for you now." "Oh, let me see." Ling Chen looked at the armor in the man's hand, and when he said this, it seemed that he did have shortcomings in armor and the like. Use the system to view. Ding, bronze-level armor detected, golden rattan armor. What a profiteer. If you don't know how to do it, you really think you can block the silver level when you buy it back? Wouldn't it be cool? Big brother, does your golden silk soft armor have a warranty period? Ha, this little brother, what is the warranty period? It's just that I bought it back. The thing is damaged. You can have a free warranty. The price, it doesn't matter if it's expensive. The middle-aged man is also a business wizard, and when he heard Ling Chen's words, he immediately felt that there was a play in this method. "Thank you, little brother, for your guidance. This soft armor is given to the little brother." The middle-aged man handed the golden silk soft armor to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, casually put the soft armor into the ring and walked away. He didn't expect that in the future, this middle-aged man would become the #1 arms dealer in China by relying on the warranty. Look here, look there, and finally Ling Chen came to his destination, the stall where the Star Rising Stone was located. Oh, looking at the dozens of pieces of ore on the stall owner's table, Ling Chen fell into deep thought. "Little brother, do you want to buy a mine?" Although he saw that Ling Chen didn't do any business along the way just now, the stall owner still maintained his enthusiasm. "These are high-quality obsidian. Refining bronze-level weapons plus such an obsidian, there is a chance to refine silver-level weapons. This obsidian seems to be a good thing too. How much does such an obsidian cost?" Picking up the nearest piece of obsidian the size of an apple, Ling Chen asked. "A piece of spirit stone that only costs 500,000 yuan, or the equivalent can be exchanged first." "Okay, I want it all. Can you help me calculate how much it costs in total?" "Ah, good boss. This is for you." The stall owner quickly packed all the obsidian on the table into the package. "Boss, a total of 64 yuan, a total of 32 million, give you a discount, count you 30 million. The stall owner looked at Ling Chen kindly. "Okay, the money has been transferred to you." After a little operation, Ling Chen transferred all the money left from the auction house to the stall owner. "Take it well, welcome to visit next time." After taking the package, Ling Chen flicked it and put the package into the space ring. At this time, the stall owner saw that Ling Chen actually had a space ring, which was something that only big families and strong people could have. Ling Chen's status in the stall owner's heart suddenly increased. This must be the children of a big family coming out to practice. If Ling Chen knew that everyone mistakenly thought he was a child of a big family, he would definitely tell them righteously that there was a showdown, and the biggest backer of Blue Star was my master. After the transaction, Ling Chen hummed a little song with a smile and continued to wander around the trading area. 30 million prostituted a god-level treasure for nothing, and this wave is not a loss at all. Quickly use the system to check the specific function of the Star Rising Stone. Starstone can unconditionally upgrade equipment below the god level by 1 level. Wow, good thing, amazing. Just this stone, 30 billion are rushing to get it. Earn and earn. Although the remaining stones are not Star Rising stones, they are still 500,000 yuan each, and they are sold back. Just 510,000 pieces. Well, very reasonable. I made a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan, a huge profit. Take a look, the freshly hunted flame wolf. The meat is delicious, let's take a look. The best elixir, the freshly baked elixir. The shouting on the side of the road did not make Ling Chen stop, because he believed that the good things were discovered by himself, and they would be sold out without selling too much. While walking on the road, use the system to view various item information along the way. Ding, bronze wolf fur detected. Ding, silver level elixir spirit building pill detected. Ding, the system is tired and needs to rest. What? You are a system, you still need to rest? You can't rest. Ding, system update 3.0, update complete. Please consciously discover the attributes of the item. This system will no longer detect items below the god level for the host. Ding, turn on the skill lottery function. Ding, in view of the host's needs, the first lottery will be changed to the system designated skill identification. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the identification technique, which has been automatically learned for the host. Ding, please explore the system functions by yourself. This big is going to rest. A series of system sounds came. Ling Chen was slightly stunned in place, but soon a wave of joy surged in his heart. If it weren't for the street, he couldn't wait to pick a striptease to cheer everyone up. This system is so humane. If you say it's a strike, but there is an extra lottery function to make sure you don't lose money. Let me see what the identification technique is for. 4. Primary identification, 0/1000 preliminary determination of the attributes and functions of items below the gold level. Yes, I'm very satisfied. System YYDS. System, grass, a plant, give you benefits and wish me single. Got the new skill. Ling Chen wanted to try the effect quickly. I saw a slightly old shop next to it and there were no customers. Ling Chen walked in and an old man was resting on a chair with his eyes closed. Without disturbing the old man, Ling Chen looked at it by himself. A piece of blood red ore, I have never seen it. Identification. The current skill level is too low to be identified. A dull weapon, identified. The current skill level is too low to be identified. In this case, why does this skill seem useless? Why can't I understand these things? Ling Chen thought in his heart. Little doll, get out. The things here are not something you can afford. An old voice came from the chair behind him. Ling Chen turned around, holding the lightless weapon in his hand. What are these things in the seniors? The juniors feel that they can still afford it. Oh, you are an apprentice-level little doll who dares to come out and practice, and you can be regarded as a bloody person. The knife in your hand, which used to be diamond level, is now damaged, but it still has gold level strength. Do you still think you can afford it? The old man's faint voice came. Ling Chen was not annoyed, took out 100 spirit stones from the space ring and silently placed them on the table. As if he felt something, the old man suddenly jumped up. Ahem, this young man, I see that you are a rich and noble person. No matter what needs you have, my collection here is still quite rich. The old man rubbed his hands and looked at Ling Chen with shining eyes. Looking at the old man who seemed to have changed his face, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. You are too realistic. Introduce the good things on your side. If there is a suitable one, I will just steal it. Oh no, buy it. The one in your hand used to be a diamond level weapon, but because it was damaged in the battle with monsters, it lost its spiritual charm, and now it relies on the original material, only gold level strength. What about this ore? This is a fire crystal ore, a kind of raw ore for refining platinum level equipment. Which one do you like, little brother? I want the fire crystal ore. I don't want that weapon, joked. I still lack weapons with Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword trembled slightly in the space, indicating that it was used. Okay, 2 spirit stones. The old man waved his hand and took 2 spirit stones. Seeing that Ling Chen had no desire to buy, he returned to the chair and lay down leisurely. This old man, why is it so real? The old man in front of you has practiced a special technique, and his cultivation only requires spirit stones, and there will be almost no bottlenecks. The voice of the old man Kongming came from Ling Chen's mind. Oh, doesn't that mean that as long as he has the resources, he can beat everyone? There is even such an exercise. You think too much. This exercise is just a mortal stage without bottlenecks. If you want to transcend the ordinary, you still have to rely on yourself. That's also very against the sky. Then what kind of strength does he have now? How many spirit stones does he need to upgrade? Ling Chen rolled his small eyes and suddenly thought of something. The peak of platinum level is about to enter the diamond level. So strong, the strength of the city lord of Tianan City is only platinum. Then how could he be here? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Ling Chen said in the direction of the old man, Senior, how about making a deal? What a deal? The old man replied casually. Senior, I see that your bones are strange, and I want to ask the senior to follow the junior to protect me and my family. You kid wants me to be your bodyguard. Are you tired of living? Senior, this larkstone is my greeting gift to you. If you need anything, you can mention it. I am the most indispensable spirit stone. What I lack most is the spirit stone. The old man thought silently in his heart. I only need spirit stones. How much can you pay for it? The old man looked at Ling Chen with a suspicious expression. Although Ling Chen was young, the old man did not despise him because of this. Because Ling Chen was only an apprentice, the old man didn't think that the family behind him would give him too many resources, and he would not accept credit. Ling Chen thought for a while. Opening the second layer requires gold level strength. According to his current drinking speed, it should take no more than 2 years, right? With an annual salary of 20,000 spirit stones, I can only come up with this price now, and when the time comes, I will see my performance and give you a salary increase. Oh, 20,000 spirit stones. The old man was moved. He couldn't make so much money by fighting and killing himself for a whole year. Being a bodyguard for this kid is not so dangerous, and there are many spirit stones that can be used for cultivation, so I feel that I will make a steady profit. Okay, I promise you. In the end, the old man bowed to the evil spirit stone forces. Okay, then you can deal with this side first, and then come to me. Then the two left each other's Skynet numbers, and Ling Chen left satisfied. Actually, if you don't open so many spirit stones, he will agree. Now he's not worth it, but if he rises to the supreme realm, won't I make a lot of money? Ha 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 ha. Ling Chen smiled proudly. The passers-by on the side looked at Ling Chen. Where did this fool come from? And smirked loudly on the road. Ling Chen didn't care about other people's eyes. I don't want to buy anything for the time being, so let's go to the second floor to take a look. Ling Chen was still curious about how exciting the battle between the superpowers in this world was. The world of the previous life relied on hot weapons, and fighting was a combination of strength plus skill. In today's world, the world of supernatural supernatural abilities, how is the use of skills plus abilities in fighting? At the same time, Ling Chen was also very curious about the ability combat method between the teams. Coming to the second floor, Ling Chen walked towards the arena gate. Just as Ling Chen was about to step into the arena gate, a middle-aged uncle who looked like a security guard stopped him. Hello, please show me your ticket. What? How much is a ticket? I admitted it. 500 pieces. Cash or card. Why don't you grab it? The people who fight are all from our squad, and even if we collect money next to us, it is still so expensive. If you don't have money, you don't have to go in. Oh, I'm going. I have a bad temper. Ling Chen really wanted to pinch the security guard's neck and say that he had just finished talking about a project worth hundreds of billions. Bring it. Ling Chen groped in his pocket for a while, took out the Skynet communicator and scanned the code to pay 500. Okay, sir, please come in. The security uncle changed his attitude, and he could get a 1% commission for selling tickets in the middle of the battle. If you make a lot of money, you can get 5 yuan of private money. Of course, you have to be polite to Ling Chen. After all, money is your father. Finally, Ling Chen stepped into the arena. The cooperative style is surrounded by circular stepped auditoriums, and in the middle is a huge circular stone platform. The two teams are in a fierce battle on the stone platform. On one side were two middle-aged men, two men with a rough appearance, tall and strong, fierce momentum, and their eyes were full of strength and domineering. On the other side are two young and beautiful girls. One of the two girls is wearing black tights, revealing a sexy and plump body, and the other is wearing white tights, showing off their bumpy bodies to the fullest. Although the two girls were wearing tights, the fullness of their chests still stood proudly, unobstructed, and a strong smell of temptation came to their noses. At this moment, the arena was silent, and almost everyone stared at the ring with their eyes wide open. The game begins, the referee announced. The two girls instantly burst out with powerful speed, one left and one right, and the two daggers brought two cold rays towards one of the men on the other side. The surrounded man sneered, stretched out his right hand, and a purple gold flame emerged from his palm, greeting the two cold rays that surrounded him. A deafening loud noise spread throughout the arena, and the purple gold flames and two cold rays collided together, emitting a violent explosion, and sparks splashed everywhere. The two girls failed to strike a blow, and then used daggers to attack him continuously. The man kept coping with it, constantly dodging, and at the same time counterattacking back with fireballs. Okay, let's make a quick decision. At this time, another man moved. The body turned into an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the two girls and punched them. The two girls couldn't react and were stunned for a while, and when they came back to their senses, they quickly used their best moves to resist, but they were still blown away. The two fell to the ground, spitting blood. Oh, it's a pity, these two girls actually lost. It's a pity. Yes, how could such two beautiful girls lose? Seeing the two girls defeated, it immediately aroused a lot of discussion among the onlookers, some regretting and some sighing. Hey, can't continue watching. It's a game. The two teams stopped fighting, and the two men stood in place, waiting for the referee to read the results. You two girls have already lost. Do you admit defeat? The referee said. We admit defeat. The two girls spoke at the same time. Watching the end of the arena, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, it's big. It's wonderful. I also visited the first and second floors, so let's go to the third floor to take a look. It's actually here, so every layer of Ling Chen can't be let go. What if it is picked up? Isn't the star rising stone lying in space? 3 floors. Pet egg. Already has a divine pet, and it is also the strongest dragon pet. Ling Chen is no longer very interested in other pets. Of course, if it is a divine pet, of course it is easy to be kind. But if there was a divine pet, I would have heard the system's prompt sound. As for why Ling Chen came to pick pet eggs, of course, it was because the college entrance examination was approaching. After the college entrance examination, I will definitely be separated from my sister for a while, so I hope to leave a companion for my sister. Coming to the third floor, Ling Chen walked into a pet egg shop nearby. Hello, welcome. As soon as I entered the store, a female clerk in uniform stepped forward. What level and attribute pet eggs do I need to buy? I'll take a look first, and I'll call you if I need to. Ling Chen rejected the clerk's inquiry. Just kidding, it's always a little nervous to hang up in front of others. It's better to make a fortune secretly. Skipping the FC rank pet eggs in the hall, Ling Chen went straight inside and came to the B class. It's not that Ling Chen doesn't want to use identification techniques to slowly check these pet eggs. Instead, the lower the level, the pet eggs are particularly common breeds, and there is generally no mutant bloodline. It's better to look at the B grade first. After all, good quality can give you a better chance of identifying a good pet. Start the appraisal journey. B grade pet egg, rogue rabbit. B level pet egg, flame tiger. It took 10 minutes for Ling Chen to identify all the B class pets. Finally, Ling Chen found an unusual pet egg. B level mutant pet egg, Xinghuan, can evolve. Xinghuan, one of the top 10 mythical beasts in ancient times, now on the verge of extinction. Perhaps the one in front of you is the last. Why is this TM not equipped with a prompt tone? Ding, the system only provides prompts for the current god level. Alright, it should be just right to buy it as a birthday present for your sister. How much is this this pet egg? Are there any higher grade pet eggs? There was no area with A level or higher pet eggs. Ling Chen asked the clerk. Hello, this one costs 10 spirit stones. I'm sorry, we only sell A grade and below, and it's hard to get higher grade pet eggs. Generally, A grade and above pet eggs will be sold in the city. If you need it, you can pay attention to it. Ling Chen nodded, took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to the clerk. Next floor. It's a food court, it's time to eat. Just walked up to the 4th floor. Seeing the crowded 4th floor, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, then went back to the room to rest first, and then ordered a takeaway for the 4th floor to be delivered. Perfect. Back to your own suite 5201, room 8. Ling Chen couldn't wait to open his system and see what his 3.0 system had become. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, apprentice 8 stars, 555 out of 800 experience. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the appearance of the great emperor, good mood. Captain, technique, chaos god killing technique, god level. Skills, flash, 10,000 swords return to the sect, Xianyuan sword, rank 3 thunder god technique, fire palm, primary appraisal technique, 888/10,000. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal, Xianyuan sword, soul power, 88/10,000. Strange treasure, origin treasure, city of space. Pet, super god level divine pet, little dragon, juvenile. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once a month. Number of legions, 11. Legion level, commander and his vengeful guard source. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal, divine iron times 30, jade bottle, extreme cold spirit spring times 99.99, star ascension stone times 1, obsidian times 63 pieces. From this point of view, it seems that there is nothing more than an additional mall and a lottery function. You are not good at the system. Ding, it was detected that the host looked down on the system function, and the lottery function was changed from once a month to once every 3 days. Oh, I'm going, the system is cowhide. You are too powerful, there is such a strong system. Not much to say, blow over a rainbow fart first. System. It turns out that there are shortcuts if you want to be strong. Coax the system well, and the whole family doesn't have to worry. Come out, Pai Xiaolong. Ling Chen waved his right hand lightly, and a fat little dragon fell out. Boss, you lied to me, it's not fun at all. The little dragon who had just come out looked at Ling Chen with tears in his eyes. I'm telling a white lie, where am I lying to you? Be good. Isn't this for you to come out and breathe? Don't hurry up and play, I'll send you there tomorrow. Ling Chen touched the little dragon's head, which was quite soft. As soon as he heard that he was going back tomorrow, Xiaolong stopped crying immediately. Wouldn't it be fragrant to eat it when he cried? Boss, I want to eat meat. The little dragon opened his mouth and pointed a dragon finger at his mouth. Look at how fat you are. What to eat? Lose weight. But if you don't eat enough, where does the little dragon have the strength to lose weight? It made sense. Ling Chen was speechless. Then this time, allow you to eat more. Look at how fat you are. Ling Chen poked Xiaolong's stomach with his finger. Okay, boss. Xiaolong raised his hands happily. Open Skynet to see if you are full, search for barbecue, and soon a lot of barbecue delicacies will pop up. After all, the most indispensable thing around here is the meat of monsters, and monster meat cannot be stored for too long, so it is very cheap. Drop 20 pounds, and spend Ling Chen 500 oceans. It's 500 yuan again. 500 a day, 15,000 a month. Why does this god-raising pet spend so much money? It is going to go bankrupt. Suddenly, Ling Chen thought of something. Let Xiaolong catch the monster by himself. Wouldn't it save money? Just do it. Xiaolong, after eating meat today, you have to catch it yourself in the future, and there will be no free lunch for you in the future. But I won't catch it. Aren't you a dragon? What about your coercion? Ling Chen pinched the little dragon's thick neck and shook it. Yes, boss, I have a skill. Oh, what skill? Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong expectantly. I can increase the chance of the monster being subdued by the old minister by 50%. This skill is very nice. Although the little dragon is small, it is still a bit useful. Looking at the little dragon that was a few hours old, Ling Chen couldn't help but be amazed. But it can't be said that these millions of years are in eggs, so it should be considered age. Doesn't that mean that this fat dragon is an ancestor? Unacceptable. Well, it's just a little baby for a few hours. If you see a monster in the future, you can use this skill for me, you know? Okay, boss. By the way, boss, Xiaolong will have more other things. I can be cute and eat meat. Stop. Then you will be responsible for selling cute skills. I'll leave the rest. Okay, boss. Xiaolong jumped up happily. You are indeed cute. You have the final say. Soon, there was a banging sound from Ling Chen's door, and the takeaway arrived. When I opened the door, a strong man held a box with one hand, thinking that it was meat inside. Thank you. Ling Chen quickly took the box from the takeaway brother, turned around and kicked a roundhouse kick with his right foot to bring the goal up. Walking to the dining table, putting the box down, the fragrant smell was already coming out of the box. Xiaolong didn't know when he had already stood aside touching his stomach, looking at the box tightly. Untying the packaging rope on the box, Ling Chen lifted the box with both hands. A strong fragrance came to the nose, and pieces of barbecue were stacked together. The color is red, red, spicy and fragrant, and the oil is bright and translucent. The saliva of one person and one dragon has already flowed down, and this color looks very good. One person and one dragon looked at each other. Then let's go. Xiaolong picked up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ling Chen also picked up a piece and held it to his mouth. Took a bite. Not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique flavor. I have to say that the taste is amazing. Next time I have to ask the master of the barbecue downstairs for advice. After eating 2 pieces, Ling Chen was almost done. Coming to the window, I simply stretched out, and outside the window was a simulated ecological environment. In the surrounding circle of green trees, there is a grassland, and the water runs through the grass from top to bottom, and I don't know where it flows. There is a small workshop on the left side of the flowing water, and the water flow drives the windmill of the workshop to turn. On the left half is a small courtyard, 2 simple wooden houses, and the wooden houses surround a courtyard the size of a wooden house in the direction of the workshop, with flowers and grass in the yard. To the right of the flowing water is a sea of flowers, butterflies flying all over the sky, and a snow-white rabbit lying aside and staying quietly. What a beautiful scene. It's a pity that they were all former blue stars, and now there are not many such beautiful places. Ling Chen secretly vowed to restore Blue Star to such a beautiful appearance. Okay, I've been watching it for 5 minutes, and I'm almost digested. Seeing that the little dragon on the side was still taking a bite of a small piece of barbecue, Ling Chen shook his head and walked into the bathroom. After a simple rinse, Ling Chen walked out wiping his head with a towel. Xiaolong had finished the meat and was sitting on the ground leaning on the sofa and touching his round belly. Hiccup, it's delicious. Don't clean up quickly after eating. Oh, Xiaolong pouted, got up reluctantly, and cleaned up the residue on the dining table. Not bad. This divine pet is really useful. Sitting on the bed, Ling Chen began his cultivation journey tonight. The night passed quietly. After a night of cultivation, Ling Chen could feel that his strength had improved a lot. After washing up, he pushed open the door, and everyone was waiting in the living room. Okay, since everyone is here, let's go. After Team Xiao finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. Let's go, let's go. The group went downstairs and came to the first floor. The old man in a certain shop sensed something and slowly stood up from his chair. This old bone is about to move again after just a few days of rest. The old man muttered to himself. After a close inspection, the Dawn squad left the base. Team Xiao showed a map from Skynet and pointed to a place on the edge of the forest. There may be green hydrangeas around here, although it is still on the edge, but it cannot be taken lightly. Okay, boss. Everyone responded. After identifying the approximate direction through the direction of sunrise, the group set off towards their destination. The Dawn squad is obviously not the first time to do a mission, and they are very familiar with this area. I didn't meet any powerful monsters along the way, and the low-level monsters I encountered were all solved by everyone. After about 5 kilometers of progress, Team Joe stopped and showed the map to confirm, this is it. Everyone, 2 teams, spread out and search, and send a signal when you encounter a powerful monster. Then everyone was naturally divided into 3 teams, the Sher family brothers team, the Chao team and Xiaoya team, and Lingling and Ling Chen were miserably divided into a team. Ouch, why give me the weakest one? Lingling curled her lips and said dissatisfied angry face. Oh, don't worry, brother will protect you well. Ling Chen patted his chest and promised. Lingling said disgustedly, it's okay, remember to send a signal in case of danger. After saying that, the 2 teams searched in one direction, left Ling Chen and Lingling staring wide-eyed. Then let's go in this direction. Lingling helplessly pointed to the side where no one was going. I'll help you check the gates in the back, Ling Chen said without blushing or panting. Lingling rolled her eyes, and if she wanted me to explore the way, she would say directly, and her mouth was strong. I saw a flash of white light, and a handsome and cool machine gun appeared in Lingling's hand. Lori with a machine gun, a perfect match. Lingling dragged the barrel with her left hand, raised the machine gun vertically with her right hand, and leaned on her shoulder. With a wave of his left hand, follow my sister. Ling Chen was shocked in place. Isn't this Jinx? Although Ling Chen knew it wasn't, it seemed. Ling Chen followed closely behind, full of sense of security. All fear comes from lack of firepower. Our firepower is very sufficient at first glance. A bronze low-level wind wolf ran out. Ling Chen and the 2 of them stood in place. What, they were waiting for each other, no one moved. What's going on? Why don't you shoot? You're stupid, won't I attract more monsters if I shoot? Then why did you take out the weapon? Of course it's for handsomeness, don't you think? Then thank you so much for giving me a sense of security. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What are you still stunned for? Hurry up, do you want Miss Ben to beat it herself? Lingling urged. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Chen kicked his right foot and rushed forward. Without taking out the Xianyuan sword, Ling Chen wanted to hone his unarmed combat ability. Ling Chen's right hand flashed an arc and punched out. Not to be outdone, the wind wolf itself is also a wind attribute, for legs are always faster than 2 legs, rushing towards Ling Chen quickly, jumping up, opening the wolf's mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth flashing with cold light. Of course, Ling Chen would not choose to go head-to-head, he dodged sideways, and and took advantage of the situation to punch the wolf in the waist from the side, knocking it away. There are not many bones on the wolf's waist, which is the most vulnerable part of its body. The wind wolf rolled on the ground a few times, splashing a cloud of dust. Climbing up with difficulty, the wind wolf stared at Ling Chen tightly, looking at it for a while, as if he wanted to remember Ling Chen. Click. Then he whimpered, turned around and ran away. Chase it, Ling Ling exclaimed. Have you forgotten what we are here for? Ling Chen said angrily. Oh, yes. Then hurry up and keep looking. After saying that, the two stopped caring about the escaped wolf and continued to search. Continue to explore. Pushing aside a cluster of bushes, a fiery red flower came into view, with a total of 4 petals, 2 outside and 2 inside. The flower branch body bent down, like the shape of a jade pendant. The whole flower emits a faint fiery red light, which is very dazzling. Ling Chen opened Skynet's query system. This was the first time he had seen this flower, and he was not sure if it was what he was looking for. Through identification, this fiery red flower is the green sunflower. I was watching around Ling Chen and there was no danger, and I wanted to step forward to pick it. Ling Ling grabbed him and put her right index finger to her mouth. Don't go over yet. You send a message to inform the captain in them. After saying that, Ling Ling took out a small puppet from the space ring and put it on the ground, then sealed her hands, as if she was chanting some spell in her mouth. Then Ling Chen was surprised to find that the little puppet had magically stood up by itself. Ling Ling pointed her right hand towards the green hydrangea, and the little puppet staggered over. Just as the little puppet was about to approach Kinji Angwa, a lightning-like figure passed by, and one paw cut the puppet into several pieces. You see, this kind of treasure will definitely be guarded by monsters. Ling Ling didn't feel sorry for her little puppet being destroyed, because there were dozens of them lying in her ring. Ling Chen nodded, and after a while, he was afraid. If he was careless, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured by this monster attack. After the figure stopped, Ling Chen found that it was a creature with spots all over its body, a small head, 2 sunken eyes, and sharp eyes. It is very similar to the cheetah in the previous life, and it should be the same breed. Flame leopard, silver 4-star. Attribute, fire. Skill, flame line. Note, you can eat fragrant barbecue soon. Host, you say yes. Silver 4 stars. Silver mid-range. Ling Chen's face was solemn. This was the first time he had faced such a strong opponent, and he himself was just a high school student with apprentice-level strength. In the face of the bronze-level 4-star monster beast, Ling Chen still had the confidence to fight and defeat it. Silver level 4 stars, a whole more than a big stage. The flame leopard's nose sniffed, as if he had found something, and looked towards Ling Chen. It's over, it's been discovered. Finding that there was an intruder, the flame leopard disappeared in place with a whoosh. The flame leopard ran towards Ling Chen and the two at a speed that was unclear to the naked eye, leaving only an afterimage. Ling Ling took the lead in reacting, took out a machine gun as big as herself, and opened the insurance. The bullet shot quickly towards the afterimage, but the flame leopard was too fast for Ling Ling to capture its position. The bullets all hit the ground, splashing dust. Ling Chen reacted, but he really couldn't capture the figure of the flame leopard. Ling Chen, be careful. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit, and Ling Chen quickly clenched his fists and crossed in front of him. The flame leopard grabbed it with one claw and knocked Ling Chen out with a strong wind, and Ling Chen fell heavily to the ground and fell not far behind Ling Ling. Both arms were scratched by leopard claws, and several blood stains were revealed, staining the coat bloody. Feeling a stuffiness in his chest, Ling Chen propped himself up on the ground with one hand and covered his chest with the other. Really? A mouthful of blood spat out of Ling Chen's mouth. Okay. Although it seemed that Ling Chen was seriously injured, Ling Chen felt better after vomiting blood. Ling Chen took out a spirit stone, although his self-healing ability was greatly improved, and he could recover on his own, but in front of him, he had to recover a little as soon as possible. The flame leopard on the other side, after knocking the weak Ling Chen away, stopped paying attention to Ling Chen. It believed that such a weak opponent would not be able to withstand its blow. The remaining one can feel close to his own breath, so the flame leopard was also a little more careful, but it still feels like it will be easy to kill the intruder. With a kick on the 2 hind feet, the flame leopard turned into an afterimage again and disappeared in front of his eyes. The artillery fire did not stop, but it seemed to be useless fire suppression. The flame leopard kept moving, approaching Ling Ling. Once this petite body is approached, it is difficult to imagine what will happen. But just as the flame leopard approached a distance of 20 meters, Ling Ling's space ring flashed, and something like a dark fortress fell from the sky, covered Ling Ling and Ling Chen and protected them. The 8 directions of the fortress have 8 small openings for machine gun installation. At the same time, the muzzle of the 8-barreled machine gun stretched out from its small mouth, and together it burst out with strong firepower. The approaching flame leopard was caught off guard and was finally hit by a bullet, leaving several bullet mouths on his body, and a trace of blood flowed out of it and dripped to the ground. The flame leopard dodged and retreated some distance, staring at this black fortress tightly. Suddenly, the flame leopard moved, approached quickly, and then jumped up, landed above the fortress and got stuck in the blind spot of the machine gun. Oh no, I can't hit it, Ling Ling said anxiously. Captain, why haven't you come yet? The flame leopard attacked the top of the fortress one by one, leaving traces behind. The camera that used the fortress to look outside was shattered, and the screen in the fortress went black. It seems that this fortress will not last long. Just when Lingling was anxious, Ling Chen's voice came from behind her. Let me come. Let me out. You don't want to make a mess, okay? Aren't you going out to die? Lingling couldn't help but shout coquettishly. Trust me. Just let me out. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Ling Chen covered his chest with his right hand, panting and whispering. If you want to send it, you can send it. Lingling pressed a button, and a small slit leaked out for a person to pass sideways. I didn't call you. Don't come out, you know? After saying a word to Lingling, Ling Chen walked out. Looking at the ants that had been knocked away by himself before walking out of the fortress, the flame leopard tilted his head suspiciously. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the second most beautiful man in the world? If you ask who the first is, of course, the readers who are reading the novel are bigger. Although he couldn't understand what Ling Chen was saying, the flame leopard also saw that Ling Chen was provoking it. Turning into a lightning afterimage, the flame leopard came up and rushed towards Ling Chen with one claw. Just as the flame leopard approached Ling Chen flashed and appeared behind the flame leopard. The flame leopard threw itself into the air, drawing two deep grooves on the ground. He looked to the side suspiciously, turned around, and found Ling Chen on top of the fortress behind him. Without thinking too much, the flame leopard's right hind hoof fiddled with the ground a few times, and then rushed towards Ling Chen faster than before. But when Ling Chen was about to be pounced, Ling Chen had another flash. Hey, it's just playing. Ling Chen held a spirit stone in his right hand, absorbing the source power to replenish the loss of flashing. The flame leopard did not expect that the ant in front of him was faster than himself. Before he could see him move, he moved behind him. But the flame leopard would not give up so easily. Continued to pounce towards Ling Chen. People who don't know look at it from a distance and think that a certain animal trainer is playing with their pets. Just when the two were having fun, the master's old voice came. Your teammates are here. If you don't want to be exposed, restrain yourself. I almost forgot. I just reported the location to the captain and the others. Ling Chen flashed away from his position. Thunder is over. The thunder in the sky gathered and slashed towards the flame leopard. Although he felt that the thunder in front of him was not a fatal threat to him, the flame leopard did not want to be split, constantly dodging the thunder that was slashing. It knew that it couldn't get close to Ling Chen's body, so it simply kept staying away from Ling Chen to better dodge the thunder. Feeling the movement of the thunder, Team Chao and the others immediately knew that Ling Chen and the others might be in danger, so they sped up. After a while, he arrived at the scene and saw that Ling Chen's ultimate move was about to end, and a silver-level mid-stage flame leopard was split and fled in all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this plot reversed? Apprenticeship level pressed silver level? There are two big steps in the middle. How dare you? Xiaoda's beautiful pupils also showed a hint of surprise. It seems that this one from the main family is not bad. It is not unacceptable to follow him. What are you still doing? I don't have enough source energy. Boss, help. The acting school Ling Chen was immediately launched. Xiaoda couldn't help but roll her eyes, just a little cowardly. The wind sweeps the remnants of the clouds. As soon as Team Xiao made a move, he knew if there was one. A whirlwind surrounded the flame leopard. The flame leopard roared. It rushed towards one side, but was knocked back by the whirlwind and fell to the ground. Turning over, the flame leopard shook his head. The leopard's mouth opened, gathering a small round ball and slowly expanding. But when the flame leopard wanted to spit out the flame rays, the fireball went out. The flame leopard was dumbfounded. My whirlwind center is almost vacuum. There is no oxygen, and the fire system is basically useless. Team Zhou explained. As expected of the captain, learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well, and be not afraid wherever you go. Ling Chen complimented. Everyone didn't understand why Ling Chen kept popping up such strange words. Soon, the flame leopard slowly slumped down, as if it had lost its vitality. It looks like it's about to run out of steam. Good guy. It's scary to think about this feeling of suffocation. The captain is worthy of being a silver-level high-level warrior. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. In the end, the flame leopard couldn't carry it after all, and lay on the ground without a sound. After waiting for a while, Team Xiao stopped releasing his skills. Go call Lingling out. Team Xiao took a breath. His face quickly returned to normal, and the flame leopard had already been consumed by Ling Chen, so Team Zhou didn't spend too much energy. Lingling is out? It's okay now. Xiaoya called Lingling while thinking about Ling Chen. It seems that I have to find a time to talk to Ling Chen about life. Wu Wu Yi Chen, he. Lingling covered her mouth, came out with tears in her eyes and whimpered. What are you thinking? Look who is over there. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, touched Lingling's head, and pointed to the place where Ling Chen recovered with her knees crossed. Lingling whimpered and raised her head and looked over. A familiar silhouette came into view. Lingling stopped crying, and rubbed the tears in her eyes with her hand. Ling Chen, alive! Lingling rushed towards Ling Chen. Regardless of whether Ling Chen was cultivating, he hugged Ling Chen. Ah, pain! Ling Chen screamed, interrupted from his cultivation state. Ling Chen opened his eyes and saw Lingling lying on top of him, trembling slightly. Woo Woo Lingling couldn't help but whimper again. It's okay, aren't aren't I okay? Ling Chen was confused. What's wrong? Why did he change like a person? On the other side, he took out the fire beast core of the flame leopard. There was no monster to stop him, and he picked the green hydrangea very smoothly. After putting the monster beast corpse into the ring, Team Chao and others came to Ling Chen's side. Ling Chen sat upright, holding Lingling in his arms, touching his head with one hand and wrapping his waist with the other, comforting him. I always feel that something is wrong. Is this the plot of father-daughter love? Brother, don't leave me, Lingling muttered to herself and fell asleep in mental exhaustion. Ling Chen took out a bedding from the ring, gently put Lingling on it, and covered it with a quilt. Team Chao waved, and Ling Chen followed Team Chao lightly to the side. Actually, Lingling is not human. Team Zhou's words were amazing. What? Ling Chen seemed to have been struck by lightning and frozen place. Have you heard of the elves? Ling Chen shook his head. It turned out that Ling Chen did not have the impression of the elves in his mind. The elves are the darlings of heaven. They control the tree of life, and it is rumored that a leaf has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. They can temporarily give life form to any object, with powerful life forces. As long as you have a breath, they can help you recover. Ling Chen wondered, you mean, Lingling? She is. That's right, she belongs to the elves, because the elves don't concentrate on cultivation, but hold such a powerful treasure. So, it has caused a catastrophe. The elves are almost exterminated. Lingling, she was saved by me in the forest 3 years ago. Her family and her brother have left her, and now you seem to have made her dependent again, so I have a reluctant request. At this time, even if Ling Chen was a fool, he understood that the good guy was looking for me to be a nanny. You know it's a reluctant invitation, so don't say it. Team Xiao was speechless for a moment. Okay, I already have a sister. One more is really a headache QAQ. As soon as they heard this, Team Xiao understood that Ling Chen agreed, grabbed Ling Chen's hand. Thank you for your contribution to the organization. He turned around and whispered, finally sent this little witch away, and it can be quiet for a few days. Ling Chen was thinking, elves, isn't it a wet nurse in layman's terms? Now the child is still young. The milk is insufficient. When he grows up in the future, he will always milk in a fight. Don't be too cool. This wave is not a loss. Everyone camped on the spot. This is the territory of the flame leopard, and there will be no monsters to invade normally, so it is relatively safe. Now 2 of the 3 tasks I went out to pick up have been completed, and I am missing the earth-type beast core. This time, in order to take care of Ling Chen, the task was not difficult, so everyone should relax a little. In this mission, Qinji Angwa was discovered by Ling Chen and the two. They each accounted for 3.5%, and we divided the remaining 30% equally. Is there any problem? Ling Chen has no problem. A lot of the knowledge in the jungle area this time is taught by the Dawn Squad, and he doesn't care too much about this certain share. This fire-type beast core is mainly held by Yi Chen, and Lingling each account for 20%. I account for 30%, and the remaining 30% is divided equally. The Dawn Squad has a rule that whoever contributes more will share 70% of the profits. If the contribution of a single task is very small, the remaining 30% will be divided equally with everyone in the squad. A clear way of dividing can make the team more harmonious. That's it. Wait until you return to the base and calculate the benefits. After a simple dinner, Team Zhou began to assign the vigil task for tonight. The night in the wild is full of danger, and danger can happen at any time. Ling Chen and Xiaoya guarded the first half of the night, and Team Xiao and the Shi family brothers guarded the second half of the night. Of course, this arrangement was communicated privately by Xiaoya with Team Xiao. Team Xiao looked at Xiaoya and Ling Chen in the distance with ambiguous eyes, and then nodded. Be safe. I don't know what Team Xiao means. Team Xiao and the Shi brothers both entered their respective tents to rest. Ling Chen sat alone by the campfire, silently thinking about how to develop the legion faster. Can I let my legion bring in new people and become my people? Ling Chen began to think about the MLM route in his previous life. Good guy, this is to turn the legion into a pyramid scheme den. What are you thinking? Xiaoya walked over unhurriedly with elegant steps. Oh, I didn't think about anything. I just thought about how to deal with high-level monsters more easily. Ling Chen was serious nonsense. Ling Chen, I have a reluctant request. I don't know if I can. Xiaoya looked at Ling Chen with charming eyes. No, I'm not that kind of person. Ling Chen crossed his hands and covered his chest. No, I won't sell my soul just because you look good. Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she was really narcissistic, not just a little more handsome, a little taller, a little richer at home, and a little better talented. That's not what I mean. Can you show me your sword? Xiaoya stared at the ring on Ling Chen's hand, and Ling Chen's hand was just on the innermost part of her thigh. Doesn't that mean it? I won't sell my chastity. This is another price. Ling Chen looked reluctant. My temper, although my mother doesn't mean this, but what's the matter with your reluctance? Xiaoya stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen's collar, but because the center of gravity was too low, she suddenly pounced on Ling Chen. The two fell to the ground together. Xiaoya sat up, sat on Ling Chen's waist and grabbed Ling Chen. What do you mean? Is the old lady not charming enough? At this time, Lingling happened to wake up, rubbed her eyes and walked over. What's wrong with sister Xiaoya? Then I saw this scene. Ling Chen fell to the ground and looked at Xiaoya on her body with a loveless face. Xiaoya grabbed Ling Chen's collar and sat on Ling Chen's waist waist shaking. Sister Xiaoya, what are you doing to Yi Chen? Lingling exclaimed. Oh, I'm going to jump into the yellow river and can't wash it off. Ling Chen looked loveless, and my integrity was gone. Xiaoya hurriedly got up from Ling Chen, had nowhere to put her hands, and said to Lingling, it's not what you see, don't think too much. Lingling curled her lips, didn't speak, and sat on the grass next to Ling Chen. Seeing this, Xiaoya didn't say anything more, and sat on the grass on the other side of Ling Chen. Ling Chen sat up and couldn't help but shiver. It was a little cold on this big night. Looking at Lingling on the right, Ling Chen touched her head distressfully and said softly, I have a sister who looks about the same age as you. I feel like you are quite similar. I also have a brother, but he's no longer there. Lingling whispered, it's okay with me. If you don't dislike it, just call me brother in the future. Ling Chen's voice couldn't help but soften. Lingling raised her head, her eyes flashing. Really? Of course it's true. Ling Chen smiled. Great, I have a brother again. Lingling cheered excitedly, smiled and touched Lingling's head. Ling Chen turned around and looked at Xiaoya. Sister, what are you going to do? Who is the eldest sister? You treat it differently. Xiaoya said angrily. I just want to ask you to borrow the sword you used and take a look. Did you say it earlier? I thought you were plotting against me. Ling Chen said angrily. Oh, hey, you figure it out, just you. I will plot against you? Xiaoya stood up excitedly. You have a request for me now. Give you a chance to reorganize the language. Oh, handsome guy Yi. A woman who plots against you can circle the blue star 3 times. You have a lot of them. Lend me a look. I just like you to listen to the truth and remember to tell more truths in the future. Ling Chen waved his hand, took out the Xianyuan sword from the ring and handed it to Xiaoya. As soon as Xiaoya took the Xianyuan sword, her legs couldn't help but tremble and knelt on the ground. This is indeed true. The main Xianyuan sword has blood suppression of the subordinate families. Looking at Xiaoya who knelt down all of a sudden, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel confused. What's wrong? Did he see Xianyuan sword as for saluting? Take it back. Xiaoya held the Xianyuan sword in both hands and handed it back to Ling Chen. After Ling Chen took the sword back, Xiaoya's pressure plummeted and disappeared without a trace. With a long sigh of relief, Xiaoya looked at Ling Chen with complicated eyes. It seems that I need to find a time to go back to the family. Yi Chen, did you just awaken this year? Yes. Then when did you get this sword? After awakening the ability. Sure enough, he is a descendant of the Xianyuan family, but has the current master family declined to this extent? SS level talent is already the most talented genius in this session. If Ling Chen knew about Xiaoya's series of psychological activities, he would definitely not be able to help but tell her that you think so much. Sister Ya, I don't know how old you are yet. What is the ability? There was nothing to do, and Ling Chen also checked the household registration. As if she was sorry for what happened just now, Xiaoya answered Ling Chen's question one by one. After all, everyone can't help it. I'm 21, the ability is a shadow system, and I don't necessarily be able to beat me at night. Which university do you go to? Jiangsu and Zhejiang Wuhan University. Wow, where is Sister Ya? How many people are in the family? Do you have a sister? How old is your sister? Is it good looking? Invisibly, an annoying word was on Xiaoya's head. The two of them asked and answered one by one, and Lingling on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Through chatting, Ling Chen roughly judged Xiaoya's strength. Looking at Xiaoya, who turned her head and didn't want to pay attention to herself anymore. Ling Chen turned his head and then went to check Lingling's household registration. Of course, Ling Chen would not stupidly mention some sensitive issues. The two chatted happily, and since they recognized their brother and sister, they have become particularly close, and time flies quickly. In the middle of the night, Team Chow and the Sure brothers walked out of the tent. It's a shift change, you go rest. Marvin, can I sleep with you? Lingling blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Chen cutely. No, go to sleep by yourself. Ling Chen ruthlessly refused, joking, let's still have a good rest, okay? As soon as he entered the tent, Ling Chen quickly fell asleep, believing that his teammates would wake him up in time if there was danger. One night of nothing, when the sun rose slightly over the horizon, Ling Chen woke up from his sleep. Although I slept soundly, I always felt strange. When he opened his eyes, good guy, Lingling was in front of his eyes. Seeing the two of them each covering their own quilts, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I don't punish you. Ling Chen tiptoed into his clothes and walked out of the tent gently. Get up. How are you sleeping? It's not bad, it's in good shape now. Ling Chen smiled. Go wash up, just deal with breakfast and get ready to go. Team Xiao said angrily, hey, where is Lingling? Xiaoya wanted to wake Lingling up but found that there was no one in her tent. Where is she asleep in my tent? Ling Chen said weakly. Yi Chen, you are really tortured. Yi Chen, you are too tortured. The two brothers of the Sure family, who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but joke. Oh, don't get me wrong. I woke up and saw her sleeping next to me, and I didn't do anything. We didn't say what you did. Why do you want to do something? Ling Chen put one hand on his forehead. Okay, the more I explain, the more unclear it becomes, and I still don't explain it. It seems that Ling Chen is acquiescing. After all, I didn't hide. Xiaoya went to wake up Lingling. After everyone had breakfast breakfast, they set off to find the Earth monsters. Bang! This is a task that is neither difficult nor easy, and the first thing you encounter if you are lucky is that you can't find it for a long time if you are unlucky. Because Earth-type monsters like to live deep underground and don't come out often, so this invisibly increases the difficulty of the task. After searching for 2 hours to no avail, some monsters with other attributes were met in the middle, and they were solved by everyone. There shouldn't be anything here, you can only look inside. Team Xiao's voice reached every player's ears. Just as everyone was helpless, they decided to try to look inside the forest if they couldn't find it again. Ling Chen suddenly remembered that 3 days had arrived, and he could sign in again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Perception. Perception, use skills to feel the surrounding creatures and attributes within a certain range, and the range of perception changes with the change of cultivation. System Father, I would like to call you Song Jiang, it's really timely. Ling Chen immediately turned on his perception ability, and the range of perception radiated out, and finally stayed within a radius of 20 meters. A plant. Praise the system early. What can you do with 20 meters? But immediately Ling Chen's face became strange, because he found out there was an Earth-type monster at everyone's feet. Captain. As soon as Ling Chen opened his mouth, he attracted the turn of the heads of the 5 people. Ahem, now there is an Earth-type monster beast 20 meters under our feet. Ling Chen said weakly. Of course, Team Xiao would not be angry because Ling Chen's words refuted what he had just said, that there were no monsters. Just asked in surprise, really? Ling Chen nodded. But I don't know the specific strength, it shouldn't exceed gold. Then it's okay. Monsters below gold are still easy to solve with the members of the Dawn Squad. So the question is, how can the monster be forced out at a depth of 20 meters? You can't dig a big hole. Sure shocked the sky and took out a shovel from his backpack. The Yeetzy shovel was shoveled on the ground, dug up a clod of earth, pushed it aside, and Sure Jingtian said, give me half a month, I can definitely dig it. Everyone collectively thundered. Think about how you said this. Ling Chen touched his chin, and suddenly had an idea, and came up with a method, but he didn't know if it was possible. Ling Chen took out the Xian Yuan sword. Captain, you used yesterday's whirlwind to drive me to spin, and I'll use my sword to drill out a path. Team Xiao immediately understood. Not bad, good courage is commendable. Team Xiao simply raised his 2 palms at waist height, summoning a whirlwind, small but fast. Ling Chen held the sword in both hands, and when the whirlwind approached, he jumped slightly, his head was down, and the Xian Yuan sword was straight down. Seeing that Ling Chen had entered the whirlwind, Team Xiao increased the speed of the whirlwind. The whirlwind drove Ling Chen to spin up, turning faster and faster, forming a small whirlwind top, and an afterimage gradually approached the ground. Dust was splashing, and the small top drilled a circular deep pit on the ground, constantly going down. It's really good. Everyone looked surprised. This Ling Chen ghost has so many ideas. Team Xiao continued to increase the output of his abilities, and the afterimage formed by Ling Chen and Xian Yuan sword became faster and faster. Just as a deep well more than 10 meters deep was formed, the earth began to tremble slightly. Boom! An iron pangolin breaks through the ground. Its body is narrow and more than 3 meters long, its whole body is covered with scales, its limbs are thick and short, its tail is flat and long, and its back is slightly raised. Its head is conical, with a pointed snout, toothed claws, and a protruding tongue, slender and soft, and good at telescopic and preying. Seeing the monster appear, Team Xiao also stopped releasing the whirlwind skill, and Ling Chen slowly stopped. Ling Chen, whose eyes were full of little stars, shook his body and fell to the ground. TNND, the speed was too fast, and he was a little dizzy. Earth silver level high level monster beast. Let's go up together, make a quick decision, don't let it run away. As soon as Team Xiao gave an order, everyone stepped forward and surrounded the iron pangolin. Petrified. The upper body clothes of the 2 Sure brothers burst, revealing their strong muscles. The surface skin has been petrified and looks very resistant to beatings. Xiaoya took out a dagger and held it in front of her chest with her backhand. The other hand is clenched into a fist, placed directly in front of him, and his legs are crossed in front and back, slightly bent, in an offensive stance. Ling Ling took out the trapping net to deal with this kind of earth-type monster beast with rough skin and thick flesh, and the power of the hot weapon was not so great. Choosing a beast net with better toughness to overcome rigidity is often the most effective way to limit the play of monsters. The Sure brothers took the lead in testing and punched with their right hand. An iron pangolin swung its tail and knocked the 2 brothers out with its tail. Xiaoya quickly changed her position left and right, approaching the iron pangolin, and when the iron pangolin probed and bit it, a somersault flipped over its head. The dagger held in his right hand slashed over his head, rubbing a trace of sparks. But this did not cause much harm. The skin was rough and the flesh was thick, and the defense needed to be broken. Ling Ling launched the trapping net and covered the iron pangolin. To be Ling Chen's teammate, you just need to be able to lie down. It's really one god with 3 lies. Why isn't my teammate Ling Chen? The game continued, and teams like Ling Chen were individual after all. In the end, the first round of the game ended. It can be said that the team from the satellite city was mistreated. 19 high schools were promoted in the main urban area, and only 5 high schools were promoted in the satellite city. 3 of them were teams that had met other satellite cities, and Lingchen was surprised to find that the team from Ning'an City, which had been in conflict since last night, had also advanced. Today's game ends here, and the draw for the second round of the competition will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please participate in all teams on time. As soon as the host's words fell, Lingchen hurriedly led everyone away. If he doesn't run away, Lingchen will be surrounded by major reporters. Back at the hotel, when he learned that there was a bronze demon Lingchen in Tianan City, the person in charge of the hotel immediately vacated 2 rooms for Lingchen and others. Finally, Lingchen had his own residence. It's time for the 3-day lottery again. Lottery. Just have a god-level skill. I prayed silently before the lottery. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the king-level skill Thunder Slash. Thunder Slash. Send out a Moonlight Lightning Slash. Yes, there is another offensive skill. If thunder is a large-scale lethal attack, then the Thunder Slash is a single target with high damage. Click on the system. Character, Lingchen. Strength, Bronze 1 star, 399/2000 EXP. Strength, 5,225 kilograms. Combat power, 8,999. Abilities, God-level Space ability, SS-level Thunder ability, B-level Fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the appearance of the Great Emperor, Eye Sealed. Technique, Chaos God Killing Technique, God level. Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, Shanyuan Sword, 3 turns Thunder God Technique, Fire Palm, Primary. Identification Technique, 899/10,000, Perception, 20 meters in radius, Fighting Skill Specialization, Thunder Slash, Thunder Wanjun. Weapon, Shanyuan Sword, Seal. Shanyuan Sword, Soul Power, 123/10,000. Strange Treasure, Origin Treasure, City of Space. Pet, Super God level Divine Pet, Little Dragon, Growth Period. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. Number of legions, 11. Legion level, recruit quickly. Call of Legion, to be unlocked. Legion Commander, not opened. Deputy Head of the Group, not open. Legion Skill, none. Clan Attack Bonus, 21%. Clan Defense Bonus, 21%. Legion Movement Speed Bonus, 1%. Clan Recovery Bonus, 1%. Backpack, too much, too to show. Everything is going in a good direction. Lingchen was about to familiarize himself with the use of skills when the door was knocked. Brother, we want to go out for a stroll. Come with us. Ling Shi's light voice came from outside the door. Lingchen, who wanted to refuse to go out, thought about it and was still worried about the safety of his 2 sisters. In response, Lingchen walked out of the door unsatisfied. At the door, Ling Shi, who was wearing a youth campus JK style, and Lingling, who was wearing a long floral dress, were standing aside and whispering. Oh, seeing that Lingling was wearing a skirt, Lingchen was stunned for a second, thinking that she only liked to wear casual clothes. Okay, is it good looking? Lingling blushed and said in a waxy voice. Very good. The skirt suits you very well. Without being stingy with his own praise, Lingchen touched Lingling's head and said with a smile. Lingling raised her head and smiled sweetly. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Go to the mall. For the next 3 hours, Lingchen didn't know how he spent it, looking at the space ring, piled up with all kinds of clothes in a small half of the mountain. This is much more tiring than cultivation, Lingchen thought secretly in his heart. Back at the hotel, Lingchen did not practice anymore, lay on the bed all of a sudden, and fell asleep heavily. This is the first time Lingchen has traveled over and slept well at night. The next morning, the arena. The 24 teams that passed the first round today will play in the second round of knockouts. The second round of matches will start today. The captain of the winning team in the first round is invited to the stage to draw lots to determine their respective opponents. Immediately afterwards, the host reported the 24 winning teams. Lingchen was the first to step onto the stage, but unlike the first time, it didn't get much attention. This time, as soon as Lingchen took the stage, there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Lingchen, I want to give birth to a child for you. Brother upstairs, are you over? Putting his hand into the lottery box, he touched it, and Lingchen took out a ball with a number. It says 1. The teams below fell silent, and one of them was still silently chanting. I will guarantee my dad's 10 years of life. Don't draw Lingchen. This team is the Ning'an City team that has clashed with Lingchen. And when he took out the draw ball, there was a number 1 clearly written on it. Congratulations, brother. Your dad can live a few more years. One of the captains next to him breathed a sigh of relief and gloated a little. Woo-woo dad, why don't you lose your life? I still want to inherit your inheritance early. What a filial good boy. The draw is over. The upcoming competition. Please prepare all the players. The first game was the turn of Tianan City and Ning'an City, but in the eyes of all viewers, this is a battle without suspense. 4 people in Tianan City: Lingchen Bronze level 1 star, B-level Fire System, Yikong Apprentice level 7 stars, S-Class Wind System, Condensation Frost Apprentice level 7 stars, A-Class Ice System, Xianlinger Apprentice level 7 stars, A-level Healing System, and the 4 people in Ning'an City are all Apprentice level 6 stars. Among all the satellite city teams, Ning'an City is already strong, but in front of Tianan City, it is not enough to see. Ling Chen still gave up scoring in the individual competition. Ling Chen took out the sofa and table, set up a deck of poker and 3 cups of tea. Changed the trick, right? Yi Kong said that he was very satisfied eating, playing, and drinking with his beautiful female classmates every day, and then he could lie down and win. This kind of life is really comfortable. Hey! After doing all this, Ling Chen turned his head and found that the 4 people in Ning'an City were still present. Who gave you the confidence not to surrender? Ling Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Ling Chen, don't think that no one can beat you. If you have the ability, don't do it. The audience was shocked. I had never seen such a brazen person. Oh, no problem. Are you sure? The leading boy suddenly became happy. Let's go up together, and defeating Ling Chen is victory. The 4 people of Ning'an City rushed up together. Ling Chen sighed. Hey, after all, it's too young. Looking at the opponent who was about to pounce, Ling Chen kicked it out, rolled twice on the ground, and fell to the ground. Then he kicked the remaining 3 people unconscious. Hey, I don't do it with my feet. The whole audience was silent, and with their feet, it seemed that they really didn't do anything. The first round of the competition was won by the Tianan City team. Subsequently, the second game began. Ling Chen returned to the rest area board. Hey, there is no one who can fight. In the next game, all the teams in Satellite City were brushed. It is worth mentioning that in the first high school in the main city, the captain Qin Tian who led the team has reached the apprentice 9 stars, SS level thunder ability. The remaining 3 teammates have also reached the 8th star of apprenticeship, 2 water and 1 healing. The lineup is very good. It is definitely a very strong team. When it comes to the number 1 high school in the main city, even Ling Chen doesn't dare to hold it up. At least he has to use 30% of his strength to deal with it. Ha! Yawned boredly, Ling Chen scratched the back of his head. Why are they playing so slowly? Yi Kong, who was looking at the side, was looking at the ring below with relish. Ling Chen touched his chin. Did he make them too idle these days? The game is not taken seriously. You can't behave well and set off me. Ha! After a ha, Ling Chen decided to go back to the hotel to continue his training. In this kind of student competition, the martial arts process is not so technical, as if a group of primary school students are using immature postures to pinch. Back at the hotel, just as Ling Chen came to his door, suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes secretly observing him. When Ling Chen turned his head and scanned around carefully, not surprisingly, nothing was found. Although Ling Chen didn't find anything, this feeling of being secretly peeped on would definitely not go wrong. Ling Chen secretly guarded against it. Take out the communicator, type a sentence, and click send. At this time, an old man who was washing his feet in the city was sweating ruddy on his face. The communicator next to him suddenly heard a message tone. Hearing the sound of the communicator, the old man stopped his movements, slightly turned around, reached out, and picked up the communicator and took a look. A plant. It's so safe in broad daylight. There are so many farts. Seeing the message on the communicator, the old man couldn't help but curse secretly. Then he suddenly accelerated his original movements, stirring up a series of light and rhythmic sounds. 3 minutes later, there was a tremor, and the old man trembled and relaxed. Cough, tasteless. Picking up the clothes placed everywhere and putting them on, the old man came to the window and opened the window and stepped on it. Then he seemed to remember something, turned his head, and kissed the bed in the house. Little baby, wait for me to come next time. Then he kicked the window and jumped out from the 6th floor, turning 360 degrees in the air, stepping on the ground in a half-kneeling manner, shaking up a piece of dust. Not caring about the surprise and strange eyes of the passers-by around him, the old man rushed towards the direction of the arena. After the old man walked away, everyone began to talk. The world is windy. This is a person who was more than half 100 years old, and he is still here to have fun. Yes, you are still looking for it in broad daylight. Why don't you say he didn't go through the gate and chose to jump off the building? Shouldn't it be a running order? This is eating the overlord cannon. The old man had already gone far away, and he couldn't hear the more outrageous words everyone said. But if the old man hears it, he promises to make the person who said it regret saying it. On the other side, Ling Chen was practicing in the room, and the window of the living room was knocked. Seeing the old man lying on the window, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you sloppy and found the wrong person to be your bodyguard? He opened the window and let the old man in. Call me over. What's the urgent matter? Although the old man was unhappy, he still endured the impatient inquiry of boss Ling Chen. Someone is secretly peeping and following me. You go check it out. Ling Chen ignored the old man's somewhat unhappy face, thinking about who would investigate and follow him. Okay. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, the old man also had a serious face. He clenched his fist at Ling Chen and signaled, and the old man ran out of the window. Ling Chen was speechless in his heart. What is this serious illness? Don't go through the door or window in broad daylight. There was an old man to investigate, and Ling Chen was also a little relieved. So take a step and take a look. After all, this is the main urban area, and Ling Chen believes that people in the dark dare not do things openly. Moreover, I also have a master. At this time, I remembered that you still have a master. A familiar voice came to Ling Chen's mind. Cough. Hey, master, I am at the bronze level. I will go to you after this competition. Not bad. Faster than I expected. It seems that the teacher underestimated your kid's talent. That's right. Your apprentice is the capital of the great emperor. Ling Chen casually said the system's evaluation of himself. Be careful. Be careful. Master's voice suddenly became much louder, stopping Ling Chen from continuing. What's wrong, Master? Ling Chen was puzzled. What could he not say? There are some things that you know now are not good for you. When you are strong enough, you will naturally know. In the future, don't mention those words. If you are detected by the heavenly mechanism, you will. Master's voice did not continue. Don't you really understand what Master is afraid of? The way of heaven? Does this exist as a physical object? Forget it. What are you thinking about so much? Now let's get the first place in the competition first. After adjusting his chaotic mind, Ling Chen quickly calmed down. Keep cultivating. One night passed. The next day, arena. 12 four-person squads stand neatly in the square in the center of the arena. The second round of competition is over. The remaining 12 teams, congratulations, advance to the top 12. They are the number 1 high school in the main city, the number 2 high school in the main city, the number 3 high school in the main city, and the number 5 middle school in the main city, the number 12 middle school in the main city, and the Tianan City team. When the host reported to Tianan City, the cheers of the whole city rang out. Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, I want to give you a monkey. It's just a little white face who was forcibly promoted by elixirs. Li Chang, the captain of the second high school, said viciously with a gloomy face. Why are these untouchables from satellite cities more popular than themselves? I want them to see who is the strongest. Wow, Brother Chen, are you so popular now? Listening to the cheers around him, Yi Kong sighed while throwing grapes into his mouth. Loki and Loki, they are all looked up to by people in the rivers and lakes. Waving his hand, Ling Chen said that he wanted to keep a low profile. The captains of the 12 teams are invited to the stage to draw lots. Wait, Ling Chen raised his little hand. Boy, oh, there seems to be something wrong with our Ling Chen. The host saw Ling Chen raise his hand and approached. Ling Chen, is there anything wrong? After saying that, he subconsciously handed the microphone to Ling Chen. Of course, the host regretted doing so 3 seconds later. I want to say that everyone here is spicy chicken. Ahem, no, I would like to apply to change the rules of the game. It's too time-consuming to fight like this. I want to apply for a heads-up and there are 11 teams left. Ling Chen's voice reached the ears of every audience present through the microphone, and also to the ears of those watching the live broadcast. The audience fell into an uproar. Damn, this person is so crazy. This is too big. Wow, so handsome. I love it so much. Damn, who said to keep a low profile just now? He definitely can't beat so many people. Everyone in the arena started talking. This. Ling Chen, are you sure you want to do this? I'll help you ask your superiors for instructions. A drop of cold sweat flowed from the host's forehead. I'm sure, Ling Chen said in a frustrated tone. The other teams around looked at Ling Chen with intent. Ling Chen, don't be too self-righteous. You are just a genius who broke the record of human history and was the first to be promoted to the bronze level as soon as he awakened. That's right, aren't you just a little more handsome than us? There are 44 of us, can't we beat the 4 of you? Oh, when you count, don't count me. Yi Kong said innocently, I am just a lying and winning dog. Why was I suddenly pulled into the battle situation? Not bothering to pay attention to the ridicule of the team next to him, Ling Chen closed his eyes and waited for the organizer's results. On the other side, Assistant Xiao Wang hurriedly ran to the office of the Minister of Education for Supernatural Abilities. Please come in. Xiao Wang pushed open the door of the office and walked in quickly. Department. Minister Lin, in the arena competition, Ling Chen, the captain of the Tianan City team, applied for a pick of 11, and the rest of the teams went together. And now our ratings are all exploding. The background of the webcast is about to be paralyzed, and there are too many people watching. Most of them said they came to see Ling Chen. Minister Lin, who was looking down at the report, stopped, raised his head, and thought for a moment. Okay, the rules have not changed for so many years, and everyone is tired of watching it. Ling Chen, this kid, is a rare wizard in 100 years. Yes, fulfill his application. Bronze high school student. Let the other gathering places see how strong our genius is. Yes, then I'll notify the arena first. Hearing Minister Lin's words, Assistant Xiao Wang turned around and walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, he hurriedly quickened his pace and went to inform the arena staff. Is it still comparable? Why haven't the results come yet? Agreed directly to let him fight and it's over? Just when everyone present was bored, a staff member appeared. It attracted the attention of everyone present at once. The staff couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why was everyone looking at me? Then he accelerated his pace, quickly ran to the host, whispered something, and then turned his head and left. The host who received the instructions from above didn't expect that he could really agree to play like this. Ahem. The host clenched his right hand into a fist and put it to his mouth, clearing his throat. The person in charge of Dabi agreed to Ling Chen's application. So I would like to ask if the remaining 11 teams agree? Agree. No problem. Let him know how powerful we are. I can't fight heads up. Are I still afraid of you in a group fight? With the consent of the remaining teams, the host continued to host the game. Let's wait and see who can win this game by Tianan City against the main city. Ling Chen's 4 people stood on one side, and 44 people stood densely on the other side, making the already not so big ring look slightly crowded. Does Brother Chen need us to go together? Facing dozens of times the opponent, Yikong felt that he could no longer paddle. After all, if Ling Chen hadn't fought, he would have to fight sooner or later. You can go up when I can't do it. Ling Chen shook his head. The game has officially begun. With the referee's order, the teams in the main city turned into beasts and strengthened to show their respective abilities. Who will go up first? Although everyone summoned their abilities, no one took the lead for a long time. There was silence in the audience. Who went up first at this time was not looking for a beating. Anyway, Ling Chen always has someone to solve it, and after solving it, aren't they still competitors? So everyone is thinking, let others go first and enjoy their achievements. A bunch of FWs, I'm going. Li Chang, the second high school, looked disdainful. Dealing with this kind of bronze level that was forcibly raised by elixirs, he thought that he could hit 10. Li Chang walked to the front of the team and stared at Ling Chen disdainfully. Ha! Ling Chen, I heard that you are a B-level fire type. Hehe, I am an SS-level fire type Hellflame. Our talents are very different. Hey, big brother, are you annoyed? Do you want to fight? Yi Kong shouted on the side. I'm half of the melon seeds. What if I don't finish knocking? Looking for death. Li Chang roared angrily, and black flames burned all over his body, like lightning, rushing towards Yi Kong. Ling Chen took a step forward and stretched his arm. Okay, let's start pretending. Let's use you as a background board. Li Chang had already rushed out of half the distance. Ling Chen's mind moved, and the next moment, the audience fell into a brief silence. I saw that on Ling Chen's arms, purple thunder arcs were constantly dancing, like vines around his arms. After a short silence, the scene was in an uproar. I read that right? Ling Chen, is that thunder? That's a thunder type ability. Ling Chen not only has a fire type ability, but also a lightning type ability. Ling Chen turned out to be a twin ability. There is also an SS level among them. No wonder it reached the bronze level so quickly. It's not that no one has reached twin abilities in the past, but the awakened abilities are generally F level and D level, and they don't have much value. All the people present except Yikong were shocked, including the audience who was watching the live broadcast. Hey, what's wrong? An SS level ability isn't that rare, right? Why did everyone look shocked? Upstairs, the fire ability he has been using. Dual line ability? Hey, those two girls are so good. The condensation frost next to him and Xian Linger looked at each other, and sure enough, Ling Chen was not as simple as it seemed. Condensing frost stared at Ling Chen's back, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Is this all your trump cards? It should be more than that. Ling Chen, what kind of person are you? Seeing the arc all over Ling Chen's body, Li Chang was stunned for a moment, but the arrow had to be fired on the string, and he couldn't control so much. Go to death. Li Chang not only didn't stop, but rushed towards Yikong faster. But Ling Chen won't let him get what he wants. Ling Chen turned into an afterimage and instantly came to the front of Li Chang's advance. Thunder slash. A moon arc-shaped thunder slash towards Li Chang. Li Chang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Lei Zhan came into contact with Li Chang's arm, the clothes on Li Chang's arm were cut. Li Chang was struck by lightning and flew out. A few ribs broke in an instant, and a mouthful of old blood vomited out. Scratching a trace on the ground, Li Chang fainted. Next, it's your turn. Ling Chen looked at the remaining people. Do you surrender yourself, or do I do it myself? If Ling Chen was only a B-level fire type before, everyone still thought it was very simple to solve Ling Chen. But now it was found that Ling Chen was actually an SS-level thunder type, the highest talent level, and reached the bronze level. How to fight this? Of course, if they let them know that Ling Chen's current strength has reached the silver level of 6 stars, I don't know what they think. Looking at the hesitant crowd, Ling Chen decided to treat them to a good meal. After adjusting his state, Ling Chen's palms were slightly upward, positioned on both sides of his body, as if summoning the energy in his body. Thunder, Ting, 10,000, June, Rumble, Zila. It was already dark in the sky, dark clouds were dense, and purple thunder loomed in the clouds. Child, his father, have you ever remembered that 10,000 thunderbolts that fell from the sky? You mean? An old couple on the sidelines was secretly discussing. Controlling the thunder, Ling Chen volleyed into the air, his whole body filled with wandering arcs. In the end, Ling Chen controlled the thunder to fall, and thunder with the thickness of an arm slashed down from the sky, heading towards the team in the main city. The thunder that was dodged struck the ground, causing pieces of openings. The classmate who was accidentally struck by thunder was scorched and smoked. The hair burst and stood up. Open your mouth and exhale a puff of smoke. I. Surrender, don't fight. More and more students hurriedly dodged the thunder and came to the edge of the ring, then jumped off the ring. Soon, only the first high school and the fainting classmates were left on the field, and the medical staff on the sidelines safely took the unconscious students off the stage. Qin Tian, the captain of the first high school, looked straight at Ling Chen. I admit that you are very strong, but you haven't fought, and it is not yet known who will lose and who will win. Suddenly, thunder arcs also appeared around around Qin Tian, and he was also an SS-level Thunder ability. The audience on the sidelines suddenly became excited. SS-Class Thunder versus SS-Class Thunder. I haven't seen it in many years, and the tickets I bought this time are really worth it. Both of them are lightning abilities, so the lightning attack will be infinitely weakened for them. No problem. At this time, Ling Chen's fire-type ability had a great advantage. Take me a move. Thunderstorm Fist. Qin Tian's right hand was wrapped in an arc, and he approached Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed, charging up and blasting out with a punch. His fist carried a terrifying power of thunder, which was already his all-out blow. Fire palm. Everyone nodded. Ling Chen was unhurried and waved a palm to block Qin Tian's hair. Bang! A fist and a palm came into contact with each other. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and held on. The fist was still hard. Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. He used 30% of his strength, and he didn't lose his opponent in seconds. Immediately, Ling Chen mobilized the energy in his body and increased the output intensity. Finally, Qin Tian couldn't hold on any longer and retreated out. Taking 5 steps back, Qin Tian knelt on one knee and supported the ground with both hands, as if he had suffered some internal injury. When Ling Chen looked at Qin Tian's remaining teammates, Ling Chen, we admit defeat. The three raised their hands to indicate their surrender, and then ran to the captain Qin Tian and helped him up. Seeing that the three of them knew each other at this time, Ling Chen expressed helplessness. Then if you didn't vote before, you look like you were at home. In this 1v11 team match, I announced that the Tianan City team will win. They are the champions of this knockout round. After the game, the host's high-pitched voice sounded. Tianan City won the championship. This is something that has never happened in the previous competition, and the top 3 places in the past were won by the main city high school. Who knew that this time there would be a Ling Chen won the championship? Yi Kong curled his lips. How could the competition be as serious and difficult as the principal said? At this time, the audience fell into cheers, and they were all calling Ling Chen's name. Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen. Ling Chen gave them a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Ling Chen's strength also gave everyone hope for the future. The human situation will definitely get better and better. When the host announced the results of the game, Ling Chen led the team down. As soon as he got off the stage, he saw Yi Qing's angry face. Ling Chen, can you make me worry-free? You have to do it, right? And Lan, I know it in my heart. After verbally perfunctory with teacher Yi Qing, he turned around and left. Remember to notify me to come and receive the award when you go back. The main city competition has come to an end for the time being. Just wait for the remaining 11 teams to be divided into the top 2. What Ling Chen is more concerned about now is who is spying on him. The communicator sent a message to the old man, and Ling Chen sat on the sofa waiting for the old man while starting to brainstorm. First of all, I shouldn't have provoked anyone. After all, an upright person like me shouldn't have provoked anyone. Is it from Ning'an City? But the person that the young master can call should not be this style. Is it a fan? Ah, there shouldn't be a fan so perverted, right? Day. The window of the living room was knocked, and the figure of the old man appeared in sight. Please go through the door next time. Ling Chen opened the window and said speechlessly. The old man got in sideways and sat on the sofa, looking frightened. Ling Chen, you have to add money. Ha? What does it mean? Ling Chen looked puzzled. I said I have to pay extra money to be your bodyguard. Do you know who is secretly observing you? The old man whispered. Who? Ling Chen's eyes narrowed. No matter who it was, he would be done. It was a group of madmen who called themselves New Humans with God's guidance. They claim that the monster uprising is just a trial to eliminate the weak and leave the strong. So they can't get used to the Alliance's protection of ordinary people, and they destroy it again and again. This caused great anger in the Alliance, and sent strong people to eliminate it, but failed. Wait, Ling Chen interrupted the old man's introduction. So, why are they following me? Can you talk about the key points first? That's because they're taking revenge on the Alliance, and every year they hunt the Alliance's gifted demons. And you, as a high school student, broke the record. Naturally, it caught their attention. Ling Chen nodded, exposing his talent. He will always encounter this situation. It depends on whether his plan can succeed. Then who are secretly observing me now, and what are their plans? The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not yet known. You go check again, and my annual salary will add 10,000 spirit stones to you. Okay, no problem. The old man, who didn't expect to really add money, responded and went out through the window again. Ling Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, had a hint of crisis. You still have to hurry up and increase your combat effectiveness. Go back to the room and practice. Ling Chen, who was thinking about cultivating, didn't even come out of the door. At this time, the arena is in the midst of a thrilling elimination trial. Because one team is missing, the remaining teams are drawn to determine who has a bye. The captains of the first high school and the second high school are not very good, and the team members will draw lots on their behalf. Unexpectedly, the first high school won the empty lot. The remaining 10 teams will play 5 matches and will eventually advance to the 3rd high school, 5th high school, 8th and 9th high school and 11th high school. The second high school was eliminated because the captain had not yet recovered. Today's game ends here, and the remaining 6 teams teams will determine the final top 2 tomorrow. Go to the national competition with Ling Chen's team. The next day, the remaining 6 teams came to the arena, and several people from Tianan City also came to the player area. But the only thing I didn't see was Ling Chen. At this time, Ling Chen was yelling on the bed. Damn, handsome. Ling Chen's excited little hands clenched into fists. What made Ling Chen so excited half a minute ago? Draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level skill, Stealth technique. Use the environment to achieve the effect of invisibility. Although it is not invisibility, it is also very good. A man is a teenager until death. When Ling Chen first came to Blue Star, what he wanted most was this skill. Hey. Tonight, what are you thinking? Go out to investigate the new human group tonight. With the concealment technique, as long as he is careful, Ling Chen believes that there will be no problem. On the other side, the ring match is in full swing. Number 1 high school wins. 3rd high school wins. 7th high school wins. Next, the 3 winning teams are invited to come forward and draw lots. The order of the matches is decided, and the last 3 teams will take turns fighting. Ranking is calculated according to the total number of points obtained in the 3 games. The first match between number 1 high school and number 7 high school, 5:1. The second match between number 1 high school and number 3 high school, 3:1. Game 3 high school versus 7th high school, 2:1. In the end, the first high school scored 8 points and the third high school scored 3 points, winning the top 2. After the final ranking comes out, it is ready to hold an award ceremony. The organizers invited the top 3 teams to the stage through broadcasting. At this time, Ling Chen was still cultivating in the hotel. Without seeing Ling Chen, Yi Qing frowned. Where did Ling Chen go again? I didn't see it. It seems like I didn't see it when I went out in the morning. It should still be in the hotel room. Alright. Thinking of Ling Chen's desire to spend all his time cultivating, teacher Yi Qing was also helpless. Diligence is a good thing, but forgetting today's award ceremony is also heartfelt. Fortunately, the hotel was next to it, and Yi Qing instructed everyone to delay for a while, and then hurriedly left the arena. Half an hour later, Yi Qing carried Ling Chen, who had messy hair, into the arena. Everyone in the audience was waiting for the champion to appear, and they all heard that this year's champion was a bronze genius. But seeing Ling Chen's raunchy appearance, sure enough, geniuses always have personality. Seeing that the personnel of the 3 teams had arrived, the host picked up his microphone and said in an enthusiastic voice, "Now I announce that the winner of this Hangdu Gathering Place competition is the team mentioned by Brother Chun from Tianan Satellite City. The second place is the Qin Tian team from Hangdu number 1 High School. The third place is Zhao Gang's team from Hangdu number 3 High School." The host's voice fell, and the audience boiled again, full of shouts from the audience. Ling Chen is invincible. Ling Chen rushes ducks. Ling Chen raised his right hand, twisted his body with his left hand, and waved towards the audience. Xianan City, Principal's office. While drinking tea, Principal Dong watched Dobby's live broadcast and whispered to himself with a smile, "Sure enough, I didn't see the wrong person. This year's college entrance examination is stable." City Lord's mansion, study. In front of the middle-aged man's desk, Zhang Jia was reporting the results of the main city competition. "Oh, you mean, that young man has 2 abilities, and the other is an SS-level thunder type?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. "It turns out that we looked away last time, and it should be this teenager who really apprenticed." After awarding the championship trophy, when it came to the acceptance speech stage, the host handed the microphone to Ling Chen as usual. But for some reason, the host always felt his eyelids beating. Subconsciously clenched the microphone, but Ling Chen took it with a little force. Ahem, cough. Ling Chen cleared his throat. "First of all, thank you very much for your support to me." Ling Chen's slightly magnetic voice spread through the microphone. The audience fell silent. Listen attentively to Ling Chen's speech. "I have 2 things I want to talk about. The first thing, which is not so important, is to thank my parents, sister, and teachers. Okay, thank you almost all. I believe everyone is almost hungry, so I'll quickly talk about the second thing. Very important. I am a man, a hobby of women, age 18, ambition, to eliminate monsters and restore peace. I am ready to set up a mercenary group to exterminate monsters as my own responsibility, and now I invite like-minded students to join, including food and accommodation, and I have a salary, and I am interested in calling my private communication number 042-500-4250". Every partner who wants to join is interviewed by myself, and you can join if you pass. As soon as Ling Chen's words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Boy, advertising openly? This is to rob the job of the military recruitment office. You must know that most of the students who are not admitted to college in their 3rd year of high school have entered the army. Wow, with such a handsome regiment commander, I will definitely wake up laughing every dream. Wow, doesn't it mean that there is a chance to have face-to-face contact with Ling Chen? I want to join, hug my thighs. Some students who think they can't get into college can't help but be very moved. Many of them are because of their poor family situation, and they exchange the resources distributed by the school for money, and their strength is far inferior to that of the rich. Entering the army was definitely their best choice in the past. But now, following in the footsteps of a genius demon is also a good choice. Wait for me to get. Ahem, this classmate, are you done? Seeing that the scene was a little out of control, the host quickly interrupted Ling Chen's words that he wanted to continue. Reluctantly, he returned the microphone to the host, but fortunately, he said everything he should have said just now. Ling Chen thought to himself in his heart. Cough, okay, thank you Ling Chen for sharing. Let's invite the organizer of this competition, Minister Lin, to speak on stage. Everyone applauds and welcomes. Minister Lin walked up to the stage unhurriedly and skillfully took the microphone. The champion of this Hangdu knockout round is the Tiananqing team. Congratulations, the reward will be sent to you later. Next week you will represent us in the final of Hangdu. Come on, I wish you all good results. And then, before Minister Lin could continue, the audience below left the venue early one after another. Why bother to buy a ticket to suffer this crime? Just been tortured by Ling Chen, and then tortured by Minister Lin again. Ahem, okay, that's all for my speech, and finally congratulations again to you for winning the top 3. Feeling the mood of everyone wanting to leave, Minister Lin was slightly embarrassed and decisively ended the speech that had not yet been finished. After finishing his speech, Minister Lin left the arena with Ling Chen's 3 teams. Ministry of Education, Ministerial Conference Room. This is a moderately sized office, with electronic instruments and screens on one side, and a round table in the center of the office, with chairs placed every 30 centimeters. In front of each chair was a bottle of water and a pamphlet. Minister Lin greeted the 3 teams to sit down and began to talk about today's events. I have a few things to say briefly. Minister Lin's face changed from love and peace just now, and he said with a serious face, first of all, the first point is your reward for this knockout round. Each of the first place teams can get a prize of 50 million, and choose 3 from the booklet in front of you as a reward. The second place team will receive a prize of 30 million yuan per person, and choose 2 as rewards. The third place team will each receive a prize of 10 million, and anyone will be rewarded. As soon as Minister Lin finished speaking, Ling Chen immediately slapped the table. Do you look down on me? I ask for 2 more. The people next to him were stunned. Ling Chen, do you want to be so brave? Okay. Ling Chen immediately opened the booklet and chose it. The speed of change has made everyone react yet. Yes, as expected of you. Golden opportunity. First 10 pages, all silver level equipment. The middle 10 pages, all cultivation elixirs. Last 10 pages, skill books for various abilities. Seeing that everyone had basically finished flipping through the booklet, Minister Lin continued. The pace of the competition is still relatively fast, and a week later it will be the national competition, and from the main city to the final national competition, Dawn City, it takes 5 days. In the long run, I suggest you choose skill books. But from this competition, the price ratio between weapons and cultivation elixirs is higher. After speaking, Minister Lin stopped speaking for the time being, giving the students present time to think and discuss. We don't want to choose elixirs. I have them all here. Ling Chen first said a word, helping Yi Kong and the others rule out an option. In terms of equipment, Ling Chen felt that the silver level was really not enough. To be honest, Ling Chen was confident that he would not lose the battle against gold level monsters. Of course, there is a premise for this, and the premise is that it is within 5 seconds. What Ling Chen lacks now is skills, and now he has exposed his thunder type abilities, so he has more room for choice. It's not that Ling Chen doesn't want to choose the space department. Can you ask Minister Lin if he can take it out? After thinking for a while, Ling Chen felt that he had enough offensive skills now, but basically no auxiliary and control skills. Turning through the booklet, every time he looked at a skill, Ling Chen would imagine how to use this skill to match his existing one. First of all, Ling Chen locked in a thunder type skill, Thunder Rush, Xuanjia Intermediate, Body Technique skill. Although it is not as good as the skills obtained by the lottery, it is also very precious. The second is a fire type skill, Fire Shield, Shen level low level, summons a fire type shield to block in front of you. The last Ling Chen kept swaying, and finally Ling Chen inadvertently skimmed a skill. I never expected that this also had this skill. Martial Arts, Breath Restraint. Perfect. A skill without a skill level usually looks a bit tasteless, but when Ling Chen saw this skill, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. This is combined with his own concealment technique. Isn't it a necessary magic skill for killing and setting fire in the dark moon and wind at night? Choose decisively. I've chosen this one and this. Circled out a few skills, Ling Chen threw the pamphlet to the assistant standing aside. Soon, Yi Kong also finished choosing. He chose a wind binding technique. He figured it out, and the damage was over with Ling Chen. Fight by yourself to assist and lie down with peace of mind. Then I chose a silver dagger and gale shoes. Yi Kong is very clear about his positioning. Assassin assists. Be a man like the wind. Xianlinger chose an armor and 2 healing skills. The condensing cream was lacking in interest and not too enthusiastic, as if these things were not attractive to them. The condensation cream directly chose 3 bottles of beauty and beauty elixirs, and the corners of Minister Lin's mouth twitched when he saw it. This is really not going to do a good job. Learning from Yi Kong, for the sake of the overall situation, he chose normally. When Ling Chen sees it, what should he think? Having said that, what did Xiao Wang do? How could this kind of thing be written into the player rewards? Just when Minister Lin was YY in his heart, Ling Chen looked over and saw that the condensation cream had selected 3 bottles of beauty pills, and Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned. It's coming, it's going to get angry. Minister Lin couldn't help but look forward to it. Cough, I said you don't need to choose pills. I have a lot more here if you want it. After saying that, Ling Chen took out 10 bottles of beauty pills from the ring and handed them to the condensation cream. Looking at the elixir handed over by Ling Chen, the condensation cream showed a hesitant expression. It didn't seem like it was good to directly accept things of the opposite sex, but the beauty elixir did want it. In the end, Xiaolang bowed to the evil forces, and she stretched out her slender jade hand and put the elixir into her ring. If you still need it, ask me directly, there are many. Ling Chen pretended to be atmospheric and said, in fact, he only had these 10 bottles. After all, a bottle of millions of elixirs. Why did he buy so much? When I win the championship and become an alchemy master, I want to refine as much as I want. Well, thank you. Condensation Frost said softly, revealing a hint of warmth in his tone, no longer as cold as before. Sure enough, to deal with people who are cold, you just need to do what you like. Minister Lin was dumbfounded on the side. What a good thing. Tens of millions of things are given away. It's good to be young. Dong dong dong. When everyone had finished choosing, Minister Lin clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Presumably, everyone has chosen what they like. Then I'll talk about the second thing. Okay. The second thing is about this national competition, which is held in Dawn City. This is the largest city on the Blue Star today, and it can also be said to be the last line of defense for mankind. Shuguang City covers an area of 9.6 million square kilometers and is divided into inner and outer cities. Our national competition venue is located in the primeval forest simulation primary field in the outer city. It's exactly the same as the forest in the wild. In the simulated primary field, the common monsters are apprentice level, only the central area has bronze level monsters, but there are very few, and they are generally not encountered. In addition, familiarity with this simulation field will be good for you in the future. Listening to Minister Lin's introduction, Ling Chen couldn't imagine, how big a city is this? I'm afraid it will take ordinary people decades to visit this city. So what are the specific rules of this competition? Listening to Minister Lin's description, everyone couldn't help but look forward to Dawn City. After all, everyone present had never been there. This competition is different from the previous hunting competitions, using a new format. And unlike the past, this national competition is broadcast live throughout the whole process. 25 teams from major gathering places will enter the primeval forest simulation primary field from 25 directions. The competition lasts for 3 days, and the range of activities will be reduced every day. And on the last day, the scope of activities will only be in the area of the central square. Once you enter the square area, your score will be locked and will not change again. In the end, standing in the central square, the team with the highest score wins. Kill an apprentice-level low-level monster to earn 1 point. Kill an apprentice-level intermediate monster to earn 10 points. Kill an apprentice-level advanced monster to earn 100 points. What about the bronze level? When Ling Chen asked, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Well, you can just ask. Bronze low 1000, intermediate 2000, advanced 5000. Can you only get points by killing monsters? Yi Kong asked. If a team is all attacking, wouldn't it be very efficient and it would be over if you keep killing? Of course not. There is also a way to earn points, and the most common, and that is, rob. Grab? That's right, you can snatch points from other teams, but you can only grab half of the points from the opponent's hand at a time. When it is robbed more than 3 times, the whole team is considered eliminated. Everyone's pupils shrank. This is forcing everyone to kill each other. Are there any restrictions on the competition? For example, what can't you do? Ling Chen thought of something wrong. As long as you don't maliciously hurt others, there are no restrictions. Does that mean that different teams can form teams with each other? Ling Chen thought of something and suddenly became excited. Of course you can, but there can only be one team in the end. Minister Lin began to panic, and Ling Chen wanted to do something again. This competition is all because of him, and the organizer of the national competition can also change the rules because of him, right? Do you understand? After saying the rules, Minister Lin asked, for fear that he didn't understand it. No, then I'll say it again. It took 5 minutes to tell everyone again, and Minister Lin was dry, so he picked up a glass of water and drank it. Ahem, listen to me. Taking advantage of Minister Lin's rest, Ling Chen took the position. You should know in your hearts that you can't beat me. Why don't you work together and join my mercenary group? Hey, let's rebel against all the geniuses in other gathering places. When the time comes, the championship reward will be shared among you. Then hold high the banner of our gathering place in the central square. Qin Tian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and nodded silently. The game is on. No way, looking at Yi Kong lying so coolly, don't want to be envious. Finally, is it our turn? As for the championship or something? What championship is Ling Chen still alive counting on? It would be nice to be the second child. Minister Lin Lin stood aside and the corners of his mouth twitched. He originally wanted to say that people in the same gathering place could take care of each other. This is good. I don't need to say it myself. I was directly co-opted by Ling Chen. Cough. You won't have a lot of points in your hands in the first 2 days, and your efficiency in competing for points from other teams on the third day will be much higher. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's discuss the specific combat methods of the final national competition yourself. The reward will be taken by Xiao Wang to pick it up later. Of course. Minister Lin wiped the sweat from his head, not knowing if it was hot or what. I only have one small request. Don't embarrass our Hangdu gathering place. After saying this, before everyone could respond, Minister Lin hurriedly walked out of the conference room. It seems that there is something urgent to do. Looking at Minister Lin's back, Ling Chen muttered, I didn't expect it. It's quite effective. If Minister Lin keeps talking, he may say when. No longer thinking about Minister Lin, who had already gone out, Ling Chen turned his head to face everyone. Brother Chen, tell us how we do it. Do you have any plans? After we go in, we will start looking for a team on the first day. However, the other teams didn't have any points on the first day. Isn't it a waste of energy? Xin Tian wondered. The pattern is small, and it's all my future little brother. Don't forget, we have 3 teams. When the time comes, I will directly eliminate my little brother. Let's meet the same team in a row. It's not too much. Ling Chen laughed. Everyone was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. Good guy. Absolutely. You have to be the one who makes trouble. Our team will get bigger and bigger. In the end, there are a total of 25 teams. If you say that half of them are our teams, wouldn't the game be over? Ling Chen had already begun the last shocking scene of the people of the whole country. No problem. Everyone was also full of expectations. As for what the consequences were, it's okay. Ling Chen will bear any consequences. Who made him lead? Ling Chen didn't know that he was regarded as the object of the blame by everyone. If there is no problem, then disperse. The day after tomorrow is about to leave, and there is still something to do tonight. Hey miserable people. Ling Chen sighed silently in his heart. Walking out of the conference room, I saw Xiao Wang walking back and forth anxiously. Sister Wang, take us to get the reward. Okay, good. You come with me. After saying that, Assistant Xiao Wang turned around and led the way towards the resources department. When I came to a room in the resources department, there was a table in the center, and on the table were the resources that everyone had chosen just now. It will come to each player's account again, which means that the money will be credited to the account later. After all this, Ling Chen and the others were ready to slip away. Sister Wang, let's go first. Let's talk to the forest department and see you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Ling Chen snickered and let everyone out of the Supernatural Education Bureau. Ah, okay, I'll take it. Walk slowly. Xiao Wan lifted his glasses and said softly. After everyone walked out of the Education Bureau, Yi Kangkai asked curiously, Ling Chen, what are you laughing at? It's okay, it's okay. Let's go back. Then everyone left the Supernatural Education Bureau together, and several teams dispersed. When he returned to the hotel, he saw Teacher Yi Qing and his sisters waiting for him in the hall. Stepped forward and touched his sister's head. Brother, you're awesome. She gave Ling Chen a thumbs up. That must be dripped. Don't look at who your brother is. I have to say that it feels really good to be touted by my sister. Ling Chen, this national competition, I won't accompany you on the next journey. Teacher Yi Qing smiled and said, oh, what's wrong? It's okay, I have to go back to lead the shift. You will be led by the people of the main city to participate. I believe in you, don't embarrass our Tianan city. Okay. Teacher Yi should be safe when he goes back. He clenched his fists towards Teacher Yi Qing and gestured for him. Ling Chen secretly took out some cultivation pills and beauty elixirs from the ring, and then secretly stuffed them into Teacher Yi's arms. Bang! You guys have to come on. I'm at school, but I will take my classmates to watch your finals together. Wait for us to win the championship and go back. Look at you. Teacher Yi Qing with his luggage was sent to the car, and Ling Chen watched the vehicle go away. When the vehicle was out of sight, Ling Chen turned around. Aha! We can wave to our heart's content. For the time being, there is no leading teacher in charge, and it is simply relaxed. Everyone couldn't help but put their hands on their faces and looked at Ling Chen helplessly. Just now I thought your short parting was very painful, so you stopped acting when you turned around. We haven't seen enough yet. Sisters, if you want to eat, I'll treat you. Ling Chen patted his chest and said atmospherically. Really? Are you sure? Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion on the top floor of the hotel. Ling Shi's eyes lit up again, and she was excited when she heard the food. Ahem. Then why don't you treat Yi Kong? He just got 50 million. Who will he kill if he doesn't kill him? Just kidding. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has a meal. There is no upper limit. A few days ago, Yi Kong went up curiously and asked about the price. It's not expensive. A glass of plain water only costs 998. How can the budget of 50 yuan prepared by oneself be enough for 6 people? Brother wow, are you not polite to me at all? However, Yi Kang also said that he treated him to a treat today, and everyone went to have a good meal. After all, this money is equivalent to picking up in vain. It's all about hugging your thighs. If you want to live a good life, you have to look at whether your thighs are thick or not. Then let's go? Ling Chen gestured backwards with his thumb. Everyone responded one after another and walked around. When it comes to delicious food, the four girls got excited all at once, rushed to the front. Sure enough, eating is always the first need. Come to the top floor through the sightseeing elevator, and as soon as you step out of the elevator, you can see the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the glittering signboard. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. 3 big characters. Walking into the gate of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the hall of the entire Drunken Immortal Pavilion is magnificent, graceful, and luxurious, exquisite and transparent, looking resplendent, which makes people feel confident unconsciously. The place where we eat is so simple and boring. Welcome. The waitresses in the left and right rows bowed in unison to welcome. Hello, I am Xiao Lu, the hall manager here. How many of you may ask? 6. Okay. Xiao Li takes the customer to room 101. Manager Xiao Lu bowed slightly, then turned his head and ordered his waiter to lead the way. A few of you, please come with me. Xiao Li walked up to Ling Chen and the others, put her left hand on her waist and stretched out her right hand to the side. Ling Chen nodded. After saying that, Xiao Li took the lead and walked in front. Turning left and right, I passed a few corners and came to the door of room 101. Pushing open the door, Xiao Li stood at the door and motioned for everyone to go in. After everyone was seated, Yi Kong picked up the menu as soon as possible. Boy, the flesh is starting to hurt. Braised pork, 88888 a serving. Pig, I never dreamed that I was so valuable. Steamed fish, 66666 a serving. Fish, what's wrong? I can't even compare to a pig. 82 years of Coke, 99.99 a bottle. Good guy, are you sure it hasn't expired? It's even more outrageous when you turn to the back. Stir-fry ironclad beef, 888,888 serving. Roast a whole wind wolf and 999,999 serving. Black-hearted merchants, it's just huge profits. A few days ago, the Dawn team went to sell meat or sold it for 200 caddies. Bang! Ling Chen slapped his palm on the table. Call your boss over for me. Ling Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Tigers don't show their power. Do you think I'm so good at slaughtering? Wait a moment. The waiter walked out with tight steps. After a while, an intellectual middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses walked into the box, followed by the service staff just now. Do you have any questions? The middle-aged woman spoke in a cold tone. Customers who start to find fault before ordering must have been specially sent by the Washinju next door to do things. You are the boss here? Ling Chen stood up and slowly walked towards the woman. Yes. The middle-aged woman frowned, a little angry. I want to take a steak, okay? Ling Chen said amazingly. Ha? What? The woman was stunned. Didn't the neighbors send her to find trouble? Can I take a steak? I am very optimistic about the future prospects of our hotel. Why don't you make a price? Ling Chen looked at the woman expectantly. A pound of meat costs 200 and it is 999,999 to be made into a dish and sold. Net profit of 5,000 times. What is huge profit? Ling Chen can't imagine for all people. This kind of investment, please be sure to bring me. Listening to Ling Chen's words, the woman still had some doubts. Could it be that Washinju wanted to buy our Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Is it okay for sister? I'm sorry, I have no intention of selling shares for the time being. The middle-aged woman directly rejected Ling Chen's application. Ling Chen looked at her pitifully. Then that's it. How much does it cost to buy monster meat from your store? What the hell do you want to do? The proprietress instantly became vigilant. Can I be your supplier? Ling Chen said unwillingly. How could such a profitable industry not intervene? Dong dong dong. You have to ask why Ling Chen doesn't open one himself. How can he have that time? How fragrant is the direct investment? Sorry, we have a stable supplier. Ling Chen rejected again. Okay, destroy. Ling Chen felt that there was no light. Confirming that Ling Chen and the others had no other problems, the proprietress stepped on high heels and left. The people who left the room were ready to slaughter the big households. I want this spirit fruit salad with kiwi wine. Xian Linger pointed to 2 very delicious looking and very green and healthy delicacies on the menu. I want it too. I want the same style. Ling Shi stood up and raised his hand to indicate +1. No, children can't drink. Get her a glass of juice. Ling Chen immediately stopped the waiter from taking notes. Okay. Ling Shi curled his lips and sat back. Give me a Boston Mutant lobster with stir-fried ironclad beef and a cup of 82-year-old Coke. Thank you. Brother Chen, won't your conscience hurt? I'm going to be poor. Yi Kong lay on the table, tears flowing down uncontrollably. A circle of people clicked down and asked the waiter to calculate. A total of 3,688,714 yuan. Among them, Ling Chen ordered 1,562,200 yuan alone, accounting for almost half. Sure enough, Brother Chen, you are really my good brother. Soon, the dishes ordered by everyone were served. Let's go. I have to say that it is expensive, and the taste is really good. Licking the soup on the plate clean, Ling Chen leaned on the chair, touched his stomach, and burped. The 2 sisters next to him rolled their eyes in unison. After everyone finished eating, Yi Kong went to pay the bill with tears in his eyes. Anla. Ling Chen patted Yi Kong on the shoulder, took out some cultivation elixirs from the ring, and stuffed them into Yi Kong. Yi Kong glanced at his hand hand, his pupils contracted suddenly. These bottles of elixirs add up. None of them are afraid that they can't be bought. Brother Chen. Yu Yikong, who raised his head, found that Ling Chen and the others had gone away. Hey, wait for me. Hurriedly chased in the direction of Ling Chen. Went downstairs to the floor where everyone lived, and everyone went back to their rooms and slept in their own beds. After making an appointment for the next day's departure, everyone arranged their own affairs. After Ling Chen returned to the room, he did not practice or rest. He took out a black robe from the ring and draped it over his body, and took out a black semicircular mask that covered the upper part of his face. Opening the window, Ling Chen took a light step and disappeared into the night. Ling Chen, who had cast the concealment technique, had already merged with the night, and even if you stood next to Ling Chen, you wouldn't see anyone next to you. In front of a slightly gloomy old community, Ling Chen performed a breath restraint technique and walked to the warehouse in the corner of the old community. When I came to the entrance of the warehouse, there was an old man inside observing the building next to him through the window. Ling Chen slowly walked 3 meters next to the old man, and the old man seemed to notice something. He turned his head vigilantly and glanced towards the gate, and after half a minute he didn't find anything unusual. He turned his head again. Ling Chen nodded slightly. It seems that the two skills work together, and the effect is still good. Below the diamond, it should not be so easy to spot with care. It's me, Ling Chen. Ling Chen's voice exploded in the old man's ears. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and strike, but years of experience made the old man instantly calm down. Ling Chen? How did he touch me next to me? He didn't even notice it at all, and sure enough, Ling Chen must be a person from a big family. Ling Chen didn't know that the old man had carried out a series of brain supplements because of the effects of his two skills. How is it? Ling Chen asked in a low voice, his eyes in the darkness showing a hint of determination. The 6th floor on the top floor is a stronghold of the new humans. At least there are 2 platinum level peaks, and there should be no diamond level peaks, otherwise I would have been discovered long ago. There are still 2 platinum level 1-star ones, about a dozen gold level ones, and a silver level teenager. They should each have their own residence and will only come here at certain times. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Ling Chen couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Can this TM come to one that I can beat? Boy, I can't even beat their low-level personnel. Then how did you find this place? The old man fell silent. For a long time, the old man only said, my wife and daughter died at their hands. After saying that, he didn't say anything more, and his eyes revealed a hint of vicious killing intent. Ling Chen sighed softly. I'm sorry, squinting eyes face. Please mourn. It's okay. Now our strength is not enough to end this station. Do you want to notify the Supervision Bureau? Now that he didn't have the ability to protect himself, Ling Chen didn't want this threat to exist all the time. It's useless. Do you think there are no people like them in the Supervision Bureau? Ling Chen's pupils shrank slightly, but he was immediately relieved. Then wait for someone who can believe it to appear, and then talk about it. Tomorrow I will leave for the national competition. With the protection of the people in the main city, you don't have to follow us. Can you help me keep an eye on this side? Okay, I'll leave it to you. The old man stared hatefully at the living room window on the 6th floor, which was still lit. Nodding, Ling Chen thought, how could he have a chance to confirm whether there was a diamond-level powerhouse in this station? If you rashly go to test it, even if you have good concealment skills, it will be easy to be discovered. TSK, the little guy is in trouble again. Master, help me see if there are any diamond-level powerhouses there? Suddenly hearing Master's voice, Ling Chen was surprised. I'll take a look. The voice in his head responded. I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first? It seems that this master is usually very idle. Ling Chen couldn't help but think secretly. Good news. The good news is that there are no diamonds in it now. Oh, is that okay? Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What about the bad news? The bad news is that there is a city protector level powerhouse inside, and he has already found you, the master said amazingly. What? Ling Chen was shocked and couldn't help but increase the decibels. What's wrong with you? The old man beside him noticed Ling Chen's strangeness. Then why didn't he make a move? Ignoring the old man on the side, Ling Chen began to think about the other party's intentions. If you don't know how to deal with someone with a moat level, it is very likely to bring a diamond or platinum level person to the stronghold. So what the result will be, you can imagine. It turns out that the other party doesn't look down on his little fish. Ling Chen turned his head to look at the old man. Well, you are not worth much. No need to stare here. Let's withdraw first. Let's go back. After saying that, Ling Chen hid his breath in front of the old man, blending with the darkness. The old man didn't know why, but he also listened to Ling Chen's words, turned into a black shadow, and flashed in the dark night. Residential building, 6 floors. Left protector. Will you just let them go? A man dressed in black and covering his face was half kneeling, respectfully asking the person in front of him. It's just 2 blind little fish. Behind a beautiful desk, a man in a purple-black suit swayed gently with a glass of red wine in his hand. He sat there with his legs crossed, a coldness in his eyes, and an evil smile on his lips. Oh, don't worry, the big fish is still behind. The purple eyes were cold, and the tone was full of danger, as if everything was under control. Yes, protector. On the other side, Ling Chen and the the two returned to the hotel smoothly through the concealment of the night. Well, this time Ling Chen also entered through the window. After all, a black dress didn't look like a good person. Turning through the window left in the room, Ling Chen changed into a black dress, followed by the old man. Seeing the old man's slightly puzzled eyes, Ling Chen said slightly helplessly, "There is one inside, stronger than a diamond." Hearing this, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Ling Chen in shock. "We're lucky, he's too lazy to pay attention to us." Ling Chen gasped for breath, and after stopping the breathing technique he was a little out of breath. Before the old man could speak, Ling Chen said directly, Okay, this matter will come to an end first. You should cultivate well first, and then advance to the diamond level. Tell me, not enough spirit stones. When we become stronger, we can take revenge, right? The old man gritted his teeth and nodded, his eyes showing a sense of firmness. It's not worrying to be so old. Arranging the old man to practice well in other rooms, Ling Chen began to refine the specific plan of Dabi in his mind. After thinking of a specific plan, Ling Chen went to bed with satisfaction and practiced. The emergence of new humans made Ling Chen feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Originally, Ling Chen felt that he had developed steadily, and he entered Qingbei with great skills in the college entrance examination, and then continued to hang all the way and it was over. But now, he has just been targeted by the new human beings. Hurry up and practice. Ling Chen let go of some of the self-control he had when he practiced his exercises in the past. The surrounding source energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex of spiritual energy, which continuously converged around Ling Chen. A whirlwind of spiritual energy was formed, and Ling Chen was in the center of the spiritual energy whirlwind, completely wrapped by the whirlwind. In the vortex of spiritual energy, Ling Chen sat cross-legged, his hands folded, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the movement of the aura. Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly and began to practice the chaos god killing technique, constantly absorbing the source energy of heaven and earth into his body, and then refining it into his own source energy. Ling Chen practiced until the next morning. He opened his eyes flashed with light in the depths, and his face showed a look of satisfaction. Bronze 2-star. Open this system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze 2-star, EXP 99/3000. Strength, 5,888 kilograms. Combat power, 9,998. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. Talent, the appearance of the Great Emperor, I sealed. Technique, Chaos God killing technique, God level. Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 swords, Xianyuan sword, 3-turn thunder god technique. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 123/10,000. Strange treasure, origin treasure, city of space. Pets, super god level divine pets, little dragon, growth stage, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. Number of legions, 11. Legion level, go recruit. Call of Legion, to be unlocked. Legion commander, not opened. Deputy head of the group, not open. Legion skill, none. Clan attack bonus, 21%. Clan defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Clan recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal, divine iron times 30, jade bottle. There are too many elixirs to display. Now Ling Chen already has the power of a silver 8-star level, and Ling Chen is now confident that he can fight against a gold level junior opponent without being defeated. Ling Chen stood up, stretched out, and felt much more comfortable, but it was only a star upgrade, but it was also much stronger than before. After a simple wash, Ling Chen had breakfast and took out the communicator. Well, it's time to get down to business today. Turn on the button that blocked the communicator information yesterday. The first second, nothing happened. The second, or nothing happened. What? Don't want to mess with me? 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Finally, in the 10th second, Ling Chen's communicator was about to explode all of a sudden. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The prompt sound of receiving text messages is endless. Ling Chen turned on his phone and saw that good guy. The number of people texting him was only a display of 9999 plus. I don't know how many people there are. This is stumped by Ling Chen. Do you want to send a group text message back? How much does this text message cost? Finally, Ling Chen gritted his teeth. For the master alchemist's skills. Fight. The big deal is that if you refine the lowest level elixir in the future, you will get back your money. Students who are interested in joining my hunting team should come to the hotel door next to the arena for an on-site interview before 6 p.m. today. When you're done, click send. Ding dong. Sent successfully. In less than a second, Ling Chen received a text message. A text message from Huaqing Communications. Dear customers, hello. As of today, your account balance has been overdue. The amount of arrears is 54,268.6 yuan, and the account has been restricted. Please pay in time. Ling Chen froze in place, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Tian Lei, can you split a hair off if I chop it off? God TM, hundreds of thousands of SMS and private messages. I just want to recruit 100 people. 1 in 10,000, real hammer. Helplessly, charged the communication communication bill first. Reluctantly rushed 60,000 yuan. Here is the interview. Ling Chen came to the door of the hotel and set up a stall next to the central garden next to it, with a few chairs for the elderly. Took out a blank piece of paper and wrote a few big characters. Recruit team members. Don't deceive the old man. Then Ling Chen took out a pot of good badness and lay on the old man's chair, swaying leisurely. Soon, a few girls came to the booth together. Wow, it's Senior Ling Chen. Is there a shortage of warm beds for seniors? One of the petite and cute girls said. Looking at Ling Chen with little stars in his eyes, he made a so handsome, a nymphomaniac voice. Are you here for an interview? Ling Chen was not moved by the woman, and a faint voice came. Check the messages of several girls randomly through the system. Yang Hui, apprenticeship 4 stars, 299 out of 400. Loyalty, 70, recruitable. Li Hui, apprenticeship 4 star, 188 out of 400. 10 minutes later. Loyalty, 62, recruitable. 20 minutes later. Zhang Xiao, apprentice level 5 star, 123 out of 500. Loyalty, 35, not enrolled. After checking, Ling Chen waited for the women's answers. That's right. We all want to follow in the footsteps of the gods. Yang Hui couldn't wait to answer, expressing her enthusiasm. I can accept you too, she can't. Ling Chen pointed at Zhang Xiao and shook his head gently. Why? I'm the strongest in it. Why don't you look down on me? Zhang Xiao exploded all of a sudden and roared, neither of them is as strong as me. I have no shortage of strong people. What I want is enough loyalty. Your eyes have betrayed you. Ling Chen pretended to be a person who knew how to read words and expressions very well. Not to mention, Yang Hui and Li Hui really believed it. Ling Chen's image in their hearts became even taller. You too, would you like to join my team? Are you willing to fight the monster head-on? Ling Chen asked in a very formal tone. We do. The two women replied together. Ling Chen saw that the number of his team changed from 11 to 13. Okay, add a communicator. After that, I will build a group to pull you. Ling Chen took the initiative to add the second daughter. After all, there were too many Ling Chen. He didn't want to go through them one by one. There are many people like this who come to interview in batches, and Ling Chen also recruits many people in a day. Because many people only saw it on the live broadcast, they couldn't come to the interview in person. The sun sets, and the stall holders are closing the stalls. Today is a day full of harvests, and Ling Chen's legion has taken in another 560 newcomers. Ling Chen created a group and pulled everyone in. Mission accomplished. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the master alchemy. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt that there was an additional memory of alchemy in his mind, and gradually merged with the original memory. It was as if Ling Chen himself had practiced the elixir for hundreds of years. It turns out that this is alchemy? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive ability of all abilities. Please use it immediately. Yes/no. Not. I don't need it yet, and I will use it when I have more ice attribute abilities. Now that he has become a master of alchemy, it is no longer a problem to use ultimate ice to refine alchemy. At that time, he would be able to have ice-type abilities, thinking that Ling Chen was still a little expectant. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the summoning legion system. Summon legion system, randomly summon all kinds of legions to fight for the host, absolutely loyal. Epic summon can be performed once for each main quest completed. Normal summons can be done for free once a month. I'm going, handsome. Doesn't it mean that you are going to take off? You don't have to recruit people in person, you can have a group of younger brothers every month. Who doesn't love such a system? After receiving the reward, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try alchemy with ultimate ice. Back in the hotel lobby, Ling Chen asked the front desk, where is the alchemy room? Ah, sir, do you want to use it? The young lady at the front desk was very surprised in her heart. The young man in front of her was so young, he turned out to be an alchemist. Ling Chen nodded. The alchemy room is on the 8th floor, just turn right and go straight after getting out of the elevator. Half an hour later. Thank you. Ling Chen walked in the direction of the elevator, threw his right hand back slightly, and a source building pill fell into the hands of the front desk. The front desk was stupid in place, he just pointed out the way, and hundreds of thousands of pills were given to me for nothing? So handsome. And money. I really want to give him a monkey. Of course Ling Chen didn't know that after he left, the front desk lady behind him even thought about where to bury them. He followed the instructions of the front desk and came to the alchemy room. Hello, I rent an alchemy room. Ordinary alchemy room is 10,000, intermediate alchemy room is 50,000, advanced alchemy room is 200,000 a night. The front desk respectfully reported their prices to Ling Chen. After all, every alchemist is not something they can provoke. Let's have a high-end one. Although I want to rent it cheaper, I can't be careless about practicing the ice spirit pill. I still have to do better. After scanning the code and paying the money, Ling Chen came to a high-end room under the leadership of a special maid. If you need anything, just press the bell. I wish you all the best in your alchemy. The maid exited the room. Ling Chen briefly observed. There were very few things in this alchemy room. It looked very empty, but there was everything that alchemy should have. The alchemy room was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, which smelled very good, very comfortable, and made people feel refreshed when they smelled it. It has the effect of elaboration and divineness. In the center of the alchemy room was a huge alchemy furnace. The height of the alchemy furnace reached 2 meters, and several soaring dragons were carved on the wide furnace body. At this price, just prepare everything you should have, and nothing else? Sure enough, alchemists are the easiest profession to make money. It is also the easiest profession to be slaughtered by others. Ling Chen looked at the empty alchemy room and couldn't help but complain. After making some simple preparations, he took out the ultimate ice and some other materials from the ring. Refining the ice spirit pill also requires some other herbs to assist, but they are all more common. Ling Chen swept the treasure pavilion last time, and he bought them back. Everything was ready. Ling Chen summoned his flame, injected it into the alchemy furnace, and then threw the auxiliary materials into it one by one. The auxiliary herbs gradually melt in the flames, turning into a few drops of liquid. After the purification was over, Ling Chen wrapped the ultimate ice with the source qi and guided it into the elixir liquid in the alchemy furnace. Under Ling Chen's precise control, the prototype of the ice spirit pill gradually took shape. After a long time, Danshine, Ling Chen's right hand moved, and 3 snow-white elixirs with blue Dan patterns flew to Ling Chen's hand. Is this the ice spirit pill? Ling Chen took out one and immediately took it. A cold feeling suddenly spread throughout his body, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of Ling Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level ability, Extreme Ice. Cruel! Ha 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 ha! Ling Chen clenched his fists excitedly. The 4th ability. After being excited, Ling Chen looked at the time and found that it was already the next morning. Go wash up first and then have breakfast. It's almost time to gather and set off. Ling Chen thought of this, so he walked towards the washroom in the alchemy room. 10 o'clock in the morning, in front of the hotel. When Ling Chen arrived with a pinch, the members of the 3 teams had already arrived, including Ling Shi and Lingling. Minister Lin was also here, and there were several warriors in armor behind him. This trip to Shuguang City will be led by Station Master Lin himself. Originally, Minister Lin was too lazy to go to the scene to watch in previous years, but this year is different. This year there is Ling Chen. Maybe the championship is our Hangdu, then I can blow it in the future. So Minister Lin resolutely decided to lead the team himself. Get out! Lin Bu, take the liberty of asking, how strong are you? Yi Kong was really reckless when he was reckless, but he just asked the question Ling Chen wanted to know. It doesn't hurt to tell you, Diamond Peak. None of these warriors behind me are below the platinum level, so don't worry now. As soon as Lin Bu's words were finished, everyone smiled. There should be no safety problems with so many strong people. But Ling Chen's brows furrowed. You know, the new human is a high school with a moat. Vaguely, Ling Chen had a bad premonition. What are you thinking, Brother Chen? Seeing Ling Chen's appearance, Yi Kong waved his hand in front of Ling Chen's eyes and asked, It's okay, I always feel that this road is not so smooth. Let's pay attention to safety. Seriously told Yi Kong to pay attention. Then Ling Chen took Ling Shi and Lingling with him. Ling Chen had already experimented before, and his space ability could release living creatures. So once there is danger, even if he exposes his talent, Ling Chen must ensure the safety of his sisters, which is also the biggest reliance for Ling Chen to dare to bring his sister out. Get in the car. Get ready to go. With the forest department's speech, the teenagers of the 3 teams each got on an extended version of the mountain off-road vehicle. One car can seat 8 people, which is completely enough. The other 2 vehicles were 4 squad members in addition to 2 fighters. Only Ling Chen's team was full and crowded. Ling Chen's 6 people plus the co-pilot sat the minister, and there was an old driver who drove. There were 4 armored vehicles around it, and 3 vehicles were surrounded in the middle in 4 directions. It was followed by a personnel carrier. Each armored vehicle is equipped with 4 fighters, and there are 20 more on the personnel carrier. More than 40 lineups at the lowest platinum level protected the participating team members to Dawn City. The convoy quickly drove out of the main city of Hangdu and drove towards the north. Ling Chen, whether we can have a face in the Hangdu gathering place this time is up to you. I am the highest level escort team that I specially applied for you. Minister Lin, the co-pilot, turned his head and said to Ling Chen with a smile, That's a must. I won't take anything except the championship. Just kidding, the rewards for champions issued by the system are really fragrant, okay? What is the use of other rankings? Minister Lin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, seemed to have sensed something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Oh no, there's an ambush. There was an exclamation ahead. Everyone in several cars became nervous. Boom boom boom. Several shells were projected from a distance, bombarding the convoy and overturning one of the extended mountain off-road vehicles. Get off! Minister Lin's voice spread, and unlike the previous state, Minister Lin now seemed calm and composed. Ling Chen and the others got out of the car decisively. Sitting in the car was just a living target for others. Turning the overturned off-road vehicle back, Qin Tian and the others got out of the car with pale faces, touching their heads in some pain. This kind of shell cannot hurt strong people above the gold level, but it still poses a fatal threat to high school students like Qin Tian and others. The entire 41-man squadron was divided into 5 squads and a squadron leader. Southeast, southeast. The first team, give it to me. The second and third squads crossed the cover package from both sides. The squadron leader commanded calmly. The squadron leader was not worried about enemy shells hurting his teammates. After all, this kind of shell only threatens the gold-level powerhouse. In the entire squadron, the lowest strength is also a platinum 1-star. The remaining two teams surrounded the three student teams in the middle. Their task is to protect Ling Chen and the others. It seemed that the ambush people also knew that the shells did not pose any threat and stopped bombarding. On the hillside to the southeast, dozens of people in black were exposed, and the black trench coat swayed in the wind. As the leader issued a command with his right hand forward, the people in black burst out their source chi one after another, rushing towards the convoy in a cone shape. Platinum, 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 diamond, diamond, 32 platinum, 7 diamond. 3 of them are 1 star for diamonds, 2 for 2 diamonds and 2 stars, 1 for 6 diamonds and 1 for 7 stars. Super luxurious lineup. There are actually 7 diamond levels, which is a bit troublesome. Looking at the group of men in black who rushed over, Minister Lin showed a hint of sadness on his face. Ask for support. After saying that, Minister Lin rushed towards the man in black, and he had to entangle the diamond level on the opposite side before he could contact the leading 3 squads on the opposite side. Otherwise, these 3 squads may be more than lucky. Zhang San, Li Si, you two, take the students first and wait for us at Camp 818. The squadron leader ordered 2 platinum level 7-star soldiers to protect the students. Yes, the 2 shouted in response and saluted the squadron leader. Turning his head and taking Ling Chen and the others into the armored vehicle, he quickly drove to the side. 32 men in black and 32 warriors fought together, and it was difficult to distinguish them for a while. The remaining 6 platinum level warriors worked together to entangle a diamond level 1-star powerhouse. Squadron leader Orange Light, a diamond level 2-star in strength, also fought with a diamond level 2-star man in black. 33, you go after. Be sure to complete the task. The leading man in black ordered. Yes, my lord. One of the diamond level 1-star men in black chased in the direction Ling Chen left. I want to leave, but I haven't asked if I will agree. Minister Lin burst out with all his might, stretched out his right hand, and endless vines broke through the ground from the ground, and one of them rushed towards the departing 33. Looking at the vines, the departing 33's body couldn't help but tremble, but he didn't stop, but rushed forward faster. At this time, another vine, like a poisonous snake, suddenly appeared and wrapped around 33's legs. Then a huge suction force came, dragging 33 directly into the ground. Ah! The 33, who was dragged to the ground, let out a cry of pain. Then, the vines tied him up, and then dragged him into the distance, dragged him to Minister Lin, and threw him on the ground. Looking at the 33 in front of him, Minister Lin took off the mask of the man in black with a vine. When he saw the face of the man in black, Minister Lin's face changed slightly. It's you! I didn't expect you to do such a thing? Minister Lin's tone was full of anger. This person was Vice Minister Tao in the bureau. Heh, what is there to say? I admit it. Vice Minister Tao, who was tied up by Tang Man, sneered. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? A vine broke through the ground and stabbed towards Vice Minister Tao. Stop him. The leader gave an order, and the remaining diamond ranks rushed up. The leader, another diamond 6-star deputy, and a diamond 2-star person, the 3 of them surrounded Minister Lin. The remaining diamond level 1-star, codenamed 32, took advantage of the chaotic scene and sneaked in the direction of the students. Minister Lin was angry and completely ignored that there was one less person on the field. His deputy was actually a madman like a new human. On the other side, armored vehicles that had traveled for a few minutes were quickly overtaken by the 32 of the diamond 1-star. An earthen wall suddenly appeared and blocked the path of the armored vehicles. A-level Earth-type ability, diamond level 1-star, 32. The armored vehicle was forced to brake urgently and stop. Abandon the car. The 2 warriors decisively chose to abandon the car and fight with the Earth-type ability, and driving was basically useless. You come up, I'll assist you. Among them, Zhang San roared, his hands wrapped around the smell of the wind. Okay, skin hardening, yes, come. Another soldier, Li Si, was hardened and looked like a piece of steel. Looks indestructible. He suddenly exerted force with his right foot, and the whole person punched 32, his fist shining with a metallic luster. The power of the wind, the strangulation of the wind. Zhang San used his abilities on the spot to assist. Ha! Overestimate one's strength or oneself. 32. There was a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. 32 slowly raised his back hand and caught the punch very easily. Then the other hand slapped Li Si's chest with one palm, and a powerful momentum was instantly released. Li Si subconsciously slapped his other hand out to block it. Boom! The 2 palms intersected, and a violent sound erupted. Li Si was shocked. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and flew out. Ah! Li Si let out a painful scream, and he felt as if his bones were about to break. The severe pain spread throughout his body, making him tremble all over, and drops of cold sweat came out of his forehead, instantly wetting his clothes. Li Si. Zhang San saw Li Si fall to the ground and vomit blood, and he was secretly anxious. The gap was too big. Squadron leader, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete your mission. The power power of the wind, tornado. Zhang San released his strongest blow. The other party disappeared in place all of a sudden. Zhang San looked at the ground vigilantly, guarding against the other party's sneak attack. The dirt on the ground suddenly splashed into the air, and Zhang San immediately realized that an enemy was rapidly approaching him. Zhang San immediately took a few steps back quickly, only to see that the soil on the ground instantly gathered into several earthen pillars and spears, and rushed towards Zhang San. Zhang San hurriedly used a wind shield to block it, but the difference in strength was too big. Almost at the moment of the confrontation, the wind shield was covered with dense cracks. Click, click. In the end, the shield could not withstand the attack and shattered, and the earthen pillar spear attacked Zhang San. Zhang San was pierced through his chest by a spear, and his body flew backwards. Zhang San covered his chest, got up with difficulty, pulled the spear out of his chest, and sealed the bleeding wound with his ability. But this can't solve his current weak state, and he has no power to fight. The next moment, 32 broke out of the soil. Just when 32 condensed the source chi and wanted to send Zhang San and Li Si to meet their grandmother's grandmother, Ling Chen had to move, and a flash appeared in front of Zhang San in an instant. Don't resist, I'll take you away. Take it. In a low voice, Ling Chen included Zhang San in his talent space. 32 looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. What happened just now? Why did Zhang San, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappear? Could it be that Ling Chen activated some ability just now? Or some magical trick was used? Taking advantage of the few seconds of 32's doubts, Ling Chen flashed next to Li Si, who was lying on the ground again. Send it into your own space in the same way. In Ling Chen's own space, some normal furniture and supplies have been placed by Ling Chen, so it can be said that there is nothing to do for a few days and nights. This, could it be, space system? Looking at Ling Chen at a bronze level, flashing around, 32 finally discovered the anomaly. It turned out to be a space department. There are only 2 space departments in China. 32 instantly became excited and killed a space genius. What kind of rewards can be obtained? You know, the space system is the strongest and most sloppy ability. If you can't beat it, others will run away, and you won't be able to chase it. And the young man in front of him, only at the bronze level, could never escape from under his nose. Ling Chen flashed back to the middle of the student team. Brother Chen, what were you just now? Ling Chen, what kind of trick are you? Everyone watched Ling Chen flash around in surprise, and they didn't think about the space-type ability. There were only 2 people, Condensation Frost and Xianlinger, and their eyes showed a real meaning. Finally, they were able to be sure that Ling Chen had obtained that person's inheritance. The chosen one, the son of luck. Unexpectedly, it was such a teenager. It's too late to say so much. Don't resist, I'll take you away. Ling Chen waved his hand and took them into his own space. After doing all this, Ling Chen had time to look at 32 head-on. I didn't expect that I would meet a genius in the space department. 32's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Facing the diamond-level enemy, Ling Chen did not show the slightest panic. But in fact, Master, I can only rely on you this time. Ling Chen silently called out to Master in his mind. Why, I can't figure it out. Soon the old man's voice appeared in Ling Chen's mind. The opposite side is diamond. Master, you really look down on me. I'll pass on my power to you, see how much you can bear, and I'll leave the rest to you. The gap between the 2 sides was too big, and Master Kongming would not force Ling Chen to be tempered. After all, with Ling Chen's bronze-level strength, going across 4 major classes to challenge the diamond level is undoubtedly looking for abuse. A huge force gushed out from the trace of soul left by Master in his mind. It was instilled into Ling Chen's body. Ha, why, do you think you've eaten me? He nodded slightly, then Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at 32 with a smile on his face. Seeing the young man's confident face, 32 looked a little stunned, his brows furrowed slightly. He immediately condensed the source power of the Earth system and rushed towards Ling Chen. Cut the mess with a quick knife to avoid extraneous branches. He had a faint bad premonition, but just halfway through, 32's face changed. He found that an aura that was not weaker than him at all, or even stronger than him, burst out from the body of the young man in front of him. Ling Chen twisted his neck, rubbed his hands, looked at 32, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Next, a fair showdown. Who are you? Are you Jiang Haotian? 32's eyes showed a hint of panic. He didn't believe that the source chi in front of him was a teenager who was stronger than himself. It must be in disguise. But this, it's cool. I am me. Different fireworks. Ignoring 32's shock and panic, Ling Chen came to his side with a flash. A punch came out, but 32 also reacted quickly. Quickly reached out to block it. Drink. Able to block Ling Chen's attack, 32 took advantage of the strength to retreat, looking at Ling Chen with a solemn face. But he was still secretly relieved. Through the blow just now, he could feel that the boy in front of him was not yet familiar with this power. He is not that person. It should be an external borrowing, and it will definitely not last long. Now I just need to drag the other party's power to the end. Slightly wrinkled hands squeezed lightly. 32 surrounded by earthen walls erected on all sides. Dozens of earth spears made of stone and soil were suspended in the air, containing rich earth source chi. Go! Wow! Dozens of spears made a clattering sound in the air and shot towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen gently dodged to the side and dodged the flying spear. Thunder slash. A half-moon-shaped thunderlight arc that was several times larger than before formed in front of Ling Chen and threw it in the direction of where 32 was. The thunder arc bombarded the earthen wall, marking a very deep mark on the earthen wall. With just one more blow, the earthen wall will collapse. 32's face changed slightly, and he immediately treated it with all his might, summoning a larger and thicker earthen wall. Looking at the man in black 32 who was constantly strengthening his defense, Ling Chen roared, and the momentum emanating from his body became stronger and stronger. 32 secretly complaining, how can the other party not weaken but be strong? Foreign forces have not disappeared. Ling Chen exuded a domineering source energy, and with a hard kick with his right foot he pounced out like a cheetah. When he got close to the earthen wall, a palm blasted out, instantly breaking the earthen wall. 32 took a step back cautiously, and then suddenly tightened, and turned his head and ran away. Through Ling Chen's current momentum, he had clearly felt that he could not beat the other party. Seeing that the opponent actually wanted to run, Ling Chen would not let the other party get his way. He took out the Xianyuan sword from the ring, and a flash approached the man in black, pinching the spell in his left hand. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Thousands of arrows made of invisible sword energy shot towards the man in black. Now, Ling Chen, who has the strength of a diamond level intermediate level, displayed the 10,000 sword dynasty sect, which is far more powerful than when he was at the bronze level. Sensing the attack from behind, the man in black 32 turned around and quickly used an earthen wall to block it. But after all, it couldn't be stopped, and the endless sword energy pierced the body of the man in black 32. The 32nd company retreated until it hit the wall on the side and did not stop. He was defeated, and the other party is just an 18-year-old teenager. How is this possible? Why does the other party have such a strong external force? I'm a real diamond-level powerhouse. But the fact was right in front of him. The man in black covered the pierced wound on his chest, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen jumped up and came to the man in black. You are from the new human organization? Wait, when God comes, you will all die, ha ha ha. After saying that, the man in black 32 raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, pressed against the stone wall, and slowly fell. Ling Chen stepped forward and carefully searched the man in black. Except for a metal token with 32 written on it, there was nothing else. Confirming that there was nothing valuable on the man in black, Ling Chen stepped aside and picked a slightly cleaner ground. Lying on the ground weakly, then released them from their exclusive space. Brother, are you okay? As soon as he came out, Ling Shi pounced on him and hugged Ling Chen. I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo. Ling Shi's tears dripped down like money, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands from time to time. It's okay, I'm not fine. Ling Chen patted Ling Shi's back and comforted softly. Look, isn't this the man in black? Yi Kong exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads, and the cold corpse of the man in black appeared in everyone's sight. Impossible. Everyone immediately looked at Ling Chen in unison. Ahem, don't do 6. Damn, pervert. Nima national competition fart. Who are you talking about? I want to call Brother Chen. That's right, Brother Chen. Zhao Gang glared at the person who said this viciously, then turned his head to look at Ling Chen with a smile. Brother Chen, cowhide. The crowd's praise came and went. At this time, the sound of armored vehicles and off-road vehicles driving came from behind him. Be vigilant, Zhang San reminded softly. The crowd was in a state of battle, looking at the approaching convoy. When the convoy approached, they saw the driver and others on the car clearly. It was Minister Lin and others. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The convoy approached and stopped in front of Ling Chen. Minister Lin and the others came down, and almost everyone had bloodstains on their bodies. Minister Lin, how is it? Is it solved? You think too simply, solve 6, and run away the rest. After saying that, Minister Lin's expression darkened. We are also 2 people less. Everyone present fell silent. May the deceased rest in peace. They are the best fighters. Linbu, we are just apprentice-level high school students. Do they have such a big battle? Qin Tian asked. You have to ask Ling Chen. Their target may be Ling Chen. It has nothing to do with you. Only then did everyone think that there was still an open person beside them. It was bronzed so quickly. Hey, that's... Suddenly, Hayashi glanced at the body of the man in black 32. Oh, that's Ling Chen killed. Ha! Ling Chen, bronze level, this is diamond level. Are you sure you are not joking? Minister Lin was shocked, because there was no need for everyone to lie to him. So, is it really Ling Chen who did it? Bronze level and diamond level? Isn't it true that the silver level will be in the future? Can't beat Ling Chen yourself? Outrageous. Ling Chen, how did you do it? He will be gone with a big move. If you don't kill him, Zhang San and Li Si will be gone. Suddenly, the eyes of the remaining soldiers changed. They finally understood why they arranged for themselves to escort a few high school students. This is genius. It is possible to become the future and revive the hope of the Blue Star. The trace of confusion in everyone's hearts at the beginning also dissipated with the wind. Does that mean it's dangerous to go all the way with Ling Chen? Said a team member from the 3rd high school in a corner. Then you can cross this area by yourself and walk by yourself. Then forget forget it. Time flies, and the next trip goes very smoothly. Occasionally, I encountered a few low-level monsters passing by, and they were also solved casually. On the horizon in the distance, the outline of the city gradually emerged. The boundless city wall cannot see the beginning and the tail. Wow, this is Dawn City? So big? Standing on a hill, Yikon looked like he had never seen the world. Just kidding? A city of 9.6 million square kilometers, are you kidding me? Ling Chen couldn't help but ridicule him, but he was shocked by such a big city. One city is one country. This is the first line of defense for mankind. It is also the last line of defense for our human beings. Minister Lin's words were full of firmness and respect. Everyone didn't know why. Soon, the group approached the city wall and, after a series of identity authentications, entered the city. Find a hotel to rest for one night tonight. Continue on the road tomorrow morning. Seeing that he had entered the city, Lin Bu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone, "The primeval forest primary simulation field is still more than 100 kilometers away from everyone, so it's better to take a break nearby." Then, everyone entered a slightly luxurious hotel next to it. Your room key. Open the room. Everyone has assigned a room. Okay, everyone, take a good rest, and we'll go to the simulation venue tomorrow. The rest of the game will depend on you. Before leaving, Minister Lin instructed everyone. Today, all the soldiers in the forest department were very tired, and they also needed to take a good rest. A certain room. Let's talk about it. What's going on? Squadron leader, when the two of us were knocked to the ground, we were about to be gone, and the boy suddenly appeared in front of us. Yes, then he asked us not to resist and sent us into a mysterious space. Then everyone else was sent over. We don't know what happens next. The two soldiers told what happened at that time. Oh, is it the space department? This boy is not simple. You two write a post-war report, describe the matter in detail, and then report it to the people above. After listening to the descriptions of the two team members, the squadron leader felt that Ling Chen might have a space-type ability, so he decided to report it and see what it said. On the 6th floor of 303, Ling Chen was resting in his room. Suddenly, the door was knocked. Open the door. Condensation cream was found standing in the doorway. What's the matter? Ling Chen tilted his head and showed a hint of confusion. This big night, this notoriously cold girl. What's the matter with coming to yourself? It shouldn't be like taking a fancy to yourself. Can I go in and talk? The girl's sweet voice came into Ling Chen's ears. That's not good. Come, please. Inside. Ling Chen measured his body, and a gentleman with one hand asked for condensation cream into the room. Then he excitedly closed the door and locked it, by the way. After all, what if you don't lock the door and encounter danger? Turning around, he saw Condensation Frost looking at Ling Chen with a hesitant face. Can I be your friend? A sentence was spoken, as if all the courage of the Condensation Frost had been exhausted. Ling Chen was stunned, and then smiled, thinking that something was wrong. Of course, we are friends. Thank you. I'm leaving. Then he lowered his head, and the Condensation Frost passed by Ling Chen. The faint fragrance hit Ling Chen's nose, and the light fragrance floated, refreshing the heart. Seeing that the door was locked, Condensation Frost was stunned for 2 seconds, then opened the door in a panic and ran out. Ahem. It's over. It seems to have been misunderstood. Ling Chen smiled bitterly. It seems that there are really many misunderstandings in this world. Ling Chen touched his nose, then returned to bed, closed his eyes and recuperated. However, I didn't expect that the frost goddess turned out to be not cold, but social fear. As for what I seem to have been misunderstood, I will talk about it when I have a chance. After Condensation Frost returned to his hotel room, he covered his face with a blush, feeling that it was really embarrassing just now. Why did she ask that question so badly? Could it be that she has a crush on this guy, so she wants to pursue him? No way. No way. After Ling Chen went to bed, he first briefly checked his own situation. Open the system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze 2-star, 762/3000 EXP. Strength, 5,916 kilograms. Combat power, 10,025. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. Tell me what you want next. Talent, the appearance of the Great Emperor, I sealed. Side job, Master Alchemy, True Drip Cow. Technique, Chaos God Killing Technique, God level. Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, Shen Yuan Sword, 3 turns Thunder God Technique, Seymour. Weapon, Shen Yuan Sword, Seal. Shen Yuan Sword, Soul Power, 123/10,000. Strange Treasure, Origin Treasure, City of Space. Pets, Super God level Divine Pets, Little Dragon, Growth Stage, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Juvenile Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. Number of legions, 571, not bad, good improvement. Legion level, taking the 318 heights is not a problem. Summoning Legion, can be summoned for free once a month. Legion Point, Duck Egg, Backpack, Shen Yuan Sword, Seal, Divine Iron times 30, Jade Pure Bottle, Extreme Cold Spirit Spring times 99.99, Ascension Stone times 1, Obsidian times 63 pieces, Source Foundation Pill times times 999, source G pill times 999. There are too many elixirs to display. The newly unlocked summoning system has not yet had time to be used, and it is not clear what will be summoned. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked the summons. Summoning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Shadow Assassin Legion. Clan size 57, 10% of the current clan size. Legion Commander Shijio. Talent level of all members of the clan S level. Attribute Shadow System. Skills Stealth, Backstab, Critical Strike, Trap, etc. Strength Gold 1 star, can be upgraded with Legion points. Ling Chen's bedroom was densely covered with black cloth, with only one eye exposed, like a ghost-like shadow assassin. Looking at the shadow assassins in front of him with a loyalty of 100, Ling Chen's face showed joy. However, looking at the upgrade conditions of the Shadow Assassin Legion, Ling Chen couldn't help but have a headache. Legion points, I am still 0. How to get it, there is no hint. Do you have any other upgrade methods besides Legion points? Since you don't know, you might as well ask yourself. Back to the Lord. We can also improve our strength by absorbing beast cores. Shijio nodded in response, with a yearning for strength in his tone. Okay, you usually arrange to hunt in the wild to improve your strength, and I will summon you if necessary. Yes, Lord. The Shadow Assassins clenched their fists and waved their hands towards Ling Chen, and disappeared in place one by one. With the Shadow Assassin Legion, Ling Chen felt that it would be much more convenient to do a lot of things in the future. Lord. Looking at the disappearing Shadow Assassins, Shijio stepped forward and bowed. You say it. My subordinates want to follow you and protect you, Shijio said resolutely. Oh, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. This Legion commander seems to have much higher intelligence than other Shadow Assassins. My subordinates know that this is inappropriate, but they really want to stay with the Lord. Ling Chen smiled. I know you are worried about my safety. Don't worry. Even if my current strength is far inferior to yours, I'm not afraid of anything. But these days, you don't want to follow me anymore. In the future, when you are strong, you will always be by my side to protect me. After listening to Ling Chen's words, Shijio hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded heavily. Okay, Lord, then let's improve our strength, and when we become stronger, we will follow the Lord. Ling Chen nodded. No longer hesitated, Shijio disappeared in front of Ling Chen. Looking at the location where the Shadow Assassins disappeared, a dark smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. When the Shadow Assassins became stronger, they didn't need to be protected by others. You can do a lot on your own. And Ling Chen now plans to create his own mercenary group. Then, a strong assassin legion is essential. Ling Chen believed that since he wanted to establish his own mercenary group, then build an invincible mercenary group. As long as they don't meet a chosen one like themselves, then they are invincible. Of course, the premise is that Ling Chen has enough people and resources. Now, the assassin legion has taken shape, and the others will develop slowly. Without thinking about it anymore, Ling Chen decided to cultivate until dawn to suppress his excited heart. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the door of the hotel. Now that everyone is here, let's go. 3 hours later, driving among the scattered houses, a city within a city appeared in the eyes of Ling Chen and his party. Simulation field. 3 magnificent large letter plaques hang on the wall doors of the city within a city. Is this a simulation field? Yi Kong exclaimed, looking like he had never seen the world before. The above arrangement for us is the Superpower Hotel. It's right next to the simulation field. Let's go and take a look first. You are free to move around these days. After saying that, Lin Bu thought about it again. Don't play on it. The game is important. When the game is over, you can do whatever you want. Yes, everyone responded. The group entered a huge hotel next to the simulation field. This is your room key. This time, each contestant and the escort all have their own rooms. Okay everyone is free to arrange and prepare for the competition in a few days. After saying these words, Lin Bu hurriedly left. It seemed that there was something more important for him to do. You say, shall we secretly follow and take a look? Looking at Minister Lin's mysterious back, Yi Kong showed a mysterious smile. Are you too idle? Boring. Everyone replied a couple of sentences and went back to their rooms. In this unfamiliar place, it is better to practice with peace of mind and prepare well for the next game. Came to my sister Ling Shi's room and took out the change of clothes and daily necessities prepared before. If you need anything, come knock on my door at any time. I'll be next door. Ling Chen had a bright smile on his face. Got it. If there's nothing wrong, just go out. Ling Shi pushed Ling Chen out of the door. Standing at the door of the room, Ling Chen sighed. Hey sister, is a big mistake. Subsequently, Ling Chen came to Ling Ling's room again, took out her clothes and put them away. Brother, you take a break. Handing a glass of water to Ling Chen, Ling Ling pressed Ling Chen on the bed and sat down. Then he stretched out his hands and placed them on Ling Chen's. On the shoulder. Kneaded gently. Brother, how is the strength? Focus again. Ling Chen, who was feeling comfortable, walked out of Ling Ling's room, feeling a little frivolous in his steps. I have to say that my sister's massage technique is still very good. It doesn't hurt answered in vain. Ding dong. A text message prompt sounded to Ling Chen's ears. When I opened the communicator, it was Captain Xiao's text message, asking Ling Chen when he was free, and the team decided to go on a mission. You guys come out. I won't be back in half a month. Oh, where have you been? I'm going to participate in the national competition. National competition? Are you a high school student? High school student? He fought at the silver level without defeat. You're kidding me. Ling Chen replied lightly. There was a long silence on the Chao team's side. Seeing that Team Chao did not reply, Ling Chen didn't bother to look at it. No matter how much, cultivate and cultivate. The new humans have sent Diamond Level to ambush themselves, and next time, who knows what kind of opponent they will send. For Ling Chen, the cultivation upgrade was imminent. Just when Ling Chen was in the middle of cultivation, it is located on a plateau in the southwest. On a towering mountain, there is a hole. If you enter through the cave, you will find that the entire mountain is empty. The mountains are the headquarters of the new human organization. An office at the headquarters. A white-haired old man leaned on the leather sofa, looking at a message from the communicator, and the old man slapped the table. The table sank down, revealing the outline of a slap. A bunch of waste. I can't even clean up a few dolls. The old man quickly calmed down after the rage. He pressed the button on the table. Call Xing Tian in for me. A respectful voice came from a tone. Soon, the old man's office door was knocked. Come in. With a crunch, the door was opened. A handsome man walked in. His face was as clear as a sculpture, and his angular face was unusually handsome. It looks like a bohemian on the outside, but there is inadvertently a light in its eyes. Elder Hua, what do you order? Xing Tian's face did not show a trace of expression. There is a little bug that you need to solve. A piece of information in front of Elder Hua floated out of thin air and floated in front of Xing Tian, who stretched out his hand to take it. On the information, there is information about a high school student. Ha, Ling Chen. It's a bit interesting. Xing Tian's stiff face showed a hint of coldness, and his eyes showed deep hatred. Genius? This is the kind of genius I like to kill the most. Bowing to Elder Hua, Xing Tian walked out of the room. Watching Xing Tian disappear from sight, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Elder Hua's mouth. Ling Huang, if you let you know that your former apprentice has become what he is now, I don't know how you will react. Magical laughter resounded throughout the room. After a night of cultivation, Ling Chen could feel that his source chi had increased significantly. Since he began to use his technique to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth, Ling Chen's cultivation speed has greatly improved. I believe that before the start of the game, I can break through again. By the way, the lottery is available today. God bless. I will guarantee the 10-year lifespan of the leader of the new human organization, and give me a better skill. Someone, click for the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Enhancement. Enhancement LV0, increases all attributes by 20% in a short period of time, can be upgraded. Not bad. Successfully killed someone's 10-year lifespan. This wave made a great contribution. In the remaining days, in order to prepare for the national competition, everyone spent time in the hotel. The facilities in the hotel are particularly complete, with everything to eat, drink and play, just like a big shopping mall. Ling Shi and Lingling will go shopping together when they have nothing to do. They also knew that Ling Chen was preparing for the next game. In the early morning of the day of Dabi, Ling Chen was at a critical moment in his cultivation. The source chi vortexes formed by the source chi of heaven and earth were continuously sucked into Ling Chen's body, refined in the meridians, and merged into the dantian. At this time, the source chi in the dantian was already full. The source chi that enters later mixes with the original source chi and continuously compresses and purifies it. When the source chi was purified to a certain critical point, the invisible diaphragm in the dantian was broken. Ha breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After several days of uninterrupted practice, it was 3 stars in bronze. It's been 3 days, and it's time to draw again. Last time the effect was good, this time with the 100-year lifespan of the leader of the new human organization as a guarantee. Let's have a better skill. Start the draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level skill, Nirvana. Nirvana, passive skill. There is a 99% chance to recover to full state in place while dying. Cooldown, 1 month. Ling Chen was stunned for a second, and his eyebrows rose with joy. The system is great YYDS. He felt his heart pounding, and the whole world seemed to be excited with him. It can be said that this skill makes Ling Chen feel more at ease, and he can do more things with confidence and boldness. After all, I am not the one in 100 non-chiefs. Ling Chen's trembling thoughts turned on the system, wanting to make sure it wasn't an illusion just now. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, bronze 3 stars, EXP 66/4000. Strength, 6,363 kilograms. Combat power, 14,250. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, B level fire ability. Evolvable, you don't want the next one, do you? Talent, the appearance of the great emperor, I sealed. Side job, master alchemy, multi-use. Technique, chaos god killing technique, god level. Skills, flash, space chain, 10 10,000 swords, Xianyuan sword, 3-turn thunder god technique, nirvana, fire palm, fire shield, primary identification, 899/10,000. Perception, 25 meters in radius, enhancement, 20% of all attributes, fighting skill specialization, thunder slash, thunder rush, stealth technique, breath restraint technique. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 124/10,000. Strange treasure, origin treasure, city of space. Pets, super god level divine pets, little dragon, growth stage, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. Number of legions, 571, not bad, good improvement. Legion level, taking the 318 heights is not a problem. Summon legion, shadow assassin legion, can be summoned for free once a month. Legion point, 2112. Legion commander, not opened. Deputy head of the group, not open. Legion skill, none. Clan attack bonus, 21%. Clan defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Clan recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal. There are too many elixirs to show. Of course I want the next ability, if only I had time. Ding, good arrangement. Ha, system, you can actually reply to me? Why didn't you speak before? 2. Ding, because someone is too vegetarian and too lazy to worry. Oh, does this mean that I am barely up to the mark now? Ding, because I'm bored. Now I'm going to catch up on sleep. Well, you are a system and you are a cow. However, I am getting stronger and stronger now. Ling Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at the time. It's almost time for the opening of the national competition. National competition, I'm here. After passing the participation certificate, instrument inspection, and human molecular examination multiple tests, each contestant entered the hall of the primary simulation field. After Ling Chen and the others entered the hall, there were already many people waiting in the hall. These people were all from other gathering places, and when they saw Ling Chen and others coming in, many people cast curious glances at Ling Chen. There were also some people who looked at Ling Chen and pointed at him, as if many people knew Ling Chen. Isn't that Ling Chen? Suddenly, an exclamation came out, and several people were instantly surrounded by Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked dazed. I haven't started advertising yet, everyone knows me? He knew that he had made a fuss in the Hangdu gathering place, which should attract the attention of many people. But I didn't expect that I seemed to be known by all the competitors. What Ling Chen didn't know was that he had already been rumored. The youngest bronze. It turned out to be him? This report has already spread in the student circle. For the fact that he may have been thoroughly studied, Ling Chen was not worried about being targeted. Because no one knows that he has a space-type ability. If he can't beat others, can't he flash away between himself? This can be regarded as Ling Chen's trump card. In the main stand, there are 3 big guys. The first one, the Minister of Education of China, Chen Guoqiang. The second place, one of the only 2 space systems in China, Shen Tian. The third place is the military marshal, Xiaofeng. This one is Ling Chen. Minister Chen pointed to Ling Chen, who was focused on everyone in the hall under the audience, and introduced it to the other 2. Lao Xia, is your message accurate? Why didn't I feel the space-based ability on his body? Shen Tian frowned and looked at Xiaofeng on the side suspiciously. Oh, you can't feel it? It's a bit interesting. Xiaofeng's resolute face showed a hint of surprise, and he carefully looked at the young man named Ling Chen in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was looking for something. My men have seen it with their own eyes, and there should be no mistakes. Hearing this, Shen Tian was stunned. He continued to carefully observe Ling Chen, and found that Ling Chen had nothing special except for his very good physique. Space ability, I didn't feel it at all. But Xiaofeng felt more and more surprised that this Ling Chen was able to hide his aura. It was difficult for people to detect the space-type abilities on his body, which was something he could never have imagined. As everyone knows, all this is the credit of the system. It should be a space department. Take a look first. After saying that, Xiaofeng raised a hand and clenched his chin in a fist, listening to the speech of the opening ceremony. Hundreds of miniature flight cameras fly above each team, and the competition will be displayed in front of all audiences across the country in the form of a live broadcast of the whole network. The anchor room is mainly divided into the main live broadcast room and the subsidiary live broadcast room of each participating team. When the live broadcast started, the opening remarks of this competition began. Hello everyone. First of all, welcome everyone. Then, please pay attention to. Finally, I announce, the game begins. Earth Escape. Ignoring the host's systematic introduction at the beginning, it wasn't until the announcement that the game was started that everyone cheered up. The barrage in the main live broadcast room also floated countless times. It's finally over. Good guy, I just fell asleep, and when I heard it, I started to jump up. It reminds me of the speech under the national flag in the past. There are a total of 36 entrances in the simulation field. Please ask the captains of each squad to come on stage and draw lots to choose the entrance. Soon, Ling Chen came down with a number 36. Poof. Next, we will enter the primeval forest primary simulation field. Ling Chen, how many are you? Qin Tian, who got the number 23, walked towards Ling Chen Chen's team, followed by Lu Gang's team. Glancing at the number 36 sign in his hand, Ling Chen said in a low voice, according to the original plan. On the first day, we headed towards the central area and gathered in the eastern part of the outskirts of the central square. The people of both teams nodded. However, this scene happened in almost every gathering place. Of course, in addition to the capital gathering place and the magic capital gathering place, as the two most powerful gathering places in China, the quality of their high school teams is very high. What's going on? Almost all apprentice level 9 stars are full of confidence in their own strength. In the team in these two gathering places, Ling Chen also saw some familiar faces. Zhuge Kongming from the high school affiliated to Qingbei in the capital, and Ma Huntao from the high school affiliated to the University of the Magic Capital. Please bring all the players to the venue through the designated entrance. Seeing that the captain's draw was over, the host held the microphone and shouted impassionedly to the camera on the main screen. Don't be so troublesome. A slightly old and peaceful voice came. I saw Shen Tian on the main stand soaring into the air. The right arm was lightly fanned with the sleeve. One by one, space wormholes appeared at the feet of each team. This teenager. A sound of awe spread. Before everyone could react, they were sucked in by the space wormholes under their feet one by one, along with the flying miniature cameras above each team. After falling in the mysterious space channel of light for a few seconds, Ling Chen and the others fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Everyone rubbed their aching buttocks and shouted, and at the same time, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised, as expected of a town-state level space powerhouse. Ling Chen raised his head and looked around. A huge door about 10 meters high stood quietly in front of him. There is a shiny plaque on the door on which a number 36 is displayed. Just as everyone patted their buttocks and stood up, about to push open the door, a slightly old but powerful voice reached the ears of every contestant. Dear students, please note that I am your invigilator Shen Tian, and I will be responsible for your safety. I hope everyone can abide by the rules of the game. Finally, I wish you all satisfactory results. As soon as the words fell, an old man in a robe appeared in front of Ling Chen's 4-member group. The old man was thin, but he had a childlike face, few wrinkles on his face, and looked only 50 or 60 years old. But the aura emanating from the old man made the 4 of them feel terrified. That's probably the oppression of the weak by the strong. Shen Tian's eyes swept over the 4 of them one by one, and finally stayed on Ling Chen's body. Now that he was closer to Ling Chen, Shen Tian found that he still couldn't see through Ling Chen. Moreover, what puzzled Shen Tian was that he found that not only could he not see through Ling Chen, but even the 2 teammates on Ling Chen's side couldn't see through it. The only thing that can see through is the S-class wind boy. Could it be that I am old? But when I go home every night to hand in my homework, my wife is quite satisfied. When Shen Tian observed Ling Chen's eyes met the old man calmly and indifferently, and he was also quite curious about the old man's strength and his space ability. After the game, I'll come to you. After saying this, Shen Tian disappeared in place. Looking at the place where the old man disappeared, there were still faint spatial fluctuations, and the technique was not up to par. Ling Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly walked towards the towering giant door. The 3 of them followed Ling Chen close to the giant gate and came to the front of the giant gate. Ling Chen pushed open the door, and a strong natural breath came to his face, the fragrance of trees and land. Ha! This source chi concentration? Ling Chen suddenly found that the concentration of heaven and earth source chi inside was much higher than that of the outside world, almost more than doubled. What a good place! The 4 members of the squad walked into the simulation field. Crunch! The giant door behind closed on its own after Ling Chen and the others entered. Behind the giant gate, there is a small green grass. In the distance, lush, green and vibrant trees and shrubs appear, and you can feel that the vitality of these plants is extremely strong, as if they have infinite vitality. Cultivating in this place, the speed is at least 3 times faster than before. Ling Chen muttered. Practice in place for a while. Ling Chen gave an order, and before Yi Kong and the 3 of them could react, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, he began to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth. At this time, the screen of the main live broadcast room. Wow, is this a simulation field? It's so realistic? Why did all the players stop? Look, there is a force there that has started cultivating. The maverick Ling Chen attracted the attention of some audiences. Brother Chen, isn't it too hasty to practice like this? Seeing Ling Chen directly enter the cultivation state, the corners of Yi Kang's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "Wait for me for a moment." Ling Chen opened his mouth gently and said nothing. Not long after, Ling Chen opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the cultivation speed inside was several times that of the outside. You must figure out why, and then you must arrange it for yourself. Ling Chen stood up. Let's go, let's go. Gather and grab people. The entire simulation field was not large, and if Ling Chen and the others rushed at full speed, it would only take 5 hours to reach the agreed central square. Of course, Ling Chen didn't intend to rush directly to the central square. Then, wouldn't these 5 hours be wasted in vain? Ling Chen also wants to do something that attracts traffic and shocks the audience. After all, this is related to his reward. Ling Chen touched his chin thoughtfully. First of all, to attract traffic, and only when there is traffic can he do something something that shocks the audience. To have traffic, there must be positioning, and it is also necessary to create a person. Let everyone come for themselves, and they also have to do something so that they can continue to be shocked, and then call friends. After thinking about it, Ling Chen decided to become arrogant. Simply developing and hiding the trump card as a dark horse will definitely have no audience traffic. I can't keep a low profile anymore, after all, the system gives too much. Then, the most arrogant way is to be simple and rude. Kill all the way. Now Ling Chen's strength is 6,363 kilograms, and his pure strength has reached the silver level of 8 stars. Enough to deal with a group of students who don't even have a bronze level. Moreover, it is best to have something to contrast with. By the way, Xiaolon and Xiaolan, come out, little dragon. A chubby little dragon like a ball was sleeping on his stomach. Wow, so cute. As soon as the cute little dragon appeared, it attracted the attention of the second girl, and there were little stars in her eyes. Xian Linger stepped forward and reached out to touch the sleeping little dragon. Feeling that something was around him, the little dragon was awakened. At this time, the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team was already boiling. Wow, so cute. So cute. I would like to use my dad's 10 years of life for a pet like this. Upstairs, you are really filial to me. This way I can inherit the family property faster. Come out, little blue. And as soon as Xiao Ice came out, he was facing Ling Chen. Sure, you lie to me, chirp. Not fun, chirp. Give me the one that was good last time, otherwise it won't be good. You're quite arrogant. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Chen took out a drop of ultimate ice from the ring and put it into Xiao Ice's mouth. Xiao Ice was healed in an instant, staggering and chirping, looking very happy. The condensation frost on the side froze in place, staring blankly at the ice crystal phoenix in front of him. This, how could it be here? Isn't this the totem of the divine beast in the family? And, it seems to be, holy water? For the ice attribute, holy water can maximize his talent, and it is a rare natural treasure. And Ling Chen doesn't look distressed at all? Just when the condensation frost was hesitating, should I ask Ling Chen for some holy water? Ling Chen had already summoned 2 pets and was ready to go. Just as Ling Chen was about to set off, as if remembering something, he took out an ice spirit pill from the ring and threw it to Xiao Lang. Remember to take it. After saying that, without a trace of hesitation, he took the lead in rushing towards the central area. Condensation frost looked at Ling Chen's back, slowly narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her exquisite face. The thick eyelashes stirred up all kinds of charm, and a hint of cleverness flashed in the black eyes. What are you smirking? This is exciting? Seeing the girl's smiling face, Linger on the side gently poked the condensate with her finger and teased. The girl's face turned slightly red and she did not answer. The footsteps were light, and his posture followed towards Ling Chen's back. I was right. Xian Linger smiled and immediately followed. Just as Ling Chen and the others were on their way, an apprentice-level 8-star fire-type wild boar suddenly rushed out. Ling Chen's face was cold, and his deep eyes revealed a hint of indifference, looking at the wild boar that rushed over. Ling Chen's face did not change color. The soles of his feet kicked the ground, his right hand clenched into a fist, and his arm bent back to charge energy. Ling Chen's body rushed forward like an arrow. The wild boar and Ling Chen approached rapidly, and when the distance was right, Ling Chen punched out with his right hand. A dull sound. It was the sound of a fist hitting the boar's body. Tens of thousands of pounds of force poured out, bombarded the boar's body, knocked the boar backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled backwards several times. Ugh, ooh, whoa. The wild boar lying on the ground couldn't stop wailing. The mere apprentice-level monster beast boar couldn't withstand Ling Chen's blow at all. One blow, seriously injured and dying. It just so happened that the director of the main live broadcast room cut to the picture of Ling Chen fighting wild boars. The shocking visual impact made the barrage in the main live broadcast room explode instantly. Is this still human? Can the bronze level have this power? It's also a 9-year supernatural education. Why are you so good? Almost all the audience who saw this scene were a little shocked. There were a lot of viewers, so they flocked to Ling Chen's single live broadcast room. Ling Chen's eyes looked at Yi Kong, and at the same time, Yi Kong also looked at Ling Chen. After a simple glance, suddenly Ling Chen took advantage of the moment when the camera changed the shooting angle and signaled to Yi Kang's eyes. Yi Kong understood in seconds. He hurriedly stepped forward and resulted in the dying wild boar. Ling Chen secretly said in his heart, "For my character, I will work hard for you, brother." After dealing with the aftermath of the wild boar, after saying a word lightly, Ling Chen jumped up and continued on his way without saying a word. His face was cold, and his eyes looked ahead indifferently. A man and 2 women followed, like followers. The barrage of barrages all over the screen came overwhelmingly. There is no picture on the home screen anymore. More and more people entered the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team through the team live broadcast room under the main screen. When they entered the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team, they couldn't get out anymore. I was attracted by Ling Chen's punch before, but I didn't find that there were 2 such good-looking girls. It looks like my first love. Wake up upstairs, you don't have a first love. Everyone, draw your sword. The Ling Chen team, which continued to move forward, did not know that the audience in the live broadcast broadcast room had already started a duel for the girl. Along the way, he encountered many apprentice-level monsters one after another, all of which were taken away by Ling Chen with the simplest and roughest fist punch. It can be said that in this simulation field, Ling Chen's physical power is invincible. Finally, on the afternoon of the first day of the competition lasted for 4 hours and finally met the first team. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team is already a group of diehard fans. You say, this team can hold on to a few moves. One person, one move, how many more moves? I really want to see my goddess fight. Can Brother Chen give me a chance? A squad is dealing with a little fire monkey with 9 stars of apprentices. Feeling the approach of Ling Chen and others, the 4 members of this squad moved closer to each other, taking a battle formation, and looked at Ling Chen and the others vigilantly. The team leader, Wu Yun, took a step forward and released his coercion slightly, and the strength of the 9th level of the apprentice level was revealed without reservation. Squeak! Ugh! The little fire monkey on the side shouted at Ling Chen, as if Ling Chen was stepping on the colorful auspicious clouds to save him. Don't be nervous, soon. Ling Chen's indifferent voice sounded, and his right foot stomped on the ground, shooting towards Wu Yun's team like an arrow that went off the string. Looking for death. The 4 members of Wu Yun's team scolded angrily. As soon as Ling Chen's figure approached, their abilities were activated. Ding! Bang! Pop! Wow! A few collisions sounded, and Ling Chen's body shook slightly, dodging the attacks of the 4 people. Then he pointed his toes to the ground, raised his body again, and rushed towards one of the team members like an arrow off the string. Bang! Ling Chen punched this man in the chest, and the huge force directly smashed him away. Then Ling Chen turned around, slapped another player on the shoulder with his left hand, and clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed the man's abdomen fiercely, knocking him unconscious to the ground. When the remaining 2 saw this scene, they were stunned and at a loss. How can the difference in strength be so big? What kind of monster is this? He is so powerful? After Wu Yun reacted, he hurriedly greeted the remaining team members and surrounded Ling Chen together. Ling Chen was short, and with a side kick, he kicked Wu Yun to the ground. He turned around and punched the last person out. Wu Yun lay on the ground, groaning in pain. You, who are you? Wu Yun looked at the scene in front of him with trembling lips, and his heart was shocked. The weakest of his squad all had the strength of the peak of the apprentice 7 stars, and the strongest self reached the apprentice 9 stars. Such a lineup can't even survive the opponent's 3 moves? How is this possible? How can it be? What? Not convinced? Want to continue the wave? Ling Chen's sharp eyes revealed a hint of domineering, and he said in an indifferent tone. Wu Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, we admit defeat, and the points are given to you. After handing in half of the points, Wu Yun and the other 2 teammates carried the unconscious teammates away. Ling Chen no longer paid attention, but turned his head to look at the little fire monkey in front of him, smiled slightly, and squatted down. Hello, I am Ling Chen. You can follow me in the future. The little fire monkey seemed to understand Ling Chen's words, tilted his head to look at Ling Chen, scratched his scalp with his paws, and seemed to be thinking about how to answer Ling Chen's question. For a long time, the little fire monkey seemed to have made a decision. With a squeak, the little fire monkey ran towards the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ling Chen's barrage exploded again. Sure enough, the monster beast is the monster, and it ran away as soon as it was rescued. Why don't you kill this monster? Didn't you see that this little fire monkey is very gentle? Unlike the wild boar that arched when it saw people. Brother Chen saved in vain. For the little fire monkey's decision, Ling Chen naturally respected its choice. Standing up, he was about to set off when he suddenly heard a dense cry in the dense forest behind him. A group of small fire monkeys rushed out of the dense forest one after another, about 100. One by one, scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, staring at themselves with big eyes. Ling Chen was slightly stunned. At this time, a small fire monkey rushed out of the monkey group, pounced at Ling Chen's feet, hugged Ling Chen's thigh, and rubbed his head against it. Squeak! It was the monkey that Ling Chen had saved just now. Are you going to take refuge in me? Ling Chen pointed to himself and asked. Chirp, chirp. The little fire monkeys nodded in agreement. Then I'll accept you. Come with me. From now on, you will listen to my arrangements. Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile. A group of little fire monkeys in front of them were all apprentices, and the little fire monkeys at the beginning were actually their leaders. In the future, I will call you Little Fire. These little fire monkeys are restrained by you. Ling Chen squatted down and touched his small fire at his feet. Check out the small fire. Little fire monkey, atavist apprentice level 9 stars. Attribute, fire. Skills, bite, thunder fist. Loyalty, 85. Cultivate well, there will be unexpected gains. Atavism? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen turned his head to look at Xiaolong and stretched out his finger to hook it. Xiaolong's chubby body twisted and twisted over. Boss, what's the matter? In the future, you will take care of these little fire monkeys. Ling Chen patted Xiaolong's shoulder and secretly had the prototype of a monster beast army in his heart. He doesn't care about the level of the monster beast. He has his own resources. He can cultivate it by himself. He just needs loyalty. Moreover, Ling Chen is still looking forward to how much surprise Xiaohua can bring to himself in the future. After the arrangements were made, Ling Chen decided to rush directly to the central square to meet, and his plan should also be carried out. You are familiar with this forest, go lead the way, we are going to the square in the central area, Ling Chen said to the monkeys. Chick! A group of little fire monkeys rushed into the dense forest with joy, scurrying around the trees and disappearing from sight. Go, follow along. Ling Chen's feet lightly tapped the ground, and the ground under his feet sank, leaving a small pit. He took a step forward and walked forward with his hands on his back. The small fire at his feet jumped onto Ling Chen's shoulders at some point, and his claws grabbed Ling Chen's shirt tightly. This feeling of being treated as a mount by a pet is really special. Who said the little fire monkey just now ran away? Slap him in the face. With such a group of monster beasts, wouldn't Ling Chen walk sideways? Upstairs, tell me, without this group of monsters, Brother Chen wouldn't walk sideways? There are more and more barrages in the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team. Tens of millions of spectators have poured in one after another. The number of online people in the live broadcast room reached more than 10 million. Although it is incomparable to the hundreds of millions of online people in the main live broadcast room, it is also very large. An hour later, with Ling Chen and others rushing on their way, everyone arrived at the east of the central square. In the center of the central square, there is a stone platform, tens of meters high, on which the Chinese flag flies. Xin Tian's team and Lu Gang's team waited here early. Seeing that Ling Chen finally arrived, the bored people hurriedly got up and walked towards Ling Chen and the four of them. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Seeing Ling Chen, everyone had tears in their eyes, and finally saw the organization. Next, it's the hunting moment. Ling Chen didn't say anything more, and nodded indifferently towards a few people. The detailed plan was communicated before the competition. Hey, what's wrong with Brother Chen? Lu Gang pestled Yi Kong with his elbow, covered his mouth with his hand, and asked in a low voice. Brother Chen wants to attract fans. Let's cooperate and it's over. Yi Kong also responded softly. Ah, this? I'm familiar with this. Lu Gang shook off his flowing bangs, his eyes showed a hint of melancholy, and he was about to speak. Don't be obsessed with brother is just a legend? Yi Kong interrupted. Stop talking. Xiaohua, ask your friends to help us find someone. Ling Chen tilted his head and said softly to Xiaohua. Just keep an eye on someone after you find someone. Xiaohua jumped down from Ling Chen's shoulder and roared a few times into the dense forest. All the monkeys appeared in everyone's sight. Damn, so much? Xin Tian pulled out his weapon from the side, ready to fight at any time. Monkey yourself, put it back. Chick, ha! Xiaohua commanded, and the monkeys spread in all directions in groups of two. After all this, Xiaohua dodged a few more times and rushed back to Ling Chen's shoulder. In that case, there is no need to search for the team yourself. Xiaohua, do you know where there are powerful monsters nearby? Ugh, take us. Ling Chen decided, the most efficient score. Moreover, killing powerful and ferocious-looking monsters has a visual impact and shocks the audience. Xiaohua chirped a few times on Ling Chen's shoulder and then quickly swept towards the distance. The crowd followed. Soon, everyone followed Xiaohua to a hillside, and Xiaohua pointed to a cave on the hillside, meaning, it was there. Ling Chen looked in the direction pointed by Xiaohua's finger and saw a huge snake-shaped python in front of the cave. Bronze 3-star. Same level as me, but a bit ugly. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Although the appearance of the snake python is quite scary, it has no beauty in Ling Chen's eyes. Not only did Ling Chen think so, but almost everyone present also thought that this serpentine python was very ugly, and even disliked it. Ha! Xiaohua made bursts of sharp sounds, and his tone revealed urgency and anger. Ling Chen understood Xiaohua's words. This serpentine python often feeds on small fire monkeys, so the little fire monkeys are very angry. But the other party was a bronze-level monster, and the entire little fire monkey group could not be defeated. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ling Chen touched Xiaohua's head and said softly. Ha! Xiaohua nodded and looked at the serpentine creature, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Ling Chen first identified and checked. Lai Pai Python, bronze 3-star. Attribute, poison. Skill, venom spray. If you don't want to be poisoned, quickly pull out its teeth. Be careful, don't let the venom spray. After saying that, Ling Chen walked forward. Ling Chen, be careful. Seeing Ling Chen step forward, Condensation Frost and the others hurriedly reminded. Don't worry, Ling Chen replied with a smile. Soon, Ling Chen came 50 meters in front of the giant python, and the giant python also sensed Ling Chen. The Lai Pai Python opened its bloody mouth and sprayed venom towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen's strength is still weak, and he still needs to be careful about poison. On the surface of Ling Chen's body, an obvious layer of fire-based source energy emerged. Fire shield. Ling Chen hurriedly released the fire shield to protect himself. The source energy on the fire shield was constantly consumed by the venom, and the corrosive nature of the venom frightened Ling Chen. But in the end, I resisted. Seeing that his attack was not effective, the giant python let out an angry hiss, opened its mouth suddenly, and pounced on Ling Chen. Ling Chen did not choose to dodge. Just in line with his wishes, his physical strength was not directly proportional to the strength of the source chi. The giant python spat out a black mist from its open mouth and went straight for Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't have any expression of fear, stretched out his right palm, summoned the thunder ability, and an arc flashed, contacting the black mist and finally purifying the black mist. The giant python twisted its body and pounced on Ling Chen. Ling Chen's right palm turned into a fist and slammed at the python's mouth. With a violent bang, the python's jaw was smashed, and the snake's body fell back a few meters, falling heavily to the ground, struggling and swinging in place a few times. But it can't struggle anyway. Seeing that the giant python was no longer able to struggle, Ling Chen used his palm as a knife and slashed fiercely on the giant python's belly. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the python's belly was split open by Ling Chen. Bright red blood flowed out of it, and a fishy smell instantly filled the air. Ling Chen did not hesitate, stretched out his hand from the snake's belly, and stuffed it into the space ring. Ding! Kill the Lightbee python, experience plus 500. A systematic prompt sound made Ling Chen stunned in place, but soon Ling Chen reacted. Kill bronze-level monsters to gain experience. Doesn't that mean that you can fight monsters and upgrade, and you don't have to practice boring all the time? Woohoo takes off. The corpse of the giant python lay in place, its body twitching uncontrollably. Does the monster look so ferocious? Does no one think Ling Chen is murderous? Didn't anyone find out that Ling Chen released 2 abilities just now? You're new upstairs. Isn't it normal for our brother Chen's twin ability to be a big deal? In the live broadcast room of the Ling Chen team, barrages emerged like a tide, covering the screen. The little fire monkey's eyes showed a hint of relief, and he shouted twice at Ling Chen. Ling Chen came back to his senses from his joy, and after thinking about it, Ling Chen took out the beast core from the snake's head and threw it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's claws pinched the beast core tightly, as if he wanted to pinch it. Staring at the beast core for a long time, Xiaohua raised his head and opened his mouth, swallowing it into his mouth. As soon as the beast core enters the belly, it melts immediately. A warm current formed in its body, which quickly spread to the limbs. Finally, after walking around the whole body and washing his body completely, it gradually dissipated into invisibility. Seeing the satisfied look on Xiaohua's face, Ling Chen also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. He could be sure that Xiaohua had completely absorbed the energy of the beast core at this moment, and his strength had changed dramatically. After absorbing the small fire of the beast core, he successfully broke through, and in just 10 seconds, his strength had reached a bronze level of 1 star. Xiaohua shouted slightly excitedly, rubbing Ling Chen with his furry head. It was not only the gratitude of Ling Chen for helping it solve the enemy snake, but also the excitement of improving its strength. Ling Chen looked at the surrounding environment. Except for the giant python just now, the rest of the apprentice-level monster beasts seemed to be afraid of Ling Chen and did not dare to approach. However, they had no experience, and Ling Chen was too lazy to do it. Half an hour later. Okay, are there any other powerful monsters? Ling Chen couldn't wait to ask Xiaohua. Ha! Xiaohua chirped again and nodded. Then he rushed into the distance and continued to lead the way for everyone. Let's go, let's find the next prey. Ling Chen greeted and ran into the mountains and forests. After going around the dense forest, he found another bronze-level 2-star monster beast. This time he still did not escape Ling Chen's clutches, and he easily killed it. Earn 1,000 points again. At this time, on the screen of the main live broadcast room, the squad points ranking changed. Ling Chen's team ranked first with 2,345 points. The second place is Zhuge Kongming's team with 1,820 points, and the third place is 1,655 points. Wow, everyone was in an uproar. Obviously half an hour ago, Ling Chen's team was only at the bottom with 345. In the blink of an eye, it was the first place. Ling Chen and his party did not know their ranking, and only by stepping on the central square could they see their points ranking in this assessment. However, Ling Chen did not plan to board the central square in advance, and it was disrespectful to the game if it did not drag on until the last second. On the rostrum. This simulation field is okay for other kids, but it is not difficult for Ling Chen at all. Looking at his posture, it is estimated that he is going to annihilate all the monsters. If the whole country is manipulated by Ling Chen like this, the people will feel that ordinary monsters can't even beat high school students, which is contrary to our intentions. Shen Tian stood up from his seat. I'll go talk about it. A space crack appeared in front of him, and Shen Tian dodged and disappeared in place. At this time, Ling Chen was stepping on a bronze level 3-star split lizard, taking its beast core. It was another monster beast that was completely defeated by Ling Chen. In the following time, Ling Chen captured a total of 18 bronze level beast cores. Up to this point, Ling Chen has killed 21 bronze levels. Although these beast cores are not of high grade, they are also a resource after all, which can be used to improve their strength. Ling Chen's team has reached 21,345 points, top of the list. More than 17,000 points higher than the second place. The Qin Tian and Lu Gang teams behind them had changed from shock at the beginning to numbness. Are you sure we are on the same level? However, the audience in the live broadcast room is relishing. Yes, it's open, it's open. Can the Ling Chen team kill more than 25 monsters? Buy it and leave it. A total of 21. It's outrageous. The remaining monster beasts hurry up and come out obediently to die. Just as Ling Chen wanted to continue setting off, he felt a spatial fluctuation approaching. Although he knew that he should be the chief examiner, Ling Chen Chen still tensed his muscles and looked at the air carefully. The few people next to him didn't know why. Why did Brother Chen suddenly freeze in place? A space crack appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Shen Tian walked out of it. Isn't that Marshal Shen Tian? Why did Marshal Shen go to Ling Chen? Shen Tian looked at Ling Chen with a serious face, and Ling Chen stared back without showing weakness. Ling Chen, stop it. Give the monster a chance. No, sir. We kill monsters completely within the rules. Ling Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and had no intention of stopping. You have enough points. If you want to kill the monster, I will take you to kill it at the end of the game. Shen Tianyuan breathed a sound, and the voice sounded in Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen nodded silently. The first thing should be stable, and I have to do something business next. Jia. After receiving Ling Chen's nod and agree, Shen Tiankai left satisfied. Unknowingly, the sky darkened, night slowly fell, the sky and earth became dark, and Ling Chen and the others' vision was obstructed, and they could only see things clearly with the help of moonlight. Let's camp here tonight. Looking at the dark night, Ling Chen said, okay. Everyone shouted in response. Ling Chen took out dozens of tents from the ring and distributed them to everyone. While everyone was setting up the tent, Ling Chen arranged for a few small fire monkeys to pick up some firewood. After the tent was set up, everyone lit a bonfire in the middle of the tent, and a group of people sat by the bonfire and ate the food prepared in advance. The group ate and chatted, talking and laughing, as if they were out to play. Did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? If you don't understand, may I ask, is this an outing live broadcast? Why do I see the other teams still sleeping in the tree? After all, Brother Chen will always be your Brother Chen. The wind direction of the national competition has been deviated by Ling Chen and others. As soon as they chatted until midnight, and in the dead of night, everyone returned to their respective tents and settled down. Several boys took turns keeping vigil. Arranged Xiaolong, Xiaolan, and Xiaohua in a tent to cultivate feelings. Ling Chen returned to his tent, wanting to see what the daytime experience was all about. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze 3 stars, EXP 166/4000. Experience pool, 10,500, upgradable. Strength, 6,388 kilograms. Combat power, 14,300. Abilities, God level space ability, SS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. The next one is on the way on horseback. Talent, the posture of the great emperor, with half of my style. Side job, master alchemy, multi-use. Technique, chaos god killing technique, god level. Skills, flash, space chain, 10,000 swords return to the sect, Xianyuan sword, rank 3 thunder god technique, click to see more. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 158/10,000. Strange treasure, origin treasure, city of space. Pets, super god level divine pets, little dragon, growth stage, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. Number of legions, 571, not bad, good improvement. Number of legionnaires, 108. Legion level, taking the 318 heights is not a problem. Summon legion, shadow assassin legion, can be summoned for free once a month. Legion point, 4,567. Legion commander, 1,000 people can be opened. Deputy head of the group, not open. Legion skill, none. Clan attack bonus, 21%. Clan defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Clan recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, available. There is an additional experience pool function, which can be upgraded, and Ling Chen clicked the upgrade twice without hesitation. Invisibly, a pure source force poured into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could feel his source energy improving. Broke through 2 levels in succession and reached the bronze level of 5 stars. There are 1666 experience points left. Refreshing. Ling Chen suppressed the joy in his heart, but still couldn't relax his usual hard practice. Sitting cross-legged and running the exercises, Ling Chen soon entered a state of cultivation. In the early morning, when the sun rose, Ling Chen opened his eyes and felt the surging source energy in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His cultivation broke through 1 star again. Of course, all this was due to the concentration of source energy in the simulation field, coupled with the assistance of the beast core, which made him gain a lot last night. Looking at the surrounding scene, Ling Chen found that about a few dozen feet away from them, there was a huge burst bear. Burst bears are extremely strong, much stronger than ordinary bears. Its eyes were round and round, exuding a cold and bloodthirsty glow, and a pair of claws grabbed the rock wall, making a crisp click. At this time, the burst bear was staring at the location of Ling Chen and the others with wide eyes, his eyes extremely fierce. When I went out early in the morning, I encountered such a sumptuous breakfast, and the burst bear was very excited. And none of the people looked panicked, and they all turned their attention to Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked up at the camera, spread his hands, didn't blame me for delivering it to the door. At this time, the corners of Shen Tian and Marshal Xia, who were looking at Ling Chen's side, couldn't help but twitch. Looking at the burst bear, there was silence in my heart. It's not that we don't want to save you, it's that you have to do it yourself. Burst bear, bronze 7 stars. Stars, attribute, earth, skill, fighting, bursting armor. After briefly checking the situation of the burst bear, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose inadvertently. Bronze level high period. I don't know how much experience points you can have. Roar! The black bear roared low, and its body catapulted out suddenly, rushing in Ling Chen's direction. A pair of iron tom-like front legs smashed into Ling Chen with a strong wind. Ling Chen shouted lowly, crossed his arms, and stood in front of him. Bang! The iron tom-like front legs slammed heavily on Ling Chen's arms, making a muffled sound. Ling Chen's arms shook slightly, and his steps couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was the first time that a bronze-level monster beast could repel Ling Chen. Oh no, the bronze-level advanced burst bear is as powerful as the silver level. Brother Chen, are you going to plant it? This damn bear wants to hurt my man. Upstairs, don't covet my husband. A group of female viewers are fighting fiercely for Ling Chen. It is worthy of being a burst bear known for its strength, and this power is comparable to the silver intermediate level. However, compared with Ling Chen, it is still a little worse. After all, Ling Chen's physical fitness has been strengthened. In everyone's shocked expressions, Ling Chen took a step forward and confronted the explosive bear face to face. How dare he? This almost became the voice of most viewers, but the next moment, it surprised everyone. When he was about to meet the explosive bear, Ling Chen punched out, collided with bear paws. Bang! A deafening sound exploded, and the black bear was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground, motionless. It looked like it was dead, but the system's prompt tone did not appear for a long time, so Ling Chen concluded that this burst bear must be pretending to be dead. Ling Chen walked over and punched the burst bear's chest, making a dull sound. The black bear's chest sank. Obviously this punch, Ling Chen hit not lightly. Seeing that the burst bear was still pretending to be dead at this time, Ling Chen snorted coldly. His right foot slammed on the ground, and his whole body jumped into the air, kicking the burst bear's head with a whip kick. Feeling Ling Chen's determination, the burst bear hurriedly got up to block Ling Chen's attack, but the gap between the injured burst bear and Ling Chen's strength was too big, and his head was instantly kicked out by Ling Chen. A crystal clear beast core flew out of the black bear's head and landed in Ling Chen's hands. Ding! Kill the explosive bear, get 2000 experience. Refreshing, kill 2 or 3 more and you can upgrade again. However, there is no chance in this competition. Almost all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was empty for a few seconds. Then almost instantly, the barrage came overwhelmingly. Are you sure I'm watching the high school national competition, not the college league? Xiaohua, take us to other teams. He touched the soft hair on Xiaohua's head. Ling Chen raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Xiaohua nodded and jumped onto the nearest big tree. He ran around the trees, looking for something. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he stayed on a branch for a moment. There were a few slight scratches on the branches, and Xiaohua jumped off the branches and fell in front of Ling Chen and the others. Stand with your legs straight, pointing in one direction, and making a cry of chirp. Ling Chen understood that Xiaohua was asking them to go over there. Let's go. Ling Chen looked in the direction of Xiaohua's point, and then said, good. Everyone followed the small fire forward. Xiaohua's figure is very small, but his speed is extremely fast. In Ling Chen's eyes, Xiaohua's speed was faster than that of a rabbit, and he didn't know if it was because he had this ability himself. The group rushed for about 10 minutes, and then they heard bursts of fighting sounds in front of them, accompanied by bursts of screams. It's over there, lean over. Ling Chen heard the sound of fighting and confirmed the direction of the sound, and then quickened his pace and rushed in the direction of the fight. The crowd followed closely behind and did not dare to relax. Soon, Ling Chen and the others saw that a group of more than a dozen people were fighting in the open space ahead. The skills were thrown all over the sky, and there were 2 squads on each side, with 7 or 8 people lying on the ground horizontally and vertically and losing their ability to fight. Little fire, you go and gather the nearby little fire monkeys and surround them. Xiaohua responded and left. Ling Chen, what do you say? Yi Kong, who had not done anything, was already gearing up and eager to try. Go straight up. When Ling Chen and his party appeared within the scope of exploration on both sides, the 2 teams in front stopped at the same time, unanimously facing Ling Chen externally. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a group of people rushed up and went straight to the 2 teams in front, instantly surrounding the remaining 8 people standing in the 2 teams. 12-8. And there is Ling Chen here. The other party obviously knew Ling Chen, and the captains on both sides shrugged their shoulders, looked at each other, and finally decided to surrender. Ling Chen, we admit it. The captain on the side said, we are willing to hand over points. The captain on the other side also didn't want to go head-to-head with the bronze level Ling Chen. Points? I don't want points. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Then what do you want? The teams on both sides were shocked. Come to the game, don't want points? There must be a plot. Take refuge in me, and go to subdue the other squads together. Ling Chen said lightly. Take refuge in you? The leaders on both sides looked at each other. They didn't understand what Ling Chen's purpose was in doing this. Obviously he is already invincible. What? Not willing? Then our 3 teams can only send you home first. No, I do. The teams on both sides thought about it. They had a very small chance of of winning the competition this time, so it was better to follow Ling Chen. Moreover, with Ling Chen's talent, as long as there are no accidents in the middle, he will become a big boss in the future. Now it is a big step in life to have a good relationship with the future boss in advance. Soon, Ling Chen's team became 7 squads. At this time, Xiaohua appeared with a group of small fire monkeys. Xiaohua, keep looking for the next one, Ling Chen said to Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded, and a group of small fire monkeys rushed up the tree in a direction to the north, swaying on the tree and heading north. Ling Chen, is this the monkey group you subdued? The members of the 4 new squads asked curiously. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Keep up. After saying that, Ling Chen lightly touched the ground with his right foot, and the whole person rushed out quickly, heading towards the dense forest where the monkeys have disappeared. Not long after moving forward, Ling Chen suddenly stopped. At this time, Ling Chen's palm suddenly moved and waved lightly in the air. Sizzle. The sound of arcs cutting through the air shot in 4 directions. Boom, boom, boom. A few muffled noises exploded in the trees of this dense forest. I saw several figures fall from the trees, fall heavily, and fall to the ground, with blood on the corners of their mouths. This was a 4-person team, and they hid when they saw that Ling Chen was numerous, but they didn't expect that Ling Chen's perception was so keen. They hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity, and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Chen and the others. But they didn't expect that Ling Chen would have discovered their existence long ago. Give you 2 choices. There was a hint of force majeure mixed in the early morning tone. Either you are out or join us. Looking at Ling Chen's mighty group, reaching more than 20 people, the team decisively abandoned the dark and turned to the light, and took refuge in the organization. The next big competition became very simple. Almost all the teams were within the supervision range of the little fire monkey group, and every team they encountered fell under Ling Chen's handsome fist. Ha! I laughed to death. There were a total of 100 people in the competition, and Ling Chen's team stood 60. Is there any suspense in the game? The most suspenseful game. Throughout the second day, Ling Chen led a mighty team to conduct a sweep in the simulation field. In the afternoon of the same day, Ling Chen, a group of 60 people, met Zhuge Kongming's team. The confident Zhuge Kongming team was all apprentice level 9 stars, insisting on fighting alone and not teaming up with any team. Seeing Ling Chen's group of 60 people, I couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. It had to be you. What about you putting this illegal team aside? Zhuge Kongming scolded in his heart. You don't talk about martial arts, but there is indeed an inscrutable expression on your face. I don't know if there is still a shortage of people, for more people joined. After simply collecting the membership fee of the Zhuge team, under the leadership of Ling Chen, everyone headed in the direction of the central square. It's time to end this war that is already doomed. However, the fly in the ointment, Ling Chen checked that the shock level score of his mission was only 1S level, which was still 2 big steps away from the highest level. As he walked towards the center, Ling Chen thought about whether there was any way to improve it. Now it seems that there is no good way to do it other than to continue to show other abilities. Ling Chen secretly had a decision in his heart. Soon, Ling Chen and his party came to the central square. Surprisingly, Ma Huntao was leading more than 20 people on the other side, sitting on the ground or leaning on a tree, waiting for Ling Chen. You're finally here. Ma Huntao showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't show a trace of timidity because Ling Chen's team was so crowded, as if everything was expected. Oh, Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. Does the pony in front of him have any special hole cards? The 2 sides faced each other, 60 against 20, and there seemed to be no suspense. At this moment, Ma Huntao on the opposite side, with his hands crossed, his head slightly raised, and a string of mantras in his mouth. Come out, living dead. As soon as Ma Huntao's words fell, he saw several black hole-like vortices appear on the surrounding ground. Dozens of dead-like creatures emerged from it. I saw these living dead dressed in green, with hideous faces, bulging eyes, flat noses, and wide mouths, revealing 2 sharp fangs. The corners of his mouth turned upwards, looking very frightening. What is even more shocking is the strength of these living dead. It turned out to be a bronze level. You know, the strength of the summon will not exceed that of the host. Other words, what the hell is this? Some of the squads behind Ling Chen were talking, and their tones were full of panic. At this moment, Ma Huntao shouted lowly, and these living dead rushed towards Ling Chen and the others as if they had heard some instructions. Ah, run! Facing a group of bronze-level living dead, most of the people behind Ling Chen subconsciously retreated back. For a while, the scene was a little chaotic. However, none of the 3 squads in the Hangdu gathering place retreated. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Kongming's team also stood next to him without moving at all. Looking at the scene of running behind Ling Chen in an instant, Ma Huntao looked up to the sky and laughed. Soon, Ling Chen and the others encountered the living dead. Bang! Ling Chen took the lead in slamming a heavy punch into the chest of one of the living dead, and the living dead flew backwards 5 meters away and smashed to the ground. The rest of the team was entangled by several people. The other 3 people in Ling Chen's team were entangled in one. Yikong was responsible for using wind-type abilities to dodge to attract firepower, Condensation Frost was responsible for output, and Xianlinger was responsible for adding status. The other other two teams each entangled one body. Zhuge Kongming fought alone with a living dead, and his three teammates entangled one. Except for the 5 living dead entangled by others, the remaining 7 surrounded Ling Chen. Ma Huntao also came to Ling Chen's face, and his momentum burst out without reservation. I didn't expect it. I am also a bronze level, and I was going to be the only bronze level in the history of Blue Star. I didn't expect you to appear. Looking at Ling Chen, Ma Huntao sneered and looked disdainful. He is an SSS level summoning system. Ling Chen is just an SS level thunder, and in his heart, Ling Chen cannot be compared with himself at all. Wow, that's wonderful. This Ma Huntao is already bronze level. Is Ling Chen going to plant today? Of course, what everyone didn't expect was that something even more shocking happened. Just as Ma Huntao stretched out his hand and waved his hand, the 7 living dead rushed towards Ling Chen together. But it was empty. It turned out that just as the living dead pounced, Ling Chen directly flashed and disappeared in place. Instantly came behind Ma Huntao, clenched his fist with his right hand, and punched out. There was a click sound of bones breaking, and blood splattered out of Ma Huntao's mouth. The body staggered forward uncontrollably. There is still an insurmountable gap between us. Ling Chen's domineering voice spread. Almost instantly, all the audience present were stunned. Just now, how did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao? Are you dazzled? Soon, the barrage in the live broadcast room rained down. How did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao just now? Am I dazzled? Does anyone tell me how Ling Chen got over just now? If I'm not mistaken, was it a space-based ability just now? You say that, it seems to be a. Everyone was shocked to find that Ling Chen turned out to be a strong man in the space system. Shen Tian on the rostrum suddenly stood up. This space fluctuated far more than when he was bronze. Moreover, the flash that Ling Chen had just performed had no room to tear. Obviously, the talent of Ling Chen's space system has reached an unimaginable point. Shen Tian instantly moved the heart of the apprentice. It would be a pity if such a talented child was not accepted as an apprentice. You are actually from the space system. Ma Huntao's face turned pale, turned around, and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. I was actually killed in seconds. Ling Chen didn't answer, just looked at the pony coldly. Looking at Ling Chen's default posture, Ma Huntao's heart was cold. If it weren't for Ling Chen, the best performer in this year's national competition should be himself, and the champion would be his. Since the waves are born, what is the birthday? Thinking of this, Ma Huntao's face was flushed, his fists were clenched, his eyes widened, and he glared at Ling Chen. There was a hint of cruelty on his face. He gritted his teeth, patted himself with his right hand, and spat out a few drops of blood from his mouth. His face turned pale sharply, his hands were sealed, and he muttered words in his mouth, and the essence and blood turned into thin threads and drilled into the body of the living dead. Seeing the blood flowing from the corners of Ma Huntao's mouth and his face full of pain, Ling Chen frowned. Receiving the intensification of essence and blood, the strength of the living dead rose sharply in a short period of time, from 1 bronze star to 7 bronze stars, and the red light revealed in his eyes, becoming more bloodthirsty. Ling Chen's face turned stern. He knew that the secret method Ma Huntao used was to use essence and blood to stimulate the evil energy in the bodies of these summoned objects. Once the evil energy is stimulated, it will lose control and even become extremely powerful. Although he was very sure to deal with the group of monsters in front of him, he didn't dare to be careless. In case of a little mistake, I am afraid it would be troublesome. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to use all his strength and let these geniuses see the gap between them. Several thunder arcs that appeared out of thin air surrounded Ling Chen. Third turn Thunder God technique. First turn. The thunder arc that emitted a sizzle drilled into Ling Chen's body, and the momentum on Ling Chen's body continued to rise, instantly rising from a bronze level 5-star to a silver level 1-star. Between the flashes of lightning, Ling Chen's arm waved, and the thunder jumped on his arm. Ling Chen didn't expect that the effect of this turn to improve his strength was so good. Strengthen. Once again, he displayed his newly obtained enhancement skills, and Ling Chen's source energy realm was comparable to a silver 3-star level. The strength has reached a terrifying 8,888 kilograms, and the physical strength has reached a gold level of 3 stars. Feeling Ling Chen's breath, almost everyone froze in place. Almost everyone had a thought in their heads. How can it be? Ling Chen, his strength actually reached a silver level of 3 stars. Does this still make people live? Thunder. Boom. Sizzle. The thunder exploded, and at some point, thick gray clouds condensed in the sky. The sky darkened, and a terrifying arc of thunder lurked in the clouds overhead. Ling Chen suddenly made a move, and several thunder arcs of arm thickness blasted towards the living dead crowd from the air. Under Ling Chen's control, these arcs changed into various shapes and blasted towards the dozen or so living dead. More than a dozen muffled sounds came out, and those living dead couldn't resist at all, and were directly knocked to the ground by the thunder arc in the early morning. But Ling Chen found that the resilience of these living dead was surprising, and those who were seriously injured or even had their arms broken recovered as before in just one breath. Ha! Ling Chen, my living dead are immortal. Seeing that Ling Chen's attack did not work, Ma Huntao's mouth couldn't help but show a sneer. I just tested the water just now, but I didn't expect to give you so much confidence. Ling Chen's palms were clasped together, and a huge crowd crescent moonlight arc was condensed. Thunder slash. The arc of light blasted towards the living dead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More than a dozen living dead were beaten to pieces. The intensity of the attack was beyond the reach of the living dead. Ma Huntao hurriedly took the body of the living dead back into the space. It should be too late. I admit defeat. After saying this with difficulty, Ma Huntao sat down on the spot. Now his condition is extremely poor, and he is pale and weak after using essence and blood. And he also knew that there was still a big gap between him and the silver level Ling Chen. Solve this last opponent, and the result of this competition is no longer suspenseful. Ling Chen's team deservedly ranked first with a total score of 41,234. The second place is the Qin Tian team, and the third is the Lu Gang team. Handu Gathering Place wins. But everyone knows that it all comes from one person, Ling Chen, godlike man. From today onwards, all the audience watching this competition will remember Ling Chen, a man. Everyone calls it Ling Shen. Call dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Huan? When all the teams walked to the central square, the national competition ended here. Again, a familiar vortex appeared at the feet of each team. Ah, yes, yes, familiar screams. In the past national competitions, the strength of the champions was basically apprentice level 9 stars. And this year, Ling Chen broke this record and became the strongest champion in history, and the champion with the least suspense. Back in the hall of the primary simulation field, everyone stepped forward to congratulate Ling Chen. Brother Chen, congratulations on winning this competition. Ling Chen, if I see you in college in the future, cover me, I want to lie down. Ling Chen, I want to follow you. Looking at the team that followed Ling Chen to lie down and win, everyone showed envy in their eyes. Just when everyone says a word and I say a word. Ahem, students, be quiet. I am Chen Guoqian, the person in charge of this competition. A majestic voice came from the microphone to the ears of every student. Chen Guoqiang is the Minister of Education of China's supernatural abilities. Hearing his voice, everyone immediately stopped talking and turned their eyes to Minister Chen on the rostrum. I have a few things to announce below. First of all, let's congratulate Ling Chen on leading the team to win the national competition. Congratulations to Ling Chen. In the hall, all the teams raised their hands and applauded Ling Chen and the others. The second thing is that there will be colleges and universities to recruit students in advance tomorrow, and students who perform well in this competition will have the opportunity to enter the university in advance. As soon as Minister Chen's words fell, the students below began to discuss. This time it's over before I can perform. It's over, my peerless invincible Wang Bapat hasn't been shown yet. Congratulations, congratulations. Ling Shen's proper Qingbei University. I bet 50 cents, Ling Chen goes to Qingbei. Ling Shen, I want to give you a monkey. There is almost no suspense about Ling Chen's belonging, and everyone thinks that he is a proper Qingbei University. The third thing is to ask the teams that have won the rewards of this competition to register at the weapons department within 3 days and customize their exclusive equipment sets. Okay, this competition has come to an end. Today's competition is very exciting. I hope you can keep. Minister Lin said meaningfully. Then he sat down. The competition is over. The crowd cheered and rushed back to where they lived. The male classmate wants to have a good night's sleep, but he has been camping in the wild these days, and he is not comfortable sleeping well. The female classmates wanted to take a good bath, but they hadn't washed in the wild these days, but they were uncomfortable. Just as Ling Chen turned around and was about to go back with his teammates, a source of energy transmission reached Ling Chen's ears. Boy, come to the rostrum. Hey, hey, I heard that the voice was from the chief examiner just now, the space superpower, Marshal Shen. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and then, the corners of his mouth rose inadvertently. Yes, my talent has nowhere to be placed. You guys go first. After saying hello to Yi Kong and the others, Ling Chen turned around and flashed 2 times, directly onto the rostrum. Wow. Before leaving, noticing Ling Chen's actions, he couldn't help but make an uproar. Classmate, are you really okay with being so reckless? Ahem. Is there anything good for the apprentice? Ling Chen got straight to the point, and in one sentence, he actually left the 3 old men speechless. What? Several bigwigs were stunned by Ling Chen's question. Ahem. You accept apprentices and send apprentices an initiation ceremony. Ahem. What is it in general? Ling Chen's eyes were full of anticipation. Initiation ceremony? Hearing this, the 3 big guys finally reacted. They are all almost 60 years old, and they are usually rushed by others to worship them as teachers, and they don't want to do anything. Now accepting an apprentice, you still have to have an initiation ceremony? Good guy, you can really give. Are you sure that you don't worship Xiaoxin, who is also a space department, as a teacher? A trace of essence flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes, and he suddenly became interested. There is no problem at all in accepting such a talented teenager. I have a platinum-level space-type beast core, which you can use. Xiaofeng took out a silver-white beast core from the ring, which was crystal clear and very beautiful. Ouch. Lao Xia, it's a bit unkind for you to do this. Feeling that Ling Chen didn't seem to have much interest in worshipping himself as a teacher, Shen Tian was extremely anxious. Boy, worship me as a teacher. A space-type diamond-level monster monster beast core with skills. Shen Tian hurriedly took out his chips. For this disciple, he was bound to win. Ling Chen did not respond immediately and looked at Xiaofeng with inquiring eyes. Xiaofeng shook his head. Space monsters are rare. What's more, if the space department wants to escape, unless you are also a space system, it is very difficult to kill. Therefore, almost all the space-type beast cores in all of China are in Shen Tian. Ling Chen turned his head, no longer hesitated, and clenched his fists towards Shen Tian and said, "Master." "Ha!" Shen Tian turned his head when he heard the sound. His eyes flashed with surprise. Are you really willing to worship me as a teacher?" "Of course." Ling Chen nodded firmly. Shen Tian, who is also a space department, will definitely be of great help to him. Besides, he gave too much. Okay, good. Shen Tian's wrinkled face showed a kind smile. "In 2 days, we will simply hold a teacher apprenticeship ceremony. Have a newsletter conference. By the way, you also have a senior brother, Zhang Haotian, who is now a Diamond 3-star. He is on the front line, and when he comes back, he will introduce you to." Master Shen hadn't said so much for a long time. "Okay, Master Shen." Shen Tian's senior brother, Shen Tian, has also heard of it several times, but he has never seen him. "Well, then you go back and rest first." Shen Tian coughed lightly and threw a jade plaque to Ling Chen. "Take this well." Ling Chen stretched out his hand to catch the jade plaque, only to see the word Shen engraved on the jade plaque. "I think it should be Master Shen's identity certificate." "Master, ahem. What is that? Why don't you charge an apprenticeship first?" Master Shen was stunned for a moment, and then looked angry. "Are you still afraid that I won't be able to default on my debts?" After saying that, he took out a silver-white beast core the size of a pigeon egg and handed it to Ling Chen. "This is a space-type beast core with a platinum-level skill, and it is a bit reluctant to absorb it with your current bronze level." Master Shen warned Ling Chen to reach the gold level before trying to absorb it. "Master, do you have any diamond-level and mote-level beast cores for me to take back to observe at night?" Ling Chen rubbed his hands, showing an expectant face. Master Shen's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. "Will I accidentally lose it after observing it? Then there is no way to pay it back?" "This has been discovered by you, Master, and it is worthy of my master." Ling Chen looked surprised. After all, the ginger is still old and spicy. "Humph, get out." Master Shen waved his hand angrily. "I'm back to see you." Saluting the 3 big guys with fists, Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place. Looking at Ling Chen's gradually smaller figure flashing one after another in the distance, the corners of Master Shen's mouth were slightly raised, and a look of relief appeared on his face. This child not only has a fast cultivation speed, but also has a very solid foundation and a particularly high understanding. Okay, don't show off your good apprentice to us." Marshal Xiaofeng Xiao on the side curled his lips. If he weren't from the space department, where would he have your turn? Ha 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 ha. Shen Tian touched his beard and laughed proudly. On the other side, Ling Chen, who returned to the hotel, couldn't wait to see the rating of his system tasks. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, the first in the competition." "Ding, mission evaluation, SSS level." "Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a physical fitness promotion." Originally, when Ling Chen was promoted to a bronze 5-star, his physical fitness reached a silver level 9-star from a silver level 8-star to a silver level 9-star. A special force descended on Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical fitness had been greatly improved. The mysterious power gradually disappeared, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The physical fitness and strength comparable to the golden level of 9 stars. And in the eyes of outsiders, Ling Chen is a bronze level 5-star demon. By the way, Ling Chen took out the platinum level beast core he had just obtained from the ring. The silvery white crystal the size of a pigeon egg emitted a bright light and emitted strong energy fluctuations. Ling Chen's mind moved, and he put it into his mouth, and in an instant, it was swallowed by Ling Chen into his belly, turning into a majestic energy into his limbs and bones. Good thing. Not only is the source force constantly improving, but I didn't expect it to increase my physical fitness. Ling Chen praised. Generally speaking, only a very small number of monster beast cores have the effect of increasing physical fitness. Unexpectedly, Master Shen gave himself something that could increase his physical fitness, and Master Shen himself didn't think of it. It took a whole night for Ling Chen to absorb the energy of the entire beast core. After absorbing the entire beast core, Ling Chen's physical fitness successfully broke through the platinum level and reached the platinum level of 3 stars. His own source energy has also reached the bronze level 7 stars. The skill attached to this beast core is called Space Tremor. Space Tremor, AoE attack skill, forms unstable fluctuations in a certain area of space and damages enemies through space disturbances. Perfect. Ling Chen, who had just obtained this skill, was ecstatic, and finally, his space system also had an offensive skill. This skill can just make up for the shortage of his space system. Feeling the vigorous source energy in his body, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of expansion. Cough. Understandable, after all, it's early in the morning. Dong dong dong. Ling Chen, don't you go to the simulation field to see the enrollment? At this time, Yi Kang's voice came from outside the door. It's coming soon, Ling Chen responded. An hour later, the Ling Chen team arrived at the simulation manipulation field neatly. Enter the lobby. Ling Chen is early. A simple greeting attracted everyone's attention. Ling Chen is here. Seeing Ling Chen coming, everyone came to say hello and became familiar. The eyes of the admissions offices lit up, and they all rushed up almost instantly. Ling Chen, are you considering coming to Jiangsu and Zhejiang Wuhan University? A middle-aged man had a smile on his face and looked very kind, but there was a little lewdness in that smile. The conditions we can give: 30 billion resource quotas, 100,000 on-campus credits, a diamond-level exclusive beast core. Well, I'll think about it. Of course, Ling Chen would not make a decision immediately. After all, he did not panic at all, and waited for the price to sell. Hearing the conditions of middle-aged people, the heads of most schools froze, and they turned around helplessly to look for other targets. The enrollment of the magic capital Wuhan University and the person in charge of Qingbei Wuhan University also came over and offered the same conditions. Just as Ling Chen decided to go to Qingbei Wuhan University, an old man stepped forward. The three people in charge were very shocked when they saw the old man's face, but they quickly reacted and bowed. I've seen Elder Mu. The old man nodded slightly and turned to look at Ling Chen. Shuguang Academy, there are no conditions, everything depends on you to fight for yourself, and you can be given a chance to participate in the assessment. Are you willing to come? The old man looked directly at Ling Chen and said lightly, Shuguang Academy has no conditions? Ling Chen was stunned. He thought what the conditions given to him by Shuguang Academy were just an opportunity to be assessed. Could it be that the strength of Shuguang College is stronger than that of Qingbei Wuhan University? Moreover, it seems that he has never heard of this academy. But looking at the respectful appearance of the other people in charge, it should be a good academy. That's right. Any resource needs to be fought for by yourself, and I forgot to tell you that your master Xiao Xin is from Shuguang Academy. Mu Lao said. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, I am willing to participate in the assessment of Shuguang Academy. Very good. I am waiting for you to become a member of our academy, and I hope you will not live up to our expectations. The old man looked at Ling Chen and said. Hearing Ling Chen's decision, everyone nearby showed surprise, but they didn't expect Ling Chen to choose to go to a little-known academy, and there were no resource conditions yet. It seems that there is still a chance to surpass Ling Chen in the future. Some people thought to themselves. Only a few people in charge of the admissions office of Wuhan University knew in their hearts what kind of place Shuguang College was. The people there are real geniuses and real warriors. It seems that the real Tianzhou has no chance with his own Wuhan University after all. When asked, Ling Chen failed. The heads of the magic capital Wuhan University and Jiangsu and Zhejiang Wuhan University turned the enrollment target to Yikong and the others. Although they didn't have any dazzling operations in this competition, the national audience saw them win the championship. The championship sign is here. Qingbei Wuhan University was not interested and turned to look for the second eye-catching Ma Huntao. Senior, I want to ask, is Dawn Academy closest to Wuhan University? Condensation Frost faced Mu Lao and asked in a slightly light voice. Magic capital Wu University. The old man's old voice came out. I'm going to the magic capital Wu University. The girl's voice without hesitation attracted the astonished eyes of several people. Ling Chen, you can do it. The girl's face also turned red unconsciously under everyone's gaze. But Ling Chen seemed to be unaware and said to the old man, when will the assessment be? My name is Mu Rong. You can also call me Elder Mu. I am one of the elders of the Dawn Academy. The old man patiently introduced the content of the assessment to Ling Chen. The assessment of Shuguang Academy has a total of 3 levels. The first level is the assessment of talent potential. It will test your talent potential to judge whether you are qualified to be a student of Dawn Academy. The second level is the assessment of source chi and physical fitness, a powerful superpower. Not only the strength of the source chi must be strong, but the physical strength is also very important. The assessment content of the third level is actual combat ability, which assesses your comprehensive combat ability and combat skills. As long as you pass the test, you can obtain various cultivation methods and resources provided by Dawn Academy. Of course, this requires your own efforts. After listening to the old man's words, Ling Chen nodded, and at the same time secretly shocked. It seems that according to the strength shown in his own competition, he has not yet met the requirements for passing the level. Otherwise, what you get will not be just an invitation to the assessment. However, for these 3 levels, Ling Chen was not worried at all, because with his talent, he would definitely not be able to find anyone else. Moreover, with his bronze level 7-star source strength and platinum level physical fitness, invincible, okay. In the first 2 levels, if you have time, go to the magic city and test it. The old man sent a message to Ling Chen's source chi. As for the third level, it depends on your performance in the college entrance examination. Okay. Ling Chen responded to the old man. After that, let your master take you with you. After the old man finished speaking, he left. After the old man left, Yi Kong stepped forward. Brother Chen, is this Shuguang Academy very powerful? I don't know. I'll know when I go. Ling Chen's eyes flashed. His master was from there, and it wouldn't be too bad to think about it. In the end, Yi Kong and the 3 of them all decided to go to the magic capital Wuhan University. After dealing with the early early enrollment, Yi Kong proposed to go to the arsenal to customize weapons. Platinum level custom set. The group came to the armory and asked the staff a few simple questions, and Ling Chen and the four were taken to the customized suit area. Because the male and female customization areas are separated, Ling Chen and Yi Kong entered the boys' area. These people are dressed very well. Li Xianxian looked at the people who were customizing weapons not far away and admired. Well, Ling Chen nodded. Soon, it was Ling Chen's turn. Under the leadership of the staff, Ling Chen and the two came to the refining room in the corner of the armory. Inside was a dark-skinned blacksmith wearing simple clothes and looking like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He held a hammer in his hand, raised his head and said to Ling Chen and the two, "Young man, may I ask what level of suit you play, the size and needs?" "Platinum level suit." Ling Chen replied truthfully. "Ha?" The man's face changed slightly. "You are the champion of this national competition?" "Yes." Yi Kong did not shy away from it and opened his mouth to come. "What's your name?" "Ling Chen." "Oh, Ling Chen? It looks a bit like this." The middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. "Do you still have a sister?" Although it was very light, it was just heard by Ling Chen. "You, what does that mean?" Ling Chen was stunned when he heard this, but quickly asked in a slightly urgent tone. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you are so big." The man's voice silenced Ling Chen again. Do you know me?" "I don't know you." The middle-aged man shook his head. "But I know your father. I also made equipment for him." "Is he still alive?" For the first time, Ling Chen was shocked in place. "It turns out that you are not fatherless and motherless?" "Of course. Don't worry, he will come to you soon." Middle-aged man. Ling Chen was immersed in the news he had just received for a long time. Who is this middle-aged man? Is it his father's friend? Why does this man assert so certainly that his father will come to us soon? Why does he know that I still have a sister? In Ling Chen's mind, countless questions flashed. "Hey, hey!" The man called out a few times, but found that Ling Chen did not react at all. "Feed?" The man stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Ling Chen's eyes a few times, and Ling Chen finally reacted, but his face was full of dazedness. What are you doing?" "Of course, the equipment is customized. What kind of needs are there?" the man asked. Putting the doubts in his heart for the time being, Ling Chen silently reported his size. "I don't have much need. Help me make all my weapons and armor into swords at the same price." And me. Yi Kong finally interjected. "I want to customize a hidden weapon, and the full set of equipment must be arranged." Confirming that the information of the two was correct, the middle-aged man entered the refining room. An hour later, the middle-aged man walked out of the refining room with him, and at the same time, he held the customized equipment in his hand. "What you want?" The man put the made equipment on the table. 7 swords exuding sharp edges, 3 feet 5 inches long and weighing about 30 pounds. The sword body is made of mithril, and the sword body is painted with a lot of increased runes, making the sword sharper. This is the platinum level customized weapon that Ling Chen requested. On the other side, the platinum level customized equipment requested by Yi Kong was also made by the man and placed on the table. A platinum level customized equipment with a shape that is very similar to the clothes worn by Yi Kong, but its material is very different. Yi Kong changed into the equipment of his whole body on the spot, and his weight did not increase at all compared with before. After changing into the full body suit, Ling Chen looked at the final customized hidden weapon. 6 slender black iron nails appeared in front of him. These are 6 pieces made of black iron as the main body and auxiliary rare materials, called black nails. It is very powerful, and as long as it hits within the attack range, it is easy to penetrate the human body and cause fatal damage. "You can try it now." The middle-aged man briefly introduced the 6 iron nails to Yi Kong, obviously very satisfied with his work. "Well, then try it." Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yi Kong fired the 6 black nails in his hand and landed accurately on the opposite wall. All 6 black nails were submerged in the wall, and a big hole was suddenly smashed out of the wall. "Ha ha, not bad." Yi Kong was very happy. With his own wind-type ability combined with these 6 iron nails, it will definitely produce unexpected results. After getting his customized equipment, when Ling Chen wanted to ask further about his father's news, "I only got one sentence. When you enter the academy, come to me again." Enter the academy? Ling Chen was stunned. The blacksmith in front of him turned out to be from the Dawn Academy. Ling Chen looked forward to it more and more. Clenching his fists to say goodbye to the man, Ling Chen returned to the hotel in a mess. Ling Chen in his previous life had no father or mother, and Ling Chen who passed through thought that he would still be like this in this life. But now there is news about the original owner's father, and Ling Chen has a lot of mixed grains for a while. Ding! It is detected that the host has no intention of cultivating and has a complicated mood, so it is recommended that the host draw a prize to be happy. Just as Ling Chen was thinking wildly, a systematic prompt sound interrupted Ling Chen. "Oh, yes, since it has come, it is safe. Shouldn't this be a good thing?" Ling Chen figured it out all of a sudden and breathed a sigh of relief. Click on the lottery interface. Ding! The lottery system has been fully updated, and it will not be limited to skills. Such a hint appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes. There was no metaphysics before the lottery, and Ling Chen clicked on down the lottery directly without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS talent card. Triple S talent card, a certain talent below 3S. The talent level will be unconditionally increased by 1 level. Without hesitation, Ling Chen used it on his thunder type ability. Make the most of it. Ling Chen felt a powerful thunder element enter his body, running rampant in his body and blending into his limbs and bones. Ling Chen's mind moved, and a thunder arc emerged and appeared on Ling Chen's arm. It can be clearly felt that the lightning ability has changed a lot. Ling Chen's thunder arc was even more terrifying than the previous times, and its power was more than 10 times higher than before. Ling Chen's thunder ability was successfully upgraded to SSS level. The system is awesome. Through this lottery, Ling Chen could feel that the system conference was helping him in some aspects according to his own situation. Now that his twin talents are almost full, his thunder system may also be promoted to the god level in the future. Thinking like this, Ling Chen couldn't help but why. However, the most important thing now is to improve your combat strength. Ling Chen said secretly, I barely fought with the platinum level. I am really too weak. When I go back this time, go to the master first, ask for a few heaven level exercises before talking. As a top priority, Ling Chen still had to improve his source chi realm. Another night of penance. The competition was over, and after 2 days of playing around the simulation field with the two sisters, Ling Chen and his party were ready to go back. After all, my sister is still a sophomore in high school, and she has to go back to class. But before going back, Ling Chen was open for a wave and participated in the newsletter conference to learn from Master Shen. Announcing to the whole of China, Ling Chen became Master Shen's apprentice. As soon as this matter was made public, it immediately caused an uproar. More people know about Ling Chen. However, this is what many insiders expected. After all, Ling Chen, a dog genius, awakens the space department. How many people dream of their abilities? Ling Chen's newsletter conference for this apprenticeship was very smooth and successful. Not only Master Shen was happy, but also the whole of China was very happy. Because the space department has always been synonymous with genius and the strong, the challenge of leapfrogging is no longer a problem. China has an additional space system, which means that there is another certainty in the fight against monsters. Dawn City, Inner City, headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. Aren't you going to take a look? Let's talk about it when he enters the Dawn Academy. Over the years, these monsters have been staring too closely. A man in a white robe stood in front of the window, his eyes shining with wisdom. Looking at the flying magical beasts outside the window, his eyes were deep and wise. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in military uniform, tall, with a look of worry on his face at this time. But the middle-aged man wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man in white. Don't worry, he is my son, I believe in him. After thinking for a moment, also, when he goes back, inform Long Jiao that he can come back. Yes, the middle-aged man responded seriously, turned around, and walked out of the room. The man looked out the window, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's it. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Ling Chen proposed to Minister Lin the idea of returning to Hangzhou first. The game here is over, and Minister Lin readily agreed to arrange a return trip. Because he was arranged to lead Ling Chen to the magic capital to participate in the assessment, Master Shen first accompanied Ling Chen and others back to Hangzhou together. Then take Ling Chen and set off for the magic city. When Ling Chen was about to embark on a journey back, all the geniuses who participated in the competition came to see him off. Send off Ling Chen. Cough. You boy, your popularity is the same as what I had back then, Master. Master Shen suddenly appeared in the car and was not seen by anyone. Then he found a comfortable position to lie down and close his eyes to recuperate. Ling Chen waved his hand with a smile, not modest. He knew in his heart that his strength was improving too fast, and no one could surpass him in the entire Chinese senior high school. Let's go! Minister Lin in front shouted lightly. The convoy left the simulation field. In the crowd of congratulatory gifts, someone lowered his head and sent a message while the people next to him were not paying attention. 5 diamonds, 48 platinum. After the last attack, Minister Lin increased the number of escort troops. I am also very wary of the way back. But what he didn't know was that in the car where Ling Chen was belonging, a certain big guy was lying down and sleeping. On the way, they came to the city wall of Dawn City, and after inspection, the group left the city. Some students from the 3 teams looked back at such a big Dawn City, and if they have the opportunity in the future, they must walk all over it. At this time, at the gate of Shuguang City, there was a man standing there, wearing a white suit, slender legs, and a handsome face. He looked at the convoy gradually moving away in the distance. In the dark, Ling Chen seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked back through the car window. Thousands of meters apart, the two looked at each other. A strange feeling came to his heart. Ling Chen shook his head, didn't think much about it, and quickly turned his head. Half a day later, the convoy drove by the dense jungle. A few kilometers behind us, there has always been a team following us. Feeling something, Master Shen said casually. Ah, it won't be the one who attacked us last time, Yi Kong exclaimed. Ling Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that the Shadow Squad's stealth technology was not yet home. Oh, your people? Feeling Ling Chen's strangeness, Master Shen's surprised tone transmitted to Ling Chen's mind through the source chi. Ling Chen nodded silently. The group of people in front of you should really be ambushed. Master Shen's words instantly made Ling Chen vigilant. In front, there was a group of people. Suddenly, the convoy braked sharply and all stopped. In the jungle next to it, a group of people in black came out. Looking at the clothes, they were the same group of people as last time. However, compared with the previous batch of people, this group of people looked more eerie and terrifying, wearing masks, and not saying a word, as if they were from hell. The leader is handsome and monstrous, with indifference and killing light in his eyes. Holding a long sword in his hand, the long sword flashed with a dark blue cold light, like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake. This person is Xing Tian. You stay in the car, don't get out of the car. After instructing everyone, Minister Lin and all the soldiers got out of the car. Is it him? After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Master Shen looked shocked. Who is he? Ling Chen asked. He was once the pride of China, but he has obviously died. Xing Tian on the opposite side moved. His body was like a ghost, rushing towards the convoy, and a desperate aura came from Minister Lin's body. The peak of the moat level 9 stars. A group of 12 men in black behind him burst out with source power without reservation. A full 12 diamond level peaks. How can these people have such strong power? Minister Lin was shocked. At this time, Minister Lin realized that the combat effectiveness of his and others could not even match a small finger of others. Minister Lin seemed to see the end of his group being harvested. Stop! A loud shout came from the car, and Master Shen instantly came outside the car and was suspended in the air. Seeing Master Shen's figure, Xing Tian's face changed, and then the corners of his mouth showed a hint of hideousness. Master Shen, long time no see. Ling Yun Tian, you are still alive? Why have you become like this? Master Shen's tone revealed a hint of melancholy. Ling Yun Tian, the apprentice of Ling Huang, the strongest man in China today. A genius-like existence, now only 30 years old. His strength has reached the peak of the moat level. The corners of Xing Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. I became like this, not because of you. What happened back then? Master Shen frowned and asked in a deep voice. You don't need to know about me. Xing Tian snorted coldly. I'm just concerned about your safety. Since you don't want to say it, I won't ask more. Master Shen continued with a serious face. However, if you dare to hurt anyone tonight, I will never let you go. Xing Tian sneered. I want to see. Why don't you let me go? As soon as the words fell, the group of people behind Xing Tian had already besieged the convoy. Master Shen closed his palms, the veins on his arms burst out, and his hands quickly released his abilities. Strange spatial fluctuations flew out of his hands and flew towards the surrounding crowd. Boom, boom, boom. One loud bang after another. The group was repelled a few steps, but they did not die. Space blockade. Immediately afterwards, their bodies were wrapped in an inexplicable energy, and they couldn't move at all. Xing Tian's face darkened, and his eyes looking at Master Shen were full of fear. Thunder fury. With a low roar, purple-red arcs burst out of Xing Tian's body, instantly enveloping Xing Tian. With the blessing of the thunder arc, the aura in Xing Tian's body actually increased to the strength of a town and a state-level star. 9 heavens thunder. Xing Tian waved the long sword in his hand, and thunder burst out of his long sword, forming dragons and heading towards Master Shen. Master Shen was expressionless. The momentum on his body suddenly increased, his palms were closed, and a cloud of white light burst out from his palms, facing those dragons. Bang, 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 bang. After a burst of explosions, the dragons shattered one after another, turning into countless electric flowers and scattering around. Master Shen disappeared in place with a flash, and when he reappeared, he had already come to Xing Tian. Turn back. With a low shout, Master Shen swung his right fist, and the power of his fist was like a landslide tsunami, directly bombarding Xing Tian. Xing Tian's face was shocked, and he quickly raised his long sword to resist. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xing Tian's long sword instantly shattered, and Master Shen's fist directly hit Xing Tian's chest. Suddenly, Xing Tian's chest sank directly into a large piece, blood gushed out, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken thread, smashing heavily against a big tree. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Xing Tian struggled to stand up, his face as pale as paper. Xing Tian didn't expect that he was not an opponent at all. I'll come back. Xing Tian wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth, took out a jade plaque, and crushed it in his hand. Not good, Master Shen exclaimed, wanting to block the space. A space crack appeared behind Xing Tian, and a big hand stretched out and pulled it into the crack. Before Xing Tian disappeared, he glanced at Ling Chen, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Soon, the crack returned to its original state. Damn it! Master Shen didn't expect that the other party actually had a positioner left by a space-based superpower. Tie them up and watch them carefully. Sealed the source chi of the 12 men in black, and Master Shen asked people to arrange for them to take good care of it. Keep going. After a period of travel, everyone finally arrived at their destination. After returning to the main city of Hangzhou, Minister Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no big problem. Exhaling secretly, Minister Lin turned to look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, come and sit down when you have time. After I go back, There are rewards on it, and I will bring it to you personally. Well, Ling Chen nodded and agreed. I will definitely bother one or two. Ha ha. Minister Lin laughed after hearing Ling Chen's words and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Then I'll wait. After saying that, Minister Lin led the entire squadron of soldiers away. Looking at Minister Lin's departing back, Ling Chen secretly said that this Minister Lin is a serious and responsible person. Master, what arrangements have you made in Hongdu? Ling Chen turned around and asked. No, everything is up to you, Master Shen said lightly, looking at Hongdu, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia. Then let's stay here tonight and go back to Tianan City tomorrow. Master Shen nodded in agreement. Ling Chen took everyone back to the hotel where the competition was staying, opened a room, and made proper arrangements. As night fell, Ling Chen flashed, came to the living room of the old bodyguard room of the hired bodyguard. It's me, I am back. Sensing that the old man in the bedroom suddenly became vigilant and wanted to make a move, Ling Chen hurriedly stopped him. You're back. The old man's slightly hoarse voice sounded. He pushed open the door and walked out, his hair looking messy, as if he hadn't gone out for many days. However, it is gratifying that the old man successfully advanced to the diamond. With the help of the spirit stone, it has reached the second star of the diamond level. Pack up, we are ready to go back to Tianan City tomorrow. After that, I will trouble you to protect my sister, Senior. Ling Chen said to the old man, this is my business. The old man nodded slightly. Don't worry, this time I went to the national competition, and I met new human people. Their strength is beyond our imagination. Subsequently, Ling Chen told the old man what he saw and heard on the way to the circuit. The old man's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was solemn. Are these people already so powerful? The old man was a little resentful in his heart, but also a little helpless. If it weren't for the lack of strength, he would have gone to seek revenge on the new humans. So why stay here and wait for death? Don't worry, we will destroy them together in the future. Ling Chen patted the old man on the shoulder. The old man glanced at Ling Chen deeply. My surname is Hao. Ling Chen could clearly see that the old man's loyalty quickly rose from 70 to 90. Old Hao, then you will be with us tomorrow. I'll leave first. After saying that, Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place. Only then did the old man be shocked to find that Ling Chen was actually a space-based superpower. But soon, a trace of essence flashed in the old man's eyes. With Ling Chen's talent, he would definitely be able to help himself avenge in the future. Coming out of the old man's room, Ling Chen returned to his room. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. Come out. One by one, ghostly shadow assassins emerged out of thin air. The leader is Chi Jiao. I've seen the Lord. Chi Jiao stepped forward and saluted Ling Chen respectfully. After checking it, Ling Chen was startled. Good guys, all of them reached the gold level of 4 stars. This is how many monsters have been killed and how much experience has been brushed. Chi Jiao, there is something you need to do later. Ling Chen ordered. Lord, please order. Chi Jiao immediately replied. After that, I will give you a sum of money. I need you to set up a killer intelligence organization. Ling Chen said. I need to be able to know the major gathering places and major news inside the monsters in the future. And I need you to be the top killers. You must be able to lurk into the group of monsters and kill the monster leader. Lord, do you want us to establish an intelligence network? Chi Jiao asked. Well, Ling Chen nodded. He did want to build an intelligence network, but this is not a simple intelligence network. He needs to establish an intelligence organization. Some of the more important monster beasts, Ling Chen must know. For example, some special monsters or demon races, as well as some places where demons gather. The intelligence organization that Ling Chen wants to establish is called Shadow. Ling Chen hopes to establish an invisible intelligence network under his hands, and follow him like a shadow. In this way, your own intelligence organization can truly exist and become an intelligence organization. Yes, I'll do it right away, Chi Jiao said immediately. Ling Chen took out a space ring containing 10,000 spirit stones and handed it to Chi Jiao. Well, go. Ling Chen waved his hand. Chi Jiao quickly left with a group of shadow assassins. Looking at the backs of Chi Jiao and the others leaving, Ling Chen returned to the bed and sat down, closed his eyes and began to practice. One night of penance. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. After a simple wash, Ling Chen pushed open the door and called out his sisters and teammates one by one. A space crack suddenly appeared, and Master Shen walked out of it, still looking inscrutable. The old man was called again, and the group set off. In the evening, Ling Chen and his party rushed back to Tianan City. Yi Kong, Icefrost, and Xian Linger left one after another. Ling Chen and the 5 also returned to their familiar apartment home. Cough. I'll go back first. Hao Lao returned to the next room, and the 2 sisters shouted that they were tired of rushing, so they went back to their rooms to rest. The new human organization that has just started a big war is now being strictly investigated and pursued by the Chinese alliance. I don't have time to take care of myself for a while. Ling Chen sat on the sofa and pondered. Master, what kind of place is this Shuguang Academy? Looking at Master Shen, Ling Chen asked curiously. Dawn Academy is an academy of our China alliance that only accepts demons. The students here are all demons among demons. The teachers of Shuguang Academy, each of them is one of the strongest in the alliance, and the lowest is also a town-state level powerhouse. Moreover, in Shiguang Academy, the number of students is far lower than the number of teachers. There may not be a single student in a year. To enter Dawn Academy, you need to pass a lot of assessments, and only those who are evil enough will be recruited. After entering the Dawn Academy, as long as you are talented enough, you can always get the tilt of resources. The conditions for graduating from Shiguang Academy are also very simple. Before the age of 30, break through the moat level. At present, more than 20 colleges have graduated from the college. After listening to Master Shin's introduction, Ling Chen sighed silently in his heart. It was really a demonic academy. I couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation in my heart. I'm coming. Dawn Academy. Ling Chen believed that he would definitely be able to enter the academy. Master, let's set off in a few days. I need to go out for a walk. Please protect my sister these days. Ling Chen said to Master Shin. Now that he is a bronze 7-star star, he is ready to return to the land of trials and find a master to learn art. He knew that although his talent was high, it was still much worse than those demon-level figures, so he had to work hard to improve his strength and become stronger. Become the strongest person on the blue star as soon as possible. You go, I'll protect them. Master Shin didn't ask Ling Chen what he was going to do. After all, everyone had some little secrets. Well, then you rest first, and I'll leave first. Saying goodbye to Master Shin, Ling Chen turned around and walked outside. I don't know what the master will teach me. Ling Chen drove out of the city, found a place where no one was around, and teleported back to the trial land. After many days, there was no change in the trial land. Ling Chen came to Master Kong Ming. Meet the master. With his hands together, Ling Chen stepped forward and bowed. You're here. Kong Ming nodded. These days, he had been watching Ling Chen's performance. Ling Chen's talent and hard work far exceeded Kong Ming's expectations. He was very satisfied and accepted such an apprentice. I'll teach you a trick first, and then your task is to get started. Master Kong Ming waved his hand, and suddenly the space was distorted, forming a huge space vortex. Immediately, Master Ling Chen was sucked into this space vortex and disappeared. This is a vast white space. This is a space skill I realized, called Space Shuttle. This space can take you anywhere, where the flow rate of space is 1,000 times more than normal. That is, in this space you move 1 meter in one direction, and outside, you move kilometers in the same direction. However, the time that this space exists is limited, and it will continue to consume your source energy. Kong Ming explained to Ling Chen, and after speaking, he stretched out his old fingers full of folds and gently pointed towards Ling Chen. A golden light flashed into Ling Chen's mind. Ding, detected god-level skill, Space Shuttle, whether to learn, yes/no. Of course it is. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning to shuttle through space. Space Shuttle LV0, 10 times bonus, the duration of existence depends on the source chi. Took Ling Chen back to the creek, watching Ling Chen close his eyes and realize, Kong Ming was ready to continue his fishing career. After all, within a few days, this kid will definitely not be able to comprehend anything. Just as the old man was about to take out his fishing rod, Ling Chen opened his eyes. Master, I learned it. Ling Chen blinked, as if to say more. Is there anything more difficult? Oh, you cast it. Space Shuttle. A space vortex that was much smaller than before appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Ling Chen stepped in. Disappeared in place. 5 meters away, Ling Chen suddenly appeared and stumbled to the ground. Ling Chen, who was in the space vortex, had just taken half a step when the vitality in his body was exhausted. Seeing that Ling Chen really performed Space Shuttle, the old man of Kong Ming was shocked. He knew that Ling Chen was talented, but he didn't expect Ling Chen's talent to be so powerful. His apprentice is much more talented than his master. Could it be that Ling Chen is expected to break through the legendary realm of the Emperor? After Ling Chen performed the Space Shuttle, he saw the surprise of the old man in the sky and laughed secretly in his heart. Master, I learned it. Good. It really deserves to be my disciple. Kong Ming was also very pleased. But this skill is too, consumes source energy. Ling Chen lay on the ground, panting heavily, not wanting to move. It's because you're just getting started. Moreover, it's because you're too weak. The old man struck mercilessly. When you are fully mastered, with your current source energy, tens of kilometers will not be a problem, and at that time, the power of Space Shuttle will be greatly increased. Space Shuttle not only has the speed of thousands of miles in an instant, but also has the effect of Space Shuttle. In the space vortex, below the saint, it cannot be detected. The old man's words made Ling Chen's eyes shine. It was simply a necessary magic skill for running. Okay, you can practice well in the next few days. After saying that, the old man took out the fishing rod and ignored Ling Chen. Ling Chen meditated cross-legged on the spot for a long time, recovering some source energy, and then began to continue to cultivate this Space Shuttle. 2 days later, after continuous cultivation, Ling Chen also successfully increased the bonus of the space vortex tenfold to 20 times. Today is the day of the lottery again. Please give the system a good card. Ding, start the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the tenfold comprehension card. Tenfold comprehension card, gain tenfold comprehension within 24 hours. Sure enough, the system is big. You love me. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked to use it. Ding, congratulations Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 times the comprehension, with a timeliness of 24 hours. Suddenly, Ling Chen had a feeling of being open, his whole mind was much clearer, and the doubts he had encountered before were easily figured out. 10 times the comprehension, it's so cool. Feeling the effect of tenfold comprehension, Ling Chen was extremely excited. Ling Chen didn't dare to waste time, and every minute and every second was spent on comprehension. A day later, Ling Chen finally cultivated the space shuttle to the realm of 100-fold. Master, I have cultivated space shuttle to 100-fold. Ling Chen excitedly reported to the old man. Hearing this, the old man's face showed a hint of surprise. 3 days? As a pioneer, it took 3 months. Cough. Yes, it's time to catch up with the teacher. Keep working hard. Kong Ming coughed lightly. Your understanding is very high, but space shuttling is only the most basic auxiliary magic skill. How to use it is up to you. Yes, master. The apprentice will retire first. Ling Qingong bowed to the sky and turned to leave. Although what I learned was not a cool offensive skill, but there was another life-saving skill. Perfect, Ling Chen thought to himself. Looking at Ling Chen's distant back, the old man couldn't help but sigh. What kind of apprentice did I take? On the other side, Ling Chen, who came out of the trial land, returned home. You're back. As soon as Ling Chen entered the door, Master Shen's voice came over. I saw that in the living room, Master Shen was sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV with relish, watching the live broadcast. In today's world, there are no entertainment TV programs. On TV, there are monster news from all over the world and some live broadcasts of competitions. Master Shen. Ling Chen walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Master Shen looked at Ling Chen and felt that something was wrong, and the taste of the space system on Ling Chen's body became more restrained. When are you leaving? I'll leave tomorrow. For Dawn Academy, Ling Chen was full of expectations. Master Shen looked at Ling Chen. Are you ready to go to Shiguang Academy this time? Although Master Shen did not know Ling Chen's strength, he believed that Ling Chen could pass the assessment. After all, Ling Chen's talent and hard work are all there. It's ready. In that case, let's set off tomorrow. Ling Chen nodded. Trouble, master? He. Master Shen smiled. You don't have to be polite between us. Well, Ling Chen stood up. Master Shen, then I'll go back to the room first. Early the next morning, Ling Chen woke up, said hello to his sisters, and Ling Chen left with Master Shen. This assessment test does not take too long, and the test can be completed soon. Master Shen, how do we go? As Master Shen came to the outside of the city, Ling Chen asked Master Shen. Dawn Academy is not far from here. I'll take you. After Master Shen finished speaking, he stretched out a hand and grabbed Ling Chen's collar. With a wave of his other hand, a space crack in front of him tore open, and Master Shen stepped into the crack with Ling Chen. In the crack, there is another layer of parallel space, which can vaguely blow through some and many space wind blades. This seems to be a space that already exists, and Master Kongming taught the space he created himself, which is safer. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. After a moment, Master Shen pulled Ling Chen and crossed hundreds of kilometers to the top of a high mountain near the outside of the demon capital. Behind you are continuous mountains, and in front of you are cliffs. Standing on the mountain, you can see the outline of the demon city from a distance. Keep up. Saying towards Ling Chen, Master Shen turned his head and walked into the dense forest. Ling Chen hurriedly followed, and after not walking for long, Master Shen stopped in front of a stone wall. There is a recessed part of the stone wall, as if a key is needed to open it. Take out the jade plaque I gave you before and put it on. Master Shen stretched out his finger and pointed to the dent, and a faint voice came. Ling Chen took out the jade card from the ring and carefully put it on. It was perfectly inlaid on it. At this moment, a light shot into the eye socket from inside the stone wall. Let's go! Master Shen took the lead in walking towards the stone wall, passed through the stone wall, and disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. Ling Chen followed and walked into the stone wall. After Ling Chen walked into the stone wall, the light disappeared, and the jade plaque automatically fell off and flew into Ling Chen's hands. Ling Chen put away the jade plaque and followed Master Shen's pace. After passing through the stone wall, there is a long corridor. There was an obvious light coming from the distance, which was the exit. After passing through the corridor, my eyes suddenly opened up. It's a big space. There is a simple stone gate in front of me. The stone gate is hollow, there is no door frame, and there are 2 stone lions on both sides of the stone gate. There is an exquisite plaque hanging on the stone door, and the 4 characters Dawn Academy are clearly written on it. Behind the stone gate, there is a long blue-gray stone slab path that connects a large building complex not far away. Master Shen's voice came. This is Dawn Academy. Ling Chen looked at the building complex in the distance and sighed at the enormity of Dawn Academy, and the location was so hidden. You follow me. I'll take you to the assessment and test location. Good. Ling Chen nodded and followed Master Shen towards the gate of the academy. Walk under the stone gate and walk along the stone path towards the academy complex. Master Shen took Ling Chen all the way to the depths of the academy. Ling Chen followed Master Shen forward while paying attention to observing his surroundings, because he knew that he must be more than a genius here. After all, this place is different from ordinary universities. This is a concentration camp for demons. Master Shen took Ling Chen to the square in the center of the academy, where stood a 100-meter-high dark black stone tablet. In a corner of the square, a simple small table and an old rocking chair. A gray-haired old man was lying on a rocking chair, with his eyes closed, taking a leisurely nap, and the rocking chair swayed gently. This is the first level, the location of the talent assessment. Master Shin turned back to Ling Chen and said, and after saying that, Master Shin walked in the direction of the old man, slapped it on the table. With a bang, the old man suddenly jumped up from the chair and looked around with serious eyes. However, the old man quickly realized what was going on, and shouted at Master Shin with an angry face, "Why do you bad old man have time to come to me? Old man Lin, you are so leisurely. I will bring my apprentice to do a talent test." Elder Mu arranged. "Oh, enrolled this year?" The old man set his sights on Ling Chen, who was standing not far away. "So young, it looks like a good talent." The old man could feel that the source chi in Ling Chen's body was very pure and thick, and there was strong power in his body muscles. "Of course, don't look at whose apprentice it is." Master Shin stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile, "He is your apprentice? Also a space department?" The old man instantly understood why Ling Chen was qualified for the assessment. The old man took out an old register, slightly yellowed pages, which registered every student since the establishment of the Dawn Academy. "Is it Ling Chen?" "Yes." Hearing the call, Ling Chen stepped forward. "It's already registered. You go over there, put your hand on the steel, and let it feel that you use your ability." The old man pointed to the steel in the distance and said, "After the test, there will be a light on the stone tablet, and you can pass the test when it reaches 30 meters. Ling Chen nodded, walked towards the stone tablet not far away, placed his right hand on the stone tablet, and suddenly felt a wonderful feeling coming. On the stone tablet, a golden aura emerged, covering Ling Chen in the middle. One by one, golden light fluctuated and scanned Ling Chen, and soon, the golden aura faded and returned to the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet seemed to be activated, and a golden light rushed up from the bottom up. "How many meters do you think your apprentice's talent can reach?" The two people watching from the side looked at the stone monument in the center, looking forward to it. "At the beginning, my record was 36 meters, my apprentice, but a 3-line superpower, with superimposed talents, 30 meters is not a problem. That's natural. Over the years, I've never seen any assessment eliminated in the first level." Lin Lao rolled his eyes. "The highest record of the talent monument is 66 meters, or the person back then. He's still alive." Shen Lao interrupted the old man, and stopped speaking. The old man's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and seeing that Shen Lao didn't want to say more, he continued to look at the awakening monument together. The golden light instantly rushed up to 30 meters. "It's up to standard." After reaching the threshold of 30 meters, the golden light rose at a steady pace and continued to rush upwards. 40, 50. It didn't continue to rise until it reached a height of 99 meters. But the light began to become more dazzling. The two elders present froze in place, incredulous. "If I remember correctly, the height of the stone monument is only 99 meters. Moreover, after reaching the top, the light is even more dazzling. This shows that Ling Chen's talent is more than 99. After a long time, the golden light finally gradually dissipated. The light dissipated, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and the figure appeared in the sight of the second elder. "Congratulations, after passing the talent test of the first level, you will get the opportunity to enter the second level of the test. I hope you can continue to work hard." Lin Lao cleaned up his shocked face and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." Ling Chen bowed to the second elder. The second elder nodded happily. As if remembering something, Mr. Lin stretched out his right hand and raised his middle and index fingers. Silently muttering something in his mouth, the source chi transmission spread out. Elders' meeting room. All the elders who were having a meeting to discuss the monster beast battlefield heard a source chi transmission. "Ling Chen, talent is 99 meters. All the elders were stunned for a moment. 99 meters? Who is Ling Chen? Did you just recruit this year? All the elders were stunned. Ling Chen is the champion of this year's high school student national competition, the owner of the 3 types of thunder, fire, and space abilities. I invited him to come. Mu Lao, who was sitting on the side, said, with a faint smile on his face. Hearing Elder Mu's words, the elder conference room fell into a brief dead silence, and everyone couldn't believe their ears. 3-line abilities? 18 years old. The future is boundless. The elders gasped. It seems that our academy has ushered in another demon. Ling Chen's qualifications may exceed all the previous students. All the elders nodded in praise. Since he has passed the first level of the test, now I'm afraid he will go to the second level. Why don't we go and take a look? An elder suggested. It's okay. The elders echoed one after another. After saying that, everyone walked towards the practice room of the second level. Soon, everyone came to the side of the test bench in the practice room. At this time, Ling Chen, who had passed the talent test, happened to be on the test bench under the leadership of the second elder. The second level is the test of source chi and physical fitness. The elders looked at Ling Chen on the stage and couldn't help but frown slightly. They couldn't see through Ling Chen's specific cultivation and strength. I could only roughly feel the momentum of Ling Chen's body like an abyss in a sea. Through the bone age test, it was confirmed that there was no problem with Ling Chen's age of 18. Ling Chen's second level is officially beginning. testing. The first is the source gas test. The source gas test not only tests the realm, but also includes the purity and total amount of the source gas. In the realm test, Ling Chen's previous competition showed a bronze level 5-star, and now, it has reached 7 stars. Ling Chen, just enter your source energy into this crystal ball. Lin Lao pointed to the crystal ball on the test bench, and there was a crystal screen behind it. Ling Chen nodded, did as he was told, and entered the source energy into the crystal ball. Boom! A halo suddenly gushed out of the crystal ball. A string of data is displayed on the crystal screen behind it. Source Qi, bronze 7 stars. Total, 26,662. Purity, 97. Looking at the data on the crystal screen, everyone was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly just now, Ling Chen should be a senior in high school, right? It should only be more than a month for Ling Chen to awaken his ability, right? Moreover, the purity is so high, it seems that Ling Chen's foundation is also very solid. While the elders were amazed, they couldn't help but feel a strong excitement rising in their hearts. Isn't the purpose of their establishment of Dawn Academy to recruit genius teenagers like Ling Chen? Now, Ling Chen actually passed the Source Qi test of the second level with such an excellent performance, which was simply shocking. Ling Chen, your Source Qi test is over. Lin Lao looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile, next is your physical fitness test. First, use your sheer strength to hit the tester. Then, use your abilities and all your strength to deliver the power of the strongest blow. Ling Chen understood and nodded slightly. Coming to the tester, Ling Chen took a breath. Holding his fists tightly, Ling Chen swung forward and smashed into the tester. Thundered. The tester made a dull sound, and an arc of electricity was shot out of the tester, forming a circle on the tester, which then slowly shrank. When the tester is completely reduced, the number 15,135 is displayed on the tester. 15135 kg. How is this possible? How could his physical fitness be so skydifying? His physical fitness is comparable to a platinum 1-star. With such a high talent, I'm afraid I can't find a few in the entire academy. The elders were in an uproar, staring at Ling Chen incredulously. None of them remember, this is the first time they have been shocked today. Looking at the numbers displayed on the tester, Ling Chen had no surprises. He took a deep breath, and next, it was his strongest blow. Rank 3 Thunder God Technique. Ling Chen shouted lightly, the aura on his body continued to rise, and a thunderous power filled his body. In an instant, Ling Chen's source energy was raised to a silver level 4-star. Physical strength has been raised to 4 platinum stars. This is secret method? It seems that this young man has an adventure. The elders on the side talked a lot. Strengthen. Ling Chen used enhancement again, and his physical strength was raised to platinum level 6 stars again. Space tremors. Ling Chen used his newly acquired offensive skill, and a silver light appeared on his body, and a powerful space shock force burst out. Attached to Ling Chen's arm, Ling Chen punched violently with the power of concussion and bombarded the tester. This powerful space vibration force shook towards the tester with a hint of destruction. Bang! The fist with the power of concussion bombarded the tester. 23,927. Hiss! When everyone saw this, they all gasped. What a strong attack power. 3 steps in a row. God bless my China. The elders smacked their tongues secretly. This young man, when he grows up in the future, he will become a saint. Ling Chen, congratulations, you have passed the assessment of the second level. Turning back from the shock, Lin Lao congratulated Ling Chen. Thank you, Elder Lin. Ling Chen bowed his hands in thanks. The third level of assessment is your comprehensive ability. But with your performance just now, it's not a problem. After your college entrance examination, just come here. The elder on the side touched his beard and said with relief, Xiaoxin, take your apprentice for a good stroll. Yes. Master Shin respectfully bowed to the great elder. Let's go. The matter hasn't been discussed yet, the great elder said to everyone. The group returned to the conference room for a meeting again. Master, why did you walk away all the way and didn't see many people? It's very simple, because since the establishment of Shiguang College 40 years ago, it has only recruited more than 200 students in total. After 10 years of enrollment, you can only reach the qualification of graduation at the town and national level, and now only more than 20 people have successfully graduated. Students who have not graduated for 10 years can choose to become teaching assistants in the college and continue to stay as students, or they can leave the college. Now there are 19 students studying in the entire Shiguang Academy. So few? Ling Chen's eyes widened. Unbelievable, there were only so few students in the Shiguang Academy? You have to know that Dawn Academy only recruits demons. Not surprisingly, every student can become a saint. Ling Chen hesitated to speak. Why did only 10% of the people graduate? Because they died in battle. Hearing this, Ling Chen's body trembled. Master Shin looked at Ling Chen, his eyes showing a hint of remembrance. Do you know the original intention of the establishment of Shiguang Academy? Ling Chen shook his head. He hadn't heard it before. The original intention of the establishment of Dawn Academy was to protect this world and the entire Blue Star. Master Shin said seriously, in fact, the strength of monster beasts far exceeds that of us humans. Then why? Ling Chen wondered. It was earned by by generations of martyrs and predecessors. Master Shin's tone was full of sadness. Protect my Chinese land, and die 1,000 deaths. At the beginning, the Dawn Academy was established by the first batch of powerful forces that survived on the battlefield. In the process of resisting the invasion of monsters, the seniors felt the importance of peak combat power. Therefore, the Dawn Academy was established to only accept demons. The first batch of surviving powers on the battlefield? Ling Chen was surprised. Yes, each of them has reached the realm of saints. Ling Chen's heart beat faster. What kind of academy was the Dawn Academy he had joined? Every student of Shuguang Academy is a gifted person, but it is not possible to step to the top with talent. When they come to Shuguang Academy to practice, they will continue to sharpen themselves in order to improve themselves and eventually become saints. The cultivation of Dawn Academy is basically based on actual combat, maybe 365 days a year. More than 300 days are on the front line to fight monsters. During this period, most of the cadets died in battle. Xin Lao's voice was a little hoarse, and his tone couldn't help but deepen. Ling Chen nodded. Inexplicably, there was something called a mission pressing on his shoulder. Therefore, the original intention of the establishment of Dawn Academy was to protect the Blue Star. Xin Lao said slowly, "Now, I have told you this secret. I hope you can remember my words and protect this land." Hearing these words, Ling Chen's fists clenched, and his face changed. "Senior, don't worry, I will definitely protect this land," Ling Chen said firmly. "Okay, with your words, I'm relieved." Xin Lao nodded. Ling Chen's expression was still very resolute. "There is one more thing you have to be clear," Xin Lao suddenly said again. "What's the matter?" Ling Chen asked. "Your identity." Xin Lao stared at Ling Chen seriously. "I mean, don't leak the original intention of the establishment of Dawn Academy. This is related to the safety of the entire Blue Star. If you let outsiders know, you will also become the target of public criticism. The junior knows." Ling Chen replied seriously. "Okay, I'll take you for a walk first. Then go to the comprehensive office building to get a temporary identity card." Master Shin said lightly, "When you finish the college entrance examination, you can go through the formal admission procedures." Ling Chen nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and quietly followed Master Shin towards an oval circular office building in the center of the complex. Master Shin introduced the surrounding scene as he walked forward, and Ling Chen also listened carefully. After walking for about 20 minutes, Ling Chen and the two came downstairs to the office building. The entire oval circular office building is a skyscraper with a height of 4 floors. The entire skyscraper is hemispherical in shape, presenting an image like a huge eggshell. Entering the building, the first floor is a wide hall where there is no one there. Master Shin took Ling Chen to the second floor and entered a spacious office. There is a desk in the office with a few chairs and a coffee table next to it. An old man was lying in front of the computer at his desk, looking at the screen with relish, laughing obscenely from time to time. "Old Su, come and get a temporary identity card for my apprentice," Master Shin shouted lightly to an old man who was sitting in the office enjoying the happy drama. Su Lao was so frightened that he trembled, turned his head and angrily scolded, "You old man, come in and don't knock on the door." Quickly closing the learning website on the computer screen, the old man raised his head to look at Ling Chen. Name: Ling Chen. Su Lao stretched out his palm and swung it a few times in the air, and then there was a wonderful fluctuation in the air. A transparent crystal flew from the palm of his hand into the air, suspended in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Su Lao stretched out his right hand and drew the word Ling Chen in the void, and the crystal turned into a light ball and fell into Ling Chen's hand. "This is your temporary identity card." Ling Chen took the temporary identity card. It is a token made of spar, white all over and depicted with intricate patterns on the surface. There are also 2 ancient seal characters on the back of the token, Ling Chen. The material of this token is not simple. It is not an ordinary thing. Our Shuguang Academy is located in a shielding magic circle. If you want to come in, if you don't have a teacher's identity jade card, you must need a token. Inject your source energy into the token, and the token will guide you to the location of your academy. Also, outside, you can also identify yourself with this token. However, there must be a person on the card. Su Lao warned Ling Chen to carry the token with him. "Thank you, senior. By the way, is there a tuition fee?" Ling Chen asked. "There are so many big guys teaching. If there is a tuition fee, I'm afraid I can't afford to learn." "Tuition? He. You may have some misunderstandings about Dawn Academy. As a student of Dawn Academy, not only do you have no tuition fees, but you also have a scholarship of 100,000 spirit stones every year." Master Shin was startled, and then answered Ling Chen's question seriously. 100,000 spirit stones? Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He was about to spend all the money he had on hand, and this 10,000 spirit stones were a huge amount of money for him. If you can have 100,000 spirit stones, you won't have to worry about money in a short time. Master Shin nodded. "Okay, Ling Chen, I'll send you back first. After the college entrance examination, you can come and report again." Elder Shin stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Ling Chen bowed to Su Lao and clenched his fists. He left with Master Shin. "Follow the route you came to, return the way you came, and came to the Yongdao where you entered." The car passed through the corridor, came out of the stone stone wall and came to the dense forest. Ling Chen turned around and reached out to touch the stone wall. The cold touch really came, telling Ling Chen that this was indeed a stone wall, and this formation was really a bit magical. Let's go! Before Master Shin could react, he stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen. Tearing out a space crack, he dodged into it and disappeared in place. Chanan City, the city lord's residence. City lord, that Julie is bringing a group of respected old people to ask for an audience at the door. Zhang Jie clenched his fists and walked towards the back of the desk, frowning, and the middle-aged man who was lost in thought reported. These days, there are many warriors outside the city who have found parchment scrolls from the belly of monsters. The Shu family is prosperous, the lord of Zhuli City. 8 large characters appear on the parchment scroll. Under the leadership of the current Yi City lord, Chanan City has been in good weather, and in the face of the occasional outbreak of small beast tides, it has also handled it very well. And Zhuli was originally the deputy lord of Chanan City, but he has always been debauched, greedy for money and lustful, and only knows pleasure all day long. It stands to reason that this kind of content similar to instructions from the gods should be selectively ignored by everyone. After all, no one wants the city lord to be a greedy and lustful dead fat man. However, somehow, there are always some respected old people who rest on their laurels and feudal superstitions. They decided that since it was God's instruction, they should just follow God's instructions, and what did it have to do with them as for the consequences? In the eyes of these people, God's command is God's will, and they should obey, not resist or refuse. They didn't think about the authenticity of this matter. What's more, a few days ago, Julie sent them a series of natural materials and earth treasures. Let them in. City Lord Yi rubbed his eyebrows. Yes, City Lord. It didn't take long for a fat man with a face full of flesh and a bloated body to come over. He had a long sword hanging from his waist, and his eyes exuded a sharp light, as if he was ready to fight at any time. Behind him, there were several old people, and these old men were the respected elders in Tianan City. City Lord Yi, these are the parchment scrolls I just found from the corpses of monsters. Please take a look. Julie pointed to the parchment scroll in his hand and said, "Oh, parchment roll, hee, I've already seen this." City Lord Yi let out a sneer. "It's just some means that can't be on the table." "Oh, what are you talking about, City Lord? This is an instruction from God." Deputy City Lord Zhu pretended not to understand, and said in surprise, "Do you want to disobey God's instructions? Providence? Ha 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 ha." City Lord Yi smiled and said, "Julie, you know clearly whether it is God's will. Don't pretend." Deputy City Lord Zhu. Lord Yi bit the sub-character very hard. "Do you know what the consequences will be if you do this?" "Humph. City Lord Yi, I am destined." Deputy City Lord Zhu snorted disdainfully. "Tell the truth. I'm here today to let you give way." Julie directly tore his face. "City Lord Yi, you should know what happened this time, right?" When City Lord Yi heard Zhu City Lord's words, he immediately became furious. "Julie, aren't you going to rebel? Let me tell you, this is absolutely impossible, even if you are destined to do so." "Hey!" Deputy City Lord Zhu smiled and said, "Since you are unwilling to abdicate, then you can't blame me." After that, he stretched out his hands and slapped them twice. The 3 old figures rushed in from outside, followed by dozens of men in black. Julie turned to the 3 elders beside him and said, "Elders, this matter should be solved by you." The 3 elders nodded. "City Lord Yi, you have to think carefully." Deputy City Lord Zhu smiled. City Lord Yi sneered. "No matter what method you use, I will never give in." Case. Deputy City Lord Zhu said, "Let's take down City Lord Yi first." The 3 elders rushed up. The breath came all over his face. The 3 elders were all platinum level, 2 platinum level 1 stars, and a platinum level 4-star powerhouse. "Humph, do you want to catch me just because of this?" City Lord Yi snorted coldly. Airplanes. A majestic aura emerged, directly colliding with the momentum of the elders. "What?" several elders exclaimed. They didn't expect that City Lord Yi had already reached the platinum level of 4 stars. For a moment, he was knocked out. At this time, Zhang Jia rushed forward with the guards of the City Lord's mansion, all of whom were gold level, confronted the man in black outside. City Lord Yi frowned slightly. If he continued to consume like this, he would not be able to get any benefits. "Zhang Jia, go find the senior from last time to help." Lord Yi City transmitted Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia said something to the deputy next to him, and took advantage of the crowd to confront him and sneaked away. After sending Ling Chen outside Tianan City, Shinshi took his leave. He instructed Ling Chen to come to Shuguang Academy as soon as possible after the college entrance examination, and then he would teach Ling Chen well. Ling Chen quickly nodded in agreement. After watching Master Shin get into the space crack, Ling Chen entered Tianan City and walked home. Ling Chen, right? Just as Ling Chen returned to the apartment downstairs, Ling Chen saw Zhang Jia's guards who came to visit last time. "Are you?" "Hello, I am Zhang Jia, a guard of the City Lord's mansion. I came to visit your master last time. Can I trouble you to call your master over?" Zhang Jia's guard said. Last time Ling Chen was covered, so Zhang Jia didn't recognize Ling Chen as the so-called master in his mouth. "What's the matter?" Ling Chen asked. "The City Lord's mansion is in trouble, and the Deputy City Lord Julie rebelled and wanted to seize the position of the City Lord." Zhang Jia briefly explained the situation. situation. Ling Chen instantly thought of the parchment roll taken out of the belly of the monster beast during the first field battle. What is the strength of the other party? Ling Chen asked. 2 platinum stars, 1 platinum 4 stars, and the rest are gold. Let's go, I'll go with you. Ling Chen thought about his strength for a while and took the lead in running towards the city lord's mansion. Ah, what? Ling Chen must not. Let's call you the master at the beginning. Shan Jia quickly stopped. Although Ling Chen showed off his skills in the national competition, his opponent was only bronze level, and now it was a platinum level battle, so Shan Jia didn't think Ling Chen could solve the problem. Don't worry, I'll take the first step. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he flashed directly towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Shan Jia hesitated for a moment and had to follow. When Ling Chen rushed to the city lord's mansion, the city lord had already been beaten and retreated, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and he was about to be unable to hold on. In the city lord's mansion, there were many people, and some guards were fighting fiercely with the men in black, lying all the way with the corpses of people on both sides. Ling Chen, what are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Seeing this young man shining in the competition, appearing in front of him, the city lord shouted anxiously. He was afraid of the other party's people, and his methods were cruel, and he took the life of such a genius boy. Lord City Lord, didn't you ask Uncle Zhan Jie to find me? Ling Chen teased, took out a healing elixir from the ring and stuffed it into City Lord Lin's mouth. Ignoring City Lord Lin's dull gaze, Ling Chen turned his head and looked at the 3 platinum level old dogs. Next, your opponent is me. Where did the kid come from? Just with your bronze strength? Also worthy of competing with us? Yes, boy, you deserve it too? It's really overwhelming. The 3 platinum level old men sneered. Really? Then give it a try. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders and waved his right arm gently. A layer of red flames flashed on his palm and rushed towards the strongest of the 3 old men. Fire palm! The old man shouted, his figure flashed and rushed towards Ling Chen as fast as lightning, and a pale blue frost appeared on his palm, slapping Ling Chen's chest fiercely. The ice is covered for thousands of miles. The old man seemed to see Ling Chen frozen by himself. Just as the two were about to collide, Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place, instantly appearing behind another old man. A punch blasted out, with a thunderous sound, directly hitting the old man's vest. The old man hadn't reacted yet, and his fist hit the old man's vest hard. Boom! A muffled sound. I saw the old man's entire body fly out backwards, hit the wall hard, and fell to the ground, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The platinum level 4-star old man looked at his companion in astonishment, and his partner was killed in seconds in front of this kid without even having time to react, which was too weird. The other party is just a bronze level. Ling Chen's figure shook and disappeared in place again. Came to the side of another old man, but obviously this old man was prepared. A thick source chi attached to the surface of its body, forming a source chi armor. Ling Chen bombarded the source chi armor with a punch, and the old man only took 3 steps back. Ha, boy, is there no way? Seeing that Ling Chen's blow failed, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ling Chen with a mocking face. Really? Ling Chen had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, opened his hand slightly, and shouted lightly. 3 turns Thunder God Technique. A thunderous force filled his body, and the aura on Ling Chen's body was constantly rising. Upgraded to silver 4 stars. Ling Chen pinched his fingers, and the corners of his mouth curled up a slight curve. With a kick of his feet, his body shot at the old man like a cannonball, and his punch smashed into the source energy shield on the old man's chest. Bang! Ling Chen's punch actually destroyed the old man's source chi armor. How can it be? The old man widened his eyes and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. He didn't understand why Ling Chen could suddenly improve so much, and a bronze level was able to break through its own defenses. Ling Chen didn't know what the old man was thinking, and after smashing the old man's source energy shield with a punch, he smashed another heavy punch into the old man's head. Rumble! A violent shock came, and the old man's head was hit by Ling Chen, and the whole person flew out. Ling Chen's figure shook, caught up with the old man, and punched the old man in the chest. Click! The sound of bones shattering sounded. The old man's sternum was shattered by Ling Chen's punch, and the whole person flew out again and smashed to the ground. Blood gushed out, and the old man struggled a few times and couldn't get up. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing that the 2 companions he was getting along with day and night were seriously injured by Ling Chen, the 4-star old man was finally furious. His hands condensed 2 ice cubes and threw them towards Ling Chen, and then his figure shook, rushing towards Ling Chen like lightning. The ice was roaring and extremely fast. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows and grabbed his right hand suddenly, and the ice cubes were absorbed into the palm of his hand by the volley and held in his hand. Not bad, but I'm afraid your ice system is not enough to look at. Ling Chen's wrist shook, and the ice cubes erupted into a piercing scream, turning into countless ice chips, and Ling Chen waved his right hand, and countless ice chips shot towards the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw this, and quickly summoned a sky blue ice shield to resist in front of him. At this moment, Ling Chen moved, he kicked out, held an ice blade, flashed and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, the ice blade had already appeared on the old man's neck, and in the old man's shocked gaze, he wiped it lightly. Put! The ice blade sank into the old man's neck, and the old man stiffened there. The ice shield condensed on his hand slowly dissipated, and his body fell down without support. The whole battle process did not exceed 3 minutes. City Lord Yi on the side was stunned in place. How could this kid be so perverted? Although it is mainly the opponent who underestimates the enemy and is consumed by himself. But in just 3 minutes, the 3 platinum-level powerhouses were killed by Ling Chen in this way, which was even more dreamy than a dream. Ling Chen has seen City Lord Yi. After solving the opponent, Ling Chen returned to the City Lord and said with his fists clenched, "No need to be polite, boy, thanks to you. City Lord Yi, this person will be handed over to you." Ling Chen pointed to the fat man in the corner who was about to sneak away. City Lord Yi nodded, flipped his palm, and a long sword appeared in his hand, and then threw it towards the corner. Shout! The long sword drew a beautiful arc and nailed it hard to the fat man's back, pinning him in place. Why, where does Deputy City Lord Zhu want to go? The fat man trembled, a coolness rose from the tail vertebrae, and an inexplicable fear filled his heart. He raised his head and looked at City Lord Yi standing in front of him with an indifferent smile on his face, his body trembling, not knowing what to do. He didn't expect that he had already won the game, but he killed Ling Chen halfway. "You just said that if you want to comply with the will of heaven, you should be the City Lord?" A smile appeared on the face of City Lord Yi, but this smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. "The City Lord is wise and powerful, and this City Lord should naturally be in charge of you. I'm a fart, let me go." Zhu Li lay on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. "Humph, come on, invite our Deputy City Lord into the dungeon. Serve well," City Lord Yi ordered. "Yes, City Lord." The guards on the side were ordered to immediately escort Zhu Li to the dungeon deep in the City Lord's mansion. "Ling Chen Xiaoyu, please come here with me," City Lord Yi said to Ling Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. If Ling Chen hadn't helped him solve this matter, his position as City Lord would definitely not have been saved. "Yes." Ling Chen nodded, followed City Lord Yi, and came to the orchid pavilion in the back garden of the City Lord's mansion. "Ling Chen Xiaoyu, thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, my Yi family will suffer today. I toast you with a glass of wine." After the two sat down, City Lord Yi picked up a glass of wine on the table and gestured towards Ling Chen. "The labor of raising your hand is not worth worrying about." Ling Chen shook his head and drank all the wine in his hand. "Ling Chen Xiaoyu, I heard that you have received an invitation from Dawn Academy." Looking around, City Lord Yi lowered his voice and said, There is indeed such a thing." Ling Chen nodded, and all the students in the competition saw it. "It's not something to hide. I heard that Dawn Academy only accepts geniuses, and every student who comes out can be crowned kings and generals." Lord Ye's tone revealed a hint of respect. "Ling Chen, little friend, I have a reluctant request below." City Lord Yi suddenly stood up and bowed to Ling Chen. "You say, I want to follow Xiaoyu, and in the future, only Xiaoyu will be the leader." City Lord Yi said with a serious face. "Follow me?" Ling Chen was stunned. "These days, are there still free door-to-door delivery?" City Lord Yi nodded. Yizhantian, Platinum 4-star, 12345/50000000. Loyalty, 85, recruitable. The loyalty is quite high, and it seems that the City Lord is indeed sincere. Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Since City Lord Yi has such a determination, then follow me. As long as you are willing to be loyal to me, the road ahead will be extremely magnanimous." "Then I'll thank you first, Lord." City Lord Yi thanked him respectfully, looking like he was swearing allegiance to the death. Not to mention Ling Chen's life-saving grace, it is the talent that Ling Chen has shown now, and his future achievements are also limitless. Therefore, City Lord Yi chose to take refuge in Ling Chen without hesitation. "No need to be polite, City Lord Yi can call me Ling Chen." Ling Chen waved his hand and motioned for Yizhantian to sit down. Yizhantian sat down as he was told. Ling Chen learned about the recent situation in Tianan City from him, and learned that the situation in Tianan City has always been relatively stable except for the recent parchment rolls, and he was relieved. Learned from Lord Yi, the geographical location of Tianan City is not good. The eastern part of Tiananqing is a wide plain that can reach Hangdu directly. The other three sides are covered with continuous mountains that wind for hundreds of miles. Tianan City, like an outpost in the gathering place of Hangdu, has always been the primary target of beast tide attacks. Therefore, Tianan City often experiences large and small beast tides. However, through the communicator, the army of superpowers in the main city can quickly rush to Tianan City to help. For many years, Tianan City has also stood in the midst of the beast tide. The surviving residents of Tianan City also began to slowly adapt to the war, no longer afraid and panicked, but became calmer and more united. Therefore, the overall order of Tianan City is not bad, and there will generally be no problems. In this way, it saves Ling Chen a lot of trouble. "Lord, Ling Xiao, how do you think of my City Lord's mansion? It will be yours in the future." City Lord Yi said with a smile. "No need, just keep it yourself." Ling Chen responded, and suddenly Ling Chen had a flash of inspiration. "I wonder if there is a place like an underground fortress here for the City Lord?" Yizhantian was stunned after hearing this. Underground fortress? Does Ling Xiao want to build an underground palace? Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I want to establish an underground kingdom specifically for training Legion soldiers." monsters. Moreover, here, it will be the starting point for us to fight monsters in the future. For a while, City Lord Yi was also excited by Ling Chen's words. My subordinates understand, I will do my best to get this matter done, and I will definitely build a powerful underground palace under the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Yi said excitedly. I hope that everyone who knows about this will see it myself. Just in case, Ling Chen decided to personally check everyone in charge. After all, people's hearts are separated by bellies, but they have their own system, and there is no problem at all. Yi Zhentian had no objection. After all, this matter was not trivial. Then Ling Chen chatted with Yi Zhentian and the two for a whole day and discussed some details. In this way, the whole plan can be regarded as completely perfect. Ling Xiao, I have one more thing I want to ask you. City Lord Yi hesitated for a moment and then asked the doubts in his heart. Oh, what's the matter? But it doesn't hurt to say it. Ling Chen smiled slightly. I would like to ask, what scale does the Lord intend to build our entire Tianan city into? Yi Zhentian's heart was full of anticipation. Although Ling Chen only intends to build an underground kingdom as his headquarters now, but Yi Zhentian believed that Tianan city on the ground would be expanded sooner or later. Dawn City, it's not bad. Ling Chen smiled slightly. A faint sentence made Yi Zhentian stay in place. In his mind, there was only one thought left. Dawn City? The target of Tianan City turned out to be Dawn City. This goal made Yi Zhentian's breathing a little shorter, and a pair of eyes stared at Ling Chen, his eyes full of excitement and excitement. He didn't expect that it would be possible for him to participate in building Tianan City into a city like Dawn City in his lifetime. Okay, I'll leave it to you first. Choose a good person to call me. I hope that before my college entrance examination, the underground kingdom can be built. Leaving a sentence, Ling Chen turned around and left. Looking at Ling Chen's departing back, City Lord Yi clenched his fists excitedly. This time, it seemed that the bet was right. Turning around, he hurriedly arranged for Ling Chen to explain the good things. When Ling Chen returned home, his two sisters were sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV. Brother, you're back. How is the assessment? Hearing the movement, Ling Shi asked casually, staring at the screen without even turning his head. It's back. With your brother's talent, how can it be reasonable? Ling Chen sat comfortably next to the two sisters. Cut. Narcissist. Ling Shi curled her lips. Ling Ling covered her mouth and smiled. It's been a long time since I ate my sister's cooking. I don't know if I took it orally today? Ling Chen looked at Ling Shi with a funny look and said with a smile. Now you know the chef's cooking skills. Ling Shi raised his head arrogantly, like a black swan. That's it. Put down the potato chips in his hand and walked towards the kitchen with his head held high. Ling Chen turned his head to look at Ling Ling, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Just as Ling Chen's family of three was sitting and enjoying the chef's dinner. Dong dong dong. There was a knock at the door. Ling Shi put down his chopsticks and opened the door. I saw the original landlord, Aunt Lin, standing at the door, holding some fruit in her hand. Aunt Lin, come in and sit down. Have you eaten? I haven't eaten together. Ling Shi invited Aunt Lin to have dinner together, and Aunt Lin has been very good to them for so many years. No, I've eaten. I'm here to say goodbye to you. I have to go. Aunt Lin said softly. Aunt Lin, where are you going? Ling Shi asked in surprise. Aunt Lin shook her head and didn't answer. I'll see you again if I have a chance. Leaving an inexplicable sentence, Aunt Lin left. Ling Shi and Ling Chen glanced at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Brother, what's wrong with Aunt Lin? Why did she leave suddenly? Ling Shi asked suspiciously. Ling Chen shook his head, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. Could it be said? Is it related to the father who has never met? Dawn City, the entrance of a heavily guarded base. A woman in a blue military uniform and a dark green beret walked through the door. The soldiers standing guard saw her and reached out to stop her. The woman took out a blood-red token from her body and raised it slightly so that the soldiers could see it clearly. It is engraved with the number 9. After seeing the token, the soldiers at the gate immediately saluted and let go. The woman walked into the gate of the base and attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, girls in the base are rare. She walked past the sentry posts and came directly to the door of an office. Dong dong dong. Knocked on the door 3 times, and a low and hoarse voice came from inside the door. Please come in. The woman pushed the door and walked in, closed the door with her backhand, and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the desk. The man was wearing a white robe, his face was pale but revealed an aura of fortitude and heroism, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if he could see through everything at a glance. Aunt Ling is back? Thank you for your hard work all these years. The man looked up in the direction of the door, his eyes fell on the woman's body, and there was a hint of softness and gratitude in his eyes. If the Ling Chen brothers and sisters were here, they would find that this woman was Aunt Lin. The woman listened to his words, smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Young master, you've been fine all these years. Fortunately, cough. It's all an old problem. The man held the handkerchief and coughed. Young master, the young master sighed. The young eagle can spread its wings and soar only when it is out of protection. A resolute look flashed in the man's eyes. The young master's talent is so high, he will definitely succeed. Aunt Ling said. When the young eagle spreads its wings, start our plan. The man's eyes suddenly suddenly became deep and sharp. Yes, young master. Aunt Ling nodded respectfully. Dong dong dong. There was a hurried knock outside the door, and the man and Aunt Ling looked at each other. Come in. The man's deep voice came out. A middle-aged man in military uniform pushed the door in, hurriedly walked to the man's table, and looked at Aunt Ling hesitatingly. Longjiu, you go back to the dragon team to report first. The man waved his hand at Aunt Ling. Yes. Heads. Aunt Ling saluted the man and left. Say it. What's up? Report to the chief. The front line is urgent, and the beast tide is attacking vigorously. The middle-aged man reported in a hurried tone. The man frowned when he heard this, was silent for a while, and asked, how big is the beast tide? According to intelligence, it has expanded to about 10 million. The middle-aged man replied, in addition, it is suspected that there is a supreme monster leading the team. Tens of millions of beasts. The man muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The saint realm is already transcendent and holy, and under the saint, they are all ants. Every time the saint realm fought, there would be healing for several years. Under normal circumstances, the saint realm of humans and monsters is mutually restrained. Therefore, on the battlefield, the strongest person who appears is the supreme level. Chief, what should we do now? The middle-aged man asked. Go and inform the Dragon Eagle Legion and send 20,000 people to quickly support the entire line. In addition, inform the dragon team to take their people to the front line and be ready to participate in the battle at any time. Also, bring 100,000 legions of high-level superpowers to reinforce the front line. The man quickly made arrangements and ordered them to go down. A man is a decisive and decision-making person, and he usually arranges things in an orderly manner. Yes, the man in military uniform responded and took the order to leave the office. Walk quickly forward, and as you walk, give orders to your men. Contact the Dragon Eagle Legion immediately and send 20,000 people to the front line to support immediately. Go to the training ground to recruit a sufficient number of superpowers. Let's set off for the front line immediately. Inform the dragon team, prepare your weapons, and set off with me to the battlefield later. B. A group of subordinates responded in unison, and one by one they acted quickly with solemn faces. The members of the Dragon Eagle Legion had already driven their eagles to quickly support the front line. The beast-tide army was pushing forward in a mighty manner, and every time they moved a little distance, some monster beasts would join one after another. In the center of the beast tide, a huge monster tiger with a height of 5 or 6 meters stood quietly, and the monster beasts behind him knelt on the ground with a respectful face. This monster beast is the Beast King who led this beast tide. Report to your majesty the Beast King. 100 kilometers ahead is the front line of human defense. A demon general wearing black armor quickly ran in front of the Beast King and knelt down on one knee to report. When the Beast King heard this, his eyes swept below, and he said in a deep voice, the army stopped advancing. Obey the order. The army stops advancing. The monsters below responded in unison. You lead the 30 beasts to explore the way. The rest of the monster beasts rest in place and attack tomorrow. The Beast King pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, B. The demon general agreed, got up and rushed towards a group of monsters in the herd. He casually ordered 30 monsters, follow me to spy on the reality of the enemy. After saying that, he took the lead in rushing towards the human front. Xiaonan City. Since Ad Lin left, it has been a few days. Ling Chen has been cultivating at home. Of course, Ling Chen has not forgotten the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Sore medicine. Golden Sore medicine treats old dark wounds, has miraculous effects. I can't use it for the time being. Put away the Golden Sore medicine. Ling Chen stretched out. It's time, go to school to have a look. After a month, when he returned to school again, Ling Chen had a sense of being wrong. I came to my class with a familiar car, and the students in the class were practicing martial arts hard. After all, the college entrance examination was only more than a month away. Seeing Ling Chen's arrival, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then erupted into warm applause. Obviously, everyone has watched this national competition. Knowing that he is now the first in the country, it is obviously not a problem to go to any Wuhan university. Ling Chen sat down and chatted with everyone, although he had been away for a month, but the classmates in the class were still the same as before, and there was no change. Brother Chen, the principal asked you to come to find him when you came. Seeing that everyone was almost catching up, Yi Kang on the side said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Walking to the principal's room, Ling Chen knocked on the door. Come on in. An old voice came from inside. Pushing open the door of the principal's office, Ling Chen walked in. Xiaochen, you are here, sit down. Seeing that it was Ling Chen who came in, Principal Dong greeted with a smile. Ling Chen sat down opposite Principal Dong, and then asked, what does Principal Dong have to do with me? Xiaochen, I already know about this national competition. First of all, congratulations on winning the first place in the competition, and thank you for winning glory for our school. Hearing Principal Dong's thanks, Ling Chen quickly said humbly, wherever I go, it's what I should do. You kid, you are the student I have always valued. Principal Dong waved his hand. To tell you the truth, I have something I want to ask you for. Principal Dong, please speak. Ling Chen showed a really such expression, and at the same time secretly guessed what Principal Dong ordered. Cough, Ling Chen. I know you won the first place in the national competition, and there must be many Wuhan University to enroll students in advance. Principal Dong coughed lightly and looked at Ling Chen with an expectant face. Well, can you represent our high school in the college entrance examination? But, Ling Chen hesitated, looking embarrassed. Cough, classmate Ling, you've worked hard lately. The school will come up with 100 million. Okay, I agree. Ling Chen interrupted Principal Dong's words. As a student of our school, it is my duty to win glory for the school. Of course, the principal, don't forget to hit me with the money. Just after listening to Ling Chen's awe-inspiring words, I thought that Ling Chen was going to win glory for the school, and when I heard the last sentence, I couldn't help but have black lines on my face. Why are there so many scenes of you? Nodded helplessly. This wave is very nice. Ling Chen, who was about to take the college entrance examination, comfortably prostituted 100 million yuan for free. In 3 sentences, Principal Dong actually spent 100 million for me. 100 million, converted into dozens. A spirit stone? Ling Chen was stunned for a moment. Am I asking for too little? Forget it, or don't want it. After all, I am a helpful young man. By the way, I want to take leave. Dobby beat me all over my body, and I need to recuperate for 2 days. Ling Chen suddenly covered his chest with his hands, looking weak, as if he was about to die at the next moment. Principal Dong picked up a cup of tea at the table, blew it gently, took a sip, nodded and said, okay, no problem. How long will you stay? Please wait until the day before the college entrance examination. Principal Dong spat out the tea in his mouth. Good guy, I don't want to stay in school for a long time. But thinking of Ling Chen's current strength, staying in school really has nothing to teach him. He nodded, okay, go back and rest. I'll help you deal with it at school, and I'll notify you the day before the college entrance examination. Okay, thank you, Principal Dong. I'll go back first. Principal Dong waved his hand. Let's go. Ling Chen left in style. Walking out of the principal's office, Ling Chen showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. This feeling of prostitution for 100 million is really cool. Ling Chen returned to the classroom. After all, he just came back today and hadn't blown to his classmates. After reminiscing about the past, back in his seat, everyone gathered around again. Soon it was time to end school, and I watched the students disperse and go home in 2s and 3s. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. His feelings faded, and his brother couldn't compare to the meal at home. Brother Chen, how will you arrange next? Yi Kong stepped forward and put his arm on Ling Chen's shoulder and asked, I'm going to go out of the city to train for a month. Ling Chen didn't hide it. Brother Chen, come on. Ling Chen waved his hand, put his hand around his neck, rested his head on his hand, and slowly disappeared into the corner in the face of the sunset. Sisters, brother, I'm going out for a while. Putting down the chopsticks in his hand, Ling Chen burped. Got it. Remember to come back early. Ling Shi waved her hand. Now with Lingling with her, it is the same with Ling Chen or not. Pay attention to safety. Lingling said with a smile. Well, I know. Ling Chen stretched out his 2 big hands, held the heads of the 2 sisters respectively, rubbed them, and then turned around and entered the room. 7 Gio. Ling Chen called out in his mind. A black swirling crack appeared in front of him, and a man in black clothes appeared, which was Chi Jio. Lord. Chi Jio knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Ling Chen, how is it going? Ling Chen asked. Reporting back to the Lord, the shadow is being established, and we are personally responsible for the initial spying work. At present, our members have spread to the 8 major gathering places. Chi Jio's tone was still cold, but there was a hint of excitement. Okay, good job. Where is Dawn City? Lord, Dawn City is now under martial law and cannot enter. According to the people below, tens of thousands of troops have set off from Dawn City and rushed to the front line of the monster battlefield. Oh, I'm afraid something big will happen. Ling Chen touched his chin, guessing in his heart that there might be a monster riot. Let's go. Gather the remaining shadow assassins. Let's go to the frontline battlefield to take a look. With his space-based abilities and hidden skills, Ling Chen was confident that he would not be discovered. Yes, Shi Jiao responded, and then turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Ling Chen stood up, stretched his waist, looked at the scenery outside the window, and muttered, frontline battlefield, I hope everything goes well. Then he jumped and disappeared into the night. Flashing into the woods outside the city, Ling Chen's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly came to the open space in the forest. Dozens of ghostly shadow assassins dressed in black and covering their faces with black cloth were hiding in the shadows of the trees under the moonlight. See the Lord. Seeing Ling Chen coming, dozens of people shouted in unison. Ling Chen fixed his eyes. Good guy. All the gold level 6 stars. It's only been a few days? How did you get promoted so quickly? Ling Chen asked. Back to the Lord. When there is no arrangement, I will arrange for them to go into the jungle area to farm monsters. Chi Jio stepped forward and said, okay, let's go. Let's brush all the way. With an order, dozens of shadow assassins unfolded their movements and disappeared among the trees in an instant. Ling Chen did not hesitate and followed closely behind, rushing towards the direction of the front line. 3 days later, Ling Chen and his party finally came to the vicinity of the front line. After 3 days of rushing to level up, Ling Chen's strength has finally risen to the peak of the bronze level of 9 stars. Just one step step away from the silver level. The physical strength is comparable to platinum 3-star. In the distance, a continuous and majestic city wall appeared in the sight of Ling Chen and his party. A magnificent, steel-like pass stood on the only way for the monster to advance. This pass is called the Beast Pass. Outside the city wall in the distance, there was a fierce fight, with the roar of countless monsters, and the roar of people from time to time. Lord, those monster beasts are attacking the frontline pass. Shizhou looked at Ling Chen's face becoming solemn and said in a low voice, "Walk, go take a look." Ling Chen waved his hand, his body turned into a black afterimage and rushed into the level, heading straight for the city wall where the battle was being fought on the side of the level. The front of the main attack of the beast tide, it was useless for Ling Chen and the others to go now. At this time, on one side of the city wall, a tall, burly, muscularly middle-aged man was fighting fiercely with 400 or 500 monster beasts. He held a large knife that was 1.5 meters long in his hand, and while swinging it, the blade was fierce and killed several monster beasts surrounding him on the spot. Beside him, there were dozens of humans holding weapons, resisting the attack of the monsters. Thundered. There were bursts of loud noises, and the city wall of this area was hit by the monster with brute force, causing huge cracks to appear. But one couldn't dodge, and a middle-aged man of the human race who had just resisted the attack of the monster was bitten by a monster on his left shoulder. Blood gushed out, and his entire left arm suddenly drooped. But another middle-aged man of the human race couldn't dodge. His right leg was bitten by a monster, and his entire right leg was torn apart in an instant. The bloody scene did not panic the middle-aged man with a broadsword, because too many of the same things happened these days. Ling Chen's dark eyes flashed with a cold light, looking at the dense monsters under the city wall. His eyes gradually darkened. It turned out that when we were cultivating carefree in school, countless seniors were shedding their blood on the battlefield for our short-term peace. These monsters are damned. Kill! A shout resounded through the sky, and Ling Chen's figure suddenly rose, like a tiger pounced on the monster group. A punch hit the head of a monster beast, knocked it out, and fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound, and then it died. Ding! Kill gold-level monsters, experience plus 2000. Roar! Ling Chen's behavior aroused the anger of the surrounding monsters, who roared and rushed towards him. On the battlefield, the largest number is gold-level monster cannon fodder. At this time, most of the city walls where Ling Chen was located were some gold-level monsters. Some rare platinum-level monsters are also fighting against human powerhouses. Seeing the surrounding monsters rushing towards Ling Chen, the shadow assassins behind Ling Chen appeared one after another, and the daggers in their hands were like poisonous snakes spitting letters. Lightning struck through the air, across the necks of those monsters, and bright red blood arrows sprayed out. Puff! The monsters of the gold-level monster beasts fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, the more than 20 monsters that rushed up around were all eliminated by the shadow assassins. The middle-aged man in the group looked at Ling Chen and a group of shadow assassins dressed in black in shock. Who are you? Ling Chen glanced back at the middle-aged man when he heard this, took out a token from the ring, held it in his hand to signal to everyone, and then put it away. When the middle-aged man saw this token, his pupils suddenly contracted, showing a look of shock. Then he looked at Ling Chen with a little respect. He knew what this token represented. The students of Dawn Academy have the right to take over command at any time on the battlefield. In other words, as long as Ling Chen is willing, the warriors on this city wall have to listen to him. But obviously, Ling Chen didn't know the role of the token now. Why are there no diamond-level monsters here? Ling Chen wondered, if the monster was a little stronger, wouldn't this city wall be easy to break through? Your Excellency, because of the diamond-level monster beast, the frontal battlefield will not let it go. The man replied respectfully. Ling Chen nodded and turned his gaze to the monster again. The hundreds of monsters around were all solved by the shadow assassin, and they had already fallen to the ground and died without even screaming. With the addition of Ling Chen and others, the people on the city wall regained their strength and fought with the monsters again. For a time, the sword energy was crisscrossed, the sword energy was awe-inspiring, and the abilities of various systems flew all over the sky. But a platinum-level demon wolf fell from the big knife in the middle-aged man's hand, and his head was shattered. Although the strength of these platinum-level monsters is not too bad, they are still a bit inferior to those high-level monsters at the peak of platinum level. But it just so happened that under the city wall, there was a platinum-level peak monster beast, which was the leader of this siege. Seeing that the younger brothers have almost consumed their opponents, this platinum-level peak monster beast suddenly stood up, looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. The hair all over its body stood on end, and its skin turned red. A round bulge appeared on his forehead, as if it were an egg. Its size also increased rapidly, becoming 10 meters tall. Its body was even larger, and its limbs were thick. There is also a huge wing on its back, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its body is covered with scales, which looks extremely hideous and terrifying. Roar! With a low roar, the monster beast opened its mouth and sprayed, and a crimson flame suddenly sprayed out of its mouth and flew straight towards Ling Chen and the others. Not good. Seeing this flame spraying out, Ling Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly urged, "Everyone, pay attention to defense." Before the words fell, Ling Chen and the others quickly retreated, away from the range of the fireball. The fireball smashed into the city wall, and with a loud rumble, the entire city shook. Fortunately, there is the protection of the city wall, otherwise the city wall will definitely be burned down. View: Coxcomb Red-tailed Dragon, Platinum Peak. Attribute: Fire. Skills: Flamethrower, Fireball, Self-sacrificing Impact, Earth Throw. Looking at the demon beast showing great power, Ling Chen's expression froze slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a flash appeared in front of a gold-level monster beast, and it exploded into a blood mist with a punch. Ding! Kill gold-level monsters, experience plus 2000. Enough experience, promotion. A majestic force poured into Ling Chen's body, making his strength improve again and promote him to a silver level of 1 star. A smile appeared on Ling Chen's face. He looked at the platinum-level peak monster beast opposite and shouted lightly. 3 ranks of Thunder God technique. Ling Chen's momentum rose suddenly, and an aura of silver-level peak spread out. His physical fitness has also been improved to platinum level 7 stars. Strengthen. The breath that had stopped rising was upgraded to a gold level of 2 stars again. The physical fitness has reached the peak of the platinum level. Now, let's fight fairly. Around Ling Chen's body, thunder and lightning were wrapped, and purple lightning swam around his body. Thunder slash. A moon arc-shaped thunder slashed out, and quickly shot towards the red-tailed dragon. Although the body of the rooster-comb red-tailed dragon was huge, it was extremely fast, and it suddenly avoided the attack of the lightning slash. Swooping towards Ling Chen, his huge claws grabbed Ling Chen with a sound that broke the air. Seeing the rooster's comb and red-tailed dragon pounce on him, Ling Chen's eyes showed a fierce look. Fire palm. Immediately, I saw Ling Chen raise his foot and take 2 steps lightly, and blasted out with a palm forward, and suddenly, the palm was covered with flames, which met the claws of the coxcomb red-tailed dragon. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fire collided with the claws of the rooster-comb and red-tailed dragon, and the two were shaken away at the same time. What a strong defense! Ling Chen's heart was secretly surprised. With this move just now, his attack power was comparable to that of a platinum-level peak master, but it only left a shallow trace on the claws of the red-tailed dragon. Such a strong defense capability was simply beyond his imagination. In this case, you have to show some strength. The coxcomb red-tailed dragon was repelled by Ling Chen's palm, with shock and anger in his eyes, and the ant-like existence in front of him could actually repel himself. It roared at Ling Chen, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out a hot flame at Ling Chen with all its might. Fire shield. Looking at the scorching flames rushing towards him, Ling Chen's hands were sealed, and above his arms, flames were lingering, and a faint layer of flame armor was covered on them. Bang! Ling Chen's body was shrouded in flames and was knocked out. Kneeling on the ground on one knee, Ling Chen wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. Space shock. A touch of silver light appeared on Ling Chen's body, and a powerful space shock force surged out. Ling Chen's right hand was charged, and with endless concussion power, he swung a punch. Flash. Instantly came to the red-tailed dragon and punched out. A dull voice came out, and Ling Chen punched the coxcomb red-tailed dragon on the chest and abdomen. The rooster's comb and red-tailed dragon's body shook, and he took a few steps back suddenly, his chest sunken, revealing a deep fist mark. The power of space shock completely blasted into the monster's body. Roar! The monster beast howled in pain, its body trembling, and a pair of eyes stared at Ling Chen, full of monstrous hatred. Die! Ling Chen snorted coldly and swung his fist again. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the body of the coxcomb and red-tailed dragon flew out backwards, directly smashing several monsters behind him to death. Whoosh! Ling Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue, and a dodge appeared above the red-tailed dragon, with thunder wrapped around his arms, and a palm slapped down, and a majestic force poured into the red-tailed dragon's body. Boom! A loud noise resounded through the sky, and in the body of the red-tailed dragon, a thunder and lightning exploded, and a miserable wailing came out from inside. The huge body was blown up and fell heavily to the ground, convulsing. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall was stunned. What kind of monster is this young man? Why can you cross several levels of battle? This is equivalent to the strength of a platinum level 9th Dan warrior. And judging by the aura just now, the boy in front of him had just broken through the silver level. The middle-aged man in the lead was shocked. Worthy of being a student of Shuguang Academy. Ding! Kill platinum level monsters, experience plus 4000. Ding! S-level beast fire detected, can be absorbed. S-class beast fire? No wonder my fire type ability is not defeated. Absorb. Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to absorb it, and there was also a faint guess about its effect. A ball of flame emerged from the monster's body, shot towards Ling Chen, and drilled in from Ling Chen's mouth. As soon as the beast fire entered his stomach, it burned like a raging fire, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. Ling Chen frowned slightly, enduring the severe pain. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, his clothes were soaked, and his body trembled violently. However, he survived. Finally, the system's prompt sound came. Ding! S-level beast fire detected, whether it is fused. B. The B-level flame in his body slowly came into contact with the beast fire and gradually merged into one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level fire ability. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, and his fire system was was promoted to S level? His own fire-type ability can actually absorb the evolution of beast fire. Ling Chen touched his chin. It seemed that he would pay more attention to the powerful fire-type monsters in the future. The leading monster beast was beheaded, and the remaining monster beasts immediately scattered and fled. But unfortunately, Ling Chen would not let them go. Thunder! Rough thunder fell from the sky, exploded among the fleeing monsters, and exploded in an instant, exploding several sparks. Under the coercion of the explosion, many monsters fell to the ground one after another and lost their combat effectiveness. Ding! Kill gold-level monsters, experience plus 2,000. A series of prompt sounds came, and Ling Chen instantly increased tens of thousands of experience. Seeing Ling Chen's great demeanor, everyone's morale increased greatly, and they waved their weapons and launched a counterattack against the monsters in all directions. For a while, most of the monsters in this area were killed and injured, leaving only dozens of platinum-level monsters with hundreds of gold-level monsters still resisting stubbornly, fleeing back. Ling Chen and his party killed heartily, chasing them all the way and killing them. Seeing that the surrounding monsters were almost killed, Ling Chen stopped doing it. After all, he ate meat, and he had to leave some soup for others. After about half a quarter of an hour of killing, all the monsters were killed. Ling Chen stepped forward and took out the beast core of the red-tailed dragon, and an orange-yellow crystal the size of an egg appeared in Ling Chen's hand. He also took out the monster beast cores that he and the shadow assassins around him killed, hundreds of gold-level beast cores the size of quail eggs. After taking out the 5-5-line beast cores from it, Ling Chen handed over all the rest to Chi-Jio. Today's shadow is in the initial construction stage and requires a lot of resources. Your Excellency, thank you for your help. Ordering the people below to clean up the battlefield, the middle-aged man holding a big knife came to Ling Chen, clenched his fists and said gratefully. Ling Chen waved his hand. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Don't be polite. I saw that you were a student of Shiguang Academy just now. I don't know if you can leave your name, so I can register your military merits. The man bowed respectfully. Ling Chen. Ling Chen reported his name. Ling Chen? The man recited this surname over and nodded. It turned out that you were Ling Chen. Well, why, do you know me? Ling Chen was surprised. Your Excellency doesn't know. Every student of Dawn Academy will report to the Alliance military headquarters. The middle-aged man said with a serious face, when necessary, there is no Marshal's Legion, and the students of Shiguang Academy can temporarily act as commanders. Oh, Ling Chen was surprised. He still had this right, and he didn't listen to old man Shin tell him. Shinsher, who knew that your TM bronze level would go to the battlefield to work? So Dawn Academy has increased its students, and people in the Alliance Legion will basically know their names. But your information is the highest level of confidentiality, so we only know one name. After listening to the man's words, Ling Chen nodded. Doesn't that mean? Hey, is there a marshal at the Beast Town Pass now? Ling Chen asked lightly, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Some. Marshal Xia is in Guangzhong. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly replied. He could already imagine what would happen if he answered no. So, it's a pity, Ling Chen said with some regret. There should be no problem here. I'll go to the front and take a look. Ling Chen clenched his fists towards the man and left. Be careful and safe. Nodding, Ling Chen carried his hand, stepped lightly under his feet, jumped on the city wall, and rushed towards the frontal battlefield. Behind him, a line of shadow assassins dressed in tight black turned into black after images, following closely behind. After Ling Chen left, on the city wall, the men and others looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. The human race has such a genius, why can't it be revitalized? After cleaning the battlefield, everyone was still engrossed in their posts. Ling Chen, who was leading the race, knew that his strength could not play much role in going to the main battlefield, but there was a voice in his heart, urging him to go. For the sake of safety, Ling Chen decided to improve his combat power. System, it's up to you. Open system view. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, silver 1 star, EXP 1/10,000. EXP pool, 46666. Upgradable. Strength, 19,999 kilograms, platinum 4 star. Combat power, 41,888. Abilities, God level space ability, SSS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, S-class fire ability, evolvable. The next one is on the way on horseback. It's coming soon. Talent, the posture of the great emperor, with half of my style. Side job, master alchemy. Don't let me play. Technique, chaos god killing technique, god level. Skills, space system, flashing, space chain, space shock, space shuttle. Thunder system, 3-turn thunder god technique, secret method, thunder wanjun, thunder slash, thunder rush. Fire system, fire palm, fire shield. Special, 10,000 swords, Xianyuan sword. Primary identification, 2288/10,000. Perception, 50 meters in radius. Nirvana, enhancement, concealment, breath collection, fighting skill specialization. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 1999/10,000. Treasure, city of space, level 1. Pets, super god level pet, little dragon, growth period, god level pet, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery every 3 days. rise. Number of legions, 572. Good improvement. Number of legionnaires, 108. Legion level, taking the 318 heights is not a problem. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion, can be summoned for free once a month. Legion point, 12,345. Legion Commander, 1,000 people can be opened. Deputy Head of the Group, 1,000 people can open. Legion Skill, none. Clan Attack Bonus, 21%. Clan Defense Bonus, 21%. Legion Movement Speed Bonus, 1%. Clan Recovery Bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xianyuan Sword, Seal, Divine Iron times 30, Jade Bottle times 1, Extreme Cold Spirit Spring times 99.99, Ascension Stone times 1, Obsidian times 63, All Ability Exclusive Skill Card. View all. After carefully looking at his interface, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he directly clicked 2 upgrades for himself. Boom, 2 white lights flashed, silver 3-star. Ling Chen, who has the ability of the 4 systems, can feel that the source energy increased by his promotion to 1 level is 4 times that of others. Looking at the realm that had been raised from 1 silver star to 3 stars, Ling Chen had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, I almost forgot, a full skill exclusive skill card. Ling Chen could now feel that when he was fighting against an opponent with a higher level than himself, it was obvious that his skills were not enough, and now his skills are well known. Keep it and keep it, use it now. Ding, whether to use the exclusive skill card of all skills. B. Ding, matching the right skills for the host. Please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god level skill Fire Sea Burning Plains. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god level skill Ice Armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god level skill Thor Fist. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god level skill Dimensional Slash. A series of prompt sounds bombarded over, and Ling Chen's heart blossomed. For god level skills, quickly check the specific function. Fire Sea Burning Plains, an area skill that summons a sea of fire within a certain range, causing continuous damage. Xian Bing Warframe, a status skill that casts ice armor to cover oneself, increasing one's physical defense and spell defense by 1 level. Thor Fist, cover your arms with the power of thunder and punch out, which can create a terrifying whirlpool of source energy in the air. Dimensional Slash, use the sword in your hand to cut a sword arc in the air, attack the enemy, invisible and invisible, from space. 4 god level skills, each of which made Ling Chen feel extremely powerful. And the most important point is that Ling Chen can clearly feel that these 4 god level skills are very rare. After you have these 4 skills, your strength will rise significantly. Today's Ling Chen is confident that he will fight with the diamond level without the help of external forces. However, when Ling Chen looked at the Xianyuan sword that was still sealed, he secretly felt bitter in his heart. There are still 8,000 soul power left before it can unseal its first layer. But for Ling Chen, it was only a matter of time. Take advantage of this beast tide to fill up your soul power, Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Soon, Ling Chen and others rushed to the frontal battlefield. In the distance, the mountains were full of monsters. The number was unimaginable, and they were densely packed at a glance, and the edge was almost invisible. At this time, there were hundreds of thousands of supernatural warriors fighting with monsters. They were ready to die, constantly rushing towards the monsters, desperately releasing their skills and constantly attacking the monsters. Many monsters were blown away by the skills of the superpowers, but more monsters rushed towards these superpowers as if they were crazy. Where humans and monsters met in close combat, severed limbs and wreckage were everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and mourning was everywhere. Ling Chen's face was gloomy to the extreme. There are too many of these monsters. Moreover, Ling Chen found that almost all of these monsters that pounced on them were gold level. They are only used to consume human cannon fodder, and even if they are all destroyed, they will not cause much loss to the monsters. It can also help them remove excessive population burdens. The true power of their beast tide is yet to come. However, the leaders of mankind also saw through the intentions of the monsters, and the real strong did not send them to the battlefield. Instead, he rested in place, ready to fight to the death with the main force of the monster. Looking at the battlefield, more and more human warriors died in battle, and the casualties of monster beasts gradually decreased. The wisdom of these monsters is really high. They actually know how to use cannon fodder to consume human energy. Looking at those superpowers who were killed by monsters, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This is inevitable, because they know that human beings are strong in combat, and if they only rely on them, they are no match at all. And they also understand that only when human energy is exhausted is the best time for the main force of monster beasts to attack." Beside Ling Chen, an old voice came. For a long time, the advantage of monster beasts comes from quantity. Ling Chen turned around and saw an old man with gray hair standing beside him. "This senior, who are you?" Ling Chen wondered. He had never seen this old man, but the old man seemed to know him. "Fenguzi, you may not have heard of it," the old man said lightly and touched his beard. "However, I have another name. You should know." "What?" "Shuguang Academy. Dean." The old man's faint words stunned Ling Chen. "School. Headmaster?" Ling Chen didn't expect that he could see the principal of the academy here. here. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. Principal, why don't you go? Hey, if I make a move, it means that humans and monsters are going to go to war. The current human race does not have that strength yet. The old man interrupted what Ling Chen wanted to continue, and after speaking, he looked at Ling Chen. These subordinates of yours are good. Cultivate well. After saying that, it turned into a streamer and disappeared into the air. Ling Chen stood there in a daze, silent for a long time. Such a strong man could not participate in the war of monsters, and this was also to protect humans. Looking at the human race athletes who died in battle below, he would also be very sad. In any case, you are a hero of humanity. Ling Chen muttered. Look back at the battlefield. The monster beast legion continued to rush towards the town beast pass, although some monsters died at the hands of human warriors, but there were still many monsters constantly charging, and the human race was not to be outdone. They were constantly fighting back. Both sides are frantically fighting a war. People and monsters kept falling. Blood stains the earth, dyes the earth red. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died in battle, and human casualties were heavy. Millions of monsters died tragically, and the monsters were not having a good time. Although they have the advantage in numbers, they also sacrifice several times over. In the same realm, humans are stronger than monsters, and the commander of the monster beast didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. They still wanted to continue to consume the human warriors. Marshal Xia, give the order. Let the brothers go up. On the city wall, Marshal Xia Feng was surrounded by more than 10 generals in military uniforms. These soldiers looked upright and powerful, but at this time their faces showed grief. They had followed Marshal Xia for many years and believed in Xia Feng's judgment, but their soldiers were disappearing one by one, and these generals were uneasy. I can't let you go to death. If we go out, if the beast pass is breached, the monster army rushed straight in, and the consequences were unimaginable. Marshal Xia shook his head. Marshal Xia, are you going to give up like this? We have lost many brothers, and now we have lost a lot. Do you have the heart to let more people die? The faces of these people were full of anger, and the pain in their hearts could not be concealed as they watched these brothers die under their noses. Divide the Dragon Eagle Legion into 3 batches and take turns to help. They are mobile and can take turns to rest. Xia Shuai's serious voice came out, and there was a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes, even if it was a drop in the bucket. Damn it, let's go up together. Looking at the main battlefield like a meat grinder, Ling Chen swung a punch into the air and finally made up his mind. Forget it, join the war. Ling Chen stepped lightly, his figure disappeared, and the next moment he had already appeared on the battlefield. For the battle of millions of troops, Ling Chen and dozens of people joined like a drop in the ocean, and did not attract any attention. Kill! Taking out the Shenyuan sword, Ling Chen roared angrily, slashed out the long sword in his hand, and instantly slashed out several monster beasts in front of him. Ding! Kill gold level monsters, experience plus 500. What? How did you get less experience? Ding! Adjust the experience points according to the strength of the host. Alright. Ling Chen put down his fantasy of brushing into the Saint Realm in one breath. Then he rushed towards another battlefield, and the thunder technique was unfolded, incredibly fast, like a phantom. Boom boom, 3 swords were slashed out in a row, and more than 30 more magical beasts were slashed out. Ding! Kill gold level monsters, experience plus 500. This teenager is simply a pervert. The warriors near Ling Chen were shocked when they saw Ling Chen, a silver level instant kill gold level monster beast, but he still struggled to fight the monster with his hands. One by one, the shadow assassins were also mixed in the chaos, and among the swords and swords, one by one the monsters fell in a pool of blood. Ling Chen still did not pause and continued to kill the monsters. Bang 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 bang, blood splashed, and 5 or 6 more monsters were cut and flew out, and blood spilled all over the battlefield. Ling Chen alone swept the entire area as if he was cutting wheat. I don't know how long it took, but the battlefield on Ling Chen's side finally attracted the attention of the main force of the monster beast. Roar! With a huge roar, the surrounding monsters dispersed, and in the center of the monster beast, a monster about 2 meters high slowly stood up. The monster beast was covered with blue scales, its eyes were extremely scarlet, and its huge tail was constantly flinging. Diamond level monster beast. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, and after seeing the level of the monster beast, his face showed a solemn look. The other party finally couldn't hold back. An extremely terrifying fluctuation was transmitted from the body of the diamond level monster beast, its eyes staring at Ling Chen and making a roaring sound. Roar, roar. The monster roared, its body turned into a blue light, and it suddenly rushed towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen's wrist shook, and the Shenyuan sword rushed towards the monster. The blade collided with the monster's huge tail, making a buzzing sound. Ling Chen only felt a huge force rushing from the collision, making his arms numb, and his body involuntarily took dozens of steps back. Hiss, what a strong power. Ling Chen's face showed a hint of solemnity, looking at the more than 60,000 experience points he had accumulated unknowingly. Upgrade. A magical warm current poured into Ling Chen's body, a silver level 4-star. 3 ranks of Thunder God technique. Strengthen. The momentum on Ling Chen's body rose sharply. Feeling the majestic source chi in his body, Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction, and now his source chi realm has reached a gold level 4-star level. The total amount of source gas is comparable to the peak of platinum. Physical fitness, reaching diamond level 4 stars. Whoosh! Under his feet, he cast the technique of running thunder, his body shook, and crossed the arcs. Ling Chen appeared in front of the diamond monster beast, wielding the Shenyuan sword and slashing towards it. Oh! The long sword in Ling Chen's hand fell fiercely on the monster's body, but only a muffled sound was heard, and the monster was unharmed. The defense of this monster beast is so terrifying. Ling Chen was slightly surprised. Roar, roar. The monster beast let out a roar, wagged its tail, and brought a strong wind, striking it towards Ling Chen fiercely. Ling Chen snorted coldly, his body flashed, and he dodged the past. The monster roared angrily again. Ling Chen smiled faintly. Ling Chen took out several platinum-level swords from the ring. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless sword chi condensed into a sword, surrounding Ling Chen's side, pointing at the monster beast. Go! The sword chi turned sword and flew towards this diamond-level monster beast. Countless sword chi met the tail of the monster beast king, and a violent explosion occurred, splashing the rocks on the ground. Ling Chen took advantage of this moment to hold the Shen Yuan sword and slash a sword again. Flash! Ling Chen appeared abruptly above the monster and quickly swung his sword towards the monster's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he slashed the monster king in the eye. Yes! With a mournful wail, the eyeballs of the monster king were cut off by the sword, and blood splattered out. The monster was rolling on the ground in pain. Whoosh! Ling Chen's figure flashed again and appeared beside the monster. A sword stabbed into the body of the monster and nailed it to the ground, and the monster's struggle gradually decreased. Ding! Kill diamond-level monsters, experience plus 4,000. This scene stunned everyone. A silver-level teenager killed a diamond-level 4-star high-level monster beast? Kill! 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 Human morale suddenly rose. Ling Chen's killing of a diamond-level 4-star monster beast undoubtedly gave the Terran warriors confidence and courage. Kill! Ling Chen didn't stop because he killed the diamond level, he shouted, his figure flashed, and he appeared next to a gold-level monster beast again, and slashed down with a sword. Another head flew up, and the blood mist filled the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining gold-level monster beasts let out angry roars. Ding! Turn on the automatic upgrade function for the host. Oh, this is the way to cut off my card-level monster farming. Without thinking too much, Ling Chen continued to pounce on the herd. Ding! Kill gold-level monsters, experience plus 250. Ugh! A force poured in, and Ling Chen could clearly feel that his tired body had returned to its original state after being promoted. Silver 5-star. Just as Ling Chen was able to kill hard, there was a movement of earthquake mountains shaking in the distance, and the ground trembled violently. Ling Chen looked up and saw a large number of tall and burly monster beasts appearing on the horizon in the distance, rushing towards the site in droves. Millions of platinum-level monsters, tens of thousands of diamond-level monsters, hundreds of city-breaking monsters, for huge and covered with hard scales and armor were wearing armor and guarding next to the demon tiger in the center of the monster army. The demon tiger had 2 hideous sharp horns on its back, 2 rows of sharp fangs exposed from its mouth, and its eyes were blood-red, full of killing aura. This tiger is the overlord of the monsters, the supreme monster. Flame tiger, supreme level 2-star, beast king, attribute, fire, skills, flame fireball, flame wave, flame roar, bite. Don't be cowardly, just do it. Boy! Looking at this king of monsters, Ling Chen gasped. It seemed that Ling Chen's performance had attracted the attention of the beast king before, and the demon tiger's eyes fell on Ling Chen. A tiger roar sounded, and a hot flame spat out from the demon tiger's mouth. This flame, with a terrifying momentum, shot straight towards Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Ling Chen's heart palpitated. It is conceivable that if it is touched by this flame, the system can consider changing the host, such as the handsome and invincible Reader De. Ling Chen did not dare to neglect it, and quickly flashed a violent retreat, dodging the red flames. With a whoosh, the flames brushed past the position where Ling Chen was standing just now, leaving a long cloud of black smoke that burned the ground into a huge pit, bottomless. Ling Chen's face was ugly. The Beast King was too strong. Oh, space system? The Beast King looked at Ling Chen in surprise. The small silver-level warrior actually dodged its attack. Although it was just a random blow of his own, it was not something that ordinary people could dodge. Just when the Beast King showed 10% of his strength and sprayed out a fireball that was bigger and faster than the original, wanting to completely take Ling Chen away, a figure descended from the sky, slapped it with a palm, just in time to meet the fireball sprayed by the Monster King, and intercepted the fireball. Your opponent is me. A familiar voice came. Ling Chen looked up. This person was Marshal Xia Fengxia. I saw Marshal Xia holding a black iron rod in his hand. The iron rod exuded an extremely heavy aura, exuding a hint of cold light, and smashed towards the demon tiger. Seeing this, the demon tiger gave an order to his subordinates. Then he pounced on Xia Shui, revealing a sharp claw, with a cold light on his claw, and aimed at Marshal Xia and grabbed it. One man and one beast clashed in the air. The battle between the strongest on both sides seemed to have launched a clarion call for a general attack. Roar! 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 The endless sound of monsters shook the sky and resounded surrounded in the sky, changing the color of the sky. Millions of monster beasts rushed towards this side frantically to join the battlefield. The main force of monster beasts, one by one, is ferocious and murderous, and the strength of each monster beast is extraordinary. Gold-level cannon fodder is completely incomparable. Kill, brothers, kill. On the city wall, hundreds of thousands of human high-level superpowers raised their weapons one after another, and their bodies burst out with energy, shouting and rushing towards the main army of monsters. The anger in their hearts had been burning for a long time, and the source energy all over their bodies was already hungry and thirsty. The two armies were fighting, and for a while, the abilities of each system flew all over the sky. Ling Chen's figure flashed and joined the fight. Although the skill effect of the rank 3 Thunder God technique has passed, Ling Chen still has the physical fitness of a platinum level 8-star. Waving the Xianyuan sword in his hand, Ling Chen's figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the army of monsters. Put. Pillars of blood shot in the air, and they were cut down to the ground by Ling Chen one by one, and blood spilled all over the earth, dyeing the soil red. Ding, kill platinum level monsters, experience plus 500. Just when Ling Chen was able to kill hard, a strong sense of coercion suddenly came into his heart. Not good. Break the city level. Ling Chen shouted secretly. Ling Chen knew that this must be a crisis brought about by the city-breaking monster in the army of monster beasts. The surrounding human powerhouses were all dragged by the monsters. This is not something that my current self can resist. Ling Chen hurriedly turned around, raised his eyebrows, and a demon wolf attacked from behind, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Ling Chen. Ling Chen's body flashed rapidly, and he found that he couldn't avoid it at all. Flash! The demon wolf who bit down on the air found Ling Chen, who appeared 10 meters away, and rushed over quickly. Oops! Ling Chen's face changed drastically. Roar! The demon wolf bit Ling Chen's shoulder, blood splattered up, and Ling Chen's body staggered backwards. Blood shot out, instantly making Ling Chen in unbearable pain. Ling Chen's figure also paused for a moment because of his injury. The demon wolf took this opportunity to open its bloody mouth and bit Ling Chen's neck fiercely. Whoa! A wolf howl came, and Ling Chen's throat was bitten out of a big hole, and blood splattered. Damn it! For the first time, Ling Chen felt the breath of death. The demon wolf did not give up and kept outputting to Ling Chen. Flash! A flash pulled away the position. Space shuttle. A space vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, and without hesitation, Ling Chen stepped in. After Ling Chen stepped in, the space vortex disappeared in place. The demon wolf was defeated and waited for Ling Chen's appearance in place. Remove all remaining spirit stones from your backpack. Chaos God killing technique. Ling Chen's crazy operation technique, absorbing the source energy in the spirit stone, flowed into the dantian through the meridians. Frantically absorbing the source energy, Ling Chen consumed the source energy in his body and ran with all his might in one direction. When all the spirit stones were consumed, Ling Chen fell from the void. On the top of a giant mountain that was hundreds of meters high and straight into the sky, stood a huge building, like a jade pillar in the sky. In the center of the top of the building, there are two snow-white giant jade statues, one of which is a dragon and the other is a phoenix, and the two giant beasts are lifelike, and when they look up at the sky, their eyes exude a terrifying light. In the middle of the megalithic statue, there is a high platform, and above the high platform, a huge plaque is erected. The three powerful characters of the demon temple were revealed on it, as if they could penetrate many barriers, pierce the sky, and penetrate all things, making people can't help but look up, as if it was the holy place loved by the way of heaven. In the demon temple, there was silence, except for the slight sound of the breeze blowing through the air and making a slight sound. It was very quiet, so quiet that even a needle fell to the ground could be clearly heard. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in the demon temple. The man was dressed in a black robe, his body was thin and straight, his face was angular, and there was a faint coercive aura between his eyebrows. The whole body was filled with cold killing intent, like a piece of thousand-year-old ice, which made people afraid to approach, and once they got close, they would be frostbitten. The woman was dressed in red like blood, her face was beautiful and flawless, her figure was slender and graceful, and she was exquisite. The whole body exudes a charming temptation, like a red peony waiting to bloom. Glamorous, beautiful, and suffocating. Her eyes are like stars, like autumn water, and like spring water. In short, a frown, a smile, and every move exude a charm that makes men crazy. Lord Demon Emperor, are you looking for me? The woman in red asked the man in black robes delicately. Her voice was gentle and sweet, which made people smell numb. When the man in the black robe heard this, he ignored her, but stared into the distance. Seeing this, the woman in red was not angry, and continued to ask softly, Lord Demon Emperor, what's wrong? The beast god is coming. The man in the black robe said in a calm tone, but from those cold eyes, he could still see the excitement in his heart. Beast god? When the woman in red heard this, she frowned slightly, and then, as if she remembered something, a touch of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. He hurriedly said, Lord Demon Emperor, the beast god you just mentioned could not be the legendary beast Holy Dragon, right? The man in the black robe nodded when he heard this. Hiss! The woman in red gasped and said tremblingly, Beast god, it really exists. Lord Demon Emperor, what should we do now? Please ascend the throne and and rule the tribes. The man in the black robe said in a deep voice, with a hint of perseverance in his voice. Now my monster beast clan is falling apart and the race is divided, and if this continues, it will end sooner or later. In the southeast, you go to find the beast god to return to his place. Okay. The woman in red spoke, her steps moved, and disappeared in an instant. The man in the black robe looked at the woman's departing back, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he muttered to himself, "Beast god, he." A strange light flashed in his eyes. Thousands of miles away, in a lush dense forest, a group of monsters exuding a fierce aura were gathering here. These monsters were covered in hair, had a sharp horn on the top of their heads, and had a strong smell of death which made people feel chills in their hearts. In the midst of them, a figure covered in blood fell to the ground, covered in wounds, angry like a gossamer, and was about to die. This figure is Ling Chen. Feeling Ling Chen's current state, Xiaolong got out of the pet space by himself. The chubby little dragon opened his hands and protected Ling Chen in front of him. You, stay back. Although the aura on the little dragon's body made these monsters feel a trace of bloodline suppression, the gap in strength still prompted the monsters to move forward. Roar! At this moment, the little dragon suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, and a powerful momentum suddenly burst out, instantly shocking the monster beast. Seeing this, the monster beast was shocked, and its body instinctively retreated towards the rear, and at the same time cursed in its heart. The aura of this little thing was even more terrifying than it. But only like this, the silver-level little dragon could not completely deter the beasts. Just as a platinum-level monster beast took the opportunity to pounce on Ling Chen and attack Ling Chen again. Ding! The host's current health status is extremely low and he is in a dying state. Trigger passive, Nirvana. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recovering in full place. Nirvana, cooling down, 30 days. Suddenly, a warm feeling poured into Ling Chen's limbs, as if his whole body had become warm. In an instant, the injuries on Ling Chen's body were healing quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the flesh and blood on the surface of the skin were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a second, all the injuries on Ling Chen's body were healed. Call! Ling Chen gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, and after feeling the life force he had recovered, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile happily. Just now, Ling Chen had already felt the breath of death. It was good to be alive. Looking at the little dragon, Ling Chen's heart was full of warmth and emotion. This little guy obviously has no combat effectiveness. At this time, he can also protect himself desperately. Xiaolong, I can still tell the difference between catching and eating by myself. As soon as his eyes froze, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, grabbed the monster beast that flew up, and squeezed it hard. Click! The monster's head was suddenly twisted off, blood splattered, and brain pulp splattered. When these monsters saw that Ling Chen had killed their companions with one move, they were immediately dumbfounded, and their eyes glared at Ling Chen with fear and anger. Surrender or die. Ling Chen saw the anger and hatred in the eyes of these monster beasts, and couldn't help but sneered and said indifferently. When those monster beasts heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and then they saw the solemn color emanating from Ling Chen's eyes. That kind of stern color made these monster beasts feel cold all over. Gollum! These monsters looked at each other, and then they crawled to the ground one after another, with a look of surrender. Seeing that the monsters lowered their heads, Ling Chen had the kung fu to observe the surroundings and examine them carefully. It is a dense jungle. Towering trees, covering the sky and sun, with lush branches and leaves. What is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar scene around him, Ling Chen asked the monster beast. Ugh, woo. Ugh, a golden giant bear with the largest size, more than 10 feet long, walked up to Ling Chen and whimpered a few times. Oh, what do you mean? Ling Chen turned around and looked at Xiaolong. He didn't understand the language of beasts. What does this stupid bear mean? As Xiaolong spoke, he looked up at the sky above his head and then explained to Ling Chen, we are now in the Demon Emperor's territory in the Demon Realm. What? Ling Chen was stunned. He didn't expect this golden giant bear to say this. This is actually the territory of the Demon Emperor? Isn't the Demon Emperor's territory tens of thousands of miles away from the Demon Town? Have you crossed such a long distance? Then Ling Chen remembered the scene where he desperately absorbed the spirit stone and rushed frantically in the space vortex. I can't help but feel a little painful thinking about it. But what gave Ling Chen a headache was that he knew the strength of the Demon Emperor, which was the existence of the legendary Saint Realm. If he was accidentally targeted, Ling Chen believed that he would have nothing good to eat. The top priority is to leave quickly. Do you know which direction the human race is in? Ling Chen looked deeply at those monster beasts and asked. Whoa, whoa. The golden giant bear gestured towards Ling Chen while shouting. The human race is in that direction? Ling Chen nodded. Shadow Legion. Through the summoning space, Ling Chen summoned a group of shadow assassins from the Demon Suppression Pass. To Ling Chen's surprise, the shadow assassins had all reached the platinum level. It seems that in the group battle, they are not Shaoing people. Lord, are you okay? As soon as he appeared, Shijiao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, before, they saw their lord being beaten to death. It's okay. You go to the front to explore the way. Shaking his head, Ling Chen flew in the direction pointed by the golden giant bear. The little dragon and a group of monsters followed. Just Just when Ling Chen was obsessed with hurrying and wanted to leave the demon realm early, the system's prompt sound came. Ding, the cooldown of the summoning system is over. You can summon. Ling Chen was stunned for a second and then fell into ecstasy. This time, what good things will appear? Summoning. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Goblin Legion. Number of legions, 571. Core Commander, Ian Kalendor. Talent level of all members of the clan, A level. Attribute, greed. Professional skills, treasure hunting, looting, trading, casting, building, breeding. Strength, gold level 1 star, upgradable. Extremely fast breeding creatures. Suddenly, a dense group of humanoid creatures appeared in front of them. They have dark green skin, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and a pair of turquoise eyes on their short bodies. It flashes with a fierce and brutal light, and looks like a group of crazy and cruel beasts. This group of monsters wears several different costumes. Each different costume represents a different division of labor in the Goblin Legion. Meet the leader. As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted Ling Chen, making a hoarse and low voice from their mouths. Get up! Ling Chen waved his hand to motion for the many monsters to stand up. The monsters stood up. Ling Chen glanced at them, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the combat effectiveness of this group of goblins is almost negligible, Ju is a small expert in resources. You develop freely and engage in as many resources as possible. When the goblins appeared, Ling Chen thought about their role. Yes, all the monsters responded in unison. The goblins dispersed one after another and ran towards the dense forest in the distance. Ling Chen looked at their departing backs and showed a thoughtful smile. Although the Goblin Legion has just been summoned, he believes that as long as he gives them enough time, he will definitely bring him unexpected surprises. Let them develop slowly in the territory of monsters. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt the joy of throwing off the shopkeeper. Next, let's hurry up. With a kick under his feet, Ling Chen jumped and disappeared in place. The mountains in the dense forest stretch for an unknown number of miles. Wide streams converge in it. Ling Chen walked along the river. I don't know how long he walked. Suddenly, Ling Chen stopped. I saw a wonderful figure in the distance sitting on a boulder on the edge of the river, looking at the stream in a daze. Dressed in red, the figure is graceful and convex. Her eyebrows are picturesque, beautiful, and moving, and under her exquisite nose are tender cherry lips, rosy and dripping. Ha! Ling Chen's heart froze slightly. This is the demon realm. Who is the woman in front of him? The woman seemed to have noticed something just now, turned her head and looked at Ling Chen. The little dragon behind her. Ha! This time it was the woman's turn to be stunned. Beast god? The woman's voice was full of shock and disbelief, her eyes wide open, and her eyes stared at the boss. I was full of respect, and even prepared to sacrifice myself, but the result was, is this fat man really a beast god? Don't affect the majestic and domineering image of the beast god in my heart. The little dragon tilted his head, not knowing why. Ling Chen secretly thought in his heart that the other party should think that Xiaolong was a beast god. Touched his chin. Recall that the little dragon was entrusted to him by the divine dragon that has lived for millions of years. Could it be that Xiaolong was a beast god in his previous life? Cough. Is there anything wrong with you? Ling Chen interjected. The woman in front of him didn't look like a human, and Ling Chen secretly strengthened his vigilance. Ordered by the demon emperor, come to pick up the beast god to ascend the throne. Although the appearance of the little dragon surprised the woman, the blood on her body was faintly suppressed by the little dragon. Ling Chen frowned slightly. The demon emperor would be so kind? You know, among today's monster beasts, it can be said that the highest status is the demon emperor, and he will be willing to give up his position to a silver-level so-called beast god? Or is there a conspiracy? No need. Xiaolong is my partner. Please help me tell the demon emperor that we are not interested in ascending the throne. Ling Chen said resolutely. The little dragon on the side quickly nodded in agreement. The woman frowned slightly, looked at Ling Chen, and was puzzled in her heart. Doesn't the beast god want to lead the monster clan? Let's go. Ling Chen didn't want to waste too much time, so he galloped away with the little dragon. Stop. The woman shouted and stopped Ling Chen's way. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. What? You still want to stop us? The woman shook her head, staring at Ling Chen with dead eyes, and her tone was a little cold. Human, the beast god is the future leader of my demon race, and I will not let you take it away like this. A strong aura of annihilation came to his face, and Ling Chen only felt a suffocation. It seems that it is inevitable to stay here today. Ling Chen looked at the other party with a solemn face and took out the Xian Yuan sword from the system. The sword pointed at the woman and was about to do it. Suddenly, the aura of the demon woman on the opposite side suddenly withdrew, and she was stunned in place, and then a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. It's you! Ling Chen's heart pounded, and the demon woman on the opposite side actually knew him? This made him feel very confused. He didn't seem to have seen each other. The demon woman also seemed to remember something, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You are the future leader of our nine-tailed demon fox clan. My name is Bai Yu, and I am the elder of the nine-tailed demon fox clan. Ling Chen frowned slightly. When did he become the leader of some nine-tailed nine-tailed demon fox. Why didn't he know himself? Bai Yu saw Ling Chen's doubts, pointed to the Xian Yuan sword and said, "Do you know this sword? Xian Yuan sword?" Ling Chen looked at the Xian Yuan sword in his hand suspiciously. What else is there to pay attention to with this sword rewarded by the system? Xian Yuan sword is a symbol of the Xian Yuan family in ancient times. Xian Yuan family? Ling Chen shook his head silently. He had never heard of it. Xian Yuan family, the most powerful family of Blue Star in ancient times. Bai Yu continued to say in a light tone, "The nine-tailed demon fox has become the Xian Yuan family, a subordinate race. Make a contract and never betray it." When Ling Chen heard this, he suddenly realized, "I see, the Xian Yuan family is really powerful." He actually became the leader of the nine-tailed demon fox clan. However, this Xian Yuan sword is a system reward, so the other party should mistakenly think that he is a descendant of the Xian Yuan family. So now it seems that the people of the nine-tailed demon fox clan are also their own people. I heard that the nine-tailed demon fox, all of them are extremely beautiful. He. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Seeing Ling Chen's slightly obscene smirk, Bai Yu's pretty face was slightly red, and she glared at him coquettishly. This guy dared to be obscene in front of him. Although Bai Yu was angry in her heart, her expression did not change at all, and she slowly took out a token from her body and handed it to Ling Chen. "Well, this is my token. In the future, this token can be used at will. You can dispatch the people of the demon clan within a certain range, and I will also help you." Ling Chen took the token, nodded, and put it in the ring. "Please also invite the Swordmaster and the Beast God to my nine-tailed demon fox clan as guests," Bai Yu said softly. "All right," Ling Chen agreed. Now that he is in need of help, now that the nine-tailed demon fox clan has found the door, why not do it? Let's go. The white moon flew up lightly and flew into the distance. Order the other beasts and shadow assassins to rest in place. Ling Chen followed, but he thought about how to find out the identity of his Xian Yuan family. These are all things that must be figured out. Otherwise, if you have been in the nine-tailed demon fox clan for a long time, wouldn't you want to goof? Bai Yu took Ling Chen and flew towards the depths of the demon race, and not long after, he came to the sky above a mountain peak. This is a flat mountainous area. The surrounding environment is very quiet, and there is a strong demonic aura faintly in the mountains and forests. Bai Yu landed gently on the ground, and Ling Chen followed closely behind. On a stone chair on the top of the mountain sat a girl who was wearing a purple dress, long hair shawl, curvy legs, concave and convex, snow-white skin, exquisite facial features, especially the cherry-like mouth. It looks even more attractive. Bai Yu stood next to the girl, leaned over slightly and lowered her head and whispered, "Saint, he has the Xian Yuan sword in his hand." After hearing this, the girl gently raised her eyes to look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen also looked back at her, and the two met their eyes. The girl's eyes flashed, and she suddenly stood up from the stone chair and walked slowly towards Ling Chen. Watching the girl approach him step by step, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This girl is so beautiful. Although it is just a simple walking posture, it gives people endless reverie. Watching the girl's cheeks gradually approach him, Ling Chen's breathing became more and more rapid, and he already felt a burst of heat coming from his chest. Finally, the girl came to Ling Chen and stopped. Wearing a purple dress, a black hair poured down, exuding a soft luster under the sunlight. The girl looked at Ling Chen, her eyes fluctuated strangely. Ling Chen was shocked when he saw the flashing waves in the girl's eyes, and quickly looked away. He didn't dare to look at the girl, for fear that he would be drunk. "Hello, my name is Bai Ling." The girl opened her red lips lightly, and her voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of a valley, and it was like a lark singing, giving people a clear and pleasant feeling. Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly and replied, "I don't know if it's possible. Take out the Xian Yuan sword and let me see." Bai Ling gently stretched out his jade hand and placed it in front of Ling Chen, his voice full of anticipation. Of course. For some reason, in the face of the girl's request in front of him, Ling Chen actually had an indescribable feeling of refusal. Ling Chen slowly took out the Xian Yuan sword and handed it to Bai Ling. The girl took the Xian Yuan sword and looked at it carefully. Her eyes did not blink, and her jade hand gently stroked the sword body. "This is indeed the Xian Yuan sword. Our nine-tailed demon fox has existed since ancient times. Although the Xian Yuan family has declined, our nine-tailed demon fox has never forgotten the favor of the Xian Yuan family, and we have always considered ourselves to be vassals of the Xian Yuan family." The girl's eyes revealed a sense of remembrance. Although the Xian Yuan family has declined, our nine-tailed demon fox people still have not given up looking for traces of the Xian Yuan family. Ling Chen didn't expect that this Xian Yuan sword had such a relationship. However, the Xian Yuan family has declined, and now I am afraid that it has long been annihilated in the long river of history, and presumably the Xian Yuan sword should have been lost long ago. Where did this Xian Yuan sword of mine come from? Am I really a descendant of the Xian Yuan family? Ling Chen shook his head and shook off this absurd idea. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to get this Xian Yuan sword. Ling Chen was guessing randomly, but he heard the girl begin to narrate the past. The nine-tailed demon fox clan has lived in this land since ancient times. However, since the catastrophe in ancient times, the nine-tailed demon fox clan has also suffered great losses, and its overall strength has also plummeted, and it has almost declined in in the end. However, the nine-tailed demon fox clan did not die. Listening to the girl's narration for several hours, Ling Chen knew the relationship between the nine-tailed demon fox clan and the Xianyuan family. He also knew that the nine-tailed demon fox clan had always been loyal to the Xianyuan family and never gave up, which made Ling Chen feel a lot of emotion. From now on, the entire tribe of nine-tailed demon foxes will all obey your orders. After the girl finished speaking, she suddenly approached Ling Chen, looking at Ling Chen with a pair of watery eyes, her eyes shining with waves. In addition, I will also be your person. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, subconsciously trying to avoid the girl's gaze. However, looking at the girl's watery eyes, Ling Chen suddenly felt an impulse in his heart, as if there was an invisible force pulling him, making him want to hug the girl. But soon, Ling Chen's reason overcame the impulse. Ling Chen couldn't help but secretly scold himself for being dirty, and actually wanted to hug the saintess of the nine-tailed demon fox clan. The girl looked at Ling Chen's somewhat flustered expression, and couldn't help but giggle out loud. Do you really want to hug me? Ling Chen smiled awkwardly. Plop, the girl smiled sweetly. It's not bad, under my charm, you can still keep your heart. Ling Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him actually had a charming technique. No wonder when he saw the girl just now, his heart was beating faster. Okay, I won't tease you, however, every generation of saints will become the people of the Xianyuan sword master. The girl stuck out her tongue mischievously. Ling Chen touched the back of his head and smiled sneeringly. Okay, since you are the Xianyuan sword master of this generation, then the entire nine-tailed demon fox will obey your orders. The girl restrained her smile, looked at Ling Chen, and said seriously, Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the nine-tailed demon fox legion. Legion number 2333. Legion Commander by Ling. All members of the clan, S-class and above. Attribute, Fire. Professional skills, Enchantment, Fraud, Illusion, Flame Shield, Sea of Fire Descending. Strength, Platinum to Supreme Peak. Non-summoning legions, cannot be summoned at any time. Seeing the interface prompted by the system, Ling Chen was stunned in place. Supreme Peak? Ling Chen didn't expect that the down-and-out nine-tailed demon fox also had a master at the supreme level. How strong was it in its heyday? Isn't it a race with several saints? And such an ethnic group is just a vassal race. What's wrong? Bai Ling saw Ling Chen stunned and asked. Oh, nothing, I'm just a little flattered. Ling Chen quickly came back to his senses and smiled lightly. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen's appearance and pursed his lips and smiled. Let me take you to see our tribe. After saying that, Bai Ling turned around and walked towards the cave. Ling Chen followed closely behind, following Bai Ling. Entering the cave, Ling Chen saw a wide passage, which was paved with many stones, and the stones were carved with many patterns. Ling Chen followed Bai Ling through the passage, and after a long time, he finally came to the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, a giant bronze door appeared in sight. Looking at the bronze door in front of him, Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and the bronze door was carved with cumbersome and mysterious patterns, which shocked Ling Chen's heart. This bronze door is not only exquisitely carved, but even the breath on the pattern contains a strong heavenly and earthly atmosphere. On the wall next to the bronze door, densely packed text. Although Ling Chen didn't know it, he could be sure that it should be the language of monsters. This is the clan land of the nine-tailed demon fox clan. Bai Ling pointed to the stone door in front of her and introduced, saying that she walked over and pushed open the stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, a strong heaven and earth energy came to his nose, which made Ling Chen cheer up. In it, it turned out to be a small world of its own. In the small world, spiritual herbs are everywhere, flowers compete for beauty, and all kinds of rare elixirs exude attractive fragrances. This is the clan land of our nine-tailed demon fox clan. Bai Ling pointed to the spiritual field in front of him and said with a smile, although our nine-tailed demon fox clan is lonely, there are still many rare elixirs in the clan. Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling pointed, and saw that around the spiritual field, all kinds of elixirs were planted. The worst quality are all elixirs that can refine platinum-level elixirs. If you need it, you can pick it at will. Seeing that Ling Chen was about to drool when he looked at the elixir, Bai Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Chen did not hesitate and immediately picked those lower-grade elixirs, one by one, and put them into the storage ring. Little people, really happy. Bai Ling watched Ling Chen collect the elixir. A strange color flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Ling Chen to be so familiar with the elixir, and the collection speed was so fast. You are an alchemist? Bai Ling suddenly spoke. Ling Chen nodded. The movements in his hands did not decrease at all. Most of the alchemy techniques of our nine-tailed demon fox clan have been lost. So many elixirs are directly absorbed, and many medicinal properties are wasted in vain. What level are you? Bai Ling asked. Master Alchemy, what's wrong? Ling Chen stopped the movement in his hand and looked up at Bai Ling. Master. Bai Ling covered his mouth in shock, but quickly reacted. Then, can you ask our future leader to guide our alchemists? Bai Ling's face was full of hope. Ling Chen nodded. After all, he had just picked a lot of elixirs, and guiding the alchemy was just a gesture of effort, not to mention that these alchemists would also serve themselves in the future. You don't need to call me leader in the future, just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand. Okay, Ling Chen, come with me. Bai Ling was overjoyed, pulled Ling Chen and ran inside. Ling Chen was held by Bai Ling's little hand, but a warm current rose in his heart involuntarily. Soon, the two came to a gate, and the plaque on the door read the three simple characters, Alchemy Room. Ling Chen, this is the alchemy room of our nine-tailed demon fox, Bai Ling said as he stepped forward and knocked on the door, then pushed open the door and walked in. Ling Chen followed closely behind and followed Bai Ling into the alchemy room. In the alchemy room, several alchemy elders of the nine-tailed demon fox were gathering together to discuss something. After Bai Ling and Ling Chen entered the alchemy room, an elder of the nine-tailed demon fox clan immediately looked at Bai Ling. Saint, why are you still bringing people into the alchemy room so late? This is Ling Chen. I brought it here to guide you in alchemy. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. It's strange that they can listen to you say that. Indeed, it is not so. Guide us in alchemy? The elder glanced at Ling Chen. A look of disdain appeared on his face. The kid's hair hasn't grown even. Do you think who can enter and exit the alchemy room casually? And guide our clansmen in alchemy? What arrogance! He. Ling Chen smiled slightly. The elder of the nine-tailed demon fox clan, seeing Ling Chen's appearance, couldn't help but snort coldly. Boy, what are you laughing at? Ling Chen ignored the elder. His eyes scanned the room, and then landed on the alchemy furnaces on the table. These alchemy furnaces? Ling Chen looked at the alchemy furnaces on the table, raising his eyebrows slightly. He found that those alchemy furnaces were not ordinary goods. The lowest ones were also earth-level levels, and even one was a heaven-level alchemy furnace. In addition to those alchemy furnaces, there are also various high-end materials. On the side, there were some finished elixirs. Boy, I've never seen it. The elder sneered and looked at Ling Chen disdainfully. Yes, with such a good pill furnace and medicinal materials, refining such a garbage elixir, isn't it something I'd never seen before? Ling Chen said with a smile. You. The elder was choked by Ling Chen and his face turned blue. The other elders, looking at Ling Chen's eyes, all became unkind. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking like he didn't bother to pay attention. Boy, this time it's for the sake of the saint's face to let you go. Don't be too arrogant. Saint, hurry up and get him out. Don't delay the alchemy. The elder shouted to Bai Ling. Saint, since he is not an alchemist of our nine-tailed demon fox clan, quickly get out of the alchemy room and don't dirty our nine-tailed demon fox clan's territory. An elder said angrily. That's right, Saint, how can he be a high-level alchemist when he is so young? He must be a liar. Don't believe him. Another elder echoed. Saint, hurry up and drive him away. Several other elders echoed one after another, their faces showing contempt. Hearing the words of this group of elders, a sneer appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. His eyes fell on those elders, and the smile on his face became more and more kind. Oh, you say I'm a liar? Of course. A group of elders responded in unison. Very good, then you should open your eyes and see clearly whether I am an alchemist or not. After saying that, Ling Chen lucked his dantian and raised his right hand slightly. I saw a crimson flame emerging from his palm and floating above his palm. Gradually, the flames formed the shape of a cauldron, suspended in the air, and the flames on the cauldron were jumping. From the ring, he took out a few ordinary diamond-grade medicinal herbs that had just been picked. Above diamonds are divided into elixirs, treasures, holy medicines and natural treasures. They correspond to the four realms of protecting the city, protecting the country, the supreme and the saint. Looking aside, he took the spirit ascension pill that increased the source chi taken by the city-breaking monster beasts refined by the treasure medicine. Ling Chen shook his head. It was really a violent thing. The elixir is not ruined by you guys like this. Ling Chen shouted lowly, stretched out his hand, grabbed a fresh Xianin spirit flower, and gently threw it into the alchemy cauldron formed by the source energy. You. The elder at the beginning wanted to say something, but was pulled back by the shocked elders on the side. Source chi transformation cauldron. This is something that a master alchemist can do, but don't go up and disturb the master's operation. Ling Chen stared intently at the alchemy cauldron. I saw a crimson flame, which suddenly jumped up, wrapping the Xianin spirit flower, and burned instantly. After burning, it turned into a milky white liquid, which slowly rolled in the flames, reflecting a trace of glow. Under the continuous refining of the crimson flame, the liquid became smaller and smaller, but it became more and more pure, like a pearl. Subsequently, Ling Chen concocted it in the same way, adding dozens of herbs such as watercloud bamboo and red practice grass in turn. They are refined into a pure liquid like pearls. Subsequently, Ling Chen controlled dozens of drops of pure liquid to slowly fuse together, fusing into a liquid with a larger volume expansion. But soon, it slowly condensed and became smaller under the calcination of Ling Chen's fire-type ability. When the liquid forged was as crystal clear as a pearl, Ling Chen quickly picked up the last medicinal material, the red firegrass, and threw it into the alchemy cauldron. As soon as the red firegrass entered the alchemy cauldron, it turned into a steaming dark green liquid. After refining and purifying it, Ling Chen fused it with the initial liquid. Oh, the two liquids with completely different properties fused together, making a squeaking sound, and a trace of white gas emerged from the fused liquid. The white chi gradually dissipated, and the prototype of an elixir had slowly formed. The color of this elixir was milky white, with lilac lines faintly visible on on it, which looked extremely beautiful, and the aura emanating from it was also very strong. At this moment, everyone in the entire alchemy room held their breath and stared at this pill that was about to be born with wide eyes. Everyone didn't even dare to take a breath. After a long time, the elixir finally solidified and formed. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With his current source chi several times that of a person with the same level of ability, it was also a bit unbearable. As the elixir took shape, a strong aroma emanated from the pill. Smelling the aroma, everyone suddenly felt comfortable. What is this elixir? Someone swallowed his saliva and asked. Bao Dan. This is definitely Bao Dan, an elder said excitedly. Hearing this answer, everyone was in an uproar again. Bao Dan? Oh, my god. What kind of freak is this kid? He can even refine Bao Dan. The elders were surprised, and their eyes were full of disbelief when they looked at Ling Chen. Only the one who provoked Ling Chen at the beginning, his face turned blue, and he wanted to find a hole to get in and hide. Why, do you still think I'm a liar? Ling Chen looked at everyone playfully. His tone was ridiculous. Hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone's faces showed embarrassment. No, I don't dare, an elder hurriedly said. The other elders also looked embarrassed. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and the Baodun level ascending pill flew into Ling Chen's hand and gently played with it in his hand, and Ling Chen casually threw it to Bai Ling. I'm giving you off, Ling Chen said with a smile. Give it to me? Bai Ling was stunned. As a return gift for letting me pick herbs just now. Ling Chen nodded and said, also, I won't take it as an example. Bai Ling was slightly stunned. She knew that Ling Chen was talking about using him as a gun this time. Little brother, just now we didn't know Mount Tai, and we have offended a lot. I hope you will forgive me. An elder hurriedly stepped forward and bowed his hands and apologized. Yes, the main thing is that you are too young. Little brother, you are really hidden. A group of elders opened their mouths to make amends. Ling Chen waved his hand. Forget it, this matter is over. Then the eyes hinted at a wave of white spirits. How long do you want to play? Seeing Ling Chen's white eyes, Bai Ling smiled and hurriedly stepped forward and said, from today onwards, Ling Chen will become our leader. Ling Chen, take out the Xian Yuan sword. As soon as Bai Ling finished speaking, a long sword emitting a dazzling golden streamer appeared in Ling Chen's hand. This is the Xian Yuan sword? This kid actually has the Xian Yuan sword? When everyone saw the long sword in Ling Chen's hand, they were shocked one by one. Xian Yuan family, is it finally going to be born? An elder muttered to himself, his eyes full of ecstasy. My nine-tailed demon fox clan. Finally, I waited for the day when the Xian Yuan family was born. An elder demon burst into tears, trembling with excitement. Xian Yuan family finally waited, ha. An old man was also ecstatic. I've seen the leader. A group of elders respectfully bowed to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand. Let me teach you a new way of alchemy first. Then Ling Chen will begin to explain the steps of refining the elixir. While explaining, Ling Chen demonstrated, allowing everyone to learn the process of refining elixirs, and constantly correcting everyone's refining methods. With Ling Chen's guidance, the elders made rapid progress. Not long after, he had already mastered the refining method taught by Ling Chen. Looking at those elders, with a look of great benefit on their faces, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips slightly, showing a smile. When this group of elders follow the refining method I taught, the alchemy level rises, and the future elixirs will he. It's simply a group of free labor. Ling Chen smiled. These alchemists are all high-level alchemists. Individual is not far from master alchemy. It's just that their alchemy techniques are too rough, and now they have added the new refining methods they have taught. Ling Chen believed that they could break through to the master level in a very short time. When they reached the master level, they could refine the treasure pill, and in the small world where the nine-tailed demon fox lived, there were countless elixirs. When the time comes, he. Just as Ling Chen was in a beautiful imagination, he was gently tugged at the corner of his clothes by Bai Ling on the side. Ling Chen, finished teaching? What are you thinking? Bai Ling asked from the side. No, nothing. Ling Chen smiled sneeringly and said. Bai Ling curled his lips, obviously not believing Ling Chen's words. Everyone nodded in response, full of admiration and gratitude for Ling Chen's alchemy, and even decided to reach a master alchemist within a year. Ling Chen, thank you. Bai Ling thanked Ling Chen. After all, without Ling Chen, these alchemist elders would have stopped at high-level alchemists. You're welcome. Raise your hand. Besides, I'm not your new leader anyway. Ling Chen shook his head and said with a smile. Bai Ling was startled, and then couldn't help but smile, and the boulder in his heart was completely let go. Okay, Ling Chen, I'll take you to see other places, and let this group of old men practice by themselves. Bai Ling smiled and pulled Ling Chen out of the room. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Ling Chen nodded, then greeted everyone, and followed Bai Ling out of the alchemy room. Out of the alchemy room, it was a wide square, and at this time, Ling Chen had the opportunity to take a good look at the territory of the nine-tailed demon fox. Just now, I was pulled all the way and ran all the way to my. We are on the west side of the square. To the north is the council hall. The big and small affairs of the general ethnic group are discussed here. Behind the hall is the living area. The south is the direction we just came in. To the east is the treasure pavilion, which has all the treasures of my clan. Let me take you to see? Bai Ling briefly introduced some of the main buildings in the square to Ling Chen. Of course, this small world is very large, and this is only where the nine-tailed demon fox mainly lives. Ling Chen nodded, followed by Ling, and went to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is a huge palace, covering an area of about 100 meters, surrounded by huge rocks, which looks extremely solemn. There were 2 rows of guards standing at the door of the treasure pavilion, all of whom were nine-tailed demon foxes. They were all burly, with extremely sharp eyes and strong breaths, and they were all strong people who broke the peak of the city. Of course, Ling Chen knew that there must be stronger people waiting in secret. Ling Chen and Bai Ling walked to the door, and a group of guards shouted in unison, "I have seen the saint." Bai Ling nodded and said to the guards, "This is Ling Chen, the leader of our nine-tailed demon fox in the future, who can freely enter and exit the treasure pavilion." Yes. Then Bai Ling took Ling Chen into the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is divided into 2 floors. The first layer is some medicinal materials, natural materials and earth treasures, and animal cores and other materials. The second layer is mainly the martial arts of the monster clan. As soon as he entered the first floor, Ling Chen suddenly felt as if he had walked into a huge treasure trove, with all kinds of precious treasures piled up into mountains. Ling Chen couldn't help but smack his tongue in his heart. Sure enough, the wealth of the nine-tailed demon fox is really very rich. There are so many treasures. Bai Ling saw Ling Chen's expression and smiled slightly, without the slightest surprise. The nine-tailed demon fox itself is not weak, not to mention that after cultivating in the small world for such a long time, their collection must be extremely rich. It can be said that there are countless natural materials and treasures. Ling Chen, see what kind of treasure you need. Take whatever you want. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and said, "Hey, how embarrassing this is. I'll just choose one." Ling Chen scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "System, hurry up and show me which one is the most valuable." Ding, scanning, please wait a moment. Ding, detected the time mythical beast core. Ding, the system suggests, hurry up and run away, very punishment. Beast cores are the most valuable? However, when Ling Chen saw the introduction of this beast core, he did not have this trace of doubt. Time mythical beast, a mythical beast that shuttles through the long river of time, freely traveling between the past and the future. If it dies, absorb the core of the transformed beast to master the power of time. I would like to call it the strongest. Ling Chen suppressed the impulse in his heart that he couldn't wait. Cough, cough, I want this. Ling Chen took a step, walked to the place where the beast cores were stacked, picked up the beast core, and his arm was still trembling slightly. Oh, when did this beast core come here? Bai Ling showed a hint of doubt. Generally speaking, only the beast cores of the extermination level and above will be stored here, and the low-level ones have long been used by the foxes for cultivation. So almost every beast core here, Bai Ling has an impression. But this beast core, Bai Ling had no impression at all. But just a beast core, Bai Ling didn't care. Do you need anything else? Seeing that Ling Chen only took one beast core, Bai Ling asked again. No need. Next time you need to come again. Ling Chen shook his head, looking at the beast core in his hand. A flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Okay. Everything here is available to you and can be taken at any time. Bai Ling nodded and said, "Oh, by the way, look at my memory." Ling Chen patted his head. "Come out, Xiaolong." A fat little dragon came out of the pet space, and just on the way, Ling Chen put it into the space and forgot to let it out. Boss. As soon as the little dragon came out, he ran to Ling Chen's side. "Xiaolong, look here, is there anything you want? Take whatever you want, boss treat." Ling Chen smiled at Xiaolong. "Okay, boss, don't worry, I will never treat myself badly." Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Immediately, Xiaolong's big eyes turned smoothly, and a shrewd force came out of his body. This, and this. The little dragon pointed at these things and kept shouting, "I want this, and that. Why is this guy so greedy for money?" Bai Ling glanced at Ling Chen. "You won't pretend to be innocent by yourself and then deliberately let your pet ask for it." But then, Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. Wait. Bai Ling quickly turned his head to look at the little dragon. This is the breath of the beast god. Bai Ling's eyes widened, staring at Xiaolong's back, and said in surprise, "Ling Chen, why does everyone think that the little dragon is a beast god?" Ling Chen touched his chin. According to the original divine dragon, the little dragon should have been frozen for 3 million years. Could it be that the egg left by the death of the previous generation of beast gods? So, the little dragon is likely to be a descendant of the beast god? Wait, the beast god is your little brother? Oh no, is it your pet? Bai Ling suddenly reacted. Just now Ling Chen was the beast god summoned from the pet space. Ling Chen had a black line on his face. Isn't your reaction a bit slow? Belch. No, Xiaolong and I have an equal contractual relationship. Ling Chen quickly shook his head and said, "I see." Bai Ling nodded. "Boss, I'm done." Xiaolong appeared in front of Ling Chen, and the two, with a pile of beast cores in his arms, leaned forward and wanted to pour the animal cores he was holding in his pocket to Ling Chen. "I didn't take anything else at all." Ling Chen took the beast core that the little dragon was holding, and when he looked closely, his eyes lit up. "Good guy, they are all supreme level beast cores. The little dragon was not raised in vain. The boss will take good care of it for you first. When you grow up in the future, I will return it to you." Ling Chen said seriously. Okay, boss. Xiaolong replied excitedly, without the slightest doubt about Ling Chen's words. Looking at the little dragon with a satisfied face, Bai Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Child, you are too naive. Okay, since we've chosen, let's leave. Ling Chen smiled and waved his hand. One person and one beast came in, and strangely they all chose the beast core. Subsequently, Ling Chen's Xiaolong followed Bai Ling out of the treasure pavilion. Ling Chen, where do you want to go now? After leaving the treasure pavilion, Bai Ling asked Ling Chen. Of course I want to go to the residential area. I took a look at the council hall in front. Ling Chen said. That's just right. Bai Yu is waiting for us. Bai Ling nodded and then took Ling Chen to the council hall. At this time, Bai Yu was walking around the hall anxiously, and when she saw Bai Ling coming back with Ling Chen, Bai Yu hurriedly greeted her. Saint, I have something to report. What's wrong? Bai Ling frowned and asked. Belch. That's right, Saint, I have something to tell you. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment and said slowly. The demon emperor sensed the aura of the beast god and ordered me to invite the beast god to ascend the throne and unify the entire monster clan. Bai Yu said as he looked at the little dragon on the side. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Ling's face changed slightly. He frowned and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, what do you think? If we leave directly, will it have any impact on you? Ling Chen pondered for a moment and replied. He didn't believe that the demon emperor would kindly help Xiaolong to ascend to the throne. And if Ling Chen left with the little dragon, the demon emperor would inevitably blame the nine-tailed demon fox clan. The demon emperor, who had always coveted the resources of the nine-tailed demon fox clan, would inevitably make a move. At that time, the nine-tailed demon fox clan may not be far from extinction. Our current strength is not enough to compete with that group of beast gods. Fear, with the defense of our small world, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on at all. Bai Ling smiled bitterly. Ling Chen nodded. I have a way, but I don't know if you want to. What way? The two women asked in unison. I have a good place to go. It's bigger than this small world, but maybe you need to move your whole family. Ling Chen said with a smile. His space city can finally live in some people. How wasteful it is to be empty. Where is it? The two women asked in unison again. I can only tell you that it is a very safe place, and you will know when you go. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Okay, there is a clan meeting tonight, and I need to discuss it with the clan. Bai Ling nodded and said she couldn't decide such a major issue alone. Don't worry, even if you go there, it won't be long before you can move back openly. Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of domineering. Ling Chen's words immediately warmed the hearts of Bai Ling and Bai Yu. They also believed that Xianyuan sword master Ling Chen would lead them to reach the pinnacle again. I'll go inform the clan. Bai Yu nodded, turned around and left the council hall, ready to gather the entire clan. Ling Chen, on the other hand, asked Bai Ling about the location of the practice room, and under the leadership of Bai Ling, Ling Chen came to Bai Ling's boudoir. Coming to the wall on the side of the boudoir, Bai Ling gently rotated the button on the side of the wall, and suddenly a stone door opened. Inside the stone door, there is an extremely spacious stone room. This is where I usually practice. Bai Ling pointed around and said, there are many cultivation resources here. You can choose at will. Thank you, Ling Chen said with a smile. Then I'm leaving. I'll hold a clan meeting as soon as possible, and I'll inform you then. Bai Ling nodded and turned to leave. Well, Ling Chen nodded, and then dodged into the secret room. After closing the door, Ling Chen sat cross-legged. He took out the beast core of the time divine beast just now from the ring. This is a very pure beast core, which emits a faint golden light and looks very dazzling. The skin of the animal core is dark gold, with some cumbersome textures on it, which looks very beautiful. After adjusting his state, Ling Chen raised his head and swallowed the beast core, and suddenly, a vast sense of vicissitudes gushed out from the beast core. Ding, time ability detected, absorbable. Absorb. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level ability, Children of Time. Time system comes with a lifespan of 9,999 years. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill, Time Ban. Time Ban, level 1, 0/1000. Effect, can prevent the opponent's time from passing. The duration depends on the opponent's strength. It works better with the space system. Such a bull fork. Ling Chen couldn't help but smack his tongue, and then there was another burst of joy. He finally has a new skill, and it's also a very awesome skill. This time ban is simply a bug. Time prohibition only needs to be displayed, and it will definitely have an impact on the other party. Even if it is 0.01 seconds, with Ling Chen's instant flash of face, as long as the hand speed. Belch. The reaction was fast enough for Ling Chen's attack to explode without the other party reacting. Hey! Just as Ling Chen was immersed in his own imagination, Ling Chen suddenly discovered that the power of the beast core was continuously converging into Ling Chen's dantian, and this energy filled Ling Chen's entire dantian. At this time, in Ling Chen's dantian, a small vortex appeared, quickly absorbing these energies. After absorbing a large amount of power, the small vortex slowly formed a round sphere the size of a beast core. Hey, no, it's not like that. This is obviously it. Ling Chen was shocked to find that there was a beast core condensed in his dantian. What is the situation? Do you know what's going on with the system? Ding, the time mythical beast is passed down in the form of beast core. Ha! That is to say, if I die, the beast core can be taken out or absorbed by other races? Isn't this equivalent of a time beast now? Ding, that's right, that's it. Ling Chen looked confused and messy for a while, and then quickly let go. It's good to be able to maintain a human form. What more could you ask for? When the beast core belonging to Ling Chen was completely condensed and formed, the source energy in Ling Chen's body was promoted again, reaching a silver level 5-star. After the beast core was completely refined, Ling Chen left the stone chamber. Just when Ling Chen was planning to enjoy the saint's boudoir. Ling Chen, the plenary meeting is going to be held. Come and attend as the new leader. Bai Ling's voice came from outside the door. Got it, I'll go over right away. Ling Chen hurriedly responded and then walked to the hall. As soon as he walked into the conference hall, Ling Chen felt that the entire hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Probably the matter to be discussed now is related to the survival of the ethnic group. The expressions of the crowd were extremely serious. Even those elders, their expressions were also very serious. Ling Chen walked to the top of the conference hall and glanced around at all the elders in the audience. Their eyes were all fixed on him, with surprise, doubt, and exploration in their eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ling Chen knew that Bai Ling had not informed everyone of his identity. Without the slightest extra movement, Ling Chen directly pulled out the Xianyuan sword and held it high. Everyone, I, Xianyuan sword master, are here. As soon as Ling Chen's words fell, the entire conference hall instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword held high with a shocked expression. This is the Xianyuan sword? An elder couldn't help but exclaim. The master's family, is it finally going to be born? Another elder whispered tremblingly, and the alchemist elder who already knew Ling Chen's identity was looking at the shocked elders with a comfortable face. Half a day ago, they reacted like this. Everyone became excited, and the eyes looking at Ling Chen became hot. Everyone, be quiet. Bai Ling shouted lightly on the side, stopping everyone's excitement. Everyone, first of all, from today onwards, Ling Chen will serve as our leader. Bai Ling's tone was filled with undoubted majesty. Yes, boss. Everyone knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. From the moment Ling Chen showed the Xianyuan sword, the elders had already decided that Ling Chen would be their leader. Get up quickly. Ling Chen nodded and put away the Xianyuan sword. He didn't expect the elders to cooperate so much. System, this is force majeure. Then, I'm going to announce a major event about our fate today. Bai Ling's voice suddenly became serious. Our territory has been coveted by the Demon Emperor, and sooner or later, the Demon Emperor will come. So, I have decided to relocate the whole clan. Bai Ling's words caused an uproar in the conference hall. The whole family migrated? Could it be that if we are not here, we can escape the pursuit of the Demon Emperor? I don't think so. After all, the Demon Emperor is not a fool. Where can we go if we are not here? The elders talked a lot, and they all felt that Bai Ling's decision was too hasty. Don't worry about this, our leader has his own arrangements, and don't you want to follow the Xianyuan family to regain their glory? Bai Ling's eyes scanned the hall. Of course I want to, everyone said in unison. So, do you have any other opinions? Without. Good. Since there is no objection, then everyone hurry up and prepare. Take away all the things that should be taken away, and leave one for the Demon Emperor. Within a week, we must all relocate. Yes. The elders responded one after another, and then left the conference hall to arrange what to do next. After all the elders left, Bai Ling and Bai Yu came to Ling Chen. Ling Chen, can you take us to see where we migrated? Bai Ling asked expectantly. Of course, no problem. Ling Chen nodded in agreement, and then waved to Bai Ling beside him. Xiao Linger, come with me. Saying that, Ling Chen took out the array plate from the space, stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand, and drew a peculiar arc in the air. Then he pointed towards the array, and a golden light flashed and swept into the array. A dazzling circular formation appeared in front of the 3 of them. Let's go. Ling Chen smiled lightly. The 3 of them stepped into the formation, and the formation disappeared instantly. City of Space, Place of Trials, Central Campus. A white light flashed, and 3 figures appeared. Is this where we are going to migrate? The source chi of heaven and earth is not bad. Bai Yu looked around. Ling Chen smiled and said, that's right. This is also a small world. You can choose the address of the racial migration yourself. Well, okay. Bai Ling nodded, and then pulled Bai Yu to fly into the distance, while carefully observing the surrounding scenery. Let them find it themselves. Looking at the departing back of the second daughter, he shook his head. I haven't seen Master for many days. Go and take a look. Whoa! There was a fire monkey waving its arms towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked over. Huh? What a familiar peach tree. It's you. Ling Chen smiled, waved his hand, and disappeared in place. Hey, geezer. I haven't seen you for many days. Do you miss me? Ling Chen came to the fairyland where the master was, and saw Master Kongming sitting on a boulder by the stream fishing without a hook. Gone. Who are you calling the old man? Call it Master. Kongming blew his beard and stared, looking like he was going to beat someone. Hey, Master, do you have anything good to teach me? Ling Chen smiled beggingly. Greedy and tiresome, you. Kongming looked like he hated iron and steel, and then suddenly froze in place. You Kongming stuttered for a while. Master? Ling Chen was puzzled. You actually inherited the time beast you inherited? Kongming looked shocked. You know, the time beast has a long lifespan. Time flies, but the beast of time can survive for a long time. It can be said that it is almost impossible to encounter a time beast. What's more, I met a time beast that happened to turn into a beast core when he was old and dead. Master, you actually saw it? Ling Chen looked at Master Kongming in surprise. You? Kongming had nothing to say. Forget it if you have nothing to say, this luck. Can I take you away? Master, ahem, what a joke. However, now I do have something to teach you. Kongming's voice became serious, and a solemnity appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. What is it? Ling Chen asked curiously. This is a skill, you hold it. Kongming took out a skilled time and space ban and handed it to Ling Chen. You read it carefully. If there is anything you don't understand, try it yourself. Don't look for a teacher. Ding, detected super god level skill, incomplete, space-time ban, whether to learn. Space-time ban, defective within the scope of the skill, imprison space and time passage, immobilize the opponent. Incomplete? Ling Chen touched his chin and looked at Master with suspicion. Learn. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the space-time ban. How is it? Do you feel it? Looking at Ling Chen's eyes, the old man Kongming's eyes were a little dodgy. It's really powerful. It took me a few seconds to figure it out. Ling Chen nodded. You learned it? Kongming's eyes widened and he looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. Then Master's laughter came. Ha ha ha, I know I'm right. Listening to Master's loud laughter, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean by this? You created this skill yourself and no one has learned it yet? What about me as a test subject? As if understanding Ling Chen's eyes, the Master replied with a smile. Yes, you are the first. Okay. Sure enough, he is a pro apprentice. But Ling Chen thought about it. The skills created by Master are not simple. Under the premise that he has no time ability, I'm afraid that Master is using a space ban. Kongming restrained his smile and looked at Ling Chen seriously. Apprentice, although this skill is powerful, it requires a lot of energy, so you must choose the right time. Got it. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, you go get busy first. Kongming waved his hand. Ling Chen nodded and then disappeared in place. After Ling Chen left, Kongming looked at the void in the distance and muttered in a low voice. What kind of demon did I receive? You guys wait while. Ling Chen appeared in the sky above the trial land, took out the array plate, and saw that Bai Ling Baiyu was in a valley. With a whoosh, Ling Chen appeared behind the second daughter. You're here, we'll choose here. Hearing the movement, Bai Ling too replied without replying. Ling Chen looked up. The valley in front of him was very strong, and in the depths of the valley, he could still vaguely smell a faint fragrance. The valley was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, but because it was a place of trials, there were no buildings, so they had to build it themselves. It's a good choice here. Ling Chen admired, and then looked at Bai Ling. In that case, then I will position the teleportation array here. Okay, that's it. Bai Ling nodded. Well, Ling Chen nodded again, then closed his eyes and manipulated the array to activate the teleportation array. Airplanes. The three returned to the small world. Ling Chen came to the central square, took out the array, and summoned the teleportation array. A circular formation that continued to glow continuously lit up in the central square. In the next week, the entire nine-tailed demon clan was very busy, and there were constantly demon foxes entering the trial land through the teleportation array. Ling Chen also took the time to draw 2 waves of prizes in the middle. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, muscle hardening. Muscle hardening, the skin of the body hardens, indestructible, lasts for half an hour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the unknown treasure map. The skin is hardened, and it doesn't seem to be a strong improvement, but it looks very practical. As soon as he saw the treasure map, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Hey, I love treasure hunting the most. Ling Chen prepared to go treasure hunting after the nine-tailed demon fox was placed. Finally, on the night of the 7th day, the entire nine-tailed demon fox clan moved into the trial land. In this small world where they live, almost all valuable resources were taken away. Except for leaving a seed for the herb, not a single useful fruit was left. In the central square, only Ling Chen and the 3 of them were left. You go too. Ling Chen looked at Baiyu and Bai Ling, nodded slightly, and then said, Baiyu, you go over. In the next few days, it will be up to you to manage the clan well. Bai Ling's big eyes flickered, and then he said to Baiyu, Yes, Saint. Baiyu bowed to the Saint, and then stepped on the teleportation array. Looking at Baiyu's disappearing back, Ling Chen stopped the source energy output of the array. Finally, I don't have to manage the chores in the clan anymore. Bai Ling stretched comfortably, and his exquisite figure looked even more charming and attractive under the moonlight. Seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Ling Chen secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly looked away, lest he couldn't help it. Cough. Don't tempt me with charm. Ling Chen coughed lightly. But I don't know how to do magic. Bai Ling giggled and said coquettishly. This. Ling Chen scratched his head awkwardly. What happened to him recently? When he saw Bai Ling, he couldn't control himself. So, now our leader, where are you going to go? Bai Ling teased and then winked at Ling Chen. Hearing this, Ling Chen took out the unknown treasure map from the system. Shall we go treasure hunting? Ling Chen handed the treasure map to Bai Ling. Wow, just see if there is anything we can use. Bai Ling took the treasure map and looked at it carefully for a moment. The treasure map depicts a volcano with snow on top. A sign of a flame and a snowflake is displayed on it. Around the volcano, there are many volcanic rocks and ice. This should be the legendary ice volcano. Bai Ling thought for a moment and finally remembered. Oh, you know, lead the way. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling excitedly and couldn't wait to say, follow me. After Bai Ling finished speaking, he took the lead in flying towards the ice volcano. Ling Chen hurriedly chased after him. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen finally came to the sky above the ice volcano. This is it. Bai Ling pointed to a volcano below and said. Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling was pointing, nodded, and landed next to the volcano. The ice volcano is a huge layer of ice. This ice layer is about hundreds of meters in diameter and more than a kilometer high, and the entire ice layer exudes a faint cold light. Standing next to the ice, Ling Chen could clearly feel the cold temperature. Ling Chen, look there. Suddenly, Bai Ling exclaimed and pointed to the wall on the side of the crater. A cave that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of the two of them. It should be a cave leading to the inside of the volcano. Let's go and take a look. Ling Chen smiled and nodded, then flew towards the cave. Bai Ling also followed closely. When he came to the cave, Ling Chen simply probed through perception, but did not notice any danger. Then Ling Chen took the lead in walking in, and when he stepped in, a cold breath hit, and the cold was biting. His own ice-type ability finally came in handy. Ling Chen released the ice ability in his body, a pure light blue source energy, covering Ling Chen's surface. I don't know how long I walked. Ling Chen could feel that the cold breath was gradually dissipating, replaced by heat. Ling Chen released his fire-type ability again. The further you go, the stronger you can feel the temperature getting stronger and stronger. Finally, a bright light burst out from the end of the long and narrow passage in front of him. Finally saw it. This should be the legendary treasure cave. Ling Chen squinted his eyes slightly, his eyes full of heat. Ling Chen and Bai Ling stepped in at the same time. Contrary to what I imagined, a cool feeling came. When he looked up, he saw a huge cave. Not far away, in the very center of the cave, there are two oval-shaped pools. The pool on the left is crimson, steaming upward water vapor, and the ripples of water bubbles from time to time, indicating that the water temperature is not low. The pool on the right is ice blue, with a hint of cold air coming out of the water, and a faint mist floating on the water. Around the pool, there are some herbs and something. Ling Chen, look! Bai Ling exclaimed and pointed to the bottom of the pool. Ling Chen looked over and saw a crystal-clear ice pick with a faint fluorescence in the pool on the right, and at the top of the ice pick there was a lotus-shaped thing growing. Ling Chen stepped forward and leaned over. Ding! Detected natural materials and earthly treasures. Ice lotus. Ice lotus, growing in the ultimate place. The performance of ultimate ice can be used to improve supernatural talents. Ling Chen was ecstatic and looked at the crimson pool on the left with a hint of anticipation. I saw a wisp of white flames slowly jumping out under the pool. Ding! Detected the heaven and earth spirit fire. Sunluo flame, absorbable. Sunluo flame, one of the spiritual fires of heaven and earth, born in extremely cold and hot places. Ling Chen was overjoyed. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, and I actually found a natural treasure here. It seems that the system really helps me. Help me protect the Dharma, Ling Chen said softly to Bai Ling. Then he sat down by the pool and adjusted his state. Absorb. Ding! Absorbing. The white flames at the bottom of the pool seemed to have been pulled by something, and slowly rose from the pool water, and the pool water boiled violently. Soon, the white flame of the forest rose in front of Ling Chen and stopped. Surprisingly, the flame didn't feel hot. Before Ling Chen could react, the white flames quickly drilled into Ling Chen's body from Ling Chen's mouth. The flames entered the body, and a terrifying aura of destruction expanded from the white flames of the forest as if awakening. Ling Chen's breathing became rapid, his forehead was full of sweat, and his body was constantly shaking. He felt a tearing pain that spread from his body to his body, a burst of burning, and Ling Chen gritted his teeth tightly. The flames that entered the body were like fish entering the sea, cheering and running around Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen summoned the flames of his supernatural abilities, and slowly stepped forward and approached, trying to wrap the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The two flames came into contact and burst out with a huge force, impacting the internal organs in Ling Chen's body. Ah! Ling Chen lowered his head and gritted his teeth and roared. Ling Chen, hold on! Bai Ling shouted anxiously. Such a terrifying spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Ling Chen actually swallowed it. Ling Chen nodded without leaving a trace, and then continued to absorb the Sunluo flame. Time passed bit by bit. Ling Chen didn't know how long it had been, until finally, he had lost consciousness numbly, and even breathing became difficult. But fortunately, in the end, he succeeded. The white flames of the forest merged into his ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing the forest flame, and the fire ability level has been upgraded to SSS level. The source energy in his body was also promoted to silver level 7 stars. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and a ray of flame like milky white milk was slightly burning in his palm. Although the flame was small, Ling Chen felt that the energy contained in it was almost endless. That's great! Ling Chen had a smile on his face space, and finally, there was another SSS level ability. Flame, Ling Chen has fused. Next, there is the Ice Lotus. Ling Chen looked at the Ice Lotus and thought for a moment. His hands became as crystal clear as jade, like frost, and a trace of cold air came out of his hands. Ling Chen raised his right palm and gently faced the Ice Lotus, and a source of energy gushed out, turning into ice when it encountered water, and came straight to the Ice Lotus and froze it. Gently pull out the Ice Lotus from the bottom of the pool. In the palm of his left hand, a flame appeared, and the ice quickly turned into water and vapor. Ling Chen gently picked up the Ice Lotus, just like just now, and raised his head to put the Ice Lotus in his mouth. It melts in the mouth, and the Ice Lotus turns into a cold liquid that slides down the esophagus into the abdominal cavity. Refreshing, Ling Chen couldn't help but admire. After the Ice Lotus entered the abdomen, Ling Chen felt that the pain in his body just now had decreased somewhat, as if he had been frozen, which made people extremely comfortable. Ling Chen's mind moved, and the ice ability in his body surfaced, wrapping it towards the liquid made of Ice Lotus. The liquid was quickly frozen, and the energy contained in the cold liquid was swallowed up by the ice-type ability. After a long time, the power of the Ice Lotus was completely absorbed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the Ice Lotus, and the ability level has been promoted to SSS level. Break! Silver 8 stars. Cool. Ling Chen let out another sigh of admiration. His ice-type ability reached the SSS level. His strength has taken a qualitative leap. Ling Chen's ice-type ability has also become more refined because of the fusion of Ice Lotus. Bai Ling on the side was already dumbfounded, and Ling Chen dared to swallow the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire and Ice Lotus directly. You know, the spiritual fire of heaven and earth is known as burning the sky and destroying the earth. How dare Ling Chen? Moreover, he actually succeeded in the perfect integration. Just when Bai Ling wanted to step forward and ask. Suddenly, the cave suddenly shook violently. In the violent shaking, the rocks of the cave fell one after another. Ling Chen and Bai Ling were both startled and hurriedly stood up, staring around guardedly. I saw this monster beast. Its whole body was covered with turquoise scales, its head and claws were as long as dragon horns, its eyes were extremely blood red, its mouth was wide open, and its fangs were exposed. It was covered with black markings, like a dark demonic beast. This is Xinglin Demon Dragon. Bai Ling's eyes widened and he exclaimed, does this world still exist? Xinglin Demon Dragon? Hearing this name, a voice suddenly sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Xinglin Demon Dragon, Supreme Star. Attribute, Poison. Skills, Burst Dragon Breath, Poison Mist, Dragon Water Absorption, Dragon Claw. It is best not to get poisoned, otherwise, Supreme Level 1 star. Ling Chen's face showed a hint of solemnity. I'm afraid that if I can't even touch its fur, I will die at its hands, right? Ling Chen, step back. Bai Ling shouted coquettishly and rushed in front of Ling Chen. The momentum of destroying the peak of the national level burst out, and behind her, a huge nine-tailed demon fox phantom appeared, exuding a strong aura. Poisonous Mist. When the Qinglin Demon Dragon saw Bai Ling, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a greedy and ferocious light, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a dark mist that swept towards Bai Ling. Break it for me. Bai Ling was furious, raised his hands, and slapped it towards the black mist. Rumble. With an explosion, the black mist dissipated instantly, and Bai Ling's palms were also invaded by the black mist. Put. Bai Ling spurted out a mouthful of blood, his body swayed twice, and he almost fell. Ling Chen was quick and supported Bai Ling. Bai Ling's injuries were extremely serious, and Ling Chen saw that Bai Ling had suffered a lot of injuries. Although the other party was only one level higher than Bai Ling, there was a gap between the supreme level and the level of destruction that was difficult to cross. You're injured. Ling Chen frowned. Anyway, Bai Ling shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at the Qinglin Demon Dragon in the distance. This guy is strong. Ling Chen, you go first, I'll hold it back. Ling Chen looked at the Qinglin Demon Dragon in the distance, pondered for a while, then turned his head to look at Bai Ling, shook his head and said, I will not leave you alone to escape, but you will die like this. Bai Ling shouted angrily, don't say it, I won't leave. Ling Chen looked into Bai Ling's eyes and said seriously, you recuperate first, and leave the rest to me. Ling Chen took out a healing elixir and handed it to Bai Ling, turned his head, and looked at the demon dragon. Ling Chen stood up, looked at the demon dragon, and moved his hands and feet. 3 ranks of Thunder God technique. Strengthen. Ling Chen shouted angrily, and an aura of platinum level 2 star came to his face, and the power of thunder surrounded his body. The physical strength reached the diamond level of 5 stars. Ha! The Qinglin demon dragon sensed Ling Chen's changes and looked at Ling Chen disdainfully. It's just that from an ant to a bigger ant. Roar! The Qinglin demon dragon spat out dragon breath towards Ling Chen, wanting to simply spray it to death. Seeing this, Ling Chen quickly dodged Long Shi's attack with 2 flashes. The dragon's breath sprayed on the rock wall above the cave, immediately corroding the rock wall into a large pit, and even green smoke came out. Space ban! Ling Chen shouted lowly, an invisible momentum was released from his body, and the space next to the demon dragon suddenly froze, and everything fell into a state of stillness. The Qinglin demon dragon kept when it was about to breathe, taking advantage of the fact that the demon dragon was in a state of prohibition. Thor-Fist Ling Chen took a step forward and displayed displayed his martial arts. A punch was thrown, and on the fist seal, thunder and lightning were entangled, and with a devastating power, it smashed into the demon dragon. Just when the fist seal was about to hit the demon dragon's defenseless abdomen, the demon dragon was liberated from the ban. The muscles in the demon dragon's abdomen suddenly tightened, and he carried the punch abruptly. Ling Chen's blow did not cause much consequence. "Boy, your trick." There was a hint of surprise in the demon dragon's eyes, and the ants in front of him could imprison themselves for a second? This situation has never been encountered or seen. Ling Chen's face was solemn, and he looked at the demon dragon with rapid breathing. This time ban, which combines time and space, can only imprison the other party for 1 second? The difference in strength is too big, and the skill is not powerful enough. Ling Chen muttered in a low voice, and a lot of fine cold sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. Wait a minute? Merge time and space. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if it was not just time and space that fused? The power may be able to go to the next level. Try it. As soon as this bold idea appeared in Ling Chen's mind, it was decisively finalized by Ling Chen. "Boy, you're done here." The voice of the demon dragon came, and then spat dragon breath towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen dodged the dragon's breath with a flash. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, his hands were open, and on his left hand, a white flame quietly appeared, fluctuating and beating. Almost at the same time, on Ling Chen's right hand, a rolling cold air appeared. Staring at the 2 types of abilities in Ling Chen's hand again, the demon dragon appeared sluggish for a moment. How many kinds of abilities does this human in front of him have? It stared at Ling Chen and continued to spit out dragon breath. Ling Chen flashed and dodged one after another, suspended in the sky, and above the sky, thunder and lightning converged wildly. Bai Ling, who was meditating and healing in the corner, looked at Ling Chen's back and shouted worriedly in his heart. "Ha fusion." Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The fire in his left hand, the ice in his right hand, and the thunder in the sky slowly moved closer to the center. A superpower can make you have great power. If it were 5 in 1, wouldn't it be stronger? The ice and fire thunder frantically gathered together, forming a larger and larger ball of light. A terrifying aura emanated from the ball of light. Space-based ability, join. Time is a power, join. The 5 types of abilities frantically converged into one. The ball of light became bigger and bigger, and the aura became more and more terrifying. As if it was about to explode at any time, the demon dragon looked at the ball of light summoned by Ling Chen, with a hint of fear in his eyes. From above, it felt a hint of danger. The source energy in his body continued to flow into the ball of light, and Ling Chen continued to compress and compress the gradually expanding ball of light. In the end, when a certain balance point was reached between the 5 types of abilities, the formed ball of light no longer absorbed energy. Ling Chen took the ball of light in his hand, looked at the demon dragon, and showed a very kind smile. The demon dragon's eyelids jumped, and a bad premonition came to his heart. It silently took a few steps back, trying to run away. "Hee, want to leave? It's late." Ling Chen smiled softly, and his body shook and disappeared in place. Space ban, flash, go to death. Ling Chen smashed the ball of light in his hand into the demon dragon, blasting towards the top of the demon dragon's head. A second passed in an instant, but the ball of light had already come to the demon dragon. When the ball of light hit the body of the demon dragon, it suddenly rioted, followed by a bang. Bang! The energy of the 5 systems exuded a devastating aura, and exploded in front of the demon dragon. It swept away in an instant, and the demon dragon's body was swept in. Ah! The demon dragon roared in pain and stopped abruptly. Bang! The entire demon dragon's body exploded with the explosion of the ball of light, and was blown into a blood mist. Before the explosion, Ling Chen flashed away from the central source, but was also affected by the impact of the explosion, stumbled and crashed into the wall by the impact. The blood mist in the sky drifted away. Ling Chen slipped down from the wall, lay on the ground with a violent cough, and blood kept oozing out from the corners of his mouth. Obviously his injuries were not light. "Ling Chen, are you okay?" Bai Ling held his hand and walked over. "It's okay, just recuperate for 2 days." Ling Chen waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Then at this moment, Ling Chen suddenly felt a strange feeling spread all over his body, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Ling Chen's body began to heat up, as if he had taken something. "Damn, should I?" Ling Chen's face changed. He turned his head, looked at Bai Ling's face slightly red, and looked at him with a confused look. Bai Ling's eyes were blurred, his eyes were red, as if he was drunk, and a faint red color appeared on his cheeks. His eyes were closed, and he called softly, "Ling Chen." Bai Ling's voice was weak and soft, as if he would fall down at any time. The crisp sound made Ling Chen a little dazed. "No way. This matter must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, I am afraid the consequences will be unimaginable." Ling Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm the distracting thoughts in his heart. The source energy in his body surged, wanting to suppress the strangeness that arose in his heart. It was that strangeness, the more it was suppressed, the stronger it rebounded. Bai Ling stretched out his arms and hugged Ling Chen tightly, close to each other, as if he would never want to be separated. Feeling the warm fragrance of the nephrite of the beauty in his arms, Ling Chen's reason was finally suppressed. The endless ice gas spread, condensed into ice, and sealed off the entire underground cave. Faintly, there were slight bursts of sound. Under the cave, a scenery is being staged, but unfortunately, no one has this eye. A whole day and a night passed quietly. The ice shattered, and two figures slowly walked out. The figure behind him looked a little awkward when he walked. The figure in front of him was Ling Chen. His expression was a little trance-like. He felt as if he had a very gorgeous and colorful spring dream. With the peerless beauty behind him, one night made him feel the land of tenderness, and it was difficult to extricate himself. This whole night made him experience great happiness, and even made him feel that he was a little reluctant to wake up. In his mind, he kept recalling that shy face, and for some reason, a strange impulse surged from his chest, which made him speed up his pace. Thinking about it, Ling Chen couldn't help but turn his head and stare at Bai Ling's white skin, her face as delicate as mutton fat jade, her eyelashes like butterflies spreading their wings, and her pink lips. Ahem, cough. Seeing Ling Chen's eyes fall on him, Bai Ling's pretty face turned red and he lowered his head. Belch. Ling Chen touched his nose awkwardly. What happened last night? Before Ling Chen could finish speaking, Bai Ling stretched out his jade hand to cover Ling Chen's mouth and interrupted him. Linger said, I will be your person from now on. Bai Ling lowered his head and said in a weak voice. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, and then finished firmly. Don't worry, Linger, I will be responsible for you. You can stay by my side with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will never let you down. A hint of strange color flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, and then he lowered his head again. There was a warm current crossing my heart. System, what's going on? Ding, the system has prompted. Try not to be poisoned. Who knows, this poison is now deeply in my heart. Ahem. No. Ding, no need to explain, I understand. After all, someone just performed skin hardening. Do you voyeurize the system? Ding, sleepy, go to sleep first. Linger, let's go, come back to the human race with me. Ling Chen said. Bai Ling nodded. With a one-night skin-to-skin relationship, the relationship between the two is also getting closer rapidly. Ling Chen naturally stepped forward and hugged Bai Ling's waist, and the two of them flew in the direction of the human race. Bai Ling did not resist and just let Ling Chen hug him. Although there was a separation between the two, the moment Ling Chen hugged Bai Ling's waist, this septum seemed to disappear instantly. Bai Ling's face was slightly red and he didn't dare to look up. There was no communication between the two, but they understood many things in each other's hearts. Speeding all the way, extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it was already a few hundred meters away. 3 days later, the Beast Pass. The majestic city walls stand tall. It's here. Ling Chen looked at the town Beast Pass in the distance and said to Bai Ling, you go back to the clan first. I'll find you after passing the level. Okay. After saying that, Ling Chen took out the array plate and sent Bai Ling into the trial land. When Bai Ling's figure disappeared, an inexplicable faint sense of loss arose in Ling Chen's heart. Shaking his head, kicking under his feet, Ling Chen flew towards the demon suppression pass. Ha! Ling Chen suddenly stopped, frowning, and looking at the messy ruins in front of him. This is the gate of the town Beast Pass. The gates of a city were half destroyed, and it looked as if they had been breached. It seems that the beast tide a few days ago has broken through the city. Ling Chen restrained his breath and walked slowly to the vicinity of the city gate. Who is it? Stop! As soon as Ling Chen walked near the city gate, the guards immediately picked up their weapons and stopped them in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen took out the token from the ring and showed it to the guard. I've seen the garrison marshal. Please come in. The machine detected that it was the token of the Dawn Academy, and the guard at the door immediately saluted. Ling Chen nodded and walked into the Beast Pass. Entering the Beast Pass, Ling Chen's eyes swept around. In the town Beast Pass, some shops have been destroyed and some have collapsed. The buildings on the streets are dilapidated and ruined. Is this war? Ling Chen muttered, his heart filled with an inexplicable sadness. At the same time, my mood became a little heavy. The Beast Pass is the largest city of the human race, and the strength of the human race is not weak, but there is no way to resist the attack of those barbaric monsters, and it is attacked into the city. A group of soldiers who were patrolling the road were stopped after showing their certificates. What was the outcome of the war a few days ago, and how is it now? A middle-aged soldier whose face could still see bloodstains was full of perseverance. Crushing victory. The middle-aged soldier sighed. Our army suffered heavy losses, with more than half of them killed or wounded. In the end, it was Marshal Xia who injured the leader of the other party, and the beast tide retreated. Hearing this news, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although he didn't know the specific situation of this battle, he also knew that the human race must have paid a lot of price. Took out a bottle of platinum-level source ascension pill and stuffed it into the middle-aged warrior's hand. This is a bottle of ascending pill, you share a point. After saying that, Ling Chen turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. There is still half a month left for the assessment, and Ling Chen decided to rush back first to avoid delays. When Ling Chen came out of the Beast Pass, he went back to the place of trial and called Bai Ling out. Isn't it too boring to be accompanied by a beauty along the way? When he saw Bai Ling, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh secretly. The clouds and flowers are beautiful, and the spring breeze blows against the railing, and the dew is thick. At this time, Bai Ling was wearing a light blue outfit, a pair of black leather pants and a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, which set off her exquisite and graceful figure. The slender legs, straight straight and slender, make people can't help but take a few more looks. The body exudes a youthful and lively temperament, and a pair of eyes are clear and pure, as if it is a clear spring, without the slightest impurities. Linger, it's so beautiful, Ling Chen praised. Bai Ling smiled slightly, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, and she lowered her head, looking extremely shy. Let's go, come home with me. Ling Chen stepped forward and stretched out his hand to put his arms around Bai Ling's slender waist. Bai Ling bit his red lip lightly and nodded. Ling Chen's figure flashed, and he swept away with Bai Ling into the distance. Hey, I always feel like I've forgotten something. Forget it. Feeling the silky and soft touch coming from his hand, Ling Chen couldn't help but speed up and galloped with Bai Ling. Demon Realm, a certain place. Captain, when will the Lord summon us back? A masked shadow assassin clenched his fists and asked Chijio. Wait with peace of mind, it is impossible for the Lord to forget us. Chijio shook his head and said, B. The shadow assassin responded and turned to leave. A line of shadow assassins had already reached the platinum level of 4 stars, and they had not waited for Ling Chen to appear. For more than 10 days in a row, Ling Chen was running all the way, taking Bai Ling, who had never been to the human area, to play around. Bai Ling followed Ling Chen, and every time he saw something novel, he couldn't help but exclaim, and then stared at Ling Chen with admiring eyes. This made Ling Chen quite proud. Hey! Several draws, 2 garbage prefecture-level exercises were drawn, and a skill to strengthen the skill. You can strengthen a skill of your own. Ling Chen looked at the hardening of the skin that was often used these days, fell into deep thought. Forget it, it's almost half an hour. No matter how long it takes, Xiaolingzi can't bear it. It's all for the sake of her body. Enhanced, spacetime band. Ding, use the enhancement skill to strengthen the spacetime band. Incomplete. Ding, skill defect detected. Change to repair by default. Ding, successfully repaired. Obtain the time and space band. Spacetime band, domain type skill, time and space within the scope of confinement. Can go back 1 second within the scope of confinement. Yes, this wave is not a loss. It is not in vain that I gave up skin hardening. Seeing that the complete spacetime band actually had the ability to go back in time and space, Ling Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart. On this day, it was when Ling Chen took Bai Ling to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, the communicator rang, disrupting Ling Chen and Bai Ling's leisure. Ling Chen looked at the number of the school director. Ling Chen, little friend, the graduation assessment is going tomorrow. Where are you now? How are you prepared? After the communicator was connected, the enthusiastic voice of Dong Xiao came. Ling Chen was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, assessment? Hearing Ling Chen's puzzled voice, the corners of Dong Xiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This girl won't really give herself a holiday. Ling Chen quickly reacted. The days passed so fast. Don't worry, Principal Dong, I'm ready. The assessment will not disappoint you. Ling Chen promised. Okay, so I'm completely relieved, hahaha. Dong Xiao laughed. Hanging up the communicator, Ling Chen waved to Bai Ling. Bai Ling obediently walked up to Ling Chen and asked, what's wrong? Let's go back. Ling Chen said with a smile, pulling Bai Ling and flying towards Qianan City. Evening. Qianan City. Finally, just in time for the city gate to close, I entered the city. As soon as he entered the city gate, Ling Chen released Bai Ling out of the space. Ling Chen did not rush back, but took Bai Ling to the city lord's mansion. After the construction superpower selected by Ling Chen last time, the entire underground city lord's mansion has been built into an indestructible underground castle. In the study of the city lord's mansion, City Lord Yi was sitting in his seat, holding a bunch of drawings, studying them carefully. Ling Chen and Bai Ling suddenly flashed to the desk. Ha! City Lord Yi looked up and saw Ling Chen, with an excited look on his face. Ling Xiao, you are finally here. City Lord Yi hurriedly stood up from his chair and came forward. How is it, City Lord Yi? How efficient is the construction this time? Ling Chen asked with a smile. City Lord Yi slapped his thigh and was excited. Extremely efficient. The underground castle of our City Lord's mansion has been basically completed these days and is in the final stage. Hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Ling Chen's face. Yes, I have a group of excellent goblin builders here, see if it helps. Come out. Goblin. A swirling crack appeared, and dozens of goblins with dark bodies and sharp heads drilled out of the cracks. This is... City Lord Yi was stunned for a moment, and then a shocked look appeared on his face. Goblin? Ling Xiao, you actually have a goblin? Goblin, come, you helped the City Lord build the underground castle well, and while maintaining the original state, strengthen it, and there must be no flaw in the slightest. Ling Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Dozens of goblins shouted in unison. City Lord Yi was shocked and speechless. The goblin was a master builder. Moreover, the architectural level of the goblin is beyond the reach of all human architects. That's right. Forgot. Ling Chen knocked his head, which could be forgotten. Come out, shadow assassin. Qi Jiao and dozens of shadow assassins walked out of the shadows. Lord, you have finally summoned us. Why does Qi Jiao often have tears in his eyes? Just because of his sincerity and his loyalty to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. From now on, the headquarters of Shadow will be located in the basement of the City Lord's mansion. Move in when the construction is completed. B. Lord. Qi Jiao and the others responded in unison. their voices loud and sonorous. After arranging it, after giving a few simple instructions, Ling Chen left with Bai Ling. Only Lord Yi, the goblins and the shadow assassins were left to look at each other. City Lord Yi continued to be shocked. These men in black were all platinum level high-level auras, and they all listened to Ling Chen. Sure enough, I didn't make the wrong choice. Sure enough, the thighs are still thick and fragrant. Back in the community, Ling Chen flashed back to his room directly with Bai Ling. Soon, there was an indescribable sound in the room. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Ling Chen washed up and got up. Today is the day of graduation assessment, but it can't be sooner or later. Is the third level of Dawn Academy really that simple? It was a time for Ling Chen to think deeply. I was awakened by a familiar beep. Ding, the system promulgates tasks. Please check. System task, get the first place in the assessment. Please check. Mission reward 1, clan size doubling card times 1. Mission reward 2, exclusive skill card times 1. Mission reward 3, clan skill bonus card times 1. Not bad. When I opened the door, there was a rustling sound in the kitchen. Hearing the movement, the second daughter hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Brother, you're back. Ling Shi shouted sweetly and pounced on him. Lingling on the side also smiled excitedly. Well, is back. Rubbing his sister's head, Ling Chen replied with a smile. Feeling that his sister's strength seemed to have improved somewhat, Ling Chen checked it curiously. Ling Shi, apprentice 9 stars, 888/900. Loyalty, 100, acceptable. That's right, not yet. Sister, your brother and I are going to set up an organization by ourselves to exterminate monsters. Looking at his sister, Ling Chen said seriously. Hearing this, Ling Shi was stunned. She never thought that her brother would choose to set up his own organization, and it was to exterminate monsters. Isn't this a little too crazy? Not only Ling Shi was stunned, but even Ling Ling on the side was stunned. Brother, I support you. Take me with you. Soon Ling Shi reacted. Yes, and me, I want to join. Ling Ling followed. Looking at the appearance of the two, Ling Chen smiled. The second daughter successfully joined Ling Chen's legion. After talking and laughing with his sisters, Ling Chen hurried to school to take the graduation assessment. This graduation assessment is somewhat similar to the mock test. Measure source gas and attack strength. Measure talent. Measure actual combat. The score of source energy strength is increased from 1 star to 9 stars at the apprentice level, adding 100 to 900 points respectively. The strength of the attack is scored directly by the kilogram. Talent, SSS has a 2.6x score bonus. As a result, the proportion of each downgrade is reduced by 0.2 times. In the end, the key actual battle is given points based on performance, and under normal circumstances, there will be no players below 60 unless you are eliminated. Xianin City No. 1 High School. Playground. Thousands of candidates are waiting. Ling Chen's arrival instantly caused a scream. Isn't that Ling Chen? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads, and their eyes fell on Ling Chen, who had just arrived. With a faint smile, Ling Chen walked to his class. Brother Chen, where have you been playing during this time? You didn't take me with you. As soon as he saw Ling Chen, Yi Kong stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, as if he was telling you where to go. You can't skip school. Ling Chen, this time you are the first in all of China. You should be stable. That's it. Don't look at who our Ling Chen is. The national competition has crushed the whole audience. Since the national competition, Ling Chen has become a new generation of influential figures. Just when the group was touting around Ling Chen, they wanted to get the divine light of the great god. A radio sound spread. The source chi and strength assessment begins, and the students from classes 1 to 5 are invited to take the test. Hearing this, a quarter of the classes on the playground moved and lined up to walk towards the test bench. On the 5 test benches, there was a spirit test stone and a machine to test strength. There is only one instrument for talent testing, which is placed on the high platform directly in front of the playground. Behind the high platform, there is a large screen, and on the screen, everyone's test rankings are being recorded in real time at this moment. Today, the first place is Wang Ba from class 8. Test score, 616. Just as Ling Chen's class was still waiting below, the radio sounded again. Ling Chen, please go to the high platform alone to test. Ignoring the surprised eyes around him, Ling Chen walked up to the high platform unhurriedly. Ha, Ling Chen, I haven't seen you for many days. I'm a lot more energetic. Dong Xiao stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile. The invigilator on the side asked, Ling Chen, you give us a bottom. How much upper limit of strength tester is appropriate? After all, you know, last time Ling Chen mercilessly punched the tester. Is the upper limit of 10,000 enough? Ling Chen shook his head. All the teachers gasped. You know, the strength of 10,000 is a gold level strength, and Ling Chen's strength actually surpasses it. Then 50,000. The test teachers said in a trembling tone. Ling Chen nodded and stepped forward to the front of the spirit test stone first. Slowly put his hand up, the source energy in his body surged, and he rushed towards the spirit stone. The spirit stone flashed with dazzling light. You say, how much Ling Chen's source chi has reached? In the last national competition, Ling Chen's strength has reached a bronze level of 3 stars, and now 4 or 5 stars should not be a problem, about 4 or 5,000 points. The candidates below are talking a lot, and everyone is still very curious about Ling Chen's results. This is. Seeing Ling Chen's results, several teachers around him were already shocked. 84,210. Silver 8 stars. The invigilator, who was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting, entered his results into the system. On the big screen, Ling Chen's results appeared, and he occupied the first position without any surprises. Ling Chen, is it human? It's also a 9-year supernatural education, but you're the only one? Everyone was shocked. But soon, something even more shocking happened. Ling Chen took a few steps forward and came to the tester. Looking at the tester, Ling Chen's right hand shrank slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Let me see what real power is. Without any bells and whistles, Ling Chen punched out. The fist waved and drove the wind, bombarding the tester. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and the numbers on the tester rose steadily. The teachers on the side all gathered around, wanting to see how strong Ling Chen's punch was. The numbers on the tester instantly exceeded 10,000, 20,000, and finally stayed at a number that makes everyone hold their chins. 24,888. Pure power of a platinum 6-star. When Ling Chen's power appeared on the big screen. Wow! The entire examination room, after 3 seconds of silence, the entire playground boiled. Ling Chen be a person. Accept your magical powers. It's also just awakened. How do you let our group of apprentices play? Are we the same cultivation system? After the teachers were stunned, Dong Xiao suddenly laughed. God bless my #1 high school. Ha 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 ha. Our school is about to take off. Next year's tuition fee must be increased. At the school gate, a sculpture of Ling Chen must be built. After Ling Chen's test, the rest of the tests became boring. No matter how good you are, there is an unattainable existence there. Soon, all the candidates completed the first test. Next, it is everyone's talent test. The talent test for basically everyone has not changed until Ling Chen's appearance. Ask Ling Chen to take a talent test. Here is the talent test. The most eye-catching moment has arrived. The Ling Chen competition showcased fire, lightning and space abilities. It's so much that people want to see it with their own eyes. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the light screen of the tester in front of Ling Chen, and the results of the talent test could be displayed directly on the light screen on the test instrument. Ling Chen unhurriedly, in the eyes of everyone, walked to the front of the test instrument. Slowly, put your hand on it. A crimson source chi appeared on Ling Chen's palm. The source energy surged, pouring into the test instrument like a red dragon returning home. Soon, a neat line of big characters appeared on the light screen. SSS level fire system. There was an uproar in the playground. Cow asterisk. Isn't Ling Chen's fire ability a B level? When did it become SSS level? Everyone was talking. Immediately afterwards, the source chi in Ling Chen's hand turned purple, and the big characters on the light screen changed. SSS level thunder system. Another triple S. Ling Chen is awesome. Ling Chen is awesome. Under the high platform, a neat shout came. At the next moment, the source energy in Ling Chen's hand was changed again, and the silver-white source energy gushed out and rushed towards the test instrument. SSS. S. As if it was stuck, Ling Chen's ability level could not be completely displayed on the light screen. Even the instruments were stunned by Ling Chen's ability. Ling Chen, I want to give you a monkey. Brother Chen, I want a fencing with you. Hold your thighs tightly, starting with hugging Ling Chen's thighs. Ling Chen smiled faintly and shook his head slightly towards the platform. This is not his full strength. Ling Chen, you are really hidden. Dong Xiao is about to go crazy. Ling Chen's achievement, the first in China, can basically be said to be stable. It's okay. Ling Chen responded. Soon, the results of Ling Chen's first 2 assessments came out. 283,655. An almost magical number. It is more than 50 times different from the second place in the school with a score of 5,050. After many shocks, everyone calmed down for Ling Chen's total score. Isn't this score reasonable? Next, it is the actual combat assessment. The rules of the assessment made Ling Chen very familiar with it and simulated the primeval forest throughout the process. Each monster killed earns corresponding points. The equivalent value is added to your total score. Candidates can grab points from each other. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose inadvertently, patiently waiting for the start of the actual combat assessment. At this moment, a eagle tens of meters long, hovered over the playground and landed slowly. A man in military uniform with a major's epaulets on his shoulders and a slightly bloated middle-aged man wearing gold glasses jumped off the back of the eagle and walked towards Ling Chen. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression on his face and said, "Are you Ling Chen's classmate?" Ling Chen nodded and looked at the man suspiciously. "Hello, I am Su Liang, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education of China." The man with golden silk glasses said to Ling Chen, "I'm here to tell you, Ling Chen, your strength far exceeds that of your peers, so you need to conduct a separate assessment. Of course, this is the requirement of your academy." The man with golden glasses continued. Ling Chen nodded and said, "I don't know what my separate assessment is." The man with golden glasses waved his right hand, and the man in military uniform on the side immediately dismissed the people around him. Your separate assessment content is to break into the Demon Tower. Demon Suppression Tower? Ling Chen wondered. This name is so familiar. That's right. As the name suggests, the Demon Suppression Tower is to fight monsters. The Demon Suppression Tower has a total of 81 floors. The higher you go, the stronger the monster beasts become. The first layer corresponds to the strength of the bronze level 1 star, and every 9th layer is a large class, and so on. The difficulty of breaking through the level can be divided into 4 modes: novice, easy, difficult, and hell. The difference between the 4 difficulties lies in the number of opponents, and with each increase in difficulty, the number will increase tenfold. The number of monsters on the difficulty of newcomers is 1, and hell is 1,000. And the assessment given to you by your academy is to pass the 30 floors of the difficulty level. 30 floors, 100 platinum level 3-star monsters. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Is there any reward for breaking into the Demon Tower? Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and asked immediately. The reward is to enhance your spiritual strength, and with each layer passed, you can increase your spiritual strength by 1 layer. Spiritual power? Ling Chen was startled, and then he was relieved. Spiritual power is also a supernatural ability? Oh, I get it. That's right. You can understand it as a kind of ability, or spiritual power. Deputy Minister Jin Shi, for powerful superpowers, strong spiritual power is also essential. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, understand. The man with golden glasses nodded in satisfaction. If you are ready, you can follow us to start the assessment immediately. After Ling Chen nodded and said he was ready, Deputy Minister Jin Shi and the middle-aged man turned around and left with Ling Chen. In the envious eyes of everyone, Ling Chen got on the back of the eagle. Ah! With a long howl, the eagle flapped its wings, shook the ground, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The eagle soared in the sky, and the wind howled. Just as he got on the eagle in the early morning, the eagle had already rushed into the sky with Ling Chen. The speed of this eagle is actually faster than when I was on a plane. Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, a majestic tower appeared in Ling Chen's field of vision, which was the Demon Suppression Tower. Is this the Demon Suppression Tower? It looks quite powerful and domineering. Ling Chen secretly admired. Oh, the eagle circled a few times over the Demon Suppression Tower, and finally landed on a boulder and stopped flying. Ling Chen looked down from a high place and saw that the entire Demon Suppression Tower was shrouded in a golden curtain of light. A strong coercion came to his face, as if something was about to break through the golden curtain of light and fly out of it. The eagle's body trembled slightly, as if there was something in this demon tower that made him very afraid. Is there any prohibition inside this Demon Suppression Tower? Ling Chen was secretly shocked. It's here, let's go, said to Ling Chen. Hearing the words of the deputy minister, Ling Chen came back to his senses, jumped down, and followed him towards the Demon Suppression Tower. At the main entrance, the guards are tight. Ling Chen took a closer look and found that these people were all diamond-level powerhouses. Seeing this situation, Ling Chen secretly smacked his tongue. Is the guard of this demon tower so strict? When they came to the door of the Demon Suppression Tower, the 2 guards stretched out their hands to stop everyone. Please show the passing token. One of the men, wearing armor and a weapon at his waist, shouted in a deep voice. Breakthrough token? Ling Chen frowned slightly and looked at Su Liang, the vice minister next to him, suspiciously. Heh, your Dawn Academy token can be used. Su Liang laughed. I see. Ling Chen was sudden, and then took out the temporary token with his name from his arms and handed it to the guards for inspection. Okay, let's go in. A guard waved his hand. Ling Chen, go in and break through. We will wait for you outside. Su Liang said with a smile, and the group turned to leave, leaving Ling Chen and the guards in place. Ling Chen nodded and walked towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Stepping on the steps, pushing open the door of the Demon Suppression Tower, raising his feet and walking into the Demon Suppression Tower, it was like entering a desolate open space. After Ling Chen entered, the door slowly closed. Stepping on the ground, bursts of slight rumbling sounds in the ears, which makes people feel awe. Looking up, the surroundings were endless and dark. Welcome to the Demon Tower. Please choose the difficulty level of breaking through the tower. Beginner, easy, hard and hell mode. Once selected, it must not be modified for life. The number of monsters in each level mode is 10 times that of the previous level. In addition, the novice level can adjust the pain sensation by as low as 10%, while the normal level can adjust the pain sensation by 50%. By the time you reach the difficulty level, it has already reached 100%. As for the hell mode, 500% pain. An old voice came from the void and echoed inside the Demon Suppression Tower. The assessment line set by Shuguan College is the 30th level of the difficult mode. In this case, Ling Chen did not hesitate at all and chose hell mode. Select hell mode. For nothing else, just for the thousands of monsters of the same order in each layer. It is said that the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward for passing. Hell mode is on, consciousness transfer is coming soon. Just as Ling Chen was puzzled, a beam of white light fell from the sky and enveloped Ling Chen. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes and froze motionless. A blood-red world is empty. Ling Chen's figure suddenly appeared, standing on a boulder, surrounded by endless desolation. location, without any living beings or vegetation. The place he was in seemed to be a dead zone. What the hell is this place? Ling Chen whispered, immediately muttered to himself, this should be the transmission of thoughts. Hell mode is on, please get ready. Being killed is regarded as a failure to break through, and the mind returns to the body. The first level starts in 3 minutes. A series of voices sounded from the void, reminding Ling Chen to start breaking through. Hearing these hints, Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and then his eyes froze, and he took out the Xianyuan sword. Touched the Xianyuan sword body. Today, let you eat enough. 3 minutes later, on the horizon in the distance, there were bursts of rapid hooves, followed by a burst of bronze-level aura rising into the sky. 1,000 bronze-level 1-star monsters. Looking at the monster beast rushing over, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. My Xianyuan sword is already hungry and thirsty. These bronze-level monster beasts did not pose the slightest threat to him at all. They were just a group of cannon fodder. What you really need to be afraid of is the number of layers behind. Kill! Ling Chen shouted lowly, and the Xianyuan sword slashed down suddenly. But with Ling Chen's slash, hundreds of bloody lights burst out, and the bronze-level monster beasts fell to the ground in an instant, and they couldn't die anymore. After death, the monster beast turned into a white light and was absorbed by Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword. It's so cool, come again. Ling Chen laughed loudly, and slashed out with another sword. But hundreds of bronze-level monster beasts died under the Xianyuan sword. Sword after sword, Ling Chen continued to kill bronze-level monsters, extremely fast. Soon, thousands of monster beasts were all solved by Ling Chen. System, experience, did you steal food for me? Ding, these contemplating monsters are already dead, and this is just the incarnation of the soul after death. Ling Chen touched his chin, always feeling that something was wrong, and checked the soul power of the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword, soul power 3899/10,000. The battle just now added 1,000 soul power, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it has increased, otherwise the hell mode will be in vain. The first level was successfully passed. A cloud of white mist approached with the old voice and floated in front of Ling Chen. Ding, detect the spiritual origin, can be absorbed. Absorb. Ling Chen silently thought in his heart, and the mist in front of him turned into a stream of air, and a wisp of coolness poured into Ling Chen's brain from his whole body. In an instant, Ling Chen felt that his current spiritual strength had increased a lot, and it had increased by a whole 10%. As expected of hell mode, Ling Chen couldn't help but look forward to the next level. The second level is about to start. Please get ready. The old voice sounded again. Soon, Ling Chen came to the 8th floor. Ling Chen's spiritual power has more than doubled. Just as Ling Chen was killing the monster, the system prompt sound suddenly came. Ding, the soul power is collected, and the Xianyuan sword can be unsealed. Finally, with full soul power, it can be unblocked. Ling Chen took out 16 pounds of divine iron from the Space 5 series beast cores, and unsealed them. A golden light enveloped the Xianyuan sword, as well as the divine iron and beast cores. Gradually, the three merged into one. The golden light turned into a pillar of light and soared into the sky, as if it was about to break through the sky. If it was outside the demon suppression tower, Ling Chen believed that it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Ding, the first layer of sealing is complete. Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the attribute bar of the Xianyuan sword and checked it. Xianyuan sword, seal platinum, attack, 29,999. Xianyuan sword style, the first sword, 10,000 swords return to the sect. The second sword, Xianyuan sword song. Xianyuan sword song, transform your body into sword energy, quickly shuttle and slash all enemies within the attack range several times, causing damage, and being invincible during the transformation into sword energy. The last 6 styles are not unlocked. Sealing the second layer, unlocking conditions. 1 gold, 1 gold, 1 gold, 1 gold, 1 gold, 1 piece, and 1 platinum level beast core. 2, a chaos crystal. 3, soul power, 0/1000000. Seeing the newly unlocked sword style, Ling Chen couldn't help but fall into joy. Invincibility during casting, which adds too many possibilities. Seeing the conditions for unlocking the second layer of seals, Ling Chen curled his lips. There is nothing wrong with the beast core. What is the chaos crystal? As for soul power, keep killing. Holding the Xianyuan sword that was unsealed on the first layer, and the sword body appearance became more domineering and agile, Ling Chen split out with a sword. Shout! A sharp sword chi instantly pierced through dozens of bronze level 8-star monster beasts. After the sword chi pierced dozens of monster beasts, the sword chi still kept charging forward. Shout! 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 It wasn't until all the monsters in this direction were killed that the sword energy slowly dissipated. The power is much stronger than before. Is this the power of unblocking the first layer? Looking at the sword chi in front of him, Ling Chen was excited. It didn't take long for Ling Chen to pass the 8th level. After absorbing the spiritual air mass of the 8th layer, Ling Chen waited for the opening of the 9th layer again. The assessment from the outside world lasted for 3 whole days and finally ended. The day after the assessment, the results of the national assessment came out. 1. The result that surprised everyone came. The first place was not Ling Chen. Ling Chen's name came second. 2nd. Lingchen, 283655. Birthplace, Taiyunnanqing No. 1 High School. Like the scores of the first two doors, did Lingchen give up participating in the actual combat assessment? The first place is a name that has never appeared in the national competition, Chu Tian. Except for a few people who know that Chu Tian comes from a university directly under the military department, not many people are familiar with his name. And Chu Tian's score is jaw-dropping. Chu Tian, 1980496. Birthplace, Military University. What kind of assessment score is this? You know, killing a bronze-level monster is only 1,000 points. How many are you killing? This is a special stabbing of the monster's nest, right? Be yourself. I'm going. Is this guy also from a university in the military region? Yes, it seems that the military is also spending a lot of money. All over the country, there was a lot of discussion about Chu Tian's achievements. At this time, Dawn City, the training ground of the military department, a young figure slowly walked by, a look full of shock and awe, and fell on Chu Tian's body in unison, with a strong sense of admiration and respect. The young man in front of him, as soon as he woke up, showed extraordinary combat effectiveness, and in a short period of time, he broke through to the bronze level of 7 stars, which was stronger than the average soldier who had been in the army for a year. The strength is comparable to the strength of silver. Ling Chen, in the last national competition, there was no chance to fight. This time, let's take the assessment results as our first meeting. For everyone's gaze, the young man's face was flat and he didn't care at all. This kind of gaze has long been accustomed to it. Chu Tian, well done. Trial Tower hard mode has broken into the 10th floor? An old man with gray hair and white beard stroked his beard and a relieved smile on his face. Yes, teacher. The young man clasped his hands and said, the sound was like a great bell. The old man nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Inside the demon tower, 30 stories. Xian Yuan Sword Song. Ling Chen turned into sword chi and kept shuttling. One after another, the sword chi cut through the void, bringing up a fluffy and bright blood flower, and killed all the surrounding monsters. Call. Taking back the Xian Yuan sword, Ling Chen exhaled heavily. After killing 1,000 platinum level 4-star monsters, Ling Chen felt a hint of fatigue. He couldn't remember how many times he had swung the Xian Yuan sword in the previous 30 levels. After absorbing the spiritual air mass of the reward, Ling Chen could feel that a layer of diaphragm seemed to break invisibly. Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He could feel that he had a more obvious understanding of the world between heaven and earth. My own mental strength seems to have broken through. System? Ding! Congratulations to the host's spiritual power for breaking through the mortal realm and entering the human realm. Oh, spiritual power. Ling Chen touched his nose. Okay, that's it for today. Since the Dawn Academy token can be used as a level breaking token, come back next time. It's time to get out. Ling Chen entered the demon suppression tower, and it had been 4 days. At the beginning, everyone who was still suspecting that Ling Chen's actual results had gone wrong waited for a long time to no avail, and could only feel sorry for Ling Chen. A beam of white light enveloped Ling Chen, and Ling Chen, who had been closing his eyes all the time, opened his eyes. I looked at my body, and it was still there, so I was relieved. Turning around, he opened the door. For days, Ling Chen returns. The door of the demon suppression tower was opened again after a few days. With a crunch, a beam of light shot out of the gate. Hearing the movement, the people who were meditating and practicing on the side raised their heads with empty eyes. Finally, can you go back and practice well? Ling Chen, seeing Ling Chen walk out, Deputy Su stepped forward and said curiously, how? Ling Chen smiled faintly, secretly moved the source energy, stretched out his right hand, and a dark gold emblem appeared in the palm of his hand. As soon as he saw the dark golden color appear, Deputy Su's pupils shrank. How level? A number of 30 is displayed in the palm of his hand. Deputy Su's eyes were completely shocked, and he looked at Ling Chen's eyes with a hint of admiration. Ling Chen, your performance is really amazing. Deputy Su's tone was with a hint of a smile. I'll help you register your results. Deputy Su took out a special scanner from the ring, swept the mark on Ling Chen's palm. Didi, and on the scanner, a number appeared that made people drag their chins to the ground. 409-300-0000. Good guy, can you be a person? It seems that most of the candidates this year are in the 3 or 4 figures, right? Ahem, Ling Chen, I need to report your grade. In the end, we may not release your assessment results, may I? After being sluggish for a long time, Deputy Su reacted. Yes, but I must be the first in the national assessment. No problem. Su Liang agreed without hesitation, joking, can you still be the second child with this achievement? This kid is really a monster. After Ling Chen's results were reported, a series of senior management were alarmed and a special meeting was held for him. This meeting took 2 hours. After the meeting, Deputy Minister Su told Ling Chen the content of the meeting. Ling Chen, we finally decided not to announce the results of this assessment, but the first place in the assessment is still yours. In addition, we will give you corresponding compensation. The compensation will be sent to you after passing through your Shiguang Academy. Hearing Deputy Su's words, Ling Chen nodded slightly and did not pursue it. Seeing that Ling Chen didn't have much opinion, Vice Minister Su breathed a sigh of relief. Then Ling Chen, let's take you back. After saying that, there was a chirping in the sky. The eagle that came spread its wings and hovered in the air. Nodding, Ling Chen jumped up and landed steadily on the eagle's back. The eagle spread its wings and soared. The eagle strikes the dawn. At the same time, when the heat of the assessment slowly dissipated, someone inadvertently discovered that the ranking of the assessment seemed to have changed. The first place became Ling Chen. Birthplace, Tiananqing No. 1 High School. What's going on? What do these question marks mean? The people who saw it for the first time shared it with the people around them, and soon, the news that the first place in the assessment became Ling Chen came. No way. I just said that in the previous assessment results, I didn't see Ling Chen's actual combat results, and it was indeed Ling Chen's first. Ling Chen YYDS. Although they didn't know Ling Chen's specific results, no one doubted the authenticity of Ling Chen's first. After all, Ling Chen's crushing results in the national competition are obvious to all. Tianan City, the first high school. At this moment, the playground was no longer as lively as a few days ago, and it was empty. The scorching sun is in the sky, and the sky is clear. In the distant sky, a faint herringbone eagle swept over the clouds and came quickly towards the side. On the back of the eagle, Ling Chen was resting with his eyes closed. The crazy battles in these days of trial have given Ling Chen a deep understanding of his current physical state. Although it has not yet reached its peak, it has reached a level of horror. Tweeted. The eagle's cry reached Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen, we're here. Minister Su's faint voice came. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, flashing with sharp essence. The eagle flew around the playground a few times, circled down, and gradually landed on the ground. Thank you. Ling Chen jumped off the eagle and patted the eagle's neck. Ling Chen, I still have something to rush back, so I left first. After sending Ling Chen to the place, Deputy Su proposed to resign, and he had to go back to discuss a series of issues about Ling Chen together. Good. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Subu gently patted the eagle's back. Sure. The eagle chirped a few times, and then, the eagle spread its wings and flew into the distance. It wasn't until the eagle's back disappeared from sight that Ling Chen retracted his gaze. When can the little dragon fly so handsomely? Boss, I'm already platinum. When I advance to the next level, I can fly. The little dragon's naive voice came to Ling Chen's mind. Oh, then when will you be able to advance? Ling Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. I don't know about this, Ling Chen. However, I will do my best. Xiaolong continued to assure Ling Chen. Too lazy to pay attention to Xiaolong, Ling Chen strolled around the campus. If nothing else, this is the last time he has set foot on this campus. After that, he will report to the Shiguang Academy, and I am afraid that he will not have much time to come back in the future. After the assessment, the campus suddenly lost 1/3 of the students, which was slightly cleaner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first place in the assessment. Completing the task, please pay attention to the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clan number doubling card, exclusive skill card, and clan skill bonus card. Clan size doubling card. After use, the total number of current clan members will be doubled, and the summon clan members will be doubled. Exclusive skill card. Randomly obtain an exclusive skill suitable for you. Clan skill bonus card. After use, the effective clan skill is increased by 100%. When Ling Chen was taking a relaxed step and wandering around, a system prompt sound came from his mind. Ling Chen touched his chin. The reward was okay. After all, this mission is quite simple. Brother inadvertently, Ling Shi, who came out of the classroom, saw Ling Chen strolling downstairs alone. Hearing a familiar call, Ling Chen turned around and looked up, and saw Ling Shi waving his right hand on the second floor. Ling Shi immediately ran downstairs, ran to Ling Chen, with a bright smile on his face, and shouted sweetly, "Brother, you are too good, the first in the country." Ling Chen was slightly stunned, smiled, and stretched out his hand to rub Ling Shi's hair. Work hard. By the way, I missed the days of your birthday. This is a gift for you. Ling Chen took out a space ring and handed it to Ling Shi. Thank you, brother. After taking the space ring, Ling Shi smiled even more on her face and said sweetly, there wasn't much in the ring. They were all some low-level elixirs that Ling Chen couldn't use anymore. The most precious thing is the pet egg of the divine beast Xinghuan that Ling Chen prepared early. In this egg, there is an ancient mythical beast Xinghuan. Cultivate it well. In the future, if you run out of resources, tell your brother. Looking at Ling Shi, Ling Chen instructed. Ling Shi nodded obediently. That's right. You go to a place with me. Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the assessment was over. Nothing happened. He was about to go to Dawn Academy, but as a result, his sister didn't know that the city lord's mansion was her own property. Okay. Ling Shi nodded obediently, reached out and held Ling Chen's hand. Flash. The two disappeared in place, and in the void, they vaguely came. I haven't asked for leave yet. City lord's Mansion. With the command and assistance of the Goblin Master, the entire underground kingdom has been strengthened. An underground complex capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people has been basically completed, leaving only the final frame and some details that need to be modified. The entire underground kingdom has a wide surface in the shape of an inverted triangle, divided into 3 levels in total. The first floor is mainly a place to train Legion members and engage in various research. Here, everything is to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the Legion. Let your Legion have a complete training system, as well as various experimental research that can enhance combat effectiveness, and the forging of elixirs and weapons is also here. The second floor is mainly the major branch organizations of the Legion, the main office space, and the corresponding headquarters base. The entire second floor is strictly divided into 6 areas, and at present, the assassins occupy 1 area. The remaining areas, in Ling Chen's vision, will also be divided into the Beast Tame group, the Summoning group, the Melee Warrior group, and the Ranged Mage group. Of course, the most important thing is the Commercial Logistics Corps that contributes to the entire corps. The location of the Logistics Regiment is set in the central area of the second floor. So far, it's up to the greedy goblins who have summoned to help you do a good job of zero-cost, high-reward trade, grab it for nothing. The third floor is the area where the top management of the corps stays, which will be divided into a residential area and a meeting area. The core figures of the entire army will be mainly responsible for working on this floor. At the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, Ling Chen flashed with Ling Shi to the gate of the City Lord's Mansion. Seeing the gate in front of him, Ling Shi looked at Ling Chen suspiciously. "Brother, why did you bring me to the City Lord's Mansion?" "You'll know when you go in," Ling Chen said with a smile and took the lead in walking in. Oh, looking at Ling Chen's appearance, Ling Shi didn't ask too much, and followed Ling Chen into the City Lord's Mansion. As soon as he entered the gate of the City Lord's Mansion, a young man dressed in guard costume greeted him. The man was thin, with a slightly dark face and a touch of respect and flattery in his eyes. "Ling Xiao." Ling Chen nodded. "Take me to see the City Lord." "Yes, please come this way." The man bowed slightly and respectfully led the way in front. Ling Shi on the side was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Ling Chen to actually know the City Lord, and the guards of the City Lord's Mansion respected him so much. Coming to the backyard of the City Lord's Mansion, the man stopped, pointed to the hall in front of him, and said, "Ling Xiao, the City Lord is inside. Please." "Kindness." Ling Chen responded lightly, pushed the door and entered the hall. The hall is very wide. The decoration is also very simple and bright. Yi Chengju is sitting on the main seat of the hall, looking down to read some artwork. Hearing the movement, City Lord Yi put down the letter and raised his head. Seeing the comer, a trace of excitement and joy flashed in his eyes. "Ling Xiao, it's done." Ling Chen smiled slightly, nodded and said to the City Lord, "Thank you for your hard work." The City Lord, "This is my sister. Take us to take a look." He, "This is what your subordinates should do." City Lord Yi waved his hand and said, "Young Master Ling, please come with me." After saying that, City Lord Yi led the way for Ling Chen and the two, and Ling Chen Ling Shi followed. Hearing the City Lord's call to Ling Chen, Xiaoxi covered his small mouth in surprise and pointed at Ling Chen with one point. "Brother, you, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Looking at Xiaoxi's surprised appearance with satisfaction, Ling Chen touched his nose, winked at Ling Shi and said, "Didn't I tell you, brother is going to set up an organization?" "You rebelled against the City Lord so quickly?" Ling Shi said in surprise. "Brother, how did you do it?" Ling Chen fell into deep thought, and after a long time, he opened his mouth and spat out a very reasonable reason. "This is all your brother's personality charm. Moreover, what is rebellion? Your brother and I don't rebel." Ling Chen backhanded and gently rewarded Ling Shi with a small chestnut. "It hurts." Ling Shi covered her head, rolled her eyes at Ling Chen, and curled her lips aggressively. Pure drama. Soon, the two followed the City Lord to the back hall of the conference hall. The City Lord stepped forward and twisted on the 2 candles. Boom! There was a continuous sound, and an entrance was revealed on the floor, and a downward staircase appeared in front of him. "Ling Xiao, please come in." The City Lord bent down and stretched out his hand, signaling Ling Chen to go first. "Thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome." The City Lord arched slightly. "Xiaoxi, go in." Ling Chen turned his head and said to Ling Shi, who looked confused. Ling Shi came back to his senses, and quickly followed Ling Chen's footsteps and walked towards the underground passage. Through the underground passage, they soon came to a council hall. On the left side of the hall, there are several tables and chairs. "Ling Xiao, the entire underground castle has been completely built into 3 floors according to your instructions. Each floor has a special entrance. The 3rd floor is the same, and we are now in the council hall on the 3rd floor." The City Lord pointed to a row of chairs in front of him and introduced. "Ding, the cooldown time of the summoning system has expired. You can summon it." While listening to City Lord Ye's introduction, suddenly a prompt sound from the system interrupted Ling Chen's thoughts. Ling Chen nodded and said, "Okay, introduce me later. Take me to the 2nd floor first. There is something that needs to be dealt with." City Lord Yi nodded and took Ling Chen to the 2nd floor. Leaving his sister and the City Lord to stay in place, Ling Chen came to one of the areas. "Ding, summon." "Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Holy Nurse Legion." "Legion side." Categorize, 25. Legion Commander, Sokka Hiram, all talent level, SS level, attribute, divine, professional skills, life regeneration, status regeneration, light guardian, purification, strength platinum 1 star, evolved. A group of nurses with almost zero combat effectiveness, please protect them. A holy door appeared and slowly opened. A group of girls dressed in white priests' costumes and white cloaks slowly appeared in front of Ling Chen. Looking at these wet nurses dressed in white dresses, holding staffs, and looking pious on their faces, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. Although the white cloaks worn by this group of wet nurses were different from those of other priests, they exuded a soft brilliance. These priests have very fair skin, facial features are also very beautiful, and there is a holiness and aura in their purity. Unlike other wet nurses, in the center of the wet nurses, there is a beautiful girl with a slender figure. The girl was wearing a blue robe, a pair of blue boots, a pair of delicate and beautiful crystal crowns on her head, and a pink silk scarf covering half of her face, which looked quite tempting. In the girl's right hand, she holds a white jade-like scepter. Seeing Ling Chen, the girl slowly saluted, and a crisp voice sounded in Ling Chen's ears. "I've seen the master." Ling Chen put away his amazing expression and smiled slightly. "I think this is their Legion Commander. This area will be yours from now on, and you have the right to prohibit others from entering." Ling Chen said to them, "Thank you, master." All the priests bent down and saluted in unison, and suddenly, a touch of whiteness that could not be covered by the pastor's robe came into view. "Ahem, I cough. Let's go first." Ling Chen coughed awkwardly and turned to leave. Ling Chen, who was about to return the same way to meet his sister in Yi City Lord, suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a Zhang Legion doubling card that could be used. Ding, whether to use the clan doubling card. Use. Ding, congratulations on doubling the number of summoning legions of the host. Holy Nurse Legion, 50. Shadow Assassin Legion, 114. Goblin Legion, 9136. Wait a minute, did you read it wrong? The number of wet nurses and assassins has doubled normally, but if I remember correctly, it seems that there are only 571 goblins, right? Ling Chen was a little dazed, and suddenly remembered, at that time, it seemed that the remarks given by the system were something extremely fast reproduction, but this month, it has changed from 571 to 4568, it has increased by a full 8 times. The old Sao can't give birth to you. Old Sao, I'm offended. The number of Ling Chen summoning legions increased several times at once. While thinking and walking, Ling Chen soon saw City Lord Yi and his sister chatting boredly. "Brother, you're finally here. This uncle is really boring." Seeing Ling Chen, Ling Shi hurriedly stepped forward. Laughing and rubbing his head, Ling Chen looked at the city lord. "Let's gather in the conference room and have a meeting." 10 minutes later, the conference hall on the 3rd floor. Ling Chen, Ling Shi, Lord Yi, Assassin Chijiao, Wet Nurse Sokka Hiram, Ian Kalimdo, and Bai Ling all arrived. "Soon, I will go to the academy to practice for a while. During this time, I hope you will cooperate sincerely." Ling Chen glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Then, during this time, my sister will ask you to take care of it." Everyone bowed and saluted. "Never live up to the high hopes of the Lord, Ling Xiao. Before leaving, I will arrange the tasks for you afterwards. I will not summon you without special needs," Ling Chen said in a deep voice. 70 Go. 2. Complete the task I entrusted to you well. Ling Chen said in a deep voice, "The killer intelligence organization, the eyes of the Legion, must be developed." "Yes." Shi Jiao clenched his fists and took orders. "Ian, the task of making money after that will be handed over to you." Ling Chen looked at Ian with a solemn face. Ian's eyes flashed with the light of the soldier's death for his confidant, and an aura of robbing the world's monster resources gushed out. "Sokka, you ahem. Practice more milk. The amount of milk is raised, so don't worry about playing a group." Ling Chen coughed twice and smiled at Sokka beside him. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Shi Jiao and Ian's expressions became strange. "Doesn't it mean that you can eat in the future milk?" City Lord Yi, the daily work of Tianan City is still managed by you, and this will become our base camp in the future. "Yes, Ling Xiao." Looking at Ling Chen, who was serious, City Lord Yi responded seriously. "Then you all have worked hard. I will not be here in the future, within a reasonable range. My sister's words are equivalent to mine." After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen said again, "Everyone, look at me, I look at you," and finally nodded. "Yes. Then I'll leave first. I hope next time, there is a new side here." Ling Chen is secretly cool. It's too cool not to have to manage it yourself. "Send off the Lord, Ling Xiao." Everyone bowed again. Ling Chen left with satisfaction, looking back at City Lord Yi. "City Lord Yi, now Tianan City will be handed over to you. If there are any difficulties, if you can't solve it, tell Chijiao, he can find me." Subordinates obey orders. Ling Chen left, and everyone saluted respectfully again. Looking at Ling Chen's disappearing back, everyone's blood boiled. The Lord really valued them. Ian and Chijiao looked at each other, and both saw a hint of brilliance in each other's eyes. 001 later, in front of Sokka. "Sister Sokka, I'll take you to my place for a stroll." Ian rubbed his hands, looked at Sokka with a lewd face, and looked at Sokka with a smile. Sokka shook her head. "Why, you're so ugly." Ian, a mouthful of old blood. Then Sister Saka, are you free tomorrow? Chijo on the side was happy to see this, flicked his flowing hair, looked personable, and said with a glimpse of melancholy, "No, what I hate the most is assassins." Saka rolled her eyes and refused to wave her hand. "Chijo, other assassins are in trouble, why do you want me to carry it?" City Lord Yi watched silently from the sidelines, his face twitched, his right hand pinched himself, he couldn't laugh. "Goodbye, old man." Saka waved her hand at City Lord Yi and walked back. "City Lord Yi, this can also lie down. When I got home, I had a simple meal with my sisters, laughing and playing, leaving enough cultivation resources for her sister, the rest is up to her. As for her sister's future, she can only see her take it one step at a time." In the early morning, in the dead of night, a black figure quickly passed by the roof, and as smoke disappeared into the night. In an open space outside Tianan City, a figure quietly landed on the ground. This person was Ling Chen, looking at Tianan City in the distance, standing for a long time. After a long time, Ling Chen jumped up gently, took a few steps on his toes in the air, and disappeared into the air in an instant. Space shuttle. A space vortex appeared, confirming the direction. Ling Chen entered it, and then the vortex disappeared out of thin air. Ha! A breeze blew, leaving a faint dust in the air, leaving no trace. At the top of a towering boulder, a whirlpool door slowly opened. An emaciated figure was revealed from it, and this figure was clearly Ling Chen. Through space shuttle, Ling Chen came to the vicinity of the academy. At this time, it was already early morning. The morning sun shone on the sky, and a touch of red glow on the edge of the sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of blood mist, which was really beautiful. Thinking that the token had the function of positioning and navigation, Ling Chen took out the temporary token of the academy from the space. At this time, the token is shining slightly and flashing with a faint light. Ling Chen picked up the token and entered the source chi into it, and then, the token emitted a soft white light. The white light shot in one direction. Without hesitation, Ling Chen hurriedly followed in this direction. Under the guidance of Bai Guang, Ling Chen quickly groped for the stone wall where he entered the Dawn Academy last time. There was a groove on the stone wall, and Ling Chen put his token on it skillfully, and it fit perfectly. A bright light flashed, and Ling Chen stepped towards the stone wall. When Ling Chen's figure was completely integrated into the stone wall fell into a long silence again. Putting away the token that fell off, Ling Chen stepped forward and walked through the long corridor. At the end of the corridor is the Dawn Academy. Coming to the Dawn Academy again, Ling Chen found that his mentality had changed greatly. Last time I came, I was just a student for the assessment test, but now, I did come here as a student. Through the stone path behind the gate and walking into the Shiguang Academy, Ling Chen went straight to the comprehensive office building area. Let's go through the formal procedures first. Thinking that everyone in the academy should know him, Ling Chen flashed directly towards the comprehensive building. Whoa! Shout! Boom! Just as Ling Chen flashed one after another, a wall of space appeared in front of Ling Chen. Who is it? A soft shout came, and a figure appeared in front of Ling Chen. This is a young man in his 20s, handsome, with a somewhat cold face and a sharp light in his eyes. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would meet another space department so soon, as if he was a senior brother. Ling Chen, under Master Shen. Ling Chen said lightly, I think you are senior brother Jiang Haotian, right? Oh, you are Ling Chen. The young man showed a look of surprise, and quickly changed to a smiling face. Where did I say the space department came from? Welcome to Shiguang Academy. I've heard the master talk about you a long time ago. I'll take you to see the master. Ling Chen smiled faintly. This senior brother's personality was quite good, although he was too serious at first, but it was also to prevent outsiders from invading. I'm here to go through the formal admission procedures, and I'll go as soon as I'm done. Ling Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there. Zhang Haotian took Ling Chen along the stone road towards the academy complex. Senior Jiang, what about the other students? Ling Chen asked suspiciously. When he came to Shiguang Academy twice, he only saw Senior Jiang alone. I'm on a mission. I just finished a task and came back to hand in the task, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. Zhang Haotian smiled faintly, his face full of perseverance. Mission? Ling Chen wondered. You'll know when you enter the school. In Shiguang Academy, there are certain practical mission cultivation every year, and there are credits. Credits can be used to redeem various natural materials and earth treasures needed. Senior brother Jiang explained with a smile. I see. Ling Chen nodded and didn't ask anymore. Zhang Haotian took Ling Chen to the academy while introducing. There are still a total of 19 students in Shiguang Academy, plus you are exactly 20. There are still 2 people in the academy at the moment. Will you meet them when you have a chance? When you enter the new school, you will have half a year with a number of special tutors for one-on-one guidance. At this time, the tutor's teaching is free. Ha? Gratis? What do you mean? Isn't there no tuition? Ling Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, after half a year, you are not a freshman. After that, all the guidance classes you want to take need one thing, credits. Zhang Haotian smiled, as if he was satisfied with Ling Chen's dumbfounded appearance. And if you want to get credits, the only way to do tasks is by going out. Unless you know how to refine alchemy or refine weapons, you can exchange credits secrets with the academy through elixirs. A student who is still in school is a master alchemist, named Yao Wan. She is only 25 years old. Zhang Haotian's tone was a hint of excitement. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders and didn't think so. Ha, aren't you surprised? It's okay. The two walked along the stone path to the square, directly opposite the teaching area of Shiguang Academy. From a distance, the teaching area is mainly divided into 4 huge buildings of different shapes in 4 directions: east, west, north, south, and north, and a towering tower in the center. Ling Chen's eyes fell on the tower, which was in a spiral shape, more than 30 meters high. The tower is black and has lines on the surface. Around the tower, there are many stone tablets, some of which are carved with patterns, some are alchemy furnaces, some are methods of refining elixirs, some are various formations, and some are martial arts, etc. These are the best resources in the tower in various aspects. The teaching area is divided into 5 areas. The daily cultivation area in the east, with the blessing of the formation, the cultivation speed is 3 times that of the outside world. The practice area on the west side is a place to practice martial arts. The alchemy room in the north, if you know how to refine alchemy. The south is mainly a teaching building for knowledge impartation. In the center of the teaching area, there is the treasure pavilion of the academy. The tasks of the academy can be received on the first floor of the treasure pavilion, or the corresponding rewards can be returned or exchanged. The 2nd to 9th floors of the treasure pavilion are corresponding to various types of weapons, martial arts, materials, exercises, etc. As long as you have enough credits, you can take the entire treasure pavilion if you want. Ling Chen nodded. He had a general understanding of the teaching area, but it sounded like his master alchemy was a good way to earn credits. Let's go. I'll take you to the admission procedures first. Then I'll take you to the dormitory. Zhang Haotian waved his hand at Ling Chen, took Ling Chen around the teaching area, and walked deep into the academy. Ling Chen nodded and followed. Along the way, Zhang Haotian was talking endlessly, introducing everything about Dawn Academy to Ling Chen. The two came to the door of the office on the 2nd floor of the complex. Zhang Haotian suddenly stopped. His face was strange. He stretched out a finger to his mouth and shed at Ling Chen. Then pointing to the office, Ling Chen put his ear close to the doorframe in confusion. Inside the door, there was a strange voice and the old man's lewd laughter. Hey, I've heard this one, Ling Chen said bluntly. His ears moved. It seems that last time I came. Hey, you have a good memory. Zhang Haotian looked teasing, and then a kind smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Haotian put his hand on the doorknob and suddenly pushed the door in and shouted, "Sweep H, stand up." The sudden movement frightened Su Lao behind the desk, trembling all over, and subconsciously wanted to slap the screen. Then he immediately reacted and scolded Zhang Haotian, "UTM, don't learn it. What kind of broken thing did you learn from your broken old master?" Zhang Haotian smiled. Sure enough, what the master said was right. It was really enjoyable. Seeing that the two were about to have a big fight, Ling Chen hurriedly stepped forward. "Senior, I'll go through the admission procedures." Hearing this, Su Lao, who had an angry face, turned his head and saw Ling Chen, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared. "Ling Chen, you are here. Give me the previous temporary token." Ling Chen took out the token and handed it over. Su Lao took the token, took out a golden crystal in his right hand, crushed it, and turned it into a golden light and rushed into the token. Subsequently, Su Lao took out a jade plaque. "Take 2 drops of blood for me," Su Lao said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, stretched out his right index finger, put it on his mouth, bit it gently, squeezed out 2 drops of blood, wrapped it in source energy, and floated in front of Elder Su. Su Lao waved his right hand and drew something in the void, and then a drop of blood turned into a streamer and disappeared into the token, and a drop was immersed in the jade card. "This is your future academy token. Take good care of it." Elder Su returned the token to Ling Chen, and then pointed to the jade plaque, and said, "This jade plaque will be placed in the Changsheng Hall, and the jade fragment will represent you. I can't come back." Ling Chen was slightly stunned, took the token, and looked at it carefully. The token has not changed much from before, but the center of the token is crystal clear, with a faint golden light emitted, and I don't know what it is. Seeing Ling Chen put Ling Chen away, senior brother Zhang Haotian said on the side, "Elder Su, quickly assign a dormitory to Ling Chen. I will take him there." Su Lao nodded, returned to the computer screen, closed a certain website with a calm face, and skillfully logged into the college's accommodation platform. "Villa 404 is not inhabited. You go there." Su Lao skillfully tapped a few times on the keyboard, then took out a door card from the drawer and handed it to Ling Chen. "Thank you, Su Lao. We're leaving." After taking the door card, Ling Chen and Zhang Haotian left the complex. "Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory." Soon, the two came to the living area. Ling Chen stared blankly at the villa area in front of him, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Each villa covers an area of thousands of square meters, with a 2-story villa and an exclusive back garden. Ling Chen looked at it. There were at least hundreds of villas. Under the leadership of senior brother Jiang, Ling Chen came to Villa 404. Directly in front of the villa, there is a huge fountain with water spraying more than 10 meters high. Walking into the courtyard of the villa, a dense source chi came to his face, and Ling Chen found that within the scope of the villa courtyard, there was actually the existence of a source gathering formation. Take out the door card and gently place it on the door's induction system. Drop. With a soft sound, the sound of the door lock opening. With a gentle push, the door slowly opened. Ling Chen and Zhang Haotian walked in. The interior of the villa, the layout is simple, but it is very elegantly arranged. The living room on the first floor, a set of mahogany sofas, 2 sets of coffee tables. There was also a bookshelf next to a coffee table, on which was placed a row of books, and the simple book covers. Obviously Ling Chen had not seen it. On the left side of the living room, there was a simple wooden cabinet, which contained bottles of various potions and elixirs, all of which would be used in some daily cultivation. The ground in the middle of the doorway is covered with a thick and soft animal skin carpet, which extends to the circular staircase on the second floor on the side. After staying on the first floor for a moment, the two turned around and walked towards the stairs. The layout upstairs is similar to that of the downstairs, and at the end of the corridor stairs, there is a study with the door closed, and you can see a floor of bookshelves with several books placed on the shelves. There is a book on the bookshelf called Global Trial, Awakening Twin Abilities at the beginning. It seems that the students who originally lived here are quite tasteful. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. On the right side of the study is a large room. Ling Chen pushed the door in. There was a huge bed in the room. Next to the bedside, there was a desk. On the desk was an admission guide, and there was also a painting hanging on the wall directly opposite the desk. Zhang Haotian stepped forward, pointed at the painting with a mysterious face, and said to Ling Chen, "Behind the painting is the secret room of cultivation, and the soundproofing inside is very good. You try to inject the source energy into the painting." Ling Chen nodded, didn't hear any implication, and operated the source chi and output it towards the painting on the wall. A strong energy poured into the painting, and then the scroll shone and was opened, and the scene in the painting was suddenly revealed. When the picture scroll opened, Ling Chen's eyes were immediately attracted in. In the picture scroll, it is a wide space, without any decorations, empty. Then junior brother Ling, I will leave first. There will be an orientation ceremony in the square at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to attend on time. Zhang Haotian smiled and waved his hand, signaling goodbye to Ling Chen. Goodbye, senior brother. Ling Chen waved his hand and said goodbye to his senior brother. After briefly familiarizing himself with his dormitory villa, Ling Chen returned to the room, opened the secret room and the painting and got in. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up from his cultivation state, stood up and moved his muscles and bones, and washed up briefly. Lottery. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the heavenly weapon, Suzaku Feather Fan. Suzaku Feather Fan increases the user's intelligence by 20 points and increases the damage output of fire-type abilities. Not caring, Ling Chen opened the door and walked out. Stepping on the point to the square, Ling Chen found that there were only 3 students in the square, lazily waiting for something. One of them was senior brother Zhang Haotian, and beside him, there were 2 students, a man and a woman. To Ling Chen's surprise, this male student seemed to be a little familiar, with a face like a crown of jade, a scarf on his head, a long sword on his waist, a fluttering white dress, and a graceful young man. It was Zhuge Kongming, who had a relationship with both sides. That Ling Chen did not expect that he was also a student of Shuguang Academy. Another female student, dressed in an alchemy robe, dragged to the ground, with a delicate face, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses without lenses, petite, but bulging on her chest, quite large, with black and shiny short hair, looking heroic. Thinking about it, this should be the alchemy master Yao Wan Sr. mentioned yesterday. On the high platform in the center of the square, a group of elders were already standing on the high platform, each with a majestic face and looking very solemn. Seeing that the 4 academy students had all arrived, on the high platform, a rickety figure slowly stepped forward. Everyone has already arrived, and there are newcomers who invite us below. New student Ling Chen comes to the stage. A familiar voice came. Ling Chen took a closer look. Isn't this Su Lao who was bumped into by himself twice? Both times are the same film. It seems that Su Lao's resources are too few. Next time, I will share a few teas with myself last time. Ahem, you can share it with Su Lao. Maybe you can exchange a lot of resources. Ling Chen secretly thought in his heart, and at the same time, he took a step and walked up to the high platform. Cough. Let's warmly welcome the 40th batch of students of Shuguang Academy, Ling Chen. Snap. Syllable. Snap. There was a fierce applause from the 3 people from the audience. The specific history and matters of Shuguang Academy. Please go back and read the newcomer handbook by yourself. I won't say much here. Okay, I believe everyone also has an impression of Ling Chen. Don't kill by mistake next time you meet. I announce that the orientation ceremony is over. Let's go back and catch up on sleep. Su Lao shouted loudly, and the elders immediately left the square. Ling Chen was left alone in the wind, so he asked me to come up just to recognize his face. Can you be a little more sloppy? Junior brother Ling, congratulations on officially joining Shuguang Academy. Zhang Haotian stepped forward, bowed his hands to Ling Chen and said with a smile, Hey, don't care, our Shuguang Academy, free-range education, everything depends on yourself. What you want to learn, they will teach you. Thank you. By the way, isn't it only me who was recruited this time? So what is the situation with Zhuge Kongming? Ling Chen wondered. You say him. He has been here a long time ago, and he is relying on here. Zhang Haoqian pointed to his head and said to Ling Chen, "Ha!" Ling Chen was stunned and then reacted. It turns out that this world also depends on intelligence. Check it out with the system. Zhuge Kongming, Bronze 2-star, 666/2000. Intelligence, 666. Loyalty, 65. Resourceful, wise as a god. It is recommended to submit. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the system actually suggested that he subdue the other party. Moreover, I have always felt that something is missing, and now I know that the Legion is missing a leader. And now, Zhuge Kongming in front of him is exactly the talent he needs. Loyalty 65. It seems that there is still some hope for subduing. Without saying a word, Ling Chen hurriedly stepped forward and came to Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming, I didn't expect that you were my senior? Ling Chen spoke, so to speak. Zhuge in front of him was recruited by Shiguang Academy because of his intelligence before this year. Last time, there was a wave of illegal teaming with Ling Chen, and Zhuge Kongming also had a trace of interest in Ling Chen, who was far better than others in the same class. Ling Chen, please give me more advice in the future. Zhuge Kongming smiled slightly and bowed to Ling Chen. Brother Zhuge, I have something to ask for. Ling Chen clenched his fists and saluted, and said straight to the point. Ling Chen, please speak. Zhuge Kongming smiled lightly. Below, I would like to invite Brother Zhuge to join my beast hunting army, serve as a military advisor, and bulldoze the monsters together in the future. Ling Chen's impassioned voice came, staring at Zhuge Kongming tightly. Zhuge Kongming looked at Ling Chen, smiled, and stretched out 3 fingers. It's okay if you want me to join, but I need you to be able to complete 3 things. What are the 3 things? Ling Chen did not agree immediately, but asked Zhuge Liang. This is the first thing. You must ensure that there are strong enough people around me to protect my safety. This second thing, I hope you will reach the diamond level in a short period of time. The third thing is not urgent now. That is, I hope that in the future, I can mobilize all the Legion members to help me find the lost treasure of my clan, the Suzaku Feather Fan. Zhuge Kongming said. Ling Chen was stunned when he heard this. Suzaku Feather Fan? Why is it so familiar? It seems to be something that was drawn this morning. Took out the treasure drawn by the previous lottery from his backpack, the Suzaku Feather Fan, and handed it to Zhuge Kongming. It's Zhuge stunned. Good guy, are you sure it's such a coincidence? System, it's such a coincidence. This is my previous auction. I accidentally noticed it, so I bought it back, and this third thing is even if it has been completed. Your first 2 conditions are no problem. Ling Chen clenched his right hand into a fist and silently muttered in his heart. 3 ranks of Thunder God technique. The majestic thunder and lightning attached to Ling Chen, and Ling Chen's momentum rose sharply. Flash! Wow! Thor fist! With a light shout, Ling Chen's right fist charged a blow, and the punch hit the tester on the side of the square. The numbers on the tester fluctuated violently, and soon, they stayed at one number. 48,888. Pure power of Diamond 6 stars. After the tempering of the continuous battles of the Demon Suppression Tower, Ling Chen's grasp of his own power became more accurate. This number left all 3 present in deep shock. The teenager in front of him seems to have just finished taking the college entrance examination, and Zhuge Kongming also reacted. With the power of Ling Chen's Platinum 6-star college entrance examination, he hadn't even shown all his strength. However, this also proves that Ling Chen's talent is strong. It is worth following. In that case, I agreed. Zhuge Kongming said solemnly. Okay, then, in the future, we will be good brothers. Ling Chen hugged Zhuge Kongming, patted him on the shoulder, and shouted loudly. Zhuge Kongming was startled, and then responded with a smile. Okay, from now on, we will be brothers. Ding, Zhuge Kongming joins the Legion. Ding, congratulations on subduing a peerless military division. Ling Chen was overjoyed and subdued a peerless military strategist, and the days to come should be much easier. After all, commanding group battles is not what he is good at, and with Zhuge Liang, he doesn't have to worry. As for Zhuge Liang's safety, Ling Chen planned to temporarily arrange for Baiyu to protect him personally, and then make transfer arrangements when the level of the Shadow Assassin Legion rises. By the way, Ling Chen, how many people are there in your Legion now? Ling Chen looked at his attribute panel. Number of legions, 2,977, beginning to take shape. The Summoning Legion is not included in this number. I glanced at the number of Summoning Legions again, 18436. Good guy, this group of goblins is still doubling. Be a little more restrained. Therefore, the total number of Ling Chen's men should be 21,443. More than 21,000. Most of them are goblins. Ling Chen told the truth that there was nothing to hide. Brother, goblins? Zhuge looked at Ling Chen with a hint of strangeness. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment and said puzzledly, what's wrong? How did you subdue so many goblins? At the beginning, I only subdued 500 goblins, and I didn't expect that they would now become more than 18,000. Ling Chen's tone also had a hint of melancholy, and the average appearance of his legion was lowered by this group of goblins. Subsequently, Ling Chen reported the general situation of his organization to Zhuge Junshi. Employ people without doubt, and doubt people do not use them. What's more, there is a system that is great. Zhuge, who understood Ling Chen's situation, looked at Ling Chen with a strange look. If he joined Ling Chen mainly because of of Ling Chen's talent before, and now, he saw Ling Chen's ambition and Ling Chen's long-term vision. However, he also found some problems with Ling Chen, and he could not operate the resources well to maximize the benefits. Without further ado, I decided to go to Tianan City immediately, Zhuge took the initiative to say, and Ling Chen nodded with great satisfaction. Next, the two discussed some details, and finally determined the time. Zhuge Kongming decided to go to Tianan City in 2 days, and after making an agreement with Ling Chen, he hurriedly returned to his villa. After the negotiations, it was getting late, and Ling Chen returned to his room and picked up the admission guide. Ling Chen learned that every student in every class he took was basically chosen by himself, except for the monster subject and the actual combat subject. There was basically no fixed subject. As a new enrollment, you can study any subject for free within half a year, and receive any cultivation resources you use for free. After half a year, you will live a life where you need credits for everything. After half a year, you need to go out to do tasks, and there will be corresponding credit rewards according to the difficulty of the task. Tomorrow, go to the academy's practice room first to try the effect, Ling Chen thought in his heart. Then he opened the secret room and entered it. Come out. Ling Chen took out the array plate and summoned. A white light flashed, and a wonderful figure of Linger appeared. Ahem. I haven't practiced for several days, and my skin has hardened. Come and practice with me. Ling Chen coughed lightly and walked towards Bai Ling. The night passed quietly. The soundproofing is really good. In the early morning, Ling Chen came to the academy's cultivation room. After a simple registration, Ling Chen pushed the door and entered the advanced cultivation room, and he could clearly feel the majestic source energy in the cultivation room. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and ran the Chaos God killing technique with all his might. A powerful suction force came, and the surrounding elemental energy frantically gathered towards Ling Chen and rushed towards Ling Chen's body. The pores of Ling Chen's body instantly relaxed, and endless elemental energy frantically poured into Ling Chen's body. What a strong elemental energy! Ling Chen couldn't help but open his eyes and exclaimed. The cultivation efficiency of this cultivation room was simply beyond Ling Chen's imagination. Without further ado, Ling Chen continued to cultivate. For a long time, a layer of diaphragm that had been blocked for a long time broke. Ling Chen's realm also came smoothly to the silver level 9 stars. It seems that he is going to come to the cultivation room often, so he can only temporarily grieve my family's Linger, Ling Chen thought as he walked towards the teaching building in the south. He wanted to choose some courses he wanted to take. At this moment, a hurried figure passed by Ling Chen. I'm sorry. Without looking back, the figure disappeared around the corner. Looking at this back, it seems to be the one in the morning. Shaking his head, Ling Chen didn't care. Coming to the course selection hall on the first floor of the teaching building, Ling Chen began to look for courses. Among the hundreds of academy courses, Ling Chen chose 5 courses that interested him. Combination 1 + 1 greater than 2, intoxicated and can't extricate yourself, life is in multiplayer movement, the mystery of the origin of life, how the artifact is made. Although these courses are not introduced in detail, Ling Chen understands them, and it is definitely inconvenient to introduce them in detail. After choosing the course, Ling Chen's class schedule was generated, 1 class a day, 1 class from 9 to 5, plus free arrangement on weekends. For his class schedule, Ling Chen nodded very satisfied, and he could go to the cultivation room to practice well in the evening. Thinking that in half a year, he would face the problem of credits, Ling Chen decided to pick up the alchemy and use the refined elixir to exchange credits with the academy. After thinking about it, Ling Chen walked towards the alchemy building in the north. Coming to the alchemy building, Ling Chen found that the entire alchemy building was empty on the first floor, with only various finished elixirs placed in the hall. Coming to the second floor, there are some alchemy rooms with transparent windows, which are convenient for alchemists to learn and discuss with each other. It can be seen that in the first alchemy room at the top, a woman wearing a robe, short hair, and black-rimmed glasses is skillfully operating her source chi and seriously refining the elixir. This woman is Yao Wan. Ling Chen stopped, stood in front of the window, and through the glass, quietly looked at Yao Wan's serious alchemy. Time flies, and before I know it, an hour passes. A burnt smell spread, and the herb became charred and lost its medicinal properties. Yao Wan frowned slightly, with a look of regret on her face, and muttered, still unsuccessful. Immediately, Yao Wan took off her glasses, rubbed her forehead, and sighed. At this time, a voice sounded from Yao Wan's side. Are you going to refine the treasure pill, Qingxin pill? Hearing the sound, Yao Wan turned around suddenly, saw Ling Chen standing outside the window, and said with some uncertainty, you are the new Ling. Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled and said, Ling Chen, how do you know that I am refining the Qingxin pill? You know how to refine the pill. Yao Wan's tone revealed a hint of surprise, but she was not particularly shocked. I know a little bit or two, the Qingxin pill, it's not like you refined it. Ling Chen shook his head and said. Yao Wan was slightly stunned, and looked at Ling Chen with some doubts. The pill formula is incomplete, will you? Isn't this a coincidence? I really can. Ling Chen shrugged. Can you refine the Qingxin pill? Yao Wan's voice was full of doubts. You must know that the necessary condition for alchemy is to have fire-type source energy, and Ling Chen in front of him has just awakened for 2 or 3 months. months. Even if he doesn't eat or drink and practice to this day, he is at most a junior alchemist. Try it and you'll know. Ling Chen chuckled. After saying that, Ling Chen dodged into the alchemy room, raised his left hand, and with a gentle wave, a flame emerged out of thin air and burned fiercely in the alchemy furnace. A hot feeling swept over. From the moment Ling Chen was preparing for alchemy, his expression was no longer lazy and became very focused. His eyes were fixed on the alchemy furnace, and he grabbed a few medicinal materials on the stone table on the side with his right hand, threw them into the alchemy furnace, controlled the flame, and wrapped the medicinal materials inside. In an instant, the medicinal materials burned out, leaving behind a few droplets containing all the essence of the herbs. Immediately afterwards, Ling Chen continued to add medicinal materials: the redine lotus, the water jade, and the seven-star grass. The same herb was refined into a pure liquid under Ling Chen's control, floating in the alchemy cauldron. Looking at Ling Chen's skillful appearance, Yaowan couldn't help but be a little surprised by Ling Chen. She didn't expect that Ling Chen could really refine alchemy, and how could his flame be so accurate? Her attitude towards Ling Chen also changed from suspicion at the beginning to a trace of expectation, and she began to concentrate on observing every step of Ling Chen's alchemy to seek the reason for her refining failure. The crimson flames were still burning and rising in the alchemy furnace, and Ling Chen's deep eyes stared at the red fire, and he took out the ice-type beast core that had been prepared from the side. Throw it into the alchemy furnace. As soon as the beast core enters the alchemy furnace, it is covered with flames, and the hard beast core, under Ling Chen's flames, slowly begins to melt and is calcined into a sky-blue liquid. Next, it's the last step, Rongdan. Dozens of clumps, pure liquid, under Ling Chen's control, mixed together, and the flames rose along the trend, covering the entire clump of liquid. Slowly, under the forging of the flame, the liquid gradually condensed and fused, and an ice-blue pill prototype appeared. A faint fragrance of Dan was slowly spreading out. In the end, Danchen. Ling Chen made a move with his right hand, and the elixir flew from the alchemy furnace to Ling Chen's palm. Bow down level, Xingxin pill. Finally, Yaowan's face showed a look of shock, and Ling Chen, who had just become an adult in front of him, was already able to refine Bao Dan. How did you do it? Ling Chen shrugged. When you refine elixirs, you must pay attention to the control of heat and the mastery of the medicinal properties of the elixir. Moreover, there is a medicinal herb missing from your pill formula, seven-star grass, which can well neutralize the repulsivity when mixing medicinal liquids. Yaowan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized and instantly knew the reason for her failure. Thank you. Yaowan sincerely thanked Ling Chen. Small things, you're welcome. Ling Chen waved his hand. Then Yaowan tentatively asked Ling Chen a few problems encountered during alchemy, and Ling Chen helped him solve them smoothly. Yaowan looked at Ling Chen's eyes, and couldn't help but flash a look of admiration, and a thought suddenly flashed in her heart. She couldn't suppress it, and looked at Ling Chen with a longing face. Can you be my master? Yaowan looked at Ling Chen with a fanatical face, her eyes flashing with admiration and longing. She didn't care about Ling Chen's size, age. The enlightened are teachers. Do you want to worship me as a teacher? Ling Chen was stunned. Yaowan nodded vigorously. It's a pity that I usually don't have much time to teach you, Ling Chen said with a wry smile. It's okay, I can wait. I can do it whenever you have time, Yaowan said. Well, I'll take you. Ling Chen agreed. There is another free labor. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Yaowan was so excited that she almost jumped up. The teachers in the academy, the highest and the master alchemists, are almost none who can teach Yaowan. And today, Ling Chen can easily guide his own problems. Yaowan feels that Ling Chen must be hidden. Master, let me officially introduce you. My name is Yaowan, just call me Wanner. Yaowan supported her black-rimmed glasses and said with a smile at Ling Chen, I've been admiring the name for a long time. Ling Chen nodded. Then since we are now in a master-apprentice relationship, can you guide me to refine the pure heart pill? Yaowan looked at Ling Chen with hopeful eyes. Of course you can, Ling Chen said with a smile. However, soon Ling Chen couldn't laugh. Master, how to control here? Master, what should you pay attention to when condensing the pill? Master. In the early morning, Ling Chen lay weakly on the stone table beside him, his face full of lovelessness, and Yaowan on the side, with an excited face and a look of excitement. Master, come quickly. Keep insisting. Ling Chen, who had been cultivating to dispel his fatigue, rarely felt sleepy and fell asleep on the side. Master is not very good. It's over in just a few hours. Yaowan curled her lips and muttered softly, for fear of waking up Ling Chen. She hasn't had a good yet. I've learned enough about alchemy. On the vertical day, Ling Chen woke up from his sleep, stretched his waist, and took a good rest, feeling refreshed. With a casual glance, Ling Chen saw that beside him, Yaowan was lying aside. Good guy. Ling Chen's pupils shrank and his whole body trembled. Flash. In a flash, Ling Chen left the crime scene. Shuguang College is very efficient, and there is no fixed start time. As long as you pass the assessment and officially enroll, you can start classes the next day. What Ling Chen is going to today is combination 1 + 1 greater than 2, one of the 5 courses he chose yesterday. The teacher of this course did not introduce the content of the subject like most classes, but Ling Chen understood something from the name of the subject. The location of this class is shown shown in the martial arts training ground to the west. Hey, isn't this a theory class? Can it be practiced? I don't know why, Ling Chen's mood suddenly became excited. Ling Chen's body disappeared in place and flashed towards the practice field in the west. Ding, congratulations on the host flash skill upgrade. Flash, level 2, 1/10,000. Can flash freely within 100 meters? Oh, so fast, I have used it 1,000 times. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and then the two flashes came to the practice ground. The area of the practice field is very large, the size of dozens of football fields. When Ling Chen entered the practice ground, a gray-haired old man stood there. The old man had gray hair, dark skin, and wore a simple blue cloth robe. His feet were in the air, his hands were held on his chest, and his old face was full of vicissitudes, but it did not make people look old, but added a majesty. At this moment, the old man's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was perceiving something, and beside him, Ling Chen's master, Master Shin, was standing aside, looking at Ling Chen with bright eyes. Ling Chen was stunned. In his mind, the picture of the two old men combining 1 + 1, spicy eyes. Just as Ling Chen approached, the white-haired old man's vicissitudes of life came. Boy, you are very discerning. Decades, you are my first student. Ling Chen was stunned. Huh? No one has ever reported my class. Not long ago I asked Elder Su to help me change my name, and sure enough, it will be useful after changing the name. The faint voice of the white-haired old man made Ling Chen have a bad premonition. Ha ha ha. Okay, old man Jiang, don't scare my apprentice. Ling Chen, others can't take this lesson, you can take it, but it's just right. Seeing Ling Chen's unpredictable face, Master Shin on the side couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Ling Chen showed a trace of interest. Is there a chance to recover the loss? Excuse me, senior, what are we learning in this class? Ling Chen pointed at Zhang Lao. Learn supernatural ability cooperation and integration. Zhang Lao slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of cloudy eyes shot out of the essence, which made Ling Chen's heart jump violently. What? When Ling Chen heard this, his eyes widened. Ability fusion, have you used it? Isn't this course the class you want to learn? It's just that before you, there was no experiment with multiple abilities. Students, Zhang Lao continued, with a regretful sigh in his tone. But don't worry, we are based on a large amount of experimental data, Zhang Lao said, and Master Shin on the side couldn't help but cough twice. Cough, non-human big data. Our course is mainly to help students with multi-departmental abilities to directly cooperate or integrate the abilities of each department. Hearing Master Zhang's general introduction, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment. Each ability you awaken can complement each other, and exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Zhang Lao said lightly. Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Ling Chen couldn't help nodding. I tried. Fusion ability, see if it's like this. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the two types of ice and fire abilities were revealed on his hands. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and thunder as thick as a bucket cut through the sky. A dazzling white light was left in the air. In the shocked eyes of the two elders, Ling Chen operated the three systems of abilities and fused them together. The three systems of abilities were constantly intertwined, and strange energy suddenly filled the entire heaven and earth. The collision of thunder and fire and ice, when the three systems of abilities reached an equilibrium point. At the junction, a ball of light slowly forms. With the continuous input of the source energy of the three series, the ball of light is also getting bigger and bigger. This is. Zhang Lao's tone was full of excitement. There was such a miraculous fusion method. We haven't thought about this kind of fusion. On the side, Master Shin was also excited. Your wonderful fusion method must be practiced before it can truly exert its effect. Zhang Lao said seriously, although the strength of your fusion ability has increased a lot, it is still far from reaching the category of fusion skills. This fusion skill needs to continue to deepen. I understand. Ling Chen nodded. In addition, the ball of light formed by the three types of ice, fire, and lightning abilities you just fused has almost reached the level of moat. At the moment when it is about to explode, combined with your flash skill, it will have an unexpected effect. Zhang Lao's words broke Ling Chen's habitual thinking. His own flash, if it could cooperate with most of the skills, it should be very beautiful, right? Ling Chen touched his chin and nodded, thinking about how to be handsome and beautiful. Wait, what did you just say? Master Shin on the side found that he seemed to have overlooked something. I said cooperate with the flash. Zhang Lao recalled for a moment. No, let's go back to the next sentence. Ice and Fire Thunder 3 series light balls? Ah, yes, disciple. When did you all SSS level in the three systems of ice, fire, and thunder? Master Shin's eyes widened in shock. You know, generally awakening an SSS level ability is a rare genius for many years. What kind of genius is this new apprentice he has received? Let's hang up. Good luck, a little chance. Ling Chen touched his nose, not knowing where to start. Luck? Master Shin shook his head speechlessly. You guy, your luck is really good against the sky. Hearing Master Shin's words, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and even Elder Jiang smiled helplessly. Ling Chen's luck is really good. Next, we will guide you on the fusion and use of abilities. Ling Chen nodded. In high school, the abilities awakened by each student and the skills learned were limited, so high school basically did not teach the use of of skills. Your fire and thunder dual-type abilities can be well integrated, and on top of the lightning-fast thunder, there is a terrifying flame attached to it. A white light of fire and thunder was fired. Moreover, your space ability can cooperate well with your other abilities to achieve unexpected effects. The simulated sunlight in the small world gradually dissipated, night gradually fell, and Ling Chen lived a full and satisfied life. Through the teacher's patient answer, Ling Chen learned how to integrate the ability of moves, so as to play a set of coherent skill combos of his own. Okay, that's it for today, you have a good rest. After that, Master Shen disappeared into the house with Zhang Lao. Master! Ling Chen shouted, but Master Shen didn't respond at all. Just in the blink of an eye, the two old men disappeared without a trace. Looking at the disappearing backs of Zhang Lao, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips, with a feeling of unfinished content. Shaking his head, Ling Chen walked towards the cultivation room. Tonight, suck it well. Ha! Before he reached the door, through perception, Ling Chen found that outside the practice room, a familiar aura appeared. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Isn't this aura exactly his cheap apprentice? No, come back tonight, my body can't bear it. Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place, and from the side, he bypassed Yao Wan and headed towards the training room. Coming to the cultivation area, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, otherwise he would have to be asked questions for another night tonight. I am properly regarded as a knowledge encyclopedia. Entering the cultivation room, the powerful suction power came, and a steady stream of source energy was absorbed by Ling Chen. Practice at the entrance of the room. Someone was still squatting aside, silently drawing circles, and muttering, why isn't it over yet? Shu Ri, looking at today's class schedule intoxicated, there is no course introduction. Ling Chen touched his chin. This will not be. There is also a mystery. This course is taught at Villa 101, where you live. Ling Chen rushed to 101 with a lot of anticipation. The door of the villa opened, and Ling Chen walked in. A dusty woman was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, leisurely sipping fragrant tea, raising her eyes from time to time in the direction of the door. Well, seeing Ling Chen, the woman's expression was slightly stunned, and then, a playful smile appeared in her eyes. The woman's eyes became empty and ethereal, and she looked at Ling Chen. Her eyes met, and Ling Chen's eyes gradually became dull. It is a spacious and luxurious room with a beautiful atmosphere that fills the room. On a wide and comfortable bed, the woman just now was dressed in a light veil, and her graceful posture appeared in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen shook his head and shouted lightly, no. The surrounding environment immediately fell apart. Ling Chen's empty eyes regained their composure, and the woman in front of him was holding a teacup, looking at Ling Chen with a playful expression. Ha! Seeing that Ling Chen had recovered so quickly, the woman couldn't help but let out a light sigh in surprise. Chuckle, your concentration is good. The woman took a sip of tea and said jokingly, cough, too small to be interested. Ling Chen muttered softly, just now it was magic? Ling Chen asked. Yes. However, that was just the most ordinary illusion. Once intoxicated, with the woman in the illusion, couldn't extricate herself. The woman put down the teacup, stretched out her Chanshan jade hand, hooked towards Ling Chen, and motioned for him to sit next to her. Do you want to learn? Ling Chen nodded. He was still quite curious about these so-called illusions. Illusion has particularly high requirements for spiritual power, so let's do a mental power test for you first. The woman took out a crystal clear jade pendant and handed it to Ling Chen. This is a jade pendant for mental strength. You put your palm on this jade pendant and feel it with your spirit. Taking the mental power tester, Ling Chen followed her instructions and covered his palm with it. He closed his eyes and used his perception to feel the jade pendant in his hand. Buzz! The spiritual power jade pendant emitted a light blue light, and Ling Chen clearly felt the energy flow in this jade card. People, human realms? Looking at the jade plaque of the mental power test, the woman covered her mouth and exclaimed. She didn't expect that the boy in front of her, who looked only 18 or 19 years old, would have such pure spiritual power. Ling Chen had no accidents. He knew his spiritual power realm in the trial tower before. Your mental strength is enough to learn illusion. The woman slowly calmed down. I am the 9th elder of the Academy of Elders. Just call me Aunt Lan in the future. Yes, Aunt Lan. Ling Chen clenched his fists and saluted Aunt Lan. Next, Aunt Lan explained to Ling Chen for several hours, introducing the types, levels, and so on of illusion. Here is a copy of the basics of illusion. Next, I'll show you it again. Aunt Lan's eyes became ethereal again. Ding, detected primary illusion, whether to learn. Learn. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the primary illusion. Refreshing. Aunt Lan, is that so? Ling Chen's eyes suddenly became ethereal, and Aunt Lan felt the pull of the illusion. Hiss, this talent. I want to rob my apprentice with that old immortal. Aunt Lan gasped. This talent is too strong. Phew. Yes, go back and practice harder. Aunt Lan spoke. Okay, Aunt Lan. Ling Chen nodded in response, waved his hand at Aunt Lan, and left. On the third day, the practice room shown in life as in multi-person sports on the class schedule. When Ling Chen rubbed his hands and came to the practice room curiously, he found that several tutors were waiting for him. What this lesson learns is to fight. Every time you go to class, as long as you fight each other and learn from each other, it's over. On the fourth day, the mystery of the origin of life. Ling Chen came to the teaching area and turned out to be hatching eggs. On the 5th day, Ling Chen admitted that when he chose how the artifact is refined, it was definitely the most useful thing he thought he chose for himself at that time. With the attitude of learning to refine weapons well, Ling Chen came to the forging room. He has master-level alchemy, but he really doesn't know anything about alchemy at present. Coming to the forging room prompted by the course schedule, Ling Chen pushed the door and walked in. A dark back in simple clothes appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes, with a hint of familiarity. Hearing the movement, the back turned around and said to Ling Chen with a smile, "See you again, Ling Chen." This back is the middle-aged man who customized a suit for Ling Chen and others in the national competition. "It's you!" Ling Chen's voice became urgent, and the man in front of him in Dabi's armory told the news that his biological father was still alive. Ling Chen rushed forward, grabbed the man's arm and asked, "Tell me, who is my father and where is he?" He, calm down, don't get excited. The man smiled, "Your father is a hero, he has his own difficulties. I can't tell you who he is for the time being, but you'll find out soon," he said. "When your strength reaches the moat level, go to the abyss battlefield to find him." Abyssal battlefield. Ling Chen murmured, letting go of the arm that grabbed the man. This place, he had never heard of it. What is that place? When you have the strength, you will naturally know. Aren't you going to learn blacksmithing? Go over there to practice hammering. Iron. The man smiled faintly, and after speaking, he picked up the hammer on the side and hammered a large piece of iron with a hammer. The iron block was beaten with a crisp sound, and a strong fire elemental energy emanated from this iron block. At this time, Ling Chen noticed that the lines on the iron block turned out to be flame ability runes. This is... Ling Chen was speechless in surprise. "This is a fire ability rune. It is the rune I used to use the energy of the fire ability. It is used to forge. This rune is called Forging Fire. It is a high-level rune. Your current strength, you can't control the forging fire." Ling Chen nodded, ready to go aside and start practicing his basic skills. Ding, high-level runes detected, whether to study. And this good thing? Learn. Ding, congratulations to the host society advanced rune, Forged Fire. A memory that seemed to have been practiced by Ling Chen many times poured into Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen's right-hand crimson source energy appeared slightly, triggering the power of the fire element. Ling Chen controlled the fire element, wandering in the air, following a specific route. The fire source left a line of fire in the air. The line of fire stretches all the way, seemingly slow but extremely fast, and faster, forming a specific symbol that closes perfectly. A bizarre symbol floated in the air, emitting a crimson glow. Attracting the man's attention, the man turned his head and looked at the runes in the air. His eyes were dull, and it took a long time for him to react. "You drew this?" The man's tone revealed a hint of shock. "Luck," Ling Chen said modestly, secretly praising in his heart. "The system is very large." Triggering the forging fire to attach to a piece of pig iron, Ling Chen picked up a hammer on the side and began to hammer the pig iron. Bell. Clang. The hammer collided with the pig iron, making a crisp sound. With the blessing of the fire of forging, and the forging of pig iron to remove impurities became much simpler. In the crisp sound of metal collisions, Ling Chen began to familiarize himself with the forging technique, which lasted for 3 whole days. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief, turned on the system, and opened the lottery system. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced forging. A high-level forging memory poured into his mind. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In his memory, Ling Chen had been ironing for decades. Sure enough, 3 days of refining weapons is not as good as a second of the lottery. However, the 3 days of forging also made Ling Chen more confident about the experience in his memory. After 3 days of communication, Ling Chen also knew the man's name, Lao Wang next door. Nice name. On the last night of the first week, Ling Chen bid farewell to the man, and he could feel that his source chi had reached the peak of the silver level. Tonight, get ready to break through. Ling Chen returned to the cultivation room and hung a do not disturb sign outside the door to make sure no one would interfere. Then he sat cross-legged, entered a meditative state, and ran the chaos god killing technique, and in the cultivation room, a huge source energy vortex appeared. The source was located in Ling Chen's abdomen. A stream of source chi poured into Ling Chen's body, and after the operation of the exercises, it was continuously condensed and purified, and finally integrated into Ling Chen's dantian. The source chi continued to fill, and Ling Chen's dantian became very strong, and these source chi condensed into liquid in Ling Chen's dantian. This is the so-called condensation into liquid, which is the hallmark of the gold level. After a night of penance, all the source chi in Ling Chen's dantian had been converted into liquid, and Ling Chen had also successfully advanced to a gold level 1 star. Ha breathed a long sigh of relief. Ling Chen walked towards the practice room. Today, it was the study of the art of fusion again. Time passed quietly. Ling Chen had been in the academy for a month, and since this month, Ling Chen has mastered the fusion between various abilities and the cooperation between skills. After learning illusion, his fighting skills have improved a lot, and his forging technique is not far from the impact master level. It can be said that Ling Chen can graduate early in these 5 courses. During this period, Ling Chen drew dozens of prizes, all of which were things that were not used at present. Several useless exercises were taken by Ling Chen to be recycled by the system and exchanged for points. The 2 physical fitness enhancement cards were used on himself, which improved Ling Chen's physical fitness by another star. There were also several platinum-level weapons, but none of them were as good as their own Shen Yuan swords, so they were all used as accessories for their own swords. Ding! The cooldown time of the summoning system has expired. You can summon it. Ling Chen hurriedly went to wash the handle. Ding! Summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Demon Legion. Number of legions, 11. Legion Commander, Jun Xie. All talent level, SSS level. Attribute, Demon. Professional skills, Yama Chasing Life, Demon God Possession, Soul Splitting, Soul Restraint. Strength, Diamond 1 star, Purifiable. A group of demons with demon god blood flowing in their bodies. Yes, pretty. Sure enough, you have to wash your hands before the lottery. At this time, Ling Chen was in the academy, and it was inconvenient to summon the demons, so he did not choose to summon them. After a month of penance, Ling Chen's strength reached a gold level 3-star position. But this speed, Ling Chen is not satisfied. With the system open and hanging, who still practices honestly, Ling Chen decided to start doing the academy task in advance. It is said that the rewards for the academy's tasks are very generous, and Ling Chen came to the school's treasure pavilion full of expectations. On the first floor, the task hall. There is a giant screen in the mission hall, and many tasks are displayed on the screen. Directly in front of the hall, an old man was lying on the counter napping. The levels of the mission are divided into normal, hard, hell and extraordinary. On the screen, most of them are normal and difficult level tasks. The normal level corresponds to the difficulty below the diamond level, and the hard level is the difficulty of the protector level and below. In contrast, there are very few hell level difficulty tasks corresponding to the supreme level and extraordinary difficulty tasks corresponding to the saint level. The first time you do a task, it is mandatory to choose a task with difficulty level and below. It should be a protection mechanism for the academy. Without thinking too much, Ling Chen began to choose a task. A student can only accept 3 tasks at the same time, so try to choose more related tasks. Just when Ling Chen was thinking about what task to choose, a series of task information suddenly came into view. Normal mission, destroy the new human branch. Mission content, discover and destroy any branch of the new human, reward 10 credits, no upper limit. Mission reward, 10 plus credits. Hard mission, kill the new human deacon. Mission content, kill any moat level powerful deacon in the new human organization. Mission reward, 80 credits. Hard mission, kill the new human protector. Mission content, kill any national protector in the new human organization. Mission reward, 200 credits. These tasks are basically aimed at new humans. Ling Chen was secretly shocked in his heart. Has the new human organization risen to the point where even Dawn Academy needs to pay attention to it? Without hesitation, Ling Chen accepted these 3 tasks. I was attacked twice by the new human organization before, and this time it was my turn to fight back. Ling Chen's eyes became sharp, and a faint murderous aura emanated. Just as Ling Chen was about to go back and prepare, and then set off to investigate the new human organization. At this time, Ling Chen saw a smaller screen on the wall on the side, and directly above the screen, there were several big characters bounty list. Below it, there is a list of bounties. On the list, all of them are the code names, strengths, and some known introductions of various characters of the new human organization. A copy of the list on the bounty list. Ling Chen came to the counter directly in front of the hall. Dong dong, dong dong. Knocked lightly on the table, the old man who was taking a nap on his stomach slowly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the old man. His skin is dark and his hair is disheveled. His eyes are cloudy and dull. He is short and fat, with a sallow face, and is malnourished at first glance. The old man looked at Ling Chen, his eyes narrowed into a gap. Little ghost, what's the matter? Hello, I am Ling Chen, a freshman of the academy, and I want to receive the freshman's spirit stone and corresponding cultivation materials. As he spoke, Ling Chen handed over his token. The old man took the token, felt it, and showed a hint of surprise, and returned the token to Ling Chen. He stood up, turned around, and walked towards the stairs on the side, when an old voice came. Come with me. Ling Chen nodded, and then followed. Through the long staircase corridor, we came to the 2nd floor. There is a door made of iron and wood with 2 words written on it, Spirit Storage Room. Pushing open the door of the Spirit Storage Room, a strong source energy power came to his face. In the Spirit Storage Room, there were mountains of spirit stones, all of which were crystal clear, as if they contained endless source power. In the Spirit Storage Room, with the blessing of the Spirit Gathering Formation, the surrounding heaven and earth energy slowly gathered and continued to be absorbed by the Spirit Stone. Ling Chen looked at the mountain of spirit stones piled up in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. It was really worthy of the heritage of the academy. The old man waved his right hand, and the spirit stones fell to Ling Chen's feet like hail, and Ling Chen hurriedly put them into his storage ring. A total of 100,000 spirit stones, no more, no less. When Ling Chen finished collecting the spirit stone, the old man didn't say a word, and continued to walk towards the 2nd floor. After collecting this place, Ling Chen followed the old man to the innermost end of the 2nd second floor, where there was a door. The old man pushed open the door, and the scene in the room shocked Ling Chen. In a room of about 100 square meters, four huge round tables were neatly arranged. On each round table, all kinds of medicinal materials, natural materials, and treasures are neatly placed. These medicinal materials and natural materials and earth treasures are priceless and extremely precious, and can be refined into treasure pills, or even holy pills. In addition to these, there is a strong medicinal aroma in the air here. Ling Chen smelled this smell and cheered up. Looking at Ling Chen's excited appearance, the old man smiled slightly. Don't look at it, these are all yours. All? Ling Chen's heart jumped sharply, and he asked in surprise. Yes, these were all recently picked for you from the medicine garden. The old man touched his beard and said with a smile. Thank you, Ling Chen said sincerely. Don't thank me, you deserve it. The old man smiled and shook his head. Dare to ask the seniors, your surname is Daming? Ling Chen asked with his hands clasped. My surname is Li, and others like to call me uncle. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he clenched his fists and saluted Uncle Li. I have seen Uncle Li. Li Lao laughed. You kid is good. Honest enough, you should call me Li Lao in the future. Okay, it's okay, let's go back after taking the resources. Ling Chen nodded, turned around and put all the medicinal materials on the four large round tables into the ring. Touching the ring on his hand, Ling Chen showed a very comfortable smile, as if he was. Thank you, elderly. Ling Chen clenched his fists again and thanked him, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the treasure pavilion. Back in his villa, Ling Chen entered the space in the painting. Some herbs were taken out, and the fire source energy in his right hand surged, and a cauldron transformed from crimson source energy appeared. Ling Chen's eyes became focused, and he picked up a medicinal herb and threw it into the cauldron. After a long time, looking at the dozens of medicine bottles placed on the side, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. In each bottle of medicine, there is a treasure pill, which is the result of a hard day. These elixirs are all source replenishing energy and healing elixirs, which can increase their endurance. Put away the medicine bottle, Ling Chen decided. Let's go. Without further ado, Ling Chen flashed and disappeared indoors. In the Dawn Academy, a lightning-like figure swept by, and it swept in the direction of the entrance of the academy. Pass through the familiar corridor and break through the wall. Lush dense forest, quiet pool water crystal clear. After not stopping to enjoy the scenery, after confirming that there were no creatures on the side through perception. Space shuttle. A space vortex appeared, and compared to before, this space vortex became bigger and stronger. Ling Chen's figure flashed, swept into the vortex, and when Ling Chen entered it, the space vortex disappeared, as if it had never appeared. In the space vortex, Ling Chen swept in one direction. Outside Qianan City, wild area. A figure flashed out of the mid-air void, and Ling Chen stumbled and fell headfirst. Coincidentally, there was a squad below that was fighting against a bronze-level high-level monster beast. Coincidentally, the direction Ling Chen smashed happened to be the position of the monster. Bang! There was a loud noise. A huge impact drove the monster's body to smash the ground down, and dust flew up. The body of the bronze-level high-level monster beast was flattened by Ling Chen, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Ling Chen stood firm, with an apologetic face. Sorry, I didn't mean to rob the monster. Ling Chen? A surprised voice came. Ling Chen looked up. Yo, this is not the sixth. Cough. My close friend Yikong. On the side, there were still familiar figures, Ding Ning Shuang and Xianlinger and several classmates. Long time no see. Ding Ning Shuang stepped forward to say hello. Ling Chen touched the back of his head awkwardly. Long time no see. Ling Chen, where have you been lately? Why didn't the class reunion come after graduation? Xianlinger wondered. She knew that Bing Ning Shuang couldn't ask, so she asked. I reported to the academy, and I have been cultivating in the academy during this time. Ling Chen scratched his head. You went to the academy so early? Brother Chen, you are really working hard now. Yikong said in surprise. I think back then, the brother Chen who stayed up late to watch action movies together is gone. Yikong sighed silently. He could only enjoy the hundreds of tea of seeds to himself. Ling Chen smiled slightly. What about you? Formed a team to kill monsters in the jungle area? Brother Chen, you don't know, Tianan City has not been peaceful recently. Yikong sighed and said. Recently, outside Tianan City, there has been a riot of monster beasts, and several beast tides have broken out. Now the city lord is leading everyone to expand the city and increase the defense, and the beast tide should not be a big problem after that. Ling Chen nodded and instantly understood the truth behind it. So we just want to contribute to Tianan City and form a team to come out and kill the monsters. Yi Kang's face was impassioned. Ling Chen looked at Yi Kong with suspicious eyes, as if to say, just you, the five scum of the battle, the bronze-level monster beast has not been killed for half a year. You also kill monsters, you are stupid as monsters. Staring at Ling Chen, Yi Kong curled his lips unhappily. Ling Chen laughed, and didn't bother to expose Yi Kong. What are your plans now? Before school starts, we want to make Tianan City as safer as possible. Yi Kong said, Brother Chen, since you are here, why don't we go kill the monsters together? I think you have good organizational skills. Why not? I'll give you a task. Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and said to Yi Kong, in the Legion system, except Except for Ling Chen, only the Legion Commander and Deputy Commander have the authority to recruit people. What mission? Then remember what I said at the beginning to set up a team to engage in monsters? Ling Chen smiled faintly. I want to hand over the position of Deputy Regiment Commander to you. Your main task at the moment is to help me recruit people, then organize their daily cultivation and so on. May I? Ha, of course, no problem. Yi Kong suddenly remembered, as if there was indeed this stubble. Then I can recruit people in your name? Of course. Ling Chen looked at Yi Kong with a smile, as expected of a good brother, took out a low-level space ring and handed it to Yi Kong. The spirit stones in it are for your funds, and the elixirs and resources are for you to cultivate. Don't let my deputy head pull his crotch too much. Yi Kong nodded, looked at the mountain of spirit stones and elixirs piled up in the ring, was stunned for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal, but his slightly trembling right hand still exposed his inner thoughts. Okay, you come to the city lord's mansion at night, Ling Chen said to Yi Kong Yuan. Hearing this, Yi Kong nodded silently. Ling Chen, can we join? The enthusiastic classmates on the side stepped forward and asked. Ling Chen smiled faintly, of course. Find Yi Kong to report. In the face of monsters, being able to muster up the courage to go out of the city to kill demons, in a way, they are already better than ordinary people. Thank you, Ling Chen. Everyone cheered. I left in advance, you pay attention to safety. Ling Chen waved his hand, took out a array plate and threw it to Yi Kong. This is a defensive magic circle that can activate a defensive shield against platinum-level monster attacks at critical moments. Ling Chen's lottery money is no longer needed. I think it's enough to protect everyone's safety. A few flashes came to the city lord's mansion. Through a specific entrance, Ling Chen came to the second floor of the underground fortress. Second floor, central conference room. Ling Chen summoned Chijiao, Sokka, and Ian over. I've seen the Lord, the three shouted in unison. Ling Chen nodded and silently recited in his heart, come out. A dark contract door appeared, and 11 figures emitting a thick black mist appeared in front of Ling Chen and the others. Sokka and the three of them suddenly looked solemn and looked at these figures with horrified faces. Lord, this is? Sokka trembled a little and asked in a trembling voice. This is my newly summoned legion. Just like you will get along well in the future. Ling Chen said lightly. I've seen the Lord. 11 figures knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand and motioned for the 11th figure to get up. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the full view of dozens of figures. The leader Jun Xia had a handsome face, deep and blurred eyes, his black hair was casually disheveled, and he had an evil smile on his face, looking lazy. The 10 demons behind them were all strong and resolute, and raised their heads with arrogant chests. Wow, so handsome. Sokka fell all of a sudden, turned into a little fangirl, and threw herself to Jun Xia's side, looking like a nymphomaniac. Completely forget the fear just now. Ignoring Sokka, who was just up to his waist, Jun Xia bowed to Ling Chen. Reporting to the Lord, subordinate Jun Xia, this is our first batch of demon warriors. Jun Xia said respectfully. The first batch? Ling Chen wondered, summoning the legion, isn't it a one-time thing? Yes, Lord, as the level of the Lord's legion increases, more demon warriors will join. Ling Chen propped his chin and pondered, the demon race seems to be a little different from other legions? System, what's going on? For a long time, there was no response. Ha, what's wrong with the system? Just as Ling Chen was puzzled, the familiar prompt sound of the system came. Ding, the host currently lacks authority and cannot be informed, so he can only tell the host that the demons really exist in this time and space. Real existence? That is to say, what was summoned earlier is not there in reality here? After thinking for a while, Ling Chen couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. Sooner or later, he would know. By the way, how is the recent situation of the Shadow Department? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to the Lord, everything is going well. The Shadow Department has developed to every major gathering place and city, and is gradually expanding its scale. Chijiao replied respectfully. Okay, yes, next, the Shadow Department will help me do something. Investigate the branches of the new humans in all the cities in China. Ling Chen's eyes became sharp. Once you find out, tell me immediately. If the strength of the branch is not strong, allow the Shadow Department to destroy it yourself. Yes, Lord. Chijiao shouted lightly, bowed, and disappeared in place. He was going to give up the task. Ian, how is your development now? I'll go back and sort out the resources later, leave the necessary resources, and replenish the excess to the resource library of the underground fortress. Reporting back to the Lord, my clan has now developed and grown, and has occupied a small territory in the demon realm. There are countless low-level resources. Ian reported truthfully that their goblins were not strong, so they could only grab low-level resources. Ling Chen nodded. These low-level resources were just enough for Tianan City to train troops. When Ling Chen turned his head to look at Sokka, he felt Sokka's strength and frowned slightly. It had been a month, and the strength of the wet nurse had not risen by a star? Didn't you say to let you practice more leveling? How can the milk yield be raised like this? Didn't anyone take you to upgrade? Ling Chen asked for 3 years. Sokka looked at Ling Chen aggrievedly. Ling Chen rubbed his nose and said helplessly, Jun Xia, your next next task is to take the wet nurses to level up. Try not to let humans discover you. Yes. Junxia's eyes twitched slightly, and he nodded in response. Thank you, Lord. Sokka suddenly became excited. Ling Chen quickly waved his hand and motioned for everyone to step back. I haven't seen my sister for a long time, and I don't know how it is now. Go back and take a look, Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared in place. In the City Lord's mansion, Ling Chen appeared out of thin air. At this time, the entire City Lord's mansion was overcrowded, and everyone was lining up in an orderly manner towards the martial arts training ground of the City Lord's mansion one by one. Seeing Ling Chen appear out of thin air, the people around them were startled, and after seeing that it was Ling Chen, everyone quickly reacted. Ling Chen is here. The people around him turned their heads and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand to everyone, and then ran towards the martial arts training ground. In the martial arts training ground, several guards were orderly directing everyone to enter the field, and on the high platform in the field, City Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming were sitting and chatting about something. Ling Chen flashed and appeared on the high platform, and City Lord Yi's body instantly tensed as if he was about to face a catastrophe, and only relaxed after seeing that it was Ling Chen, and Zhuge still looked relaxed and unmoved. Ling Xiao, you are back. We are recruiting soldiers, and those who have passed the screening will be sent to the barracks for training, and those who have performed well in the training will be arranged to be sent to the training base of the underground castle. City Lord Yi finished a long list of words in one go, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. The recent beast tide, did you arrange? Ling Chen asked straight to the point. Yes, Lord. City Lord Yi nodded. At Mr. Zhuge's suggestion, the small beast tide we arranged did not cause any casualties because we prepared in advance. Because of the frequent beast tides, some people in the city are panicked, so we will take this opportunity to expand the city in order to be prepared. Moreover, because of the beast tide, the city protector eliminated many beast tides with very small losses, and his reputation was greatly enhanced, so there was an endless stream of people who came to participate in the conscription assessment. City Lord Yi explained. Well, good job. Ling Chen nodded and looked at Zhuge Liang. Moreover, the outside world declared that the resources for building the city were supported by the country's #1 Ling Chen. Zhuge said with a light smile. Now the people in the city encouraged the children to learn from Ling Chen and not forget the mother city. Ling Chen couldn't help but jump his eyelids, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to destroy the monsters and restore peace. How could he start buying people's hearts? However, this is also conducive to the stability of the base camp, and Ling Chen didn't say much. Just do what you think. Let the goblins cooperate with the superpowers to build a new city. I want it to be as solid as a fortress. Ling Chen's arrogant words immediately aroused the fighting spirit of City Lord Yi. Yes, Ling Xiao, you guys are busy. Gather in the conference room in the evening. After saying that, Ling Chen disappeared in place with a flash. Ling Xiao, you've become stronger again. City Lord Yi sighed, but there was a joy in his eyes that could not be hidden. Zhuge Kongming smiled faintly, the Suzaku feather fan in his hand gently fanned, bringing a trace of cool breeze, looking at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, not knowing what he was thinking. I returned to the apartment where I had been staying, and learned from the city lord that my sisters had been living here. Returning to the familiar room, Ling Chen took out the key, opened the door and walked in. Hearing the movement, the second daughter who was sitting on the sofa watching the national replay turned her head and saw that it was Ling Chen, and stood up with a surprised face. Brother, you're back. Do you remember your two sisters? Ling Xi's face full of surprise disappeared instantly, and he curled his lips and said. Ling Chen smiled with relief. This little girl is still the same, but Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart, walked up to the two of them, and touched the heads of the second daughter. Ha, you are already at the bronze level? Ling Chen looked at Ling Xi in surprise, but he didn't expect that before he woke up. Ling Xi had already cultivated to the bronze level. That's it? Your sister. I am the Empress. Ling Xi raised his head triumphantly. You girl. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. Ling Chen looked at Lingling next to Ling Xi, and Lingling saw Ling Chen looking at herself and showed a sweet smile. Lingling broke through to the gold level? Not bad. Brother, there are too many resources you have left. We can't use them all. After you will find that these resources are far from enough. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, go to the city lord's mansion to find your brother Zhuge. Ling Chen had a hunch that his sister's potential was very strong, and when her sister awakened next year, it would definitely open everyone's eyes again. Why again? I understand. After resting at home for half a day, at night, Ling Chen came to the city lord's mansion. At this time, in the council hall of the city lord's mansion, everyone was waiting here. Yi Kong, Zhuge Kongming, Yi City Lord, Shijio, and others have arrived. After seeing Ling Chen's figure, everyone's eyes showed a strong fanaticism. Brother Chen. Seeing Ling Chen coming, Yi Kong took the lead in calling. Ling Chen nodded, walked to the main seat above the conference room, and turned around to look at everyone. This time I summoned everyone here, mainly to announce the general plan of the future legion. Our supernatural army will be divided into supernatural army and super army, which can enter the recruit selection through the preliminary examination, assessment, and finally pass the recruit selection can enter our underground castle training camp and become a member of our supernatural army. For every 10,000 supernatural army, a sub-regiment commander and staff officer are set up. In the supernatural army, warriors whose strength level reaches diamond strength will enter the super army and enjoy better treatment. The super army will be divided into melee, meat shield, cavalry, ranged output, and assassin. In addition, a separate logistics department will be set up, and those who know alchemy, refining, formations or rune experience can join directly. The supernatural army will set up the positions of corps commander, deputy regiment commander and military division, and the rest of the positions will be arranged by yourself. Only the corps commander, the military division and I have the right to directly mobilize the super army. In addition, the legions on the second floor of the underground fortress will be led by me personally, independent of the legions. Ling Chen told everything he had to do in one breath. Everyone looked at Ling Chen in surprise, and from Ling Chen's plan, they heard a hint of ambition. The general direction is like this, and all the specific details will be responsible for the future military division, that is, our Zhuge Kongming. Thank you, boss. Zhuge stood up, said softly, nodded slightly to everyone, and then sat down. In addition, the position of corps commander is temporarily vacant, and I will temporarily appoint it, and I will decide to hand over the position of deputy regiment commander to Yi Kong. He is responsible for recruiting and training troops. Little brother takes orders. Yi Kong also stood up and pretended to clench his fists to signal. City Lord Yi, I want you to serve as the internal logistics manager of our base camp, managing the logistics services of the city and the legion. Hearing Ling Chen's words, City Lord Ye's eyes couldn't help but widen, and he quickly stood up and looked at Ling Chen with an excited face. Thank you Ling Chen for your love. I will do my best to do a good job in the logistics support of the legion. City Lord Yi hurriedly said. Although it sounds like a logistics manager, the strength of the legion will be stronger in the future, and the importance of this position should not be underestimated. I will regularly arrange for people to be put into the resource pool of the underground castle for good responsibility for recruiting people, training troops, and building the city. Yes, everyone agreed. Is there anything else? If not, let's disperse, Ling Chen said. City Lord Yi and others hurriedly bowed and retreated. After everyone left, Ling Chen returned to his room at home to practice. As if remembering something, Ling Chen came to the door of the next room. Ling Chen dodged into the house and vaguely heard a strange sound coming from the room inside. Cough, cough. Ling Chen clenched his right hand into a fist and put it to his mouth, coughing lightly twice. Suddenly, the sound in the room paused. Ah! A sharp cry sounded. Soon, the old man in unbearable clothes came out and saw that it was Ling Chen, who was immediately furious. You stinky boy, can you not come to disturb me in the middle of the night? The old man was so angry that he was so frightened that his little brother was paralyzed. Sure enough, the old man is getting stronger. I came to you to get down to business. I am ready, and I have pulled out the branch of the new humans. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the old man's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Which branch of the main city of Hongdu? The old man's tone was full of hatred and anticipation. Ling Chen shook his head. Seeing Ling Chen shaking his head, the old man's head couldn't help but droop again, and he was happy early. I'm going to pull out the new human branch of all China. Ling Chen's next sentence made the old man deeply shocked in place. Tomorrow, let's go and pull out Hongdu first. Okay. The old man's tone suddenly became excited, and the day of revenge was finally coming. Looking at the strength of the old man's diamond level 7 star, Ling Chen silently touched his chin. It seems that you can consider copying a copy of the old man's cultivation techniques for soldiers who are not highly talented, but this seems to be too resource-consuming. Ling Chen opened the system mall and searched for whether there were any exercises of the same type, which could be upgraded by consuming resources. In the end, Ling Chen locked on a book of exercises, The Secret of Transformation of the Source. Transformation of the Source, Prefecture-level high-level exercises. Exercise ability, absorb the source power containing rich resources such as spirit stones and elixirs, and the upgrade effect is excellent. It takes about 10,000 spirit stones to cultivate a diamond level. Price, 10 million points. As far as Ling Chen knew, it cost the old man nearly 100,000 spirit stones to advance to the diamond, so in comparison, this technique is not bad. It's decided. It's you. Check your balance. Points balance, 2237521. Well, the balance is insufficient. It seems that this time to destroy the new human stronghold, we need to do more points exchange within the exercises. After agreeing with the old man to leave the next day, Ling Chen returned to his room. In the early morning of the vertical day, the sky was dark. Outside Tianan City, on a flat lawn, Shijiao and two assassins were waiting for something. The space fluctuated. Ling Chen appeared on the lawn, and after a while, a figure swept over in the distance. It was the old man, and the group had gathered. Shijiao, what's the situation in the main city of Hongdu? Is there any result? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to the Lord, Hongdu has currently discovered a total of 3 new human divisions. One is guarded by a city-level powerhouse, and the other 2 have diamond-level peak powerhouses, so we did not act rashly. Ling Chen nodded, and then ordered, then let's set off now. After saying saying that, Ling Chen took the lead and swept in the direction of the main city of Hongdu. A group of 4 people followed closely behind and rushed to the main city of Hangzhou. As the sun set, the outline of the main city appeared on the horizon, and Ling Chen and the old man entered the city smoothly, and then summoned the shadow assassin in. "Lord, please come with me, this way." Bending slightly towards Ling Chen, Qizhou said to Ling Chen, and after saying that, he led the way in front. Ling Chen nodded, and as Qizhou turned around, he came to a remote alley. "Lord, let's camp here for the time being." A small base was built below. Pointing to an abandoned house in front of him, Qizhou said. Ling Chen nodded and stepped into the abandoned house in the alley. Entering the low and old house, dozens of shadow assassins were waiting here, and when they saw Ling Chen, a group of assassins shouted softly, "I've seen the Lord." Seeing that all the shadow assassins were already diamond level, Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction and gave an order. "Let's go." Immediately, Ling Chen took the shadow assassin and headed towards the division that Ling Chen knew at the beginning. Ling Chen and his party of 20 people, under the night, quietly appeared in a corner of the city, outside a slightly dilapidated old community. "Everyone, be careful, there is a more level existence here, leave it to me later. You will solve all the rest," Ling Chen ordered softly. Everyone nodded in unison, expressing understanding, and at the same time, the old man's eyes were full of surprise. How long has it been since Ling Chen has a trump card to deal with the moat level? Soon, Ling Chen and his party quietly sneaked into the community and approached the building where the new human stronghold was located. A certain building, the 6th floor. Behind a beautifully decorated desk, a man in contemplation suddenly raised his head and showed a hint of evil smile. "Jie, a fish has taken the bait," the man muttered in a low voice. Ling Chen and the others lurked next to the wall outside the building. Glancing at the empty space around, Ling Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and he secretly calculated in his heart. If you attack in the normal way, once a battle occurs, you will definitely accidentally injure nearby residents, and how to avoid accidental injury has become a problem. "That's right, you wait for me." Ling Chen took out a array plate and disappeared in place, leaving a line of shadow assassins looking at each other. A few minutes later, Ling Chen's figure appeared, and at the same time, a graceful figure appeared at the same time. It was Bai Ling. "Linger, go up later, do it directly, I will cooperate with you to kill the other party's moat level in seconds, don't cause too much damage, and avoid accidental injury." Hearing Ling Chen's instructions, Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Action. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he took the lead in rushing to the 6th floor where the new human stronghold was located. Bai Ling followed closely behind, and his body suddenly disappeared. When Ling Chen and the others appeared in the living room on the 6th floor, they found that several new human members had already prepared and were waiting for their arrival. It's finally here," the man at the head sneered, staring at Ling Chen with his eyes. Looking at the man who didn't panic at all, Ling Chen was secretly vigilant in his heart. Is there any backhand here? Jie, let you become my great achievement in promotion." The momentum on the man's body soared suddenly, and a strong coercion erupted from his body, instantly enveloping Ling Chen and the others, as if they were about to devour everyone. 1 star for national protection. The main city is the city lord's office. A man who was reviewing documents in the study suddenly discovered something. "Come on, what did the city lord order?" A guard pushed the door open and knelt down with his fists in front of the man. "There is the aura of a moat-level powerhouse in the southeast. Send the dragon guard to take a look." "Yes," the guard shouted lightly, and then turned to the dragon guard base. "Alas, it's not peaceful lately." The man shook his head and continued to look at the document with a wry smile. The strength of the other party was fully displayed, and the old man's eyes were full of a hint of determination. Was this just about to take revenge? Feeling the other party's breath, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party's trump card was just like this, then there was no concern. "Linger, come up." With Ling Chen's soft drink, the aura of destroying the peak of the national level came to Linger's face. The man's pupils on the opposite side contracted suddenly, and the idea of escaping suddenly appeared in his heart. But when the man wanted to escape, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. Space-time ban. Ling Chen released control towards the man. "It's now." Linger's figure flashed, came to the man, and wiped the man's throat with a paw, and in everyone's shocked eyes, he was instantly killed. Killing the strong man of the city defense level in seconds, Ling Chen and Linger didn't even feel anything, as if they were chopping vegetables. This scene made the corners of everyone's mouths twitch violently. "Don't be stunned, don't leave one." Ling Chen's flat voice came. "Yes." A group of assassins and old men acted quickly, rushing forward, and Ling Chen also stepped forward, taking away a platinum-level new human with a sword. Looking at the corpse under his sword, which was constantly bleeding, Ling Chen's hand twitched slightly a few times, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and returned to normal. Ding, kill platinum-level powerhouses, experience plus 4,000. Ling Chen was slightly startled. Killing new human powerhouses, also experienced? "Stop, put that person down, let me come." Ling Chen hurriedly drank down. With a kick under his feet, his figure flashed to the last member of the new human organization, and sent him to see his grandfather with a sword. Ding, kill platinum-level powerhouses, experience plus 4,000. Sure enough, it is too slow to cultivate honestly. Ling Chen looked at his level and reserve experience. Ling Chen, Gold 3-star, 99/300000. Experience pool, 28,666. First solve the affairs of the new humans, and then go to the demon realm to brush the level, Ling Chen secretly decided in his heart. From the body of the leading man, the space ring was removed. Ling Chen checked it, left the man's identity token, and exchanged all his other items for points. Seeing that the balance was more than 1 million points, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips, and was cheated by the profiteer system again. Let's go! Using the communicator's photo function, leaving evidence, Ling Chen disappeared into the night with a group. Tens of minutes later, 2 dragon guards, a man and a woman, came to the scene and saw everyone lying in a pool of blood. This is? The man stepped forward and picked up the token of the younger brother on the side. New human. Then he took off his little brother's shirt, and sure enough, he saw the unique mark of the new human on his back. This is the stronghold of the new humans, but I didn't expect someone to actually attack them. The woman looked at the new human token in her hand, with a hint of excitement on her face. When the man heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "Let's go, notify the boss immediately." After saying that, the two notified the relevant units to sweep the tail and left the place. When a man and a woman arrived at the Tianlong clubhouse, a certain room was already full of blood, and they were all new human beings. In the central villa area, in the single-family villa of a wealthy businessman, Ling Chen sealed his throat with a sword and sent away the last person to attain enlightenment. Ding, kill a diamond-level powerhouse, experience plus 8,000. Breathed a sigh of relief, and in the experience pool, the experience had reached 302666. No hesitation, upgrade, a white light, an invisible force poured into his body, and Ling Chen was promoted to the golden level 4 stars. The new human organization in Hangdu has been solved, and the investigation will continue to be carried out. Tomorrow we will go to other main city gathering places to destroy the branches. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then disappeared into the night. In the next month, Ling Chen and his party traveled to major gathering places. In just 1 month, Ling Chen and the others cleaned up more than 20 new human divisions, 2 of which were left behind by the city-level powerhouses. Finally, Ling Chen's points were made up to 10 million. Without hesitation, Ling Chen exchanged the transformation formula and left it to his supernatural army to cultivate. As for whether they practiced or not, it was all voluntary. Ling Chen personally sent away the platinum diamond users of each branch, and the experience he gained was properly upgraded to 3 stars. Experience pool, 104,666. Ling Chen's strength reached the golden level of 7 stars, and in a month after coming out, he was promoted by 4 stars. Isn't this faster than honest cultivation? It's time to go back. Ling Chen was secretly excited in his heart. This time he came out. Not only his strength increased greatly, but even the task was over-completed. Hundreds of credits couldn't run away. Full of excitement, Ling Chen and his party returned from the gathering place in the northern capital. During this month, Ling Chen did not forget to draw the lottery on time, which were all things needed for cultivation. Double cultivation card, triple experience card, valid for 1 day, marrow washing pill. Ding, the cooldown of the summoning legion has expired. You can summon it. Quickly found a stream in the wild, washed the handle, and summoned. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Bone Dragon Legion. Summoning, number of legions, 33. Legion Commander, Abyss. All talent level, former member SS level. Attribute, Undead. Professional skills, Bone Spurs, Breath of Corrosion, Bloodlust. Strength Diamond 9-star peak, can be improved. Possess an immortal body and absorb the fire of the undead to ascend. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen took out the array plate and came to the trial ground. Summoned, silently chanting in his heart. A huge contract door opened, and from it, giant bone dragons slowly emerged. Looking at the appearance of the bone dragon, Ling Chen's eyes widened. This Nima is too big, right? The huge body of 20 meters long, the whole body is full of bones. The bones are dark black, with a dark black luster, connected section by section, and there are sharp bone spurs at the connections. 2 4 and 5 meter long wings were located on both sides, and the completely black dragon claws revealed a hint of coldness. 33 bone dragons flew out, covering the sky and the sun, as if the entire sky was occupied by them. As a dead bone, he didn't look like he had the slightest sense of evil, but had a hint of sacred aura. The number of bone dragons is not particularly large, but it seems to have thousands of troops. Master! The 33 bone dragons shouted in unison, and the sound waves rolled throughout the trial land. Groups of bone dragons flew into the sky, hovering over the trial land, exuding a hint of cold aura. Ah, very good. Ling Chen laughed, looked at the bone dragon, and nodded with satisfaction. You stay here first, and I will summon you when you need it. Don't conflict with other races here. Yes, Master. 33 bone dragons said respectfully. Ling Chen waved his hand and disappeared in place. Next to the stream, Ling Chen's figure reappeared. He said to the shadow assassins waiting on the side, "Let's go." The old man on the side stepped forward. Ling Chen, thank you. Ling Chen waved his hand and didn't say anything. I don't have anything good to repay you. I have a copy of my own ancestral exercises, choose, I will give it to you, as my future letter of surrender. As he spoke, the old man took out a copy of the source absorption method from an old low-level ring. Ding, detected the prefecture-level high-level technique. Source absorption method. Source absorption method, advanced earth rank. Content, absorbing the source chi for your own use. You can improve your strength very quickly, but you can never break the mortal realm. Looking at the exercises in his hand, Ling Chen's face was a little strange, ancestral. You shouldn't be surnamed Rin, right? Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of eccentricity. Ha, how do you know? That's right, the old man is surnamed Ren, and there are too many enemies in his ancestors, so he has been incognito and has never told him. Wang Haihan. Ren Lao knelt down with his fists folded and saluted Ling Chen. The corners of Ling Chen's eyes twitched, and he waved his hand to signal the old man to get up. I'll take it, okay, let's go. Ling Chen shouted, taking the lead in the direction of Tianan City. The source absorption method was randomly replaced by the system, and now that I have a better effect, I naturally won't choose to use this. Looking at the 1 million points in his hand, Ling Chen was a little painful. Not long after the group swept out, Bai Ling called softly, wait, there is the aura of a strong man in front of him. Hearing this, Ling Chen's expression froze. With his current strength, the perception of spiritual power could only feel the wind and grass within 1,000 meters. The group stopped, staring at Bai Ling's strength in front of him with a serious face, which was obvious to all, so they did not doubt it. A sneer came from and in the dense forest in front of them, dozens of men in black slowly walked out, holding weapons and staring at everyone with indifferent eyes. It should be a new human being, be careful. Ling Chen reminded in a low voice, staring at the other party closely, guessing the other party's identity in his heart. Not bad. It seems that Ling Chen, the first genius in the history of China, still has a bit of brains. Among the men in black, the leading old man said with a smile, Ling Chen, even destroy my new human 28 divisions, you are very brave. Ling Chen outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth and did not speak, but he acquiesced. Jia. Do you already think that you are strong and invincible? The old man in black sarcastically said loudly, let me tell you, a genius who has not grown up is not called a genius. Really? Ling Chen sneered and asked lightly. The old man in black had an eerie smile on his face, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the leading old man in black. Feeling this aura, everyone's faces instantly became solemn, as if facing a great enemy. The other party was leading, and their strength had reached the peak of the supreme level. Behind the old man, dozens of men in black, their breaths burst out together. All of them were city protector level powerhouses. Oops. The other party really thinks highly of me, and the elder actually went out in person. Ling Chen smiled bitterly and said softly, I will send you away later. Lord! A group of assassins shouted urgently, it's useless for you to stay here. Ling Chen shouted, took out the array plate, and suddenly changed his face. It's happened. Jia. Ling Chen, you shouldn't think we don't know you are a space department. The surrounding space has long been blocked by us, and today, you can't escape with your wings. The old man's vicious voice came. After saying that, the old man disappeared in place, and in an instant he came to Ling Chen and punched out. Before Ling Chen could react, Bai Ling on the side pounced on him and blocked Ling Chen. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bai Ling's mouth and sprayed on Ling Chen's face. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen's face instantly darkened, and he appeared in the distance holding Bai Ling in a flash, putting Bai Ling on the ground. Gently stroking Bai Ling's pale cheeks, Ling Chen's eyes showed a hint of distress. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. Turning his head, he looked at the old man in black and roared, Old man. Ling Chen opened his hands slightly, his eyes froze, and he shouted lightly, 3 turns of Thunder God technique. Reinforce. A powerful thunder force appeared on Ling Chen's body, flashes of lightning, and the aura on Ling Chen's body gradually rose, rising from the strength of a gold level 7 star to a diamond level 1 star strength. His physical fitness was also rising sharply, and he soon reached the strength of a 4-star mote. Oh, what kind of secret method is this? This kid must have a big secret. Seeing the sudden rise in Ling Chen's momentum, the old man was overjoyed. After killing Ling Chen, if he gets the secret technique, he will have the ability to compete for the position of deputy leader. Ling Chen, let's see how you escape this time. The old man's eerie voice came, and his palm slapped out, and a surging energy came straight towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen didn't have time to react at all, and quickly disappeared in place with a flash. Dozens of meters away, above Ling Chen's hands, a crimson source energy appeared in his right hand, and an ice blue source energy appeared on his left hand, and purple thunder crossed the sky in the sky. The old man's pupils shrank. This is? Ling Chen was in the old man's shocked gaze. The source energy on both hands touched together. Thunder fell in the sky. The 3 systems of source power fused with each other, and when the 3 systems of source power reached an equilibrium point, a ball of light gradually formed. For the generation of the current ball of light, Ling Chen was already familiar with it, and immediately, the source force of space and time also flowed out of Ling Chen's body and merged into the ball of light. The old man felt something and looked at Ling Chen in shock. You still have time ability? This TM is still not human after all. It is okay to have space ability, and there is also a time ability. Ignoring the old man's surprise, the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand grew bigger bigger and bigger. On the opposite side was a powerhouse at the peak of the supreme level. Ling Chen did not dare to hold it up and injected all his source power. The old man also wanted to see what kind of tricks Ling Chen could play for him. The more Ling Chen could jump now, the happier he was. After all, these abilities were about to become his. When the source energy in Ling Chen's body was almost exhausted, Ling Chen narrowed in a flash, and the distance between him and the old man was blasted close to the old man in the old man's astonished gaze. A dazzling white light flashed. Bang! There was a loud bang. Ling Chen flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away, half kneeling on the ground, panting. Now he really doesn't have a drop left. The source chi droplets in his body. Raising his head, he watched the white light at the explosion dissipate, and suddenly, Ling Chen's pupils shrank, and the figure was still there. Jia. Yes, the gold level can actually hit the supreme level 4-star strength attack. I am now more and more curious about what kind of opportunity you have obtained, and now this opportunity belongs to me. The old man sneered. The figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Ling Chen at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the old man punched out, piercing Ling Chen's chest, and a wisp of blood flowed down the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. The brilliance in Ling Chen's eyes gradually dissipated. The old man pulled out his arm. Ling Chen's body hung weakly and fell to the ground. Lord! Dozens of shadow assassins roared in unison, rushing towards the old man invisibly. Oomph! Trivial skills. The old man waved his right hand lightly, and dozens of shadow assassins appeared and flew out backwards. Ding! It is detected that the host's current health status is extremely low and he is in a dying state. Trigger passive, Nirvana. Suddenly, a warm feeling poured into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could feel that his whole body began to recover. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recovering in full place. Nirvana, cooling down, 30 days. Soon, the injuries on Ling Chen's body returned to normal, and the trauma on his chest disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few seconds, Ling Chen's body seemed to feel like he had never been injured. Only the big hole and bloodstains on his chest and clothes showed that Ling Chen had been injured. Ling Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, but his expression was still solemn. There was no one on his side who could resist the old man at all. Even if he recovered, it was useless. Ha! The old man snorted lightly and watched Ling Chen return to his original state in surprise, and then his face became excited. Looking at Ling Chen, as if he saw without clothes, his face was full of excitement. The more outrageous the abilities Ling Chen showed, the more excited the old man became, and these abilities, in his eyes, were about to belong to him. Without saying a word, the old man grabbed Ling Chen, wanting to control Ling Chen in his hands. At this moment, in the sky, lightning and thunder roared, and a devastating aura emanated. The old man's heart was slightly cold. He stopped, raised his head, and saw endless black clouds gathering in the sky, and silver thunder swam away, descending with a terrifying aura. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Ling Chen's face was stunned. He felt that this sea of thunder seemed to have a hint of closeness to himself. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, and a purple thunder emerged, rushing into the sky, getting close to the silver thunder entanglement, as if the father and son were playing and playing. The old man's face changed. Damn it, this won't be. Then, in Ling Chen's stunned eyes, the old man's figure flashed, disappeared in place, flew towards the distance at high speed, and fled into the wilderness. This. Ling Chen touched his head and said softly, is this thunder so terrifying? What he is afraid of is not thunder, but me. A powerful voice came from behind Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned his head and saw a figure slowly falling from the sky, a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit, with a resolute face, and exuding a strong coercion. But for some reason, Ling Chen could feel a trace of closeness from the man. Ling Chen's eyes stared at the middle-aged man tightly, and the man also looked at Ling Chen. After a while, the man smiled faintly. Let me solve the matter first. The silver thunder in the sky surged and shot in the direction of the old man at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the thunder approaching at a rapid pace behind him, the old man's face was full of horror. No. The thunder bombarded the old man's body, instantly taking away the old man's life. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then looked at the man and muttered, it's actually the Saint Realm. The man waved his hand, and dozens of silver thunder fell, tying up the remaining men in black. In the dense forest on the side, a man in military uniform rushed out and stepped forward to detain the man in black. After doing all this, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Ling Chen. If you have any questions, just ask. The man's tone was full of softness. Do we know each other? Why do I feel that your breath makes me feel very familiar? Ling Chen stared at the man tightly, feeling an inexplicable feeling in his heart. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Hearing the man's words, Ling Chen's tone was surprisingly calm and he said lightly, back then, as the top genius in China, I easily broke through the supreme level at the age of 30, and I was in high spirits, single-handedly rushed into the demon realm. The man's tone became low, and his eyes were full of remembrance. Later, I met her. We fell in love at first sight. Later, we had 2 children, until one day, her people came to find her. At that time, with her help, I had already stepped into the realm of saints and became one of the strongest in China. However, under the coercion of her clan, I couldn't even lift my body. Speaking of this, a hint of sadness flashed flashed in the middle-aged man's expression. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and continued. And she, as if she had known all this for a long time, sent our children away before that. Tell me not to let her people know who our children are. As if opening the chatterbox that had been sealed for many years, the middle-aged man and Ling Chen sat on the ground, telling their stories. I hope that one day, we can come together and bring her back. After saying that, the man coughed lightly a few times, his face a little pale. Ling Chen's heart was sour. He nodded, looked at the man's not in a good state and asked, "What are you? The dark wounds left before are not in the way." The man smiled faintly at Ling Chen, but the slightly white corners of his mouth betrayed him. Ling Chen suddenly thought of the golden sore medicine he had drawn, took it out and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Here you go. This can heal your hidden wounds." "Oh?" The man looked at Ling Chen in surprise, with a hint of relief in his eyes. He was really his father's good son. Without hesitation, the man raised his head and took it. I forgot to say it just now. This medicine is applied externally. Why didn't you say it earlier?" The middle-aged man's head had blue veins bulging. "You are really filial to me." "Ahem. Make a joke to adjust the atmosphere. Don't take it seriously." Ling Chen coughed twice. The golden sore medicine he took turned into a warm current and rushed towards the acne in the man's body, and the acne was instantly repaired. The man's face instantly returned to normal, and the whole person's spirit also returned to its peak state. "I have fully recovered." The man was surprised to feel the changes in his body, and said to Ling Chen, "Okay, as expected of me, a promising junior." After saying that, he winked at Ling Chen. Seeing the change in the man, Ling Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded towards the man. "By the way, I don't know yet." Before Ling Chen finished speaking, he was interrupted by the man. "They all call me Ling Huang." Ling Huang's tone revealed a hint of domineering, which made people want to surrender to his feet. Ling Huang? Hearing this title, Ling Chen's face also flashed with a hint of shock. "Isn't this the strongest recognized in China today? The strongest person is actually my father? Then I am the strong second generation? Long admiration." Ling Chen clenched his fists towards Ling Huang and said, "They all call me Ling Chen. I've been looking up to the daimyo for a long time." Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and smiled, and invisibly, they reached a tacit understanding, and they did not say anything about the relationship between father and son between the two sides. "I know everything you did in Tianan City. Building a city definitely requires resources. I still have some spirit stones here, so I will treat it as a greeting." After saying that, Ling Huang took out a ring and threw it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen caught the ring, and the divine thought detection entered it, and he was immediately attracted by the incomparably abundant source energy in it. Inside this ring, there were tens of millions of ordinary spirit stones and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. A high-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, but generally, no one will exchange a high-grade spirit stone for an ordinary spirit stone. In contrast, the source chi in the high-grade spirit stone is more pure, contains fewer impurities, and is used for cultivation to get twice the result with half the effort. "Then thank you, Ling Huang." Ling Chen bowed his hands in thanks, and put away the ring unceremoniously. "If there is any difficulty, even if you send someone to Dawn City to find me." Ling Huang waved his hand and said with deep meaning, "Okay." Ling Chen nodded heavily. "There are 2 jade pendants here, and if you encounter danger, you can crush it." Saying that, Ling Huang took out 2 more jade pendants rich in spirituality and handed them to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took the jade pendant, and on the jade pendant, 2 words were clearly engraved. "Ling Huang. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Cultivate well. I'll wait for you." Ling Huang arched his hands, then stood up and walked away slowly. A thunderbird with flashes of lightning rushed from afar. Sure, with a long cry, the thunderbird stopped in front of Ling Huang. Looking at the thunderbird in front of him, Ling Huang's face showed a kind smile. "Let's go." Ling Huang jumped and came to the back of the thunderbird, which spread its wings and soared towards the sky. An eagle followed closely behind, and on the back of the eagle stood a man in military uniform, with dozens of tied men in black behind him. Ling Chen looked at the thunderbird and the eagle that disappeared from sight, and couldn't help but have a doubt rise in his heart. How did he arrive in time so much? Shaking his head, Ling Chen turned around and came to Bai Ling's side. Bai Ling was closing his eyes tightly, healing himself, and feeding Bai Ling a healing elixir. Ling Chen sat down. For a long time, under the influence of the holy pill, Bai Ling's pale face gradually turned rosy and recovered. Opening his eyes, Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen sitting in front of him, and a warmth rose in his heart. "Okay, let's go home." Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling and said softly, "Well." Bai Ling nodded, and the eyes of the two met in midair, and there was a smile in each other's eyes. The group set off again in the direction of Qianan City. As soon as he stepped out, he suddenly saw a golden token falling to the ground, which was left by the old man before, bent over, and picked up the token. On the token, there is a flower engraved on it. For some unknown reason, Ling Chen threw it into the ring. Qianan City, the city lord's mansion. After 2 days of travel, Ling Chen and his party returned to Qianan City. After dismissing the surrounding guards, all the high-level officials of the Ling Chen General Corps were summoned to the underground fortress. 3 basement floors, the council hall. Ling Chen, who was standing on top, looked below. Everyone had a serious expression, and a burst of heroism couldn't help but rise in their hearts. Yi Kong, here. Yi Kong looked serious. I have this exercise transformation method here, and soldiers with low talent can also cultivate to the diamond level by relying on spirit stones. You take it to cultivate the warriors? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Chen with a shocked face. I have some spirit stones here that the supernatural army needs to cultivate. It should be enough for the time being. You can distribute it yourself. Ling Chen took out 5 million spirit stones and placed them in front of everyone. These 5 million spirit stones are enough for the supernatural army to use for a long time. Yi Kong, City Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming stepped forward to put away the spirit stone, their eyes flashing with fiery light. With these spirit stones and exercises, they were confident that they would cultivate a group of excellent warriors in a very short period of time. There is one more thing to announce. I am going to open a chamber of commerce, called the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Chenxi Chamber of Commerce? Do we want to do business? Yi Kong and the others looked at each other. That's right, we can't last long with these spirit stones, so we must be self-sufficient. Ling Chen's eyes showed a hint of brilliance. At present, we mainly sell resources that are not used in the treasure vault, as well as elixirs. In the future, we will run all kinds of businesses, and Tianan City is just our starting point, and I hope this Chamber of Commerce can open all the cities in China. The profits of the Chamber of Commerce are used to train the army, and 50% is used to expand the size of the Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen's words made everyone present slightly stunned, and then they responded in unison, yes, I don't know. Who will be the president of this Chamber of Commerce? Zhuge Kongming's voice came, and among all the people present, he was the only one with a trace of business ability. But he had no interest in this. He didn't want Ling Chen to assign this important task to him. Ling Chen touched his chin and thought, who is among the people he knows? By the way, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. I have someone chosen, the manager of the central auction, a lot of money. Oh, it's him? City Lord Ye's surprised voice came. There are 2 brushes for this money duo business, but can he come? The auction is his family property. I'll ask and you'll know. Ling Chen's eyes were full of firmness. Okay, without further ado, I'll go find him. I'll leave the matter here to you. Yes, Ling Xiao, Brother Chen. Everyone responded in unison. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction, and then disappeared in place. City Center, Auction House. In the office on the 3rd floor, a fat man was lying on a comfortable animal skin chair, drinking fine wine and humming a little song. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room, and when he saw the sudden appearance, the man was so frightened that he spat out a sip of wine and sprinkled it on the ground. Just when the man wanted to call someone, he saw Ling Chen's face clearly and said with a shocked face, it's you. Long time no see. Manager Qian. Ling Chen looked at him lightly, with a playful smile on his face. Yo, isn't this Ling Xiao? Which wind blew you over? Qian Duo suddenly smiled, stood up, and came to Ling Chen's side. In his eyes, Ling Chen was the young master who came out to practice, and if he could hold this thigh tightly, he could also fight for the position of heir to his family. This time, of course, I have something to look for you. I want to set up a chamber of commerce, and I want you to take the position of president of this chamber of commerce. Ling Chen's words made Qian Duo frown. Once he went out to become the president of the chamber of commerce under Ling Chen, it was equivalent to giving up the position of the family heir. This, Ling Xiao, you don't know, the ancestral teachings, the family heir is not allowed to hold positions in other chambers of commerce. Qian Duo looked embarrassed and said to Ling Chen in a low voice. Ling Chen nodded, did not persuade Duo to do so, but said lightly, I am ready to make an initial investment of 5 million spirit stones for the Chamber of Commerce, plus hundreds of thousands of resources from various departments. Ling Xiao, I'm not interested in heirs or anything at all. I want to follow Ling Xiao to pursue my dreams. Immediately, Qian Duo opened his mouth and said, his heart pounding, ding, Qian Duo joins the Legion. 5 million spirit stones. The addition of his own family industry is estimated to be about 1 million spirit stones, and Ling Chen is only the initial investment. Thinking about it, he knows how to do multiple choice questions. Okay, tomorrow I will go to the City Lord's mansion to find Zhuge Kongming. You will discuss it together, and then the development of the Chamber of Commerce will be handed over to you. Ling Chen stepped forward, patted Qian Duo on the shoulder, took out a ring, and handed it to Ling Chen. After taking the ring, Qian Duo's expression was shocked. 5 million spirit stones, Ling Chen actually handed it over to himself? Isn't he afraid? Run away directly? Suddenly, Qian Duo had an urge to die for his confidant. I secretly vowed in my heart that I must do my best to make the Chamber of Commerce bigger and stronger, live up to Ling Chen's trust, and then I can get more dividends. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. I will definitely do a good job in this Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen nodded, I believe in you. Let's go. After saying that, Ling Chen's silent thought flashed and disappeared in place, leaving Qian Duo alone shaking in place. No, I want to go back. I have to leave the family. Qian Duo hurriedly left the office and disappeared around the corner of the auction. Ling Chen, who had arranged everything, returned to his long-lost home, and his sisters were practicing in the room. Without disturbing, Ling Ling Chen returned to his room, and after this period of continuous training, Ling Chen could feel that the first turn of his 3-rank thunder technique had been cultivated to the peak, and then, he could try the second turn. For Ling Chen, who has SSS level thunder talent, he believes that he can hold on. After all, the first layer is electroforged, and he has suffered a lot of pain, not to mention that he is now stronger in physique. Took out the array plate and came to the trial land. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a purple source energy rushed out of his body, straight up to the sky. In the sky above Ling Chen, purple thunder appeared, rolling in the dense dark clouds, as if it had the potential to destroy the heavens and the earth. But Ling Chen didn't feel the slightest threat. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, his hands sealed, and the 3-turn thunder god technique was activated, guiding the thunder power in the sky, falling from the sky, like a dragon entering the sea, at an extremely fast speed, pouring into Ling Chen's body. A terrifying thunderous force raged in Ling Chen's body, but Ling Chen did not feel the slightest pain. Under Ling Chen's control, the power of thunder continued to integrate into Ling Chen's body, tempering Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's body, under the tempering of the power of thunder, became stronger and stronger, and a surging energy fluctuation emanated from the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In about a quarter of an hour, the purple thunder slowly dissipated and disappeared. At this time, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and a touch of rich essence burst out of his eyes, faintly with wisps of purple arcs, which was terrifying. Ling Chen slowly stood up. After his own thunder baptism just now, a thunder and lightning line appeared on Ling Chen's skin outside his body, and the whole person exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura, which made people palpitate. Through the cultivation just now, Ling Chen's physique has once again improved to a higher level, and it is a little stronger than before. However, Ling Chen found that this second turn was not that simple, and if he wanted to cultivate to perfection in the second turn, he had to go through 9 different baptisms of thunder. And myself, I have only gone through one, the simplest. When he had the opportunity, Ling Chen would still have to look for 9 different thunderous powers between heaven and earth. Once cultivated, Ling Chen's physique would definitely be greatly improved, at least by 1 level. Taking advantage of the early time, Ling Chen went to visit Master Kongming. Boy, I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength is getting longer. Feeling the appearance of Ling Chen's aura, Master Kongming's vicissitudes of life came. Master Kongming praised. Ling Chen clasped his hands and said, "Yes, I am worthy of being a disciple I like." Master Kongming laughed, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Hey, Master. Ling Chen rubbed his hands and looked at the Master. The old man of Kongming couldn't help but roll his eyes, knowing that this kid came to find him, and it was just a matter of time to visit him. He said angrily, "When you reach the platinum level, you will get your own exclusive talent skills. In addition, the second floor of the City of Space can also be opened at that time. Now you don't want anything. The second floor of the City of Space." Hearing the Master's words, Ling Chen's eyes instantly became hot, and he almost forgot about it. "Well, when you reach the platinum level, you can enter the second level. I left something good for you inside," the old man said mysteriously. Ling Chen quickly asked respectfully, "Master, please tell me what kind of treasure the apprentice is, so that I can be mentally prepared." "Hey, when you reach platinum, you'll naturally know." "Okay." Ling Chen nodded and waved his hand at the old man. "Then I'll leave first, Master, and come back to see you." "Don't go fishing with your teacher?" "No, you can take care of yourself slowly when you get old." After saluting the old man Kongming, Ling Chen disappeared in place. The old man smiled helplessly, turned his head, and continued to look at his fishing rod without a hook. It has been more than 30 years, why haven't he caught it yet? Back in his room, it was already morning. Ling Chen jumped up from the bed. The sisters in the living room were watching TV and chatting. Ling Chen walked into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills, and cook a rich breakfast for the 2 sisters, so that they would be impressed by themselves. Ignite, pour water, add ingredients, turn over and turn, take the bowl out of the pot, all in one go. In just 10 minutes, Ling Chen prepared 3 bowls of food and put them on the table. "Come on, taste my brother's craftsmanship." Hearing Ling Chen's call, Ling Shi curled his lips without even looking at it. "Brother, what else do you know besides cooking noodles?" Ling Chen thought for a moment. "I can also fry poached eggs." "Xiaolong, I'm familiar with this." Speaking of poached eggs, Ling Chen thought of Xiaolong, who was still in the pet space, practicing hard. Summon. A chubby body appeared on the floor, and the little dragon was lying on the ground on all 4s, chirping in his mouth as if he was eating something. "Good guy, if you don't practice well, give me a lazy sleep, right? Xiaolong, get up and eat barbecue." Ling Chen shouted softly. Xiaolong's eyes opened instantly, and his eyes looked around with a bright look. "Where is it?" Then he saw Ling Chen, who was looking at himself with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but complain, "Boss, you are deceiving the dragon. Don't cultivate well." As soon as Ling Chen's words came to his lips, he suddenly realized, why are you at the moat level?" "Boss, the beast core has been absorbed by me, so that's why I went to sleep," Xiaolong said aggrievedly. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at Xiaolong's eyes full of envy. "I have to say that the speed at which this little guy's strength improved was really too fast. How long has it been?" "And it has already reached the level of Broken City. The strength has increased so much. Is there any useful ability to add?" Ling Ling Chen asked curiously. He still remembered that the little dragon could fly now. Boss, I'm going to transform. Oh, what has become? Ling Chen wondered. Become a dragon. Xiaolong's tone was full of excitement. I can become a dragon, take the boss to the sky, and let the boss fly up. Ahem, what nonsense. Ling Chen rewarded Xiaolong with a chestnut to eat. What else? By the way, boss, I also learned to merge, and in the future I can merge with the boss and become one. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt and froze in place. It's a combination. Boss, I can turn into a set of dragon armor and attach it to the boss's body. Xiaolong's excited voice came. Ha! After understanding what Xiaolong meant, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be this meaning. Okay. Next time, remember to finish the words in one breath. Ling Chen glared at Xiaolong angrily. Brother, we're done. Brother's noodles are good. A thumbs up to you. Ling Shi smiled and gave Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen smiled happily, remembering the 2 jade pendants given by Ling Huan. Ling Chen took out the 2 jade pendants and handed them to the 2 sisters respectively. If you encounter danger in the future, crush this jade pendant, you know? Ling Chen instructed softly. Got it. Brother, is it that if you crush this jade pendant, 100,000 soldiers will fall from the sky? Ling Shi tilted his head and looked at Ling Chen. There will be a peerless powerhouse who will step on 10,000 thunders to save you. Ling Shi and Ling Ling nodded, but at the same time couldn't help but roll their eyes. This time, it must be Ling Chen who stepped on the thunder. After seeing the 2 daughters nodding, Ling Chen temporarily relieved himself, and now he didn't have to worry too much about his sister's safety. With the protection of the strongest in all of China, there are few people who can hurt them. After being out for so long, it's time to return to the academy. Saying goodbye to the 2 sisters, Ling Chen took Xiaolong to the city lord's mansion. The 2 guards guarding the door, when they saw Ling Chen, immediately bowed and saluted. Ling Chen waved his hand and walked directly into the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao, brother Chen. In the council hall, everyone was discussing the follow-up matters, and when they saw Ling Chen's appearance, everyone stood up one after another and greeted Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled and greeted them, and then said, everyone, I'm ready to go back to the academy. Hearing this, a touch of loss appeared on everyone's faces. Next, Chan'an City will be left to you to take care of it. Ling Chen looked at Zhuge Kongming and said softly, Brother Kongming, please help me manage the supernatural army. Yi Kong, you are about to start school. When you arrive at the magic capital, give full play to your strengths and develop more potential geniuses to enter our legion. Brother Chen, don't worry. Yi Kong patted his chest. Everyone, I hope that when I come back from the academy, this place will be renewed, and then it will be time for us to show off our skills. Ling Chen stepped forward and patted everyone on the shoulder, and then left the city lord's mansion with a smile. Familiar with the road came to an uninhabited open space outside the city. A space-time vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Ling Chen disappeared in place with a single step. A towering mountain peak. On the cliff on the mountain peak, Ling Chen was standing here. On the cliff, Ling Chen looked at the prosperous demon city in the distance, shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the inside of the dense forest. Back in the academy, Ling Chen immediately went straight to the first floor of the treasure pavilion. With his own mountains of tokens of the new human organization, tens of thousands of credits have nothing to run. Treasure pavilion, a hall on the first floor. In the hall, it was still empty. There was no one, only an old man who was lazy and dozing off. Ling Chen walked to the counter, dong dong dong, knocked lightly on the table. The old man's body shook suddenly, as if he had been awakened by fright. Raising his head, he looked at Ling Chen with an unhappy face, and roared, You boy, it's been so long since you came back. Don't disturb me to sleep. Not bothering to pay attention to Li Lao's roar, Ling Chen took out hundreds of new human organization tokens from the ring, including 3 deacon tokens. Suddenly, Li Lao fell into shock. This, or a person? I'm afraid you've gone to the nest of the new humans. After taking the tokens, after a simple review, it was found that these tokens were all real. Looking at Ling Chen's harmless appearance of humans and animals, Li Lao was angry. If he was deceived by Ling Chen's handsomeness, which was only 1 point behind the reader, then he would definitely die miserably. Hundreds of ordinary tokens can only be counted as 0.1 credits, so these hundreds of tokens are only exchanged for a few tens of credits. 3 deacon tokens, each worth 80 credits. Suddenly, in the early morning, I felt that there were credits to make people happy, and 240 credits could be exchanged for good things in the treasure pavilion. Just as Li Lao was about to register Ling Chen's credits, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and took out a beautiful token, and on the surface of the token, a big flower character appeared. Seeing this token, Elder Li's pupils shrank. Isn't this the token of Elder Hua, one of the 4 elders of the new humans? What's wrong with you? Before Li Lao's suspicious voice could be finished, he was interrupted by Ling Chen. It's a long story. It was a snowy night. Stop, talk about the point. Li Lao hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Ling Chen's next thoughts. If Ling Chen finished speaking, he was afraid that he would not be able to see the sun the next day, because the story is told all night. I was walking on the road and saw a corpse on the side of the road, so I hurriedly went up to see if it was worth it. Can it be saved? Ling Chen said with a serious face. As a result, I found this token next to the old man. You say it is a coincidence. What Ling Chen said was very serious. Li Lao looked at Ling Chen's serious appearance and couldn't help but doubt his authenticity. Are you sure? Elderly stared at Ling Chen and asked, Elder Hua just died like this? I'm sure. Ling Chen said categorically. After all, he could say whatever he wanted about this matter. Okay, let's believe you for now. Li Lao looked at the token in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to exchange the corresponding points for Ling Chen. Elder Hua's tokens have appeared in Ling Chen's hands, and people should be dead. Elder Hua is on the bounty list, so in addition to the 1,000 credits for basic killing elders, there is also a list point pool of 2,333. Li Lao said while redeeming points for Ling Chen. What? Li Lao's words made Ling Chen stunned. This elderflower actually appeared on the list of crowdfunding kills by everyone in Shiguang Academy, which is really an unexpected joy. Looking at Ling Chen's excited face, Li Lao smiled and touched his beard. Your comprehensive strength has at least reached the diamond level, right? There was a hint of doubt in Li Lao's tone. Ling Chen nodded. Diamond level, he was still easy to deal with. In that case, some tasks can be issued to you. As soon as Li Lao's words fell, on the screen of the hall, the originally hundreds of tasks instantly became dense, as many as thousands. Ling Chen was slightly stunned and looked at the screen. Difficult mission, 10,000 tribes battlefield escort materials. Mission content, go to the designated location inside the 10,000 race battlefield and escort the materials back. Task reward, 500 credits. With a casual glance, Ling Chen found that most of the missions appeared, and there was a place name that Ling Chen had never heard of, the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. I think, you've noticed something different. The old man's faint voice came. Ling Chen retracted his gaze to look at the screen, turned his head to look at the old man, and nodded slightly. Do you know why now? My human race's strength is growing day by day, but I never counterattack the demon realm and regain the territory I once lost? Hearing this, Ling Chen shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Isn't it that we can't beat him? Ahem. Of course, on the one hand, the strength of the monster beast clan is stronger, and on the other hand, it is this battlefield of all races. The old man cleared his throat, and then said, this battlefield of 10,000 races is a relic of ancient times, and there is a mysterious substance called chaos spiritual liquid in it, which can allow cultivators to break through the bottleneck and have no side effects. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Good thing. However, in this battlefield of 10,000 races, it is not only our blue star that can enter. The old man continued. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned, and a bold guess came out of his heart. Are there other planetary races that can enter? That's right. The old man nodded. The battlefield of all races, as the name suggests, has countless races entering it to compete for the chaos essence. Moreover, Blue Star has been targeted by a certain extraterrestrial race, and they have been looking for it to enter the entrance of Blue Star. For this reason, they took away a certain strong man who entered the battlefield of the 10,000 clans back then, and developed a complete force in the Blue Star. The ultimate goal of this force is to break the defense of the Blue Star. Nowadays, everyone who enters and leaves the battlefield of 10,000 tribes will go through strict inspections, be closed with the 5 consciousnesses, and bring them into it. So far, the foreigners have not yet achieved it. After listening to Li Lao's narration, Ling Chen felt that he had refreshed his understanding of the world. Then why don't the foreigners directly attack our Blue Star's base on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? Then slowly find. Entering the battlefield of all tribes is limited by strength, and only those with the strength of the 3 realms of saints and below can enter. Hearing the old man's words, Ling Chen frowned. Saint realm, isn't it the highest? Saint, just the beginning? What's after that? Later, when you are strong enough, you will naturally know. Li Lao shook his head and continued. For a long time, our ancestors rushed to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes one after another, guarding the entrance to enter the Blue Star. Countless dead in battle. The old man's voice suddenly became sad. Hearing this, Ling Chen also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. The saint is only a pioneer, just the beginning. In Ling Chen's mind, he couldn't help but think of the situation of saints walking everywhere on the battlefield of all races. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen decided, go to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes to take a look. But before you go, you have to prepare well. The best thing is that your strength reaches platinum, and you awaken 2 talent skills again, and it is better to unlock the second layer of the City of Space. Boy, this battlefield of all races, although extremely dangerous, is a good place to hone yourself. Only there, you will continue to improve and get opportunities. The old man reminded. Well, Ling Chen nodded heavily, thinking about what he wanted to prepare. As a top priority, Ling Chen desperately wanted to improve his source chi level. Oldly, go first, and then come to you to take over the task. Ling Chen's voice gradually faded away. Hee, the young man isn't impatient. Li Lao chuckled. However, his talent is indeed good. If he is given enough time, he will definitely become another saint of our human race and become the pillar of our human race. Outside the cultivation room, the current Ling Chen has just obtained a few thousand points, and he is a big talent, and he can't look down on the free advanced training room with 3 times the effect. Directly registered and selected the special training training room for 5 credits a day, with a bonus of 10 times the cultivation speed. But when he encounters a genius like Ling Chen, it is more than 10 layers. Stepping into the special training room, finding a position to sit cross-legged, starting to operate the exercises, and starting the cultivation journey. Now he has the strength of a gold level 7-star. Goal, platinum. Under Ling Chen's running technique, the surrounding source power, which was 10 times richer than the outside, poured into Ling Chen's body at an astonishing speed. Whoa. Ling Chen's pores all over his body opened, and he ran the exercises, frantically absorbing the source power. After the source force entered Ling Chen's body, it quickly rushed towards Ling Chen's limbs and bones, and then merged into the dantian, condensed in the dantian, and turned into droplets. Boom! In Ling Chen's body, the source power poured into the dantian in one go. Immediately, a surging source force burst out from the dantian, and Ling Chen's momentum instantly skyrocketed, directly breaking through from gold level 7-star to gold level 8-star in one fell swoop. Ling Chen opened his eyes and felt the surging source power in his body, and the corners of Ling Chen's mouth showed a look of relief. Immediately, Ling Chen sank into penance again. Go on. Buzzing. A stream of source force, like a tide, continued to spread from the surface of Ling Chen's body, bit by bit, converging towards Ling Chen's dantian. Half a month passed quietly. Ling Chen's strength had reached the peak of the gold level 9 stars, and at this time, Ling Chen could feel that the source chi in his dantian had reached fullness, and he was only one step away from the platinum level. Breakthrough. With a wave of Ling Chen's palm, a holy grade source ascension pill appeared in his hand, raised his head, swallowed it directly, and then began to break through. The medicinal effect of the holy grade ascension pill flowed rapidly in Ling Chen's body, quickly filling Ling Chen's whole body. Buzz. The source power surged wildly, and on the surface of Ling Chen's body, circles of light red light kept flashing, and the source chi continued to wash and temper his body along Ling Chen's meridians. The source chi droplets in the dantian gradually condensed into crystals, and the crystals contained terrifying source power. After all the droplets in his body were transformed into source gas crystals, Ling Chen's strength finally broke through to the platinum level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the platinum level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill, Space Teleportation. Space Teleportation, Level 1, 0/1000. You can mark the location 3 times and teleport here at any time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill, Time Flow Speed. Time Flow Rate, Level 1, 0/1000. It can freely control the flow rate of time in a certain space. Current Flow Rate 2.0. As soon as he was promoted, Ling Chen's mind had more memories of these 2 talented skills. Although these 2 skills are not lethal, they are extremely effective. Space Teleportation, at critical moments, can be teleported to the marked location, which can save lives. And the Time Flow Speed is of great help to Ling Chen. He can slow down the flow of time, not only when fighting, he can effectively reduce the speed of the opponent, and he can use it when cultivating to increase his cultivation time. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Ling Chen couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. That's right, City of Space. Ling Chen muttered. After being promoted to platinum level, the City of Space can open the second layer. Taking out the array plate, Ling Chen came to the trial land. Came to the land of trials, in the sky. The array floated in the air. Ling Chen looked at the array with a focused expression, mobilizing the source energy of his whole body, and pouring into the array steadily. Feeling the strength of Ling Chen's source energy, the array plate made a buzzing sound. The array trembled, releasing a strange halo. In the halo, the array plate kept spinning, and ripples of energy emanated, shrouding the trial land and wrapping it in it. Buzz. The halo of the array disc became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to be transmitted. Seeing this, Ling Chen's face showed a look of anticipation. He knew that the array plate was about to open the second layer. Sure enough, after a while, the array plate bloomed with dazzling white light, and then, the halo disappeared, and the entrance to the second floor was revealed. In the center of the trial land, a pillar of light fell from the sky, and at the end of the pillar of light, I thought it was the second layer of space. Ugh! Ling Chen's footsteps took a step, and his figure directly entered the pillar of light. The moment he entered the pillar of light, Ling Chen felt that the whole person seemed to have shuttled through space, and instantly came to a giant palace. In the main hall of the palace, there were several tables filled with spirit stones and elixirs. On the first table, there were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the table behind was full of all kinds of elixirs. Waving his hand to accept all the spirit stones and elixirs, Ling Chen would not be polite. These spirit stone elixirs were enough for him to cultivate many powerful warriors. After putting away all the spirit stones and elixirs, Ling Chen relaxed and looked around. In the palace, there are many rooms, each with a different name. Battle room, cultivation room, soul refining room. Ling Chen came to the battle room, pushed open the door, and with a crunch, Ling Chen walked in. Battle room, fight mirror opponents. A voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Just a few steps inside, Ling Chen stopped, and in front of him, a black shadow was standing quietly, motionless, looking like a puppet. This is the so-called mirror opponent? Ling Chen frowned. Suddenly Ling Chen's pupils shrank. He saw a black shadow on the opposite side, holding an incomparably black sword in his hand. This This sword is somewhat similar to the Xianyuan sword in his hand. It seemed that the black shadow on the opposite side seemed to be harmless to humans and animals. Just when Ling Chen was still observing, the black shadow on the opposite side took the lead in moving. The thunder flashed, and the black shadow on the opposite side turned into a bolt of lightning, galloping towards Ling Chen. It was the thunder running technique. Ling Chen's expression froze slightly, and then he reacted quickly. Flash! Ling Chen and the black shadow closed the distance, and his right fist suddenly blasted out, hammering towards the black shadow's chest. The black shadow tilted his body slightly, dodging Ling Chen's punch at a tricky angle, and then his right fist suddenly blasted out. Thor fist. The dazzling lightning and thunder arc was attached to the black shadow's right fist, and a punch hit Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen stumbled and was knocked back dozens of steps. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that this black shadow's combat consciousness was so strong. He only used his own lightning ability to repel himself. Looking at the black shadow in front of him, Ling Chen's expression became serious. The black shadow in front of him, but an opponent with all his abilities and skills, he could not underestimate the enemy. 3 ranks of Thunder God Technique. 3 ranks of Thunder God Technique. Strengthen, strengthen. The aura on Ling Chen and the black shadow rose suddenly, and the momentum rushed towards each other like a surging river, fiercely confronting each other in the air. Ling Chen looked at the black shadow. Thunder God Technique. With a loud shout, Ling Chen rushed towards the black shadow. His body was like lightning, so fast that he could hardly see a figure. Ice armor. A thick layer of ice blue armor covered the shadow. Bang! Ling Chen punched the ice armor on the black shadow, and the black shadow was shocked and took 2 steps back, but it was unscathed, leaving no trace on the ice armor. Flash! Thor fist. Ling Chen didn't believe in evil, and punched the black shadow from behind with another blow, and the black shadow's figure staggered forward, but it was still fine. The sea of fire black shadow did not have a simple defense. The raging flames ignited around the black shadow, and Ling Chen quickly flashed and pulled away. Seeing this, the black shadow suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, took a step, and passed towards the place where Ling Chen flashed, faster than Ling Chen imagined. Ice armor. Ling Chen hurriedly used the ice armor, and I joined if I couldn't hit it. Seeing this, the black shadow did not step forward in vain. The 3 systems of source chi gushed out from the black shadow's body, merging into one in the black shadow's hand, and a ball of light that Ling Chen was familiar with appeared in the black shadow's hand. Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Shouldn't this be exclusive to him? Ling Chen was quite clear about the strength of this ball of light. Of course he would not sit still, and the 3 types of abilities in his body gushed out. Wait a minute. 3 series? Ling Chen suddenly discovered that this black shadow seemed to have only his own 3-line ability. His own space system is related to time, and the other party does not use it. Just when Ling Chen was stunned, the black shadow was already approaching Ling Chen at extremely high speed, and while Ling Chen was still fusing the ball of light, he instantly threw the ball of light at Ling Chen. Ling Chen frowned slightly. Space-time ban. Ling Chen shouted lightly, and the figure of the black shadow stagnated in the air, coming towards Ling Chen at an extremely slow speed. The time of the ban was fleeting, but this time was enough for Ling Chen to accumulate the same ball of light. One by one, the identical ball of light condensed into shape. Ling Chen threw the ball of light to the black shadow, and he retreated to the side, and the black shadow was swallowed up by this ball of light. The 2 collided, and the sound of explosions sounded. Rumble. Ling Chen stepped back, his eyes fixed on the ball of light in front of him. He really wanted to see if this black shadow would resist. As the light after the explosion gradually dissipated, Ling Chen was surprised to find that his black shadow was actually crumbling, and as the black shadow broke, Ling Chen found that the black shadow's figure was rapidly fading. Click. A series of cracking sounds came again, and the black shadow completely collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Congratulations on defeating the mirror image. The voice in his head sounded again, and a piece of jade slip appeared from the place where the black shadow dissipated. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the jade slip. On the jade slip there are several rows of characters. Secret technique, clone. Clone, you can summon a clone anytime and anywhere. The strength and physical fitness of the clone are as strong as the deity, but only have the ability attributes of the deity's god level or below. The deity and the clone can swap positions at any time. Note, each clone will exist for a maximum of 1 month, and after 1 month the secret clone will automatically dissipate. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Ling Chen's mouth opened slightly, and a look of surprise surged into his heart. With this clone skill, it means that Ling Chen can leave many dangerous things to the clone to do. In this way, he has no risk. The value of this secret technique can be imagined. And such a secret technique? Ling Chen murmured. A smile appeared on his face. This secret technique was too powerful. What Ling Chen lacks most now is the secret technique of saving his life, a secret technique which is of great help to him. Ding, detected god-level secret technique, clone, whether to learn. It's okay not to think about it at all. Learn. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the secret technique, clone. With the help of the system, Ling Chen easily learned the clone skill. After studying, Ling Chen checked the clone skills. The clone skills are divided into 3 layers. Now that Ling Chen has learned the first level at the beginning, he can have a clone. On the second level level, hundreds of clones can be summoned. The third layer can summon tens of thousands of clones. Ling Chen can already imagine how strong his clone skills will be. Tens of thousands of clones. What is this concept? If you lie still at home, the clone can help you go out to do tasks. The only fly in the ointment is that the monsters killed by the clone cannot gain experience by themselves. Otherwise, tens of thousands of themselves will go directly into the jungle area to spawn monsters, and they will take off directly on the spot. In any case, Ling Chen made a lot of money. The things left behind by Master Kongming in the second floor of this space city were indeed much better than the first floor. There were still 2 rooms that I hadn't gone to, and Ling Chen couldn't help but be full of anticipation. Cultivation room. The source chi is 100 times higher than the outside world. Ling Chen touched his chin. The cultivation room is higher than the outside world if you cooperate with your own time ability to slow down the flow of time. His own cultivation speed will be hundreds of times that of the outside world. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but get excited. However, Ling Chen was not so excited that he immediately got into the cultivation room. Instead, he set his sights on the third room, soul refinement room. To exercise the soul, it is necessary to have mental strength above the human realm. Refining the soul can not only increase the spiritual power but also improve the soul, enhance the spiritual power and increase the strength of the soul at the same time. Soul refining room? What the hell is this? Could it be something in the soul side? Ling Chen muttered as he walked into the soul refining room. As soon as he entered, Ling Chen felt that his spiritual power was instantly suppressed and his spiritual power was constantly consumed. Soul refinement room. Resist the spiritual consumption of the soul refinement room and get a reward. A voice sounded in his mind again, making Ling Chen's eyes light up. Ling Chen's research found that in this soul refining room, the consumption rate of spiritual power is not very large, and he only needs to continue to recover himself and persist for a while. After a long time, Ling Chen persevered. The Kongming master who set the challenge also did not expect that only the platinum level Ling Chen, whose spiritual power had reached the human realm. It passed the test easily. Congratulations on passing. Getting the spiritual power exercise, meditation. Meditation. Through meditation, you can quickly restore the consumed spiritual power, as well as cultivate your own spiritual power limit. The spiritual power technique has almost been lost on the blue star. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. Master Kongming definitely had a lot of inventory. Ding, detected mental power exercises, meditation, whether to study. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning to meditate. Learn. In his mind, a memory of meditation exercises appeared, and Ling Chen instantly knew how to use meditation. Learning to meditate means that Ling Chen can restore the mental power he consumes all the time. Then the illusion technique you learn can continue to be effective, and when you learn a mental attack skill, your attack will be even more elusive. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. After getting the meditation, Ling Chen walked out of the soul refining room and returned to the main hall. The main function of this second layer is to improve personal strength from all aspects. Ling Chen thought for a while and displayed his clone skill, although the clone could not be cultivated, but he could refine alchemy. The medicinal materials in the ring, the natural materials and treasures of heaven and earth fell in front of the clone, and then Ling Chen slowly disappeared in the clone's stunned eyes. Doppelganger, U6. Returning to the Dawn Academy from the trial land, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and went straight to the treasure pavilion, ready to go to the trial land. As soon as he arrived at the first floor of the treasure pavilion, the old man who was taking a nap couldn't help but move, raised his head, and looked at the entrance. The man, he came, radiating light all over his body, and came to the old man. Ready? The old man's eyes became serious, and he asked Ling Chen seriously. Ling Chen nodded. Ready. I'm going to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. The battlefield of all races. It is not a good place there. The old man interrupted Ling Chen and said in a deep voice, I'm ready. Hearing Ling Chen's words, a touch of appreciation flashed in the old man's eyes. This child is indeed a little courageous, not afraid of death. But soon, the old man's eyes flashed for a while, and in the end, he still sighed. Go, I hope you can come back alive. The old man's voice was a little sad. Diamond level, the lowest existence in the battlefield of all races. Be careful in everything. Immediately, the old man took out a jade card from his pocket and threw it to Ling Chen. This is the certificate to enter the battlefield of all races. Inject your source energy, and it will be teleported to the entrance of the 10,000 tribes battlefield, and there will be a routine inspection by the guards. Go. Holding the voucher, Ling Chen nodded, and immediately the source energy in his body surged, and the source energy was continuously injected into the jade card. Looking at the position where Ling Chen disappeared, the old man's face became solemn, and a worried look appeared in his eyes. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared in place. Hope you come back alive. Over the years, the strong people who entered the battlefield of all races did not survive, but almost all those who survived reached the realm of saints. At the entrance of the 10,000 tribes battlefield, Ling Chen's figure appeared. Glancing around, Ling Chen's eyes were slightly condensed, and the entrance to the battlefield of all races was actually deep underground. The huge underground space, the surrounding cliffs, are full of defensive weapons, and under the high platform, thick magma rolls. A guard guarding the the entrance saw Ling Chen's figure, quickly greeted him, and respectfully asked, "Your Excellency, is this your first time here? Can you show me the identity token?" Ling Chen nodded. Ling Chen took out his academy token and glanced at the guards. "Your Excellency, please wait a moment, I will report it immediately." Seeing that Ling Chen was from the Dawn Academy, the guards did not dare to neglect and quickly reported it. Ling Chen nodded and stood aside. After a while, the guard returned again and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please come with me." Ling Chen took a step forward and followed the guard all the way forward. Soon, he came to a huge teleportation array. A white-haired old man was standing aside. He was the person in charge of the entrance to the 10,000 clans battlefield, named Li Daosheng, a supreme-level powerhouse. Seeing the guard coming back, Bai Xan's eyes swept over Ling Chen. "It's the first time I've come to the battlefield of 10,000 races, right?" Ling Chen nodded. "It's the first time. Do you know the danger of the battlefield of all races?" "No." Ling Chen nodded. "Okay." The old man stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. "Be careful, come back alive." "Well." Ling Chen nodded. "Thank you, senior. Go. There will be special personnel over there to answer you." Li Daosheng waved his hand and motioned for Ling Chen to leave quickly. Ling Chen nodded, turned around and walked into the teleportation array. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, Ling Chen felt a flower in front of him, and the next second, Ling Chen disappeared in place. The battlefield of all races, the territory of the human race. At the teleportation array, several guards were lying aside and taking a nap. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up, and they were awakened, and a figure walked out of the teleportation array. "It's been a long time since I've been a newcomer." A guard looked at Ling Chen and muttered to himself. The other people also opened their eyes and looked at Ling Chen carefully, and then, there was also a hint of surprise in the eyes of several people. Ling Chen's realm was too low, and he only had 1 star at the platinum level. "Isn't it looking for death when you come to the battlefield of all tribes? It seems that a certain big family came to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes to guild again." Thinking of this, the guards looked at Ling Chen's eyes with a hint of contempt. Ling Chen naturally noticed their eyes, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at them indifferently. A strong aura burst out of his body, and a group of moat-level guards were shocked together. This momentum was even stronger than them. Several people suddenly became embarrassed, but they didn't expect the young man in front of them to hide deeply, smiled embarrassedly, hugged a fist at Ling Chen, and nodded to apologize. Ling Chen didn't bother to care about them, and walked straight towards them. "Your Excellency, please stay. This is our faction token. Only our people can wear it, and if the token senses a foreign aura, it will glow." Seeing Ling Chen walking in front of him, the guard at the head handed the waist card to Ling Chen. Ling Chen put away the waist card and continued to walk forward. The guard hurriedly followed and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please come with me." Ling Chen nodded, let the guard lead him, and entered a spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a huge palace, and when he walked out of the palace gate, a huge square appeared in front of Ling Chen. Stepping out of the gate of the palace, a cool breeze blows, which makes people feel extremely comfortable and comfortable. Directly in front of the square, there is a huge circular stone tablet, and 3 big characters are carved on the stone tablet, the God of War monument. Next to the stone tablet, there were several guards, each of whom had reached the moat level. Stepping on the stone slab of the square, Ling Chen found that the entire square was on a huge open-air towering mountain platform, and endless mountains and clouds could be seen in the distance. There are many palaces around the square, each of which has its own special role. Hall of Merit, Hall of Bounty, Hall of Tasks, and so on. The easy-to-understand name made Ling Chen instantly understand the role of these halls. In the square, there were several stall owners sitting on the ground and setting up stalls. The stall owners shouted in unison, and the passing powerhouses didn't even look at it and swept towards the teleportation array in the east. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ling Chen's eyes showed a hint of strangeness. How could this scene be familiar? New? Seeing Ling Chen stunned in place, a little chubby man on the side touched Ling Chen with his elbow and then put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder in a familiar manner. Ling Chen glanced at the little chubby on the side and said lightly, "Is there something wrong?" "Hey, my name is Wang Xiaopang. It's a Sancho. I heard about the battlefield of all races, and I came directly with a lot of blood. What about you?" Xiaopang smiled honestly and asked. Ling Chen's expression became strange. "Where is the ghost? Scattered cultivators can let you in." "My name is Yikong, the magic capital." Ling Chen thought for a while and replied, "You are also here to break into the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? What a coincidence, me too." Together? Wang Xiaopang's eyes rolled, and he spoke, "Don't worry, I am very familiar with the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, and I will definitely be able to help you." Ling Chen stared straight at Xiaopang, as if he wanted to see something wrong from his face. "Why are you looking for me? I'm a newcomer." The corners of Ling Chen's mouth curled up. It seemed that there was something wrong with this little fat man. Xiaopang smiled and said, "I just want to make friends with you. Let's get to know each other. In the future, on the battlefield of all races, whoever encounters difficulties, no one is welcome. Help each other. Speak human words. Ahem. Brother Yi," Xiaopang lowered his voice, "I have an ancestral heirloom that can probe other people's luck. I just saw it. Your luck, that's the dragon flying for 9 days. I feel that you are a real dragon. Saying that, Xiaopang took out a parchment scroll from his arms, which is a map of the battlefield of all races, with many marks drawn on it, which is also our ancestral map. Hey, Brother Yi, look. Wang Xiaopang handed over the parchment roll. Ling Chen glanced at it, and it did mark some locations, and these places also had detailed introductions. How did your ancestors find out? Ling Chen asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, the rise of martial arts has only been 40 years. Xiaopang was stunned. My grandfather, cough, it was passed down from my grandfather, and it has been passed down to my 2 generations. Too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Chuan, Ling Chen directly checked the system. Wang Yingjun, Diamond 7 stars, 99999/7000000. Loyalty, 59, not enrolled. A few points away, Ling Chen glared at Xiaopang. Yes, let's do it together. Wang Xiaopang scratched his head inexplicably, not understanding why Ling Chen glared at him like this. Hey, follow me, we'll cover you. Ling Chen did not hide his strength, obviously feeling that Ling Chen was only at the level of platinum. Xiaopang patted his chest and said with the appearance of a big brother. Ling Chen smiled faintly. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. Xiaopang smiled, ecstatic that he had found a mascot for himself. This is the son of luck. Don't look at the fact that the strength is not strong now. Maybe you have encountered some opportunity and you have taken a step to the sky? Let's go. Let's go directly to the mission. Xiaopang took Ling Chen to the mission hall. TSK. Xiaopang, you should let others guide the newcomers. The stall owner on the side saw that Xiaopang was actually pulling the newcomer to do the task and squeaked. What kind of newcomer guidance? We are the great god team to skip directly, Xiaopang said nonchalantly, and after saying that, he pulled Ling Chen into the task hall with great interest. Looking at the backs of the two, the stall owner curled his lips and said secretly, pretend. This kid, which green onion? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a veteran of the battlefield of all races. He is not a veteran, he is here for the first time. Oh, dare 2 newcomers go on a mission for the first time? This little fat man has been squatting here for many days. Maybe he is waiting for that young man. The departure of the two left only everyone talking on the spot. Ling Chen followed Xiaopang and entered the mission hall. Looking at the tasks listed on the task cards, Ling Chen frowned slightly. The content of these tasks was much more difficult than the tasks of the academy, and Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he didn't take on the tasks of the academy. By the way, although he is not afraid of trouble, he does not like to take on tasks that are too troublesome. Brother Yi, let's take on some treasure hunting tasks. We have rough notes on the map, Xiaopang said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. The first time he went on a mission, it was better to be cautious. After all, if he encountered danger and swapped positions with the clone, if he hung up, he would not be able to use it a second time for many days. Doppelganger, listen to me. Thank you. Okay. Brother Yi, I have selected a few natural materials and earth treasures marked on the map. Let's get ready to go, right? After receiving a few tasks, Xiaopang said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen glanced at the map in his hand and nodded. Stepping out of the task hall, Xiaopang took Ling Chen straight to the teleportation array. In front of the teleportation formation, 2 warriors in robes stood there. Location? Seeing Ling Chen and the two approaching, the robed warrior spoke. Xiaopang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Endless Desert. This is our expense. Xiaopang handed over 20 high-grade spirit stones, and the robed warrior took them. Under the command of the robed warriors, Ling Chen and the two stood on the teleportation array. Come back alive. Under the heartfelt wishes of the 2 warriors, the two disappeared into the teleportation array. Endless Desert, a gathering place for human races. A white light flashed, and Ling Chen and the two appeared on the teleportation array. Looking into the distance, there is a sea of golden sand, with yellow sand filling the sky and no end in sight. As far as the eye could see, waves of heat rushed towards me. Is this the Endless Desert? Ling Chen muttered. Yes, Brother Yi, the task items we received, such as the burning heaven sand, the beast core of the red feng shui sun lizard, and the seeds of the tree of life, can be found in the Endless Desert. Xiaopang pointed to the sheepskin map and said to Ling Chen, well, you lead the way, let's go straight into the Endless Desert. Ling Chen nodded. At the same time, Ling Chen secretly thought in his heart, the seeds of the tree of life? Isn't the tree of life a sacred relic of the elves? In this battlefield of all races, can its seeds be found? Alright, Xiaopang replied, took out a light shuttle warship from the ring, and said with a smile, hey, ancestral transportation, save time. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, didn't speak, and jumped straight on the light shuttle. This light shuttle warship is very different from ordinary light shuttle warships, with a layer of defensive formation on it, which can withstand most of the heat waves. Sit tight. Xiaopang smiled, pressed a high-grade spirit stone into the battlefield, slowly started the light shuttle warship into the air, and slowly sailed away from the city gate, heading towards the sea of sand ahead. In the Endless Desert, the yellow sand is full of sky, and from time to time, heat waves rise up. Brother Yi, I heard that this entire Endless Desert was once a dense forest, inhabited by elves. Xiaopang sat in front of Ling Chen, controlling the direction of the battlefield, and spoke. Elf clan? Ling Chen was secretly shocked in his heart. Isn't Lingling just an elf clan? could it be that he said? Well, rumor has it that the elves are a group of kind and beautiful elves who have the same wisdom as us humans. Not only kind, but also gentle. Every elf has a compassionate heart. It's a pity that it was exterminated and disappeared into the long river of history. Xiaopang said the first thing he said. Ling Chen couldn't help but ponder. Did Ling Ling come from here? But isn't this battlefield of all races, the passage with the blue star, controlled by the strong people of the human race layer by layer? How did Ling Ling reach the blue star? Ling Chen was confused, and this matter could only be investigated slowly. After a boring day of driving in the endless desert, the two saw an oasis in the distance. That oasis is not big, about hundreds of acres. In the center of the oasis is a flat grassland, and on the lawn, the ancient trees are towering and lush. Brother Yi, let's go see if there is a water source. Take a bath to cool off. Looking at the oasis in front of him, Xiaopang couldn't help but be happy. All day long, what I saw was either sand or magical beasts lurking in the sand. If it weren't for the concealment formation on the light shuttle, the two of them wouldn't know how many times they would have to fight. Yes, be careful. Ling Chen nodded. After sitting for a long time, he was indeed a little tired. Come on, don't worry, if there is danger, leave it to me and it's over. Xiaopang screamed excitedly, and excitedly drove the warship towards the oasis. Coming to the oasis, the two jumped off the warship, and then Xiaopang put away the light shuttle. Wow, it's so cool. The weather here is so comfortable. Along the way, it's really suffocating me. I can finally take a break. Xiaopang stretched out his hand and moaned comfortably. Ling Chen shook his head. This guy really didn't have any sense of crisis. Walking on the oasis, you can see a water source in the distance, a pool the size of a basketball court, bottomless. Through the dual exploration of perception and spiritual power, Ling Chen's face suddenly became strange. Xiaopang looked around, and soon found a puddle and rushed over excitedly. While running, he took off his clothes, then jumped and made a 720-degree turn in the air to fall into the water perfectly. With a plop, a large splash of water splashed. Ling Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, as if a good show was about to be staged. Xiaopang swam around on the water, showing a pleasant expression. Brother Yi, why don't you come together? Ha ha. Ling Chen smiled and reminded. Do you feel the low water? Hearing this, Xiaopang was stunned. Underwater? Xiaopang looked down subconsciously. Okay, no need to perceive. Two pairs of blood-eyed eyes stared straight at him. Xiaopang couldn't help but shiver. Two figures rushed towards Xiaopang from below and up. Help! Help! Xiaopang exclaimed, wanting to ask for help. However, before he finished speaking, a terrifying suction came, and a figure opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Xiaopang. However, Xiaopang's figure was a little bloated, stuck in the throat of this figure, and he could vaguely see Xiaopang's belly against the monster's mouth. Ling Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, took out the Shen Yuan sword, kicked it under his feet, and swept towards the two figures. Shen Yuan sword, with a swing of the blade cut through the air, making a sharp buzzing sound, and slashed towards the abdomen of the monster beast that devoured the little fat. Boom! A muffled sound came, and the Shen Yuan sword slashed at the monster's abdomen, repelling the monster and retreating. The monster beast was in pain, spit out Xiaopang in one bite, and his whole body rushed backwards. Escaped from the mouth of the monster, Xiaopang quickly turned over from the water and jumped onto the shore, looking like he was living the rest of his life. It's dangerous. I almost got swallowed. Xiaopang patted his chest, frightened. Then Xiaopang turned his head to look at the monster and immediately became excited. Red Feng Shui Sun Lizard. Brother Yi, this is the monster we are looking for. Hearing this, Ling Chen glanced at the two figures in surprise, and indeed, like a lizard. But this lizard was actually at the bottom of the water. Through the blow just now, Ling Chen already had a rough understanding of its defense. Ling Chen's figure disappeared in place, and instantly appeared in front of the red windwater sun lizard, stabbing the lizard's body with a sword. But blood shot out, and Ling Chen's sword pierced into the lizard's body. This scene made Xiaopang dumbfounded. What's going on? Brother Yi actually pierced the scales of the red windwater sun lizard. Isn't this incredible? This is a city-level monster. I almost forgot just now. Brother Yi is only a platinum 1-star strength. The lizard was in pain, let out a roar, and its huge body suddenly twisted, and its huge tail swept towards Ling Chen. Roar! Ling Chen's figure shook, dodging this sweeping of thousands of troops, and then the Shen Yuan sword shook, the sword light flashed, and a sword chi slashed out. The sword energy fell on the lizard's body, cutting it in half. Bang! Ding! Kill the city-level monster, experience plus 16,000. The lizard fell into the water, splashing several meters high, and Ling Chen picked up the sword body and flew the beast body ashore. Xiaopang was stunned. Brother Yi actually killed a red windwater lizard in one move. It was too cowhide. Seeing that the male lizard was killed by Ling Chen, the other female red windwater sun lizard roared angrily and rushed towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen took a step forward, dodging the attack of the red Feng Shui sun lizard, and the Shen Yuan sword in his hand turned, and a sword chi slashed out, splitting the body of the red Feng Shui sun lizard in half. Xiaopang looked at all this, completely confused. When Brother Yi killed the red windwater sun lizard just now, the speed was too fast. He couldn't see what was going on at all, and when he reacted, the body of the red windwater water sun lizard was split in half. Brother Yi, your is too strong. Xiaopeng watched Ling Chen easily solve the two city-breaking monster beasts. His heart was full of shock. He didn't expect Ling Chen's strength to be so perverted. At the beginning, he just held Ling Chen's strong luck and wanted to rub a wave of luck, but he didn't expect that he would lie down and win. Gaining experience again, Ling Chen picked up the beast corpse ashore. Why don't you hurry up and take the animal core? All the materials that should be obtained have been used, don't waste it. Ling Chen looked at Xiaopeng stupidly aside and urged. Oh. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiaopeng immediately woke up and hurriedly walked to the two slain lizards, took out the dagger, took out the beast core from the corpse, and then cut off the beast claws, beast teeth and beast armor, which were good materials that could be used to refine weapons and armor. Xiaopeng put the beast core into the Qiankuan ring, then turned around and walked towards Ling Chen, and asked with a smile, as expected of Brother Yi, the first batch of monsters we met was what we were looking for. Ling Chen smiled faintly. You boy, you can withstand the attack of monsters, and what kind of ancestral treasure protects your safety? Hey, Brother Yi is smart. A golden silk armor suddenly appeared on Xiaopeng's body, shining with golden light, enveloping Xiaopeng in it and protecting him. This is my ancestral treasure armor. This treasure armor is top-notch in defense and can block attacks below the supreme level. Ling Chen squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Xiaopeng. He could guess that Xiaopeng had a defensive magic weapon, but he didn't expect Xiaopeng's defensive magic weapon to be so powerful. He couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of this chubby. It seems that you are still a hidden rich second generation, Ling Chen said. The little chubby smiled and did not answer. Let's see where we are going next. Seeing that Xiaopeng didn't answer, Ling Chen didn't bother to ask Xiaopeng about his origin. Brother Yi, we are going to find it next, burning heaven sand. According to my ancestral map, it only takes 3 days to arrive. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. Burning heaven sand is a companion of the burning heaven flame, stained with the breath of the burning heaven flame, so it is loved by many alchemists. After all, the burning heaven flame is not something they can ask for. Seeing Ling Chen nodding, Xiaopeng took out the light shuttle, and the two jumped on the light shuttle and sat down. The light shuttle turned into a white light and drove from the small oasis into the endless desert. Flying all the way, Xiaopeng increased the speed of the light shuttle to the extreme. In the next 3 days, both of them will be on the road. If it weren't for the fear of losing his bearings in the desert, Ling Chen would want to take Xiaopeng directly with him. Brother Yi, you came to the battlefield of all races for the first time. Do you know anything about the battlefield of all races? Having nothing to do, Xiaopeng took the initiative to find a topic. Ling Chen shook his head. I don't know much. The entire battlefield of all tribes is divided into 4 regions, southeast, northwest, and northwest, and in the center of it is the endless sea area. And what we are in is the eastern region, Xiaopeng said slowly. Even if it is only the eastern region of the 4 regions, there is an area the size of hundreds of blue stars. There are countless races in the battlefield of 10,000 races, but there are only a few major races worth noting. They are the demon race, the ghost race, and the sea race. The demons, as the name suggests, are a group of bloodthirsty and brutal demon creatures. Their strength is very terrifying, and they also have a great say on this continent, occupying the entire northern region. The demon race is the most powerful race among the monster races. They have very strong bodies and speed. Among the demon races, there are even more terrifying beings than the dragon race. They occupy the entire southern region. The ghost tribe is a very mysterious race, with many ghostly ghosts, specializing in feeding on souls, and is not liked by all races. Mainly active in the battlefield of all races throughout the western regions. The Sea Clan, occupying the center of the entire battlefield, the controller of the endless sea area. There are many terrifying sea monsters and giant monster fish among the Sea Clan, and wherever they go, no one is invincible. The rest is our eastern region, with the human race and countless monsters. The human race of other worlds is currently staring at our blue star world. In the chatter of Xiaopeng, time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. For 3 days, Ling Chen and Xiaopeng did not stop. Along the way, Xiaopeng told Ling Chen a lot about the battlefield of 10,000 races. Ling Chen listened with relish, and asked a few questions from time to make Xiaopeng explain in more detail. Through Xiao Chuang, Ling Chen also understood that in the battlefield of all races, the most sought-after chaos spiritual liquid, the more dangerous the fierce place, the more it produces, and the endless desert, as a novice map, can be said to be almost none. However, every 3 years, there was a chance to obtain a large amount of chaos liquid. Every 10 years, above the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, an entrance to a secret realm will appear. The secret realm only allowed strong people below the Saint realm to enter. Once you enter the secret realm, you will have the opportunity to obtain a wealth, which is not only the chaos liquid, but also other cultivation resources. Of course, the secret realm is also full of dangers, and if you are not careful, you will fall. At that time, all races in the 10,000 races battlefield would send people into the secret realm, and in the past, when the secret realm was opened, the Blue Star Terrans only had 20 years ago, and one person came back alive. That person is Ling Huang. Through Ling Huang, everyone understood the cruelty of the survival of the strong long in the secret realm, and the next day the secret realm will open will be half a year later. I've already inquired, and half a year later, it will be the day the secret realm opens, Xiao Pang said. Ling Chen nodded. That is to say, if he could reach the peak of the supreme realm in the past 6 months, it would be possible to obtain the chaos spiritual liquid. Seeing that Ling Chen seemed to be moved, Xiao Pang quickly interrupted. Brother Yi, don't you want to enter the secret realm in half a year, right? Wouldn't it be beautiful for us to go again in 10 years? 10 years? Ling Chen pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, since I have come to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, I am not ready to waste any more time. Half a year is enough. This, Xiao Pang was suddenly speechless. Ling Chen's strength in front of him was only platinum, although his combat power was indeed immeasurable, but the other major races were all beings who could fight beyond the level. Don't worry, the top priority is to find the burning sky sand first. Brother Yi, we're almost there. Xiao Pang pointed to a crater-like sand dune in the distance and shouted. Ling Chen looked up and found that the sand dune was about 5,000 meters high, and there were bursts of heat on it. The heat on this sand dune was actually gushing out of magma? Feeling the scorching heat wave, Ling Chen frowned. This is the burning heaven volcano. Xiao Pang said, this burning heaven volcano contains a large amount of fire attribute energy. The burning heaven sand was unearthed here. Brother Yi, let's go over, Xiao Pang said. Ling Chen nodded, and the two got off the shuttle and galloped towards the sand dunes. As soon as he approached the sand dunes, Ling Chen felt the scorching temperature, and this heat made the fire source energy in Ling Chen's body slightly excited. Looking at the chubby man on the side, who was not affected by this heat at all, Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. Seeing Ling Chen's expression, Xiao Pang smiled foolishly, took out a jade pendant, and was emitting cool air to resist the heat around him. Ancestral ice heart jade pendant, he. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Good guy, we are playing with superpowers, and you are playing with banknote abilities. Ling Chen glanced at the chubby little with a loud face, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Look for it separately. After saying that, Ling Chen ran towards one end of the sand dune, while Xiao Fat flew towards the other side of the dune. Ling Chen's speed was extremely fast, and with a flash, he disappeared in place. In this area, Ling Chen did not encounter any obstacles. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Chen stopped his figure, rolled the corner of his eye, and suddenly saw that in a small depression in front of him, there was a fiery red basketball-sized crystal embedded in it. Around it, a rolling heat wave fills the air. Ling Chen's eyes fell on the crystal, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. This should be the legendary burning heaven sand. Ling Chen muttered to himself. It's just that this name is indeed a bit inconsistent with the real thing. Ling Chen stretched out his hand and picked out the crystal, feeling the billowing heat emanating from the crystal in his hand, and a trace of crimson flames burst out of Ling Chen's hand, covering the burning sand. In the burning heaven sand, there was an aura of heaven and earth spiritual fire, which turned out to be the burning heaven flame. Absorbing the flame breath and the burning sky sand in his hand, the crystals in Ling Chen's hand turned into sand and gravel and fell to the ground. Here, there must be a burning flame in the sky. Ling Chen looked at the sand dunes hotly, kicked under his feet, and jumped towards the top of the sand dunes one after another. Soon, Ling Chen climbed to the top of the sand dune, and on top of the sand dune, he suddenly saw a large circular pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, emitting bursts of hot energy fluctuations. Ling Chen had a feeling that the burning heaven flame was below. Gritted his teeth. The big deal was to sacrifice the clone. Immediately, no longer hesitated, Ling Chen's whole body was covered with fire source energy, and the raging flames burned on its surface, forming a layer of fire clothing. Ling Chen's footsteps suddenly stepped downwards, and his entire body instantly fell into the big pit. Ling Chen, who was falling, suddenly plunged into the big pit. The big pit was very deep, and Ling Chen dived 40 feet before he fell to the bottom. Falling on a stone platform underground, Ling Chen immediately felt a more violent heat wave coming to his face, making him feel a burst of heat. However, Ling Chen didn't care, but activated the fire source energy in his body, spreading it around, isolating the surrounding hot air waves. Then, Ling Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings. In front of him, there was a huge lava pool. This lava pool, about 100 feet, was dark gray, and drops of dark brown magma flowed slowly along the pool wall, making a gurgling sound, which sounded extremely harsh. That's burning heaven sand. Ling Chen noticed that the edge of the lava pool was covered with hundreds of palm-sized burning heavenly sand, as if it was still being gestationed. Then, there must be a burning flame here. A look of excitement appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. If you can't see the flame in your line of sight, then it can only be in one place. Immediately, no longer hesitating, Ling Chen took a step out and walked towards the lava. Looking at the dark brown magma, the corners of Ling Chen's eyes jumped. This flame is under this magma. The source energy gushed out all over his body, completely covering his body, and Ling Chen jumped and threw himself into the dark red magma. Ling Chen's body went down into the magma. The temperature of the magma was very hot. Even if there was a fire source to protect the body, Ling Chen's skin was still burning and painful. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and desperately controlled the source chi in his body, letting the source chi shield wrap himself. I don't know how long it took to swim downstream in the magma. Ling Chen finally came flame to the bottom of the magma. At the bottom of the lava, there is a layer of diaphragm that is soft to the touch. Ling Chen gently drilled into the diaphragm, and the burning sensation of the lava suddenly disappeared, replaced by a familiar sensation of heat. Burning heaven flame, finally found you. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Ling Chen controlled the source energy shield to protect himself and began to shrink around. Not far away, a dark flame came into view. As Ling Chen's body approached, Ling Chen could clearly feel that Zhou Shi's temperature had risen almost suddenly, and he licked his dry lips, and Ling Chen said excitedly, "Burning heaven flame?" Ling Chen's mind came up with some introductions about the burning heaven flame. Ding, discover the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Burning heaven flame, absorbable. Burning heaven flame, one of the spiritual fires of heaven and earth, born in the ultimate dry place. Confirming that the flame in front of him was the spiritual fire of heaven and earth he was looking for, Ling Chen was ecstatic. Ling Chen continued to approach the burning heaven flame, and when he came to a distance of 5 meters next to the flame, Ling Chen stopped and sat on the spot. Ding, absorbing for the host. Absorb. The dark black flame in front of him was attracted by Ling Chen, drifted towards Ling Chen, and came to Ling Chen. Ling Chen opened his mouth familiarly, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and looked inside his body. The flames entered the body, and a fiery aura came, but it was not as terrifying as absorbing the spiritual fire before. As soon as the flame entered the meridians, Ling Chen could feel that his meridians were burned by the scorching temperature. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and his breathing became rapid. This spiritual fire was softer than the previous Sun Luo flame, but the energy contained in it was indeed richer. In the meridians, the dark black flames shuttled frantically, and in just a few seconds, Ling Chen's body was destroyed into a mess. But fortunately, Ling Chen endured it, and the flame passed through the meridians and came to Ling Chen's dantian. Ling Chen took a deep breath. Although it was not the first time, Ling Chen was still a little nervous. After adjusting his mentality, Ling Chen calmed down, summoned the fire-based source energy in his body, and wrapped it towards the burning heaven flame that entered the dantian. The fire source energy came into contact with the burning heaven flame, making a burning sound, and the two flames collided wildly. Space-time ban. Silently reciting a sentence in his heart, Ling Chen cast a prohibition on the two fire-type forces in his body. The speed of the collision of the two flames slowed down. Ling Chen once again summoned his ice-type source energy, completely wrapped the flame inside, losing the continuous energy supply, and the burning heaven flame energy that entered Ling Chen's body was constantly consumed, and under the pressure of the ice-type ability, it gradually merged with Ling Chen's fire-type source energy. Time passed, Ling Chen absorbed the flame and gradually got better, and his condition continued to improve, and finally, he successfully integrated the burning heaven flame into his flame. Ding, congratulations to the host for fusing the burning heaven flame, and the fire ability level has been upgraded to demigod level. The source chi in Ling Chen's body also increased to a platinum level of 4 stars. Stretching out his hand, a dark red flame appeared on Ling Chen's hand, which was the color of several flames after blending into his own source energy. Moreover, Ling Chen found that although the burning heaven flame was integrated into his own source energy, its soft characteristics were still retained. That is to say, he could use his own fire-based source energy at any time to produce burning heaven sand and provide it to the alchemist to absorb. In other words, I have another way to make money. Looking around and confirming that there were no other good things around, Ling Chen decided to return the same way. Ling Chen, who attached the source energy again and entered the magma through the thin film, found that the magma seemed to have no temperature flowing around him, and Ling Chen felt a cool meaning. Soon, Ling Chen returned to the surface of the magma pool. The sound of breaking out of the water was transmitted underground. The dark red flame attached to the surface of Ling Chen's body gradually faded, and Ling Chen's figure was revealed. With the mentality of not being able to waste, Ling Chen collected all the surrounding burning sky sand one by one and threw them into his ring. Then he stopped remembering, and along the entrance of the loose lava dune that he had drilled when he came, a space vortex appeared, and Ling Chen dodged into it. In the sky above the top of the sand dunes, a space vortex appeared. Ling Chen's figure appeared, and saw himself appear in the sky, and Ling Chen's two flashes came to the sand surface. Now that the purpose of coming here has been achieved, it is time to join Xiaopang. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread, and soon he felt a fluctuation of source energy in the southeast direction. If I guessed correctly, it must be Xiaopang. Ling Chen kicked under his feet, and an arc suddenly appeared, turning into a lightning afterimage, and galloped towards the southeast. After a while, the sound and shadow of a number of beasts in the distance appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes. Several scorpion monsters 4 or 5 meters long surrounded Xiaopang, and Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. This person has the physique of a monster beast. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know that there were no monsters within a radius of several miles, because the temperature of the flames was too high, but because Ling Chen had just absorbed the flames, the suppression of the monsters in this sand dune became smaller, so the monsters dared to approach to check the specific situation. Then I happened to see Xiaopang, and they started fighting without saying a word. Watching Xiaopang retreat under the horde of monsters, he threw out the magic weapons that saved his life one by one for no money. Ling Chen moved, the raging flames on his body burned, his body turned into a streamer, teleported to appear beside Xiaopang, smashed out with a fist, and went straight for a scorpion. Ling Chen punched out, and the diamond-level scorpion in front of him didn't even have time to react, and was instantly blasted into pieces, leaving only a small piece of fiery red beast core floating in place. Ding! Kill a diamond-level monster, experience plus 8,000. Xiaopang's face was dull for a moment, and this scene was very impactful to him. Brother Yi, you are finally here. I don't know why, a group of monsters suddenly appeared around here, and you almost lost a loyal fan. Xiaopang hurriedly stepped forward and said to Ling Chen, stay where you are and don't move. Ling Chen took out the Xian Yuan sword. 10,000 swords Chaozone. Tens of thousands of swords formed by invisible sword chi condensed around Ling Chen, and then 10,000 swords came out in unison, shooting towards a group of scorpion monsters in front of them. Endless sword chi continued to pass through one monster after another, and under the dense sword chi, the scorpions fell one by one and were harvested. Ding! The experience of the prompt sound exploded the system. Brother Yi is awesome. Looking at Ling Chen's move to show off his power, Xiaopang exclaimed from the side. Ling Chen waved his hand, and the beast cores flew into Ling Chen's hands one by one, and now, after a certain improvement in spiritual power, Ling Chen already had a certain ability to control objects. This scene, in the eyes of Xiaopang, is another scene. Brother Yi will not be taken away by some old monster. Thinking that Ling Chen was younger than himself, Xiaopang couldn't help but be a little suspicious. It's nothing. Xiaopang shook his head and stopped his brain supplement. What are you thinking? I've found the burning heavenly sand, let's go. Ling Chen took out a few burning heavenly sands and handed them to Xiaopang, leaving them for him to hand over the task. Wow, Brother Yi, you found so much, and sure enough, there is meat to eat with Brother Yi, and the ancestor is not wrong at all. Xiaopang exclaimed, took the burning sky sand, took a look and put it away. What did the ancestors tell you? Follow the lucky eldest brother to be the younger brother, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Ling Chen now has reason to suspect that Xiaopang's ancestral magic weapons are all soups drunk by his ancestors who followed the chosen ones for generations. Pack up, let's go. Ling Chen said, okay, Brother Yi, are we going to find the seeds of the tree of life? Xiaopang tilted his head and asked, since the elves were exterminated, this task has existed, and after so many years, no one has found it. Ling Chen nodded, it's all here, look for it, lead the way. Xiaopang took out the map and said, the ruins of the elf clan are in the depths of the endless desert, let's go find them there. Ling Chen nodded and acquiesced to Xiaopang's opinion. Then the two embarked on the journey again and headed towards the depths of the endless desert. Brother Yi, there must be many people who have turned the ruins of the elf clan upside down, and we are afraid that we will return empty-handed this time, but there is a legend in the endless desert. Xiaopang said to Ling Chen with a mysterious face. Legend has it that the elves did not live in this endless desert, which used to be a forest deep in the forest, with an entrance to the elves, and the elves lived in their own world. Just like us, they came to the battlefield of all races for chance, but they brought disaster from the battlefield of all races. Xiaopang lowered his voice and said to Ling Chen, it is said that the ghost clan did it, but they never admitted it. After the elves were exterminated, this forest also lost its vitality and gradually became the desert it is today. Hearing this, Ling Chen lowered his head and pondered, this battlefield of 10,000 tribes is really cruel enough. If this is true, he will also make the Ming ghost clan pay a little price. By the way, Brother Yi, let's leave quickly after exploring the ruins of the elves. At this time, it is easy to blow sandstorms in the desert. Even if it is a supreme level powerhouse, we must avoid 3 points, Xiaopang said with a frightened face, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Ling Chen's scalp was also a little numb. After all, the humans in the previous life were also very powerless in the face of sandstorms. However, as soon as Xiaopang's voice fell, in the distance, it was still clear just now, and it immediately turned into yellow sand. It can't be such a coincidence. That's, Xiaopang shouted in panic. Ling Chen looked up, his pupils shrank, and he saw yellow sand and stones overwhelming the sky in front of him, and a tornado storm swept in. The speed was extremely fast, and all the sand dunes along the road were swept in, and every time it devoured a sand dune, the momentum of the sandstorm became 3 points stronger, sweeping towards Ling Chen's side. Ling Chen finally knew what a crow's mouth was. Don't turn around quickly, Ling Chen shouted lightly, waking up the fat little who was still in a daze there. At the critical moment, it was not reliable at all. Looking at the storm that was getting closer and closer, Ling Chen sighed lightly. Ling Chen hurriedly wanted to summon the space vortex and left with Xiaopang, but no space vortex appeared in the middle of the sound. Space shuttle. Ling Chen's pupils shrank. The space is imprisoned? At this time, Xiaopang recovered from his stunnedness, quickly controlled the shuttle to turn around, and flew backwards with maximum horsepower. Looking at the distance from the storm, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining such a speed, he should be able to escape. However, why can't I use my space skills? However, he soon knew, only to see that the storm behind him seemed to have crossed time and space, and instantly came behind Qing Suo, and a powerful suction force came. This sandstorm actually had the attributes of time and space, coming from the void and briefly confusing the spatial barriers of this time and space. The light shuttle trembled trembled violently under the traction of the storm, difficult to break away, was pulled closer step by step, and was finally swallowed up by the sandstorm and swept into the storm. With a flash of white light, the light shuttle disappeared into the storm. Soon, the storm on the spot disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. I don't know how long it took. Under a sharp pain, Ling Chen woke up from his coma, and the dazzling white light made it take Ling Chen a long time to see the surrounding scene clearly, and everywhere he looked, it was a dense forest, lush and full of life. Not far away, Ling Chen saw the wreckage of the warship, but he did not see the figure of Xiao Pang. Ling Chen wanted to go up the tree to see the situation in the distance, but found that the meridians in his body were destroyed and he couldn't use his source power. Enduring the pain in his body, Ling Chen held a tree in both hands and climbed up little by little in the most primitive way. Standing on a tree tens of meters high, looking into the distance, there was a golden light shining in the sky above the east, like the sun. The surrounding areas are all forests, and only to the east is a group of mountains, and some buildings can be vaguely seen on the peaks. Ling Chen decided to go to that mountain peak to take a look. Then Ling Chen endured the severe pain and climbed down the tree, heading towards the east, and looked for Xiao Pang around by the way. As he walked, he shouted a few words to Xiao Pang, but no one answered. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread, looking for Xiao Pang's figure. Not long after, Ling Chen found a strand of Xiao Pang's clothes, and there were a few strands of gray-black fur next to it. Suddenly, a miserable cry came. Ling Chen turned his head to look. This voice, it seemed to be chubby. Ling Chen quickened his pace and walked towards the sound of Xiao Pang's shouting, first to see the situation. With his current state, if he met a monster, I am afraid he would be helpless. After walking a distance of hundreds of meters, a small stone wall cave appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes in the distance. Inside the cave, there was a panicked voice from time to time. Don't come here, go away. Brother Yi, where are you? Come and save me. Hearing this, Ling Chen's face became strange. It sounded like it was not dangerous, but a voice that was about to be in danger. Ling Chen leaned forward and stopped at the entrance of the cave. High in the cave, in addition to Xiao Pang's screams, there was also a sound of panting extremely quickly, and the frequency was very high. Ling Chen's face was strange, and a picture couldn't help but appear in his mind, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. After sensing it, good guy, the monster beast inside turned out to be a city-breaking level. With Ling Chen's current state, ahem, silently wish him good luck. After about 5 minutes, Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the strength of the little dragon seemed to have broken the city level. Come out, Xiaolong. The fat little dragon appeared on the ground, resting on his stomach, and on his body, Xiaolan was spreading his ice-blue wings to incite the little dragon. Suddenly summoned, Xiaolan's incited wings stopped abruptly, round blue eyes, looking at Ling Chen. In his eyes, a flash flashed. Shyness? This. Ling Chen froze in place. Xiaolan, are you so happy every day? Ling Chen stepped forward and kicked the dragon's buttocks. The little dragon said ouch, rubbed his sleepy big eyes with one hand, and rubbed his buttocks that had just been kicked with the other. Boss, you bully the dragon. The little dragon said aggrievedly. If you don't practice well, you can enjoy it all day long? Ling Chen was so angry that his two divine pets actually. Boss, you gave so few beast cores, and the cultivation is very boring. That's not allowed. Relax and relax. Xiaolong looked at Ling Chen with a hippie smile, looking flattering. Won't you kill it yourself? Boss, I don't kill. Xiaolong's eyes blinked, and he looked at Ling Chen innocently. Ling Chen, I want you to fart. It seems to be really useful. The voice of the little fat in the cave came again. Ling Chen then reacted. He summoned Xiaolong to save people. Ahem, Xiaolan, go in and clean up the monsters inside, and save that fat man. After saying that, without waiting for their consent, he sat on the ground and took a break. Xiaolong and Xiaolan looked at each other for a while. Don't hurry up and save people. Ling Chen's voice came. Oh, Xiaolan and Xiaolong responded and walked side by side towards the hole. Within a few minutes, there was no movement in the cave, and there was no sound of fighting. However, Ling Chen could hear Xiao Pang's soft wailing, which sounded like a very painful look, but it was not as miserable as before. Out of curiosity, Ling Chen walked towards the cave, and when he saw a scene in the cave, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and show an expression of disbelief. Xiao Pang was lying on a stone slab with a desperate face, and behind him, Xiaolan and Xiaolong were covering their eyes, teaching the two female orangutans in heat in the middle with words. Feeling the coercion of the blood on Xiaolong's body, the female orangutan was squatting on the ground with her head in her arms, looking obedient. Brother Yi, you are finally here, woo woo. When Xiao Pang was lying on the stone slab, he saw Ling Chen and kept wailing, and his eyes were red from crying. Ling Chen stepped forward, squatted in front of Xiao Pang, stretched out his hand to caress Xiao Pang's back, patted him gently, and comforted him. It's okay, the big deal is to marry them back. 5 million years ago they were a family. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiao Pang cried even worse. Just now he was touched by the female orangutan and almost had his pants ripped off. If Ling Chen came late for a while, I am afraid he would be in his old age. Puff. Xiaolan and Xiaolong laughed at the same time. Hearing the laughter, Ling Chen glared at them. Didn't he have the ability to see? Won't you go back and laugh again? You have to laugh now. Ling Chen looked at the little chubby who was crying like a tearful man, and had a headache. Okay, don't cry. We don't don't know where we are yet. Hurry up and find how to go back. Hearing this, Xiaopan's whimpering gradually faded, and he raised his head to look at Ling Chen. Where are we now? Ling Chen shook his head, indicating that he was unclear. Let's go. Let's find out where this place is first. Out of the cave, Ling Chen took Xiaopang and Xiaolong towards the east. Surprisingly, Ling Chen's meridians were destroyed, but Xiaopang was like a normal person. Feeling Ling Chen's physical condition and the doubts in his eyes, Xiaopang coughed lightly. Cough. I have an ancestral treasure. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. I was looking for something unhappy. Soon, Ling Chen and his party walked to the mountains. Ling Chen raised his head and looked at the building on the top of the mountain, which looked like a palace, and then walked towards the top of the mountain, and the appearance of the palace gradually came into view. The palace is dilapidated, and the collapsed stone pillars and some broken buildings make people feel very desolate. Looking at the gate at the entrance of the temple, there is a stone plaque covered with vines on the door, on which are engraved with 4 large characters, Temple of the Elves. Elf Temple. Brother Yi, look, is this the legendary world of the elves? Xiaopang said in shock. Very likely. This should be the world of the elves, Ling Chen said with a slight affirmation, because he felt the vigorous vitality in this world. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Chen stepped in. The entire elf temple had turned into ruins, all the buildings had collapsed, only the gate of the temple of the elf clan stood there. Walking in, Ling Chen could still feel a warm breath of life coming from it. The elf temple is the temple of the elf clan, and it is the most precious and mysterious existence of the elf clan. It is rumored that in the elven temple, there are seeds of the water of life and the tree of life. Legend has it that the tree of life has infinite vitality and can make life immortal. However, this place has been destroyed for so many years, and I don't know how many times it has been turned over, and if there is, it will not be Ling Chen's turn. As soon as Ling Chen stepped into the temple, a mysterious call suddenly appeared in his heart, calling Ling Chen to walk towards the depths of the temple. Walking through the corridor, Ling Chen walked all the way, looking at the broken buildings around him, looking at the messy temple. Ling Chen's heart was full of regret. The group came to the square deep in the temple, where there was an altar, which was a place of blessing for the elves. In the center of the altar, there is a beautiful sculpture, which is the goddess and elf goddess who was originally worshipped as a god by the elven clan. Feeling Ling Chen's approach, flashing points of light emerged from the sculpture, and finally formed the appearance of an elf goddess. I feel the blessing of the elves from you. The elf goddess's eyes fell on Ling Chen, with a hint of kindness and joy in her eyes. Ling Chen looked at the light and shadow of the elf goddess in surprise, but he didn't expect the elf goddess to really exist. I met a cute elf and recognized her as my sister, Ling Chen replied sincerely. Feeling Ling Chen's sincerity, the elf goddess nodded. Help me take care of that child. There is a drop of water of life and the seed of a tree of life here, and I will leave it to you. Ling Chen nodded heavily. I know you want to return to your world. The teleportation array is on the top of the elf holy mountain. After saying that, the phantom of the elf goddess disappeared into the air. In Ling Chen's dantian, a seed exuding a strong breath of life appeared, which was the seed of the tree of life. On its side, there is also a drop of crystal clear water of life. Ling Chen could clearly feel that under the vitality emanating from the water of life and the tree of life, the injuries of the meridians in his body began to slowly heal. Okay, let's go find the elf holy mountain and go home immediately. The little dragon transforms. Ling Chen looked at the little blue dragon and said, The little dragon nodded obediently and then changed its form, turned into a golden holy dragon, and landed on the ground. The golden holy dragon spat out human words, come up, top dog. Ling Chen nodded, turned over and rode on the back of the little dragon. Xiaopang whimpered, woohoo, great, I can finally get out of here. Do you think the world of elves is so easy to break through? Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. This little chubby thought was too simple. We don't know where the elf holy mountain is at all. Hearing this, Xiaopang was stunned. It seemed to be, I don't know how to reach the holy mountain of the elves. Ling Chen looked at the dazed chubby and sighed softly. He really doubted how this guy had cultivated to this level today. Xiaopang was stared at by Ling Chen for a little hair, and touched his nose sarcastically, not daring to talk more. Why don't you go back and ask those 2 female orangutans? Ling Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said to Xiaopang. Xiaopang quickly shook his head like a rattle. No, I don't want to see them again. In that case, let's go find out if there are any monsters that recognize the way. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then he patted Xiaolong on the shoulder and let's go. Go find out if there are any monsters here. Kindness. Xiaopang nodded and then flew into the air. Soon the group met a gray wolf monster passing by, and after a friendly exchange, the gray wolf lay on the ground, shivering. I crouched down and asked you, where have you heard of the elf holy mountain? Ling Chen squatted down and asked softly. The gray wolf stood up tremblingly, wagged his tail, and pointed in one direction. Is that direction? Okay, thank you. He smiled and patted the gray wolf on the back, making the gray wolf shiver again. Let's go. Ling Chen stood up and waved at Xiaopang and Xiaolong. A group of people and beasts, along the direction guided by the gray wolf, flew all the way south, and after 3 days and 3 nights, finally, a giant mountain peak appeared in the distance, towering into the clouds. This mountain, more than 10,000 meters high, is like an opera Optimus Prime, straight into the sky. The mountain peak is surrounded by clouds and mist, and the mountain hidden behind the clouds is like a fairyland. Looking at the mountain peak, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wow, this is the holy mountain of the elves? Xiaopang looked at the giant mountain peak in front of him and said in surprise, "If nothing is wrong, this is it." Ling Chen nodded. "I'll go see if there is a teleportation array." After saying that, Ling Chen took the lead in jumping out and headed towards the mountain peak, wanting to see if there was a teleportation magic circle. Ling Chen came to the foot of the mountain peak, looked up at the giant mountain towering into the sky. Ling Chen's eyes froze, his body moved suddenly, and the whole person rushed towards the top of the giant mountain. The figure soared into the sky. Ling Chen's speed was very fast, and he came to the top of the peak in an instant, where there was a huge aerial platform. In the middle of the platform was a circular formation. Strange symbols flashed, emitting a faint milky white light, and strange patterns loomed around the formation, looking very mysterious. This should be the teleportation array of the elves. Ling Chen muttered, but it seemed that he didn't know how to form a formation at all. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, touched his chin and thought for a while. "I searched in the system store and found that it took 5 million points to unlock the advanced formation master." Looking at the points balance that had been checked far away, Ling Chen started the lottery. "After accumulating a month's worth of lottery, I came directly to a violent 10-game draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5-element sword array. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced formation technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill enhancement card." Ling Chen was very surprised to find that he had really won the lottery. A memory of the formation slowly merged into Ling Chen's original memory, and there was no sense of disobedience. Then, Ling Chen immediately looked at the teleportation array of the elves. This time, Ling Chen understood the pattern on the array, which perfectly coincided with some of the formation knowledge in his memory. Sure enough, only after learning the formation can you use this teleportation array. Ling Chen clenched his fists, and then took out hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and inlaid them on the array. Immediately, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, and a breath of life permeated out and poured into the formation. Feeling the vigorous breath of life, the array buzzed and was activated. "Let's go!" Ling Chen turned around and said, and then, the group went to the formation. The patterns on the formation began to rotate rapidly, blooming with halos that enveloped everyone. Soon, a white light flashed, and Ling Chen and others disappeared on the platform. Endless desert, a desert valley underground. A long-dusted teleportation formation suddenly lit up, and several figures appeared. It was Ling Chen and the others. Are you back?" Xiaopang couldn't help but ask. Looking around, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. "It should be back." Ling Chen nodded, walked off the platform, and looked around to see if he could find any useful information. The familiar dry breath came to the face, and outside the underground formation, there was a natural barrier, and there was billowing quicksand outside the barrier. This place should be underground, Ling Chen guessed, which also explained why no one had discovered this teleportation array for so long. In the endless desert, looking for a teleportation array under the desert is undoubtedly a needle in the sea. "Let's go. Xiaolong, you go back first." Ling Chen waved his hand and took Xiaolan back to the pet space. With a wave of his hand, a space vortex appeared in front of the two of them, and Ling Chen pulled Xiaopang into the space vortex. Entering the whirlpool, Ling Chen took Xiaopang and turned up. On the sand, a whirlpool appeared, and two figures slowly walked out. "You are not Brother Yi, you are Ling Chen?" Xiaopang looked at Ling Chen in surprise and immediately asked excitedly. Ling Chen smiled faintly and did not speak. "Ling Chen, then shall we go back and hand in the task now?" Xiaopang asked cautiously. "It's all here. Of course you have to." Before the words fell, Ling Chen was suddenly startled. A terrifying sound came from afar, and the entire desert seemed to tremble, and Xiaopang's body shook slightly, almost falling into the sand, and quickly stabilized his figure. Rumble. A strong sense of oppression swept over. Ling Chen frowned. This fluctuation. Oh no, could it be the legendary desert overlord? Xiaopang looked into the distance and said with a solemn face, "Desert overlord?" Ling Chen was slightly stunned. "Is it a monster?" "It is a monster in the yellow sand, and it is said that no one who has seen it has been spared. Not even the saints have escaped, so no one knows what it is," Xiaopang said with a serious face. "It is rumored that the momentum of the desert overlord can be felt thousands of miles away. There is a fatal sense of oppression, and every time it is born, it is like the sky is collapsing." "Oh," Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "The desert overlord, the strength is at least the existence of the saint realm." "Boss, I know what it is." Seeing that Ling Chen seemed to be discussing the owner of that breath, the little dragon on the side raised his paw and said urgently. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Ling Chen and Xiaopang turned around and looked at Xiaolong. Seeing that he attracted the attention of the boss, Xiaolong slowly said in a plain and ancient tone, "Actually, it is no longer a living creature." Hearing this, Xiao Chuang's pupils shrank. Such a strong momentum, the overlord who had made countless blue star powerhouses collapse and sink into the sand for many years, was actually dead? Its body is an ancient mythical beast, the dragon turtle, which is gentle by nature and likes to bury its body with sand, and finally dies in the depths of the desert desert for some reason, and finally, the corpse is under the influence of a strange force in the land of trials, and has a trace of obsession, becoming the guardian of the sand that controls the body to protect the entire desert. The little dragon crawled on the ground, and when Xiaolon on the side saw it, he quickly flapped his wings and came to the little dragon's back, rubbing the little dragon's back, comfortably let out a dragon roar, and Xiaolon continued, "Boss, actually I know it." Looking at the trace of reminiscence in Xiaolon's eyes, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "You? Hey boss, I have awakened the bloodline inheritance. These are all things in my ancestral inheritance memory." Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded, not too surprised. After all, the little dragon hatched from a dragon egg with a shelf life of more than 3 million years. "Boss, I'm a little sure I can subdue it." Hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly looked at the little dragon with shining eyes, as if he saw a peerless beauty without clothes. "Then wait for the desert. Let's go, let's go." Ling Chen took a step forward and rushed towards the distance where there was movement, followed by Xiaopang and Xiaolan. In the depths of the desert, a figure in a black robe was riding on the back of a huge tiger-like beast, majestically confronting a huge creature that covered half the sky. "Desert Overlord, today, I am here to take your life." The man in the black robe laughed wildly, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain. "What is in front of you is an ancient divine beast. Although it has been dead for many years, the most useful tortoise shell on its body is still there. Even if it is a warrior in the Saint Realm, it is also a priceless treasure. If you can get this tortoise shell, it will be easier to compete for the position of family patriarch in the future." The desert overlord screamed up to the sky, his eyes filled with anger, as if warning the man in black to get out of the desert. "Roar! Ha ha ha!" The man in the black robe laughed. He didn't take this desert overlord seriously at all, because in his opinion, the desert overlord in front of him was just a dead thing, a dead Saint Realm monster. There was no need to worry. The man in the black robe shouted lowly, and the huge tiger-shaped beast he was controlling suddenly roared and pounced on the desert overlord opposite. "Kill!" The huge tiger-shaped beast moved, and the surrounding sand and dust were suddenly lifted up, sweeping away like a tsunami. Seeing this situation, the desert overlord did not panic at all. The huge body shook and directly hit the tiger-shaped beast. The miserable cry suddenly resounded throughout the desert, filled with sand and dust, covering the sky and the sun. "Oh!" The tiger-shaped beast's body was suddenly slapped out and smashed into the sand dunes in the distance. The man on the back of the tiger took off early and floated in midair. "Useless things." Looking at his mount, the man snorted coldly, and then looked up at the hill-like desert overlord not far away. The desert overlord raised his head and roared, trampled on the ground with his feet, rolled with a burst of sand and soil, and went straight to the man with a devastating momentum. "Roar!" Seeing this, a fierce smile appeared on the man's face, and with a wave of his hands, a huge suction force suddenly burst out, shrouding the desert overlord below and firmly fixing it in the sand. Under the suppression of absolute strength, everything is false. The man had already reached the peak strength of the Saint Realm, and the dragon turtle in front of him had long since died, but the primary strength of the Saint Realm, with the strength of the bloodline, could fight against the intermediate Saint Realm. The desert overlord was fixed tightly, with no room for struggle. The man in the black robe smiled coldly, waved his palm, and a violent energy gushed out of the man's hand, wanting to rush into the body of the desert overlord. At this moment, a white light flashed, and a slightly emaciated young man appeared between the two, standing in midair, exuding a strong aura of thunder and fire. Seeing the young man in front of him, the man in the black robe couldn't help but squint his eyes contemptuously, and a platinum-level ant dared to intervene in his own affairs. "Junior, are you looking for death?" The man stared at the young man and asked coldly. The young man had a playful smile on his lips, and glanced at the desert overlord. "If you want this desert overlord, you have to ask me if I agree first." 3 turns of Thunder God technique. First turn, second turn. "Boss!" A passionate voice came. "Strengthen!" Ling Feng nodded silently. "Merge, divine dragon armor." A pillar of light shot from the little dragon's body towards Ling Chen and landed on Ling Chen's body, and then the little dragon disappeared into the pillar of light. On Ling Chen's body, a golden armor quickly covered his whole body, and the golden brilliance was dazzling, as if a god had descended to earth. A terrifying dragon power was released from the armor, like a divine dragon descending. Ling Chen stretched out his arm, golden light lingered, and on the surface of his skin, a thick metallic color emerged, looking extremely hard and exuding a cold feeling. "Is this the little dragon's combination technique? It looks good." The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, raised his head, and looked at the man in the black robe. How is this possible?" Feeling the change in Ling Chen's momentum, the man in black robes widened his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Platinum-level strength can exude a hint of momentum that can rival that of a saint? This child cannot be retained. "Kill him." The chill in the man's eyes burst out, urging the energy in his body. He displayed an extremely strong martial art, and with a punch, his fist burst out of the air with a huge fist, with a devastating power, and went straight to Ling Chen. Ling Chen did not dodge, feeling his own turbulent energy. A heroic feeling welled up in Ling Chen's heart. "Thor fist!" Ling Chen shouted lowly, carrying a trace of arc and terrifying dragon power in his fist, and blasted towards the man with an aura that tore the sky. The Thunder God fist fist and the fist gang collided together, and the terrifying energy raged wildly, and the surrounding sand instantly sank, forming a huge crater. Boom! The fist broke through Ling Chen's Thunder God fist and hit Ling Chen's body. All of a sudden, Ling Chen's body was instantly blown out, smashed into the sand, and smashed the desert below into a bottomless pit. The quicksand gradually buried the giant pit and buried Ling Chen inside. The little chubby on the side was stunned. Ling Chen had just made a move with the Saint Realm? So the problem is, Ling Chen doesn't seem to be able to beat it. How can I run? Xiaopeng shivered on the spot and then found that the man in the black robe didn't even look at him at all, but was just an ant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaopeng took out a light shuttle, quickly jumped on the boat, and left here quickly. Ling Chen under the sand was in extremely poor condition. A wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was also flushed, and the internal organs in his body were also a little misaligned, and he felt a hint of solemnity. He almost exerted all his strength, but he couldn't catch a move worthy of being a strong man in the Saint Realm. Ling Chen licked his dry lips and secretly sighed in his heart. He almost used his clone with one move, but anyway, he blocked the man's attack. The momentum of his whole body burst out, and Ling Chen disappeared in place with a whoosh sound, coming to the sand outside. Seeing Ling Chen's appearance, the man froze in place, not expecting that his powerful blow did not kill Ling Chen. You know, this blow reached the strength of the primary level of the ordinary Saint Realm. Boy, it's good, but you won't have this kind of good luck right away. Just die. The man sneered and attacked Ling Chen again. This time, he didn't keep his hand anymore. He cut through the mess quickly. He didn't have much time to waste here. Looking at the man's movements, feeling the man's aura that was more than several times stronger than before, Ling Chen's face became even more solemn. Time and space ban. Ling Chen shouted lowly, and an invisible momentum surged from all directions, solidifying the space around the man who rushed forward. In just an instant, the man in the black robe was out of the ban. The desert overlord also took the opportunity to break away from the man's control, and with a low roar, an earthy yellow aura surrounded him. Looking at the man in the distance, the desert overlord's eyes were full of anger, and he opened his mouth towards the man, and a golden energy ray sprayed out of his mouth and shot straight towards the man. Seeing this, the man dodged to the side and easily dodged the attack. Then, as if Ling Chen had reached an invisible tacit understanding with the desert overlord, he rushed towards the man in black robes at the same time, one left and one right. Humph! Looking for death. The man in the black robe snorted coldly, as if laughing at the inability of one person and one beast. The man's body burst out, instantly moving in front of Ling Chen. With a wave of his palm, a strong force burst out from the palm of his hand, and bombarded straight towards Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's pupils shrank, wanting to flash out of place, but before the power of space was mobilized, the man's palm bombarded Ling Chen's chest, and the terrifying impact blasted Ling Chen hundreds of meters away and smashed into the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the divine dragon armor on Ling Chen's body turned into a golden bright light, and soon the figure of the little dragon was revealed, covered in scars, crawling on the ground. Ding! Tell the host to recover in full place. Ding! The host's current health status is extremely low and he is in a dying state. Trigger passive, Nirvana. The familiar warm energy filled Ling Chen's whole body. Ling Chen could clearly feel that the injuries in his body were improving, and after a while, Ling Chen's injuries were all healed. Nirvana, cooling down, 30 days. Looking at the dying little dragon on the side, Ling Chen hurriedly stepped forward, half knelt in front of the little dragon, took out a few healing pills, and stuffed them into the little dragon's mouth. After a while, the holy medicine had some effect. Xiaolong's eyes slowly opened, looked at Ling Chen, and hurriedly spoke. Boss, I have a way for you to subdue the desert overlord, and then let's go quickly. Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong in surprise and nodded. I saw the little dragon get up, his arms open towards the sky, and silently muttered something in his mouth. The desert overlord who was being beaten in the distance was suddenly startled, turned around, and looked at Xiaolong, his eyes full of excitement. The wind and sand all over the desert overlord's body slowly dissipated, and the dragon turtle-like body was completely revealed, and a strong momentum burst out, breaking free from the man's suppression. Roar! The dragon turtle turned its head and instantly came to Ling Chen and Xiaolong. This speed was completely inconsistent with its image. Roar! He roared lightly, his tone full of joy. Ling Chen tilted his head to look at the little dragon, and the little dragon also roared at the dragon turtle, and then turned to look at the boss. Boss, quickly sign the contract, subdue it, and then let's go quickly. Ling Chen nodded and quickly subdued the dragon turtle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level pet dragon turtle. Dragon turtle, earth and sand, can control land and desert. Oh, it turned out to be a two-line divine beast. Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little excited. Just when Ling Chen was excited, a strong momentum approached rapidly. Ling Chen hurriedly put the little dragon and the dragon turtle into the pet space, and just when the man was about to get closer, he silently thought in his heart, swapping. Oh no! The clone who was refining alchemy on the second floor of the trial land suddenly felt a force majeure and instantly switched positions with Ling Chen. Looking at the familiar alchemy room around him, Ling Chen let out a light breath, finally saving his life. On the other side, he was holding a herb in his hand and wanted to throw himself into the alchemy furnace for alchemy, staring blankly at the unfamiliar scene in front front of him and the man approaching rapidly. Bang! The huge force bombarded Ling Chen's body, and the severe body pain instantly destroyed Ling Chen's clone's consciousness. Doppelganger, subject. The clone turned into countless energy fragments, dissipated in the air, crossed time and space, and returned to Ling Chen's body, all of which Ling Chen did not notice at all. Ha! Where is that kid? The man frowned, looked around, did not find Ling Chen, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the kid has already escaped just now? The man muttered to himself. He was sure that he had attacked Ling Chen's body just now, and that kid was definitely nearby, and he would definitely not escape so quickly, unless. Thinking of this, the man's face suddenly changed, his figure shook, and disappeared in place, appearing at the location where Ling Chen had been scattered by himself, searching carefully. Feeling the faint fluctuation of space that remained, the man's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Could it be that this kid has the magical power to travel through space? The man muttered to himself, guessing the reason for Ling Chen's sudden disappearance. Although the space system is rare, it is not absent. The man has seen in ancient books that there are some space system supernatural powers that can cross the planetary diaphragm. Suddenly, the man seemed to remember something, the trick that imprisoned him just now, as if it not only had the energy of the space system, but also contained a hint of the law of time. Damn, this kid turns out to be a dual system of time and space. He must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise when he grows up, there will be endless troubles, and he must strike first, the man thought in his heart. From the direction in which the fat man he was traveling with just now fled, the man estimated that Ling Chen should be the pride of heaven among the people of Blue Star, and it seemed that he was going back and found some manpower to put pressure together. Thinking of this, the man volleyed into the air and rushed in one direction, and soon turned into a sesame-sized figure and disappeared from sight. At this time, Ling Chen returned to the second floor of the trial land, in the alchemy room. Only a second later, Ling Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly feel that the connection with the clone was broken. It seemed that the clone had died heroically. It's dangerous. If it weren't for the existence of a clone, I would probably fall into the hands of the man in the black robe today. In any case, thanks to that guy's reminder, if it weren't for the despair of being crushed, he might not have reacted yet, and he always felt that as long as he developed well, he would be invincible. Perhaps, this is God's will. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen wiped the sweat that came out of his forehead. Just now he was one step later. I am afraid that he would be more bad than lucky. If you want to summon a clone again, you need to wait a month later, and Ling Chen is ready to take this opportunity to adjust his own strength well. A situation like today, where he was almost dying at the hands of a man, Ling Chen didn't want to feel it again. During this time, he did float a little. Ling Chen decided to develop his power and his own strength. Let Xiaolong and the others recuperate in the pet space first. Ling Chen left the second floor and came to the place where Master Kongming was. You have an aura that does not belong to this planet. Feeling the appearance of Ling Chen, the old man Kongming said without looking back. I just met the human race in other places. If it weren't for the second level of clone skills, I'm afraid I would. There was a hint of helplessness in Ling Chen's tone. Hearing this, the old man turned his head in surprise, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Listen to what you mean. Have you fought with that saint? Ling Chen nodded depressedly. On Ling Chen's body, the old man also felt the aura of a saint, although the saint was vulnerable in front of the old man, but it was a saint after all, and Ling Chen was just a platinum-level superpower. Wait a minute. Platinum? This kid is on drugs. Your strength, boy, you must not disregard the stability of the foundation in order to seek the realm. Speaking of this, the old man was stunned for a moment. He saw something. He felt the vigorous source chi in Ling Chen's body, and the concentration of the source chi was very high, far exceeding that of ordinary people, and there was no trace of unstable realm. It was obvious that Ling Chen's promotion was steady and steady. This kid confiscated the wrong thing. The old man touched his graying beard, with a relieved smile on his face. As for Ling Chen, who was almost gone, the old man said that the strong man was not a flower in the greenhouse, and he experienced some setbacks, just to suppress this kid's excessive sharpness. By the way, master, where do you think this is suitable? Taking out the seeds of the tree of life from his dantian, Ling Chen said to the old man, Oh, tree of life? You kid, you actually have this kind of blessing. Looking at the seeds in Ling Chen's hands that exuded strong vitality, the old man's face showed a hint of surprise for the first time in a long time. The tree of life is the sacred tree of the elf clan. It can give birth to the elf clan, and give birth to elves one by one in a fruitful way. Speaking of this, the old man paused for a while, as if he was reminiscing about something. But what ordinary people don't know is that the legendary tree of life can evolve into the tree of the world. By that time, what it gave birth to was no longer elves, but small worlds. Hearing the words of the old man Kongming, Ling Chen looked at the seed in his hand and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he had a bold idea to cultivate this seed into a world tree. Seeing the firm color on Ling Chen's face, the corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This kid, you won't take it seriously. You can temporarily plant it on the first floor of the space city, and when it grows, the entire floor will turn into a huge healing pool. As soon as he heard this, Ling Chen accepted this suggestion. With this tree of life, his team members could also carry out cruel training. As long as they could not die, they could be saved. After saluting the old man Kongming, Ling Chen disappeared in place. Coming to the center of the trial land, looking for a clearing with beautiful mountains and rivers and fertile soil, Ling Chen planted the seeds, took out the water of life, and dropped a drop on the seeds. The seeds germinate quickly and soon grow a turquoise leaf. Seeing this scene, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of joy. This place would become Ling Chen's real training ground and garrison. Buzz, buzz. A slight vibration sounded, and under the nourishment of the water of life, the tree of life frantically absorbed the vitality between heaven and earth, and soon grew into a seedling, and then gradually grew into a towering tree, with lush branches and leaves, covering half of the sky. Ling Chen stood beside him, watching the tree of life grow little by little. His mood gradually calmed down. This feeling was wonderful. When the tree of life grew big enough, the leaves of the tree of life slowly trembled, and the branches swayed and made a loud noise. Then a strong life force burst out from the tree of life and spread in all directions. Ling Chen could feel that the space he was in had a stronger life force than before. The leaves of the tree of life were constantly shaking, the branches were also dancing, and circles of halo spread out. As the leaves danced, Ling Chen could feel the space around him, as if he was being absorbed. The tree of life is indeed extraordinary. Under the shaking of the leaves, Ling Chen suddenly felt something. Sitting cross-legged, with his back to the tree of life, Ling Chen silently realized, and a faint breath of life surrounded Ling Feng. Soon, the night passed, and Ling Chen opened his eyes. When Ling Chen opened his eyes shone with a strong brilliance. During this night, Ling Chen realized a lot. The most important thing was that Ling Chen realized the secret of the rules of life. Ling Chen's understanding of life is much higher than before. Ling Chen took a deep breath and looked around, only looking at the surrounding scene. It seemed that a lot had changed. The space I was in seemed to have doubled in size. Ling Chen couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this space could also absorb the power of space and become bigger? Just when Ling Chen was confused, a familiar old voice came to Ling Chen's mind from a distance. That's right. This trial land is originally a magic weapon, and it can naturally absorb energy and become bigger. Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but nod silently. He didn't expect that there was still room for growth in this city of space. Ling Chen looked into the distance, a vibrant scene, dense woods, and endless green grass. In the whole space, there is a strong vitality. And the nine-tailed demon fox clan, who felt the power of life and movement, and the bone dragons who stayed in the trial land, also gathered. The black fox clan stood curiously in the distance, looking at the tree of life. The energy emitted by this tree made them feel very comfortable, as if they were much younger. Ling Chen, directly in front of the demon fox group, Bai Ling's figure appeared, waved his hand at Ling Chen, and shot towards Ling Feng's location. He suddenly threw himself into Ling Chen's arms, and he hadn't seen him for many days, but Bai Ling thought badly. Touched Bai Ling's head, the two furry fox ears, which were silky and delicate to the touch, very comfortable. Bai Ling's face was slightly red, and he let Ling Chen touch his ears. Ling Chen, what kind of tree is this? I can feel that I seem to be much younger, and cultivating here has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Bai Ling's voice came with a little lightness, with a hint of doubt and joy in his tone. The tree of life. This is the legendary sacred tree of the elves, the tree of life? Bai Ling covered his mouth in surprise, with a hint of incredulity in his eyes. Ling Chen nodded, looked at the foxes in the distance, and said with a faint smile, after that, arrange for your clan to cultivate here. Raise everyone's strength as soon as possible. Really? Ling Chen, you are so good. Bai Ling shouted happily, waving his hands to express his joy, like an underage girl. Turning his head to look at the bone dragon on the side, Ling Chen looked over with puzzled eyes. Your group, the dragons with only bones left all over their bodies, come to join in the fun, you are all dead. As if understanding Ling Chen's doubts, the leading bone dragon Abyss, flapping his wings, said respectfully, Master, bathing in such a rich life force, one day we will be able to reshape our physical bodies and gain the strength we were alive. Oh, hearing this, Ling Chen responded in surprise, but he didn't expect that there would be a windfall. They were dragons in life, and if they could recover, it would definitely be a great help to themselves. Arrange for the bone dragon clan to guard around the tree of life, absorb enough energy as soon as possible, and reshape the body. Ling Chen thought for a while and summoned the little dragon and other mythical beasts in the pet space to heal them around the tree of life. After arranging everything, Ling Chen was ready to go back to Tianan City to take a look. As for the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, Ling Chen found that his current strength was not enough to change the situation over there, so he left it to the seniors first. As for the internal troubles on the Blue Star, the seniors did not have the energy to recover the entire Blue Star on a large scale, so Ling Chen decided to leave this kind of trivial matter to him. Now let's develop our own power and deal with the internal crisis of the monster beast in the new human organization. Ling Chen secretly thought in his heart, go back and see how Tianan City has developed this month. Leaving the trial land, Ling Chen directly summoned the space vortex and soon returned to Tianan City. Looking at Tianan City from a distance, it was obvious that Ling Chen could feel that the scale of Tianan City was several times larger than before he left. During this time, the residents of Tianan City, whether they are cultivator-oriented superpowers or ordinary people who make a living, have greatly increased in strength, and the strength of the entire city has greatly improved. The development of this month has made Tianan Tian City more than several times more prosperous than before. Ling Chen looked at the prosperous Tianan City and walked in, and the entire city of the original Tianan City was transformed into an inner city, and the wasteland outside the city was included in the scope of the city and built into an outer city. Walking into the city, there was a prosperous scene. The busy streets were full of urgent superpowers, and soon Ling Chen passed through the outer city and came to the inner city. Looking at some familiar buildings around him, Ling Chen ran straight to the city lord's mansion. When galloping on the road, in the far direction of the center of the city, Ling Chen saw that there seemed to be a tall building towering, and touched his chin. It seemed that there was no building before. Stopping, Ling Chen wanted to go to the high-rise building first to find out. Changing direction, Ling Chen quickly came to the high-rise building, raised his head, and the plaque of Chenxi Chamber of Commerce hung brightly on the door. In an instant, Ling Chen understood that this was a chamber of commerce opened by his own family, but he didn't expect their movements to be quite fast. Before he could walk into the door, Ling Chen could hear bursts of noise coming from inside. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. It seemed that the business was not bad. Stepping into the hall, it is very wide, and there are many shop counters similar to vendors' stalls around the hall, but if you look closely, you will find that they are all Chenxi Chamber of Commerce's own stores. It's just that there are too many varieties and a lot of quantities, so simply separate different types of items, or items with different attributes of the same type. Seeing Ling Chen walking in, a maid dressed as a clerk saw Ling Chen, immediately greeted him, smiled and said, "This handsome guy, what do you want to buy?" Ling Chen shook his head and asked, "Who is your supervisor here? Are you here now?" Seeing that Ling Chen's intention was not to buy something, the beautiful clerk's face showed a hint of disappointment, but she still said very politely, "Our supervisor is Director Chen Duoduo, and he is here today." "Okay, go call him and say that his old friend Ling Chen is here." Ling Chen nodded. "You are President Ling Chen?" The clerk covered his mouth and said in surprise. Ling Chen smiled slightly. "Please wait a moment, I'll go find Supervisor Chen Duoduo." The clerk nodded and then ran upstairs. Soon, a slightly fat figure ran down quickly, with an excited look on his face. "Ling Chen, you are back. Please come with me." After saying that, the fat man bent down slightly and bowed, stretched out his right hand, and led the way for Ling Chen in front, wanting to take Ling Chen to the office upstairs. Ling Chen nodded and followed Chen Duoduo up to the 9th floor. Coming to the office on the top floor, Ling Chen sat on the sofa made of monster skin on the side, his arms slumped on the back of the sofa. "Ling Xiao, are you done with the affairs outside?" Chen Duoduo stood respectfully aside, and now under Ling Chen's seemingly inexhaustible resources, the scale of the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce far exceeded his family business. In just 1 month, Chen Duoduo's worth exceeded the total value of his family, so he respected Ling Chen very much, and Ling Chen was the bull of his life. "It's nothing, you've worked hard during this time, and the responsibility of taking care of the Chamber of Commerce is all on you. How is the Chamber of Commerce developing now?" Ling Chen asked with a smile. "On the one hand, the things of the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce are really good and complete, and on the other hand, the business management of Chen Duoduo has also played a great role. Everything is going well, Ling Xiao. Our Chenxi Chamber of Commerce industry is developing very fast, and all satellite cities in the entire Hangdu gathering area, including the main city, have our branch chambers of commerce. Our daily operating profit has now exceeded 5 billion. Chen Duoduo said excitedly. "You know, the previous auction he held had a daily turnover of about 1 billion, not to mention the profit, tens of millions at most." "Oh, so much?" Ling Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. It had only been developed for a month, and the name of the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce had just become famous in the Hangdu gathering place. 5 billion, which is equivalent to about 3,000 spirit stones, under the effect of the transformation of the source technique, it is equivalent to earning a diamond-level powerhouse in 3 days. Although the diamond-level powerhouse is not enough to see in front of Ling Chen is also a human being, and in the face of millions of monster beasts, Ling Chen can't step forward alone and kill in one move. "Ha, it seems that it is not impossible." Ling Chen touched his chin and thought about something, but I am afraid that he also has the strength above the saint level. Seeing Ling Chen's surprised gaze, Chen Duoduo breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that he had met Ling Xiao's expectations. "This is only our current initial profit, and now we are vigorously developing our branch chamber of commerce, investing a lot of time and money, but as long as we keep it, it will definitely get bigger and bigger. The development after that is simply unimaginable." When he said this, Chen Duoduo's tone had a hint of longing. He did not expect that one day he would be able to participate in the rise of a business empire with his own hands. Ling Chen nodded when he heard this. With the investment of his own resources, if he couldn't develop, that would explain the problem. "By the way, Ling Xiao, he." Chen Duoduo rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowed as if he had closed his eyes. "What's the matter? Just say it." Ling Chen said angrily, looking at it like this. He knew something was wrong. "We are now relying on the resources you left before and the resources shipped by the city lord's mansion regularly, as well as the development of the elixir quickly, and now some ordinary items can also be obtained through normal channels, but this is it, a high-end elixir has almost been sold out." Chen Duoduo rubbed his hands and said without hesitation, "Pill?" Ling Chen was suddenly happy. What did he think, it just so happened that he still had some elixirs that his previous clone had been fighting for day and night. Without hesitation, Ling Chen left all the high-end elixirs in the ring to Chen Duoduo. Anyway, he just needed to refine them directly. Looking at the large pile of treasure pills in his hand, Chen Duoduo was stunned, raised his head and glanced at Ling Chen dully. How did he manage to do it without blinking an eye, and easily took out a bunch of treasure pills that were hard to find outside? You know, a treasure pill is at least a spirit stone worth hundreds of thousands. Don't take it out all at once, sell it slowly. Ling Chen said simply. He believed that Chen Duoduo would definitely understand hunger marketing. Chen Duoduo nodded. After all, things are rare and expensive. At this time, Ling Chen remembered, as if he had always forgotten, the group of alchemy elders of the nine-tailed demon fox. These were all free labor. After that, there are not enough high-level elixirs. Go directly to the city lord's mansion to ask for them. Chen Duoduo nodded in understanding. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, and the Chamber of Commerce will continue to work hard for you. Patting Chen Duoduo on the shoulder, Ling Chen smiled faintly, and then under Chen Duoduo's nodding, a flash disappeared in place. Looking at the disappearing Ling Chen, Chen Duoduo's eyes showed a hint of envy. The space department is good, no need to walk by himself. Touch his fat belly. Chen Duoduo can't help but be a little worried. Walking is tired. However, looking at the elixir in his hand, Chen Duoduo's face quickly showed a look of joy and shock. So many high-end elixirs were enough to make the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce famous. After several flashes, Ling Chen simply walked around the city and found that all the original buildings around the entire city lord's mansion had been bulldozed, and 4 walls were built to enclose the city lord's mansion, and the area of the entire city lord's mansion was also expanded several times. As soon as he entered the city lord's mansion, Ling Chen could hear the sound of the warriors practicing from the city lord's mansion. Only then did Ling Chen understand why all the surrounding buildings were included in the scope of the city lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the city lord's mansion, a sharp shout came. Stop! Who is it? Ling Chen turned his head to look and saw a guard in armor staring at him intently. His face was a little heavy. Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled slightly and said lightly, it seems that the defense awareness of the city lord's mansion is not bad. After saying that, Ling Chen disappeared in place with a flash, leaving only the stun guard to stay in place and think. Ling Chen? A familiar name. Isn't that the real lord of Tianan City that City Lord Yi said? By the time the guards came to their senses, Ling Chen had already arrived at the council hall of the city lord's mansion, and at this time, no one was present. The 2 guards at the door of the hall were standing upright, conscientiously, motionless. After a brief perception, I found that there was no familiar aura on the ground of the city lord's mansion, so I think everyone should be underground. Thinking of this, Ling Chen came directly to the conference hall on the 3rd basement floor through the passage. In the hall, City Lord Yi was sitting on a chair, looking down at a document, frowning, as if thinking about something. Ling Chen slowly walked towards City Lord Yi. Hearing what seemed to be footsteps approaching, City Lord Yi raised his head. When he saw Ling Chen, he was stunned for a moment, and soon a surprised expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, you're back. City Lord Yi stood up from his position excitedly, looking at Ling Chen with an excited face. He didn't expect Ling Chen to come back so quickly. According to Ling Chen's instructions last time, City Lord Yi thought that Ling Chen would take at least half a year to come back, but unexpectedly, it had only been a month. I am back. Ling Chen smiled and nodded, walked to the chair next to City Lord Yi, and sat down. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Ling Chen looked at City Lord Yi and said with a smile, it's not hard, these are all things I should do. If Anqing has become stronger today under the leadership of Ling Xiao, I will be able to see the rise of human superpowers in my lifetime, and I will have no regrets. City Lord Yi smiled, looked at Ling Chen, and said with emotion. From City Lord Yi's tone, Ling Chen could feel full of sincerity, but at the same time, he could also see a touch of fatigue in the old man's eyes. It was obvious that he had been busy for the development of Tianan City in recent times. Ling Chen nodded happily. City Lord Yi did not disappoint him, and he could also see that although City Lord Yi was very busy during this time, he enjoyed it and worked hard for the construction of Tianan City. How is the construction of Tianan City recently? I have seen a lot of changes on the way here. Thinking of the purpose of his return, Ling Chen hurriedly asked. If he could, he wanted to bring half of the legion into the Trials land to cultivate for a while. Hui Ling Xiao, now with the help of the Goblin clan, our Tianan City has expanded several times compared to before, and the stronger city and the small fame of the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce in this area have attracted a large number of residents who come to settle and do business in the outer city. Nowadays, our supernatural army, Legion soldiers have recruited more than 300,000 people, and the current number of super troops is only a few hundred. But with the cultivation of supernatural army warriors, there will be more and more soldiers in the super army. I quickly reported to Ling Chen about the recent situation in Tianan City and the training of Ling Chen's legion. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. This kind of speed, in the eyes of outsiders, it was simply unimaginable. From scratch in just 1 month, there were hundreds more diamond-level powerhouses, and for Ling Chen, he still felt that this speed was a little slow. Taking out a medicine bottle containing several medicine bottles for treating old wounds from the ring, Ling Chen handed it to City Lord Yi. "Remember to take it can heal your old wounds." Hearing this, City Lord Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. Opening the medicine bottle, this elixir, the strong medicinal fragrance emitted, just smelling it, City Lord Yi could feel that his body was a lot more relaxed. Holding the medicine bottle in his hand tightly, City Lord Yi couldn't help but sigh. His old injuries were obviously well hidden, but he didn't expect to be seen by Ling Chen all of a sudden. "Okay, you're busy. I'll go to the second floor first." After saying that, Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place. City Lord Yi on the spot poured out an elixir from the bottle, and the rich fragrance of the elixir came to his face. "Saint, holy product!" City Lord Yi exclaimed in surprise, raised his head, and swallowed the elixir in his hand. The elixir melted in the mouth, turning into a warm current, rushing towards the old acne in Yi Cheng's body. Yi City Lord could feel that he had been faintly tingling, and there was a hint of itching. Soon, the old injuries that had been aching for many years recovered as before, and City Lord Yi felt a burst of relaxation for the first time in a long time, moved twice, and then devoted himself more seriously to his task. On the other side, Ling Chen came to the second floor, and several sporadic shadow assassins and goblins galloped through the corridor. Ling Chen thought for a while, stretched out his right hand. "Come out." Several figures walked out of the void. It was Chijiu, Ian, Sokka, and Junxia, and to Ling Chen's surprise, Sokka was sitting on Junxia's shoulder, her two little feet swinging easily. After a brief check of the strength of the group leaders, Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Junxia's strength had actually reached the peak of the city breaking level. You must know that when he left, he was still only a diamond level 1-star powerhouse. This upgrade speed is faster than himself. Sokka's strength did not live up to his expectations, reaching the strength of a 1-star breaking city, and now the milk volume must be very sufficient, and he will feel it next time. Looking at Chijiu's strength that only rose by 3 stars, Ling Chen touched his chin. It seemed that in order to develop his own intelligence organization shadow, it delayed the speed at which their strength became stronger. Seeing Ian's stagnant strength, Ling Chen frowned, with a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Seeing Ling Chen's eyes looking at him, Ian understood that he had caused the master's dissatisfaction, and quickly stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lord, I don't know what the little one did wrong. Why hasn't your strength improved at all?" Ling Chen said lightly, without a trace of emotion in his flat tone. Hearing this, Ian instantly understood, and quickly bowed forward and said, "Reporting to the Lord, you also know that our race has always developed and grown in number and reproductive speed. Don't look at my strength has not improved, but I have hundreds of beautiful female brothers at night." Speaking of this, Ian raised his head proudly, and looked at Junxia and Chijiu on the side with provocative eyes. Hearing this, the corners of Ling Chen's eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. "Good guy, listening to you say this, it seems that you are the one who works the hardest and hardest in it." Thinking that the goblins didn't need too high combat power, Ling Chen nodded silently and stopped asking, "How is the development of the shadow department now?" Turning his head, Ling Chen asked Chijiu. "Reporting to the Lord, now the shadow department has spread to all the cities in China, and it has a small scale, and has absorbed a group of trustworthy Legion soldiers into the shadow department, and is currently trying to break into the high level of each city." Chijiu clenched his fists and bowed, and said respectfully to Ling Chen, "Oh, yes, while developing the shadow department in the future, our own strength will continue to improve." Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, "Yes." Chijiu shouted lightly and nodded in response. "Hey, Lord, don't be afraid to scare you if you say it. My clan has now developed into an intermediate monster tribe." Before Ling Chen could ask, Ian took the initiative to step forward and said, "The intermediate monster tribe, representing this group, has reached the number of millions of monsters." Hearing that the goblin tribe had developed into an intermediate tribe, Ling Chen's eyes looked at Ian, his eyes full of appreciation. Yes, he could really give birth. After thinking about it carefully, Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little shocked to be able to increase the number from tens of thousands of times in such a short period of time. "This is a litter in a few days?" "Yes, keep working hard." Ling Chen patted Ian on the shoulder, really unable to figure out how Ian's slightly emaciated body contained so much energy. "If you have the opportunity, you can ask for advice, ahem." Hearing this, Ian's face immediately showed an expression of excitement, and his efforts day and night were finally recognized by the Lord. "It seems that I have to work harder. 200 tonight. Their race, the strength is not enough. It depends on the number, and the increase in the number depends on the speed of reproduction. Only 2 goblins are needed, and they can soon create a racial tribe." "Ahem, that's not much." Turning his head, Ling Chen looked at Junxia and Sokka with satisfaction. "Where did you go to upgrade? You rose so fast." Before Junxia could speak, Sokka, who was sitting on Junxia's shoulder, replied excitedly, "Brother Junxia first took us to kill monsters near Tianan City, and then the monsters nearby became rarer and rarer, and Brother Junxia felt that the upgrade speed was too slow, so he took us out to explore. We came to the seaside. There are too many monsters in the sea, and they are all very strong. We found a small island, went to the sea every day to kill the sea beasts, and went back to the island to rest when we were tired." Sokka finished speaking in one breath, took a deep breath, and gently brushed her chest with her white jade hand, relieving her breath. "There is a change in the sea beasts in the sea. It seems to be gathering, and now near the coastline, almost all of them them are sea beasts. Jun Xie, who had a cold face, added he always felt that something was wrong. Hearing this, Ling Chen was suddenly stunned. For a long time, he had rarely heard of sirens taking the initiative to attack humans, so it seemed that people didn't particularly care about the dangers hidden in the sea. If at this time, the sea beasts suddenly gathered and launched an attack on the human race, the unprepared human race, I am afraid that there will be heavy losses. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared, and raised his head to look at Jun Xie. Let's go to the beach to take a look. Then he looked at Ian and Shijio. Ian will increase the speed of resource collection and plunder, and replenish it to the warehouse in time. Shijio, you go and gather all the shadow assassins, inform the ability army, there may be war at any time, and be ready for battle. Yes. The two responded in unison, and then disappeared in place. A space vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, grabbed Jun Xie and Sokka. Ling Chen stepped out and disappeared into the whirlpool. On the east coast of China, a space vortex appeared, and the figures of Ling Chen and the three appeared. Not far from the sea, there was a small point, which was the island where Jun Xie and the others had stayed before, and without hesitation, Ling Chen flashed back to the island with them. Dozens of demon warriors and 50 sacred wet nurses were chattering about something in place. Do you think our leader is in love? I feel that you see that they can't wait to get tired of being together all the time. Everyone was discussing excitedly, unaware that their leader had returned, and he was looking at them with black lines on his face. That's right. Ling Chen coughed softly. Everyone quickly came back to their senses, looked at Ling Chen and the Legion commander, and was stunned, but quickly reacted and drank respectfully. I have seen the Lord. No need to be polite. Ling Chen waved his hand casually, and then snickered and said, you guys continue, I'll go see the situation. With a flash, Ling Chen disappeared in place, leaving only everyone looking at each other. What were you talking about just now? Sokka looked at her wet nurse sisters with a slight shyness on her face, and her big eyes flashed. Then what followed was Jun Xie's cold eyes, and the wet nurses couldn't help but shiver and wave their hands. It's nothing, it's nothing. Sokka's face showed a hint of disappointment. This elm head. Appearing in the sky, Ling Chen looked at the sea. His spiritual power and perception were fully open, spreading. The shocked face quickly appeared on Ling Chen's face, and he found that tens of millions of sirens had already gathered in the nearby seas, which was absolutely abnormal. Moreover, these sirens did not act rashly but stopped off short arrest, and they must have been instructed by the leading Sea King. But why have the sirens never taken the initiative to invade humans for so many years, and now how can they suddenly gather tens of millions of sirens, as if they want to take away the entire human race in a wave? In this sea, something must have happened. The only thing to be thankful for is that Ling Chen found that among these tens of millions of sirens, the vast majority of the siren's strength was not outrageously strong, and nearly 70% of the siren's strength was below the diamond level. Without waiting for Ling Chen to think of a reason, suddenly, a strong fluctuation of soul power was transmitted from the depths of the sea. Ling Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of doubt. In the sea, there are still siren cultivating spiritual power? Moreover, the strength of this spiritual power is several levels higher than his own, and he can feel the aura of a saint from it. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual power, the monsters in the sea cheered and boiled, waving their bodies to express their joy. Looking at this, it should be the strong man among the sirens who broke through. Ling Chen's heart was cold, his brows furrowed tightly. Through the performance of the siren below, it was obvious that the strong man of this monster beast must be the main battle faction among the sirens, and it was very likely that he was the leading marshal of this group of sirens. This time, at least, it is the attack of tens of millions of sirens, and the alliance must be informed in advance so that the Chinese alliance military can be prepared. Most of the saints of the human race are on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and if they are not prepared, the human race may really suffer heavy losses. At this thought, Ling Chen's eyes couldn't help but have a solemn color, and he didn't dare to neglect it. Ling Chen immediately flashed and disappeared in place, returning to the island where Jun Xie and the others were. Seeing Ling Chen appear, Jun Xie stepped forward with a puzzled expression and asked, Lord, what fluctuation just now? It should be a saint powerhouse of the Kraken who has broken through, and you continue to hunt the Kraken here to upgrade, but pay attention to the movement and don't pay too much attention. Pay attention to the Kraken's movements at any time, and I'll go back and inform the military first. Ling Chen frowned, pondered for a moment, and replied with a serious expression. Yes. Jun Xie nodded, licked his lips, and his demonic eyes revealed a hint of excitement. The demons had a natural yearning for battle. Ling Chen did not stop, and then, under the gaze of a group of people, stepped into the vortex of space, which was not far from the location of the Dawn Academy. And through the Shuguang Academy, the news can be delivered to the military executives of the Chinese alliance as quickly as possible. Soon, Ling Chen returned to Shuguang Academy, quickly passed through the corridor outside the entrance of the academy, and Ling Chen quickly flashed towards the complex. Who is it? How dare you pretend to be my disciple? A shout came from the void, and Master Shen's figure appeared from it and came to Ling Chen. Ling Chen was stunned. Pretending? Am I not just myself? Master, I am me. Ling Chen touched the back of his head and said with some confusion, my apprentice has not yet come out when he entered the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. tribes. Do you dare to say that you are Ling Chen? Master Shen looked at Ling Chen seriously, as if he wanted to see through Ling Chen, but no matter how he looked at it, he didn't see Ling Chen's flaws. Master, I can actually come back directly without going through the entrance passage. Then Ling Chen patiently explained to Master Shen the skill effect of his clone, but he also had reservations. For example, there was only one clone at most. After listening to Ling Chen's explanation, Master Shen looked at Ling Chen suspiciously, and after a long time, he nodded. For the time being, just think of you as real. I was real. You went to the meeting last time. My little ancestor can't talk nonsense. Master Shen hurriedly stepped forward to cover Ling Chen's mouth, but he also knew that it was the real Ling Chen in front of him. That is to say, what Ling Chen just said was true, and he could return to Blue Star in other ways, and Master Shen felt that this matter needed to be reported to the above. Looking at Master Shen's contemplative look, Ling Chen remembered that he had almost forgotten the business. By the way, Master, I have something important to tell the Alliance. Please help me convey it. On the east coast of China, tens of millions of sirens have gathered, and they may attack humans in a big way. Ling Chen said with a serious expression. What's the matter? Hearing this, Master Shen glanced at Ling Chen deeply, pondered for a moment and then said, I will help you report and convey it, but it is likely to be regarded as misinformation by the military. Why? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. Because the Kraken has never attacked the Terrans. Even if the Kraken really assembles, it will not be enough to attract the attention of the above, unless the Kraken really attacks. But it's too late, Ling Chen said anxiously. Now the biggest headache above is the matter of the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. Unless the siren really attacks, otherwise, it will be difficult to be valued by the above. Master Shen said helplessly. This is also something that can't be helped. Almost every day, the saints of the Alliance are fighting against the human races outside the domain, and the attack of the beast tied below the saint level is playing house in their opinion. However, among this group of siren armies, there may be saint-level powerhouses. Ling Chen said seriously, revealing a hint of urgency in his tone. Saint realm? Master Shen muttered. Then this should be enough to attract the attention of the above, nodded towards Ling Chen, and Master Shen disappeared in place. Seeing Master Shen disappear in place, Ling Chen was a little helpless, shook his head and rushed straight towards the training camp of the Supernatural Legion. Since the Alliance military cannot fight, then I will personally lead the Supernatural Army to train and train troops. Things are man-made, just do your best. How can I not control the above? But now I can still control my own warriors. After coming to the training camp, seeing the Supernatural Legion in the training camp, a relieved smile appeared on Ling Chen's face. Although the current combat power of the Supernatural Legion is limited, most of them are only some gold-level warriors, but in front of the army of tens of millions of sirens, they can also play a certain role. After all, in the army of sirens, the most are also gold-level sirens. Ling Chen's arrival attracted the attention of some members of the Supernatural Legion, but most of the supernatural warriors only glanced at it and ignored Ling Chen. Only a few people with superpowers looked at Ling Chen with some excitement and shouted softly, Ling Chen. Obviously, except for the new generation of young superpowers, most of the superpowers did not know Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded lightly towards everyone, signaled, and his spiritual power spread, and he soon found the location of City Lord Yi. With a flash, he came to the table of City Lord Yi in the study room of the City Lord's mansion. Feeling the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him, City Lord Yi raised his head unhurriedly, and sure enough, it was Ling Chen. Putting down the drawings in his hand, City Lord Yi quickly stood up and bowed to Ling Chen. You don't have to be polite when you see me in the future. Ling Chen waved his hand and quickly said, prepare to assemble the legion and go to the coastline to fight. Yes. City Lord Yi nodded in agreement, and then went down to order, without asking Ling Chen why. Looking at the back of City Lord Yi going out, Ling Chen's heart was full of worry. This battle, the Supernatural Legion would inevitably have huge casualties. Moreover, with his own strength alone, it is just a mantis arm to block the car. I just hope that the Alliance can pay attention to it and be prepared, otherwise, it will be another disaster for the human race. Soon, tens of thousands of people with superpowers gathered in the square of the City Lord's mansion, and the entire square stood neatly. At this time, City Lord Yi was standing on the stage, and when he saw Ling Chen's arrival, he said in a worshipful tone, next, our corps commander, Ling Xiao, will say a few words to everyone. Hearing this, everyone looked curiously at the boy who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Ling Chen came to the battle platform directly in front of the square, looked at the soldiers below, and said in an enthusiastic tone, everyone, now our human race is facing a huge crisis. Our human race will be attacked by the Siren army. This time our enemies are several times larger than us. It is very likely that we will die in battle, but can we retreat? No, because of our relatives, our nation is behind us. I hope that we can unite and expel all invading sirens from our Terran territory. A few short words aroused everyone's morale and shouted impassionedly, I swear to defend the human race to the death. I swear to defend the human race to the death. Tens of thousands of warriors below shouted loudly in unison, and the deafening roar soared straight into the sky, and the entire City Lord's mansion trembled violently. Looking at the high morale of the crowd, there was no trace of fear because of the enemy's strength. Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction satisfaction. Very good, I believe in your determination and faith. But at the same time, I want you to remember that your safety is also particularly critical, and in times of crisis, pay attention to protecting your own life. After saying that, the flickering thunder arc wrapped around Ling Chen's arm, and with an earth-shattering momentum, he punched out with a sharp punch towards the sky. The fist seemed to shatter the sky, and half of the sky flashed with thunder. A loud noise resounded in the sky, and the entire city shook slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Seeing this, the tens of thousands of warriors below were all shocked, feeling the invincible momentum in Ling Chen's fist wind, which they could not resist. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, and their eyes widened one by one, looking stunned. This is supreme-level power? A person couldn't help but shout. Everyone talked about it one after another. They didn't expect that the Legion commander in front of them, who had never appeared, would have such strength. Ling Chen withdrew the thunder and lightning, looked around, after his own display, his subsequent instructions. I believe that these warriors who have never seen themselves will not be dissatisfied. Looking at the crowd full of fighting spirit with satisfaction, Ling Chen shouted, "Let's go to the coastline." Below, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Supernatural Legion rushed out in unison, leaving the square in an orderly manner and heading towards the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. You lead them to the coastline. I'll take a step first. Ling Chen turned his head and said to City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi nodded, and immediately went down to arrange the follow-up management of Tianan City, and after everything was arranged, the army of the Supernatural Legion was on the road. Watching the army on the road, Ling Chen's face was full of solemnity. I hope everything goes well. Ling Chen no longer delayed time. He immediately summoned a space vortex, dodged into the vortex, and flew rapidly in the direction of the coastline in the vortex space. Back on the island where Sokka and the others were, they didn't see a single figure. Ling Chen looked towards the sea, and the sun in the distance was hanging high, shining on the azure water, creating a magnificent ripple, looking from a distance, like a giant jadeite, full of beautiful scenes. But Ling Chen didn't have time to enjoy this beautiful scenery, and his spiritual power radiated, and soon Ling Chen sensed Junxia Sokka's location. Dozens of demon warriors were fighting fiercely with a group of sirens, and one by one, they used their strong bodies as weapons to bravely and fearlessly kill the sirens in front of them. There are a lot of sirens, and there are many high-level sirens, so the battle situation is extremely tense, and fierce battles will break out from time to time. Surrounded by the siren, scars appeared on the demon warriors, but soon, the Wet Nurse Legion floating in the air, waving the Wet Nurse staff in their hands, white beams of light fell, and the demon warriors bathed in it, and the scars on their bodies gradually dissipated. Soon, he was full of fighting spirit and fought with the surrounding sirens. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen's brows furrowed tightly. If they fought alone, these demon warriors would definitely win, but their opponents were several times their own number of high-level city-breaking sirens, and even several nation-destroying level sirens. If it weren't for the treatment of the Nanny army, I am afraid it would not have been able to support it long ago. Moreover, the siren swarm will soon begin to target Grandma to limit their healing space. Thinking of this, Ling Chen did not hesitate, and directly cast a flash and came to the top of the siren group. Several thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the blue sky, endless thunder contained in them, and a trace of electric arc was wrapped around Ling Chen's hand. Thunder! Looking at the group of monster beasts below, Ling Chen did not hesitate, and directly released a group ultimate, and thunder arcs the thickness of buckets fell from the sky, slashing towards the group of sirens. The thunder slashed into the group of sirens, and suddenly exploded, and countless sirens were speared with blood, and they were not allowed to be completely corpsed. In an instant, a large area of low-level diamond-level sirens was emptied, reducing the pressure on the demon warriors. Ding! Kill the diamond-level siren, experience plus 8,000. Seeing this scene, the demon warriors were immediately overjoyed, and they made efforts to continue to fight with the high-level siren in front of them. Ling Chen's attack did not stop, and the irritable thunder still fell from the sky in a steady stream, landing on the surrounding sirens who wanted to step forward, splitting them in half. Soon, Ling Chen killed thousands of sirens, and when the surrounding sirens saw this, they all hid in the distance and no longer came forward. Without the harassment of a large number of low-level sea beasts around them, the demon warriors were engrossed in fighting the surrounding high-level sirens. However, the number of high-level sirens is too large. Even if the demon warriors are strong in combat and can leapfrog challenges, they cannot defeat them in a short period of time. However, under the madness and efforts of the demon warriors for fighting, the number of high-level sirens continued to decrease, and there were more and more siren corpses floating on the sea. And the sea demon in the distance was also shocked by Ling Chen and did not dare to step forward. In the end, as the battle continued to extend, the lives of all the high-level sirens were finally over. Looking at the tired smiles on the faces of the demon warriors below, Ling Chen smiled with relief, worthy of being a high-level legion. Then the life of the last nation-destroying siren was ended, and the group of sirens who hid in a distant place and did not dare to come forward also completely dispersed, fleeing towards the distance, not daring to stay where they were at all. Let's go back to the island first. Ling Chen waved his hand and greeted the demon warriors who were panting below. He had sensed that in the direction of the depths of the sea, there were several sirens with breaths that were at least surprising. supreme level. Yes. Hearing Ling Chen's instructions, the demon warriors raised their heads one after another, their eyes still full of fanaticism. Ling Chen took the lead in jumping and flew in the direction of the western island, followed by Junxi Saka and other legions. Through the wave of harvesting just now, Ling Chen briefly checked his experience pool. Strength Platinum 4-star, experience 949494/400000. Experience pool 432-6666, upgradable. The thousands of cannon fodder sirens that had just been killed provided him with enough experience upgrades. Without hesitation, a white light flashed. Ling Chen's level reached platinum level 5 stars, but the source energy in his body was like a vast ocean. Ling Chen, who has multiple abilities and some ability talents, have reached the god level. The total amount of source energy in his body has reached the level of a high level of moat level. And Ling Chen's physical fitness has reached the level of protecting the country, which means that without any bonus of skills and weapons, Ling Chen can fight against the powerful people of the national destruction level without falling behind. Moreover, Ling Chen's current recovery ability is more than several times stronger than that of normal strong people, and Ling Chen almost has the ability to die. When Xiaolong recovered from his injuries and performed the combined skill, Ling Chen also had the power to fight with the Saint Realm plus the Dragon Turtle. His side was equivalent to 2 Saint Realm. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his forces were already a little strong. Although his current forces, in the light of Blue Star, seem to be very strong forces with the combat power of the 2 saints, Ling Chen knows that this world is not so simple. What's more, through the battlefield of 10,000 races, Ling Chen also learned that the realm of saints was just a starting point for the other world. However, Ling Chen is confident that his power will be carried forward sooner or later, and he will become a super strong man. Lord, we have arrived. Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, Jun Xie's voice came from behind. Ling Chen came back to his senses, and then realized that everyone had flown back to the desert island. Well, let's go. Let's find a hidden place to rest first. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the mountains in the center of the island. The Demon Legion and the Wet Nurse Legion followed closely behind Ling Chen and quickly swept towards the island. Soon, Ling Chen and the others found a hidden cave on a hill in the island. Leaving 2 warriors to guard the cave entrance, Ling Chen led everyone into the cave and simply rested for a while. Ling Chen thought that the Tree of Life and the Wet Nurse also had the effect of recovery, so could they promote each other? Thinking of this, Ling Chen would want to confirm his thoughts. If it was true, then the recovery power of the Legion would be even stronger. Then Ling Chen took out the array disc, embedded the Spirit Stone, and the teleportation array was activated. Ling Chen waved his hand at everyone and took the lead in walking into the teleportation array. With a dazzling white light flashing, Ling Chen disappeared in place, but soon he returned. Seeing Ling Chen's signal, the remaining wet nurses stepped on the teleportation array one after another and disappeared in place one by one. When all the wet nurses entered the trial land, Ling Chen ordered the guarding demons to pay attention to the movements of the sirens, and arranged for Jun Xie to kill the sirens safely without the treatment of the wet nurses. After arranging everything, Ling Chen dodged and disappeared in place. In the center of the trial place, the Tree of Life is full of vitality, breathing out the source energy between heaven and earth and transforming it into a vigorous life force. Wow! As soon as they arrived at the first floor of the trial ground, the wet nurses cheered and jumped up. This breath of life made them feel very comfortable, and greedily took a breath of the life force in the air, and the wet nurses found that their milk seemed to be a little larger. Ling Chen's figure then appeared in the middle of the wet nurse army. Looking at the circle of wet nurses around him, the round ball on his chest seemed to burst out. Good guy, enough, asterisk. Ling Chen was secretly surprised in his heart. The milk of the nurses is larger, and when they fight in the future, their side will have a greater advantage. Looking at the group of petite wet nurses around him, Ling Chen's eyes swept over a touch of roundness in front of them from time to time. Ling Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva, quickly closed his eyes, and kept muttering, "Don't look at it, don't look at it. Master, what's wrong with you?" Sokka on the side saw Ling Chen glancing at them, so he closed his eyes and muttered something, and asked curiously, tilting his head, "Ahem, it's okay." Ling Chen coughed lightly, and a dodge came to the front of everyone. "Come with me." After saying that, Ling Chen took a step out and shot towards the position in the center of the trial land, and the surface of his body flashed with a little thunder arc lightning. The wet nurses hurriedly followed, and they could also feel that the life force in the central direction was even stronger. Soon, Ling Chen took the wet nurses to the surroundings of the Tree of Life, and from a distance, there were thousands of demon foxes practicing cross-legged around the Tree of Life. Not seeing each other for a day, the Tree of Life was more lush and leafy than before. Ling Chen looked up the crown of the Tree of Life. There seemed to be some green fruits. These fruits, from a distance, had a hint of humanoid shape. Ling Chen was a little surprised. The seeds had only been planted for a few days, and they bore fruit? Although he didn't know the effect of these fruits yet, Ling Chen at least knew a little that these fruits must be of great value. On the Tree of Life, the bone dragon was resting on the branches of the Tree of Life, silently absorbing the life force that was exhaled. The little dragon Xiaolan and the dragon turtle were leaning against the Tree of Life, closing their beast's eyes tightly, recovering from the injuries in their bodies. Looking at their somewhat ruddy faces, Ling Chen knew that their injuries had improved. The wet nurses flew forward excitedly, looking at the tree of life excitedly. Is it really useful? Looking at the wet nurses who were excitedly flying around the tree of life, Ling Chen touched his head, and it seemed that his conjecture was correct. The tree of life and the wet nurse legion are indeed inextricably linked. Lord, this is the tree of life. Sokka's tone was full of excitement. Cultivate next to the tree of life, and we will be able to evolve soon. Oh, evolve? Ling Chen was a little surprised. The wet nurse evolved. Could it be that she was a wet nurse who grew up? Hiss. Looking at the little lowly-like wet nurse now has two magnificent peaks. If she grows up, who can resist this? That's right, we can evolve into divine angel wet nurses, and our healing abilities can be doubled. Sokka's tone was filled with a hint of anticipation and yearning. Ling Chen nodded, and at the same time expressed his expectation for the wet nurse's evolved ability. By the way, do you know what effect that fruit has? Ling Chen stretched out his finger and pointed to the green fruit on the tree, looked at Sokka and said, "Back to the Lord, it is the fruit of life. Ordinary people can increase their lifespan by taking it, and those with strong abilities can increase their vitality. When the fruit is purple-red, it is ripe," Sokka said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Chen was a little shocked. This kind of fruit can actually increase lifespan. But think about it, the tree of life itself has rich life power, and it bears fruits that increase longevity, so what's so strange about it? Okay, when it's ripe, help me put it away, Abyss. Ling Chen said to the Abyss of the commander of the Bone Dragon Legion who was crawling on the branch. Yes. The Abyss, cultivating with his eyes closed, opened the dragon's eye in the hole, glanced at Ling Chen, and the dragon's head nodded slightly, responding, "Then you can cultivate here for the time being. Wait until you all finish evolving before joining the battlefield," Ling Chen said with a light smile, and then prepared to leave the tree of life. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Sokka and the others suddenly showed ecstasy. Being able to evolve is every wet nurse's dream, and now that it can be realized, of course they don't want to leave. Waving the wings behind their backs, a group of wet nurses flew to the branches of the tree of life. Sitting on the branches against the trunk, their immature little faces closed their eyes, looking particularly serious. Seeing this scene, the corner of Ling Chen's mouth raised a relieved smile, and then he took a step out and left the tree of life. Brother Ling Chen. Ling Chen's figure had just stepped out of the central area. A familiar voice came. Ling Chen turned his head to look and saw Bai Ling's figure appear in front of Ling Chen. "Take me out, it's so boring to practice here." Bai Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Chen's arm, blinking her big eyes, with a hint of expectation on her face. Who can resist this? Okay, but you go and inform the clan first. Soon, there will be a big battle that they need to participate in. Work hard these days to improve your strength. Ling Chen nodded, looked at Bai Ling seriously and said. Looking at Ling Chen's serious face, Bai Ling did not dare to neglect it, clenched his fists in response, turned around and swept towards the position of the clan elder, leaving a beautiful back. Ling Chen was not in a hurry to leave, and when Bai Ling went to inform everyone, Ling Chen checked the system that had not been opened for a long time. It has been a month since the last time I summoned the Bone Dragon Legion, and the CD of my own summoning legion has cooled down. Ling Chen rubbed his hands, and suddenly seemed to remember something. A flash came to the little dragon. This dragon seemed to have higher luck than himself. Ling Chen stretched out his sinful hands, pinched the little dragon, and dipped it in good luck. Prepare for the raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Shark Warrior Legion. Summoning, number of legions, 9,999. Legion Commander, White Shark. All talent level, S level. Attribute, water. Skills, sacrifice your body to impact. Fight with your back. Strength, platinum 9 stars, evolved. A group of bloodthirsty sea warriors, in a bloody environment, combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. A light blue spacetime summoning door appeared in front of Ling Chen and slowly opened. A white shark-headed, human shark warrior walked out. It was the commander of the Shark Warrior Corps, the White Shark. Looking at the White Shark, Ling Chen's face was a little strange, as if he was a person wearing a shark headgear, which looked a little funny. The Shark Warrior was wrapped in black leather armor around his robust body, exuding a powerful aura all over his body, holding a sharp shark knife in his right hand and a huge shark shield in his left hand. A pair of deep blue pupils shone with murderous light, like a devil, which made Ling Chen a little scared. A fierce mouth opened, and the sharp teeth seemed to bite off other people's throats at any time. The White Shark has seen the Lord. Seeing Ling Chen, the White Shark knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Excuse me, I don't have to salute in the future. We are all brothers." Ling Chen waved his hand and asked, "What about the other soldiers?" Hearing Ling Chen's words, the White Shark showed a strange light in his eyes, stood up, looked at Ling Chen, and said loudly, "They are waiting for the master's instructions in the summoning space. Please make arrangements for us." Ling Chen nodded. This group of shark warriors came too timely. Their summoning legion and supernatural legion were not familiar with underwater combat, and now, a group of navies came, which happened to solve some of the problems Ling Chen faced. "Okay, you'll be busy soon," Ling Chen said with a smile, and he also had a hint of expectation for the combat effectiveness of the shark warriors in his heart. The system is produced, and it can't be bad, right? System, never have I ever seen such a brazen person. Yes. The murderous light in the White Shark's eyes was even more intense, and he responded loudly. Soon, Bai Ling's figure swept towards Ling Chen's position and came to Ling Chen's face. Okay, I've already notified. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen with a smile, with a hint of joy in his eyes, probably because the days of cultivation made her suffocated. Stretched out his hand and touched Bai Ling's head, curled up a strand of hair and placed it in front of his nose. A faint fragrance was refreshing. Looking at Ling Chen's movements, the girl did not resist at all, and lowered her head with a little blushing. When the white shark on the side saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch a little. The boss was confused. Women will only affect the speed of our drawing of swords. Of course, the white shark didn't say anything, just watched silently. Looking at Bai Ling's delicate and pretty face, Ling Chen's throat was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva, suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and gently patted the girl's head. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he put away the door of the space-time summoning in the air, and Ling Chen left the trial land with the two of them and returned to the island. Back in the hole, Jun Xie and the demon warriors have long been gone, and you don't have to think about it. This group of battle maniacs has gone to the Kraken again. Coming to the open space outside, Ling Chen released the summoning door just now and said to the white shark, "Call all the brothers out. Get ready to work." Yes. The white shark responded respectfully, dodged into the door, and soon, the figure of the white shark appeared again, followed by countless shark warriors behind him. The dense warriors soon appeared in front of Ling Chen, lined up in formation. Looking at the shark warriors full of ferocious and violent aura, the murderous aura spread out, making people tremble. Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he ordered, "You are going to kill the sirens in the waters near the island these days. Raise your own strength, and there will be a big battle waiting for you later." Yes. The shark warriors responded. Let's go. The white shark waved his hand and took the lead, taking the lead in the direction of the sea. Then, a group of shark warriors came out, followed the white shark, jumped into the sea, and disappeared on the surface of the sea. Unlike Jun Xie and the others, who led the siren to the sea to fight, the shark warriors were more powerful in fighting under the sea, so they did not need to lure the siren out, but directly into other people's nests. Looking at the shark warriors disappearing into the sea, Ling Chen smiled slightly. These warriors will be the main force of his navy, and now his legion can be said to be equipped with both navy, land, and air. Nowadays, the Kraken's troops have not yet shown signs of wanting to attack. Thinking that there are still a few days left before the day of the Kraken's invasion, Ling Chen decided to go into the water first. On the bottom of the sea, although he can isolate the seawater through the source air, he cannot breathe for a period of time. But after all, it is not a creature in the water. Opening the system mall, Ling Chen simply searched for it to see if there was a suitable treasure. Soon, Ling Chen saw a very suitable product. Water avoidance beads. After taking it, you can breathe normally in the water for 3 days and move normally in the water. Redemption points, 10,000. Seeing the effect of the water beads, Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction. This thing is just suitable for himself now, and the price is also within his acceptable range. Without hesitation, Ling Chen exchanged the points for 2, and a white light flashed with a bang, and 2 water beads appeared in Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen swallowed one of the water beads in one bite, handed the other to Bai Ling, and said with a smile, "Eat it, let's go to the sea to fish." Bai Ling's smart eyes blinked twice, took the water bead, and without any hesitation, he raised his head and swallowed the water bead. Seeing that Bai Ling had already taken the water beads, Ling Chen's body shook slightly, and the whole person disappeared, instantly entering the seawater. Seeing Ling Chen disappear, a trace of curiosity and excitement flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, and he followed closely behind and jumped into the seawater. As soon as he entered the water, Ling Chen felt the coldness and biting in the seawater, and couldn't help but frown. In the seawater, Ling Chen did not feel that he was restricted by the obstruction of the seawater, and it seemed that the water avoidance beads had begun to work. As he continued to dive, Ling Chen felt a heavier and heavier force being applied to him, but everything was within the scope of bearing. Behind Ling Chen, Bai Ling swung his legs and dived down with Ling Chen. Soon Ling Chen and Bai Ling came to the bottom of the sea. Ling Chen looked at the scene in front of him. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the seabed here to look like this. At a depth of about a kilometer of the seabed is covered with ice. There is a thick layer of hard seabed rocks on the ice. The surface of the rock has a variety of seabed organisms. Seaweed flourishes, almost covering most of the seabed. Seabed creatures, swimming around, constantly swimming and shuttling in the seaweed. Seeing the appearance of Ling Chen and the two, some underwater creatures looked at Ling Chen suspiciously, as if they were strange about the appearance of Ling Chen and the two. Ling Chen glanced at these sea creatures with low combat power, and ignored them. The top priority was to understand the specific reason why the Kraken attacked humans this time. Why did the Kraken clan, which had never invaded humans for so many years, suddenly gather a large army? There must be a reason for abnormalities. Of course, before exploring the reason, Ling Chen was ready to understand the specific situation of the Siren army gathered in this sea area. After thinking about it, Ling Chen spread his spiritual power and wanted to explore the nearby sea area, but soon he found that his spiritual power was limited at the bottom of the sea, and he could only explore the direction of a few hundred meters nearby. Suddenly a bad premonition came to his mind. If his spiritual power exploration was limited, then the siren in the deep sea area was not not outside his exploration range. Doesn't it mean that the number of siren troops far exceeds his own estimate, and it is very likely that the sirens in the deep sea area are stronger? Ling Chen couldn't help but have a thought flashing through his mind. The supreme person in the ocean wouldn't be a sixth. He had been recuperating for so many years, and now he was so strong that he was suffocating, ready to take away the human race in a wave? Shaking his head, Ling Chen's eyes scanned around, and in the case that the range of mental power was too low, Ling Chen finally chose a direction away from the coast, and after signaling to Bai Ling, he jumped and rushed out. At the moment when Ling Chen and the two disappeared, the low-level creatures on the seabed reacted, and the two strange creatures just now were both strong people who could not resist. Not long after rushing out, Ling Chen soon stopped, only to see an extremely wide undersea platform not far away, which was the garrison of a tribe of the Kraken army. Through observation, it is obvious that these are sirens belonging to the sea snake class. These sirens are about 3 meters long, covered with scales. The scales are full of barbs, they look hideous and terrifying. There are no less than tens of thousands, and the strength of each one is not very weak, and the lowest has diamond-level strength. In the center of the platform, there were hundreds of 8-meter-long enlarged sea snakes, and their strength reached the level of breaking the city. Among the hundreds of sea snakes, several sea snakes tens of meters long were coiled in the middle, crawling and resting. Seeing this scene in front of him, Bai Ling's face turned white with a sudden, although the strength of these sea snakes was far inferior to her, but in this deep seabed, looking at the dense sea snakes larger than his own body in front of him, Bai Ling couldn't help but panic a little, quickly turned his head, grabbed Ling Chen's arm tightly, his little face turned pale, looking extremely scared, as if as soon as he stretched out his hand, countless sea snakes would rush forward and entangle her, completely forgetting that the siren in front of him was not his opponent at all. Feeling Bai Ling's nervousness, Ling Chen stretched out his hand, held Bai Ling's slender jade hand tightly, smiled slightly, and said, comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. With me, not a single sea snake will rush in front of you, and these sea snakes are not as powerful as you." Bai inspiration was influenced by the heat from Ling Chen's palm, and when he heard what Ling Chen said, a warmth welled up in his heart, and he immediately calmed down, looking up at Ling Chen, with a bright light flashing in his eyes. Bai Ling nodded, and the hand that was holding Ling Chen's arm tightly relaxed slightly, but he still had some restlessness. Touching Bai Ling's head and asking Bai Ling to wait obediently in place, Ling Chen took out the Shen Yuan sword and walked slowly in the direction of the sea snake. Walking not far from the sea snake that was close had already found Ling Chen, but felt Ling Chen's platinum-level aura, and he didn't even bother to move his body. Looking at the sea snake in front of him, Ling Chen's eyes flashed with cold, and he slowly raised the Shen Yuan sword to the top of his head. Reinforce. Third turn Thunder God technique, second turn. Taking advantage of the siren's defenselessness now, Ling Chen decided to give them a fatal blow. The aura all over his body suddenly rose, and the aura that suddenly burst out of Ling Chen's body was far better than that of a diamond-level powerhouse, which immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding sea snakes, and they all raised their heads, looked at Ling Chen, and then turned around and rushed towards Ling Chen's direction. Ling Chen was unhurried, and the source energy all over his body surged into the Shen Yuan sword, and the sharp sword energy gushed out and shot straight over, and the seawater surged through the sword's rays, and the rocks on the seabed were cut off one after another, revealing a solid layer of ice. Soon the sword light came to the several sea snakes that rushed over, cut it into several pieces, and fell to the ground. The sea snake in the distance saw this scene, and a jealous gaze flashed in the snake's eyes, and the eyes that looked at Ling Chen were full of caution and hostility. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Looking at the sea snakes gathered in front of him, Ling Chen excitedly charged his strength to cast the first form, and countless sword chi condensed above Ling Chen, locking all the sea snakes in front of him. Go! With a wave of the Shen Yuan sword in Ling Chen's hand, countless sword chi rained down towards the snakes. Looking at Ling Chen's fierce and magnificent scene, some sea snakes were a little flustered, and hurriedly hid behind the sea snake beside them, wanting the snake meat shield for fear that they would be affected. Countless sword chi fell, hitting every siren on the platform in front of him, and a single blow of sword chi could only cause the sea snake to suffer skin trauma, but 10 swords and 100 swords shot down, and dense scars began to appear on the sea snake's body. Finally, under the attack of the sword chi, more and more sea snakes finally couldn't resist and were pierced by the sword chi. Hiss! Countless sea snakes fell to the ground and convulsed. The screams of sea snakes resounded throughout the seabed. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, and the strong smell of blood in the seawater came, confusing the sight in the seawater. Ding! Kill diamond-level monsters, experience plus 2,000. Ding! Hearing the screams of the tribal warriors, several sea snakes in the center of the platform opened their eyes, and the corpses everywhere in their perception made them suddenly angry. Their tens of meters long bodies swam all at once, and soon discovered Ling Chen, the culprit, staring at Ling Chen tightly for a while, and then swam towards Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the leader of the sea snakes that rushed forward, the corner of Ling Chen's mouth hooked up with an indifferent smile. He was looking for you. Ling Chen did not directly kill the sea snake that rushed forward, but swung the Shen Yuan sword to resist the sea snake's attack. The sea snake in front of him was only a powerhouse at the level of destroying the country, although it was already an unattainable powerhouse in the eyes of most people, but in Ling Chen's eyes, it was no longer his opponent. Ling Chen's right hand shook slightly, and the sword energy on the Shen Yuan sword exploded, turning into a rain of swords and shooting towards the sea snake in front of him. Feeling the sword rain shooting rapidly from the water, the sea snake's eyes flashed with horror. The sword energy fell, and the sea snake's skin was instantly cut, blood dripping from it, and a painful wailing sounded. Whoosh! The leader of this group of sea snakes was lying on the ground covered in injuries, and the snake looked at Ling Chen with fear. Ling Chen restrained his sword energy, put the Shen Yuan sword behind his back, and then stepped forward, stepping on the snake head of the sea snake leader, and a majestic coercion was released, making the sea snake unable to move. Feeling that his life was in Ling Chen's thoughts, the sea snake commander at his feet said a little flatteringly, "Your Excellency, we have no grievances or grudges. Do you see if you can show mercy under your feet?" Looking at the sea snake commander lying on the ground, a hint of coldness flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. "I ask, you answer." Hearing this, the sea snake commander below nodded quickly, although he didn't know if he could live after answering, but he knew that if he didn't answer, he would die soon. Seeing that the sea snake commander had such a knowledgeable appearance, Ling Chen moved away the foot that stepped on the head of the sea snake and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, how many sea beasts have you gathered here, and what is your specific purpose?" The sea snake commander's eyes rolled a few times, and a cunning light flashed in his eyes, but he was soon shocked by Ling Chen's sharp eyes, and a touch of fear flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, I said, but after saying that, I hope you can let me live." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, as long as you answer truthfully, I won't kill you. At present, we should probably gather more than 10 million siren races, and I don't know the specific purpose, I only know that it was ordered by our king." Seeing that Ling Chen had made a promise, the sea snake commander hurriedly said, but after saying that, he still looked at Ling Chen apprehensively, for fear that Ling Chen would suddenly take away his life. "When are you preparing to attack?" Ling Chen continued to ask. "In about a week or two, our army will be assembled, and the leader of the army will arrive," the sea serpent commander replied truthfully. Thinking that he couldn't ask anything important from the sea snake commander, Ling Chen withdrew his coercion. Feeling the disappearance of Ling Chen's coercion, the sea snake commander quietly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got up, dragged the snake's body full of scars, and slowly moved backwards. Suddenly, a fox-type attack wave of source chi condensed rushed out from behind Ling Chen, hitting the commander's body all at once, directly exploding it, scattering into a lump of blood and water mixture and blending into the seawater. "Oh," Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Bai Ling, "Good job." Hey, you promised not to kill it." "I didn't agree," Bai Ling said with a smile, as if a group of sea snakes in front of him had all whined, so Bai Ling's pale face had a rosy color. Seeing Bai Ling's playful appearance, Ling Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently scratch Bai Ling's nose, and then rub the girl's head. Feeling Ling Chen's small movements, Bai Ling suddenly became extremely shy. His face was crimson, but his eyes couldn't hide the excitement. Ling Chen looked around and saw that there was no one left alive, and said calmly, "Let's go check the specific situation of the monster army." "Didn't you just say that just now?" Bai Ling asked suspiciously, not understanding why Ling Chen still wanted to investigate. "You believe whatever he says?" Ling Chen glanced at Bai Ling. Bai Ling's cultivation talent was extremely high, and he was too simple under the favor of his clansmen since he was a child. What he said just now must be half-truth, or even all lies, and only when we see it in person can it be credible. After saying that, Ling Chen swam in one direction. Just now he deliberately left two live mouths, and now they have quickly escaped in one direction. Bai Ling nodded and hurriedly following Ling Chen and chasing in that direction. The two were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to catch up with the two escaping sea snakes. But the two did not reveal their positions, but quietly followed behind, letting the two sea snakes lead the way for them. Soon, under the leadership of the sea snake, the two of them traveled about 20 kilometers, and a dark trench appeared in their sight, bottomless. The sea snake twisted its body, and then got into the trench. Ling Chen and the two stopped. The trench below was either the camp of the monster beast army or the nest of the sea snake. There must be strong people among them, so the two did not follow up rashly. Temporarily taking Bai Ling into his own space, Ling Chen quickly performed the breath restraint. His own breath dropped to the extreme, and Ling Chen was almost invisible on the bottom of the sea with blurred vision. Then, Ling Chen's head fell towards the position of the trench, the dark sea, the deeper seawater. I don't know how long he had been diving, but all kinds of sirens appeared in Ling Chen's sight, including sea snakes and crocodiles, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as various other ferocious sea beasts. Here, where these ferocious sirens gathered, was one of the camps of the army of monsters. This should be the camp of the siren. There must be a lot of monsters in it, but they definitely didn't find any trace of me. Recuperating here so unscrupulously, it should be waiting for the king of the siren to come. Ling Chen guessed. Ling Chen guessed right. This trench was one of the camps of the Kraken army, gathering all the high-level monsters within a 50 kilometers nearby. It can be said that there are no less than a million city-breaking monsters here. After carefully probing, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp for the final investigation results. More than a million broken city level, tens of thousands of destroyed countries, and hundreds of supreme level powerhouses. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little sluggish. The Kraken clan has been been recuperating for so many years? Has its strength reached this level? Over the years, monster beasts have invaded human territory, and it is already a big beast tide to have a supreme-level powerhouse leading the way, and this time the sea tribe invades. I am afraid it will be a great catastrophe for the human race. It seems that the sea beast clan intends to completely exterminate us humans, Ling Chen said with some concern. At present, it seems that his own strength will definitely not be able to solve this sea beast tide, and he can only do his best. On the side of the Terran Alliance, it depends on their reaction. Then, Ling Chen quietly left the beast camp and swam towards the top of the trench. Back above the trench where the siren was, he looked back. It was still pitch black, but Ling Chen knew that there was a shocking army hidden below. After leaving the trench, Ling Chen's speed increased sharply, turning into a streamer and flying away, and instantly swam out several kilometers away. In this unknown sea area, Ling Chen didn't want a flash to be sent directly into the stomach of some sirens. After all, the size of some sirens was very huge. Soon Ling Chen returned to the sea and released Bai Ling. Ling Chen stretched out his hand and hugged Bai Ling into his arms, and then flashed and disappeared in place. If it was just the siren army that was mostly diamond-level powerhouses like before, it could only bring a major blow to mankind, but now, just a nearby sea area hides such a powerful army. If you don't guard it well, it will be a devastating blow to the human race. The speed on the surface of the sea was more than several times faster than the speed on the bottom of the sea, and in less than a breath, Ling Chen returned to the island at the beginning. Although the previous words of the Sea Serpent commander were half-true, looking at their state, the attack time should be correct, and it was a week later at the earliest, so Ling Chen decided to go back and seek help from the Alliance. After thinking about it, Ling Chen decided to go to Dawn City to seek Ling Huang's help. Now Ling Huang is recognized as the strongest. If Ling Huang comes forward, I think the Alliance should pay attention to this matter. Moreover, with his own relationship, he should be able to succeed. At this thought, Ling Chen waved his right hand, and a space vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen hugged by Ling's slender willow waist, stepped in, and disappeared in place. Because the location of Dawn City was relatively far away, and Ling Chen carried one more person, it didn't take long for him to rush in the space vortex, and Ling Chen's source energy seemed to be squeezed dry. In a dense woods, a space vortex suddenly appeared, scaring away the elk-eating tender grass on the side Ling Chen and the two appeared from it. Looking at the surrounding scene, Ling Chen's spiritual power dispersed, and he simply checked that there was no danger to his life nearby. Sitting cross-legged in place, he closed his eyes and operated the exercises, and soon the source energy of heaven and earth converged, forming a vortex of source energy that flowed into Ling Chen's body. Bai Ling on the side saw Ling Chen's movement of absorbing source energy, and couldn't help but cover his mouth in surprise. It didn't take long for Ling Chen to breathe a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, stood up, and felt the majestic source energy in his body, and the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Let's go!" Calling out softly to Bai Ling, Ling Chen stepped forward and hugged Bai Ling, who had been protecting him by the side, and once again displayed the space vortex and disappeared in place. Feeling the departure of Ling Chen and the two, the elk that had been hiding aside jumped out again and continued to bow its head to eat the tender green grass. Outside the Dawn City, two figures appeared on the horizon in the distance. The male was steep and upright, and the female was shy, slowly walking towards the Dawn City gate. The two were Ling Chen and Bai Ling. When they came to the outside of the city gate, Ling Chen was the only one left, and after cooperating with the guards to do an inspection, Ling Chen came to the city and found a hidden corner, and Ling Chen released the white spirit in his space. Bai Ling, who was released, still had a little reluctance on his face, because there were still many delicious and fun things in Ling Chen's space. Touching Bai Ling's reluctant little face, Ling Chen felt a little funny. "Let's go," Ling Chen said with a smile, and rushed towards the nearest military headquarters with Bai Ling. Bai Ling also followed Ling Chen. Both of them were many times faster than ordinary superpowers, and it didn't take long for the two of them to rush to the gate of the military headquarters. At the door of the military headquarters, several guards intercepted Ling Chen and the two. Ling Chen took out his Dawn Academy token and signaled to the guards. "Who is it?" Seeing the token, the guard quickly bowed and stepped back to get out of the way. Ling Chen took Bai Ling to the military headquarters, and at this time, there were hundreds of people in the military headquarters running around quickly, looking serious and urgent. Looking at everyone's look like a big war was about to break out, Ling Chen felt a little strange. Could it be that the monster beast was fighting again? Holding the token, Ling Chen was unimpeded all the way. The name of the Dawn Academy may not be easy to use elsewhere, but in the military department, it is a name worthy of the respect of all soldiers. Coming to the meeting hall of the military headquarters, hundreds of generals wore armor and exuded a strong aura, showing their status in the army. This was also the first time Ling Chen stepped into the council hall of the military headquarters, and he found that the vast majority of the generals present were strong at the national defense level, and the several officers in the main seat were even more supreme-level powerhouses. Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little stunned. There were no less than 50 such military headquarters in Shiguang City. Is this the heritage of the human race? Only then did Ling Chen understand why Dawn City was the last line of defense of the human race. Such strength, logically speaking, should be fully capable of bulldozing the monster race. But on second thought, this world is the world of the strong after all, and in the face of the truly strong, the advantage of numbers is sometimes vulnerable. Seeing the sudden appearance of a hairy boy in Ling Chen, the general near the door was about to scold the guards for letting people in at will, and saw the token exclusive to Dawn Academy in Ling Chen's hand, and immediately swallowed back the words that had already come to his mouth. This young boy turned out to be a student of Dawn Academy, and it seemed that he was another demon. This brother, I don't know what's wrong with you. I'm the commander of this military department, and I have anything to tell me. Yang Fei, the leader sitting in the top seat, saw the token in Ling Chen's hand at a glance, stood up, and asked while walking towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. Oh, I want to meet Ling Huang. Oh, you want to see Ling Huang? I can help you report it, but I want to remind you that Ling Huang is very busy, and he may not have time to see you. Yang Fei said. It's okay, please inform me. Just say that Ling Chen, a student of Shuguang Academy, has an urgent matter to report, and I want to see him. Ling Chen nodded and said, Ha! Hearing Ling Chen's words, Yang Fei couldn't help but look at Ling Chen with some doubts. If you have any urgent matters, you can tell me first, I can help you report it. Ling Chen shook his head when he heard this, and said with a smile, No need, please be able to report on your behalf. Yang Fei nodded. Since Ling Chen didn't want to say it, there was no need to force himself, but Ling Huang was something you could see if you wanted to. Okay, wait a moment, Xiao Wang. The last will be, go to the communications department to report to Ling Huang. Just say that a Ling Chen friend is looking for him in an emergency. Yang Fei said lightly. Yes. The general named Xiao Wang clenched his fists in response, waved his cloak, and walked out of the council hall. It's troublesome, Ling Chen said with a smile. You're welcome. If you don't have anything else, it's better to go to the lounge next door and wait for a while, and there will be a response over there soon. Thank you. Ling Chen nodded, clenched his fists towards Yang Fei, and walked out of the council hall with Bai Ling. Seeing Ling Chen's back walking out, a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Fei's mouth. This kid is good. He is worthy of being a new student of Dawn Academy. I don't know which senior student he is, Yang Fei secretly said in his heart, and at the same time a little curious, Ling Chen saw that Ling Huang had something to do. Under Yang Fei's arrangement, Ling Chen and the two were taken to the lounge next door. Sitting in the lounge, Ling Chen sat upright drinking tea, waiting quietly, and Bai Ling on the side was half kneeling behind Ling Chen, gently kneading Ling Chen's shoulders. Time passed, and after about an hour, Ling Chen saw a man wearing a military uniform, strong and tall, exuding a fierce temperament walking in. Are you Ling Chen? As soon as he entered the door, the man's somewhat serious voice came. It's me. Ling Chen nodded, looking directly at the man in front of him, wanting to see what the man in front of him wanted to do. Come with me, Lord Ling Huang wants to see you. The man waved his hand and took the lead in walking outside. Ling Chen nodded, quickly followed, and came to the square outside, where an eagle was soaring over the square. The man put his right hand in his mouth, and a whistle sounded, and the eagle in the sky circled down and landed on the square. Let's go, come up. The man stretched out his palm, patted the eagle's head gently, and then took the lead in turning over and standing on the eagle's back, shouting towards Ling Chen. Hearing this, Ling Chen hugged Bai Ling's small waist, and a flash appeared on the eagle's back. Ling Chen didn't notice, and when he flashed on the back of the eagle, a look of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Originally, he had already ordered the eagle to test Ling Chen's depth when Ling Chen came up, but he didn't expect to be unintentionally broken by Ling Chen. Moreover, from Ling Chen's body, he felt a familiar aura, but seeing Ling Chen's appearance, he confirmed that he had not seen Ling Chen. This feeling was very wonderful. This kid's breath is so familiar. The man's brows furrowed and muttered to himself, gently patting the eagle's back, the eagle waving its wings and quickly flew into the sky. The eagle's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for Ling Chen to see a huge closed military base not far away. The eagle circled down and stopped at a special landing spot on the top of the military base. The man jumped down, and Ling Chen followed closely behind, and two soldiers ran to lead the eagle away. Come with me. The man stretched out his hand and gestured, then walked in front to lead the way for Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly, took Bai Ling on the side, and raised his foot to follow up. Following the man to a door made of unknown or on the side, the man took out a card, gently entered the password, the door slowly opened, and a noisy sound came from inside. The man took the lead and walked in, followed by Ling Chen. After a long corridor, a huge training ground below appeared in Ling Chen's sight. Ling Chen looked down. Below was a very wide practice field, and hundreds of soldiers were training in batches below. Around the corridor next to the training ground, the man took Ling Chen through the training building, passed through two gates, and finally came to a place that looked like an office area. There were guards standing and guarding every 10 meters on the side of the corridor, and when Ling Chen and the man passed by, each guard would raise his hand to salute them. Soon, the man took Ling Chen to the door of an office, handed the card in his hand to the guard at the door. The soldier scanned the card, and then respectfully returned it, got out of the way, and let the man in. The man nodded towards Ling Chen, stepped forward, stepped into the door. The man came to the door of Ling Huang's study, and knocked lightly on the door. Lord Ling Huang, Ling Chen has already brought it. Okay, let him in. A majestic voice came from inside the door. I don't know if it's a man's delusion delusion. He always feels that Lord Linghuang's tone is mixed with a hint of impatience. Yes. The man bowed in response, turned to Ling Chen and said, "Go in." Ling Chen nodded, clenched his fist towards the man, and waved his hand to express his gratitude. Then he came to the front of the study, gently pushed open the door, and with a crunch, Ling Chen and Bai Ling walked in, and then brought the door with their backhand. The decoration in the study is relatively simple. A middle-aged man in a white robe is standing in front of the window, watching the soldiers not far away sweating on the training ground. The man in the white robe was straight, and his dragon eyes were like lightning, as if he could see through people's hearts. Hearing Ling Chen, the middle-aged man slowly turned around, his eyes fell on Ling Chen's face, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Here it comes. Well, it's not easy to see you." Ling Chen looked at Ling Huang's familiar face, and he didn't feel the slightest pressure in his heart. "Hee, tell me, what are you looking for me for?" Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen's tone with a hint of resentment, and smiled. "There are a very large number of sirens gathered in the eastern seas and will invade my China." Speaking of business, Ling Chen looked at Ling Huang with a serious face. "I already know about this." Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and motioned for Ling Chen to sit down and speak first. Ling Chen pulled Bai Ling to sit down, waiting for Ling Huang's reaction. This group of sirens also has at least millions of city-breaking sirens, and there are countless strong ones, and, seeing that Ling Huang didn't care very much, Ling Chen told what he saw and heard without changing his face. For a long time, after listening to Ling Chen's story, Ling Huang's face couldn't help but become serious. It seemed that this time, he had to take action himself. "Don't worry, although the siren is strong, our human race is not vegetarian. I have already ordered that all the military soldiers in Dawn City have all entered a state of readiness." Ling Huang smiled heartily and did not take the siren in his eyes. Then Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen, his eyes scanned Ling Chen's body, and found that Ling Chen's strength had reached a platinum level 5-star, and he couldn't help but feel happy for him. Yes, it is indeed a demon. In just 1 month, it has been promoted to many levels, and it is worthy of being my seed. Ling Huang nodded in approval. Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Are you praising me or yourself?" "It's an award. In fact, it's all the result of my own hard work," Ling Chen said with a modest face, not blushing at all. At this time, Bai Ling on the side realized that the strongest person recognized by humans in front of him was actually Ling Chen's father. She was a little shocked for a while. If Ling Chen's father was Ling Huang, and Ling Chen was the Xianyuan sword master, wouldn't it mean that the Ling family was Xianyuan family? Bai Ling stared blankly at Ling Chen, unable to say a word. "Who is this? No, you're not human." Ling Huang noticed Bai Ling's sluggish appearance on the side, and at first thought it was Ling Chen's little daughter-in-law, but now he carefully observed and found that the little girl who was following his son turned out to be a little fox. "Ah yes, Lord Ling Huang." Bai Ling quickly came back to his senses, hid behind Ling Chen, and grabbed Ling Chen's arm tightly. Although she was already a supreme-level powerhouse, the Ling Huang in front of her was already a saint-level powerhouse. "Ah, don't be afraid. Although you are a monster, as long as my son likes it, I won't care about you," Ling Huang said with a smile, but soon frowned and stared at Bai Ling tightly. "Are you a nine-tailed demon fox?" Bai Ling nodded timidly, but Ling Huang couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you follow Ling Chen?" Hearing this, Bai Ling was even more confused, raised his head, and met Ling Huang's somewhat stern eyes, not understanding why Ling Huang asked knowingly. "Back to Ling Huang, because Ling Chen is the Xianyuan swordmaster, and the nine-tailed demon fox clan swears to follow the swordmaster to the death and never betray it." Hearing Bai Ling say this, Ling Huang was stunned at first, but soon his eyes revealed a hint of excitement, and he turned his head to look at Ling Chen. "Have you found the Xianyuan sword?" Seeing Ling Chen nodding, Ling Huang laughed excitedly. "Ha, okay, good. It seems that God has helped my Xianyuan family rise." Hearing the words, "the rise of the Xianyuan family," Ling Chen touched his head and felt a little enlightened. So he was really a descendant of the Xianyuan family? Seeing the doubts in Ling Chen's eyes, Ling Huang excitedly said to Ling Chen, "That's right. In fact, our ancestors were the Xianyuan family, and later they were besieged by foreign forces and almost exterminated, and the ancestors who escaped were incognito and changed to the surname Ling. Ling Chen, I am very happy that the Xianyuan sword is with you. You have to keep it well." Ling Huang took a deep breath, calmed down for a moment, and said slowly, "However, the name of the Xianyuan sword should not be exposed for the time being." "I know." Ling Chen nodded. He didn't expect that he was now burdened with the revenge of extermination, but after so many years, he and himself had long been unable to get along. So Ling Chen didn't take these things to heart, and the top priority was to solve the Kraken crisis, improve his strength and power, and bring his mother back. After being able to live a comfortable life, Ling Chen was satisfied. "There is one more thing you have to do. Over there is a trip to the South China Sea," Ling Huang said in a deep voice. "South China Sea?" Hearing these two words, Ling Chen couldn't help but frown. "Isn't the South China Sea occupied by monsters?" "The South China Sea Siren Clan was once the first navy under my Xianyuan family, and now you have the opportunity to go and test whether they are still loyal now. If you can subdue them, your power will at least be raised by 1 level. Ling Huang said solemnly. "Raise it up a notch?" Ling Chen said with some doubts. He was a force with the combat power of the 2 saints. That's right, the South Sea Demon Clan now has at least 3 or 5 saints. Aren't you afraid that they won't want to cling to me anymore and then give me to? The corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is he his own? It's okay, isn't there still a trumpet? Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen seriously and said, there really is yours. Okay, don't worry, you are the Xian Yuan sword master. As long as the Xian Yuan sword is on you, you will not be in danger. Do you think the Xian Yuan family is relying on me alone now? Ling Huang smiled, leaving Ling Chen with a meaningful look. Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel that he was too simple after all. He would actually feel that the human race could not resist the attack of the sirens, this group of old six. Without further ado, why don't you go now? The coastline will be handed over to me, Ling Huang urged. Since he heard that Ling Chen had found the Xian Yuan sword, Ling Huang couldn't wait. With the Xian Yuan sword, many of his plans can be implemented in advance. Hearing Ling Huang say this, Ling Chen was a little dumbfounded and he was somewhat driven to the shelves. However, since Ling Huang promised that he would not encounter danger and there was a possibility of increasing his power, he reluctantly went to see it. Okay, in that case, I'll set off immediately. Ling Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation, turned around and took Bai Lingru's boneless jade hand and was ready to leave. Wait, you still need to prepare for this trip to the South China Sea. What do you need to prepare? Ling Chen asked. Our Xian Yuan family's secret method, called shapeshifting, can change our image into the form of any person or object, and only strong people who surpass themselves can sense it. Hearing Ling Huang's words, Ling Chen looked at him in surprise. How could this secret method sound so familiar? It was a bit outrageous to be able to transform. Why, this is surprising. Our Xian Yuan family has dominated Blue Star for a long time in ancient times, and there are not a few decent secret techniques. How can we calm people? It's a pity that the vast majority of secret techniques were lost in that battle. This set of secret techniques is one of the few remaining secret techniques in our Xian Yuan family, and only the Xian Yuan bloodline can use it, Ling Huang said proudly. After saying that, Ling Huang took out an old ancient book from the ring and handed it to Ling Chen. You practice the shapeshifting technique first and then set off after the cultivation is completed, and the siren will leave it to me. Ling Chen took the ancient book, and the system's prompt sound did not disappoint Ling Chen, and it rang immediately. Ding, detected the magical secret technique shapeshifting, whether to learn, yes/no. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning shapeshifting. B. The crisp and pleasant prompt sound came, which made Ling Chen's mood suddenly happy, and soon Ling Chen's mind had more methods of using transformation. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling on the side. His whole body was slightly mobilized, and soon he transformed into the appearance of Bai Ling. Stretched out his hand and looked at his hands, his white and flawless arms and soft jade hands. Ling Chen, who had turned into a white spirit, suddenly thought of something, put his hand on his chest and squeezed it gently, and couldn't help but light up his eyes. This feel is exactly the same as the original. This shapeshifting technique is too strong. Bai Ling, who was originally stunned to watch Ling Chen become his own appearance, saw Ling Chen's small movements, and his pretty face turned red all of a sudden. This bad guy. Although Ling Chen touched himself after transforming, Bai Ling also had a feeling as if he was touching himself and quickly stepped forward to grab Ling Chen's jade hand that was making him bad. Bai Ling grabbed his hands, and then Bai Ling realized what he had just done, and couldn't help but touch his nose a little embarrassed. If you have time, practice more and strive to master it as soon as possible. Ling Huang turned his head from the table and saw two identical white spirits, and Ling Chen's aura also disappeared. Seeing the two white spirits in front of him, Ling Huang's expression instantly froze, and he looked at the two white spirits with a shocked face. This, have you learned? Of course, this secret technique is not difficult, but the effect is not bad. One of the white spirits nodded, and at the same time stretched out his hand and touched himself. Seeing Ling Chen's movements, Ling Huang's face had black lines, and he didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to hand over the secret technique to this little rabbit, but the speed at which Ling Chen learned the secret technique was simply amazing. Just look at it once? Is this kind of genius your own? No, isn't it reasonable for this kind of genius to be born by himself? In just a few seconds, Ling Huang engaged in a series of ideological struggles, and after all, he still attributed Ling Chen's talent mainly to his mother, and of course he himself also made a big contribution. Ling Chen didn't know that Ling Huang had thought so much, and raised his head to look at Ling Huang. Now I'm ready, right? Ling Huang was speechless for a while, thinking that Ling Chen had studied this secret technique for at least half a month, and by then the elders in the clan would definitely be in place. Now, how can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Well, let's go. Ling Huang waved his hand and motioned for Ling Chen to go. Okay, when I come back from the South China Sea, I'll go to the east coastline. By the way, help me take care of my Tianan City Ability Legion. Ling Chen nodded, changed back to Ling Chen's appearance, took Bai Ling's hand and left the study, and returned to the corridor. Seeing Ling Chen come out, the man who had been waiting on the side stepped forward, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, as if he was saying, "How did Lord Ling arrange for you? Do you want to send you away?" "Send us out," Ling Chen's voice came. Hearing this, the man nodded, took Ling Chen back the same way, and soon came to the Eagle parking lot on the roof of the base building. With a whistle, the Eagle, which which had just lay down to rest for a short time, got up from the ground, flapped its wings and slowly walked out of the special lounge. "Come up," the man greeted, then jumped on the back of the eagle and waved to Ling Chen and Bai Ling. Ling Chen and Bai Ling got on the back of the eagle, and then the eagle spread its wings and flew towards the air, and after a while it flew out a long distance. Ling Chen and Bai Ling stood on the back of the eagle. Ling Chen hugged Bai Ling's willow waist from behind. Bai Ling opened his arms and closed his eyes comfortably, looking very comfortable. "Where are you going?" The man turned his head and asked Ling Chen's destination, and as a result, he saw such a scene, thinking that he had been in the army for so many years, as if he had never spoken to a girl, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. "Please send us to the city gate," Ling Chen said with a smile, ignoring the envious eyes on the man's face, but looking at Bai Ling in his arms. Looking at the girl's white swan neck, soft long hair and watery skin in her arms, Ling Chen couldn't help but lower his head and lean on Bai Ling's ear, his nose filled with the faint fragrance of the girl's body. Feeling Ling Chen's movements, Bai Ling lowered his head, and a pear vortex suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips, slightly bending an upward arc, enjoying the beauty of the moment with peace of mind. The man in front stared straight at the front, without a trace of desire to look back, and he didn't even eat lunch, but he felt as if he was full. Soon, the man took Ling Chen and the two to the bottom in front of the city gate and landed on a lawn behind the city wall. During non-special periods, it is forbidden for mounts to climb directly over the city wall and come outside the city. Moreover, the city wall is protected by formations, and once someone passes through the city wall without permission, it will trigger an alarm. "You have arrived. There will be a period later." Ling Chen and the two put down the eagle, and the man hurriedly commanded the eagle to spread its wings and fly high, leaving here. Looking at the man looking like he was fleeing, Ling Chen and Bai Ling looked at each other, and then looked at each other and smiled. Through the city gate and outside the city wall, Ling Chen and the two soon disappeared on the horizon in the distance, disappearing into the eyes of the guards of the city wall. Considering that Ling Huang informs the family that it will take time, Ling Chen does not intend to directly teleport to space, so that it is strange that someone protects himself. Ling Chen does not believe Ling Huang's nonsense, so Ling Chen chose to walk all the way. Since the East China Sea coastline has Ling Huang sitting in charge, then there should be no problems, so Ling Chen is not in a hurry at present. "Brother Ling Chen, are we really going to the South China Sea?" Bai Ling, who was galloping on the road together, suddenly asked Ling Chen. "Well, we have to go. Since I am the Shen Yuan sword master of this generation, I have to go, and if we can get the allegiance of the South Sea Kraken, our power will be even stronger," Ling Chen explained. "But," Bai Ling said with a worried expression, "it's okay, don't worry, I will definitely not be in danger." Interrupting what Bai Ling was about to say, Ling Chen said with a smile. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Bai Ling couldn't help but smile and nodded heavily. She believed in Ling Chen, she just didn't want Ling Chen to be in danger. The South China Sea Siren Clan is a race with several saint-level powerhouses, and they are a supreme level following Ling Chen, and they cannot protect Ling Chen at all. "I heard that there are many powerful beasts in the waters of the South China Sea. In case I encounter them, I will stop them. Brother Ling Chen, you can run quickly, you know?" Bai Ling looked serious, and Ling Chen was a little moved and a little funny. "Don't worry, when the time comes, you will go to my space, and then I will become a kind of beast and mix in it." Touching the hair of the girl in his arms, Ling Chen's thoughts moved, and he said with a smile on his face, "This method seems to be good." Bai Ling thought blankly, and then looked at Ling Chen excitedly to express his approval. Seeing this, Ling Chen smiled and did not continue to say anything to Bai Ling duo. "Brother Ling Chen, how did you practice? You advanced so quickly," Bai Ling asked suddenly, a little curious. Every time she saw Ling Chen, she could feel Ling Chen's rapid progress, and since he was a child, he has been hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius by his clan, and he seems to have upgraded as fast as Ling Chen at the beginning. Moreover, Ling Chen's level is not at the same level as his strength at all. If anyone is confused by Ling Chen's level and careless, then he will definitely die miserably. Hearing Bai Ling's question, Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a smirk flashed on his face. Ling Chen's face collapsed all of a sudden, and he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know why, I can break through while walking." After saying that, Ling Chen walked while upgrading himself to 2 levels in a row with about 20 million experience gained by killing the sea snakes before. Wow, twice, Bai Ling expressed deep doubts about Ling Chen's words, and this bad guy was teasing himself again. But what happened immediately made Bai Ling's brain buzz, and she clearly felt that Ling Chen was promoted from platinum level 5-star to platinum level 7-star as she walked in front of her. Bai Ling was stunned in place, looking at Ling Chen with a blank face, deeply doubting his life. Can anyone really advance even if he walks? Looking at Bai Ling's stunned appearance, Ling Chen wanted to laugh a little, but still due to the situation, he held back abruptly and pretended to be distressed. Upgrading is as simple as drinking water, it's really distressing. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Bai Ling shook his head abruptly and covered his ears with both hands. Don't listen, brother Ling Chen is really annoying. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and rubbed Bai Ling's forehead. Let's continue on the road. In the next few days, Ling Chen took Bai Ling all the way south, passing through several human cities and monster territories, but for the two who now had supreme level combat power, they did not encounter encounter any obstacles along the way. On this day, Ling Chen was teasing Bai Ling by the stream as usual, when suddenly a powerful and obscure spiritual force swept over Ling Chen and the two. Ling Chen also felt as if someone was secretly peeking at him, but from the other party's spiritual power, Ling Chen could feel that the other party had no hostility, and even intentionally exuded a trace of kindness to himself. Ling Chen understood that 9 out of 10 should be old-timers in the family. Putting away his thoughts of playing in the mountains and waters with Bai Ling, Ling Chen bowed slightly towards the void and then hugged Bai Ling and prepared to set off. The people of the clan are here, and we are ready to speed up. Ling Chen said, "Come out, Xiaolong." The still familiar chubby little dragon rushed out of the summoning space, the 2 dragon wings behind it flapped, and the little dragon was suspended in midair. "Let's go, transform, and take us to the South China Sea." Ling Chen pointed in a direction and said to Xiaolong, "No problem, boss." The little dragon nodded, and then changed its form, turned into a golden holy dragon, and fell to the ground. As soon as the golden holy dragon appeared, several shocked voices appeared in the void. "This seems to be it an ancestral dragon?" Ling Chen did not hear the sound in the void, but pulled Bai Ling to jump and came to the back of the little dragon to ride. "Sit tight, boss." The little dragon in the form of a golden holy dragon let out a yo, and then soared into the air, twisted the dragon's body, and flew towards the direction of the South China Sea at high speed. Whoosh, whoosh. There were bursts of sound of breaking the air, and the little dragon's body drew streamers in the air, and after images in the air, and in an instant, it came to 100 miles away. After the little dragon flew away, several rays of light appeared in the void, and the 3 old men appeared in place. "I didn't expect the ancestral dragon to be reborn, and he also became a partner with this Xian Yuan sword master. It seems that there is providence in the dark." Looking at the direction Xiaolong left, an old man in black touched his beard and said with a smile on his face, "For my clan, this is a good thing. We can't let them have a little accident." The 3rd child, "You go back and report to the Supreme Elder." The 2nd child, "Let's hurry up and follow." Another old man in black said to the other 2 old men. The other 2 old men nodded in response, and then the 3 streamers split into 2 paths. 2 streamers chased in the direction Ling Chen left, and the other streamer went west. With the transportation of the little dragon, in just half a day, Ling Chen and the 2 dragons came to the southern sea area and stopped on a huge island. Ling Chen took Bai Ling and slowly landed on a giant rock at the junction of the island and the ocean. Standing on the rock, Ling Chen raised his head and looked forward. The vast and boundless sea, the azure sky was full of white clouds, and in such a large sea area, Ling Chen's top priority was to find the location of the South China Sea Kraken ethnic group. On land, it must not be found. Without hesitation, Ling Chen plunged into the sea with a fox and a dragon. The seawater here is not as cold as Ling Chen imagined. On the contrary, this seawater still has a warm feeling, as if a flame is burning inside. Falling to the bottom of the sea, Ling Chen took Xiaolong and Bai Ling to start a big search, wanting to find the royal family of the South China Sea Siren clan as soon as possible. However, Ling Chen and the 3 searched for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no result. And at the bottom of the sea, there were only a handful of sirens encountered by Ling Chen and the others. Almost all of them were low-level high-temperature resistant sirens, as if the South China Sea Siren clan had disappeared out of thin air. This made Ling Chen a little depressed. Where did this South China Sea Kraken clan go? Such a big race can disappear out of thin air. Moreover, the sea temperature here is also amazingly high, and it is no longer suitable for living creatures. Could it be that there is a relationship between the two? Just when Ling Chen was thinking a little puzzled, Xiaolong pointed to the seabed in front of him and shouted loudly, "Boss, come and take a look." Hearing the little dragon's shout, Ling Chen's body moved, came to the little dragon's side, looked at the seabed in the direction the little dragon pointed, and observed carefully. With this observation, Ling Chen did find some differences. On the sea, there is a huge whirlpool, spinning quietly, and there seems to be nothing special. But Ling Chen soon discovered that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the whirlpool, and down the sea surface, the width of the whirlpool became larger and larger, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster. Ling Chen could feel that the further down he went, the greater the attraction of the vortex to the side. Without hesitation, Ling Chen nodded towards Xiaolong and Bai Ling, and took the lead in swimming along the whirlpool towards the bottom of the sea. The seabed of this body of water is very deep, and it has dived down the whirlpool for nearly hundreds of thousands of meters, as if it were a basin on land, and this is also a basin in the sea. Finally, the crowd, who had been diving for an unknown amount of time, stepped on the bottom of the sea. At this time, the radius of the whirlpool was already very large, already outside Ling Chen's perception, and there was a strong attraction from the whirlpool, and the madness of the seabed poured into the whirlpool, as if nothing had entered. Many shells, corals and small creatures adapted to the heat on the seabed were drawn into the whirlpool and disappeared under the attraction of the whirlpool. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and sure enough, this was not a simple whirlpool. This is, if I remember correctly, this is a teleportation array dedicated to the royal family of the South China Sea. The Eye of the South China Sea. The Eye of the South China Sea? This was the first time Ling Chen said this thing, and he couldn't help but wonder, isn't this thing a teleportation array? Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiaolong rolled his eyes. "Boss, this is not as simple as a teleportation array. The teleportation array needs to be activated and used by the spirit stone source energy, and this eye of the South China Sea is a natural channel entrance. Legend has it that in the eyes of this South China Sea, there is a small world which has an earth-shattering inheritance, and the South China Sea demon clan has built its territory on the eye of the South China Sea. But now there is no trace here. It is very likely that something has happened, and the South Sea demon clan is likely to be in the eye of the South China Sea. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. Xiaolong's conjecture was likely to be true, otherwise there was no way to explain it. He and others searched almost all over the South China Sea, but they didn't see any trace of the siren. But how long has the little dragon hatched? And I know this, it really deserves to be my good partner. In that case, let's go in and take a look. After half a stick of incense, Ling Chen made a decision to enter the eye of the South China Sea to find the disappeared South Sea demon race and find out the real reason for the temperature of the South China Sea. Okay, boss. The little dragon responded and transformed into a golden holy dragon on the spot. Immediately Ling Chen and Bai Ling rode on Xiaolong's back again and patted Xiaolong's shoulder. The little dragon churned up, swam towards the center of the whirlpool of the eye of the South Sea, and soon entered the whirlpool. As soon as they entered the whirlpool, they immediately felt a powerful suction force coming, sweeping Ling Chen and the three into it, and a spatial fluctuation came, and Ling Chen and the three disappeared into the whirlpool. Soon the sense of weightlessness of teleportation disappeared. Rubbing his head, Ling Chen opened his eyes with difficulty, and a strong source energy came to his face. The small world was a huge undersea space. The concentration of the source chi here is more than 10 times richer than the outside world, which makes Ling Chen can't help but sigh in his heart. The source chi here. Yes, this is the most envied small world in the entire South China Sea, and it has always been monopolized by the South China Sea demon clan, so this is probably the reason why they can cultivate a few saints now. Xiaolong also said appreciatively, it is not common on the blue star that the source energy is so strong. Such a strong source of heaven and earth chi would definitely give birth to some genius earth treasures. Ling Chen secretly thought in his heart that he was suddenly not so urgent to find the South Sea demon clan. If he could find something precious, then even if he didn't recruit the Southern Sea demon clan, he wouldn't have run in vain. Thinking of this, Ling Chen and Xiaolong swept towards the depths of this small world together. Boss, look what it is? Xiaolong suddenly shouted loudly. Along. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Ling Chen hurriedly looked in the direction pointed by the little dragon, and in the direction the dragon pointed, he suddenly saw a huge flower. This flower, pale yellow, has 9 leaves. On this flower, there is also a golden light. Under the light of this golden light, the whole flower exudes a burst of halo, as if in a fairyland. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen, who had a complete collection of medicinal herbs engraved in his mind, opened his mouth in surprise, looked at Xiaolong in disbelief, and muttered, Xiaolong, this is the 9 yang holy flower? Yes, boss, this is the 9 yang holy flower. Quickly pick this 9 yang holy flower. Xiaolong hurriedly said. The 9 yang holy flower is one of the 9 strange flowers in this world. It is said that the 9 yang sacred flower can be used to refine the holy pill, and the person who takes it can have the holy body, the 9 yang holy body. However, Ling Chen's current alchemy level can only barely refine the holy pill. Using the 9 yang holy flower as the main medicinal material to refine the holy pill, Ling Chen cannot do it yet. However, it is only a matter of time. Hearing Xiaolong's words, perceiving that there was no danger around the 9 yang holy flower, Ling Chen hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to carefully dig up the 9 yang holy flower along with the soil and put it into his own space. Since you have encountered it, of course you have to try to see if you can transplant it to your own space city. After putting away the 9 yang holy flower, Ling Chen looked around. The small underwater world was extremely vast, and the natural materials and earth treasures in it would definitely not be just one 9 yang holy flower. However, thinking that the East China Sea coastline may have been fighting now, Ling Chen put away the idea of slowly looting this small world, and the top priority was to quickly find the South China Sea kraken. Where did this South China Sea siren go? Ling Chen muttered, this world is really too big. Within Ling Chen's spiritual power detection range, there is still no trace of the siren. Xiaolong, Linger, let's continue to investigate. Ling Chen rubbed his head and said helplessly. The second beast nodded and followed Ling Chen to continue walking. Just after Ling Chen and the three of them flew forward with a stick of incense, a blue figure appeared at the original location of Zhouyang Shenghua. Seeing the disappeared 9 yang holy flower and a pit left behind, he roared angrily. The cyan figure slowly rose. It turned out to be a cyan dragon, looking up to the sky with a long howl, the sound resounding through the heavens and the earth, and then suddenly waged its tail, shattering the rocks on the seabed and disturbing the clear water in the entire area. Damn the demon king of the South Sea, how dare you steal the old man's treasure? I will definitely not spare you. Then, after the cyan dragon vented, it turned into a human form and cursed through gritted teeth. In this small world, no monster has ever dared to offend the dignity of the Jialong clan, and since the foreign sirens from the South China Sea entered, they did not take themselves seriously at all. Although there is only one Jialong clan left today, it is not an existence that anyone can bully. This time, someone actually ignored him and stole his 9 yang holy flower, the blue dragon was naturally furious, and the only one nearby who knew that he had the 9-yang holy flower and dared to provoke himself was the South Sea Demon Clan. Then, the dragon swung its body and galloped in one direction, soon leaving only a sesame-like back. And Ling Chen and the others, who were continuing to search, of course, did not know that the holy flower they picked already had an owner, and moreover, the South China Sea Siren Clan they were looking for had taken the blame for themselves. The day flies. During this period, while searching for the siren, they were also searching for all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures in this small world. Along the way, Ling Chen gained a lot. In addition to the 9-yang holy flowers harvested from the beginning, Ling Chen's space also harvested several holy herbs and several rare ores, which could be used to refine holy weapons. The group of three searched forward as usual, and suddenly felt a fluctuation of battle coming from ahead. Ling Chen hurriedly greeted Xiaolong and Linger, and then quickly galloped forward and dodged. This was the first time in this whole day that he had encountered a powerful creature. After walking to a position very close to the fluctuation, Ling Chen saw that there was a battle going on in front of him. When he saw the warring sides clearly, a look of joy suddenly surged into Ling Chen's heart. There were dozens of South Sea sirens in front of them, besieging a blue dragon, and most of the sirens had bleeding scars on their bodies. It seems that they can't beat the dragon. Ling Chen felt that the strength of this dragon had been transcendental, reaching the realm of a saint, and the group of sirens in front of him were all supreme-level powerhouses. Ahaha, you South Sea sirens, are you capable of this? Call your saint realm out and fight me. Jialong laughed wildly, looking at a group of sirens. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Damn beast, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't give up. A siren with a fish's head and a human body burst out, just when it was ready to fight hard and rush forward. Okay, stop for me. At this time, a gentle but irresistible voice sounded. Hearing this sound, the group of sirens immediately stopped fighting and retreated obediently. I saw a man in a gorgeous dragon robe flying over in the water. With a gentle smile on his face, he came to the front of the dragon with a smile. Chao Tianjiao, I don't know why you want to come to my clan territory to make trouble. The man looked at the dragon and said, this man is the Demon King of the South Sea Demon Clan, the Southern Heavenly Sword. Ling Chen, who heard Jialong's name on the side, couldn't hold back. This Southern Heaven Sword is stronger than the dragon, and the dragon also has a number in his heart. I'm going to ask you about this? My 9-yang holy flower was stolen. Who do you think did it? Jialong, who knew that he couldn't beat the Southern Heavenly Sword, snorted coldly. Hearing Qing Zhao's words, Nan Tianjian was stunned at first and then understood. His 9-yang holy flower was actually stolen? And looking at this posture, it should be suspected that my clan has stolen it. I will investigate this matter clearly and give you justice. Nan Tianjian pondered, then turned to the siren beside him and ordered, go investigate and see if anyone stole the flowers. After saying that, Nan Tianjian turned around and prepared to continue his retreat research. Yes, Lord Demon King, the group of sirens replied, and then quickly swam towards the distance. Seeing the Nantian sword leaving, Jialong reluctantly left, but when he left, he glared fiercely in the direction of the Nantian sword disappearing. Unexpectedly, this kid actually got out of the customs, and through the momentum just now, the other party obviously improved again, and he was obviously inferior to the other party. I wanted to take advantage of the time of the Nantian sword retreat to teach the young people of the South Sea Demon Clan a good lesson, and by the way, get back what belonged to me. However, now it seems that there is probably no chance. Thinking of this, Jialong had no idea of seeking revenge from the South Sea Demon Clan. After all, this Southern Heavenly Sword had already left the customs, and he was not his opponent yet. As for the 9-yang holy flower, he can only admit it with tears, and he can't fight for his life. Ling Chen and Xiaolong, who saw this scene, looked at each other, as if the holy flower he had just collected already had an owner. But Ling Chen didn't have any guilt. After all, the holy flower was also naturally generated. Since he met it, it was also fate, and there was nothing wrong with following him. Let's go, follow, and take a look, Ling Chen said, gesturing towards Xiaolong, and the three of them chased in the direction of the disappearance of the South Sea Demon Clan. Following the direction of the South Sea Demon Clan's departure, Ling Chen and the three of them came to the territory of the South Sea Demon Clan. Stop, who are you three? Why did you break into the territory of my South Sea Demon Clan? As soon as he arrived at the border of the South Sea Demon Clan's territory, Ling Chen was stopped by two guards holding sharp skeletal weapons. We want to see the Demon King of the South Sea. Please help us report. Just say we are from Xin Yuan. Ling Chen clasped his hands and said lightly. Hearing Ling Chen's words, several guards on guard looked at each other, and one of them looked at Ling Chen and said, please wait a moment, I'll report to the Demon King. Well, I'm sorry. Ling Chen nodded and then stood there and waited quietly. Not long after, the guard who had gone to report rushed back at a trot and said to Ling Chen, this young master, the Demon King invites you to the front hall for tea. Please come with me. Ling Chen nodded in response and looked back at Xiaolong and Bai Ling. Xiaolong looked indifferent, while Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen with a worried face. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Chen smiled comfortingly, gave Bai Ling a reassuring look, and then left with the guard. After passing through several long undersea corridors, under the leadership of the guards, words, Ling Chen and the others came to the front hall. In the front hall, the middle-aged man who was sitting just now scared away the dragon. Watching Ling Chen follow the guards in, the middle-aged man showed a smile on his face and then waved his hand at the guards and said, "You step back first, remember, don't let any clansman approach." "Yes, Demon King." The guards bowed and retreated respectfully. "This young man from Xianyuan, please sit down," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Thank you." Ling Chen nodded and then sat down directly on the chair next to the middle-aged man. Xiaolong and Bai Ling stood behind him left and right. "You're welcome." The man's eyes stared at Ling Chen tightly. "I don't know, which Xianyuan are you from? What did you do in this small world?" Ling Chen didn't talk nonsense and said straight to the point, "It's the Xianyuan you think." "Oh, I thought it would have been exterminated a long time ago." The man's tone suddenly became 3 points heavier, and his eyes looking at Ling Chen became a little dangerous. Ling Chen smiled faintly, took out the Xianyuan sword from the space, and said unhurriedly, "I don't know if the Demon King has ever known this sword." "Xianyuan sword?" Hearing Ling Chen mention the name Xianyuan sword, the middle-aged man's gaze changed suddenly. The middle-aged man stood up with a slight tremor in his body, quickly came to Ling Chen, and carefully observed the Xianyuan sword. This is really the Xianyuan sword." Looking at the Xianyuan sword, a strong look of shock appeared on the man's face. Ling Chen looked at the man's performance and did not speak. He was not sure whether the Demon King could still stick to the ancestral teachings. "You are the Xianyuan sword master of this session?" Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. "No wonder you went to such lengths to find my South Sea Demon clan, and even dared to break into my South Sea Demon clan's territory." The man took a breath, slowly calmed down his mind, and then said, "So, you want to take us under your command again? Not bad." Ling Chen nodded. "The South Sea Demon clan was once the most powerful navy clan under my Xianyuan family, and of course I can get the support of the South Sea Siren clan again." Hearing Ling Chen's affirmative words, the middle-aged man fell silent and then shook his head. "With your current strength, it is not enough to get us to surrender." "It's not surrender, it's an alliance," Ling Chen said calmly and then looked at the Demon King quietly, waiting for the other party's reaction. "Alliance?" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then stared at Ling Chen and said in disbelief, "How do you want to form an alliance?" Ling Chen ignored his expression and continued, "The South Sea Demon clan was once the most loyal and strongest sea clan of our Xianyuan family, and now my Xianyuan family has decided to be born and regain its brilliance. If we can form an alliance, it will be good for both of us." The middle-aged man laughed. "Just because you are the Xianyuan swordmaster and the Xianyuan that has declined, my South China Sea Demon clan still needs to ally with you? Oh, why, look down on my Xianyuan clan." Just as Ling Chen's brows furrowed slightly, 2 old figures suddenly flashed from outside the hall and entered the hall, and then looked at the man and asked. The 2 old men, both wearing black robes and carrying their hands on their backs, stood opposite the middle-aged man, looking like a fairy in bone, giving people the feeling of being a master outside the world. Hearing what the second elder said just now, Ling Chen immediately understood that this was the clan elder who followed him along the way to protect him. Seeing these 2 black-robed old men, Ling Chen bowed to the second elder. The junior Ling Chen has seen the 2 seniors. No need to be polite. The 2 old men looked at Ling Chen with smiles, looking very satisfied with Ling Chen. Then the 2 elders looked at the Demon King, exuding a faint coercion, which made the Demon King feel a sense of oppression. "You have actually reached the 3rd realm of the Saint Realm?" Feeling the coercion of the 2, the middle-aged man couldn't help but tremble and asked, with a hint of awe on his face. "Not bad." One of the 2 nodded and said, "Now, do you still think that you don't need to ally with us?" "Of course not." The man quickly shook his head and said, "It is an honor for our South Sea Demon clan to be able to form an alliance with the Xianyuan family." "Hee, that's right." The 2 old men smiled and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. "Where is your supreme elder of the South Sea Demon clan? Call me out to catch up and say that your old friend is looking for him." "Sorry senior, our supreme elder is in seclusion." It seems that the old friend's birthday is approaching. This is going to be a desperate fight." The old man shook his head and sighed. "In that case, let's talk about the alliance." The old man nodded, then turned his head to look at Ling Chen. "You decide." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Since we are already going to form an alliance, once the 2 sides encounter a situation, the other side must send troops to support." And then, when the man heard this, he thought for a while, and then said, "No problem. The 2 sides have reached an agreement that the alliance will help each other, and when one side is in need, the other side will provide unconditional help." After the alliance, the middle-aged man took Ling Chen and the 3 of them and the second elder to the room on the top floor of a tall tower behind the hall. The decoration of the room is very luxurious, with a beautiful painting hanging on the wall, and a round square table in the room, next to which is a set of tea sets. The man asked Ling Chen and the others to sit down, and then called for the maid to serve the Shanghai specialties. Looking at the importance of Ling Chen in the eyes of the second elder, the man knew that as long as he got Ling Chen, it was equivalent to getting rid of the Xianyuan family. Then Nan Tianjian rubbed his hands, looked at Ling Chen, and spoke. "I haven't asked your name yet." "Ling Chen." Ling Chen replied slowly. "Ahem, little brother Ling Chen, since we have already formed an alliance, is the problem we are encountering now equivalent to what problem problem you have encountered? Nan Tianjian smiled with a smile on his face and stepped forward to hug Ling Chen's shoulders with an enthusiastic face, looking like our brothers were in a good posture. I have something to say. Ling Chen's eyes squinted at the face-changing master on the side and said with a hint of speechlessness, Ahem, my clan has encountered some problems recently, so I'll just say it here. Nan Tianjian looked at Ling Chen straight and continued to speak. Young master, Ling searched for this eye of the South China Sea, and he must know that the current water temperature of the South China Sea is no longer suitable for survival. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded, did not speak, and waited for the other party to continue. Seeing this, Nan Tianjian continued to speak. In fact, all this is related to a kind of heaven and earth spiritual fire. It is located at the bottom of our South China Sea abyss Grand Canyon. We don't know exactly what kind of spiritual fire it is. In recent years, the water temperature from the Grand Canyon has become higher and higher, and now the entire sea area is no longer suitable for biological survival, resulting in us being forced to relocate our entire clan to the eyes of the South China Sea. Nan Tianjian looked at Ling Chen with a sincere face, hoping that the other party could agree to his request. Hearing this, Ling Chen's heart was secretly refreshed. He didn't expect that there was another heaven and earth spiritual fire here, but on the surface, Ling Chen frowned, looked at the southern heavenly sword, then at the old man on the side, and then nodded and said, I can help. But, speaking of this, Ling Chen paused for a while. If young Master Ling helps us solve this problem, in the future alliance, our South Sea Demon clan is willing to become the most heartfelt alliance of the Xianyuan clan, and the alliance is subject to young Master Ling's orders. Nan Tianjian hurriedly opened his mouth to assure that if he didn't say these words, Ling Chen would definitely not have made a hard move. After all, no one wants to cause trouble with the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. It is a carelessness, and it will be burned to ashes. But what he didn't know was that Ling Chen liked to provoke the spirit fire of heaven and earth the most. Okay, that's it. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Then thank you, young Master Ling. Nan Tianjian looked excited. Their South Sea Demon clan, originally attached to the Tu Xianyuan family, now the people of the Xianyuan family are actually willing to ally with their South Sea Demon clan, and are willing to take risks for their predicament. How can this not make Nan Tian Sword excited? If there is any need in the future, my South Sea Demon clan will definitely do my best to help. Nan Tianjian suddenly said seriously, with a hint of firmness in his tone. Ling Chen nodded and said seriously, where is the Abyss Grand Canyon in the South China Sea? It's about 1,000 miles south of the eye of the South Sea. I'll arrange a guide for you. Nan Tianjian quickly replied, and after speaking, he said to the source energy outside. Soon a strong siren walked in. Lord Demon King, what do you order? The siren bowed and asked. This is our most respected ally. You accompany them to the Abyss Grand Canyon to explore the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Nan Tianjian pointed at Ling Chen and the others with his palm and said. Hearing Nan Tianjian's words, the siren's eyes widened, looking incredulous. Lord Demon King, are you sure you are not joking? What? What's the problem? Nan Tianjian raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly. This. The siren swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stammered. Lord Demon King, this abyssal Grand Canyon is a forbidden area. I know, but for the survival of the South Sea Kraken, we must go to the Abyss Grand Canyon. Do you understand? Nan Tianjian said with a little displeasure. The strong siren was still a little hesitant. Just take us to the vicinity of the Grand Canyon, you don't need to go in. Ling Chen on the side said, this is the spiritual fire sent to the door, and he can't let it go. Hearing this, the siren's face was happy, and she looked at Ling Chen with gratitude, then compromised and bowed in response. Without further ado, let's set off now. Ling Chen waved his hand and said lightly, but his heart was full of excitement. Hearing this, Nantian Sword's heart was full of emotion. The Xianyuan Sword Master was really enthusiastic. Then let's go. This young master, please come with me. The golden shark turned around, gestured towards Ling Chen, and walked out the door. Ling Chen and the three of them immediately got up and followed the siren. And the two old men sighed. Ling Chen was probably a little bigger this time. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth has the ability to kill saints. Looking at each other and shaking their heads, the two old men disappeared in place and followed. When everyone left the room, Nan Tianjian stood with his hands on his back, looking in the direction everyone was away, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of excitement. Soon, the group, led by the golden shark, quickly left the territory of the siren, and after galloping towards the west for a long time, finally, everyone came to the location of the small world of the Eye of the South Sea. Watching the golden shark take a step out and enter the whirlpool first, Ling Chen and the others also stepped into the whirlpool. Soon, a rotating pulling feeling came, and Ling Chen and the others quickly got out of the whirlpool of the Eye of the South China Sea and returned to the South China Sea. After briefly identifying the direction, the golden shark waved his hand at Ling Chen and the others, and then swam towards the south, leading the way for Ling Chen and the others. Ling Chen saw this and followed. Bai Ling and Xiaolong were on either side of Ling Chen. Boss, are we really going to that so-called forbidden area? Xiaolong asked from the side. Of course, your boss. I rely on spiritual fire to eat. Do you think I'm here to help them? Ling Chen curled his lips and said unabashedly. He is very short of spiritual fire now, and there is another spiritual fire. His fire-type ability is very hopeful of breaking through the God level, and now that there is the whereabouts of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, Ling Chen naturally can't let it go. You can also get the friendship and recognition of the South China Sea Demon Clan at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? The boss is wise. The boss immediately gave a thumbs up. You will flatter you, hurry up. Ling Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Hey." Xiaolong laughed dryly. After walking forward for a long time, the golden shark leading the way in front stopped, turned around and looked at Ling Chen. "This is already the limit I can bear, and if you continue to advance in this direction for 100 miles, you will find the Abyss Grand Canyon. Okay, you go back first." Ling Chen nodded and waved his hand towards the golden shark and said. Then, he took the little dragon by Ling and continued to swim forward. The golden shark that stopped in place looked at the backs of Ling Chen and the others with a complicated face, although he wanted to continue to lead the way for them, but thinking that his newborn child could not be without a father, he gritted his teeth, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally turned back in the direction of the eye of the South China Sea, following the direction the golden shark was pointing, because there was no careful way for the golden shark to lead the way. Soon, the three of them saw a huge crack in the distance, thousands of meters wide, and the length was out of sight. Inside the cracks, hot heat waves are emitted from time to time, mixed in the water, and hit the face. What made Ling Chen feel particularly amazing was that the temperature of the water here had reached at least a few thousand degrees, but the water here was still flowing strangely liquid. If it wasn't a problem with seawater, then it was because of this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Ling Chen touched his chin, thinking thoughtfully. "Boss, I feel like it's a bit dangerous here. Do we have to go down?" Xiaolong frowned and said with a solemn face. Ling Chen didn't speak. He devoured several kinds of heaven and earth spiritual fires, and he was very sure that there must be spiritual fire under this Grand Canyon. But his keen intuition told him that this spiritual fire should be very powerful and dangerous. If it weren't for his current physical fitness far exceeding his realm, he wouldn't dare to approach easily. However, since this spiritual fire has already appeared on this continent, how could he miss it? "Don't worry, I'll go down alone and take a look first. I'll come up if there is danger. You stay here and wait for me," Ling Chen said lightly. After saying that, his figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the Grand Canyon of the Rift. Seeing the boss rushing down the Grand Canyon without a trace of hesitation, Xiaolong hurriedly shouted, "Boss." However, Ling Chen quickly disappeared from the sight of Xiaolong and Bai Ling. Seeing Ling Chen disappear from sight, Xiaolong sighed helplessly. He knew the importance of the spiritual fire to the boss, and without hesitation, Xiaolong also quickly swam in the direction of the Grand Canyon, and Bai Ling on the side had already followed Ling Chen when he rushed out, without the slightest scruples about the danger that might arise. Seeing a dragon and a fox following him, Ling Chen shook his head with some emotion. He knew that it was his momentary impatience that led his partner to follow him and take the adventure together. However, he was bound to get this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. "Boss, I feel a little weird, and the further I go down, the more I feel a hint of heat," the little dragon that followed him said to Ling Chen while diving down. "Well, I feel it too, but since I'm here, I definitely won't come back empty-handed, so go down and take a look first." Ling Chen nodded and responded. When his heart was filled with the need for spiritual fire, Ling Chen did not forget to observe his surroundings at all times and pay attention to whether there was any danger. Suddenly he found that Bai Ling's diving speed gradually slowed down, and in the dark water, Ling Chen also noticed that Bai Ling's face was a little flushed. Stopping quickly, Ling Chen turned around, hugged Bai Ling in his arms, stretched out his hand and touched the girl's forehead. A little too hot. The temperature was extremely high, but it didn't seem to cause any damage like high temperature. It feels like, yes, the temperature of the seawater is thousands of degrees, but it continues to flow as a liquid. Ling Chen understood that this was because Bai Ling had not resisted the invasion of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. You know, Bai Ling was a supreme level powerhouse, and he was a little defenseless. "You go to my space to rest first. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Ling Chen's eyes were full of distress, and he said to Bai Ling in a soft tone. Then he took Bai Ling into his own space. "Boss, we are now," Xiaolong said on the side. "It's okay, go down and investigate first. Be careful. If you can't stand it, tell the boss." Ling Chen's tone was full of firmness. "Then boss, let's continue to dive. I'll accompany you," Xiaolong said firmly. Seeing this, Ling Chen nodded and did not refuse. He still believed in Xiaolong's endurance very much. Then, Xiaolong and Ling Chen continued to rush down to the bottom of the canyon one after another. The further downstream, you can feel that the surrounding temperature is getting higher and higher, and the scorching temperature is pouring in from all directions, but strangely, neither of their clothes has been burned, and the seawater next to them has not been affected in the slightest. All this revealed strangeness, but Ling Chen had a conjecture in his heart. This scorching high temperature may not be an ordinary physical temperature, but an invisible spiritual fire, which affects the temperature at the spiritual level, which can be perceived by people's spiritual consciousness, so as to feel the high temperature, but there is no feeling in the body. After thinking of this possibility, Ling Chen felt more and more the possibility of this conjecture in his heart. If it is a spiritual perpetual spiritual fire of heaven and earth, then with his current spiritual power, it may be difficult to devour this spiritual fire. Continuing downstream, there was no sign of any creatures along the way, and after about an hour or two, Ling Chen and Xiaolong finally came to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, with bones everywhere. These bones have rotted into white bones, and you don't need to identify them carefully to know that they are the corpses of monsters, but there is no flesh and blood. A proper sea beast exclusion area. Ling Chen stepped forward, picked up a piece of bone, opened the bone, and saw that there were special textures on the bone. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and then affirmed his conjecture even more. He found that on the surface of this white bone, there were still wisps of spiritual imprints left by spiritual power, which were the result of mental fluctuations. Sure enough, the dead sirens here have been devastated by spiritual power. Ling Chen muttered to himself, "Boss, what's going on?" The little dragon on the side couldn't help but shudder when he saw the scene of bones on the ground. He was just a baby who had just hatched a few months ago. How could he have seen this kind of scene? Have you felt that the heat wave that comes from time to time is burning your spiritual space? Ling Chen asked. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, felt it carefully, and then nodded. "Boss, I do have the feeling you said, but it is very faint, and it has almost no effect on me." Ling Chen nodded. After all, he was recognized as the reincarnation of a beast god. Could he still be harmed by this fluctuation of spiritual power? "Boss, what should we do now?" Confirming that the strange feeling did not hurt him too much, Xiaolong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't relax easily. "Find the spiritual fire, it will be of great use to me." Ling Chen's eyes were full of anticipation, and then he felt it carefully, and felt that the scorching aura coming from the eastern direction of the two people's locations was the strongest. "Over there." Ling Chen pointed in the direction of the east, kicked under his feet, and quickly rushed out, and behind him, the little dragon followed closely. After advancing about tens of miles, the increasingly hot spiritual burning came, and Ling Chen's spiritual power was gradually consumed. "Boss, are you okay?" Watching Ling Chen's speed gradually slow down, Xiaolong hurriedly said eagerly, "It's okay, it's just that the mental power consumption is a bit high." Ling Chen shook his head, took a soft breath, and spoke. "Boss, why don't we get together? I can help you resist the spiritual power." Looking at Ling Chen's state, it was difficult to hold on to the spiritual fire. Xiaolong opened his mouth to propose. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, Xiaolong's spiritual resistance was very high, and then Ling Chen nodded. "Together." Ling Chen called softly, and a pillar of light shot from the little dragon's body towards Ling Chen and fell on Ling Chen's body, while the little dragon disappeared into the pillar of light. As the pillar of light slowly disappeared, a golden armor covered the whole body, and a dazzling golden light came. Ling Chen immediately felt that the loss of spiritual power had slowed down to the point where it was almost not lost. A faint dragon power was released from the armor, and Ling Chen wearing armor came into the world like a dragon god. Ling Chen stretched out his arm, surrounded by golden light, and an invisible force emanated. Ling Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he felt it carefully, and then continued to gallop in the direction of the east. He could feel that the spiritual fire was not far away from him, and his union with the little dragon also had a time limit, so he had to hurry up. Continuing to move forward for a distance of several miles, Ling Chen felt a very strong spiritual shock. With the protection of the little dragon, Ling Chen easily defended against the mental shock. When he came to the bottom of a quiet canyon, Ling Chen could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual fire becoming stronger and stronger. Instead of choosing to approach rashly, he stopped, felt it carefully, and sure enough, he found that the fluctuation of the spiritual fire was very close to himself. "What's going on?" "What I saw was an empty canyon." After thinking about it, Ling Chen tentatively released a trace of spiritual power to perceive it, but as soon as that trace of spiritual power left Ling Chen's brain and entered the bottom of the sea, there would be a strong spiritual impact that would completely destroy this trace of spiritual power. Ling Chen's face showed a hint of paleness, but it quickly eased. Subsequently, Ling Chen began to use his perception skills to explore the existence of spiritual fire. Finally, when Ling Chen's perception skill swept over a somewhat strange place, a pleasant system prompt sound came. "Ding, discover the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, water spirit phantom flame, absorbable. Water spirit illusion, one of the spiritual fires of heaven and earth, the fire of the spirit, can cast illusions, can attract people's souls." Detecting that the front was the spiritual fire he wanted to find this time, Ling Chen was a little excited, although he couldn't see it with his naked eyes, but in his perception, a blazing spiritual fire was in front of him. Ling Chen cautiously approached forward, and could clearly sense that the source of the mental fluctuation was right in front of him, and Ling Chen stopped. Knowing that he could safely come to the front of the water spirit phantom flame now, it was entirely due to the resistance of the little dragon to spiritual power. Ling Chen knew that he had to hurry up and absorb it before he could touch the combination. Without hesitation, Ling Chen silently absorbed it in his heart. Absorb. Ding, absorbing for the host. Suddenly, a burning sensation swept through Ling Chen's entire brain, and an invisible flame floated towards Ling Chen's brain. Just when Ling Chen wanted to open his mouth, he found that this flame came out completely out of the routine, and directly entered Ling Chen's mind, and then it was like a spark, forming a fire in Ling Chen's mind. The offensive of the flames rushing into it made Ling Chen not react at all. Under the burning of the spiritual fire, the spiritual sea was stinging and seriously injured. Ling Chen felt that he had some out-of-body feeling, enduring the severe pain in his mind. Just when the sea of spirit in Ling Chen's mind was compressed step by step under the scorching spread of the water spirit illusion, the voice of the little dragon came to Ling Chen's mind. "Boss, I'm here." With the little dragon's shout, a somewhat illusory golden figure rushed into Ling Chen's mind, and seeing the sea of scorched spirits, the soul body Xiaolong quickly spat out a golden light and shot into the flames of the phantom flame. After spitting out this golden light, the body of the little dragon and the soul body suddenly became a little transparent and illusory. The golden light shot in, and the momentum of the flames spreading violently stopped all of a sudden, and then slowly subsided. "Boss, absorb it now." Xiaolong's somewhat weakened voice came. Hearing this, Ling Chen, who was still immersed in the pain of damaged mental power, did not hesitate, gritted his teeth, shook his body, suddenly gathered the remaining spiritual power, controlled all the spiritual power, and covered it with water spirit phantom flames. Under the injection of the little dragon's golden light, the water spirit illusion flame seemed to have been hit with a tranquilizer, and Ling Chen wrapped all the flames without much reaction. As soon as the spiritual power came into contact with the water spirit phantom flame, it was like a dragon entering the sea, creating a huge collision. The two started a short tug-of-war, and soon, the phantom flame wilted all of a sudden, as if it had been broken from the inside. Of course, Ling Chen would not miss such a good opportunity. The spiritual power completely wrapped up the water spirit illusion, and the wilted water spirit illusion flame seemed to give up resistance, and soon it slowly merged with Ling Chen's spiritual power. The spiritual power and flame that slowly merged together, Ling Chen's spiritual power was quickly replenished, and then it grew rapidly at a very fast speed. At the same time, Ling Chen could also feel the change in the water spirit phantom flame in his mind, and in the process of continuous fusion with the spiritual power, the volume of the water spirit phantom flame became smaller and smaller, and finally only a ball of spiritual fire origin the size of a fingernail cap was left, floating in Ling Chen's spiritual power. Ling Chen could feel that he had completely integrated the power of the water spirit phantom flame. At the same time, Ling Chen's spiritual power also reached the peak realm of the human realm, and there was only a layer of membrane away from the holy realm above the human realm, and Ling Chen only needed to pierce the diaphragm of this realm, and Ling Chen could reach the peak of the holy realm, summon his own fire-type ability origin to his mind, and the raging flames in the sea of spirits had no effect on Ling Chen. The spiritual fire origin that led the water spirit phantom flame fused with his own fire origin, because they were all powers in his own hands, and they quickly fused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing the water spirit illusion, and the level of the fire-type ability has been upgraded to a god-level ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level inheritance, Yen D inheritance. 1. The fire system has its own inheritance of the Yen Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance item, Spirit Fire Detector. Spirit Fire Detector can detect the direction of the spirit fire closest to you. Collect all 18 kinds of spiritual fires to obtain the complete inheritance of the Yen Emperor. After absorbing the water spirit phantom flame, Ling Chen's demigod level fire ability was indeed promoted to the god level as Ling Chen expected, and he also obtained the inheritance of the Yen Emperor. Although Ling Chen didn't know who the Yen Emperor was and how strong he was, Ling Chen believed that he would not let himself down. Regarding the remarks left by the system, Ling Chen couldn't help but have an urge to quickly collect all the spiritual fires. Moreover, the inheritance items he obtained could actually help him quickly find the spiritual fire of heaven and earth and detect the location of the spiritual fire, instead of relying on his own luck path. This item was simply a bug. Taking out the inheritance item and looking at the inheritance item in front of him, Ling Chen's face showed a smile. With this item, he was able to detect all the spiritual fires. After reading it, Ling Chen put away the things and showed a smile on his face. Perfect. With such a thing, Ling Chen felt that it would be much easier for him to find the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Moreover, Ling Chen has now integrated this spiritual fire, and his spiritual power has also been significantly improved, reaching the peak of the mortal realm, and the consumption of his spiritual power is now much lower. Ling Chen, who had absorbed the water spirit phantom flame, originally his spiritual power could only cast a simple illusion, but now, Ling Chen could cast a higher level of illusion, and the duration could become longer, which was another small trump card for Ling Chen. Boss, how is it? Was it successful? Seeing Ling Chen carefully put back what he had just taken out, Xiaolong asked on the side. Hearing Xiaolong's voice, Ling Chen turned his head to look at Xiaolong, and said with a smile, well, successfully absorbed, my fire-type ability level has been raised to a god-level ability. Oh, great, boss. Xiaolong shouted excitedly, but then his face turned pale and he sat on the ground a little weakly. Boss, I consumed most of my spiritual power just now, and even used a trace of spiritual origin. It will take a long time to recover. I'm afraid I can't help you for the time being. Well, you should have a good rest. Ling Chen stepped forward to hold Xiaolong's shoulder, took out a holy medicine to restore mental power from the ring, and gently stuffed it into Xiaolong's mouth. The holy medicine melted in his mouth, turned into a gentle force, and flowed towards Xiaolong's brain, and Xiaolong's spirit immediately recovered, but his face was still very pale. The huge energy contained in the holy medicine made Xiaolong feel much more comfortable, not as weak as just now. However, the trace of spiritual origin contained in the golden light used by the little dragon needs to be restored by itself for a long time. Feeling the state of the little dragon, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and took the little dragon back to the pet space. The loss of spiritual power cannot be cured by life force, and the best place for Xiaolong to recover is the pet space. At the bottom of this Grand Canyon, after losing the existence of the water spirit phantom flame, the surrounding spiritual heat gradually began to dissipate. Everything gradually returned to its original appearance, and since the purpose of this trip was achieved, it was time to go back, Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Ling Chen stepped lightly under his feet, following the way he came, upstream. Soon, Ling Chen returned to the cracked mouth of the Grand Canyon under the sea, where the elders of the two clans were waiting. Seeing Ling Chen's figure appear, the second elder's face showed a hint of surprise. This kid actually came back alive, and it seemed that the aura of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth was slowly disappearing. How is this possible? You must know that the two elders who came here did not resist the spiritual burning of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and this spiritual level of strange fire has an innate suppression power on those who do not specialize in spiritual power. Boy, you're very good. One of the old men looked at Ling Chen with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. At this age, he had this kind of ability, which can be described as difficult to find through the ages. It seems that God bless my Xianyuan clan. Wait, how can you kid have that aura of heaven and earth spiritual fire? Another old man on the side looked at Ling Chen with a shocked face. He had just simply felt Ling Chen's aura, but found that Ling Chen had an aura that had just frustrated them. Back to the senior, because that spiritual fire is in my body, and it has been absorbed and refined by me. Ling Chen's extremely flat tone made the two elders on the side completely petrified. This kid, I'm afraid he's the reincarnation of a great emperor. Don't play the bad ones, play the good ones, learn to hang up, right? Okay, good. The old man stroked his beard and sighed 3 times. It is truly worthy of being chosen by Xianyuan's sword, and his strength, talent, and luck have reached their peak. Seeing the appreciation on the face of the second elder, Ling Chen smiled, and then said, "Two seniors, let's go to the territory of the South Sea Demon Clan first." Okay. The second elder nodded and followed Ling Chen outside. Along the way, the two elders have always been full of praise for Ling Chen. The second elder had not personally tried the power of the spiritual fire, but with the strength of their saint realm, they were also stopped outside the abyssal Grand Canyon, and it was conceivable that the horror of this spiritual fire could be imagined. But Ling Chen not only came back unharmed, but also successfully absorbed this spiritual fire. It really deserves to be the chosen one. Such courage, such luck, is simply against the sky. Accompanied by the two clan elders, Ling Chen quickly returned to the territory of the South Sea Demon Clan in the eyes of the South China Sea. Seeing Ling Chen, Nan Tianjian, who was walking around anxiously in the hall where Ling Chen was originally received, was slightly stunned, and then spoke. "Xiaoyu, the problem has been solved." Ling Chen said straight to the point, going straight to the topic from the beginning, saving him from saying some polite words. "Oh, solved? That heaven and earth spiritual fire?" Nan Tianjian was a little surprised, and asked Ling Chen eagerly. "That spiritual fire of heaven and earth has been devoured and absorbed by me," Ling Chen said without concealment, revealing a hint of confidence in his tone. Then Nan Tianjian looked at the two behind Ling Chen, and saw the second elder looking at Ling Chen with a satisfied face. Nan Tianjian had the answer in his heart. The new Shenyuan swordmaster indeed performed extraordinary. On behalf of all the South Sea Demon Clan, thank you for your help. Nan Tianjian clenched his fists in both hands and gestured to Ling Chen to thank him. Ling Chen waved his hand, saying that it was what he should do. It was nothing, and then said, "Senior Nantian doesn't have to be like this. However, I have something to ask for." "Xiaoyu, please say, as long as Nan can do it, there is no way to refuse." Nantian Sword Dao. "Now, the Siren army of the East China Sea has invaded my territory, and I hope that my seniors can send troops to help my human race." Hearing this, Nan Tianjian fell into deep thought, and then said, "Don't worry, Xiaoyu, our South Sea Demon Clan will definitely fully assist you. But there is something unknown below." Speaking of this, Nan Tianjian paused for a while and continued, "If both the human race and the East Sea Siren Clan are defeated, wouldn't it be a good opportunity for the Xianyuan family to rise?" Hearing this, Ling Chen shook his head slightly. "Senior Nantian, I hope our rise can avoid a large number of casualties as much as possible. After all, our main opponent is not in Blue Star." Hearing Ling Chen's words, Nan Tianjian was slightly stunned, and then took a deep look at Ling Chen in front of him. He didn't expect that Ling Chen had such a vision. While everyone was still fighting for supremacy on the Blue Star, Ling Chen had already begun to consider the dispute outside the sky. "Okay, I'll send a group of pioneer sirens with you first, and then I will lead the South China Sea army to arrive within 3 days." Nan Tianjian pondered for a long time, and finally finally agreed to Ling Chen. Hearing this, Ling Chen smiled slightly, got up and saluted Nan Tianjian with his fists clenched. Then thank you, senior. Without further ado, let's get ready to set off now. Come on. Nan Tianjian gave an order. Outside the door, a tall shrimp soldier walked in with a weapon, bent his knees and knelt half-kneeling in front of Nan Tian's sword. What did the Demon King order? Give the order and let all the soldiers of the Pioneer Battalion and all the members of the Southern Heaven rush to the square to gather. Nan Tianjian said with a serious face, and when he said Southern Heaven, he couldn't help but feel a burst of pride in his heart. Yes, Lord Demon King. The shrimp soldier nodded in response, quickly got up and turned around and went out of the hall to inform. Little friends, 2 seniors, please come with me. Nan Tianjian greeted the second elder in Ling Chen, and then led the way for the 3 of them in front of them, and led the 3 of them to the square of the territory. I saw that in the square, a group of members of the Southern Heaven Kraken wearing black armor were already standing directly in front of the square, waiting for the order of the Southern Heavenly Sword. Ling Chen's eyes were attracted over, and his spiritual power scanned over the members of the Southern Heaven Kraken. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the lowest strength of this group of members of the Southern Heaven turned out to be the supreme level. Directly in front of the Southern Heaven Siren, there were 3 tall figures, each of them exuding a faint saint's aura in their bodies, and they were all strong people in the first realm of the Saint realm. Looking at the thousands of black armor in front of him, Ling Chen couldn't help but nod with emotion. He once thought that his power had made a small achievement, but found in his heart that in front of the real power, his power was nothing. Not long after, a burst of shaking motion came. Ling Chen looked in the direction where the sound came, and saw that not far away, a group of grey torrents were approaching this way. This batch of torrents, with a full number of 100,000, exuded strong fluctuations. Ling Chen found that these torrent sirens were all in the realm of annihilation. Obviously, the strength of the Vanguard Legion of the South Sea Demon Clan should not be underestimated, and soon, the torrent of the Vanguard Legion all came to the square, and all kinds of siren warriors stood neatly on the square. Seeing that the members of the Vanguard Legion and Southern Heaven had arrived, the Southern Heavenly Sword waved his hand, and all the sirens stood quietly on the square, without any demons speaking. From now on, you will all follow this little friend's orders and go to the coastline where the East China Sea and the human race meet to attack the East Sea Kraken. Nan Tianjian announced impassionedly. Yes. Tens of thousands of siren members shouted loudly, their voices deafening like rolling thunder, and the ground of the entire square shook violently. Xiao Yu, you take this token. I will settle down here first, and I will arrive with a large army within 3 days. Nan Tianjian took out a piece of his own token from his sleeve and handed it to Ling Chen. See this token, as if you see the patriarch himself. Ling Chen nodded, turned his head to look at the army, and replied solemnly, let's go. Ling Chen roared at the army, jumped up and took the lead in leading everyone away. Under his leadership, hundreds of thousands of brothers behind him all followed, and they rushed from the South China Sea to the East China Sea. East China Sea, coastline. Nearly 10 days had passed since Ling Chen's departure, and the assembled army of tens of millions of sirens had already pressed the border. The army of tens of millions of sirens fought with the army under Ling Huang, who was waiting here early, and the tens of thousands of supernatural forces under Ling Chen. In contrast, Ling Chen's tens of thousands of supernatural forces were not taken seriously by the sirens at all, and a small tribe with hundreds of thousands of sirens was at war with them. The difference in strength between the two sides is small, so the battle situation is relatively stalemate, but Ling Chen's supernatural army quickly evolved from the original recruits to veterans and the blood donation on the battlefield. On the frontal battlefield, the Kraken army did not rush up but divided into 3 groups and took turns attacking the Terran army. Kill! Kill! A shout resounded through the sky, and then the warriors of Dawn City launched a counterattack, piercing the void with a bright spear, cutting through the air, and stabbing towards the Kraken army. Although the combat effectiveness of the Kraken Legion is far inferior to that of the human army, the Kraken's skin is rough and thick, and it is absolutely impossible for ordinary weapons to pose a fatal threat to them. But when facing the counterattack of Dawn City, they looked a little embarrassed. This spear is not an ordinary weapon, but a damaging weapon specially made by the Dawn City Research Department based on the body structure of the monster. Many sirens had hundreds of long scars on their chests, and some weak sirens were even pierced through their bodies, but they still did not flinch and continued to attack the army of Dawn City, showing a momentum that was not afraid of death. The army of Dawn City fought with the first batch of attacking sirens. Although the number of troops in Dawn City is small, they are all elite, and they are not inferior to the enemy at all, and the frontal battlefield is also stalemate. Ling Huang, who was always paying attention to the battlefield situation in the rear, couldn't help but frown when he saw the sirens' deadly impact. What makes this group of siren armies forget life and death? Ling Huang frowned, thinking for a long time. I am afraid that only by going to the rear of the monster to investigate will he know the specific reason. Ling Huang thought secretly in his heart. Lord Ling Huang, don't we make a move? A tall and imposing middle-aged man on the side took a step forward and asked. It's not the time yet. I can feel that the other party has no less than dozens of Saint realms. Ling Huang waved his hand and responded softly. Dozens of Saint realms? realms? The middle-aged man gasped. He didn't expect the strength of this group of sirens to be so strong. That's right. Ling Huang nodded. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He had already sent someone back to ask for help. Their current strength is still too weak, and if they make a rash move, they are likely to put themselves in danger. So all we have to do now is wait. I understand. Then let these animals live a few more days. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully and stopped talking, but quietly watched the battlefield. At the same time, all gathering places received news of the transfer of troops to the front line at the same time. The major martial arts schools also received news at the same time, and all schools rushed to the coastline with students with rich combat experience by instructors. In this era, the strength of students in every college is more than several times higher than that of the soldiers in the army. Some students are even stronger than generals and marshals in the army. Because the Saint Realm of the Alliance Army was basically contained on the battlefield of all races, the Qingbei Demon Capital and Jiangsu and Zhejiang Wuhan University each sent a Saint Realm to lead the students to the front line. When Wuhan University students rushed to the coastline battlefield, Ling Chen also led the vanguard army all the way north along the coastline from the South China Sea to the battlefield. On the coastline, the sea breeze howled, and the sharp waves kept crashing against the rocks on the shore, splashing endless dust. Ling Chen, who was not far from the coastline, was riding a giant whale, his body towering on the back of the giant whale like Optimus Prime. Looking ahead, behind him, there were 100,000 siren troops, and they were neatly arranged like a moving iron wall. Because they knew that Ling Chen's purpose of this trip was the east coastline, the two clan elders escorted them for a while, and then went back first. I hope everything goes well, Ling Chen muttered to himself. On the side, Bai Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Chen's arm, and said with a smile, Ling Chen, everything will go smoothly, don't worry. Ling Chen replied, reaching out and touching the girl's hair. He also hoped that the human race would not have too many casualties, and through this war, the strength of the human race would be stronger. A strange horn sounded, and the desperate sirens suddenly retreated like a tide, leaving behind countless siren corpses. The golden sand has been stained red with blood donations. Just as the human race warriors looked at this scene in surprise, thinking that they could rest for a while, suddenly, the second batch of sirens emerged from the bottom of the sea and rushed up. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Terran warriors became ugly, but without any hesitation, they immediately waved their weapons to meet them and fought with the second wave of sirens. The recuperated siren army fought with the exhausted Terran warriors, and soon the Terran warriors were defeated. At this time, the numerical superiority of the Kraken army was reflected, and the wheel battle was exhausting. But the warriors of the human race were also fighting desperately, although they were quickly scattered, but they still did not give up and were still struggling to support. This is not the way. Ling Huang frowned. They were few and tired. If this continues, I am afraid that the final result will be a dismal ending. Ling Huang, what should we do now? The middle-aged man beside Ling Chen asked. This person was a general under Ling Huang. Give the order and let the warriors retreat to Dongjiao Bay. Leave the rest to me. Ling Huang thought for a moment and ordered. Now is not the time to fight the siren. This time, he completely underestimated the Kraken's determination to attack the Terran, which led to the current situation of a huge difference in strength. And the Kraken clan, because of the appearance of Ling Huang, has also become steady, and they have also asked for reinforcements from the rear. Although it was rumored that Ling Huang had been seriously injured and his strength was damaged, the skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and dozens of Saint Realm sirens were stunned, and no one dared to take the lead in trying. Who knows if Ling Huang will desperately take the two away, and no one wants to be the first bird. A dull horn sounded, and the Terran warriors who heard the horn couldn't help but be stunned, but quickly carried out the order, broke free from the battle mode with great force, and quickly retreated backwards. The speed of the siren was completely inferior to that of the human race, and soon the distance between the two sides was widened. Thunder fury. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth changed drastically, dark clouds were dense, and rumbling thunder sounded in the clouds, and countless thunders were hidden in them. With a roar, endless thunder fell like a tiger descending the mountain, rushing towards the torrent formed by the siren army. Boom, boom. With the explosion, countless sirens were instantly blown into ashes, and there was not even bone residue left. The power of this thunder and lightning could destroy everything. What a powerful attack. Looking at this scene, many race warriors looked at the figure suspended in midair with feverish faces. Their god of war is back. Under the attack of Ling Huang's move, 2/3 of the Kraken army was annihilated in the blink of an eye, and there was no longer the original desperate struggle, turning around and fleeing, scattering in all directions. And the sirens who saw the group of Saint Realms attacking Ling Huang in the rear were all shocked. What a powerful attack. Didn't it mean that Ling Huang was hit hard and his strength could not be used normally? Let the army retreat, and then continue the fearless attack. Wait for the Demon King and the military division to arrive before attacking. After all, from the momentum of Ling Huang using his skills just now, they could feel that Ling Huang had set foot in the third realm of the Saint Realm, and that momentum was very thick, and it didn't look like he was injured at all. Retreat. Under the wrath of Ling Huang's thunder, the Kraken army had no chance of winning at all, so they chose to retreat temporarily. The Kraken army quickly retreated retreated, Ling Huang did not pursue. He only revoked his thunderous fury after the Kraken army retreated to the sea area of the eastern coastline. Seeing that Lord Ling Huang single-handedly defeated the army of sirens, the Terran warriors all raised their hands and cheered excitedly. Ling Huang stood with his hands on his back, looking at the direction of the Kraken army's retreat, and couldn't help but sigh lightly. He didn't expect that the other party's Saint Realm would be so conservative and unable to avoid the battle. However, if the other Saint Realm made a move to entangle himself at the same time, although he was not afraid at all and was confident that he could take a few, the remaining Siren army might soon be able to attack the shore, and the human army would probably also suffer heavy losses. Ling Huang shook his head. This time, the news of his injury improving may soon reach the ears of the Demon King. Next time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Lord Ling Huang, have you really recovered? The middle-aged man who had been following Ling Huang stepped forward and asked a little excitedly. Recovered? There is still some improvement. Ling Huang smiled and nodded, not hiding it. Hearing Lord Ling's words, the middle-aged man's face was full of joy, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. The siren withdrew, and the Terran warriors in Dongjio Bay breathed a sigh of relief, and they could finally catch their breath. Moreover, Lord Ling's devastating move just now made them full of confidence and be able to resist the attack of the siren. After 2 days of calmness, the soldiers in Dongjio Bay still stuck to their posts seriously. Some warriors were speculating whether Lord Ling Huang was too strong last time and scared them away. Of course, the experienced veterans were a little worried between their eyebrows, and they secretly guessed in their hearts that all this was just the tranquility before the storm. On this day, the sea in front of him was still calm, but in the sky behind him, there were dense shadows. After the soldier in charge of duty found out, he immediately reported it, and soon, the news reached Ling Huang's ears. It seems that our reinforcements have arrived, Ling Huang said lightly, and then waved his hand, and appeared on the west wall of Dongjio Bay with several capable generals. Seeing Lord Ling Huang, all the warriors saluted one after another. Ling Huang waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to bow too much, and then looked at the sky to the west. In that sky, he saw a large number of Terran warriors rushing here, obviously to help them. Flying in front of them were 3 supreme-level mounts, and on their backs, there was a strong man of the Saint Realm, who came from the 3 strongest martial arts schools in China. Lord Ling, our reinforcements have arrived, a general on the side said excitedly. With their joining, the numerical advantage of the Kraken clan will be gone, and the balance of victory has begun to tilt. Ling Huang nodded slightly, but was not overly optimistic because they were waiting for reinforcements, and the Siren army was not waiting for reinforcements. Moreover, what the other party was waiting for must be an existence comparable to his own strength. Thinking of this, Ling Huang's brows furrowed. I've seen Ling Huang. The 3 supreme-level mounts stopped outside the city wall, and several old men from the Saint Realm jumped up to Ling Huang and gestured towards Ling Huang with their fists. Several principals, long time no see. Ling Huang smiled faintly. These old men of the Saint Realm were all vice principals of prestigious schools, and they had a multifaceted relationship with Ling Huang. This time we have a total of our 3 Saint Realms, thousands of supreme realms, millions of old students, and 5 million army soldiers. One of the old men with white beards said to Ling Chen. He was the vice principal of the magic capital Wu University, one of the strongest martial arts schools in China. Ling Huang nodded slightly and said, "Thank you all. Yes, it is also our duty to guard the country. What is the situation on the battlefield now?" The white-bearded old man said with a smile. Ling Huang briefly introduced the situation to the 3 old men. "Isn't that very likely? The other party is waiting for their Demon King to appear?" Another old man in black narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to speak. "I think we shouldn't sit still. We should take the initiative to attack, take advantage of our current advantage to kill directly while the other Demon King has not yet appeared." "Yes, kill it," the other 2 old men agreed. Hearing this, Ling Huang couldn't help but be full of black lines. These little old men are quite reckless. Ling Huang pondered slightly for a moment, nodded and said, "That's true, but now the Kraken clan has gathered a large number of navies. They are too numerous. If we attack rashly, the Terran army will be very dangerous, and if the other party's Demon King is not dead, they will be able to make a comeback soon." Hearing Ling Huang's words, the 3 elders nodded in approval. "What should we do then? Could it be that we are really going to sit still, wait for the other party to launch a general attack?" An old man in armor asked. "The battlefield of warriors is the stage of the strong after all, so we must defeat the other party's Saint Realm." Ling Huang glanced at the armored old man and said bluntly, "The battle of the army is not a simple competition, but bloodshed. If we fight with the Siren army, what if we win? Then, what are we going to do?" A light flashed in the white-bearded old man's eyes, and he looked at Ling Huang with some joy. "Make an appointment with the other party and have a contest between the strong of the Saint Realm. Only in this way can we reduce casualties." A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Huang's mouth. "What? Make an appointment to fight? How can this work? The other party has no less than dozens of saints. We only have 5 in total, plus you. How to fight?" The old man in black retorted. "Moreover, why did the siren agree to our appointment to fight?" Hearing the words of the old man in black, the other 2 old men nodded quickly, not knowing what Ling Huang's plan meant. "Don't worry, you take people to rescue rest first, and soon it will be a decisive battle with the siren. Ling Huang didn't explain too much, and when the decisive battle came, he would understand. The next day, the sea, which had been calm, suddenly surged, and a huge momentum swept in from afar, instantly breaking through the sky. The siren demon king is here. Ling Huang's eyes swept over the sea to the east, his eyes flashing. Hearing Ling Huang's voice, all the warriors' eyes looked at the sea to the east. Looking at the surging waves, all the warriors showed a solemn expression. This aura was probably similar to Ling Huang's momentum. They knew that compared with this battle, I am afraid that what was before was just a small witch. Suddenly, a wave that covered the sky and sun turned up, and a huge giant dragon appeared as the waves rose. This giant dragon was turquoise all over, and its whole body exuded strong coercion. Is this the demon king of the siren? A general couldn't help but exclaim. It's the demon king, and it's a dragon at the peak of the Saint realm. As soon as the churning dragon came out of the sea, it galloped in the direction of the Terran army. Seeing this, Ling Huang stepped on his feet, jumped up in the air, and rushed in the direction of the dragon with an aura that looked down on the world. Bang! The two collided, there was a loud noise, and a huge ripple of source energy spread around like water ripples, setting off huge waves all over the sky. Under this blow, both Ling Huang and the demon king were knocked back several feet, and neither of them had any upper hand. So strong. Ling Huang was shocked and smacked his tongue secretly. Okay, I want to see how many pounds and tails you have as a human junior. The siren demon king roared angrily and rushed forward again. Wait. Ling Huang stretched out his palm and motioned for the demon king to stop. Seeing this, the demon king stopped with some doubts. It didn't understand. Ling Huang stopped it. What was he trying to do? Ling Huang's eyes looked at the demon king. If the two armies fight, it will inevitably be a river of blood. Let's discuss it. Each send out 5 people for a competition. If we win, you will retreat. If you win, you attack what the human race wants. I can help you complete it. How? Oh, with my siren army. Wouldn't it be easy to crush your army? Why should I discuss the competition with you? The demon king looked at the human army in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. I have to say that although the number of this group of humans has increased a lot, their strength is still lacking. As long as the whole army attacks, the human race army will be defeated. Oh, really? What if we are added? Just as Ling Huang and the demon king were looking at each other, a hearty voice came from the sea level in the far south. In the distance, a huge whale was swimming slowly, with a row of small black shadows behind it. On top of the giant whale, a tall figure stands on it. The person who came was Ling Chen. Ling Chen was wearing a blue-gray robe, holding the Shenyuan sword in his hand. His body was tall and slender, his face was handsome, and he stepped on the deep-sea whale, like a god descending to earth. Ling Chen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of both sides of the war. Just as the demon king was about to speak, behind Ling Chen, dense siren warriors appeared in everyone's sight. These sirens were huge in size, and they were not easy to mess with at first glance. Hundreds of thousands of sirens lined up neatly behind Ling Chen, like a black tide, sweeping in the direction of the battlefield. As Ling Chen and the army of sirens behind him gradually approached, the demon king and the East Sea Kraken were shocked to find that the other party was actually all strong people of the Supreme Realm and the Destruction Nation. Moreover, there are several strong people in the Saint Realm. Who are you? The demon king's face became extremely severe, looking at Ling Chen, and shouting in a deep voice. When Ling Chen heard this, he smiled faintly, stood with his hands on his back, and said sonorously, "Human race, Ling Chen." Hearing Ling Chen's name, the demon king was stunned. He had never heard of Ling Chen's name, but the other party was able to command hundreds of thousands of top powerhouses, obviously not an idle person. The entire battlefield became strangely quiet because of Ling Chen's sudden appearance. After pondering for a long time, the demon king's uncertain face finally made up his mind, and asked, "Okay, I promise to fight, but 10 battles will determine victory or defeat." 10 battles? Ling Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he immediately understood the other party's intentions. The other party felt that there were only 8 saints on his side, and proposed 10 battles, obviously wanting to take advantage of the human race. Hitting the Supreme Realm with the Saint Realm can be said to be crushing, but it is not necessarily true when it touches himself, and the corners of Ling Chen's mouth raised a faint arc. Leading the South China Sea Navy to the side where the human race was, Ling Chen clenched his fist slightly at Ling Huang and signaled, "I have seen Ling Huang." Although Ling Chen had a very close relationship with Ling Huang, in front of outsiders, Ling Chen still maintained respect. Ling Huang smiled and nodded lightly, and then shouted lightly, "Please come and discuss it with everyone in the Saint Realm." As soon as these words fell, 4 figures immediately flew out of the human race army behind him. The old vice president of 3 colleges and universities, and a strange strong man wearing a mask and covering his face. Although the strange powerhouse was covered, everyone knew from the black clothes worn by this strong man that he was from the Dragon Team. The secret troops under Ling Huang have always carried out particularly dangerous missions, but no one knows how big the Dragon Team is and how strong the Dragon Team members are. Now, everyone was surprised to find that the members of the Dragon Team actually had a strong person in the Saint Realm, which gave everyone a new understanding of the strength of the Dragon Team organization. Behind Ling Chen, the 3 saints from the South Sea Siren clan also came to Ling Huang with with Ling Chen. I've seen Ling Huang. The three Saint Realm powerhouses of the South Sea Demon Clan saluted Ling Huang in unison. I've seen Lord Ling Huang. The masked man wearing a mask came to Ling Huang and bowed respectfully. Ling Huang. Three vice presidents from Wuhan University also came to Ling Huang's side. Ling Huang quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, this time, it's up to you." Although he has always been in the South China Sea and has no intersection with Ling Huang's name has long spread throughout the South China Sea. Hearing what Ling Huang said, the three South Sea Saints realm looked at each other and nodded together. When Ling Chen appeared beside Ling Huang, there were bursts of noise from the team of college students and the human army behind him. Isn't that Ling Chen? Ling Chen, where is it? I'm going. I read that right. Ling Chen is with a bunch of strong people in the Saint Realm? Didn't you find out just now that it was precisely because of Ling Chen that this war didn't start? In the discussion of a group of freshmen, the old students around them reacted that the young man next to Ling Huang on the edge of the sky in the distance turned out to be just a freshman. For a while, a series of eyes were projected on Ling Chen's body. Isn't it, freshman? Can you let several siren powerhouses of the Saint Realm follow? Is his background so terrifying? He alone can mobilize hundreds of thousands of nation-destroying powerhouses? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. For a while, everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. There are those who admire, those who are jealous, those who envy, and of course there are those who are dissatisfied. At this time, the Saint Realm who were discussing the remaining two candidates for battle on the edge of the sky was at a stalemate. After all, the strong people sent to the supreme level were simply sending them to death. Seeing that everyone had no idea, Ling Chen smiled and said, "I'll solve the last two candidates." Then Ling Chen flashed and disappeared in place one after another, disappeared from everyone's sight, and soon came to the top of a mountain not far away, took off the array plate, stepped out, and Ling Chen disappeared in place. The place of trial, the tree of life. Ling Chen's figure appeared, which immediately attracted the attention of all the creatures present. Ling Chen went straight to the dragon turtle. After dozens of days of absorption, the dragon turtle's body had been reshaped, but the soul was not united. It could not be resurrected, but part of its strength was also restored. At this time, the glands of the dragon turtle was shrunk in the shell and not exposed. Ling Chen gently knocked on the turtle shell, waking the dragon turtle from its sleep. After tapping for a while, the turtle shell began to shake, and soon the glands and limbs stretched out of the shell. And when he saw Ling Chen, the dragon turtle called softly, as if blaming Ling Chen for disturbing its sweet dream. Ling Chen chuckled and shook his head, and said, "Little turtle, you help me solve an eyesore. I will help you recover your strength as soon as possible, and I won't disturb you to rest after that. How about it?" Hearing Ling Chen's words, Dragon Turtle's eyes lit up suddenly, and he nodded quickly, as if he was very satisfied with Ling Chen's transaction. Seeing the Dragon Turtle's expression, Ling Chen smiled slightly and took the Dragon Turtle into his pet space. Then he stepped out and disappeared in an instant. Soon, Ling Chen left the trial place and returned to the top of the mountain where he had left, flashing several times in a row, and then returned to the site of Ling Huang and the others. Seeing Ling Chen return in less than half a stick of incense, the eyes of several old men were full of suspicion, not knowing what kind of medicine was sold in Ling Chen's gourd. Seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously, Ling Chen smiled faintly and said to everyone, "I have reserved the last two places." "Little brother Ling Chen, this is a major matter of human life. You can't joke." The old man in black frowned and looked at Ling Chen seriously. Ling Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee with my own life that there will definitely be no problems." Looking at Ling Chen's firm eyes, the white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other, and they all saw a solemn look in each other's eyes. However, seeing that Ling Chen was so persistent, he was not joking, as if he was really sure, and the old man did not continue to insist. After all, there was no other candidate. "Okay, since brother Ling Chen has already guaranteed this, we believe you." The white-bearded old man sighed and said politely, and there was no bottom in his heart. Seeing this, the other few people didn't say anything more. Since Ling Chen was so determined, what reason did they have to refuse? Moreover, it only takes 5 wins in 10 games, and everyone has confidence in themselves. Ling Huang glanced at Ling Chen deeply. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand his son. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't single out the saint after a few months of cultivation, right? In that case, then get ready to start. After Ling Huang finished speaking, he flew a distance in the direction of the East Sea Siren, suspended under the eyes of many siren armies. "Let's start. Demon King, you and I will win the first battle. Will you fight?" Ling Huang shouted sharply, his tone full of infinite domineering. "Humph, why are you afraid of a battle?" When the Demon King heard Ling Huang's words, he snorted coldly, swung his body and jumped to Ling Huang. In front of the Demon King's huge dragon body, Ling Huang's figure was slightly small. Seeing this, Ling Huang did not panic at all. 2 thunder rays burst out of his eyes. Under the lightning light, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, and the momentum on Ling Huang's body more than doubled compared to before. Rumble! The Demon King's body trembled violently, and an incomparably powerful oppressive force emanated from his body. "It's starting!" Seeing this scene, everyone in the Siren clan all held their breath, looking straight at the two people who were about to start fighting in midair. A roar came out of the Demon King's throat, and a powerful demonic demonic power burst out from the Demon King's body. Roar! Then, the figure of the Demon King turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Ling Huang as fast as thunder, with a strong and unmatched wind, setting off waves all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Ling Huang raised his eyebrows. Without a trace of panic, his hands opened slightly, and endless thunder fell from the sky and converged into Ling Huang's body. Thor is coming! A light shout came out of Ling Huang's throat, and endless thunder emerged, enveloping Ling Huang's figure, and with the surge of thunder, a devastating coercion was released from Ling Huang's body. The thunder containing terrifying energy converged between Ling Huang's palms, and then Ling Huang punched the oncoming Demon King. With a punch, the thunder rolled, and the violent fist slammed straight into the Demon King. Rumble! A punch collided with the oncoming Demon King, and a deafening sound erupted, and the entire space was violently shaken. Ling Huang's fist shattered instantly, endless thunder exploded on the Demon King's body, and thick electric snakes wrapped around the Demon King's body, constantly devouring the Demon King's body. Although these electric snakes only caused some skin trauma to the Demon King, they completely angered the Demon King. A flame rose from the Demon King's body, burning fiercely, making the Demon King's body even larger. His eyes were full of blood-red color, full of killing aura, and his whole body exuded a strong evil aura. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen, who was watching the battle, frowned slightly. This move was slightly similar to his rank 3 Thunder God technique. The body of the Demon King, who was full of evil energy, suddenly pounced on Ling Huang, and his huge claws grabbed Ling Huang, and the terrifying demonic power shrouded Ling Huang, and his whole body had reached the peak of the Sate realm. Sensing the Demon King's momentum, Ling Huang's brows furrowed and his fists suddenly raised. Bang bang bang! One fist and one claw collided several times in a row, and the 3 fists intersected, and an invisible energy ripple spread out in the center of the collision, setting off a 100-meter huge wave that spread around. Ling Huang was shocked and retreated, and it took several meters to stabilize his figure. But the body of the Demon King was still standing straight there. So tough. Seeing that Lord Ling Huang was actually repelled by the Demon King, everyone present gasped, their eyes widening. Ha! It seems that your title as the first person in the human race is nothing more than that. The Demon King with a fierce face raised his head and laughed, and then rushed towards Ling Huang again. Ling Huang's feet moved, and his speed suddenly increased, turning into an afterimage, avoiding the impact of the Demon King. At the same time, clusters of purple thunderballs appeared beside Ling Huang, and when they passed by the Demon King, they bombarded the Demon King's body. When dozens of purple thunder and lightning came into contact with the Demon King's body, they suddenly exploded, impacting the Demon King's body with devastating power, and a trace of electric arcs flowed on the surface of the Demon King's body. Although the Demon King's attack power has increased, his defense power is still his shortcoming. Roar! Feeling the sudden attack on his body, the Demon King let out a howl, and a powerful force erupted from his body, shaking away the arcs in and on the surface of his body. But Ra was like this, the Demon King's body was still seriously damaged, and the scales on his body became charred black. Seeing that his body was so injured, a touch of scarlet burst out of the Demon King's eyes. He roared to the sky, and rushed towards Ling Huang again. Boom boom! The 2 top powerhouses fought together again, and for a while, the entire area where they were located was covered by layers of violent winds and thunder. Waves of terrifying energy were constantly released from the warring area. Looking at one person and one demon in the battle, everyone's eyes and the siren's eyes were full of heat. The strength of the 2 was already infinitely close to the Saint realm, beyond the cognitive range of most people. The battle between the 2 became more and more intense. One move will determine the outcome. Repelling the Demon King with one blow, Ling Huang breathed a sigh of relief and said. Hearing this, the Demon King did not speak, but his rapidly rising momentum showed that he had agreed to Ling Huang's proposal. The source energy of the whole body continued to rush towards the Demon King's mouth, and a ball of light emitting dazzling light was formed, slowly condensing in the Demon King's mouth. This ball of light is the secret method practiced by the Demon King, and it is its strongest move. With the injection of the Demon King's source energy, this dazzling ball of light gradually expanded, and the energy contained in it also increased. For 9 days, Ling Huang waved his hand, and the endless thunder gradually converged, forming 9 giant stone pillars symbolizing the god of thunder, arranged in the air into a formation of 9 palaces and gossip. And as the power of thunder continued to surge, the coercion carried by the 9 stone pillars became more and more coming. The 9 stone pillars, each of which is thousands of feet high, contain the energy to destroy the heavens and the earth. Ling Huang shouted lightly, and the formation formed by the 9 stone pillars smashed towards the Demon King. Go! Faced with the power of this move, the Demon King had no intention of backing down, and at this time, the ball of light in its mouth was also condensed. Roar! With a shake of his head, the energy ball condensed in his mouth was thrown out, and it also smashed in the direction of Ling Huang with the momentum of destroying the heavens and the earth. The 2 energies collided in midair and exploded with a bang, and a terrifying energy storm instantly ravaged the entire battlefield, stirring up the surrounding seawater and setting off monstrous waves. Bang! The Ling Emperor and the Demon King, who were at the center of the explosion, endured almost all the energy of the explosion and were knocked out together. Being knocked away thousands of meters away, a trace of blood flowed down the corner of Ling Huang's mouth, and the momentum on Ling Huang's body gradually withered. The Demon King on the other side stepped back, smashing several sirens to death before stopping, and with a mouthful of blood spraying out, the Demon King's body became much weaker, and the aura permeating his body became weaker and weaker. This first game, even if it's a draw. Ling Huang's right hand was pressed on his chest, his face was as pale as paper. He felt that he could not continue to fight in a short period of time, and the other party's Demon King's situation was definitely worse than his. Sure enough, hearing Ling Huang's words, the Demon King on the opposite side nodded weakly, and then stepped back to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Ling Huang also turned around and returned to his position to heal. The first draw. After watching the duel between Ling Huang and the Demon King, almost everyone present in the Kraken all grew their mouths in surprise, looking incredible. In their respective hearts, Ling Huang and the Demon King were both invincible beings, but they didn't expect to draw with their opponents today. In the second game, a siren from the second realm of the Saint Realm came out from the opposite side, although its strength was not as good as that of the Demon King, but it should not be underestimated. On the side of the human race, there was only one masked man, a strong man from the second realm of the Saint Realm, so he was sent onto the field. Under the gaze of everyone, the masked man of the Dragon Team and the siren of the Saint Realm fought together, and the two sides launched a fierce fight. A battle lasted for about 3 minutes, and finally, the masked man of the Dragon Team defeated the Kraken of the second realm of the Saint Realm with blood all over his body. In the second game, the human race won. Subsequently, the Terran powerhouse and the Kraken clan fought together one after another. In the third game, the old man in black was crushed, and the human race was defeated. In the fourth game, the white-bearded old man narrowly won, and the race won. In the fifth game, the old armor was defeated, and the race was defeated. Game 6, lost. Game 7, win. Game 8, lost. So far, in the 8 competitions, the results of the Terran race are 3 wins, 4 losses and 1 draw, and the situation of the Terran race is not optimistic. If you want to win the final game, you must win the last 2 games. And in the last 2 games, the human race no longer had a strong Saint Realm, and Ling Chen had taken over the last 2 places before and made a guarantee. Although it is unlikely, everyone still looked at Ling Chen with hope, hoping to win the final victory. Ling Chen, little friend, the last 2 games will be left to you. The white-bearded old man looked at Ling Chen with a serious face. Ling Chen nodded in understanding, and then looked in the direction of the Siren army. Then he said, "Don't worry, I will do my best and will not disappoint you." "Okay, then I'll wait and see," the white-bearded old man said. At this time, the Siren from the 9th Saint Realm on the opposite side walked out. Everyone looked at Ling Chen in unison. Ling Chen smiled, stretched out his hand, and called softly, "Come out, Dragon Turtle." Before the words fell, a summoning door appeared out of thin air, and the Dragon Turtle drilled out of it and appeared beside Ling Chen. The moment the Dragon Turtle appeared, an extremely strong dragon power enveloped the battlefield. Let everyone just want to open their mouths. Ling Chen summoned the pet out for what he was doing, and his mouth was closed directly. Hiss! The Saint Realm powerhouses on the side gasped. They clearly felt that this Dragon Turtle exuded an aura far superior to theirs. And this Dragon Turtle turned out to be Ling Chen's pet? You know, the Dragon Turtle is a naturally arrogant monster, and it is impossible for ordinary people to subdue it by force. This young man is not simple. The strong men admired one after another, and their eyes on Ling Chen became different. Roar! The Dragon Turtle looked up to the sky and let out a deafening sound, and then its body suddenly rushed towards the siren on the opposite side. Looking at the oncoming Dragon Turtle, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the siren monster beast, and then roared, opened its mouth to spew out a jet of water, and blasted towards the Dragon Turtle. Looking at the water column rushing straight in, the Dragon Turtle's eyes did not blink, and rushed directly up. The water jet hit the Dragon Turtle's shell, without causing the slightest damage. The Dragon Turtle raised its head and rushed straight into the siren of the Saint Realm, with an astonishing speed. Soon, the two fought together, and the siren's attack power was very strong, but the Dragon Turtle's defense was too perverted. Its attack fell on the Dragon Turtle, as if it had hit a steel plate. Not only did not cause much damage, but instead numbed itself. The Dragon Turtle's attack continued to attack the siren, but in a moment, the siren was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding sirens were shocked. This Dragon Turtle is too perverted. This turtle shell is hard to death. In the 9th game, the Dragon Turtle easily won. After defeating his opponent, the Dragon Turtle returned to Ling Chen's side, calling softly, as if to say, "The siren has been resolved. Don't forget what you promised me." Ling Chen smiled, touched the Dragon Turtle's head, and said, "Don't worry, what I promised you will come true. You go to rest first." Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Dragon Turtle looked a little happy, and then disappeared in place and returned to the pet space. Now that 9 games have been played, the Terran and the Kraken are tied, so the last game is crucial. The other party's 10th Saint Realm soon came into play, but there was still a trace of mortal aura on his body, like a strong man who had just transcended the world and entered the Saint Realm. "Ling Chen, little friend, this is the 10th game," the white-bearded old man on the side asked, looking at Ling Chen with an expectant face. Obviously it was Ling Chen who summoned the pet of the Saint Realm just now, which made everyone pick up a hope. I'll take action in this 10th game. Ling Chen smiled faintly and then said, "What? Ling Chen Xiaoyu, do you want to die? Don't be reckless." The white-bearded old man's face changed suddenly, and all the saints present could feel Ling Chen's realm, only platinum, go up and fight the saint? Isn't this looking for death? How can it be? Ling Chen replied with a smile, "Senior, don't worry, this time, I will definitely go all out." When everyone heard this, they all smiled bitterly and nodded, and didn't say anything more. Immediately, Ling Chen jumped forward, came to the empty sea between the two armies, and looked at the last strong man on the opposite side. The last saint realm was a blue whale siren. It looked at Ling Chen, his eyes full of doubts, so he could feel the platinum-level aura emanating from Ling Chen's body. "Tisk, are you humans left? I sent you such a little doll to die." The blue whale siren on the opposite side sneered and said, his face full of disdain. Hearing the ridicule of the blue whale siren, Ling Chen smiled indifferently, and then said, "It's not certain who sent it to death." As soon as the words fell, the expression on Ling Chen's face suddenly became serious. Rank 3 Thunder God Technique, second turn. Enhanced version. The momentum of his whole body suddenly rose. Ling Chen's source chi level climbed all the way from platinum level 7 stars, and soon reached the level of diamond level. Peak. The source chi in his body was like a sea, and the multi-system source chi was superimposed on each other, comparable to ordinary supreme level powerhouses. Ling Chen's physical fitness also reached the supreme level of strength. Feeling the sudden burst of momentum on Ling Chen's body, the face of the blue whale siren on the opposite side suddenly darkened. "Heh, it's just the power obtained with the help of external forces. Let me tell you what absolute strength is." The blue whale siren shouted coldly, slapped the fish's tail hard, and his body flew up suddenly, directly pounced on Ling Chen, extremely fast, and in an instant came to Ling Chen's approach, opened his bloody mouth, and bit towards Ling Chen. Looking at the blue whale siren's bloody mouth, the expression on Ling Chen's face did not change at all, and at the moment when he was about to be bitten by the blue whale, his figure disappeared instantly. The blow failed, and the blue whale siren was slightly stunned, and the other party actually disappeared under his nose, so fast that he didn't notice it. Thor fist. A loud shout came from above his head, and Ling Chen's right fist was covered with a silver-white arc, and a punch blasted out, smashing behind the blue whale siren. Boom! The blue whale that was hit by a punch stumbled, struggled twice, and soon returned to normal. Although Ling Chen's attack hit completely, the damage was not great. Feeling a trace of pain coming from behind, the blue whale siren suddenly became furious, turned around, and stared at Ling Chen tightly. The blue whale siren snorted coldly and said, "Your attack is too weak. You dare to fight me at this level. You are really looking for death." As soon as the words fell, the blue whale siren flicked its tail, and its figure suddenly rushed towards Ling Chen, and its huge tail swept over. With a whistling sound, Ling Chen's body was slightly sideways, dodging the attack of the blue whale siren. One hit missed, and the blue whale kraken attacked again, but Ling Chen, who had a space system, was on the ground on the sea surface and easily dodged the blue whale kraken's attack. "If you have the ability, don't hide." Seeing that many attacks were fruitless, the blue whale siren said a little angrily. Hearing the words of the blue whale siren, Ling Chen replied with a smile, "Yes, but don't move yet, take my move." "Yes." Thinking of Ling Chen's tickling attack power, the blue whale kraken agreed without thinking. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, showing a smile of successful conspiracy. I saw Ling Chen stretch out his hands, an icy blue source energy emerged above his right hand, and a purple-white thunder appeared on his left hand. Then Ling Chen fused the left and right hand source chi together, and Ling Chen, who had performed it many times, was already familiar with the road. Soon, the two types of abilities fused in front of everyone, and when the two systems of abilities reached the balance point, a ball of light gradually formed. After the ball of light was generated, Ling Chen first slowly input the fire-type ability into it, and then, successively imported the time and space ability into it. As the abilities continued to be added, the orb of light exuded an increasingly terrifying aura. The blue whale siren's pupils shrank sharply. Feeling the energy fluctuations released by the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand, his heart beat violently a few times, and the horror on his face was uncontrollable. What a terrifying attack! At this moment, the blue whale kraken finally knew that he had underestimated the little human doll in front of him, and the horror of the power of his move was beyond his imagination. Almost all the source energy was merged, the ball of light became larger and larger, and the aura emitted became terrifying. Ling Chen, who had done all this, breathed a sigh of relief, holding a ball of light, and was about to smash towards the blue whale siren. Looking at the ball of light rushing over, the blue whale siren showed a hint of fear in his eyes, and quickly dodged backwards, and the big words he had just said had already been forgotten. Hey, don't run." The ball of light in Ling Chen's hand began to vibrate violently, looking like it was about to explode at any time. Suddenly, the ball of light shattered like a glass ball, and the energy contained in it gushed out in an instant. Just as the blue whale siren breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had dodged the attack. Flash! Ling Chen and the ball of light suddenly flashed in front of the blue whale siren. The aura of the violent explosion instantly covered the blue whale siren. A scream resounded throughout the sea, and the entire body of the blue whale siren exploded instantly. Blood overflowed, and and his whole body was covered in wounds. No! The wounded siren crawled on the surface of the sea, dying. Hiss! Looking at the bruised blue whale siren, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, stunned, and their eyes were full of incredulity. A platinum-level human race kid defeated the siren who had just entered the Saint Realm, directly refreshing everyone's three views. This scene simply subverted everyone's cognition. In the 10th game, the human race wins. In the end, the human race won the battle, and the human warriors on the entire battlefield shouted in unison, "Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen!" Excited calls echoed on the battlefield, shocking people's hearts. Ling Chen's face was a little pale. Although he had defeated the blue whale siren, his loss was also very serious, and there was not a drop of source energy left in his body. Looking at Ling Chen, who was motionless, Ling Huang, who was healing from behind, saw Ling Chen's dilemma, and with a wave of his hand, a thunderbolt tied Ling Chen and dragged him back. "Good job." Ling Huang gently patted Ling Chen on the shoulder and said in a tone of appreciation, "It's still far away." Ling Chen smiled bitterly. This time, Ling Chen was completely because of his high talent and large number, and his own strength still had a long way to go. "Don't be arrogant, your growth rate is amazing enough, and after a while, I guess even I won't be able to beat you." Ling Huang smiled. Hearing this, Ling Chen didn't speak. "As if I dared to hit you," Ling Chen muttered in his heart. "Okay, you rest first. I'll leave the rest to you." Ling Huang patted Ling Chen on the shoulder and motioned for Ling Chen to rest first, and leave the rest to him. Ling Chen responded, sat down cross-legged, and meditated on his breath. Although the ball of light he used just now was amazingly powerful, it consumed all his source energy, and now he needed time to slowly adjust his breath and restore the source energy he had consumed. Ling Huang got up and came to the center of the battlefield, looked at the Demon King opposite, and said lightly, "We won. According to the agreement, you can retreat." Hearing Ling Huang's words, the Demon King's face became a little ugly, and his eyes glanced closely at Ling Chen not far away. They originally had a huge advantage. Because of Ling Chen's arrival, they had no advantage on the battlefield. If the two armies fight, even if the Kraken clan can defeat the Terran race, it will be a crushing victory, and the Demon King knows that the Kraken will not only have such a little strength, just like the Kraken does not have a full army to attack. It's just that he didn't expect that Ling Huang would recover. Withdraw the troops. The Demon King shook his demon tail and turned away angrily. "Lord Demon King, we withdrew our troops like this?" A saint on the side was slightly stunned, looked at the Demon King, and asked with some suspicion. "Brother expression, this king has always talked and counted, and I need you to teach me how to do things?" The Demon King glanced sharply to the side, his brows furrowed slightly, and his tone was full of displeasure. Seeing the Demon King's fierce eyes, the siren of the Saint Realm suddenly closed his mouth and stopped speaking. The siren on the side looked at him with some schadenfreude. Didn't he see that the Demon King was angry, and he had to touch his moldy head at this time? Seeing this, the siren of the Saint Realm was a little depressed. He just wanted to express his doubts, but he didn't expect to provoke the displeasure of the Demon King. Poof! With a cold snort, the Demon King flew directly towards the rear. After the Demon King left, all the saints and sirens also withdrew from the battlefield one after another and followed, and the siren army slowly retreated. Seeing the siren army retreating, the human warriors cheered, and they won. The reinforcements who had just arrived, although very happy, were a little helpless, as if they were lonely, did nothing, and it was over. Looking at the departing army of sirens, Ling Huan's brows couldn't help but furrow. The attack of the Kraken army was too sudden, and it went back so directly. It seems that this East China Sea siren has a secret. Unable to think of a reason for the time being, Ling Huang turned around and returned to the position of the Terran army. At this moment, Ling Chen's face was also slightly pale, and there were no other scars on his body except for damaged clothes. Ling Chen, who had god-level exercises, quickly recovered part of the source energy in his body, and the deficit of the source energy was not worth mentioning to him at all. Many people looked at Ling Chen with strong admiration. Ling Chen actually defeated all the sirens in the Saint Realm. It was really amazing. "Withdraw the troops and go back to the city." Ling Huang glanced at Ling Chen and said lightly, "Yes." Everyone responded in unison and retreated back to the city slowly and orderly. Sensing that the army was retreating, Ling Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and was about to return with the army. "Ling Chen, wait a minute." Ling Huang's voice came. Ling Chen's footsteps paused, turned around, and looked straight at Ling Huang, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "You rest and recover first, and then come to me, and we'll talk about it later." Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and said lightly. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded, didn't speak, turned around and walked towards the rear. Looking at Ling Chen's back, Ling Huang's eyes flickered slightly. Ling Chen found a place to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes quietly. The move just now consumed almost all of his source energy, and it was better to recover quickly. Ling Chen operated his own exercises, and was continuously pulled and absorbed by the exercises, forming a huge vortex of source energy above Ling Chen's head. The source of energy was continuously absorbed into the body by Ling Chen, and after running for a week through the exercises, it flowed into the dry dantian. Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour later, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, and deep in his eyes, there was a strong look of excitement. The source chi in his body was not only replenished, but also improved, and and his strength was promoted to platinum level 8 star. Feeling that the source chi was a few percent thicker than the original, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. Not bad. Hot exhaled a breath of turbid air. Ling Chen stood up, stretched his waist a lot. Comfortable. Thinking of Ling Huang's words just now, Ling Chen stomped his foot lightly and disappeared in place. The military camp is a large tent of the emperor. Ling Chen came to the door of the barracks in an instant, and was about to open his mouth when Ling Huang's voice came from inside the tent. Ling Chen opened the door of the tent and walked in. Come in. Seeing Ling Chen walk in, Ling Huang stood up, waved his hand, and a source of energy covered the entire tent, and the words inside could not be heard outside. Looking at Ling Chen, Ling Huang asked with a smile, "How is it?" Ling Chen smiled and replied, "I have recovered, and I still have some improvement." Hearing this, Ling Huang was slightly stunned, but soon relieved. After all, it was his own son, and the demon was normal at all. "Your performance shocked me very much. Your talent far exceeded mine, and you are the strongest genius I have ever seen," Ling Huang said lightly, and then said in a somewhat serious tone, "But the Saint Realm is just the beginning of the otherworldly, and after this battle, I have faintly touched the threshold of a saint." Above the saint? Ling Chen's heart was shocked and he looked at Ling Huang. "That's right. Above the saint is the land immortal, then the great Luo Golden Immortal, and then the immortal God King. Your mother's clan is at least above the saint," Ling Huang said with a deep thought. Land Immortal and de Luo Golden Immortal. Each level of the realm is divided into 3 layers. The immortal God King is divided into several realms: small achievement, great achievement, perfection, and peak. And these were all learned by Ling Huang from the library of the Shen Yuan family, but no one had stepped into the saint for a long time above the blue star. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. It seemed that he had to work hard. "I came to you this time, mainly for one thing. This time the attack of the East Sea Kraken is too abrupt. I think you can inquire about the situation." Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and said seriously, "Oh?" Ling Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, first into the South China Sea, then into the East China Sea. "This is treating himself as a spy. I will return to Shiguang City soon to continue to guard, retreat and prepare for a breakthrough, and the East China Sea will be left to you to investigate." Ling Huang said that Ling Chen was his biological son, and he naturally trusted Ling Chen. Moreover, Ling Chen has the combat power and space-type abilities of the Saint Realm, and Ling Huang believes that when encountering danger, his son can turn danger into safety. "Okay, I understand." Ling Chen looked at Ling Huang, nodded slightly and said, "To be honest, he also has a lot of interest in the East China Sea, and this time it can be regarded as an opportunity to exercise himself. Not only that, he also plans to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. After all, now he is fine with the strong people who have just entered the Saint Realm, but once he encounters the old Saint Realm, he only has the life to escape, and if his strength is improved again, there will be less pressure to deal with those old Saint Realms." Seeing that Ling Chen agreed, Ling Huang nodded with satisfaction and advised, "You go first. Remember, be careful in everything and don't be impulsive. If you can, try to keep a low profile. Don't worry." Ling Chen nodded in response, and then chatted with Ling Huang for a few words, then got up and left Ling Huang's tent. Walking out of Ling Huang's big tent, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. Donghai, he really wanted to see why suddenly sent such a large number of sirens, as if they wanted to exterminate the human race. But through this period of understanding, Ling Chen knew the heritage of the human race. Even if the siren didn't know, he would not be so hasty to send only 10 saints to invade the human race's territory. They must have some secrets. Ling Chen's mind was spinning, wanting to figure out the mystery in it, but he couldn't guess it, so he could only hold it down for the time being. Everything will only be known if you go to investigate it yourself. After thinking about it, Ling Chen quickened his pace and prepared to go to see the situation of his army. After several inquiries, Ling Chen quickly came to the place where the Tianan City supernatural army was stationed. After a simple exploration of mental power, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. The original army of hundreds of thousands of supernatural forces now only had 30,000 left, and each one has scars on their bodies. However, Ling Chen did not see loss or fear from their faces, but all he saw were perseverance and hopeful eyes. After the baptism of war, they grew up. Ling Chen hurriedly took out the array plate and came to the place of trial. After so many days, I thought that the wet nurses had almost completed their evolution. Sure enough, as soon as he came to the tree of life in the trial land, Ling Chen saw that the original group of little lowly had disappeared, replaced by a group of divine angels with legs more than a meter long and a hot body. This group of holy angels is dressed in long white dresses, and a pretty face has a gentle smile on it, which makes people feel like a spring breeze. There are 4 wings on their backs, gently fanning them to make them fly. All of these holy angels were handsome, especially those turquoise eyes, which were like jewels, making it difficult to take their eyes off. A divine angel in the center is Sokka. She was also dressed in a silver-white robe, with a head of green silk tied high behind her head, revealing her slender neck, a pretty face, and a fascinating smile on her delicate facial features. The strength of this group of divine angels has reached the supreme level of the 9 stars, and the holy aura on their bodies is coming to their faces. Ling Chen looked at it a little foolishly, and then his old face turned red, and he reacted and coughed lightly to relieve relieve his embarrassment. These holy angels saw Ling Chen appear, and quickly bowed to Ling Chen. Master, we have successfully evolved. Suddenly, pieces of whitening appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes, and there were some tempting arcs. Ling Chen coughed again and said softly, yes, congratulations, the evolution is successful. Thank you, Master. The divine angels replied respectfully, and blinked playfully at Ling Chen one by one, and two peach blossoms appeared on their pretty faces. That, if you have successfully evolved, then go out with me, help me heal the army, and come back when you have time, Ling Chen said dryly. The holy angels saw that Ling Chen was a little cramped, and they all pursed their lips and laughed lightly. Okay. The divine angels agreed one after another, and Ling Chen hurriedly beckoned them to leave with him. Soon, Ling Chen brought a large group of divine angels to the garrison camp of the supernatural army, and when they saw this group of divine angels, all the supernatural warriors were stunned to watch, one by one with their mouths wide open, showing expressions of disbelief. Oh my god, what did I see? Am I dreaming? This group of chicks is simply my goddess. This must be an illusion. I actually saw an angel. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. As expected of an angel, so beautiful. Hearing the blunt praise of a group of men around them, the holy angels stood behind Ling Chen a little nervously. Army, Legion Commander, may I ask what these are? One of the supernatural officers asked with a wide eye. They are also my legion, and they will be our military doctors in the future, so you have to protect them well. Ling Chen smiled faintly and said a little teasingly. As soon as Ling Chen's words fell, this group of supernatural warriors suddenly became excited. Okay, you go treat them. Ling Chen turned his head and smiled at the angel wet nurses. Yes, master. The wet nurses hurriedly responded, and then waved their staffs together and slowly floated into the sky. A white and flawless pillar of light fell from the sky and landed on a group of supernatural warriors. Suddenly, this group of supernatural warriors were all shrouded in light, and their whole people were bathed in the brilliance of holiness. It's so comfortable. It feels like soaking in a hot spring. The supernatural warriors below were talking a lot. A stream of warm light penetrated through their pores, making them feel very comfortable. Their bodies all exuded a strange aura, which had a sense of holiness, and seemed to make people feel a holy power, constantly washing their blood and internal organs. I feel like my previous dark wounds are gone. One soldier was surprised to find that his body had completely returned to normal. Yes, and I feel as if I'm getting stronger. Another fighter echoed. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Ling Chen's face was smiling, and the evolutionary wet nurses, their treatment could not only restore the trauma they were suffering now. These sacred light elements can also remove old acne in the body, restore the normal functions of the body, and strengthen the body. Make your body stronger and more suitable for combat. It can be said that with this group of holy angels, his military strength will directly rise to a higher level. Soon, the angels healed all the injuries of the supernatural warriors, and after healing, they returned to Ling Chen's side. Okay, it's none of your business now, you all go rest. Ling Chen waved his hand and said to the divine angels. Yes, Lord. The holy angels responded in unison. Lord, where are Brother Jun Xia and them? Sokka, who was in the middle of the angels, stepped forward and asked Ling Chen. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and when he heard Sokka mention it, Ling Chen remembered that after arranging Jun Xia and the others to hunt the siren on their own last time, he had forgotten about this matter. And there is also the Shark Warrior Corps, and I don't know what their specific situation is. Thinking of this, Ling Chen stretched out his hand, wanting to summon a demon warrior over and ask him about his situation. But for a long time, there were no demon warriors in the summoning space, and Ling Chen felt a little uneasy in his heart. What's wrong, Lord? Seeing Ling Chen's brows furrowed tightly, Sokka asked with some doubts. It's okay. Ling Chen shook his head. He thought for a while, and decided to go find the demon warrior himself. Subsequently, Ling Chen opened the door of summoning again, and the figures of the white shark and two shark warriors appeared. I've seen the Lord. Seeing Ling Chen, the three shark warriors knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Feeling the breath on the white shark's body, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. In just half a month, the breath on the white shark's body had reached the level of breaking the city level 3-star. Brush one level a day? This is still a situation where tens of thousands of shark warriors share their experience together. This is a group of killing gods. Ling Chen smacked his tongue secretly, and couldn't help but be glad that he chose to let them develop on their own. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate them so quickly. How are you doing now? Ling Chen asked. Back to the Lord. The last time we parted ways with the Lord, we have been looking around for the Siren army, fighting with it, and slowly everyone has risen to the level of breaking the city. Speaking of this, the white shark paused, and continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. However, there are thousands of brothers who have left us in the battle. Hearing this, Ling Chen sighed, inexplicably a little sad, silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, a prompt sound came. Ding, friendly reminder, dead legionnaires can be resurrected. Belch? Ling Chen's words just came to his lips and he held them back. The system is big. How to resurrect it? Can consume clan points to revive. Every 10,000 clan points can revive a clan warrior, and every 1,000,000 clan points can revive the legion commander. Hearing the prompt, Ling Chen quickly opened his long-lost system interface. Character, Ling Ling Chen, strength platinum 8 stars. Number of legionnaires 319-4250. Legion points 157159883. Backpack, see all. Seeing the number of legion beasts, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. This group of goblins, still quite capable of giving birth, but now the speed has slowed down seriously. It seems that it is limited, and it is difficult to raise the speed after that. Although Ling Chen's legion beasts seemed to have a lot of them, there were not many with combat power, only about tens of thousands. Seeing that he had tens of millions of legion points, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. The summoning legion had already killed tens of millions of monsters? Is there anything normal about his legion? Thinking of this, Ling Chen found that the wet nurse army on the side seemed to be more beautiful and much more pleasing to the eye. I can resurrect them. Ling Chen startled the shark with his words. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the white shark, the shark warriors, and the holy angels all showed astonished eyes, looking at Ling Chen, their eyes full of disbelief. Resurrection, the Lord can actually resurrect people? The white shark was instantly excited, and the brothers could be resurrected. Resurrection, the master will be resurrected? The divine angels on the side looked at Ling Chen in astonishment. It was they who evolved again, evolved to the seraphim, and only had a 10th chance of awakening the heaven-given skill. Moreover, their resurrection must be within 3 minutes of their death before they can be resurrected. But now, their Lord says that shark warriors who have been dead for a long time can be resurrected. Ignoring the shock of the holy angel wet nurses, Ling Chen chose to use legion points to revive the shark warriors in the system. Ding, whether to resurrect 13-14 shark warriors. B. With the silent thought in Ling Chen's heart, a familiar summoning door appeared in front of everyone, and the white shark was slightly stunned, and then felt the familiar atmosphere in it. Instantly excited. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 13-14 shark warriors. Ling Chen took a closer look and found that this group of shark warriors had returned to the strength of the platinum level 9 stars. It's as if they have been reset. Master, how did you do this? The white shark asked with some excitement. Well, you don't need to know about this. Ling Chen waved his hand, and then said to the white shark, lead your subordinates to hunt the kraken. Their strength needs to be rebrushed. Yes, Lord. The white shark's tone was full of respect, and he now worshipped Ling Chen as a god. Oh yes. Have you seen a group of demon warriors recently? Ling Chen asked. Demon warrior? Hearing Ling Chen's words, the white shark was slightly stunned. Immediately, he thought of something and immediately said, according to the aborigines of the sea, they have seen a group of dozens or so black shadow killing gods, directly slaughtering a multi-million siren race overnight, and now they are wanted by the seabed. Ah, this. When was this? Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and then he understood where so many legion points came from. It was a few days ago. It is said that the demon emperor was furious and wanted to send a large army and dozens of saints to encircle and suppress them. Army? Dozens of saint realms? Ling Chen's eyes twitched a little when he heard this. How could it sound so familiar? Moreover, to encircle and suppress Jun Xie and the others, they actually need dozens of Siren clan saints. Ling Chen, who is the protagonist? Okay, I know. You guys go level up. I will contact you if necessary. Ling Chen waved his hand and motioned for the white shark to take the shark warrior who had just been resurrected to level up. Looking at the backs of the white shark and the others, Ling Chen touched his chin. Jun Xie and the others could attract so much attention from the demon emperor of the East Sea, and there must be an unknown reason for this. The summons just now did not respond. It seems that Jun Xie and the others should be trapped. It seems that in the East China Sea, I have to go for a walk. Lord, your resurrection technique just now. Seeing the white shark leaving with the warriors, the angels on the side hurriedly stepped forward and asked, it's my exclusive skill, but I can only resurrect my summoning legion, that is, you. Ling Chen said frankly. The angel's eyes were full of envy. Although the use of Ling Chen's resurrection is limited, it is also a resurrection. This made a group of divine angel wet nurses who did not yet have resurrection skills full of envy. Looking at the envious angels in front of him, Ling Chen felt helpless in his heart. You don't know. This is to kill 10,000 monsters to resurrect one summoned beast. Of course, Ling Chen was just thinking about this in his heart. Lord, are Jun Xie and the others wanted? Let's go and save them. Sokka on the side said anxiously. Well, this is natural. Let's get ready to go now. Ling Chen nodded in agreement, and then came to the meeting hall of the commander of the supernatural army. Seeing Ling Chen, City Lord Yi, who was sitting on the upper seat of the council hall, hurriedly got up and bowed to Ling Chen. See Ling Xiao, you're welcome. What are your plans now? Ling Chen asked with a smile. City Lord Yi shook his head and said, we are waiting for your order. In that case, then the whole army will withdraw to Tianan City. There is progress here that does not need our people. Ling Chen ordered. B. City Lord Yi responded, and then ordered. Soon, the entire army of supernatural abilities retreated in a mighty manner. After arranging everything, Ling Chen first went back to the trial land, came to the second floor, and refined a few body-shaping pills alone, which felt good and were all the best. Seeing that the clone skill was already available, Ling Chen left the clone on the second layer of alchemy again. Exploit myself. However, it is not an exaggeration to make the most of things and work tiredly for yourself. Doppelganger, listen to me. Thank you. You're welcome. It's all a family. Subsequently, Ling Chen left Bai Ling in the trial place to cultivate and fed the body-shaping pill to the little turtle. He took the wet nurses and prepared to set off to save Jun Xie and other demons. Because of the excessive number of nurses, for the sake of his own body, the source energy in his body should not be squeezed dry. Ling Chen included other angel wet nurses in his space. Only Sokka was left, and then Xiaolan, who was watching the little dragon in the pet space, was summoned. How is Xiaolan? Seeing Xiaolan, Ling Chen asked with some concern. It will take a while to recover, it's almost over. Xiaolan said, these days, she has been by Xiaolong's side. That's good, take us to the depths of the East China Sea. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded and jumped onto Xiaolan's back with Sokka. Xiaolan's wings spread out and flew up with Ling Chen and the wet nurses. Under the flapping of Xiaolan's wings, Xiaolan was very fast, and in just a moment, he flew to the sky. Ling Chen and the others rode on Xiaolan's back and flew quickly towards the depths of the East China Sea. The depths of the East China Sea are tens of thousands of kilometers away from the coastline, and at the speed of Xiaolan, it will take a day to arrive. On Xiaolan's back, the two could feel the sea breeze blowing, see the churning waves on the sea, and the sea beasts that kept rolling. The level of the monster beasts on the surface of the sea was too low, and when they sensed the aura emanating from Xiaolan's body, they dived into the bottom of the sea. On the long journey, Ling Chen did not intend to waste this day. Sitting cross-legged on Xiaolan's back, Ling Chen began to practice. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Chen opened his eyes, stretched his waist and stood up. Xiaolan had stopped flying, but stayed in midair, waiting for Ling Chen to wake up. Boss, this is the sea area deep in the East China Sea. Seeing Ling Chen wake up, Xiaolan's phoenix mouth wriggled a few times and said softly, well, okay, thank you for your hard work. You go back and take care of Xiaolong. Ling Chen nodded and took Xiaolan back to the pet space. A hint of cold air came out from the soles of his feet, and a thick layer of ice formed on the sea, and Ling Chen and Sokka stood on it. He exchanged 2 water beads from the mole again and stuffed them into the mouths of himself and Sokka, and then Ling Chen's body turned into a streamer and plunged into the East China Sea. Sokka followed closely behind Ling Chen, and also turned into a ray of light and flew into the East China Sea. As soon as he entered, a cool feeling spread throughout his body, and soon Ling Chen dived to a depth of nearly tens of thousands of meters with Sokka, and finally saw the ground on the seabed. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was nothing quietly. After thinking for a while, Ling Chen chose the east side and took Sokka to shuttle through the vast sea, the sea area, quietly, as if there was nothing. Unconsciously, the time of a stick of incense passed, and suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the seabed not far ahead, because there were countless siren corpses lying there. These siren corpses, all the beast cores in their brains were taken away, most of them were killed by one blow, not killed in seconds, and they were basically supreme level. Stepping forward, Sokka frowned, looked at the bloody scene in front of her with a pale face, and pouted her little nose and sniffed. Here, there is a residual aura of Brother Junxi. After a while, Sokka suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. In this sea area, except for Junxia, I am afraid that no one else dared to slaughter the siren race like this. This sea area is the domain of the East China Sea Emperor. All the sirens are subordinate to the Demon Emperor, and few ethnic groups fight each other into a situation of extermination. Then there is only one explanation for this situation, and it is that foreign demon warriors did it. Brother Junxi and the others seem to be going in this direction. Sokka pointed in the direction of the north and said in a very positive tone, she will not remember the taste of Brother Junxia. Well, let's go. Hearing Sokka's words, Ling Chen immediately flew towards the north, and at the same time, he released his spiritual power and shrouded it in the nearby area. After absorbing the water spirit illusion flame last time, Ling Chen's spiritual power has been greatly improved, and the coverage of the seabed has been greatly increased, and a radius of several miles is all Ling Chen's exploration range. After searching for an hour to the north, Ling Chen did not find any trace of Junxia and other demons, but found that there were many siren groups such as shrimp soldiers and crab generals gathered here, and these siren groups were searching in the direction of the north. It is very likely that the target of their search is Junxia and others, and they turned around to include Sokka in the space, and a group of divine angels were crowding in Ling Chen's space to soak in the hot springs. Transfiguration. Ling Chen's body slowly changed into the appearance of a crab demon in the East China Sea. Immediately, Ling Chen's aura also changed, and the aura on his body was similar to that of the crab soldiers in front. There was no difference. After doing all this, Ling Chen slowly swam towards the siren group in front of him, and took advantage of the demon's inattention to mix into the crab demon group. This brother, look at the eyes. A crab soldier who noticed Ling Chen's appearance on the side stepped forward and greeted warmly. This crab soldier was burly and tall, about 2.5 meters tall, with a strong body, golden skin, and a heavy sword weighing 100 pounds behind him, with muscles all over his body, looking very powerful. I'm new, it's normal that you haven't seen it. Ling Chen replied casually, and then searched all the way with a very serious look. Seeing Ling Chen's serious look, the old crab soldier did not continue to be boring. After all, Ling Chen's body was completely the smell of crab soldiers, and the old crab soldiers were not suspicious. suspicious. Ling Chen searched while looking at the scene ahead. After searching for several hours, the Kraken army on Ling Chen's side did not find any trace of Jun Xie and the others, but they found the rest of the Sea Clan corpses, all of which were killed by a single move. It seems that they have encountered a strong enemy, and there should be a strong attack on them, and it is very likely that Jun Xie and the others are here. It seems that Jun Xie and the others are indeed in trouble. Ling Chen frowned, secretly saying in his heart, at this time he had already discovered that the number of Sea Clans appearing around him was increasing, and it seemed that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before they find Jun Xie and other demons, so Ling Chen must think of a way out for them. Leeway? Ling Chen thought carefully for a moment, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Since the encirclement of the Kraken race is gradually shrinking, there is only one way, which is to cooperate inside and outside and open a gap in one direction. Immediately, Ling Chen deliberately slowed down, and then retreated from the front of the team to the back of the team as if nothing had happened. At this time, the Kraken race in front had already narrowed their encirclement to a very small range. Soon, there was a fluctuation of the battle in front of the convenience, and it was obvious that Jun Xie and the Sea Clan were fighting together. Ling Chen's team felt the movement, quickly picked up speed, and rushed up, and Ling Chen, who was mixed in the team, soon saw Jun Xie and other demons. At this time, the battle ahead was still fierce, and the bodies of the sirens fell one by one, staining the entire seabed red with blood. Ling Chen took a brief look, and among the surrounding siren groups, there were dozens of strong people from the Saint Realm and countless supreme-level powerhouses. Moreover, these strong people of the Saint Realm, Ling Chen felt a little familiar. It was obvious that it was the group of sirens who attacked the coastline. In this batch of saints, there was one less blue whale siren and demon king than the last time they met. Subsequently, Ling Chen set his sights on Jun Xie and other demons, and found that Jun Xie was in a bad state. His body was scarred, and his clothes were stained with the blood of the siren, obviously experiencing a fierce battle. However, after this period of fighting and fleeing, because of the constant killing of the chasing sirens, the strength of Jun Xie and other demons has all reached the peak strength of the supreme level. With their strong bloodline and physique, it was difficult for the strong in the early stages of the Saint Realm to defeat them. However, what made Ling Chen a little strange was that all the people around him felt fear of Jun Xie and other demons, and that fear was not like being killed by Jun Xie, but like fear of their race. Could it be that the demon race has any connection with the East Sea Siren? Ling Chen secretly guessed in his heart, because when he summoned the demon race, Ling Chen knew that the demon race might be real. At this time, Ling Chen thought of the battlefield of all races. There is also a demon race, where the definition of the demon race is bloodthirsty and brutal. Could there ever be a demon race descending to the earth? Ling Chen touched his chin. Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt more and more that his guess might be correct. However, the top priority is to rescue Jun Xie and the others first, and then think about other things. Although the demon race's combat effectiveness was strong, after fighting for several days in a row, Jun Xie and the others were full of exhaustion. Ling Chen did not make a rash move, continued to lurk in the team, waited for the change, waited for the opportunity, and rescued once the opportunity was given. And Jun Xie seemed to have sensed something, and secretly glanced in Ling Chen's direction, but quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to fight with the Sea Clan. Soon, the Sea Clan in front of them had an absolute advantage, suppressing Jun Xie and the others and not being able to raise their heads. Seeing that there were more and more Sea Clans in front of him, Ling Chen was also a little worried. If this continued, Jun Xie and the others might not be able to last long. Can't wait. Reinforce. Third turn Thunder God technique, second turn. In the stunned eyes of a crab soldier around him, the aura on Ling Chen's body suddenly rose from platinum level to city breaking level. The source chi in his body was as thick as the sea, and the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he took out the Shen Yuan sword from the space. Time and space prohibition. In an instant, the space-time ban imprisoned all the Sea Clan, making them unable to move. Wrapping all the sirens in front of him within his prohibition range, Ling Chen held the sword in his right hand and charged it with a swing. Dimensional slash. An invisible giant sword arc thousands of meters wide slashed forward with Ling Chen as the center. Boom! The giant blade, with devastating power, swept towards the sea race in front of it. I saw that this seabed was swept by this huge sword blade, and it instantly became empty, and a ravine on the seabed hundreds of meters deep appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and all the sirens in front of it disappeared, leaving a large open space. Tens of thousands of sirens disappeared like this, tearing open a hole in the encirclement. The power of a sword is so terrifying. The sirens around them who reacted looked at Ling Chen in horror one by one, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Ling Chen ignored the other sirens and quickly rushed to Jun Xie's side. A dashing turn around instantly came to the front of Jun Xie and other demons, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, white and flawless divine angels came out of thin air. Then the demons saw that the wet nurses in bikinis were looking around with a dull face. Great healing. Finally, Saka reacted, waving her staff with a pretty red face, releasing a powerful healing light that enveloped Jun Xie and the others. A pure light enveloped Jun Xie and other demons, and their complexions quickly recovered. Lord. Seeing Ling Chen, Jun Xie said respectfully, the recovered demon warriors were dearly gearing up one by one, and they were suppressed and aggrieved because of their injuries just now, and they were full of fighting spirit at the moment. It's you! Seeing Ling Chen suddenly appear and heal the injuries on the demons, a Saint Realm siren in the distance said in surprise. Originally, this group of demons was already a fish caught in the net. Who knows, let Ling Chen's sudden appearance be mixed. Do you know the origin of the demon race you are raising tigers? A somewhat old Saint Realm siren stared at Ling Chen coldly and said, looking at Ling Chen with anger in his eyes. When Ling Chen heard this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't have to worry about my affairs, they are all my brothers, and they can fight if they want. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the old Saint Realm siren suddenly became furious, his hands were sealed, and a terrifying talisman shot at Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen's face did not change at all, and he turned his wrist and was about to make a move. Demon God Possession. A light shout came from behind Ling Chen. Jun Xia kicked under his feet, his whole body momentum rose suddenly, a huge divine soul power permeated out, and in an instant, an illusory demonic shadow emerged. This phantom was nearly 1,000 feet high, shrouded in a black robe, exuding an extremely wild and fierce demonic aura. Jun Xia punched out, and the demon god phantom also blasted a punch. A punch broke the flying seal, possessed by the demon god. Seeing this, the old Saint Realm siren exclaimed. Ling Chen turned his head to look at Jun Xia, with a look of appreciation in his eyes. The demon god possessed this move as good, domineering. Jun Xia waved his right hand, and a huge spear appeared in his hand, suddenly stabbing towards the old Saint Realm siren, extremely fast, and came to the old Saint Realm kraken in the blink of an eye. Damn! The old Saint Realm siren shouted lowly, and slapped his hands in a row. The runes containing powerful power instantly condensed huge pillars of energy under the control of the old Saint Realm kraken and bombarded towards Jun Xia. The two collided and made an earth-shattering explosion. Poof! A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and the siren of the Saint Realm flew out backwards, hitting the rocks on the bottom of the sea, and suddenly fell apart. A move to kill in seconds. This scene frightened the surrounding sirens. The strength of this veteran Saint Realm siren was already a top existence in the entire East China Sea, but still, it was killed by Jun Xia in an instant. It was simply terrifying. Demon God Possessed. Dozens of demon warriors behind Ling Chen also used this skill together, and terrifying energy burst out from the demon warriors, and in an instant, their strength increased a lot, and phantoms hundreds of feet high also appeared behind them. Kill! The demon warriors roared in unison, stepped forward together, and rushed towards the other side Saint Realm powerhouses, and soon, they fought with dozens of Saint Realm sirens. Boom boom! A loud noise was transmitted, deafening. The attacks of the demon warriors were fast and powerful, and those sirens of the Saint Realm could not dodge, and they kept waving their weapons to parry, and they were defeated one by one, and they went head to head with the demon warriors, only asking for their own lives. Soon, a group of sirens from the Saint Realm were beaten all over their bodies, and the demon warriors had the advantage, and then beat the opposite Saint Realm down one by one. The remaining sirens looked at the leaders of their Saint Realms, and they couldn't resist the attacks of this group of sirens at all, and they began to flee one by one. When all the sirens of the Saint Realm lost their combat effectiveness in the battle of the demon warriors, this battle became a one-sided massacre. Wave after wave of sirens, in the hands of the demon warriors, fell one by one like wheat being cut, and behind every demon warrior, there are several white and holy angel wet nurses suspended, providing them with healing services at all times, so that they do not have to worry about their injuries at all. Without going to see the demon warriors again, Ling Chen knew that they would not encounter any danger. Jumping up, he came to several Saint Realm sirens who were knocked unconscious and incapacitated to fight, which was Ling Chen's special order just now to leave a living mouth. Seeing Ling Chen, the eyes of several sirens in the Saint Realm began to flicker, full of panic. Now that the two sides were enemies and not friends, Ling Chen would definitely not be kind to them. I can give you a few chances. As long as any of you tell me, I will let everyone go. Why are you attacking the human race this time? Ling Chen asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, several sirens from the Saint Realm glanced at each other, and then, one of the sirens who looked the oldest walked out. Coming to Ling Chen, he said earnestly, the main reason is them. Oh, Ling Chen was a little surprised. So mobilizing an army of tens of millions of sirens was just for Jun Xie? Some time ago, the supreme elder of my clan sensed that there was a demonic aura on the east coast, and the demon tribe, that was, a group of terrifying beings. They were bloody, brutal, and powerful. Speaking of this, the siren's tone was full of hatred. Once, the East China Sea was peaceful, until one day, a foreign demon came. It was bloody and greedy, liked to kill, extremely killing, and became stronger and stronger in killing. Our East Sea Kraken clan almost perished, and in the end, if it weren't for one of our supreme elders, desperately replaced with that demon clan, I'm afraid the East Sea Kraken clan would no longer exist. The siren continued. Its tone was filled with deep hatred and fear, and it was obvious that the siren's hatred for the demons was also very heavy. Therefore, as soon as our demon emperor sensed the aura of the demons, he immediately sent us to the East Coast to find out, and, later on the East Coastline, we only met the human race, so we wondered if we could rush ashore and search the demons on the shore. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. It turned out that this was the case, so why did the East Sea Siren who had always coexist peacefully with the human race, suddenly invade the human race. It turned out that in the final analysis, it was because Jun Xia came to the East China Sea to practice, and the aura was sensed by the demon emperor. However, all along, the demons that Ling Chen heard were evil, murderous, and obsessed with killing, and the demon warriors such as Jun Xia that he summoned did not have such a situation. Could it be that there are two races of demons? This doubt crossed Ling Chen's mind, and then he shook his head. He didn't bother to pay attention to this question. Anyway, he only needed to know that only Jun Xia and the others were his own people. This young man of the human race, you must not raise a tiger is a problem. These demons are outsiders from the domain, and if they are not my blue star, their hearts will be punished. The siren said to Ling Chen with a serious face. Ling Chen shook his head and waved to a wet nurse on the side, and then the wet nurse gently waved her staff with her right hand, and a healing white light fell, and the siren of the All Saints realm recovered somewhat from his injuries. Thank you for your kindness, but these are my Ling Chen's brothers. They are not the same kind of demons as the demons you were talking about, and they will not do anything that hurts the heavens. Ling Chen turned his head to the siren who had been talking just now, and said with a resolute face, in that case, we can't say anything more. The siren sighed. He couldn't beat the other party. What could he do? Stop, Jun Xia. Ling Chen shouted in the direction of Jun Xia and the other demons chasing him. Hearing Ling Chen's voice, Jun Xia immediately stopped, and the giant demon shadow behind him also dispersed, and dozens of demon warriors came back, quickly returning to Ling Chen's side. Brother Jun Xia. Seeing Jun Xia, Sokka immediately flew in front of Jun Xia and sat on Jun Xia's broad and straight shoulders without seeing anything out. The sirens of the Saint realm who saw the scene were stunned. How could these demons be different from the previous ones? They were all fortunate to see the last demon race with their own eyes, and the blood-red murderous aura in their eyes made them unforgettable for a lifetime. And in front of him, this Jun Xia, although he is also a demon, has clear eyes, and some demons are not killing, as if they are two races with the demons they recognized in the past. Jun Xia, they said that your demon clan once had an extremely murderous demon who came to the East China Sea and dyed this sea area red. But that kind seems to be very different from yours. Ling Chen looked at Jun Xia with a smile and said slowly, with a hint of curiosity in his tone, that's because, that's a demon with impure blood. He entered the demon by himself. He didn't have a complete cultivation system, and he could only improve his strength by constantly killing in blood, but he himself was also lost in the constant killing. Jun Xia was expressionless, and said a little coldly, and I, an authentic demon, am a descendant of the demon god, and have a complete cultivation system, so I can improve my strength without losing myself. Through Jun Xia's explanation, Ling Chen nodded. It turned out that Jun Xia and the others were authentic descendants of demon gods, and their status was completely based on the degree of their bloodline. And Jun Xia is the highest bloodline among the descendants of this generation of demon gods, and he is also a rare descendant of the demon god bloodline in 1,000 years, and he is the last demon prince who can inherit the position of demon god. I see. The sirens on the side also nodded. So it seems that all this is just a misunderstanding, but if you go back like this, it will not be easy for the demon emperor to cross paths, which will stump this group of strong people in the Saint realm. At this time, Ling Chen seemed to see something. Looking at the sirens who were a little distressed, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and said lightly, actually, we can go with you to see the demon emperor. Hearing this, the sirens were overjoyed. Seriously, if you can bring back Ling Chen and these warriors of the demon clan, you can be regarded as waiting for the demons, and what happens after that has nothing to do with yourself and others. Lead the way ahead. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said to the siren, okay, please come here. These sirens of the Saint realm hurriedly said respectfully, and then led the way in front. Ling Chen took all the holy angels into the space, leaving only Sokka and a milk sitting on Jun Xia's shoulder, and then followed with the demon soldiers. An hour or two later, a group of people and demons came to a huge palace. This palace is towering and hundreds of feet high, with simple and cumbersome patterns depicted on it, and the vicissitudes of ancient atmosphere are permeated, giving this palace a very mysterious feeling. On the plaque at the entrance of the palace, there are three big characters of dragons flying and phoenix dancing. The Demon Emperor's Hall. Outside the Demon Emperor's Hall, there were some fishman guards guarding with halberds. These guards, all wearing silver white armor, with black swords around their waists, with a serious face. Seeing the movement of someone coming, these guards looked vigilantly in the direction they came. Seeing these guards, Ling Chen was slightly stunned, because he found that the strength of these guards had reached the peak of the supreme level. These are the demon soldiers guarding the palace, the reserve of the Demon Emperor's personal barracks, and when their strength advances to the Saint Realm, they will be able to become the Demon Emperor's personal soldiers. The siren said to Ling Chen, his tone quite envious. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned. A personal barracks full of saints? This Demon Emperor has some means. Then this, I don't know. The siren directly interrupted what Ling Chen wanted to ask, and even if the siren knew, these secrets could not be told to an outsider casually, even if his own life was in the other party's mind. Ling Chen smiled and didn't continue to ask. Coming to the guards, the leading siren took out a token from his waist and handed it over, on which was engraved with the word Huan. Obviously, it it was the token given by the Demon Emperor. After a brief check, the guard at the door gave way to the road. Let's go in. A group of people walked into the palace, and the corridor behind the palace gate was quiet, and only the sound of people's footsteps stepping on the floor of the underwater palace could be heard. Walking through the corridor, you can see that the interior of the palace is very luxurious, decorated everywhere. Ling Chen smiled, but he didn't expect that the siren was also the same decoration style as the human race. See the elders. A maid greeted her and bowed. Where is the Demon Emperor now? Take us to find him. One of the siren elders of the Saint Realm nodded casually and asked. Back to the elder. The Demon Emperor has just set off, and at this moment, the imperial concubine's palace. At the end, the maid's voice softened a few times. Cough, then let's go to the main hall and wait for the Demon Emperor. Please report it. The elder coughed lightly and waved his hand at the maid. Yes. The maid bowed again, and then withdrew. Ling Chen looked at the back of this maid, the corners of his mouth slightly tilted, thinking that this Demon Emperor also seemed to have a temperament. Ling Xiaxia, let's go to the main hall and wait for a while. Lord Demon Emperor, he will soon. He will come directly after he is busy. The siren elder of the Saint Realm said with a smile to Ling Chen, and then took the lead in walking forward. Well, let's go. Ling Chen didn't think much about it, and a group of demons went straight to the main hall. Soon Ling Chen and the other demons came to the door of the main hall. At this time, at the door of the main hall, there was a row of sirens. Seeing the arrival of Ling Chen and other demons, they showed unkind eyes one after another, but they clearly remembered that the demons almost destroyed their tribes at the beginning. However, although their eyes were full of hatred, they did not take action immediately, but waited for the instructions of the Demon Emperor. Ling Chen and the others ignored them, and walked straight into the gate of the main hall and into the hall. At this time, as soon as the maid walked to the palace of the imperial concubine, she heard a crunch, the door of the imperial concubine opened, and the Demon Emperor walked out with a satisfied face. Seeing the Demon Emperor come out, the maid hurriedly knelt down. I've seen the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor glanced at the maid kneeling on the ground, waved her to get up, and then got up to leave. Lord Demon Emperor, several elders have brought a human and several demon-like demons, and they are waiting for you in the main hall. The maid hurriedly stopped the Demon Emperor who was about to leave, and spoke. When the Demon Emperor heard this, he turned his head and stared at the maid with a pair of sharp eyes, and the maid trembled all over, and she couldn't help but feel Harry in her heart. Then, the Demon Emperor disappeared in place, leaving only the maid kneeling there, feeling a little uneasy. Soon after, the Demon Emperor came to the door of the main hall, pushed open the door, and saw Ling Chen and the others sitting on a chair in the main hall chatting. The Demon Emperor glanced at Ling Chen, and then cast his gaze on a group of demon warriors behind Ling Chen, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Demons, I finally found you. The Demon Emperor shouted lightly, his hands slowly raised, and a strong coercion emanated from his body, enveloping Ling Chen and the others. This coercion was extremely huge, even if Ling Chen and the others were both physically strong people, but under this terrifying coercion, they couldn't help but feel a little difficult to breathe, and they were a little suffocated. They were shocked to find that the strength of the Demon Emperor was stronger than they imagined, and the physical momentum alone made them feel a great sense of oppression. Ling Chen quickly checked it briefly through the system. Demon Emperor, half-step Lu Xian. Recently, he has been disliked by his beloved concubine for being too fast in some aspects. Seeing the system's prompt, Ling Chen couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. He didn't expect that this Demon Emperor had already reached the strength of a half-step Lu Immortal. No wonder he had such a powerful momentum. This half-step Lu Immortal's cultivation is probably a top-notch existence in the entire Blue Star. Ling Chen and the others were not opponents at all. But this remark, the system is big, are you serious? Can you really pass the trial if you hint like this? Senior Demon Emperor, I am Ling Chen of the human race, I want to say. Then, Ling Chen introduced to the Demon Emperor the difference between the purity of the bloodline that Jun Xie had said before and the demon race of innate and acquired. Ling Chen explained this matter again. The Demon Emperor frowned, and pondered for a moment. This change in the expression of the Demon Emperor made a glimmer of hope rise in the hearts of Ling Chen and the others. However, soon the Demon Emperor shook his head. I don't care if they are different from the previous demons, as long as they are demons, they are the enemies of our East Sea Siren clan. Hearing this, Ling Chen's heart couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that the Demon Emperor really wanted to kill all the demons such as Jun Xie? Ling Chen carefully observed the expression on the Demon Emperor's face, and he found that the Demon Emperor's face no longer had the murderous aura before, and he was also a sensible emperor. Or rather, he has other plans. But, the Demon Emperor paused, and continued, my Demon Emperor Hall can accept any race, even the demons, as long as your demons are willing to take refuge in me, nothing is a problem. Hearing this, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good guy, this is to dig his own corner. Senior Demon Emperor, let me tell you the truth, they are all my subordinates and my brothers. Therefore, it is impossible to take refuge with you, but we can form an alliance. Ling Chen smiled and said his intentions. They are all the main combat forces on the Blue Star, and Ling Chen will definitely not include them on the opposite side. However, Ling Chen didn't expect that the Demon Emperor had already touched the threshold of the Earth Immortal, and Ling Chen, who was confident that he would escape in front of the peak powerhouse of the Saint Realm, was a little embarrassed. Alliance? The Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ling Chen faintly. How do you want to form an alliance? Why do you want to form an alliance? When Ling Chen heard the Demon Emperor speak, he was secretly happy. It seemed that there was a play. My legion and your East Sea Siren clan are allies, advancing and retreating together. As for the reason, I think the Demon Emperor Senior doesn't want to stay in Blue Star for the rest of his life, Ling Chen said with a smile. After listening to Ling Chen's words, the Demon Emperor was silent for a long time. Then with a three-point sneer, he looked at Ling Chen and said, "Hee, you are a little ambitious, but if you want an alliance, there must always be a leader of the alliance. And the head of the alliance, since ancient times, strength has been respected. If you want to form an alliance, I will be the leader of this alliance, has no problem." Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the Demon Emperor to say such a thing so bluntly. When the alliance is formed, how about we respect our strength and compete? Ling Chen thought for a while and said, "Okay." The Demon Emperor nodded in agreement. However, you have to let me see the strength of the alliance first, otherwise, it will be meaningless to be the leader of this alliance. This is natural, and you will know when you call me later, Ling Chen said unhurriedly, with a hint of confidence in his tone. I don't know if you made up the demons you mentioned before with impure blood, so I need you to bring their corpses to see me in the future, and then I will agree to the alliance. The Demon Emperor looked at Ling Chen and said slowly, "Since the senior Demon Emperor said so, then we will follow the rules of the seniors, and when the time comes, I will come to visit with their corpses, hoping that the seniors will not break their word," Ling Chen said. The Demon Emperor nodded. "Let's go. By the way, senior, this is for you." Ling Chen mysteriously spent 1,000 points from the mall to exchange for a good thing, attached the instructions, and handed it to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor took it with a puzzled face. It was a bottle of pill-like things, and under the bottle, there was a cloth strip. Senior Demon Emperor, there will be a period later. Ling Chen gently clenched his fists and saluted, then waved his hand at Jun Xie and the others, and the group walked towards the outside of the main hall. The Demon Emperor looked at the distant backs of Ling Chen and his party. His eyes narrowed slightly, his lips pursed, and he fell into deep thought. When Ling Chen walked away and there was no trace of him, the Demon Emperor picked up the cloth strip under the bottle and opened it in his hand. "Hey, this is..." As soon as the cloth strip was unfolded, the Demon Emperor's eyes widened. "If this is true, this human Ling Chen brother, I have made a decision, and now I can hand in my homework well." Cough, you guys step back. The Demon Emperor coughed lightly and then drove away the elders, and after all the elders left, the Demon Emperor couldn't wait to disappear in place and went straight to the palace of the Imperial Concubine. Imperial Concubine, I'm back. The Demon Emperor ran to the Imperial Concubine's room excitedly. Is there something wrong? The Imperial Concubine's pretty face was full of displeasure. "I'm not satisfied, right? This will satisfy you." The Demon Emperor poured out the small pill from the medicine bottle, raised his head and swallowed it, then stepped forward and hugged the princess's waist and walked to the bed. Oops! The Imperial Concubine screamed, but she quickly stopped struggling, and with the Demon Emperor's movements, her body gradually paralyzed. Ling Chen and his party, who had left the Demon Emperor's hall, swam straight up and soon came to the sea. Now, the only remaining opponents are monsters and new humans. It seems that we need to deal with them quickly, Ling Chen muttered. Now, with dozens of demon warriors in the battleable Saint Realm and tens of thousands of South Sea Kraken troops, Ling Chen was confident that he could start a counterattack on the monster beast realm. "Come out, Xiaolan!" Ling Chen shouted lightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a space door appeared in midair in front of Ling Chen. Wow! A crisp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and an ice-blue phoenix flew out of it and came to Ling Chen's face. "Xiaolan, get bigger, there are a lot of demons." As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, Xiaolan's body quickly expanded, and it rose to about 500 meters in an instant, emitting dazzling blue light all over his body. "Okay, let's go back." After Ling Chen finished speaking, he took the lead in jumping on Xiaolan's back. Dozens of demon warriors behind him also carefully climbed on Xiaolan's back. When Ling Chen and all the demons were on their backs, Xiaolan's wings suddenly flapped and returned the way they had come and gone at an extremely fast speed. The return trip was about a day long, and Ling Chen was not in a hurry to hurry. Sitting cross-legged on Xiaolan's back, Ling Chen looked back at Jun Xie. "You are the highest level of your demon bloodline? The one who inherits the position of the demon god to the highest degree?" Ling Chen looked at Jun Xie and asked. Hearing Ling Chen's question, Jun Xie was stunned for a moment, and then nodded and replied, "Yes. Is it true that once you inherit the position of the demon god, all the demons will listen to you?" Ling Chen said with some excitement. Jun Xie nodded and replied, "Yes, as long as I inherit the position of the demon god, the entire demon race will submit to me." Great! Ling Chen became a little excited. Just a dozen demon warriors, all of them could fight against 10,000 if the entire demon race was under his command. The world is vast, who can match it? The more Ling Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and his eyes were full of anticipation when he looked at Jun Xie. However, it is relatively difficult to inherit the position of the demon god, and with my current strength, I am still far from inheriting the position of the demon god. Jun Xie shook his head and sighed. Ling Chen patted Jun Xie on the shoulder. I believe in you. If you need anything, please let me know at any time. Hearing this, Jun Xie suddenly looked at Ling Chen with bright eyes, and said without the slightest hesitation, I need to fight. Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. Good guy, what a fighting maniac, and then arrange for them to go to the monster field to play. Subsequently, Ling Chen started his exercises, unwilling to waste time on the road. By the time Ling Chen opened his eyes again, Xiaolan had already flown to the east coastline, where Ling Chen saw countless armies of South China Sea sirens. They are in the sea next to the shoreline, waiting for something. Seeing Ling Chen's arrival, the South Sea Demon King jumped out of the army and came to Ling Chen. Young Master Ling, it seems that I am a step late. The Demon King of the South Sea clenched his fists and said, It's okay, Your Majesty the Demon King, I just came just in time. I just have something to ask for, and I need to use the army. Ling Chen returned the salute, and then looked at the army behind the Demon King of the South Sea. Does young Master Ling want to mobilize an army? The South Sea Demon King raised his eyebrows, then looked at the South Sea siren behind him, and shouted loudly, Everyone, listen well, young Master Ling's words are equivalent to my instructions, have you heard them clearly? It's clear. The sirens shouted in unison. Young Master Ling, the army will be handed over to you. I still need to go back to the South China Sea to deal with it, and when the army runs out, I can bring it back from the southern heaven. The Demon King of the South Sea arched his hands and said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. The South Sea Demon King led his personal guards and soon left. Ling Chen stood in front of the army, his eyes scanning these South Sea sirens. There were 5 million siren troops, almost all of them were diamond-level sirens. The rest are all sirens at the broken city level and above. With such a large army, Ling Chen is confident that he can advance westward to expand the territory of his Tianan city. All troops, go. Ling Chen gave an order, and hundreds of thousands of vanguard troops, along with an army of 5 million sirens, began to move towards Tianan city. Ling Chen rode the Ice Crystal Phoenix to lead the way in front of the army. The road was unimpeded, and the army advanced very fast, and it only took 3 days to reach the vicinity of Tianan city. For the cities on the road that were imprisoned because of the terrorist army, they all breathed a sigh of relief after Ling Chen showed the Dawn Academy token. Rushing to the outside of Tianan city, the South Sea Demon clan set up camp on the spot and set up a barracks position. This barracks covers an area of thousands of miles, and more than 5 million siren troops are all stationed in it, ordering all the sirens to rest and recuperate, and stand by on the spot. Ling Chen took the demons and Nangong Shao, the deputy head of the South Heaven of the South Sea Demon clan, and returned to Tianan city. The whole city looked much whiter. It seemed that during this time, the Goblin clan spent a lot of effort. At this time, the supernatural army had returned to the city. After the baptism of war, the vast majority of the supernatural forces broke through the diamond level and successfully joined the super army. Although this number is not much, and the level is not high, this is Ling Chen's own hand. The army that was personally arranged to be trained. The number of supernatural armies now is far from comparable to that of other allies, but Ling Chen believes that one day, the supernatural army will become one of the most powerful legions on the Blue Star. Hopefully, at that time, they will still come in handy. Back in the city lord's mansion, Ling Chen immediately summoned all the major legion commanders, including the Bone Dragon Abyss and Bai Ling of the Trial Land, as well as Zhuge Kongming, City Lord Yi, and even the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Duoduo, all members of their own forces. Ling Chen, who was sitting on the first seat, looked at the familiar faces below, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. So soon, his legion has made a small achievement. Everyone, now our Tianan city has a small scale. Very good, you continue to maintain, Lord Yi, the recruitment and training work of the supernatural army will continue to be handed over to you. Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao, don't worry, I will do my best to train the supernatural army. City Lord Yi said with a smile. Ling Chen nodded and continued, I am summoning everyone today. There is one thing I want to announce. I have decided to crusade against the monsters. As soon as these words came out, all the legion commanders present showed excitement, and fighting was the catalyst for them to become stronger. City Lord Yi and Xian Duoduo were a little shocked and fell silent for a while. Crusade against monsters? No one has ever done this in years. It can be said that the monster beast is the biggest enemy of the human race on the Blue Star, and if it can be crusade, the Chinese alliance will have already made a move. Ling Xiao, why don't you raise your troops and accumulate your strength for a while? City Lord Yi couldn't help but speak, and Chen Duoduo on the side also nodded quickly. Ling Chen, on the other hand, shook his head, and through this trip of the demon warriors to the East China Sea, he found that his legion still needed to fight continuously. Moreover, it's time to practice and level well. In Ling Chen's heart, there was an obsession that Ling Chen had not discovered, that is, to return to the battlefield of all tribes and kill that man with his own hands. A man who kills his clone in one move. How can this kind of thing be tolerated? No need, just now, Ling Chen said firmly. Hearing this, the military strategist Zhuge Kongming on the side couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although Ling Chen's decision was very risky, and could even be regarded as reckless, but at such a time, it could still make people's blood boil. This war is the first battle between our new Tianan city early in the monsters, let me arrange it below. In this battle, the South Sea Demon Clan is the main force. Jun Xia, Suka, Abyss, White Shark, Shijio, bring your legion members to attack. Zhuge Liang, this time you are in charge of the combat command of the South China Sea Kraken Army as a military division. A lot of money, Ian, take out your small treasury and fully cooperate with the daily consumption of the army. In addition, City Lord Yi, go all out to develop the supernatural army. Don't save money, find me if you are short of money. Ling Chen ordered. B. City Lord Yi and others responded. The Chinese seniors are busy with external troubles and can't afford to worry about it. Blue Star Monster, let's solve it. Ling Chen waved his arms, and everyone present couldn't help but get a little excited. It can be said that this is the first time in human history that a counterattack on monsters has begun. Whether they succeed or not, they are destined to go down in history. Of course, this is not at all attractive to the summoning legions. In that case, at 10 o'clock in the morning every day, set off on time. Ling Chen made a decision, and then remembered something, and said to City Lord Yi, gather the super army. I have a good place to send them to practice. Yes, City Lord Yi agreed, and then retreated. Not long after, all the super troops gathered in the square of the City Lord's mansion. After Ling Chen saw the super army, he smiled and said, from today onwards, I will send you to a holy place of cultivation. There, practice well. I hope that later, I can see a brand new super army. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Then Ling Chen took out the array plate and arranged for the soldiers of the Super Legion to step forward one by one to step on the array, and before entering the previous Ling Chen incorporated them into the Legion system one by one, to ensure that there were no spies. When everyone entered the trial land, Ling Chen also stepped in. Isn't this a place of trials? It seems to be. In the super army, seeing the familiar environment around him, he said in surprise. Then Ling Chen's figure appeared, heard everyone's discussion, smiled faintly, and clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. That's right, this is the trial land, but now it has become my private space, and then you will cultivate here. All the resources are in this world you look for by yourself. In addition, out of the central area of the trial land, the surrounding mountain environment, there are also some dangerous places. There are opportunities and challenges. You practice well. Ling Chen said slowly. Hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone's eyes lit up. This trial land was indeed too suitable for them to cultivate. They used to have no good opportunity in the trial land because of their strength, but now they have to search for it. Yes, a group of people from the Super Legion all stood up straight, shouted a little excitedly, and geared up. They who had experienced the battlefield were no longer the immature children they were at the beginning. After arranging everyone, Ling Chen left. Returning to Chang'an City, Ling Chen came to the outside of the city with all the legions in Zhuge Kongming, and the South China Sea Kraken was stationed at the camp. Coming to the main camp where the southern heaven was located, Ling Chen summoned all his legions in front of Zhuge Liang, except for the goblins, of course. Dozens of demon warriors, all of whom are at the peak of the supreme level, can fight saints. The 33 bone dragons that had recovered their bodies were no longer considered bone dragons, and the strength that had just entered the supreme level, with the dragon body, was invincible in the same order. 50 surging divine angels, their strength has also reached the peak of the supreme level, full of milk power, and they are the endurance of marching and fighting. Hundreds of shadow assassins hidden in the shadows of everyone, dressed in black, were all at the level of defense, and were killers in the dark night. In the end, there were tens of thousands of shark warriors, all of whom were more level powerhouses, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit and fatigue. Obviously they had just experienced a big battle. Looking at the powerful legions in front of him, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of heroism in his heart. Zhuge on the side also knew for the first time that Ling Chen's power had developed so strongly, with so many powerful legions, and so much so a powerful coalition army. Suddenly, Zhuge had a trace of confidence in his mind about subduing the lost territory captured by the monster beast, and as for completely defeating the monster beast, he still felt that the current possibility was unlikely. After all, the monster beast has been able to occupy the territory of the human race for so long, and the heritage is still very deep. Starting tomorrow, Zhuge, you will lead the army to march all the way west and slowly pass by. Ling Chen explained to Zhuge Kongming, fight to support the war. This war, the longer the better. Yes, Zhuge Kongming hurriedly agreed, with a serious look. This was the first time he commanded an army of 5 million to fight, and he couldn't tolerate a little sloppiness. Tomorrow, I will lead my legion to follow the army, and then go to eliminate the monsters on my own, not with the army. Ling Chen said, as for other things, leave it to Mr. Zhuge. Well, Zhuge Kongming nodded. Afterwards, Ling Chen simply said a few words to the members of the summoning legion in the southern heaven, and then ordered everyone to go down and rest. The sun is early in the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the army set off on time. Ling Chen took the summoning legion, broke away from the army, and mixed into the dense forest. It will take at least 2 days for the army to rush to the border, so Ling Chen first led the summoning legions to clean up some of the surrounding monsters that occupied the mountains as kings. Every time they went to a mountain range or dense forest, hundreds of shadow assassins were like scouts, hiding in the environment to probe the enemy's situation. The Shark Warrior Legion swept through the carpet like a carpet, not letting go of any corner, manner, while the high-level monsters were dealt with by the demons and bone dragons. Of course, Ling Chen was not idle, holding the Shen Yuan sword, and began to do the work of cleaning up the monsters. Ding, kill, ding. In 2 days, Ling Chen's summoning legion was generally upgraded to 1 level, which was still the reason why the strength level of the nearby monster beasts was too low. Otherwise, Ling Chen was confident that he would rise faster. Ling Chen's experience pool was enough for him to be promoted to 1 level. A white light flashed, and Ling Chen reached the strength of a platinum level 9-star star. The monsters on the road all the way west have almost been cleaned up, and the remaining ones are only some relatively low-level monsters. Leave it to the mercenaries who make a living by hunting low-level monsters. Estimating that the army probably arrived at the front line of the border battlefield, Ling Chen took the summoning legion and began to rush to the western border. Soon, they caught up with the army on the road. Through the token of the Dawn Academy, the Beast Pass on the border released Ling Chen's army of sirens. After passing through the Demon Suppression Pass, the army probed into the territory of the monster beast towards the west. Looking at the backs of Ling Chen and his party, the guards and soldiers at the town Beast Pass were stunned one by one. Is this the student of Dawn Academy? At a young age, you have already mastered such a siren army? Moreover, there are still such large armies. Why is that young man so familiar just now? Yes, have we seen him? A man holding a big knife stared at Ling Chen's back as if it was the boy he used to be. After passing through the battlefield of the border, the army continued to move forward, passing through a large plain area, which was a plain that had been smoothed by years of human-animal warfare, and finally the army reached the monster forest outside the border before night fell. The monsters in the monster forest are not high in level, but this forest is the dividing line between the human race and the monster territory. Through this forest, it is all the territory of monsters. At present, this forest is also a world of monsters, and no human warrior survives here. The army began to advance slowly, gradually occupying the forest, and before dark, half of the forest area was taken by the army, and the Siren army camped on the spot. After discussing with Zhuge Kongming, the general itinerary plan was discussed, and the army advanced steadily and slowly. Ling Chen, on the other hand, planned to take the summoning legion and enter the monster territory first, with the army as the backrest, to clean up the monsters. You know, the monster beasts occupy 9/10 of the land territory of the entire Blue Star, and the overall number is no less than trillions, and it is a long-term project to clean it up. However, under such a huge base, the vast majority are low-level monsters with little strength. After arranging everything, Ling Chen led the summoning legion through the entire forest overnight and entered the territory of the monsters. As soon as he passed through the forest, Ling Chen encountered the Monster Lord's squad. A total of 700 or 800 gold-level monster beasts were patrolling. Seeing a large number of human legions breaking into the territory of monsters, the 700 or 800 monsters suddenly rushed over like crazy. Kill! Ling Chen didn't talk nonsense, and immediately ordered the summoning legion to kill it. A bloody fight, 700 or 800 monster legions, were completely wiped out by Ling Chen's summoning legion within a minute. Killing these monsters, the summoning legion had almost no experience, and the monster beast cores were taken out one by one and swallowed into their mouths as small snacks by the shark warriors. Subsequently, Ling Chen used his spiritual power, and a huge spiritual power spread, and soon, the situation of the monster beasts within a radius of several miles roughly appeared in Ling Chen's mind. There were almost no monsters that were too strong. Ling Chen shook his head and ordered the shadow assassin to go and investigate the situation of the monsters further away. Hearing Ling Chen's order, hundreds of shadow assassins hid into the darkness. Ling Chen took the Shark Warrior Legion to clean up the nearest small monster tribe. Although ants are small, they also have meat. Soon, several small tribes of tens of thousands of monsters nearby were completely cleared out. Just after clearing out a few small tribes, Ling Chen received news from the shadow assassin that there was a medium-sized tribe dozens of miles to the northwest. Millions of wind-chasing wolf monsters. The main combat power is some platinum level, which is just right for leveling. Without hesitation, Ling Chen led the legion to advance quickly, and it didn't take long to arrive not far from the wind-chasing wolf tribe. The area of this tribe is the size of a small city, and in the tribe, groups of wind-chasing wolves come in and out. Looking at the wind-chasing wolf tribe in front of him, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he rushed forward first with the Shen Yuan sword in his hand. These monster tribes stationed on the border have been fighting with the human race all year round, and in the end they don't know how much human blood they are stained with. A sword was swung out, the sword chi was crisscrossed. Ling Chen incarnated his sword chi, constantly shuttling and slashing in the wolf pack, and the surrounding wolves had not yet fought back, so they all died under Ling Chen's sword energy. Ding! Kill platinum level monsters, experience plus 500. Ding! In an instant, thousands of prompts sounded. The White Shark Legion behind him also rushed up like a hungry tiger pounced on it, and it was a massacre against the wolf tribe. The wolves were frightened by the sudden intrusion of the butcher army and fled, but the wind-chasing wolves who fled into the surrounding dense forest were assassinated one by assassins hidden in the dark. In less than a quarter of an hour, this huge wind-chasing wolf tribe was slaughtered. Ling Chen's experience pool was full of upgraded experience as he wished. Upgraded, an invisible force poured in, and Ling Chen's strength successfully advanced to the diamond level 1 star. Feeling that the source chi in his body suddenly increased several times, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Ling Chen, who has several god-level talents, has improved strength several times that of others every time he is promoted. In the days that followed, Ling Chen led the Summoning Legion to run between the major monster tribes within a radius of thousands of miles, cleaning up all the tribes on the monster front. A few days later, on a slightly raised hill, a figure stood here, and behind it, tens of thousands of figures stood quietly. The leading figure was Ling Chen, whose source energy had reached the level of diamond level 4 stars. Just now, Ling Chen received the news of the Kraken army in the rear. The monster beast already knew that there was such a large army invading, so he had sent tens of millions of monster beasts to rush in the direction of the Kraken army. As for the strength of the monster army, it is unknown, but the monster army has not explored the strength of the Siren army. After all, the small monster tribes encountered along the way are almost gone without taking action. At this moment, Ling Chen was leading the Summoning Legion and staying on the only way for the monster army, wanting to take the opportunity to harass him first. Ding, the cooldown of the Summoning Legion has expired. You can summon it. A familiar system prompt sounded. The cooling of the Summoning Legion was over. Ling Chen was stunned, and then silently prayed, wanting to come to a good legion. After praying, Ling Chen did not hesitate and clicked the call. Summoning. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Xuanwu Holy Guard Legion. Number of legions, 999. Legion Commander, Xuanwu. All clan talent level, SS level, attribute, earth, skills, absolute defense, shield attack, taunt, connecting formation. Strength diamond level 4 star, can be upgraded with clan points. Xuanwu class, a group of stupid big men who only know how to defend with shields. Seconds. As soon as he saw this summoned legion, Ling Chen was a little excited. There are enough of their own output legions, and they are lacking a legion that is strong in defense and can also pull hatred. On the battlefield, having a large enough defense force can keep the army alive longer. If you don't have super defense, no matter how powerful you are, it will be difficult to ensure the safety of your army. The legion summoned by Ling Chen this time was the defensive legion that Ling Chen was looking forward to. This legion has a strong earth-based defense, and can also combine other legions to attack together, both offensive and defensive, and can play a huge role in war. He waved his hand to summon thousands of Xuanwu Holy Guards, and as soon as Xuanwu Holy Guards appeared, they quickly stood separately and formed a circular protective circle that surrounded Ling Chen and the summoning legion behind him. Ling Chen took the opportunity to take a closer look. These Xuanwu Holy Guards, one by one, tall and powerful, wearing thick turquoise armor, holding a huge black shield, exuding a resolute temperament and full of momentum. See the Lord. The Xuanwu Holy Guards knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Not bad. Ling Chen couldn't help but praise secretly. Just when Ling Chen was extremely excited, suddenly there were bursts of vibration from the earth. Ling Chen's eyes turned and he saw that on the horizon in the distance, countless armies of monsters suddenly appeared. Thousands of giant wolves as high as 5 meters tall led the way in front of the army, frantically coming in this direction. The surface of these giant wolves was covered with scales, their fur was shiny and smooth, and a pair of sharp fangs like blades flashed with cold light, exuding a strong smell of death. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of huge black bears followed, and their huge bodies had a slow speed. Behind them, there were countless armies of monsters. Tens of millions of monster beasts swept in this direction overwhelmingly, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to change color because of it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ling Chen's face did not show a trace of panic, just in time to test the defense of the Xuanwu Holy Guard. Formation. Ling Chen shouted lightly, and thousands of Holy Guards quickly formed a huge square formation as if they had received some instructions. I saw these thousands of Holy Guards roaring in unison, emitting a layer of green light on their bodies. The green light shone, and the green light gathered more and more, wrapping these thousands of Holy Guards in it, guarding Ling Chen in it. On the bodies of thousands of Holy Guards, the cyan airflow kept rolling. Above their phalanx, a huge Xuanwu figure appeared. Ling Chen could feel that this defensive formation, even if it was a strong person in the Saint Realm, would be difficult to break. And this turned out to be displayed by a group of diamond-level Holy Guards. The leading group of city-level giant wolves arrived first, opening their bloody mouths full of fangs, and pounced on the Xuanwu Holy Guard. With a loud noise, the giant wolf slammed into the defensive formation used by the Xuanwu Holy Guard, only to hear a rumble, and the giant wolf's body flew backwards. The defensive formation of the Xuanwu Holy Guard only shook slightly, and it was not damaged in the slightest. TSK, the defense is good. Ling Chen secretly praised. Such a defensive formation can play a good role on the battlefield. Of course, he couldn't just let go. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and tens of thousands of white shark warriors behind him rushed up and fought with the giant wolf. In the case of one-sided strength and numbers, before the army of monsters arrived, a one-sided situation was presented, and the giant wolves fell one by one. Roar! A low bear roar came, and tens of thousands of black bear monsters rushed quickly from a distance. These should be the black iron bear of the bear clan, a monster beast beast with the power of ancient barbaric desolation, and the bloodline of an ancient barbaric beast. Ling Chen's mind turned quickly. Then, Ling Chen held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, kicked under his feet, and a flash appeared not far in front of the black bear's charge. With a wave of the Xianyuan sword in his hand, countless sword chi gathered behind Ling Chen. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi condensed swords shot towards the black bear, and the rough-skinned and thick fleshy black bear was also covered with dense scars under the sword energy, and blood flowed. The black bears fell under the attack of the sword chi and fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. Ding! Kill the city-level monster. Experience plus 1,000. Ding! Plus 500 monsters of the same level, doubled for each higher level. Under Ling Chen's sword, hundreds of thousands of black bears were killed in an instant, and after they died, the soul power floated out of the corpses and was absorbed by the Xianyuan sword. Listening to the system's continuous prompt sounds, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. The experience of these black bears was enough for Ling Chen to upgrade twice. Diamond Bureau 6 stars. A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth, but some people were happy and some were angry. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the center of the monster army, and a figure jumped up and rushed in the direction of Ling Chen. The momentum of the initial stage of the Saint Realm suddenly emerged. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the war between monsters and the human race, and rarely sent strong people from the Saint Realm. Seeing the monster beast galloping in the distance, Ling Chen did not do anything, and Jun Xie behind him instantly came to Ling Chen and punched out. This punch contained Jun Xie's full strength, with unparalleled explosive power, directly taking the rushing monster. Immediately, a scream came, and only a sound of bones shattering was heard. With a sound of blood, a terrifying crack appeared in the chest of the monster beast, and bright red blood flowed out, dripping onto the ground, staining a piece of dirt red. The monster beast fell to the ground with a bang, slammed into the ground, splashed a piece of dust, and covered the land. The monster beasts of the Saint Realm fell to the ground, and the army of tens of millions of monsters behind them suddenly caused a riot, but soon returned to normal under the shock of several other leading monsters. A few earth-shattering roars, only a few hissing sounds were heard, and dozens of Saint Realm-level monsters rushed towards Ling Chen and Jun Xie. Kill! Jun Xie shouted lightly, and dozens of demon warriors behind him flew out one after another, following Jun Xie to meet the Saint Realm monsters. The demon warrior can be said to be the most powerful combat effectiveness in Ling Chen's hands, although he has not yet reached the Saint Realm in terms of level, but he can challenge beyond the level with his strong physical strength and bloodline. Bang bang bang! The two sides fought together, although these Saint Realm monsters were fierce, but in the face of the demon warriors, they were not vulnerable at all, and they were defeated by the demon warriors in an instant. Whoa! Seeing that the main leading monster beast was suppressed, the monster army in the rear finally couldn't bear it anymore, and under a roar, a large number of monster beasts rushed out of the camp of the monster army. Seeing the monster beast rushing out, Ling Chen swung his sword, and the countless bone dragons behind him that had recovered their bodies spat out dragon breath together. The dragon's breath formed tornadoes in the air, engulfing the army of monsters, and the monster beasts were torn to pieces by the tornado storm. Ling Chen looked at it secretly. The skills of the dragon system were really a weapon of team battle. Rush! Ling Chen shouted and rushed out first, followed by tens of thousands of city-breaking level white shark warriors behind him. The distance of thousands of meters was fleeting in the blink of an eye. Ling Chen led the white shark warriors to rush into the army of monster beasts, waving the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and the sword chi roared out, and the monster beasts were constantly killed. The legion of shark warriors with only tens of thousands of sharks was immediately surrounded by millions of monsters. However, the overall strength of these sirens is relatively low, and most of them are some platinum-level warriors. In front of the shark warrior legion, the attack of the monster army was like a group of children bullying adults, and it was easily solved by the shark warriors. One by one, the monster beasts were solved, but the army of monsters and the monster group behind them became more and more crazy, as if they knew that Ling Chen was the culprit, and rushed towards Ling Chen. Looking at the monster beasts that surged in like a tide, Ling Chen was overjoyed, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand was waved again and again. This is all by Huahua's experience. Demon God Possession. Seeing the madness of the monster army, the demon warriors exerted their strength in unison, casting the demon God Possession, and the phantom appeared behind them, and the demonic energy in the bodies of the demon warriors rolled up. Without hesitation, the demon warriors charged up their right fists and collided with dozens of Saint Realm monsters with their surging terrifying power. In an instant, these Saint Realm monsters were lifted out, and they flew backwards and fell to the ground, rolling around a few times before stopping. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth, and he crawled on the ground, dying, losing his ability to fight. Subsequently, the demon warriors no longer cared about them, but also joined the battlefield of the monster army. In the face of absolute strength, the entire battlefield presents a one-sided situation. One by one, the monster beasts were beheaded to the ground from day to night, and at night, they continued to fight. The White Shark Legion and the Shadow Legion both rose a few stars, and Ling Chen also rose by 2 stars, reaching the strength of the Diamond Bureau's 8 stars. Under this kind of battle, I don't know how long it took to kill. The sky was lit up, the monster army finally collapsed, and the monster army retreated. A larger-scale battle ended like this. Seeing the defeated army, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of heroism in his heart, and the tide of tens of millions of beasts was nothing more than that. However, this also shows the role of top combat power on the battlefield. If it weren't for the combat power of the top Saint Realm of this group of monster beasts being suppressed by their own demon warriors, with the help of the other party's Saint Realm monsters, there would be no problem in taking away a few members of their summoning legion. Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt a little fortunate that he had a top demon legion warrior, otherwise, other summoning legions alone would definitely not be able to stop the attack of the monster army. After killing this group of attacking monster beasts, the demon warriors were only one step away from advancing to the Saint Realm. After a short break, Ling Chen led the legions to be bolder and went directly into the territory of the monsters, killing high-level monsters to advance faster. Wealth and danger are sought. On the other side, on the top of a giant mountain, in the demon temple, a majestic and tall man stood with his hands on his back, looking down. Report to the demon emperor, the monster beast army sent before has been completely defeated, and more than half of them have been lost. A young soldier of the demon clan in armor knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. Oh, the majestic man turned his head slightly, his indifferent gaze swept over the faces of the kneeling young soldiers, and then he looked away and looked at the sky. Who is the commander who defeated the monster army? The majestic man asked after a moment of silence. Lord Qi, according to investigation, is a human warrior named Ling Chen. The number of corps under his command is much smaller than our monster beast army, less than 100,000 people, but the strength is not bad. All of them can be one enemy and 100 is not a problem. The young man kneeling on the ground replied respectfully. Oh, is it? It seems that the deity needs to meet them in person for a while. When the man heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a sneer curled up on the corner of his mouth, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. Give me the order. Always pay attention to Ling Chen's traces, mobilize manpower, and I will meet Ling Chen and the others in person. The majestic man ordered. Yes. The young soldiers retreated in response. After the young soldiers retreated, the demon emperor slowly stood beside the palace, looking in the direction of the east, not knowing what he was thinking. Ling Chen didn't know that he had successfully attracted the attention of the demon emperor. At this time, Ling Chen was leading the legion to look for powerful monster tribes everywhere, and all the monster tribes he encountered swept all the way without mercy. Among these tribes, there are many high-level monsters, but in front of the demon warriors, they are like chickens and dogs, which are not worth mentioning at all. Along the way, almost all the monsters were killed by the demon warriors, and they gained a lot of experience, and finally the demon warriors successfully began to advance to the Saint Realm. The demon warriors who advanced to the Saint Realm were shrouded in black mist, and their aura became extremely strange and unpredictable. Then, Junste's body was revealed from the black mist with silver hair, and his height was raised to about 10 feet, still the original cold and evil face. Seeing Ling Chen, Junxie stepped forward and said with a hint of heat in his eyes, Lord, I can feel that I can continue to summon demon warriors. Oh, then you summon quickly. Ling Chen said with some surprise. It was already a big surprise for the demon warriors to advance to the Saint Realm, but they didn't expect an even bigger surprise. Hearing this, Junxie nodded, waved his arms, and black mist condensed in front of him, condensing into a huge black hole. The black hole continued to expand, and demon warriors emerged from the black hole one by one, and soon, a full 100 demon warriors appeared. The aura of these demon warriors is all at the level of the supreme level of 1 star. Seeing this, Ling Chen was overjoyed. Although the number of newly summoned demon warriors is not large, each of them has the ability to challenge the level. Okay. Ling Chen was excited. The more demon warriors he had, the more he could increase his strength. Just as Ling Chen was excited about the appearance of a new demon warrior, a familiar voice came from the system. Ding! Summon legion members to advance to the Saint Realm and unlock the experience sharing function. Experience sharing. Summon legion members to kill monsters. 10% of the experience can be transferred to the host experience pool. So, I don't need to do anything in the future to continue to improve my strength? Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, and then thought of it with some expectation. Now he needs to spend 90 million experience to advance to the first level, which is equivalent to killing 90,000 city-breaking monsters. After that, the road to promotion will only become slower and slower, and now with experience sharing, Ling Chen can send the summoning legion out to kill the demons by himself, and the experience will go up. Without further ado, hurry up and brush the level. The recent crazy rise in the realm made Ling Chen a little fluttering. Just as Ling Chen and all the members of the summoning legion were about to set off, a tall figure appeared on the edge of the sky in the distance and galloped over. In the distance behind him, there were countless armies of monsters. I actually sent it to the door by myself. Ling Chen was a little secretly happy in his heart, and he didn't need to search for the monster beast himself. You are Ling Chen? The leading demon emperor stared at Ling Chen, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Exactly, I don't know who you are? Ling Chen asked with a smile. There was no fear in his eyes, but a little provocative. Very good. The demon emperor snorted coldly, and his figure instantly turned into a streamer and flew towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Jun Xia on the side punched out, facing the afterimage transformed by the Demon Emperor. Rumble! There was an explosion, deafening, and the space fluctuated violently, and the bodies of Ling Chen and the others were shaken backwards again and again. And Jun Xia also took a few steps back. Obviously, Jun Xia had a disadvantage in this move. Seeing the other party's random blow to repel Jun Xia, Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised, and quickly used the system to check it. Demon Beast Demon Emperor, half-step Lu Immortal, peak, bent on replacing the status of the Beast God. Another half-step Lu Immortal. Ling Chen was shocked in his heart, and besides, this was still a peak half-step Lu Immortal. It could be said that he was only one step away from the Land Immortal. No wonder you can easily repel Jun Xia, Ling Chen secretly said in his heart. Jun Xia, are you okay? Ling Chen looked at Jun Xia and said with concern, I'm fine. Jun Xia shook his head, glanced at the Demon Emperor over there, and then looked at Ling Chen and said, you go aside and rest. Leave the rest to me. Ling Chen smiled, signaling Jun Xia not to worry, and immediately shifted his gaze to the Demon Emperor over there. A small human dares to fight me. I really don't know whether to live or die. The Demon Emperor sneered, and a thick and domineering aura was released from his body, and the entire sky was filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. Feeling this sense of oppression, Ling Chen also felt a little difficult to breathe, and the strength of this Demon Emperor was really strong. Third turn Thunder God Technique, second turn. Reinforce. With a light drink, the momentum on Ling Chen's body suddenly rose, and the source chi level in his body jumped from a diamond level 8 star jump to the source chi level of the peak of the moat level. With the addition of multiple god level talents, Ling Chen's source energy was as vigorous as the sea, comparable to the peak of the saint realm. Ling Chen's physical fitness had also reached the realm of a saint, but now that he was fighting against the Demon Emperor, he couldn't withstand a single move. Come out, little dragon. Ling Chen called softly, a summoning door opened, and the figure of the little dragon appeared. On his body, he was lying on Xiaolong again, gently kneading Xiaolong's shoulders. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xiaolan and Xiaolong's current relationship mode is like a couple in love, but it looks a bit funny. On the other side, the pupils of the Demon Emperor who saw the little dragon shrink his pupils, and he felt the aura of the Beast God from the chubby divine beast in front of him. Beast God? The Demon Emperor was extremely shocked. His face was full of horror, but soon, the shock on the Demon Emperor's face turned into a surprise. A deep thought appeared in the Demon Emperor's mind. Kill the Beast God and seize the heart of the Beast God. The Demon Emperor looked at Xiaolong. His face showed a cold color. His body suddenly disappeared in place, appearing in front of Xiaolong, not taking Ling Chen to heart at all. The Demon Emperor was very fast, and when Ling Chen just felt that something was wrong, he appeared in front of Xiaolong, and Ling Chen secretly shouted in his heart. He quickly flashed to the little dragon, pulled the little dragon to flash again and left the place. The Demon Emperor who threw himself into the air was a little stunned, but he did not hesitate to chase after him immediately. The speed was staggering. Little dragon, combine and transform. Yes, boss. The little dragon's passionate voice came, and then it turned into a pillar of light and shot at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's body trembled suddenly, and the golden armor on his body surfaced appeared, which looked very dazzling, and a faint dragon power was released from the armor. Ling Chen felt that the majestic and vast source energy in his body was rapidly condensing, and the aura on his body became more powerful. Now Ling Chen is completely confident and fights half a step Lu Xian. Damn it! The Demon Emperor's pupils shrank, and the faint dragon power emanating from the armor on Ling Chen's body felt the suppression of the bloodline from it. This kind of suppression even surpassed the suppression of these half-step Lu immortals. This feeling made him feel like he was facing a land immortal, which made him a little creepy. Seeing the Demon Emperor's stunned look, Ling Chen certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Ling Chen's figure instantly appeared above the Demon Emperor, and the Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand. Dimensional/thunder. Ling Chen split out with a sword. The electric snake on the Xianyuan sword was entangled. Thunder roared, and the terrifying momentum burst out, and a giant sword arc wrapped around thunder erupted from the Xianyuan sword, shooting towards the Demon Emperor in the void. This blow was extremely powerful, and there was a faint momentum to kill Lu Xian, and the Demon Emperor's face changed suddenly, wanting to dodge. But in this invisible form in the void, the Demon Emperor could not confirm the direction at all, so he could only use all his strength to defend, and finally was split by this blow. Bang! The Demon Emperor was directly blown out and hit the cliff, leaving a long mark on the mountain wall. The mountain collapsed, and the dust was filled. How is this possible? Standing up from the dust, the Demon Emperor's face was full of horror. I am obviously already at the peak of the half-step Lu immortal. In this imprisoned world, no one can promote Lu Xian. I can't have an opponent at all. The world of imprisonment? Hearing this, Ling Chen's brows furrowed. What secrets existed in this world that he didn't know? Could it be that in this world, the Saint Realm is the peak of strength, and the reason why land immortals have not been born for too long is because there is the power to imprison heaven and earth in this world. The upper limit of Blue Star's strength is the Saint Realm, and the upper limit of strength to enter the battlefield of all races is also the Saint Realm, and those extraterrestrial clans obviously have the strength to transcend the Saint realm. Could it be that this power that imprisons heaven and earth is only aimed at Blue Star? Why is that? Just when Ling Chen was puzzled, suddenly, a powerful and unmatched force erupted from the Demon Emperor, and under this force, the entire world seemed to shake. Ling Chen's heart was cold. Looking at the Demon Emperor in front of him, he could clearly feel the aura emanating from the Demon Emperor. This aura was very violent, very ferocious, and full of the smell of killing. This killing aura made Ling Chen feel familiar, as if he had felt such an aura somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. This has a hint of enchanting feeling, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Ling Chen was sure that this was definitely not the Demon Emperor's own power. This must be caused by some special hidden energy in the Demon Emperor's body. Lord, what is in his body is the aura of the acquired demon race. After feeling this aura, Jun Xie behind him came behind Ling Chen and said to Ling Chen, "Acquired demon clan?" Hearing Jun Xie's words, Ling Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, in his body, there is a killing heart of an acquired demon, and now, under the ultimate emotion, it has been activated. Jun Xie's voice was a little low, and he continued, "It is very likely that it is the demon who died with the East Sea Siren in the first place. So, the Demon Emperor has always been controlled by the killing heart?" Ling Chen frowned and asked. "No, the killing heart can only be induced. There is no ability to control people. If the Demon Emperor's willpower is firm, it can be completely unaffected." Jun Xie shook his head and said. Ling Chen suddenly realized, and before he finished speaking, his eyes stared at Jun Xie, looking understanding. Jun Xie nodded and did not speak. The momentum of his body skyrocketed, and the strength of the Demon Emperor continued to grow, once having the momentum of breaking through the confinement of heaven and earth, and the aura of entering the demon on his body became heavier and heavier. Ling Chen's face changed slightly, and he couldn't let the Demon Emperor who had been demonized improve his strength with peace of mind. Ling Chen, who was wearing golden armor and holding the Shen Yuan sword, disappeared in a flash and disappeared in place, instantly appearing behind the Demon Emperor. Holding the sword in his right hand, he stabbed out with a sword, and a thunderbolt flashed out, crossing the sky and heading straight for the back of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor sensed the power of this thunder light and looked at Ling Chen disdainfully. "Humph, looking for death." The Demon Emperor shouted angrily, and his whole body burst out with demonic energy, turning into a thick layer of black mist that enveloped his body. Ling Chen's sword fell, was blocked by the black mist, could not penetrate at all, and was blocked by the black mist. "Oops," Ling Chen secretly said badly, but he didn't expect that the strength of the Demon Emperor after the demonization was a bit terrifying. Whoa! A series of 7 swords stabbed out, but they were all blocked by the black mist, and Ling Chen's attacks failed. Ling Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The defense of this black mist was too strong, and he couldn't break it. Shen Yuan sword song. Ling Chen's body turned into countless sword chi, and attacked the Demon Emperor in the black fog with shuttle sword chi. At this moment, Ling Chen's sword technique was more than several times stronger than before. Bang bang bang. One after another, sword chi fell on the Demon Emperor's body, making explosions, but for the Demon Emperor, it didn't hurt at all, and he didn't feel it at all. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor's face showed a hint of sarcasm, looked at Ling Chen and said lightly, "Are you scraping?" Ling Chen snorted coldly, ignoring the Demon Emperor's ridicule. What he cared about was how to deal with the Demon Emperor now. He didn't expect that the Demon Emperor after demonization, although his strength level could not reach the level of a land immortal because of the confinement of heaven and earth, his physical strength had already broken through Lu Xian. Your own attack is not painful for the other party. It is almost impossible to hurt the other party. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. It seems that you can only try that trick. Lord, I'll help you. Jun Xie's voice came. Demon God Possession. With a light call, the momentum on Jun Xie's body suddenly rose, and at the same time, a huge demonic shadow appeared above his head. This phantom was tens of thousands of feet high, exuding a strong magical aura. Feeling the demonic aura in the demonic shadow, the Demon Emperor was a little stunned. He could feel that under this demonic aura, the demonic aura in his body seemed to be suppressed, and a little fearful feeling came. It was as if his own demonic energy wanted to worship this demonic shadow. Yama chasing life. Jun Xie chanted a spell, and the demon shadow suddenly rushed towards the Demon Emperor. This demonic shadow is so weird. My demonic energy actually has a feeling of wanting to surrender. The Demon Emperor was a little surprised, and quickly dodged to the side. Taking advantage of Ling Chen hurriedly used that move. Ling Chen's eyes became firm. 5 different colors of source energy converged in Ling Chen's hands, and Ling Chen, who had fused many times, quickly found the balance point of the 5 systems of source energy. A source chi light ball gradually formed and slowly emerged in Ling Chen's hand, and with the continuous input of source energy, the aura emanating from the light ball became more and more terrifying. The Demon Emperor, who was constantly avoiding attacks because of the suppression of the innate demonic bloodline, seemed to feel something, turned around, and looked at Ling Chen with a horrified face. He felt a devastating fluctuation from the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand. Even if his defense had reached the point of a land immortal, he felt that he might not be able to resist this move. The Demon Emperor now has only one thought: to avoid this move. Space time ban. The source chi light ball in his hand almost fused 99% of Ling Chen's source energy, and Ling Chen hurriedly spent the last bit of source energy to affect the Demon Emperor. The difference in strength made the Demon Emperor affected by the time and space ban for half a second. However, half a second was enough, and the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand began to tremble violently, and a wave of devastating energy came out of it, as if it was about to explode. Space chain. Invisibly, countless space chains connected Ling Chen with all the members of his summoning legion. Flash. Taking advantage of the half second when the Demon Emperor was affected, Ling Chen appeared behind the Demon Emperor with a flash, and the ball of light in his hand exploded. Bang! A loud noise spread, and a terrifying explosion energy blew both Ling Chen and the Demon Emperor away. In order not to let the other party have time to react, Ling Chen did not leave time for himself to leave. Boom! Ling Chen smashed into the big trees in the distance, and the towering ancient trees were directly blown to pieces by this terrifying explosive energy, and it was a mess. Whoosh! Ling Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The Demon Emperor was no exception. He was injured by the explosive energy, and at this moment, there were bursts of pain in his body, which made him unbearable. The same mouthful of blood was spit out. The Demon Emperor raised his head and looked at Ling Chen in the distance. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't bear the other party's move. How could you have such a terrifying move? The Demon Emperor held back the huge pain on his body and asked. Ling Chen did not answer, but stood up, flipped his palm, and a few traces of different colors of source energy began to flow out again. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor was so frightened that he hurriedly fled with his body full of scars. Looking at the fleeing Demon Emperor, Ling Chen did not chase after him, but sat in place to adjust the state of his body. A white light flashed on his body, and the golden armor turned into again. With that move just now, he tried his best, and there was not a drop of source energy in his body. Just now he was just staring the Demon Emperor. He will now need a period of recuperation to return to his peak form. Lord, are you okay? Jun Xia came to Ling Chen's side and asked with concern. Seeing Jun Xia, Ling Chen had a relieved smile on his face and shook his head. I'm fine, you take everyone to deal with the remaining monsters. Yes. Jun Xia clenched his fists and took the order, and then took all the summoning legions to fight with the remaining monster army. Since their demon emperors had all fled, the remaining monsters had no fighting spirit and fled one after another, wanting to leave. If you want to leave, how can it be so easy? Jun Xia snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the summoning legion surrounded the army of fleeing monster beasts. Tens of thousands of legionnaires chased the army of millions of monsters, constantly slaughtering, and a big war ended quickly, and only more than 10,000 of the millions of monsters brought by the demon emperor fled. Ling Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in place, looked at his experience pool, and with a 10% experience share, the experience pool increased by more than 100 million. It's just enough for me to upgrade to one level. After consuming 90 million experience, a white light flashed, and Ling Chen was promoted to the diamond level 9 stars. Ah, comfortable. Can I turn on the salted fish mode? This idea suddenly popped up in Ling Chen's mind. Since you don't need to kill monsters to gain experience, it's good to let the summoning legions kill them. I thought of my summoning legion because Jun Xia and others advanced to the Saint Realm to start experience sharing. Then its own Terran Legion should also need a member of the Saint Realm. I don't know, is it counted as a current recruitment? Ling Chen touched his chin, others can't. Isn't it easy to directly find Ling Huang to join as a Kaching Legion commander? After that, the whole army attacked the monster clan for me. Wouldn't it be nice to lie down and upgrade every day? Moreover, the monster race has sacrificed too many heroic predecessors for so many years, and now is the time to take revenge. Humans and monsters are already at the point of endlessness. The Blue Star Civil War is inevitable, so use this essential human-animal war to improve your legion's strength. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. After figuring it out, Ling Chen had a faint smile on his face, and he shouted, "The whole army obeys the order. From now on, listen to Jun Xia's command, and move freely to kill monsters, and I hope that in a few days I can come back and see you have a huge increase in strength." Yes, the legion members roared in unison. Thinking of the place of trials, the nine-tailed demon fox clan is still cultivating, but it can't be wasted any longer. It must be arranged to brush up on its own experience. Took out the array plate and came to the trial land, and soon Ling Chen rushed to the central area, where a group of clansmen from the nine-tailed demon fox clan were cultivating. Ling Chen. Seeing Ling Chen, Bai Ling immediately greeted her. The last time Ling Chen went to the East China Sea, he sent her back. Many people did not see Ling Chen, and they missed her a little. Linger, this time the nine-tailed demon fox clan is going out of the mountain. Ling Chen touched Bai Ling's head and smiled slightly. Yes, brother Ling Chen, everyone has been prepared for a long time. Bai Ling nodded obediently. Ling Chen walked up to a group of people of the nine-tailed demon fox clan, looked at their expectant eyes, smiled faintly, and said, "Everyone, we are going to start a war. This battle is a battle between the human race and the monster beast. I hope you can help us." Before Ling Chen could continue, a demon fox elder hurriedly said, "Master Sword Master, we all listen to you. Just do what you order." Yes, Sword Master. The demon foxes echoed in unison. Ling Chen nodded and said, "Very good. Since you were so so cooperative that I won't talk nonsense. You first gather my summoning army together, and then follow Junxia and the others to hunt down the monster beasts. Okay. The fox elders all expressed their understanding. Then Ling Chen added, the demon emperor has been seriously injured by us and escaped, and will not recover in a short time. Hearing this, a group of demon foxes looked surprised and looked at Ling Chen with a shocked face, who was the demon emperor. They naturally knew that they had been severely injured and escaped by Ling Chen, so how strong should Ling Chen's strength be? Master Sword Master, you are so powerful, the demon emperor is not your opponent, one of the elders said excitedly. Ling Chen waved his hand. Okay, don't praise me. Gather the demon foxes who are ready to participate in the battle, and I will take you out. Obey! The demon foxes shouted in unison. Subsequently, a group of demon foxes began to act. Soon, the time for a stick of incense was less than enough, and thousands of demon fox warriors had already assembled, looking ready to go. Very good, let's go. Ling Chen nodded, waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared in front of the fox's eyes. A famous demon fox stepped forward into the teleportation array, and soon all the teleportations were completed. Ling Chen also followed closely behind and stepped into the teleportation array. Monster territory. In the open space next to the summoning legion, a teleportation array suddenly appeared, and beautiful demon foxes stepped out of it, followed by Ling Chen's figure. Junxia, this group of demon foxes will be handed over to you to command, and they will act with the legion. Ling Chen stepped forward and said to Junxia, then whispered softly, and said, help me take care of Bai Ling. Okay. Hearing this, Junxia nodded. Gao Lang's face couldn't help but show a smile, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Play freely, I'll leave first if I have something to do. Ling Chen patted Junxia on the shoulder, gave a few more words, then turned around and disappeared in place. Bai Ling looked at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, and after a long time, as the strongest in the clan, she had to stay to protect the clan. She felt that only she would protect her ethnic group with all her might. Of course, it turns out that she thinks too much. Seeing the appearance of this group of beautiful demon fox ladies, the warriors of the Shark Legion couldn't sit still one by one. They all stepped forward, chatted with these demon fox ladies, mingled with each other, and patted their chests and said, we will protect you. It made the foxes laugh again and again, and I have to say that the power of beautiful women is infinite. The bone dragons on the side were dismissive, although the dragons were inherently lewd, but they were all dead dragons. Where was there such a need? The shadow assassins also looked at these demon foxes with a look of dismissal, and the banshee would only affect the speed at which they drew their swords. Behind the demon warriors are divine angels, floating above their heads, a proper story of evil spirits and angels. Okay, don't pick up the girl, get ready to go. In the next forest, our troops will fight in 3 ways and gather at Tianyao Mountain. Junxia said to the legions. Next, there is a huge forest. If the legion acts together, it will take a lot of time to sweep the entire forest, so Junxia immediately decided to divide the troops. Moreover, Junxia and other demons have always advocated fighting with one enemy and 100, and he did not want to lead these meddlesome legions. Soon the legions present were automatically divided into 3 teams. The demon warriors and the holy angels walked in the middle and went straight towards the heavenly demon mountain. The Shark Warrior Legion took the initiative to team up with the Demon Fox clan, although they had the largest number of teams, but their strength was too weak. Thinking of Ling Chen's instructions to himself, Junxia hurriedly arranged for all the bone dragons to follow their 2 legions. With a group of bone dragons and evil with strength close to the Saint Realm, I believe there should be no problems. As for the remaining shadow assassins and Xianhuan holy guards, they just attacked and defended, which was a good combination. After the 3 teams were divided, they set off from 3 directions. Outside the city at dawn, a slightly thin figure appeared on the horizon in place and slowly approached. It was Ling Chen. At this time, Ling Chen had already changed his outfit, and the clothes on his body were a black suit, and he had a slender figure. When he came to the city gate, he quickly entered the city. Coming to the city, Ling Chen went straight towards the military base where Ling Huang was. Coming to the city wall of the military base, Ling Chen looked up, and a huge steel-like military base appeared in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little amazed. This military base was more magnificent than any city he had ever seen, and the fortifications of this base could be judged by its indestructibility. The last time Ling Chen entered this military base directly from the air, it was not at all as strong as standing in front of it now. After walking half a circle along the towering walls of this military base, a grand base gate finally appeared in front of Ling Chen. The gate was about tens of meters high, and the whole was dark blue, with strange patterns depicted on it. Ling Chen couldn't understand the pattern on it, and he couldn't guess what this pattern meant. Ling Chen took a step forward and walked towards the gate. In the lower left corner of the gate, there is a screen that allows you to authenticate. Ling Chen was stunned, took out his token and put it in front of the screen. A bunch of Ling Chen's information immediately appeared on the screen. Name, Ling Chen. Affiliation, Dawn Academy. Looking at the information above, Ling Chen was stunned. Some of the information was a bit old. Hello, please come in through the small door next to you and go straight for a camouflage check. Just as Ling Chen was looking at his information with relish, a loud voice sounded sounded in Ling Chen's ears. Then he only heard a continuous mechanical sound of the door opening with a boom. Ling Chen looked over to find the source of the sound, and saw a small door 2 meters high in the center of the gate slowly opening. Without hesitation, Ling Chen walked in and passed through a passage of tens of meters. Ling Chen's eyes lit up and suddenly became enlightened. In front of him was a wide square, and in the square, there were many soldiers in combat uniforms undergoing basic training in cultivation. Seeing Ling Chen's appearance, a soldier on the side saluted Ling Chen, and then took a scanning instrument and came to Ling Chen's side to check on Ling Chen. After a careful examination, the soldier saluted Ling Chen again and asked, "Are you here? I want to find Ling Huang. You can help me bring a message. Just say that Ling Chen is looking for him." Ling Chen replied indifferently, "Okay, please wait a moment." The soldier agreed, then left, and returned to the square shortly after. "Lord Ling Huang has just finished his retreat and is in the study. I'll take you there." The warrior made a gesture of invitation to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly, and then followed the warrior through the square and entered the base behind the square. Along the way, Ling Chen didn't remember how many gates he passed through and how many turns he made. He finally came to a door that Ling Chen was somewhat familiar with. "Come in." Before Ling Chen could knock down his raised hand, Ling Huang's righteous voice came from inside the door. Withdrawing his hand, Ling Chen pushed the door in and closed the door with his backhand. The study was still a familiar set, and Ling Huang, dressed in a white robe, was sitting at the table, his brows slightly furrowed. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ling Huang raised his head away, looked at Ling Chen, and said with a relieved smile, "Here it comes." Ling Chen nodded slightly, feeling the momentum on Ling Huang's body, and there was a faint sense of oppression that was stronger than before. Ling Huang, half-step Lu Immortal, peak. Looking at the system feedback to get the information, Ling Chen was stunned. Sure enough, was he also stuck in the last step of promoting to the Land Immortals? What's the problem? Seeing that Ling Chen's gaze was a little dull, Ling Huang asked with some confusion. "Sure enough, you are also stuck in a half-step Lu Xian." Ling Chen shook his head inside lightly. "Also?" Ling Huang's eyes became strange, and he looked at Ling Chen and asked, "Do you know that there are other people stuck here too? I've seen the Demon Emperor, and he was also stuck in the half-step Lu Xian, and he said that this is because Blue Star is a world that is imprisoned." Ling Chen said lightly, "Imprisoned?" Ling Huang frowned, and then suddenly realized, no wonder the clan elder was also stuck in half-step Lu Immortal for so many years. Demon Emperor, how did he find out? Then Ling Chen told Ling Huang what happened when he met the Demon Queen and the Demon Emperor demonized. Hearing this, Ling Huang's brows furrowed tightly, and after a long time, he spoke, "So, that demon race is likely to be an alien from the sky, and he knows the secret of the Blue Star. So, who is he? I remember, now this Demon Emperor used to be just a small role. I just said how could his strength improve so quickly. I see." Ling Huang suddenly realized, and then seemed to think of something, with a solemn look in his eyes. "No, you mean that the Demon Emperor was seriously injured by you and fled?" Ling Chen nodded and looked at Ling Huang with some doubts. Ling Huang smiled bitterly, looked at Ling Chen and explained, "After the Demon Emperor was seriously injured by you, he fled back to the Demon Clan, but he was seriously injured but could not recover. If what you said is true, then it is very likely that the day after tomorrow the Demon Clan will come back to life. Can the acquired demon race be resurrected after being dead for so long?" Hearing this news, Ling Chen couldn't help but be surprised. "You know, if you have a system and can only resurrect fixed summoning legion members, then the acquired demons can also be resurrected? The demon race is a special race, and it is precisely because of this that countless people will choose to enter the demon, because entering the demon can help them achieve immortality to some extent." Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and explained, "I see." Ling Chen nodded, but he didn't take to heart the possibility of this acquired demon race being resurrected. After all, the strongest in this world was only half a step Lu Xian, and half a step Lu Xian, now himself, was completely able to cope with it. "Okay, let's not talk about this matter for the time being. You come to me, is there anything wrong?" Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and asked. "That's right. I almost forgot. I came to invite you to join my legion and be a Catching Legion commander." Ling Chen said. "Oh?" Ling Huang was a little surprised, took a deep look at Ling Chen, and then nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Ding, Ling Huang joins the legion. Ding, recruit Terran Legion members to reach the Saint Realm, unlock the experience sharing function. Experience bonus, all members of the clan will have 10% of the experience gained by killing the host. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he wished. In this way, you can level up while cultivating your skills with peace of mind. And Ling Huang, when the system's prompt sounded, he suddenly felt that there was a mysterious force in the darkness, invisibly binding him. The feeling was mysterious, as if he had a connection with that force, but as if there was no connection at all. However, being able to feel this power did not do him any harm, and Ling Huang didn't pay attention to anything anymore. "Is there anything else?" Ling Huang continued to ask. In his eyes, it was not a big deal for Ling Chen to invite him to be a guest elder. After all, Ling Chen can publicize it without his consent, and he will not come forward to deny it. Ling Chen thought for a while, and then suddenly thought of something, and asked, "My current strength has met your requirements, right? Can you tell me about my mother?" Hearing Hearing this, Ling Huang was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly. Your mother, she is not human. Belch? Ling Chen blinked his eyes blankly. She is actually a divine beast, a saintess of the Suzaku clan. Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and continued. He had no intention of hiding it from Ling Chen. The saintess of the Suzaku clan? Ling Chen was stunned. This news was too shocking. It was more shocking to him than having a divine beast himself. His mother turned out to be a saint of the Suzaku clan, so whether he was a member of the Suzaku clan, didn't he say that he was not a human being? Yes. Ling Huang nodded and continued. Well, for some reason, she was sealed in the Blue Star, and when I broke into the demon realm alone, I was chased and fell off a cliff, entered her seal place, and brought her out. Later, she was discovered by her clansmen and brought her back. Later, I returned to the sealed place many times to find your mother, but unfortunately I couldn't do it, and I could no longer enter there. After listening to this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little sad, and at the same time understood why his father met his mother. However, how could the sealed Suzaku have a hint of familiarity, and the divine dragon that entrusted the little dragon to himself at the beginning seemed to be sealed? What Brother Shenlong said at the beginning, let me go after I become extraordinary, and the future of the Blue Star depends on me. What does it mean that Ling Chen has not yet recalled it? What exactly is the disaster that Blue Star will face, so that Shenlong seems to be a little unable to solve it? The sealed Suzaku divine dragon, the imprisoned heaven and earth, the foreign demons, and the extraterrestrial human race who wanted to invade the human race. What was in control of everything? Ling Chen felt as if there was an invisible big hand controlling everything in the entire Blue Star. Not only the survival of humans, but also the survival of the demon race. The survival of the demon race is also under the control of that big hand. Is all this a coincidence? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Seeing Ling Chen fall into deep thought, Ling Huang couldn't help but cough lightly. Ling Chen suddenly woke up from his contemplation, put these problems aside for the time being, and what he had to do now was to find a way to bring his mother back first. According to Ling Huang, without Lu Xian's strength, it would be futile to go, so the top priority was to improve his strength. I know. Ling Chen nodded and began to think about how to improve his strength. To improve strength, it must be improved in all aspects. First of all, Ling Chen thought of spiritual power, as well as exercises, skills, strength levels, and other comprehensive abilities. Where to improve his spiritual power? Ling Chen thought of the second-floor soul refining room of the trial tower and the trial land. One can increase the total amount of soul power, and the other can increase the strength of soul power. Ling Chen immediately decided to break into the trial tower again. At the beginning, in the trial tower, he broke through the soul realm when he went up to the 30 floors, and this time, his soul realm had reached the peak of the human realm, and there should be no problem in breaking through again. Immediately, after Ling Chen greeted Ling Huang, he left Dawn City directly and headed in the direction of the trial tower. Ling Chen quickly came to the door of the trial tower, and before the guard guarding the gate spoke, Ling Chen handed over his identity token of Dawn Academy. Seeing the token, the guard guarding the gate quickly got out of the way and said respectfully, "Please come in." Ling Chen nodded, pushed open the door with a familiar voice, and walked in. It still feels like a deserted land. Welcome to the trial tower. Tower difficulty, hell. Awareness transmission is coming soon. A dazzling white light fell from the sky, enveloping Ling Chen in it. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, his body frozen in place, motionless. A blood-red world is extremely empty. Ling Chen's figure appeared, and the surroundings were desolate and empty, without a trace of vitality. Ling Chen stood in place, waiting quietly. Hell mode is on, please get ready. Being killed is regarded as a failure to break through, and the mind returns to the body. Start the first level in 3 minutes. It was still a series of prompt sounds. Ling Chen took out the Xianyuan sword. Of course he would not miss such a good opportunity to absorb soul power. 3 minutes later, thousands of bronze-level monster beasts rushed towards the surrounding horizon. Ling Chen chuckled, and with a gentle wave of the Xianyuan sword in his hand, an arc of sword chi flew out towards the surroundings. Wherever the sword energy passed, all beasts were silent and scattered by a sword. The first level was successfully passed. Ding, detect the spiritual origin, can be absorbed. Soon Ling Chen absorbed this small mass of spiritual origin. Although ants are small, they also have meat. Next level. Soon, we came to the 82nd level. There were thousands of demonic beasts of the Saint Realm around, and a hint of fighting spirit ignited in Ling Chen's eyes. At this time, Ling Chen, who relied entirely on his own strength, could only crush the supreme level monster beast. The realm of saints is an otherworldly existence. Third turn Thunder God technique. Second turn. Reinforce. The momentum on Ling Chen's body began to increase suddenly, and the source chi level in his body instantly increased to the strength of the primary level of the national defense level, and with the bonus of multi-system god level talents, Ling Chen's source energy majestically entered the sea. Squeezed his fists, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. If you want to fight, I will fight. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless sword chi turned into swords, gathering in the sky above Ling Chen's rear, pointing at the monster beast. Go! Countless sword gasification swords flew towards the thousands of monster beasts. Just when the monsters were about to use their skills to resist the flying swords, Monsters. Time and space prohibition. Ling Chen shouted lowly, and an invisible force enveloped all the monsters of the Saint Realm, and all the time and space around the monsters were forbidden to freeze. The time of the space-time ban lasted for more than a full second, but it was enough for Ling Chen. Endless sword energy fell, and in an instant, endless blood splashed out, killing these thousands of monster beasts in an instant. Ling Chen kicked under his feet and sprinted forward. A touch of silver light flashed on the blade of the sword, and the few remaining monsters were pierced by a sword. Successfully passed the 82nd level. Ding, detect the spiritual origin, can be absorbed. Ling Chen sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual source. The majestic spiritual power continued to flow into Ling Chen's spiritual sea, and I don't know how long it took. The barrier that hindered Ling Chen was gently broken. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt that his spiritual power seemed to have been sublimated, and an ultimate feeling came to his heart. His perception of the things around him became clearer, and a whole new world unfolded under his mental power. Ding, congratulations to the host's spiritual power for breaking through the human realm and entering the holy realm. The spiritual power broke through. Ling Chen did not dance with excitement, and continued to completely absorb the remaining spiritual origin, consolidated his mental strength and breathed a sigh of relief. Next level. At the 83rd level, thousands of monster beasts from the second realm of the Saint Realm appeared, and Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Is the entire realm of saints only 3 layers? In the trial tower, it is impossible for the little dragon to appear. Ling Chen's own strength is okay to fight thousands of monsters that have just entered the Saint Realm, but to say, fighting thousands of monsters in the second realm, Ling Chen has no bottom in his heart. However, he didn't think about retreating. Ling Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and killed the monster beast in front of him. Thousands of monster beasts surrounded Ling Chen. Their speed was fast and swift, and they rushed in front of Ling Chen in the blink of an eye. Time forbidden. The sea of fire burns the plains. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Thunder. Winter has arrived. Space shock. A series of AoE ultimate moves were all thrown out, and the source energy in Ling Chen's body was also consumed. However, his purpose was also achieved. The thousands of monsters in the second realm were hit by his skills one by one, and they dissipated without long support. Only a few dozen monster beasts survived, but at this time, Ling Chen no longer had a trace of source energy in his body, and sighed lightly. This time it's like that. The claws of a tiger monster pounced. Ling Chen's figure shook, dodging the past, while holding the hilt of the sword with his right hand and stabbing forward suddenly. Put! A burst of blood spurted, and the tiger monster fell directly to the ground and died, and then dissipated. At the same time, a bucket-thick snake demon bit down and swallowed Ling Chen in one bite. Ling Chen, who was motionless at the bottom of the trial tower, suddenly trembled, opened his eyes, and looked at his hands. I have to say that it is really uncomfortable to be swallowed by a monster and digest to death. Ling Chen smiled bitterly, shook his head, turned around and opened the door, and walked out. Just stepped out of the trial tower, a beam of light shot out from Ling Chen's right hand, reaching the trial monument in the center of the square. On the trial stele, it is the ranking of the best results achieved by the human race since the establishment of the trial tower, and now the first place is Ling Huang. Ling Chen swept the list. Most of them were some old Saint Realm powerhouses. A golden light rose from the bottom of the trial monument and rushed up, quickly surpassing the previous name and topping the list. The golden light gradually dissipated, and a row of large golden characters appeared. Ling Chen, 83 floors, completion, 99%. Ling Chen's name appeared, and the surrounding guards and the strong people who stayed here were shocked. Ling Huang, who had dominated the list for many years, was actually overtaken? Of course, Ling Huang's achievements were also many years ago, and he should be able to go higher now, but it is undeniable that the first one now is Ling Chen. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the people around him, Ling Chen turned and left. Coming to an uninhabited corner, Ling Chen took out the array plate and entered the trial land. Coming to the trial place, Ling Chen went straight up to the second floor and came to the soul refining room. Ling Chen was ready to hone the strength of his spiritual power. As soon as he entered the soul refining room, Ling Chen felt that his spiritual power was suppressed, but for Ling Chen now, it was minimal. Please choose the strength of the spirit to resist. A voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Holy Realm Jr. Ling Chen's decisive choice was completed. Soon, a sense of oppression that was several times stronger than before came, and Ling Chen felt bursts of pain spreading from the sea of spirit. It was as if there was a hammer invisibly, constantly hammering Ling Chen's spiritual power. Ling Chen's brows furrowed, and a hint of pain appeared on his face. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and held on for a moment, and finally couldn't help but let out a scream. His body retreated several feet, fell to the ground, sweating all over his body, and sweat beads slid down his forehead. Ling Chen's face was as pale as paper, and fine cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Damn, it wasn't so outrageous last time. Ling Chen scolded secretly in his heart. No, it's not over yet. I can't give up. I have to persevere. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, gathered his mental strength, and endured the impact again and again, and for a long time, he gradually lost consciousness. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration in Ling Chen's mind, and in the depths of the sea of spirit, a black star was revealed. The black star turned, with a mysterious rhythm. Ling Chen gradually regained regained consciousness. Ling Chen's head became a little groggy at this time, and there was a feeling of dizziness, as if he had just woken up. Under this rhythm, the bursts of pain eased down and fell to Ling Chen's tolerance. What's going on? What is it? Ling Chen frowned, looking at the black star in his mind suspiciously. What's going on? Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He could feel that this black star had no hostility towards him. What's going on? Ling Chen was puzzled, but since there was no danger, he should wait until he survived the impact of this spiritual power to find out. Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly, and under the rhythm of the black stars, Ling Chen felt less and less pain. I don't know how long it took. The bursts of spiritual hammering ended, and Ling Chen survived this test. Congratulations on passing and receiving the empowerment of the source of the spirit. A huge spiritual source entered Ling Chen's mind from top to bottom. With the infusion of the source of spirit, Ling Chen's spiritual power suddenly skyrocketed. Half an hour later, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a bright luster. Ling Chen could feel that his current spiritual power had broken through the primary level of the holy realm and reached the level of the middle stage of the holy realm. Ling Chen knew that his breakthrough was not because of his tenacity, but because of this black star. At this time, Ling Chen calmed down and carefully observed the star in his spiritual sea. This star gave Ling Chen an extremely mysterious feeling. Ling Chen felt that there was an incomparably powerful power contained in this black star. Even if the holy realm powerhouse stood in front of this black star, he might not dare to look directly at it. Moreover, strangely, Ling Chen was able to feel a familiar and warm feeling from above, as if he and this black star had a blood connection, and there was some kind of connection between them. Could it be that this is left by my mother? Ling Chen couldn't help but think. Although such a thought was only fleeting in his mind, he felt that this star was likely something left by his mother. Mother, is it you? Ling Chen's mental power trembled a little, and he transmitted this message towards the black star, wanting to get a slight response. But unfortunately, the black star still didn't react. Somewhere far away in the sky, in a mysterious space, there were several Suzaku divine beasts flying in the air. On the land below, there was a huge palace, and on the outskirts of the palace, there were circles of runes, and a faint mysterious aura emanated from the runes, enveloping the entire tribe. Behind the palace, there is a huge tribal castle, and in a huge castle, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes is imprisoned. The woman sat quietly on a stone bench with a sad face, looking at the sky in the distance. Sister, are you thinking about him again? A girl walked up to the woman and asked softly. The woman turned around and looked at the girl beside her. It's not that you don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. I don't know how he is now. And my child. Sister, don't worry too much. My father promised, as long as you can break through the immortal king, you can come and go as you please. Hearing the girl's words, the woman's face barely squeezed out a smile. You girl, is the immortal king so easy to break through? The woman stood in front of the window, looking at the sky in the distance, and was in a daze for a long time, and at this moment, a special message came to the woman's mind. Mother, is it you? The woman's body suddenly stiffened, trembling slightly. She could feel it. This information was by no means an illusion. Her hands trembled slightly, and her nails sank into the flesh. This is her child. He's alive. Is he okay? Sister, what's wrong? Is it uncomfortable somewhere? Seeing her sister's pale face, the girl hurriedly asked. The woman shook her head. No, I'm fine. I'll go prepare and try to break through again. After saying that, the woman turned around and walked towards the room. The girl followed behind the woman. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She didn't know whether her sister's continuous attempts to break through were a blessing or a curse. I hope my sister can break through safely. The woman entered the exclusive retreat room, and the fortress fell silent. Mother, is this black star left by you? Ling Chen's face showed a hint of hesitation, but soon his face was full of perseverance, and he believed that sooner or later he would be able to see his mother. Ling Chen gathered his thoughts and began to study the usefulness of this star. It was just now that he almost lost consciousness that this star was revealed and played a role. Ding, find the god-level treasure Guardian Bead. Guardian Bead, spiritual defense artifact, which can protect the spiritual power from collapse and consolidate the sea of spirits. Feature 1, absorb the spiritual power of dead monsters, purify and transform them into spiritual origins. Feature 2, immune to attacks by psychic power of the same level. Looking at the black star in front of him, Ling Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. This artifact should be the life-saving thing left to him by his mother. Mother, I will improve my strength as soon as possible and find you as soon as possible, Ling Chen said secretly. Ling Chen came to the training room and continued to study the use of this black star, and cultivated his skills. This cultivation forgot time, and in the outside world, time had quietly passed for half a month. Ling Chen's mental power was completely stabilized. In the past half month, under the effect of Ling Chen's time ability to slow down the flow of time, as well as in the cultivation room, the concentration of source chi is 100 times higher than that of the outside world. Ling Chen's realm also naturally reached the moat level 1 star of the city. Although he was only promoted by 1 level, for Ling Chen, his strength had risen a lot. Next, Ling Chen was ready to cultivate his rank 3 Thunder God technique and clone skills. If these 2 sets of skills can be improved, then Ling Chen's strength will also be greatly improved. The second turn turn requires heavenly thunder refining, ordinary thunder, which has no effect on Ling Chen at all. This is also the reason why Ling Chen's second turn has not made much progress for a long time. Sky thunder, or a clone. Ling Chen fell into deep thought. The clone is now refining alchemy. Wait, alchemy. When the holy product elixir becomes an elixir, it will attract Dan Lei, because every holy pill may change its life against the sky, and once it is successfully condensed into a pill, the power of the Dan thunder will also become extremely terrifying. And this Dan Lei can just be used to refine the body, Ling Chen thought in his heart. In that case, let's start alchemy. Refining the holy grade pill was not a simple matter for Ling Chen. After all, the holy elixir was the top elixir on the blue star, and ordinary people could not refine it at all. With Ling Chen's current level of master level alchemy, he could only barely refine the simplest holy grade elixir. If you want to refine the legendary holy elixir, I'm afraid Ling Chen's alchemy needs to be upgraded to the level of emperor level alchemy. However, for Ling Chen, he only needed to constantly brush his proficiency, and his alchemy could reach the emperor level alchemy. Let's refine an ordinary holy grade elixir first. Ling Chen thought for a moment, planning to refine an ordinary holy grade elixir. Ordinary holy grade elixirs could not attract heavenly thunder, but they could help Ling Chen brush his proficiency. Coming to the alchemy room, the clone was practicing the elixir there. If it weren't for the clone alchemy and not being able to increase his experience, Ling Chen would have broken through to the emperor level long ago. Seeing that the clone had worked hard for so long, Ling Chen couldn't bear it. After all, it was all himself, and he had to relax and relax. Sending the clone out of the trial place and letting it be casually sheet, Ling Chen returned to the alchemy room and began to brush his proficiency. Ling Chen took out a few herbs, put them in the palm of his hand, and then began to refine them. Refining ordinary holy grade elixirs was still relatively simple for Ling Chen. After all, with his current strength, refining simple holy grade elixirs was as easy as eating and drinking. After a while, a golden pill with a faint halo appeared in Ling Chen's hand. This elixir is a kind of elixir called purple gold pill, which is an auxiliary healing holy medicine for supernatural warriors. No matter how serious the injury is, if you take it on the spot, you can immediately contain the injury and slowly recover. Ling Chen took it into the space, and then began the refining of the second holy grade elixir. One after another, after a while, the medicinal materials in the entire alchemy room were consumed, and in Ling Chen's space, a large number of holy elixirs were also stored. Ling Chen's alchemy skills are also becoming more and more skilled. Although it has not yet reached the level of the emperor, Ling Chen already has 3 points of certainty, and he can try to refine the 9 Yang holy pill. The 9 Yang holy flower has a total of 9 leaves, and each leaf can refine a simple version of the 9 Yang holy pill. Using the flowers of the holy flower as a guide, you can refine the complete version of the holy pill that can obtain the 9 Yang holy body. Therefore, Ling Chen planned to use the leaves to practice his hands first. After all, this was the first time he tried to refine this legendary elixir. After Ling Chen placed all the medicinal materials he needed, he began to refine this 9 Yang holy pill. Ling Chen Qi Yun Dantian, his right hand was slightly raised, and the source qi in his hand slowly emerged, forming the shape of a cauldron in the air, and the flames were beating quietly on it. Ling Chen, who had been promoted to the god level with fire-type abilities, could be said to be handy in his mastery of flames, and flames were like a part of his body. Before starting, Ling Chen stared at the Dan cauldron intently. Pick up the holy medicine herb prepared on the side, the 9-star phantom branch, and gently throw it into the elixir cauldron transformed by his own source energy. As soon as the 9-star phantom branch entered the cauldron, it was wrapped in a cloud of source energy flames, and it burned instantly. After the slow burning of the flames, soon, a small cloud of cyan liquid rolled in the flames, shining with a faint green light. Soon this small ball of cyan liquid was refined, and Ling Chen continued to pick up a 9-star lotus pod, still gently throwing it into the cauldron. It didn't take long for a dark green liquid to flow in the flames, constantly purifying. Then, after concocting it in the same way, all the auxiliary medicinal materials were purified and extracted into liquid, and then suspended on the side of the inner wall of the alchemy cauldron. Ling Chen picked up a leaf of the 9 Yang holy flower and placed it in the palm of his hand. Go ahead. With a slight flick of his fingers, the leaf was gently bounced into the cauldron, and the flame immediately wrapped it up, quickly melting into a ball of turquoise liquid. All the purification work has been completed, and the next step is the key step to become a pill. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Ling Chen concentrated and controlled the 9 drops of pure medicinal herb essence to merge together, mixing into a larger liquid. The flame continues to control the liquid, constantly purifying and removing impurities, and soon the liquid mass becomes smaller and smaller under the burning of the flame. Ling Chen's eyes were fixed on the liquid, and as the liquid became smaller, his mind became tense. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise in Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and his face instantly turned pale. First attempt failed. Ling Chen closed his eyes and carefully recalled the specific situation of the failure just now, looking for the reason for the failure. Although the refining failed this time, Ling Chen had a lot more understanding of alchemy. In his mind, he kept recalling the failure just now, and suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes lit up and he figured out some details of the refining process just now. No wonder it failed the first time it was refined. The refining of this 9-star holy pill pays attention to balance. Balance is on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also because of the quality of the medicine. If there is a slight gap in the quality of these medicinal materials, failure will occur. In that case, try again, this time before the start. Ling Chen carefully screened the auxiliary materials one step ahead. Then follow the steps to refine all of them into liquid, followed by the key step. Ling Chen concentrated his energy, controlled the 9 liquids to slowly fuse, and then continued to start fusion and refining. Under the control of Ling Chen's flame, the 9 medicinal powers in the liquid have always maintained a balanced state. Finally, the whole liquid became smaller and smaller, and the 9 medicinal powers had always maintained a balanced state. Gradually, the liquid began to solidify, forming a solid round elixir. Ling Chen was overjoyed in his heart. The prototype of this 9-yang holy pill was finally refined. After a long time, the 9-yang saint pill finally completely condensed and formed. Dan Chen. A strong energy fluctuation spread out from the holy pill, shooting straight into the sky, and the danding transformed by Ling Chen's source energy was shaken and dispersed by this fluctuation. At the end of the energy fluctuations that hit the sky, a strange mist began to condense, and it didn't take long for it to condense into a thundercloud. Ling Chen looked at this thundercloud, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he succeeded. Stretching out his hand, a source chi gushed out of Ling Chen's hand, wrapping the holy pill inside, and then, Ling Chen's feet kicked and shot straight into the sky. This Saint Dan thundercloud that had just reached the standard was just enough to allow the current Ling Chen to carry out heavenly thunder refinement. Ling Chen, who was suspended in the air, raised his head and looked at the churning thunderclouds on the edge of the sky, faintly with brilliant thunder cutting through the sky, illuminating this small sky as if it were daytime. It seemed that this Dan Lei was indeed quite terrifying, but Ling Chen's eyes were full of excitement. It was the first time he had used the real heavenly thunder to cultivate the 3-rank thunder god technique, and he didn't know how effective it was. Boom! In the sky, there was suddenly a burst of thunder, dark clouds pressed over, electric snakes were intertwined in the thunderclouds, and, suddenly a thunderbolt, like a giant python, burst out of the clouds, with terrifying power, and pounced fiercely towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen was not afraid at all, raised his head, and took the initiative to rush straight towards the thunder python, colliding with the thunder. With his current physical fitness, there is no big problem in resisting Dan Lei to this level. Bang! The thunder struck Ling Chen's body and quickly drilled into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's body trembled violently, and a tingling pain spread throughout his body. Under the attack of this violent energy, Ling Chen couldn't help but snort. His body retreated a few meters, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, this thunder was not a big problem for Ling Chen, and Ling Chen, who had endured the impact of the power of thunder, began to frantically run the 3-rank thunder god technique. Dan Lei, who was raging into his body, was gradually controlled by Ling Chen, and began to constantly temper Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's physical body, under the tempering of this Dan thunder, became stronger and stronger. Ling Chen looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with a happy face, and shouted, "Come again!" As if understanding Ling Chen's provocation, the thunder cloud rolled violently, and then, the brilliant thunder roared in the sky like a dragon, with brilliant thunder, overwhelmingly sweep down. No longer fell like a thunderbolt before, but dozens of thunderbolts came out at once. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. I wiped the glass, the eldest brother who was joking just now. The thunder slashed fiercely on Ling Chen's body, and the brilliant silver lightning overflowed, but fortunately, Ling Chen's current body was strong enough. And under the tempering of thunder and lightning, Ling Chen's body was constantly strengthening into countless electric snakes, drilling into Ling Chen's body. Ah! A scream resounded in the sky. Ling Chen's whole body was convulsed by electricity, and one thunder after another drilled into his body from under his skin, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from the surface of his skin, and bursts of pain filled his body. But fortunately, Ling Chen's current body was strong enough, and after resisting the impact of thunder, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and frantically ran the 3-turn thunder god technique, inducing the thunder to temper his body. Under the tempering of thunder and lightning, Ling Chen's body was constantly strengthening, and traces of thunder penetrated into his body from the pores, constantly blending into his internal organs and bones. With Ling Chen's continuous tempering, Ling Chen's body was also getting stronger, and under the baptism of thunder, his physical strength and defense were greatly strengthened. I don't know how long it took. The thunder and lightning disappeared. Ling Chen was soaked all over, and sweat soaked his clothes. The thunder clouds in the sky also dissipated at some point. Ha ha ha, it's really cool. My body is twice as strong as before. Ling Chen laughed, his heart extremely happy. Slowly falling from the sky, he returned to the alchemy room, stretched out his hand and inhaled the incomplete version of the 9-yang holy pill into his hand. Ling Chen held it in front of his eyes and looked at it. The surface of the elixir has a layer of pale yellow-red patterns. Feeling the huge energy contained in it, Ling Chen's face couldn't help but show a smile. Although it is not as powerful as the perfect 9-yang holy pill, this elixir can also be regarded as the best. Ling Chen said to himself, "Put away the elixir. thunder, take advantage of the good feel, and refine all the rest. Then Ling Chen went through the tempering of the 7 Dan thunders and completed one of the 9 thunders in the second turn. I don't know if the complete version of the 9 Yang Saint Pill summons the same thunderclouds as the incomplete version. Sitting cross-legged in place, Ling Chen meditated for an hour to recover his mental strength, ready to refine the complete version of the 9 Yang Holy Pill. Refining the complete version of the 9 Yang Holy Pill requires 9 times the auxiliary medicinal materials of the original. Concentrating on purifying all the medicinal materials into liquid form, Ling Chen took a deep breath, his slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and then with a gentle wave of his arm, he threw the 9 Yang Holy Flower into the alchemy cauldron. As soon as the 9 Yang Holy Flower entered the alchemy cauldron, it was quickly withered by Ling Chen's flame-terrifying temperature, and in just a few breaths, it turned into a golden liquid. The first step of purification, Ling Chen's light car familiarity, was completed, and then it was integrated. Then Ling Chen waved his palm, and several flames wrapped those liquids inside, pushing the 9 suspended liquids to slowly merge together. Ling Chen focused on controlling the flames, constantly pushing the liquid to fuse and purify. Almost every medicinal power was 9 times that of the previous one, and Ling Chen's pressure suddenly rose to fuse, which had quite high requirements for Ling Chen's control. Therefore, Ling Chen gathered his mind and stared at the liquid in the alchemy cauldron intently, not daring to make the slightest mistake. After all, there is only one holy flower. As the large mass of liquid gradually fused and refined into a small liquid state, beads of sweat began to drip from Ling Chen's forehead, and his eyes kept staring closely at the alchemy cauldron. Time passed like quicksand, and finally, Ling Chen saw the elixir gradually condense and take shape. Under Ling Chen's nervous gaze, a round pill slowly took shape. Seeing this moment, Ling Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Dancheng, thunder comes. In the sky, a thundercloud that was several times more terrifying than the previous thunderclouds was slowly brewing. With the condensation of thunderclouds, the energy of this small piece of heaven and earth suddenly became extremely violent. This thunder, go out and pick it up. Suddenly, a voice familiar to Ling Chen came. It was Master Kong Ming. Before he could ask why, Ling Chen took the 9 Yang Holy Pill with one hand and flashed out of the city of space. Coming to an uninhabited desert, Lei Yun followed the holy pill in Ling Chen's hand. The terrifying Lei Wei filled the entire world, causing the surrounding air to flash with a trace of electric arcs. The previous Dan Lei, compared with it, can be said to be a small witch. Soon after the thunder clouds condensed, they showed their terrifying destructive power to this heaven and earth, and in the thick clouds, thick thunder exploded overwhelmingly. Ling Chen's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of fighting intent. Strengthen! In Ling Chen's light shout, thunder containing terrifying power poured down on Ling Chen's body. A piercing electric current pierced through the sound of the body, and one electric current continued to impact Ling Chen's meridians and bones. Under the impact of this terrifying thunder, Ling Chen did not dare to neglect in the slightest, and quickly mobilized all his strength, frantically running the third-rank Thunder God technique to guide the thunder to temper his body. With continuous tempering, Ling Chen's muscles, bones, body, and skin all underwent transformation. Under this kind of tempering, Ling Chen's physical strength continued to increase, reaching a terrifying level. At this moment, all the muscles and bones in Ling Chen's body turned purple-black, faintly emitting a cold light, looking extremely hard, stronger than before. Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Then, after about half an hour, the Dan Thunder tribulation disappeared this time. Ling Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a powerful aura emanated from Ling Chen's body. It was another heavenly thunder power, so it seemed that the power of heavenly thunder attracted by different elixirs was different. Then the remaining 7 kinds of heavenly thunder could be attracted by refining 7 different holy pills. Rational use of bugs. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. It's just that Ling Chen currently doesn't have so many natural materials and earth treasures that can be used to refine holy pills. I can only wait until I have enough natural materials and treasures to operate again. Ling Chen waved his hand lightly, scattered the traces of the tribulation around him, and then left the place and returned to the place of trial. After a stick of incense after Ling Chen left, several figures appeared here, and the leading person, wearing a black robe and a mask, could not see his face clearly, was the current leader of the new human race. Master, there was a tribulation here just now, and the momentum was huge, and my subordinates did not dare to approach. A middle-aged man with a burly figure, angular face, and a hooked nose bowed and said. Hearing this, the new human sect leader nodded and said nothing. After feeling it carefully, the leader under the black robe spoke. This is not an ordinary thunder tribulation, but a pill tribulation born from the holy pill. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank sharply, and a shocked look appeared on his face. Holy pill? Not bad. The black-clothed sect leader replied lightly. After carrying the holy Dan thunder tribulation, you can still leave calmly. This person is not simple. The subordinates immediately went to investigate. The middle-aged man said respectfully. The black-robe leader nodded, no longer lingered, and disappeared in place. Returning to the cultivation room and the trial land, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try whether the effect of the 9 Yan holy pill could obtain the holy holy body as it said. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, running the chaos god killing technique, absorbing the source energy between the surrounding heavens and the earth to adjust his state. Ling Chen, who had just experienced the thunder tribulation, could be described as covered in injuries and exhausted. So Ling Chen needs to adjust well to make his state the best. Soon, Ling Chen returned to his peak state. Ling Chen exhaled softly, opened his eyes, and with a flick of his fingers, a round cyan elixir appeared between his fingers. Concentrating on glancing at this 9-yang holy pill that was not easy to refine and took a lot of energy to succeed, Ling Chen did not hesitate and raised his head to take it. His eyes slowly closed, and Ling Chen's hands also formed a cultivation seal. The 9-yang holy pill melted in his mouth, and when Ling Chen didn't react, it turned into 9 streams of pure energy of the same intensity, like a surging river, surging down his throat and instilling into the meridians. A wave of violent energy filled Ling Chen's limbs and bones, causing Ling Chen's body to tremble uncontrollably. His body trembled slightly, and a sense of pain spread throughout his body. But Ling Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. A look of excitement appeared on his face. He knew that this violent energy was tempering his body. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched suddenly, his whole face twitched a little, and a hissing cool air leaked out from between his teeth. Under the tempering of these energies, Ling Chen's body was like a huge funnel. Under the washing of these energies, it rotated wildly and underwent earth-shaking changes. Ling Chen's body became more and more tenacious, his bones became more compact and powerful, and his muscles became stronger and more elastic, just like steel cast, indestructible. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed quickly, and Ling Chen's physique became more and more powerful. Inside Ling Chen's bones, there were purple gold lines flowing, which looked a little vague, but they had a mysterious taste. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-yang holy body. 9-yang holy body, the body of 9 yangs, is a powerful physique born when heaven and earth first opened, opening the 9-yang holy body, which can increase the attack power by 9 times in a short period of time. Seeing the system's prompt sound, a touch of excitement flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. The 9-yang holy body actually has such a powerful attribute? It's really powerful. The 9-yang holy body not only improved his current physique several times, but also increased his combat effectiveness 9 times in battle, worthy of being a unique holy body in 100 million. Moreover, this is still the acquired 9-yang holy body. I don't know how strong the innate 9-yang holy body can be, Ling Chen thought to himself. In the training room, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a touch of purple gold brilliance flashed from Ling Chen's eyes, and he spat out a long breath of stuffy breath that had been held in his chest for a long time. Sensing that his physical fitness was more than several times stronger than before, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Today's Ling Chen, relying solely on his physical strength, he has the confidence to fight against the strong in the late stage of the Saint Realm. Skillfully opened his experience pool, and accumulated hundreds of millions of experience in it. A white light flashed, and Ling Chen rose to 1 star again, reaching the moat level 1 star. Is this what it feels like to lie down and win? I have to say that Ling Chen has a trace of love. Now if you want to go to the next level, you can only refine other holy elixirs, but you need some natural materials and earth treasures. Touching his chin, Ling Chen decided to go back to the Shiguang Academy to try his luck. It really didn't work, and he went to the battlefield of all races again, and last time he passed, he escaped back in disgrace. Now I am more than several times stronger than before. Even if he encountered a half-step Lu immortal, there would be no problem for Ling Chen, let alone the battlefield of 10,000 clans where his cultivation was restricted. In that case, let's go back to Shiguang Academy first, but before that, go see the master and ask what happened just now. A flash came to the paradise where the master was, and the surrounding scenery did not change. The only thing that has changed is the Kongming master standing by the stream. The previous raincoat has become a brand new Taoist robe, looking elegant and dusty. The whole person seems to be reborn, exuding an elegant and noble atmosphere. You're here, Master Kongming said without looking back, as if he had expected Ling Chen to come, as if he had already known about it. Yes, master. Ling Chen bowed and saluted. Your strength, even the master is amazed, and I didn't expect that you would have such an opportunity, using Dan Lei to refine your body. You really have yours. Kongming looked at Ling Chen and praised unabashedly. Luck, fluke. Ling Chen smiled modestly and asked, by the way, master, why did you let me go out to pick up the Dan Lei thunder tribulation? Kongming didn't answer directly. He raised his head and looked at the sky, sighing. In the city of space, the city of the sky will help. You resist most of the power of thunder, it will not achieve the effect of tempering, and it is easy to be discovered by those people. Those people? Ling Chen looked at the master suspiciously, frowning, because he could be detected by crossing the tribulation? Is there really such a strong person? Your master's enemy. Don't underestimate the real powerhouse, you are still far from it. As if seeing what Ling Chen was thinking, Master Kongming replied. Ling Chen nodded, thinking that his master's strength as an immortal king had also fallen to this point. If you want to help your master revenge him, he really has a long way to go. Master, what are you? Ling Chen pointed to what Kongming was wearing, as if to say, why did you suddenly wear a Taoist robe? Hearing Ling Chen's words, Master Kongming suddenly looked at Ling Chen with bright eyes, with relief in his eyes, excitement, and said with a hint of embarrassment, "I have something to ask for the master." "You say?" Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, and looked at Master Kongming at this moment with some amusement. Such a master of Kongming, and the inscrutable and ethereal, and before, he was simply like two people. "Was that holy pill refined by your own hands?" Yes. Ling Chen nodded, without the slightest hesitation. "Disciple, I didn't expect your alchemy to reach such a level. I think I will have the opportunity in the future. You can help me refine a rank 9 soul melting pill." 9 rank soul melting pill? That's right. This is a divine pill level elixir, which has the effect of fusing the soul body with the physical body, and I can regain my physical body. Kongming looked at Ling Chen with a yearning face, his eyes full of anticipation. Ling Chen nodded. "I will do my best to refine this elixir and restore the master to his original appearance." Okay, the 3 main medicinal materials for refining the 9 rank soul melting pill are ambergris, tinshan wood, and blood lotus. Ambergris, tinshan wood, and blood lotus? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He had never heard of these things. Ambergris grows in the dragon veins, and its rhizomes are formed by the condensation of a drop of dragon essence and blood. Tinshan wood is a strange herb between heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, growing in the place where the essence of the sun and moon gathers, containing countless life essences, which is a treasure that is hard to find between heaven and earth. Blood lotus flower is a strange flower that grows thousands of meters underground, and is said to grow rooted in the blood and has a strong healing effect. Master Kongming explained. Ling Chen nodded, without saying much. These treasures of heaven and earth are not ordinary mortal things, and it may take a lot of time to search for them. Moreover, his alchemy skills were only at the master level. Even if he was promoted to an emperor-level alchemist, he could not easily refine the divine elixir. Therefore, the matter of refining the 9-rank soul melting pill was completely unhurried. "Master, if there is nothing else, I will leave first and come to see you next time." Ling Chen bowed his hands and took his leave, preparing to return to Shiguang Academy. "Wait, I've been here for too long. It's time to go out and take a look." Master Kongming stopped Ling Chen and looked into the distance with a nostalgic face. High mountains and flowing water, beautiful scenery, empty valleys, and orchids. "Master, do you want to go out with me?" Ling Chen was slightly startled and asked. "That's right, it's time for me to go out for a walk too." The old man of Kongming turned his head and looked at Ling Chen. "However, unless something is urgent, I won't take action." "I understand." Ling Chen nodded. Subsequently, the old man of the sky gradually became illusory, turned into a wisp of light smoke, disappeared in place, and drilled into the space ring in Ling Chen's hand. At this moment, Ling Chen did not hesitate, left this master's world, and left the place of trial, so he was ready to rush directly towards Dawn Academy. Stretching out his hand, a space vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen's gate, and now the source energy in Ling Chen's body was as majestic as the sea, and there was no need to worry about the situation of exhaustion at all. As soon as he stepped in, Ling Chen's figure disappeared in place. The place where Ling Chen reappeared was already the wall outside the Dawn Academy. "The position control is perfect." Ling Chen muttered softly, took out the token, and put the token into the groove above the wall with ease. A dazzling white light flashed. Ling Chen took a step towards the wall, and soon integrated into the wall, looking particularly mysterious. Putting away the token, Ling Chen flashed through the corridor and came to the gate outside the Dawn Academy. After returning to the academy, Ling Chen rushed to the academy's treasure pavilion as soon as possible. He wanted to see if there were any natural treasures that could be exchanged. Treasure pavilion, 1 floor. It is still an empty elixir, which belongs to the existence of legends in the cultivation world, and it is said that this kind of elixir is worth tens of thousands of points, or even higher. This kid actually took out the holy elixir. Old Manly looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. You, where did you come from?" Only the familiar Old Manly was lying on the table, looking down, and laughing hee. Seeing this, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched, and then rose slightly, showing a hint of a hee. Snap! Ling Chen suddenly flashed to Old Manly's table, slapped it on the table, and made a deafening sound. Old Manly was so frightened that his body trembled. He almost fell off the chair, his eyes widened and he cursed, "Little rabbit, what are you doing? Didn't you see me studying the baby? Research baby?" Ling Chen despised Old Manly fiercely. "What do you know? This is a collector's edition." Old Manly looked at Ling Chen with a disdainful face, and then lowered his head and continued to stare below. "I want to exchange for natural materials and earth treasures." Ling Chen patted the table lightly and said, "Natural treasures? Exchange?" Old Manly was stunned and looked up at Ling Chen. "Do you know how rare the natural materials and treasures are? Your points are not enough to exchange." Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders, spread his right hand, held a small purple bottle in his hand, and handed it to Old Manly. This is? Old Manly took the pill, opened the lid and sniffed it, and then looked sluggish, and then, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Chen. "Is this the holy elixir?" "That's right, it's a holy elixir." Ling Chen nodded. Holy elixir. These 4 words sounded like bombs in Old Manly's head, and the whole person was suddenly dumbfounded on the seat. Dumbfounded. Although he was not proficient enough in alchemy, he knew what the holy elixir represented. represented. This kind of elixir belongs to the existence of legends in the cultivation world, and it is said that this kind of elixir is worth millions of points, or even higher. This kid actually took out the holy elixir. Old Manly looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. Where are you from? You can't control this, you just need to tell me if you can exchange it. Ling Chen glanced at Old Manly faintly, and said with a smile, yes, of course. Reacting, Old Manly immediately agreed. Just kidding, this is a holy elixir. If he hadn't changed it, the dean would know that he couldn't give him good fruit to eat. Give me the token, enter points for you, 1,000,000 points each. Hearing this, Ling Chen handed over his token, and Old Manly hurriedly took the token and entered the points. Then he handed the token back to Ling Chen, and Old Manly still had a touch of excitement on his face that could not be concealed. You boy, you're so lucky, just came into the academy, you actually got the holy elixir, it's incredible. Old Manly looked like he had seen a ghost, looking at Ling Chen. Ling Chen rolled his eyes and said in his heart, if you let you know that I still have it, I can still refine it whenever I want, and I will probably scare you to death. By the way, Ling Chen, what is the effect of this pill? Carefully putting away the pill, Old Manly asked in an excited voice. This elixir is called the 9-yang holy pill. It uses the leaves of the 9-yang holy flower as the main raw material, and after taking it, you can obtain the pseudo 9-yang holy body, which greatly improves physical fitness, increases defense, and can increase attack power several times in a short period of time in battle. Ling Chen told the effect of the 9-yang holy pill in detail in one breath. Hearing Ling Chen's explanation, Old Man Li's eyes lit up, and the excitement on his face became stronger, and he couldn't help but ask, well, Ling Chen, can I ask you something? Ask. Ling Chen said lightly. Hey, that. Ling Chen, do you have any other 9-yang saint pills? Old Man Li rubbed his hands, looked at Ling Chen with an expectant face, and said with a smile at Ling Chen, why, Old Li, do you want it? Why don't you just redeem your points directly? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Old Man Li with a smile. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, and the Old Man Li's inquiry was too obvious, and at first glance, he wanted this holy pill very much, and he could slaughter a fat sheep well. Old Man Li smiled sneeringly and said a little embarrassedly, to be honest, there are not many points left in the old man's hand, and the exchange of such a precious elixir as the holy medicine must be approved by the dean. When he said the word dean, Old Man Li couldn't help but shudder. That old devil was not an existence he could afford to provoke. I have one here. Ling Chen suddenly looked at Old Man Li and said, however, I originally planned to keep it for myself. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Old Man Li was speechless for a while. This little rabbit cub was obviously ready to pit himself, but he had no reason to refuse a holy medicine, and looked at Ling Chen with a bitter face. Ling Chen, you can sell it to me. What do you want? You open your mouth. Since Li Lao wants this holy pill so much, then I have no choice but to reluctantly give it up and sell it to you. Ling Chen said with a painful face. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of joking at the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. Hearing that Ling Chen agreed to sell the holy pill to himself, Li Lao fell into joy and did not notice the joke on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. However, I have a condition. Ling Chen added again. What conditions? Li Lao gathered the joy in his heart and looked straight at Ling Chen. The condition is that I need natural materials and earthly treasure-level medicinal materials. Not only do I need them, but the more I need, the better. Ling Chen looked at Old Man Li with a serious face and spoke. What do you want so many rare herbs for? Li Lao glanced at Ling Chen deeply, as if he wanted to see through Ling Chen. Just say if there is. Ling Chen curled his lips and smiled lightly. Hearing this, Li Lao couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, the old man is just such a natural treasure. It's just that, I can't use it. You see if you need it. After that, Old Man Li took out a jade box from the storage ring with a painful face and handed it to Ling Chen. Taking the jade box, Ling Chen gently opened it. A fragrance came to the nose, and a grass with a crystal clear body and a pale golden light lay quietly in the jade box, exuding a magical atmosphere. Seeing this mysterious grass, Ling Chen's eyes instantly narrowed. This is golden yang divine grass? Ling Chen looked at the grass in the jade box in surprise. That's right, it's the golden sun divine grass. Old Man Li saw Ling Chen's shocked expression and couldn't help but laugh. I want it. In addition, I want 100,000 points. Ling Chen's eyes stared straight at the divine grass in the box and spoke. When Old Man Li heard Ling Chen's words, his eyes widened. You take my divine grass, and you still want me 100,000 points? Do you know how rare this divine grass is? A small bottle suddenly appeared on Ling Chen's right hand as just now, and with a gentle lift, the jade bottle flew towards Li Lao. Seeing what Ling Chen threw away, Li Lao was shocked, and quickly stretched out his hands, and a strong wind gushed out, grabbing the jade bottle in the air and sucking it into his hand. Holding it in his hand, Li Lao carefully opened the bottle cap, and a round and full pill was exposed to Li Lao's sight. Seeing the elixir that exuded a faint green aura, Li Lao's eyes became extremely hot. This is the holy pill. This is what he dreamed of. His lifelong wish was to be able to have a holy pill, but he didn't expect that now he would get what he wanted, which was the most wonderful moment in his life. Okay, deal. Old Man Li's hands trembled slightly, and he carefully closed the jade bottle and put it into his ring. At this time, he no longer cared about his few remaining points, and then traded Ling Chen for the points in his token. By the way, I want to exchange medicinal materials. Putting away the jade box in his hand, Ling Chen raised his head to look at Li Lao and said with a calm face, "Okay, no problem." Hearing this, Old Man Li nodded without hesitation. Ling Chen proposed to exchange medicinal materials at this time. This is a big deal. Although this is a transaction between Ling Chen and the academy, as the master of the treasure pavilion, it is not reasonable to make some differences. "Come with me, the herbs are on the 3rd floor," Old Man Li said, turned around and led the way, walking towards the stairs. Ling Chen followed the Old Man Li all the way. Soon after, the two came to the 3rd floor. Coming to the 3rd floor, the two stopped. Ling Chen glanced at it, and the entire 3rd floor was protected by a formation, which was full of source energy. In the formation, there are many shelves, and on the shelves, there are all kinds of medicinal materials, from some low-level medicinal materials to high-end medicinal materials. Ling Chen's eyes swept over, and soon his eyes stayed on the innermost table on the 3rd floor, where several natural materials and earth treasures exuding infinite charm were placed. Ling Chen's eyes fell on a herb that was green all over and as crystal clear as jade, raised his eyebrows, and exclaimed, "Ice soul fruit?" As soon as Ling Chen's words were shouted, Old Man Li was shocked and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. "Do you know this fruit? Do you know the effect of this fruit?" Ling Chen was stunned when he heard this, and these people didn't recognize this ice soul fruit at all, so they put it here. Ling Chen nodded and said with a serious face, "This fruit is called the ice soul fruit, and if you simply take it, it can greatly increase the mastery and comprehension of the ice system of the ice attribute ability." Speaking of this, Ling Chen paused for a moment and continued, "It is the main material for refining a divine pill. Taking this divine pill, the ice ability has a chance to advance to the god-level talent, which can be described as a change of life." Divine pill? God-level talent? Hearing Ling Chen's explanation, Old Man Li looked at Ling Chen in astonishment, his eyes full of incredulity. Aren't these just legendary things? How could Ling Chen know so much? Is he also an alchemist? And the level is not low? But he is only 18 years old. Old Man Li had such a thought in his heart. You know, an alchemist has to go through thousands of temperings to reach the level of an alchemy grandmaster, and this takes an extremely long time. An 18-year-old high-level alchemist, this is probably the reincarnation of the Dan Emperor, right? That's right, god-level talent. Ling Chen nodded. From the moment he saw this fruit, the information of this fruit and the pill for refining the elixir easily appeared in his mind. "Then can you tell me, why do you know so much about medicinal materials and Dan Dao?" Old Man Li held back his shock, looked at Ling Chen, and asked, "Because I have a very powerful master, and besides, I am an alchemy master." Ling Chen's face had a mysterious smile. What? Hearing that Ling Chen was an alchemy master, Old Man Li was completely dumbfounded. You are actually an alchemy master?" Today is definitely the day when Old Man Li was most shocked, and it can only be said that the young man in front of him is too perverted. An 18-year-old alchemy master, an 18-year-old can fight in the Sate realm. What a terrifying talent is this? He had lived for so many years, had seen countless geniuses, and had seen many alchemy geniuses, but he had never seen such a terrifying existence as Ling Chen. Cough, low-key and low-key. Ling Chen coughed lightly, waved his hand, and asked Old Man Li, "How many points does this ice soul fruit have?" Hearing this, Old Man Li's eyes flickered, and he gently stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Ling Chen. 200,000 points, right, I want it. Ling Chen said without thinking. No, you need to add another 0. Old Man Li shook his head, looking like a profiteer. Ling Chen. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched violently. Good guy, this is slaughtering me like a fool. If I hadn't told you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sell 200,000 yuan. It's small, the pattern is small. Ling Chen shook his head, looking disdainful. There is a genius boy in front of you, you can't show it? For example, this fruit can be given to me, isn't our relationship? Hey. Old Man Li rolled his eyes and looked at Ling Chen, not knowing what to say. This guy, can he be a little more shameless? Forget it, no one can use this thing here, so I'll give it to you. The original price of 200,000 points is sold to you. Old Man Li gritted his teeth and quoted the price directly. Hearing Old Man Li's words, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched a few times. The original price of 200,000 yuan, you sold me 2 million, I really thank you. However, Ling Chen still handed over the token, and 200,000 yuan was definitely not a loss. The remaining 3 natural materials and earth treasures, although precious, were still slightly inferior to the ice soul fruit, but Ling Chen still happily bought them all. Each plant paid 200,000 yuan, which was originally a set price. As the master of the treasure pavilion, Old Man Li has no authority to modify it. Putting all the remaining few natural materials and earth treasures in his pocket, Ling Chen's remaining 300,000 points were also exchanged for holy medicine level herbs. Thank you, Li Lao. Next time there are natural materials and earth treasures, please help me pay attention to them. Loading the exchanged medicinal materials into the space ring, Ling Chen arched his hands to Old Man Li and thanked Old Man Li. No problem. Old Man Li patted his chest and promised. Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction, greeted Li Lao, and left the treasure pavilion. Looking at Ling Chen's departing back, Old Man Li touched his beard and muttered to himself, this little guy, it's not simple. I have to inform inform the dean quickly. Thinking about it, Old Manly took out a jade card, crushed it, and transmitted a message. Ling Chen, who left the treasure pavilion, went straight to his villa dormitory, returned to the dormitory and washed up briefly, and Ling Chen lay down on the bed. After being busy for a long time, what should I do in my rare leisure time? Go to sleep. One night passed quietly, and the next morning, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes and stretched his waist. After a simple wash, Ling Chen took out the jade plaque leading to the battlefield of all tribes from the ring. His mind moved slightly, and a source of energy was instilled into the jade plaque from Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen's figure disappeared in place. A lava heat wave came to my face. Ling Chen's figure appeared in the huge underground world. Looking at the molten slurry rolling a few inches under his feet, Ling Chen's face couldn't help but twitch. This teleportation, can it be a little more random? Turning around and coming to the entrance, in front of the guard's opening, Ling Chen skillfully took out the academy token and handed it to the guard. The guard took a look and immediately respectfully took the academy token for inspection, and after confirming that there was no problem, Ling Chen successfully passed and came to the teleportation array to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Stepping on the teleportation array, a burst of white light flashed, and with a flower in front of his eyes, Ling Chen disappeared from the teleportation array. After passing through the corridor and coming to the square, Ling Chen gently stretched his muscles and bones. This feeling was really cool. Now his main thing is to collect some natural materials and earth treasure level medicinal materials to refine the holy elixir. Moreover, in this world, there is the existence of demons, and he can also complete the agreement with the East Sea Siren Demon Emperor. The last time I first arrived, the submissive self is gone. This time, Chaos Divine Liquid, Heavenly Treasure, beautiful I want them all. Ling Shen, you're alive? That's great. Just as Ling Chen was thinking about going to the mission hall first to see what tasks could be collected along the way, there was a surprise voice from the side. Hearing this, Ling Chen turned his head to look and found that the source of the sound was the little fat who had formed the team before. At this moment, Xiaopeng stood there with an excited face, a pair of round eyes, staring at Ling Chen, his eyes eager to jump out of his eyes. Ling Chen, this little chubby, why does he look like a hell? Ling Chen, you're actually fine, great. Xiaopeng stepped forward, looked at Ling Chen with an excited face and said, as expected of Ling Chen, he can calmly come back from the hands of the Saint Realm powerhouse. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. If he didn't have a clone, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. It's just a fluke. Ling Chen shook his head and smiled faintly, without explaining too much. By the way, Ling Chen, this is the reward for completing the last mission. Xiaopeng lowered his head, took out a space ring from his arms, and reached out and handed it to Ling Chen. No, keep it for yourself. Ling Chen waved his hand to say that he didn't have to, and pushed the space ring back. Ling Chen, last time I already had. I hurriedly ran away by myself, and I have been regretting it since then. Why not? Why don't you run earlier? Ling Chen interrupted with a joke and continued, it's okay, I didn't blame you, it's just that I don't need these now. Ling Chen, you are actually at the moat level? Xiaopeng just wanted to say something, but suddenly found that the aura on Ling Chen's body was very different from the platinum level when they first met. In just over 2 months, 2 major levels in a row, more than a dozen stars promoted? It's just good luck. Ling Chen shook his head and said casually, he didn't care too much about his promotion. After all, I have a system dad. Luck, you are worthy of being the chosen one with great luck. Xiaopeng was full of emotion, looked at Ling Chen with envy, and said, Ling Chen, with your current talent, you will definitely be able to advance to the Saint Realm soon, and in a few months, we may really be able to try it. Hearing this, Ling Chen remembered that the secret realm was about to open, and only those below the Saint Realm could enter. Wouldn't he be invincible? How lonely it is to be invincible. Ling Chen couldn't help but show a smile, looked at Xiaopeng and said, you have no growing strength, it's better to wash and sleep early. Ling Chen, you don't hit people like this. Xiaopeng looked at Ling Chen with a resentful face, like a resentful woman. Okay, I won't tell you more, I still have something to do. Ling Chen waved his hand, ignoring the little fat resentful eyes, and walked in the direction of the mission hall. Ling Chen, wait for me, what do you want to do to find me? I'm a jack of all trades. Looking at Ling Chen's departing back, Xiaopeng hurriedly followed, saying while chasing Ling Chen, no, I'm going to take on a few tasks. I need to go to the demon realm for something. Do you want to go together? Ling Chen turned his head expressionlessly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said lightly. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment, and then a look of horror appeared on Fat Chen's face, and he hurriedly said, Ling Chen, you can't go to the demon realm. However, Ling Chen ignored his words, and still ran straight towards the mission hall. Ling Chen, are you really going to the demon realm? Do you know that the demon realm is a very dangerous place, even if your current strength is enough to deal with the strong people of the Saint Realm, but going to that kind of place is too risky. Xiaopeng chased after him, still persuading him not to give up. Looking at the chattering chubby, Ling Chen couldn't laugh or cry. This chubby nagging kung fu is getting more and more powerful, and he can already hear calluses in his ears. Okay, I know it in my heart. Ling Chen tilted his head slightly, raised his eyes to look at the little fat with an anxious face, and the corners of his mouth curled up a trace. Although this little fat fat man was afraid of death, but his heart was still kind. Seeing that Ling Chen looked like he was going to die, Xiaopeng gritted his teeth, lowered his head and thought for a moment, and then spoke. Ling Chen, I'll accompany you. Are you going to cause trouble for me? Ling Chen rolled his eyes, shook his head, and continued, if you have the heart, help me collect some natural and earthly treasure medicinal materials, I will be useful. That's how. All right. Hearing Ling Chen say this, Xiaopeng had to agree, then patted his chest, nodded, and said, I know, I will help you collect natural materials and earth treasure level medicinal materials. Well, Ling Chen nodded, and then continued to walk towards the mission hall. Seeing Ling Chen disappear from his sight, Xiaopeng sighed and whispered, Ling Chen, I will definitely help you collect natural materials and earth treasures. You must come back safely. Then he muttered again, otherwise, wouldn't I have collected it in vain? Ling Chen entered the task hall and went straight to the task screen in the hall, on which there was a detailed introduction to each task. Ling Chen quickly screened out any tasks related to the demon race, and soon Ling Chen's eyes were attracted to a task. Demon Realm Exploration. Go to the Demon God Palace in the hinterland of the Demon Clan, investigate the news, and find out the details of the Demon Clan. Mission reward. Depending on the investigation situation, it will be awarded by the Alliance leader in person. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Although the introduction of this mission may seem simple, it is one of the most difficult missions on the scene. So far, none of the superpowers who have received the task have returned. It is conceivable how difficult the task is. It is definitely not easy to find out the information of the demons, and even 9 deaths are considered light. However, the reward for this task is also good. It turns out that it can get the task reward issued by the Alliance leader himself, and the Alliance leader makes a move, which cannot be bad. Without hesitation, Ling Chen directly clicked to accept it and chose the task of SSS level Demon Realm Exploration. In the next moment, on the big screen, below the Demon Realm Exploration mission, there was one more name for the person who had received it. Suddenly, there was an exclamation in the hall, look, someone has taken over the demon task again. Everyone raised their eyes one after another, and sure enough, a name that was unfamiliar to them appeared on the task list in the hall. This is called Ling Chen, and he actually accepted this task. This name is a bit strange. I know, this is the teenager who scored first in the college entrance examination this year. An older old man pondered. It is said that he has entered the core academy of the Alliance, Dawn Academy, and now, he should enter the demon realm to practice. Dawn Academy? No wonder he dares to take on this task, but how can the demon realm be so simple? Let's persuade him. Even if we persuade him, we may not be able to persuade him, and I guess he won't listen at all. Hey, poor child, go all the way. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Obviously, no one thought that this teenager would be able to come back alive. After all, the demon realm is the territory of the demons. The demons' bodies are extremely strong, their physical strength is strong, and ordinary martial arts cannot hurt them at all. Among the same ranks, the demons relied on their bodies, and it was difficult for the human race to defeat the demons. Ling Chen heard these discussions, but his face did not change at all. These discussions could not shake his determination at all. He didn't come here to seek refuge. Since we have come to the battlefield of all races, of course, we must work hard to change the status quo of the human race. Now that Ling Chen's strongest combat power is the case, half a step Lucien is no problem. Those guys of the demon clan, as long as they are careful, Ling Chen's self-confidence is completely no problem. I accept this task. And this mission. Hey, this task is also very good. After accepting the exploration task, Ling Chen scanned it again and chose a few tasks that could be completed by the demon realm to accept. After accepting the task, Ling Chen left the mission hall directly and came to the teleportation array outside the square, waiting for the teleportation. Next to the teleportation array, there were 2 warriors in robes, and when they saw Ling Chen, one of the robed warriors said lightly, where to go? Ling Chen raised his head to look at the 2 robed warriors and said lightly, Demon Realm. Hearing this, the 2 warriors couldn't help but be startled, looked at each other, then shook their heads, and said, we don't have a teleportation array that directly teleports to the Demon Realm. We can only teleport you to the northwest of the eastern region, and then you need to go to the northern region where the Demon Realm is located. After listening to the explanations of the 2 warriors, Ling Chen nodded and said indifferently, it's okay, let's teleport to the northern region of the Demon Realm first. It's not far anyway. Then he handed over 10 high-grade spirit stones. Ling Chen walked directly into the teleportation array. A pillar of light rose into the sky, and Ling Chen's figure disappeared. Unexpectedly, someone took over the task of the Demon Realm again. Yes, I respect him as a man and hope he can come back alive. Looking at the teleportation array that was gradually dissipating, the 2 warriors communicated with each other. Eastern regions, northwest corner, the top of a mountain peak. A white light flashed, and Ling Chen's figure appeared on a teleportation array that had not been used for a long time. Next to the teleportation array, a hidden formation was arranged, covering the teleportation array. On the formation, there were several array patterns. On top of the array, there was a faint trace of black mist lingering, making the entire teleportation array look quite mysterious. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ling Chen looked at the sea in the distance and the rolling mountains behind him, and breathed a deep sigh of relief. On the other side side of the sea, there is the demon realm, and if you want to reach the demon realm, you must first cross the sea. Fortunately, according to the previous predecessors, the ocean between the two continents is not very wide, and it takes one day to pass through. Without further ado, let's go. Looking at the vast sea in front of him, Ling Chen's eyes surged with coldness, and the soles of his feet slammed on and rushed forward. Shout! With a sound of breaking through the air, Ling Chen's figure turned into a purple lightning bolt and went straight to the sea, extremely fast. Although Ling Chen also wanted to save a lot of distance directly through space, how wide this sea was, as well as the territory of the northern region's demons, were unknown to Ling Chen. If he rashly passed through the space vortex, Ling Chen was afraid that he would lose his way. Ling Chen chose to hurry on his own for the time being and hid his breath. The marine life in the sea, even if they saw Ling Chen's figure, thought it was just a passing bird. In the blink of an eye, Ling Chen had left the coastline and came to an endless ocean. The sea was blue, the waves were magnificent, and the waves crashed against the shore, making bursts of noise. The waves rolled over, and they rose, as beautiful as smoke and rain, splashing layers of ripples in the seawater. In the sea, there is one of the most powerful races in this world, the Sea Clan, and there are some huge beings in the Sea Clan, all of whom are powerful, and are the real overlords of the ocean. However, most of these powerful sea tribes lived in the deep sea, and Ling Chen, who had a hidden aura, could not attract their attention at all. Ling Chen shuttled through the sea and soon entered the deep sea area of the sea. At this time, Ling Chen had already entered the territory of the powerful Sea Clan that might exist. In this sea, Ling Chen's combat effectiveness will be limited to a certain extent, but the Sea Clan can get the bonus of the power of the sea, so Ling Chen still has the attitude that one more thing is better than one less, and he wants to quickly cross the sea area. Half a day passed quietly, and Ling Chen still maintained his original speed to move forward. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in front of him, and he saw a thick column of water rising from a distance, exploding in midair, and a terrifying aura filled the four directions. That's... Ling Chen's forward figure suddenly stopped, his eyes shrank slightly, and his eyebrows raised slightly. This momentum, something was wrong. Almost when this momentum appeared, Ling Chen could be sure that the owner of this momentum must be more than the Saint Realm, and it would be easy for the other party to get rid of himself in seconds. However, in this world, the limit of strength is obviously only the realm of saints. Ling Chen's face became solemn, his eyes stared tightly at the seabed below. He could feel that the terrifying existence was spying on him on the seabed. Ling Chen did not dare to act rashly, so he could only wait and see what happened. For a long time, there was no movement of the creatures under the sea. Just when Ling Chen thought it was just a false alarm and was about to leave, suddenly the seabed water churned violently, gradually forming a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger, and the bottom of the whirlpool that Ling Chen saw with the naked eye was getting deeper and deeper, like a black hole. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a premonition that the one at the bottom of the sea seemed to want to see him, and he should have no ill intentions towards him, otherwise he would not be able to resist it at all. Gradually, as the vortex grew bigger and bigger, at the bottom of the whirlpool, a huge black shadow appeared in front of Ling Chen's eyes. Above the black shadows, two eyes like night pearls lit up, flashing with dazzling glow, which made Ling Chen stunned. "Help me!" A milky voice suddenly appeared in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen was stunned, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This cute voice, could it be that the behemoth under him came from? Just for a moment when Ling Chen was stunned. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth fused, black clouds were dense, thunder flashed, and a terrifying coercion suddenly descended. Feeling the coercion that shrouded him from above his head, Ling Chen's heart sank. This is formation? A deafening rumble sounded, black clouds gathered, and the sky instantly darkened. In the black clouds, a huge vortex was formed out of thin air. Ling Chen raised his head, looked at the huge dark cloud vortex in the sky, his eyes shrank suddenly. This was a large formation, and it was definitely a high-level formation. In the blink of an eye for Ling Chen's thoughts, in the dark clouds in the sky, a purple thunder exploded, and then a purple dragon-shaped thunder was seen, carrying endless coercion, slashing towards Ling Chen's location. This thunder, with the power to destroy everything, seemed to tear everything apart, causing the surrounding sea water to boil violently, and the rolling waves kept crashing against each other. The dragon-shaped thunder was extremely fast, and almost instantly, it appeared above Ling Chen's head. Just as Ling Chen's whole body was blooming, the purple thunder passed by him, and the dragon's eyes of the thunder dragon glanced at Ling Chen with a hint of contempt. Ling Chen was stunned. This dragon-shaped thunder was not aimed at him, but at the bottom of the sea. The thunder, with the momentum of destruction, rushed down the vortex and bombarded the huge black shadow. An explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying storm of energy swept in all directions, and a powerful aura rippled on the seabed, making the ocean at the bottom of the sea tremble. Vaguely, Ling Chen seemed to hear a somewhat desolate scream. "What's going on?" Ling Chen was startled, and immediately, his face was suspicious, his eyes were full of incredulity. This formation seemed to be preventing the terrifying existence at the bottom of the sea from communicating with him. This formation should be a sealing formation. That thunder, I'm afraid that the land immortal level powerhouse house can't bear it. Who is it that has set up such a large formation here to seal the dark shadow in the depths of the sea? Who is that black shadow? Ling Chen's eyes were full of doubts, and his heart was full of curiosity. It was as if Ling Chen was staying in the formation, which attracted the attention of the thunderclouds in the sky, and a purple thunderbolt with the thickness of a thigh, like a purple python, tore through the black clouds and swept towards Ling Chen like lightning. Looking at the thunder that suddenly swept in, Ling Chen's heart moved, which was exactly what I wanted. Reinforced. Ling Chen stepped on the air, jumped towards the purple thunder, opened his arms, and let the purple thunder bombard his body fiercely. Bang! The purple thunder bombarded Ling Chen's body, and a dull voice sounded. Ling Chen's mouth was sweet, and a trace of blood red flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The thunder entered his body. Ling Chen did not hesitate at all, and quickly ran the third-rank thunder god technique, guiding this thunder to temper his body. This purple thunder contained an extremely violent destructive power. An invisible force eroded along Ling Chen's body, and the bones in Ling Chen's body made a crackling sound. But Ling Chen's body was extremely tough, although he was injured by thunder, but it was not damaged in the slightest. But the tendons and veins in his body were a little numb, but he quickly recovered. Ling Chen's body was tempered again, and his body became more tough, and similarly, the power of thunder was also refined by Ling Chen and integrated into Ling Chen's internal organs, tempering the internal organs and making the internal organs stronger and more tenacious. After a long time, the thunder power that entered the body was completely consumed. Ling Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and experienced the heavily thunder-refining body again. There are still 6 kinds left, Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. The whirlpool under his feet gradually became smaller, slowly calmed down, the black clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The terrifying aura had also disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Secretly leaving a space mark here, Ling Chen no longer stayed. His figure swept out, and continued to gallop towards the demon realm. When Ling Chen's figure moved away from the area just now, a familiar voice came to Ling Chen's ears. Just now, that formation was called Nine Sky Thunder Prison, and it was a particularly powerful defensive formation that could be used in conjunction with the Sealing Formation. The one who was suppressed under that formation just now was a great Luo Golden Immortal. Master Kongming's voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Hearing this, Ling Chen was shocked. The strength of that black shadow exceeded the boundaries of this heaven and earth. That black shadow should not be the existence of this heaven and earth, but the existence of another world. I don't know why, being sealed here, I can still escape the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth. Master, I just heard it seemed to be telling me, help it? Ling Chen was puzzled in his heart, and quickly asked Master Kongming. That's because, at first, it felt my aura, and with the appearance of the formation later, I hid my aura again. Master Kongming explained, if I expose my breath, I will be targeted by the formation, and the black shadow may regard you as a stronger me than him. Ling Chen suddenly felt in his heart, no wonder this black shadow would turn to himself, who only had a mote level with an external aura. Master, do you know what kind of creature that black shadow is? Ling Chen asked curiously. The black body that could not be seen at a glance, such a behemoth. It must not be simple. I don't know what kind of existence it will be. I don't know if it's a teacher, but that creature is still in its infancy. If you have the opportunity, you can rescue it and use it for your own use. Master Kongming pondered for a moment and said, possessing such terrifying strength in its infancy? What a powerful monster beast this must be. Ling Chen was slightly surprised. Well, this kind of naturally powerful monster beast, when they enter the mature stage, it is also very common to advance to the peak of Luo Jin Immortal. However, it is still a bit difficult to advance to the immortal realm, because advancing to the immortal realm not only depends on talent and hard work, but also requires some luck. Master Kongming explained, and there was also a look of envy in his tone. You know, he worked hard to cultivate and temper to advance to immortality, and these races favored by heaven only needed a little luck and opportunity to advance to immortality. However, hearing this, Ling Chen's heart was not half envious, jealous, and hateful. He only had one idea now, how to turn this black shadow into his hand, and after getting it, it would advance faster. Wouldn't it be better for himself? Of course, the premise is that he must be able to break through the Nine Sky Thunder Prison and rescue the black shadow. How can the Nine Sky Thunder Prison be broken? Ling Chen was silent for a moment, but decided to rescue the black shadow first. I don't know about others, but there is a way you can try. Master Kongming thought for a moment and slowly spoke. What way? Ling Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. When your 3-rank Thunder God technique is cultivated to the peak and your cultivation reaches the realm of a saint, you can try to directly absorb the thunder prison of the formation. Master Kongming's words were amazing. Shocking, Ling Chen was stunned. Absorb the thunder prison? The thunder prison that can suppress De Luo Jingxian. Ling Chen was a little dumbfounded. Master, you want to change your apprentice? Don't worry, you should first cultivate this rank 3 Thunder God technique to the peak. Master Kongming smiled and said, your talent is very good. If you can cultivate to the peak, you should have a way to absorb this Nine Sky Thunder Prison. Then I'll practice first, and we'll talk about it then. Ling Chen nodded, temporarily pressing this thought into the depths of his mind. Now, the top priority is to explore the situation in the demon realm first. The black shadow encountered on the sea this time made Ling Chen vigilant. This world was not completely restricting the powerhouses of the Saint realm. In the demon realm, there may also be Lucien and above, so this trip to the demon realm should be extra careful. Traveling all the way, it didn't take long for the outline of a continent in the distance to appear, and Ling Chen's heart was cold. It seemed that he had arrived at the northern continent. The area of the demon realm is extremely wide, covering almost the entire northern continent, so in the eyes of outsiders, the entire northern region is the territory of the demon realm. Ling Chen landed, took a step, flashed his figure, and flew towards the earth. Soon after, Ling Chen flew to the edge of the continent, and the continent was filled with strong demonic energy. After a while, Ling Chen set foot on the land of the northern regions and came to a barren land. This barren land, not a blade of grass grew, there was yellow sand everywhere, a gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand rose all over the sky, obscuring the view. This demon realm is so desolate. Ling Chen frowned. The demon realm was a place full of dangers, and here, there were countless monsters. In this demonic realm, everything is based on strength, and if the strength is weak, then you have to be bullied, and the strength is strong, so naturally you don't have to be afraid of any monsters. And the strength of the demon race is also largely linked to the concentration of his demon god bloodline, so in this demon domain, the higher the concentration of the demon god's bloodline, the stronger the strength, the more respected he is. Feeling the strong demonic aura above this continent, Ling Chen frowned slightly. He felt the emotional fluctuations of killing, bloodthirsty, violence, madness, etc. in the demonic aura that permeated the air. If you are not firm-minded, I am afraid that you will not be able to stay in the demon realm for long. You will lose your mind and be controlled by this demonic nature, so you will go crazy and become a member of the demon race. Here, it must be suitable for Jun Xie and the others, Ling Chen secretly thought, and immediately, he stretched out his right hand, and a summoning door appeared, and soon, Jun Xie's figure walked out of the summoning door. Master! Jun Xie bowed respectfully and said. Then, Jun Xie silently felt it. The concentration of demonic energy around him was very high, and a flash of excitement flashed on his face. Lord, the concentration of demonic energy here is very high, which is very suitable for our cultivation. Jun Xie looked at the demonic energy around him with great interest, and the cold male god who had always been expressionless couldn't help but be a little excited. Oh, how about compared to your own demon domain? Ling Chen asked in surprise. It was rare to see Jun Xie so excited, which surprised him. Our demon domain, after years of cultivation, the demonic energy has long been weak, not as strong as the demonic energy here, and I can feel that. This demon domain is almost all acquired demons, and there are very few demons who know how to cultivate the demon race. Jun Xie said seriously. That's good. Ling Chen nodded. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. The demon realm was indeed created by the acquired demon clan. How is it over there? If everything is normal, call all the demon warriors over, and in addition, let Chijiu temporarily take your place and lead the remaining legion to kill the monsters. Ling Chen ordered Jun Xie. Jun Xie nodded, and then, he dodged into the summoning door. It didn't take long for Jun Xie's figure to appear again, and behind him, more than 100 demon warriors appeared one after another. Seeing Ling Chen, all the demon warriors bowed in unison. Ling Chen nodded and motioned for the demon warriors to stand aside. After thinking about it, Ling Chen called softly in his heart, shapeshift. Ling Chen's appearance suddenly changed, and he changed into the same image as the demon warrior in front of him, and from the outside, it was completely invisible. The demon warriors also looked at Ling Chen curiously, and their faces showed surprise. After the change, Ling Chen said to Jun Xie on the side, this mission is to explore the situation of the entire demon realm. If possible, I hope you can take this entire demon realm and turn this place into our territory. Obey the order. Jun Xie bowed and accepted the order, even if Ling Chen didn't say it. As a demon god bloodline inheritor demon, he also had the idea of taking this time for his own use. Jun Xie led a group of demon warriors and headed in the direction of the center of the demon realm. Ling Chen looked at this scene. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Such a team, dealing with the demon realm, would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Using demons to deal with demons is simply the best solution. Along the way, the speed of the demon warriors was not fast, and if you look closely, you can find that the surrounding demonic energy is constantly converging towards the demon team. Ling Chen was a little surprised. The demon clan's technique was able to actively absorb demonic energy in action. Under the nourishment of the demonic energy, the bodies of these demon warriors were visibly enhanced with the naked eye, and their physiques were much stronger than those who had just reached the demons. It is unimaginable how strong the demons who have stayed in this environment for many years can reach. No wonder the demons rarely invade the territory of other races, and with that time, it is better to absorb more demonic energy. Of course, these are the advantages of the innate demon race in cultivating the technique, and the acquired demon race will only slowly lose their minds in this demonic energy. Soon, passing through the barren area next to the coastline, the demon warrior team entered an area with more dense demonic energy. In front of him was a densely wooded mountain forest full of bare trees. These trees had no leaves, but they still grew strong and straight. These These trees are all magic trees. Lord, these trees are all planted by the acquired demon race. Each tree contains a strong demonic energy. The demonic energy of these trees is very helpful for the demon race's cultivation. I estimate that if this area is occupied, the strength of our demon race will definitely increase. Jun Xia spoke. Oh, hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, and all the good things that could strengthen his legion had to be taken. Around here, there must be guarding demons. We can find out some news from them. Jun Xia continued. Ling Chen nodded and motioned for Jun Xia to take the demon warriors to find the demons guarding the demons. It didn't take long for the demons to see the place where the demons were stationed not far away. The place where they were stationed was in a valley, where many demons were taking turns patrolling, and these patrolling demons were basically destroying the country, and even had the existence of the supreme level, which was also a relatively powerful existence. However, in the eyes of Jun Xia and the others, these demons were not a threat at all. Looking at the camp not far away, Ling Chen waved his hand lightly. At Ling Chen's signal, the demons took out their weapons one after another, and under the leadership of Jun Xia, they quietly approached the garrison. In addition, several demon warriors galloped towards several demons who had just gone out to patrol in shifts. Stop! What are you going to do? This is not the place you should be. Several demons guarding the camp wall, when they saw Jun Xia and others suddenly appearing, they couldn't help but be vigilant and shouted. Hearing this, Jun Xia's eyes flashed with coldness. He took a step and instantly came to one of the demon warriors and swung his right fist suddenly. A punch hit the chest of the demon warrior, and the demon warrior died directly before he even had time to scream, and the body fell to the ground with a bang, and the dead could not die again. The remaining two demon warriors, seeing Jun Xia kill one in one blow, were immediately terrified and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, the speed of their escape was not as fast as the speed of Jun Xia's movement, and in the blink of an eye, they were caught up by Jun Xia, and the bodies of the two demon warriors were directly slapped out by Jun Xia, and they hit the stone wall of the camp fiercely, with a muffled sound, and the entire stone wall sank in. The two demon warriors didn't even shout and died directly. The movement on the wall attracted the attention of some demons nearby, and soon, several acquired demon warriors rushed over. Looking at these demons who were not in the flow, Jun Xia smiled, waved his right hand lightly, and several demon warriors behind him stepped on their feet, rushed out. Suddenly, and instantly came to the front of several acquired demons, raising their knives and falling, and several acquired demon warriors were killed instantly. At this moment, the surrounding demons were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke the territory of one of the 72 demon kings of the demon realm. Whose demons are you? Dare to trespass on the territory of the demon king Otis. Several acquired demon warriors looked at Jun Xia and the others with angry eyes. Demon King Otis? Jun Xia smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is that from now on, this place belongs to us. Humph, arrogant. Since you don't know what to do, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Let's go together. One of the demon warriors of the demon realm snorted coldly, then took out his weapon and attacked Jun Xia and the others. Seeing this, several other acquired demon warriors also took out their weapons and attacked Jun Xia. I don't know if I am alive or dead. Jun Xia snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and a black flame appeared, which quickly condensed into a black net, enveloping the incoming demons. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly sounded. I saw that bursts of black smoke came out of the wrapped demon's body, and his body was constantly burning. Help! I'm the demon king's younger brother. Don't you want to live? The demon warrior shouted for help. Hearing this, a group of acquired demons around them picked up their weapons and rushed up. If something happened to the demon king's younger brother, none of them could run away. Oh, it looks like a small fish was caught. Jun Xia raised his right hand, and the black flames on the demon's body gradually disappeared. Don't leave one. Then Jun Xia waved his hand, and hundreds of demon warriors rushed up like lightning, killing all the acquired demons around him. After solving these hindrance acquired demon clan, Jun Xia and Ling Chen came to the demon clan, and Jun Xia lifted it up with one hand. Tell me, where is your demon king's residence? There is also the situation in the demon realm, Jun Xia asked. When the demon warrior saw Jun Xia, he quickly begged for mercy. My lord, I tell you all, please let me go. I am willing to serve you as king and be loyal to you forever. Ha! You don't deserve to be my person. As long as you tell me everything you know about this demonic realm, I will let you go. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as theirs. Jun Xia smiled indifferently, stretched out his right hand and pointed to the corpses lying on the ground. I said, as long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The demon warrior quickly begged for mercy. He had already felt that Jun Xia was unusual. He could feel a strong blood suppression from the other party, and it was obvious that the other party's blood concentration was much higher than his own. This is the best. Tell me, I want to know everything about the demon realm. Jun Xia nodded. The demon warrior quickly began to say, the entire demon realm is divided into the central area and the edge area. The central area is occupied by one monarch and 4 emperors, and the center of the central area is the palace of the demon lord, the son of the demon god, the demon temple, in its 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest, respectively the demon emperor hall of the 4 demon emperors, which is in charge of the 4 directions of the entire continent. The marginal area is the area outside the central area, consisting of 72 demon kings, each of whom has his own territory. And this is the territory of the demon king Otis, one of the 72 demon kings. And I am one of the 36 younger brothers of the demon king, named Ocasio, who was assigned here, and the task is to protect this demon forest, which can be regarded as a beauty. Ocasio Castle said, a flattering look on his face. Where is the residence palace of Otis? Jun Xia asked. Back to my lord, about 100,000 miles north of this place, there is a demon palace where the demons reside, which is the demon palace of Otis. Ocasio said respectfully. Hearing this, Jun Xia nodded. Okay, you can get out, Jun Xia said, and with a wave of his hand, Ocasio's body suddenly appeared a few meters away. Thank you, master, for not killing. Ocasis quickly nodded yes, turned around, and ran into the distance. Jun Xia winked at a demon warrior from the Saint Realm next to him, and the demon warrior understood and immediately followed Ocasio secretly. Brothers, first use the demon tree to cultivate in this demon forest for a few days, and then let's set off. Jun Xia looked at the demons and said. The demons nodded one after another, then sat down in the woods and began to practice. These demonic trees absorb demonic energy every day, removing all the impurities such as killing, bloody violence and other impurities mixed in the demonic energy, and the rest is pure demonic energy, which can be directly absorbed by the demons. Relying on these magic trees, the strength of the demon warriors improved very quickly. Jun Xia sat cross-legged in the middle of several trees, and a trace of demonic essence overflowed from his body, instilling it on the surrounding demon trees, extracting the demonic energy into his body. As time went by, Jun Xia's aura became stronger and stronger, and his strength also broke through to the second realm of the Saint Realm. In a flash, more than 10 days have passed. At this time, the aura on Jun Xia's body had been stabilized to the second level of the Saint Realm, and he was only half a step away from the Saint Realm of the third realm. In the surrounding batch of demonic trees, the stored demonic energy has almost been exhausted. These days, Ling Qin was silently refining alchemy on the side, practicing 2 holy pills, experiencing the baptism of 2 heavenly thunders, and at the same time, he also used the experience in the experience pool to rise to 1 star again, reaching the 2nd star of the moat level. It seems that the demonic energy here can no longer meet everyone's needs, so we have to look for it elsewhere. Jun Xia stood up and waved his hand at the demon warriors, ready to continue on the road with them. Ling Chen, who was meditating on the side, also opened his eyes and stopped practicing. Ha! Ling Chen and Jun Xia's eyes became sharp at the same time. Their eyes were like torches, and their eyes were full of brilliance. In their sight, figures were sweeping from the hillside not far away, numbering at least several thousand. At the front of them, a man in a black robe, accompanied by several guards, slowly approached them. Moreover, at his feet, there was also a giant beast, 5 or 6 feet long, black all over, covered with sharp bone spurs, with 2 horns on top of his head, exuding a terrifying aura. This is a Saint Realm level demon bone armor cow. In this demonic realm, it can definitely be regarded as a relatively powerful monster. And the owner on the back of this demon bone armor cow was suddenly one of the 72 demon kings, the demon king Otis, and the momentum of the peak of the Saint Realm suddenly erupted. The demon bone armored cow stopped, lifted its huge hooves, and stomped on the ground. Brother, it's them. Behind him was the younger brother of the demon king who had been let go by Jun Xia before. Well, when Otis heard this, his eyes fell on Jun Xia. How dare you make trouble on my Otis territory? I really don't know if you are alive or dead. Otis stared at Jun Xia and the others, his eyes narrowed, and he was full of murderous intent. Oh, are you Otis? Jun Xia looked at Otis, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I want to see how you made me not know whether I am alive or dead. Hearing Jun Xia's words, Otis couldn't help but be furious. He didn't expect this person to be so ignorant and dare to provoke his majesty. What arrogant words! Otis snorted coldly. Then I will fulfill you. Thundered. After saying that, Otis raised his right arm violently, and with the wave of his arm, a black airstream exploded invisibly, rushing towards Jun Xia and the others. Looking at this cloud of black gas, Jun Xia's face did not change at all. His body moved, and a punch exploded, instantly shattering this black gas, and after those black gases were smashed by Jun Xia, circles of ripples visible to the naked eye rippled around. Ha! Your strength is actually stronger than I imagined. Otis's eyes narrowed slightly. But today you are destined to die. Give it to me. Otis gave an order, and the demon king's guards behind him roared angrily, brandishing weapons and killing Jun Xia and the others. Kill! Jun Xia didn't talk nonsense, and directly gave the attack order. Roar! Roar! The roars of the demon warriors resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and they rushed towards the enemy. In an instant, the two sides fought together in chaos. Yes, the strength of the demon warriors was not weak, and under the nourishment of the demonic energy of the demon tree, their strength was much more advanced, and their combat effectiveness was unmatched, and the demon king's guards were defeated steadily. For a time, there was a one-sided situation on the battlefield. At this time, Ling Qin took out a small bench of peanuts and melon seeds, squatted aside, knocked on melon seeds, and watched the play. In the current situation, he didn't need to make a move at all all, Junxia was already enough to control the situation. Moreover, in this demon domain, Junxia personally took action. Not only would their strength be greatly improved, but after occupying the demon domain, these demons' loyalty to Junxia would also be higher. Waste. Seeing this, Otis scolded resentfully, and then, his eyes shifted to Junxia's body. He didn't expect that his personal guards would not be as good as the other party's warriors. Since you can't count on your own personal guards, you can only do it yourself. I saw Otis swing his sleeves violently, and a cloud of black mist instantly flew out of his cuffs, turning into a hideous ghost claw, and grabbed Junxia fiercely, extremely fast, and came to Junxia in an instant. Rumble. The ghost claw collided with space, and the space vibrated. The power of the ghost claw was more than several times stronger than the previous black energy. Boom! At the next moment, a terrifying force exploded at the place of collision, and Junxia's whole body shot backwards, retreating several meters before stabilizing his figure. Covering his chest with one hand, a hint of red came out of the corner of Junxia's mouth. There is something. Junxia looked at Otis in front of him in surprise. The strength of this demon king was a whole realm higher than his own, and it was really not simple. You are not too much. Otis saw that Junxia had repelled Junxia with a blow, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today I will destroy all of you ants. Let you know the fate of offending my demons. As soon as the words fell, Otis raised his sleeves again, and another dark air current flew out of his sleeve, turning into a ghost claw and slapping towards Junxia. Demon God possession. Junxia shouted lightly, and the momentum of his whole body suddenly rose, reaching the peak of the Saint realm, and the huge divine soul power permeated out, and behind him, an illusory demon god figure appeared. A palm slapped out, and it collided with the flying ghost claw, and the ghost claw collapsed in an instant. Seeing the demon god phantom behind Junxia, Otis's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. This is demon god phantom? How could this kid be able to cast a demon god phantom? Could it be that his identity is even more noble than I imagined? Is it difficult? At the thought of this, Otis's face changed drastically, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Yama chasing life. June chanted a spell with an evil mouth, and with a soft call, the demon god phantom behind him suddenly rushed towards Otis. Otis wanted to dodge, but the suppression of this bloodline in the demon god phantom slowed down his speed greatly, and he didn't have time to dodge. Bang! Otis, who didn't have time to dodge, hurriedly activated the magic power in his body, covered his hands with demonic energy, protected in front of him, and collided with the demon god phantom. The power of the demon god phantom immediately knocked Otis out and fell heavily on the hill hundreds of feet away. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Are you a descendant of the demon god? Yes, I'm exactly. Junxia's mouth showed a faint smile, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now, I see how arrogant you are. While speaking, Junxia's figure shook, came behind Otis, and punched out. The demon king Otis, who was suppressed by the aura of the demon god, had no time to dodge and was hit by Junxia's punch. Bang! A punch hit Otis's back, and the power of the demon god surged, pouring out and blasting into his body, blasting it out all at once. The power of the demon god invaded Otis's body very domineeringly, and the demonic energy in his body was suppressed by death. A trace of pain appeared on Otis' face, and he fell to the ground, struggling to get up, but he couldn't get up. Puff, puff. A series of blood spilled out of Otis's mouth. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes were full of fear, and he looked at Junxia standing in front of him. His eyes were full of panic. How is it? Do you still think you're powerful? Junxia stood in front of Otis, looking down at him condescendingly, and an indifferent voice rang in his ears. I admit defeat. Otis wailed repeatedly and begged for mercy. The demon god's aura was too much to suppress him, and in this state, it was impossible for him to beat Junxia. Admit defeat? Yes, absorb this. Junxia nodded indifferently, and then waved his hand, and an extremely rich black gas came out of his fingertips. Seeing this cloud of black gas, Otis's face changed instantly, showing a hint of hesitation, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Opposite, it is the inheritor of the demon god. Thinking of this, Otis gritted his teeth, raised his palm with difficulty, aimed at the cloud of black gas, and devoured it. The black breath entered his body, following Otis's veins and penetrating into his heart. Immediately, Otis felt a faint demonic energy surging from his heart, which was the aura of a demon god. Feeling this wisp of demon god aura, a look of ecstasy appeared on Otis's face. This faint demonic energy was constantly washing over his body, and he could feel his body constantly strengthening. If he had known this benefit, he would have abandoned the dark and turned to the light. I believe you have already felt the benefits of this demonic energy, but if you are disobedient, this demonic energy can also make you miserable. Listening to Junxia's threatening words and the strength increase he had gained, Otis dared to resist, and quickly said, "Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely listen to you and dare not make any disobedient moves. That would be the best." Junxia's face was still calm, without the slightest wave. Then, Junxia took a step forward and came to the front of Otis. The demonic energy surged in his hand, and he put his palm behind Otis's back, and the demonic energy poured into Otis's body in a rolling manner. The demonic energy entered the body, absorbing the power of the demon god that had originally eroded into his body and absorbed it into the demonic energy. Without the suppression of the power of the demon god, Otis's pale face gradually became a hint of rosy. Soon after, the injuries in his body gradually recovered. After absorbing the power of the demon god remaining in Otis's body, Junxia withdrew his demonic energy and said to Otis, "Now you can get up." Hearing this, Otis hurriedly struggled to sit up, felt his body, and made sure that he had no problems, and quickly said to Junxia respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Demon." "Yes." Junxia nodded slightly, then looked at the demons who were fighting not far away, and called, "Stop." When the demons heard this, they stopped fighting, and their eyes all turned to Junxia and Otis. A group of demon warriors retreated one after another, returned to Junxia's back, and stood neatly and uniformly, as if waiting for Junxia's orders. Junxia glanced at Otis meaningfully, and Otis immediately understood, quickly stood up, looked at his guards, and shouted loudly, "From today onwards, this lord is the new king of our territory. I've seen the king. Meet the king." A group of personal guards knelt on one knee and saluted Junxia. Junxia waved his hand slightly and motioned for the guards to get up. Then, Junxia turned around and looked at Otis. "Your territory is still managed by you." Otis was stunned when he heard this, and then said respectfully, "Is there a distribution map of the demon realm?" Seeing the end of the fight scene, Ling Chen clapped his hands, put away the small bench, came to the side of Otis, and asked straight to the point, "Who is this?" Otis was startled when he heard this, and looked at Ling Chen with some doubts. "This is my lord," Junxia said lightly. "Lord?" When Otis heard this, his eyes widened, and he looked at Ling Chen's gaze, full of surprise. "Lord? How is this possible?" The young man in front of him, who had never attracted his attention, could actually make the descendants of the demon god recognize the master? Otis looked like he didn't believe he heard it. Seeing Otis's expression, Junxia didn't explain anything. After being stunned for a while, Otis reacted, and quickly took out a parchment scroll from the storage ring and handed it to Ling Chen. "This is the general distribution map of the demon realm, but this was a long time ago, and there should be some changes now," Otis said respectfully to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, took the parchment scroll and looked at it. With his strong spiritual power, Ling Chen quickly wrote down the contents on the parchment scroll. After reading it, Ling Chen handed the parchment scroll to Junxia. Junxia took the parchment scroll, flipped through it, and then glanced at Otis with a strange look in his eyes. The location where they are now is located in a very remote corner of the southeast corner of the demon realm continent. Relatively speaking, the demonic energy here is sparse, and the resources are a little less than in other areas. It can be said that the demon king Otis, whose territory is here, has the strength of all the demon kings, and he is definitely at the bottom. Sure enough, on the parchment roll, the ranking of the Otis territory is shown as 71. The two demon kings adjacent to it, namely Saxton at 36th and Russell at 39th place, have a much larger territory. Seeing the two looking at him strangely, Otis couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, laughed a few times, and said, "Cough, those were all rankings a few years ago, and now, at least one more can be in." Hearing this, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. The progress was really great, but when he thought of something, Ling Chen snickered slightly. "Yes, at least not at the bottom." The last one is my own brother, Attica." Otis scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and added. Hearing this, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched even more. "Nima, it is really a family. In that case, let's go to your station first, then discuss other matters," Ling Chen said to Otis. "Yes, my lord." When Otis heard this, he immediately said respectfully. Immediately, Otis led Ling Chen and others towards his station, and on the way, Otis introduced the situation of his station from time to time. According to Otis, the territory he is in is called the Dis territory, and it sounds like this demon king himself got the name. This territory occupies an area of more than 10 million square kilometers, accounting for about 1/10,000 of the entire northern plate. It faces the sea to the southeast, the territory of the demon king Saxton to the north, and the territory of the demon king Russell to the west. Their territory is about dozens of times the size of the territory of Dis. Although they are both demon kings under the demon emperor, there will also be friction between the demon kings, wage wars with each other, and grab resources. In the demon realm, strength is the foundation of everything. As long as you have strength, then your territory is large enough. As the bottom of the list, Otis can only be reduced to the fish on the board of the top demon king. Therefore, today's Dis territory is left with such a barren environment. However, this situation is also limited to the territory of Otis. In the demon realm, strength is respected. The weak demons can only succumb to the powerful demons, and they don't even have the courage to resist. Because in the demon realm, the law of the weak and the strong has been completely stimulated. If it weren't for the strong prohibition of the demon emperor and the demon lord from killing them all, I am afraid that the 5 acres and 3/10 of land in Otis would not be guaranteed now. Soon, Ling Chen and his party came to Otis's territory. Within the territory, the Lord's Palace of the Lord of Otis is located in the very center of the territory. The palace of the Lord's mansion was built in a semicircular cave halfway up the mountain, surrounded by many guards patrolling around it. Otis and his party walked to the palace gate of the Lord's mansion. Lord Otis. When the demon soldiers guarding the gate saw Otis and the others coming, they immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "Well, I'm back." Otis nodded and then led Ling Chen and the others towards the Lord's mansion. After entering the Lord's mansion, Ling Chen realized that there were actually hundreds of millions of demons in the territory. And these demons are basically above the strength of the city breaking level. This is only the situation of the weakest demon king's territory, the entire demon realm. It is simply unimaginable. No wonder none of the seniors who led the demon tribe exploration mission were able to successfully complete it. This is simply the level of purgatory level difficulty. Why do you demons rarely go out to other regions on a large scale? Ling Chen, who had just sat in the council hall of the Lord's mansion, couldn't help but look at Otis in confusion. Since they were oppressed internally, they rarely went to sea to other lands. You know, this small demon king's territory alone is enough to sweep the entire eastern regions. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but be a little afraid. If the demons invaded the eastern regions early, would they find a passage into the Blue Star? Wouldn't it? When Otis heard this, he shook his head and sighed. That's because the demon lord has an order not to invade the eastern regions on a large scale. The demon lord is the one who lives in the demon temple in the center of the entire demon realm. Oh, why? Ling Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. That's because, I think you should know that in this world, the upper limit of strength is the Saint Realm. Otis paused, lowered his head, covered his mouth with his right hand, and said softly. Ling Chen nodded. Isn't this something that almost everyone in this world knows? Ling Chen's eyes signaled Otis to continue. In fact, the upper limit of the strength of this world is artificially controlled. Otis said amazingly. Ling Chen's pupils shrank slightly, a solemn expression appeared on his face, and he quickly asked, "What do you mean? Human control? How strong this person is to be able to control the upper limit of the strength of a small world?" Otis was silent for a long time, and continued, "This world is controlled by a huge formation, and the person who casts the formation is the formation master of the human race. And the center of the demon realm has the protection of the demon god lord, and is not limited by the formation. Formation master." Ling Chen's heart was cold, and a stormy wave rose in his heart. If it is really like Otis said, this world is artificially controlled, it will be terrible. The strength of this formation master is a bit shocking, and what is the reason for him to do this? Sure enough, Master Kongming's voice came from the ring. From the previous Nine Sky Thunder prison, it can be seen that there was once a high-level formation master in this world, and if I guessed correctly, this formation master had broken through immortality. Immortal. Hearing Master's words, Ling Chen muttered, relying on his own strength, he limited the upper limit of the entire world, and Zhuoji was a little terrifying. Such a big deal. What is the purpose of this formation master? Ling Chen thought to himself, but then he pressed this question to the bottom of his heart. He believed that as his strength rose, sooner or later, he would be able to uncover the secrets of all this. Nodding towards Otis, Ling Chen gestured to Jun Xia, and then sat aside and fell into deep thought. Okay, how many high-ranking warriors are there in the Dis territory now? How much worse is it compared to that Saxton's territory? Master Demon, are you going to attack Saxton's territory? When Otis heard this, his eyebrows jumped and he was surprised, but soon continued to reply respectfully. The number of saints in our Dis territory is about 1,500, and as for Saxton, the saint realm under his command should have reached at least about 30,000. Hiss. Ling Chen took a breath. This strength is really terrifying enough, and it can be said that bulldozing the entire Blue Star can be said to be easy. Sure enough, the human race was the weakest in this land, but the entire demon race did not dare to step out of the demon realm at all because of a human formation master. It seems that taking these two territories still needs to be discussed in the long run. Ling Chen touched his chin and thought secretly. Jun Xia, on the other hand, shook his head and said, I don't think there's any problem. Otis, gather all the demon guards above the supreme level of 7 stars, and I will help them break through. Hearing Jun Xia's words, Otis was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, Lord Demon, can you help them break through the Saint Realm? I'm just giving them an opportunity. Whether they can break through or not depends on themselves. Jun Xia said lightly. Otis nodded, then clapped his hands gently, and a magic guard appeared in the hall out of thin air, knelt down on one knee towards Otis and said, Lord Otis, what are your orders? Immediately go and summon the Demon Guard Legion, and summon all the demon guards above the supreme level of 7 stars. Otis ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Otis. The demon guard nodded and quickly disappeared. Not long after, the figure of the demon guard appeared again and bowed to Otis. Master Otis, the Demon Guard Legion has all gathered in the backyard. Okay, lead the way. Otis nodded, led Ling Chen and the 3 of them, and followed the demon guard towards the backyard. The backyard was a large martial arts training ground, and at this time, there were 6,000 or 7,000 demon guard legions on the training ground, all gathered on the training ground. Nearly 2,000 of these demon guard legions are the peak of the supreme level, and the rest are high-level supreme level. Moreover, this group of demon guards is all wearing black armor, burly and tall, and with a strong momentum. See Lord Otis. The demon guards saluted Otis. Get up. Otis nodded at them, waved his hand, then looked at Jun Xia and Ling Chen, and said with a smile, "These are the Demon Guard Legion." Then, Otis said to the Demon Guard Legion, "This is the new king of our territory. I called you here today, and the new king has something good to say. See the new king." The Demon Guard Legion knelt down on one knee towards Junxia again and shouted. This voice resounded in the sky, deafening, and extremely powerful. Looking at the Demon Guard Legion in front of him, Junxia nodded lightly and raised his hand to signal the demons to sit down. "Sit down in place, feel it quietly, whether you can break through or not, it depends on your creation." After Junxia finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared directly in the center of the Demon Guard Legion. "Yes, the new king." The Demon Guard Legion responded in unison, and all sat down cross-legged. Junxia, who was in the middle of the Demon Guard Legion, closed his eyes, his hands were sealed, and the vitality in his body gushed out from his palms frantically and rushed up to the sky above the Demon Guard Legion, and the vitality continued to churn and roll, forming a vortex of demonic energy. As the demonic energy in Junxia's body continued to gush out, his face slowly turned a little pale, and under this vortex of demonic energy, the surrounding demonic energy was slowly converging. In the whirlpool of demonic energy continued to gush out, and then flew towards the demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion, flying up and down among the demon guards, and every wisp of demonic energy found their owner. These demonic chi are the purest demon god chi, containing the endless power of the demon god, which can slowly improve the talent, bloodline and physical fitness of the demon guard. The demon guards sat cross-legged, feeling this demonic energy enter their bodies, and then roamed through their bodies, tempering their bodies and bones to make their bodies harder. Not long after, some demon guards felt that under the tempering of the demon god's chi and the rich demonic energy pulled by the vortex, the demonic energy in their bodies became thicker and fuller, and there were faint signs of breaking through the Saint Realm. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong fluctuation came from within the Demon Guard Legion, and a majestic Saint Realm aura came out from the Demon Guard Legion, instantly enveloping the entire Demon Guard Legion. A demon guard broke through to the Saint Realm. Immediately afterwards, as if it was resonated, the rest of the demon guards began to break through, one after another, but in a moment, more than 2,000 demon guards from the Demon Guard Legion were promoted to the Saint Realm, and the remaining demon guards had made a lot of gains, and the entire legion had a lot of improvement. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion who broke through the Saint Realm opened their eyes, their faces full of joy, feeling the majestic and powerful power in their bodies, and their faces were all extremely excited. They had been stuck at the peak of the supreme level for decades, even hundreds of years, and because of the upper limit of their talent, they had not been able to break through the Saint Realm. They have been looking for opportunities, hoping to break through the Saint Realm, but unfortunately, no matter how they look for breakthrough opportunities, they have gained nothing. Now, under the tempering and nourishment of Junxia's demon god Qi, their bloodline has been strengthened and they have found their own opportunity to break through. Moreover, the wisp of demon god Qi that entered their bodies did not disappear, but clung to their hearts, continuously tempering their physical bodies. This means that their strength ceiling will no longer be limited to this. Feeling the benefits of the demon god's energy to them, the demon guards' faces showed a look of ecstasy. "Thank you, Lord New King." The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion stood up together, knelt down on one knee towards Junxia neatly, and shouted excitedly. Their eyes looking at Junxia were full of gratitude and admiration. Obviously, Junxia has won their loyalty. "Get up." Junxia waved his hand, motioned for everyone to get up, and said. After the demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion got up, they all stood there respectfully. "One of the reasons for summoning everyone this time is to help you break through, and second, I don't know if you dare to join me in attacking the entire demon realm." Junxia spoke lightly, his tone was flat and there was no mood swing. When this sentence fell, all the surrounding demon guards were stunned, and many of the demon guards even couldn't help but rub their ears, for fear of hearing it wrong. Their new king actually wanted to attack the demon domain, and for a while the demons became a little excited, roaring in unison, and their voices resounded through the valley, as loud as thunder. "I am willing to fight the world with the new king, May." For a long time, they had been suppressed too harshly by the bordering Saxton territory demons, and they did not dare to resist at all. Nor did they dare to send troops to deal with the Saxton territory demons, and they accumulated endless resentment in their hearts. And now, this revenge can finally be avenged. How can everyone in the Demon Guard Legion not be excited? With the appearance of the new king and helping them greatly improve their strength, they finally had the courage to resist and the qualifications to resist other territories in the demon realm. Looking at the excited appearance of the demon guards in front of him, the corners of Junxia's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He believed that he only needed to give the demon guards a period of time, and when these demon guard legions really all reached the Saint Realm, they could send troops to conquer the demons of Saxton's territory. Before that, Junxia decided to personally lead his demon warriors to consume a wave of each other's strength first to lay a good foundation for the demon guard corps. After all, the strength of the Saxton territory demon clan is much stronger than their territory demon clan. If Junxia completely relied on his own strength to conquer the entire demon realm, I don't know how many years it would take. And now with the help of this group of demon guards, he can be faster. Okay, since everyone has this blood, then let's conquer this country with this king. Jun Xie smiled faintly. You cultivate well first, and when the time is ripe, the whole army will attack. Yes, Lord New King. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion shouted in unison, shaking the sky. My name is Jun. Jun Xie looked at the group of demon guards in front of him and spoke. We swear to follow Lord Jungxi to the death. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. His group of demon guards were so convinced of Jun Xie so quickly. Looking at the passionate demon guards below, Otis sighed a little. How many years had passed? The first time he saw them so enthusiastic, he couldn't help but think back to when he was young. Otis couldn't help but have a little admiration for Jun Xie in his heart. This new king is indeed a powerful lord. Very good. Now everyone cultivate well, and when this king goes to Saxton to disrupt the situation, you will need to kill with one blow. Jun Xie smiled slightly and said, Yes, Lord Jun Xie. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion responded in unison, and then continued to sit cross-legged to consolidate and cultivate their own cultivation. Looking at the scene below where the cultivation was in full swing, Otis sighed a little. He found that compared with Jun Xie, he was really not suitable to be a leader at all. Let's go back and rest first, and set off tomorrow. Jun Xie turned around and walked towards the door of the main hall. My lord, are you leaving tomorrow? Hearing that Jun Xie was leaving, Otis hurriedly asked. Well, not bad. Tomorrow, the king will lead the army away. This place is still managed by you. If you have any needs, you can tell my brother at any time. Whether it is me or my people, I will do my best to help you and help the Demon Guard Legion. Jun Xie stopped, turned around, nodded at Otis, and then arranged for a demon warrior to follow Otis. Yes, my lord. Otis bowed and replied respectfully. Jun Xie nodded, and then a group of demons returned to the residence that Otis had arranged earlier. Back in the residence, Ling Chen wrapped the room with the source of heaven and earth, shielding the outside world. Just outside he heard a loud indication from the system that the cooling of the summoning system was over. Experiencing the joy of summoning the legion, Ling Chen couldn't wait to rub his hands. This time, what kind of legion will it be? Ling Chen closed his eyes and called softly. The system was big. Ding, I'm here. Summoning. Ding, congratulations to the host Summoning Musician Legion. Number of legions, 111. Legion Commander, 9-fingered Qin Demon Shuqin. Talent level of all members of the clan, S level. Attribute, music. Professional skills, life aura, blood fury aura, defense aura, full attribute buff aura, 9-tone illusion, phantom sound. Strength, city breaking level 1 star, upgradable. Extremely weak combat effectiveness, excellent war support. Ling Chen's eyebrows were raised. This summoning legion came at the right time, and now it was a situation where a large-scale battle was about to take place. With a group of support musicians who can apply buffs to themselves, they may be able to decide the outcome of a battle. Ling Chen raised his hand gently, and a summoning door exclusive to musicians opened, and then, a figure with a graceful figure appeared, and it was the 9-fingered Qin demon Tianqin. She was dressed in purple, unparalleled, full of charm, and her purple pupils seemed to contain a strange magic which was intoxicating, and unforgettable, and her delicate face is covered with a charming smile, giving people a gentle and quiet, tranquil and pleasant feeling. In her hand, she was holding a silver-white guqin. The whole body was snow-white, as if carved from crystal, meticulous and exquisite. A pair of green silk fluttered in the wind, and a pair of purple eyes flashed with a demonic purple light. A cheek, as white as jade, the skin can be broken, the skin that can be broken by blowing, exuding a glossy luster, and the cherry lip is rosy and attractive, making people want to take a bite. I have seen the Lord. The lyra musician lightly opened her red lips, and a charming voice came out of her mouth, and she saluted Ling Chen. No need to be polite. Ling Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand, and continued, I don't know how high the buff bonus of your musicians is. The bonus of the musician, please feel it for yourself. When the lyra musician heard this, he smiled slightly, and his finger was lightly on the guqin, and the sound of the piano suddenly sounded like spring thunder in the air. As the sound of the piano sounded, a green aura fell from the sound of the piano to Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen suddenly felt that his body was light, and a sense of comfort spread from his chest and abdomen, and his whole body was full of strength. Ding, get the musician's blessing, and increase the attributes of the whole body by 20%. Okay. When Ling Chen heard this, his eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. This effect was really good. Giggle. Lord, this is our highest all-attribute bonus at present, and as our strength realm improves, this bonus ratio will also increase. Lyra Yu covered his lips lightly, explained with a smile, and then continued, if it is a one-sided attribute bonus, it is about double. Yes, yes. Hearing Tianqin's words, Ling Chen nodded. In that case, you should follow the demon warriors to practice leveling first. Then Ling Chen snapped his fingers gently, and another summoning door appeared, and Jun Xie stepped out and appeared in front of the two of them. Master, do you have something to do with me? Jun Xie said respectfully to Ling Chen. Well, you take them to level up, and they can comprehensively improve your strength. Ling Chen pointed to Tianqin on the side and said to Jun Xie. Jun Xie looked at Tianqin on the side and saw that her purple eyes were staring at him, and those eyes seemed to seduce his soul, staring straight at him. him. Jun Xie couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This musician is too beautiful. If you can. But soon, Jun Xie suddenly reacted, shook his head, and shook off the slightest thought in his mind. This musician could be so profound in illusion, ignoring the difference in realm, pulling himself into illusion, and making himself involuntarily think about that direction. Yes, I will take them to level up tomorrow. Jun Xie came back to his senses and looked at Ling Chen. Oh, Tianqin was a little surprised to see Jun Xie's performance. This guy, so quickly, broke free from his illusion. You must know that her illusions, the strong people of the peak realm of the Saint realm who are not firm in their spiritual will also be deeply trapped in her illusions. And the man in front of him was able to resist his illusion? It's a bit interesting. Thinking of this, Lyra couldn't help but have a strong interest in Jun Xie, and in a pair of eyes, she showed a bit of playful look, looking at Jun Xie. What's your name? Lyra blinked, opened her jade teeth lightly, and asked. Jun Xie. Jun Xie said expressionlessly. Jun, evil, good name, I like it. Lyra pursed the corners of her mouth lightly and said with a smile, after that, please take care of me. The corners of Jun Xie's mouth twitched twice. How could he feel like he was being molested? Ahem. If you have anything to talk about in private, I want to practice. Ling Chen coughed lightly twice, urging the two to leave quickly. Yes. The two responded in unison and bowed to Ling Chen. Then Lyra followed Jun Xie, turned around and left the room, and walked outside. Ling Chen looked at the two people who were leaving, and couldn't help but shake his head. Jun Xie, this kid, the peach blossoms are a little vigorous. Is it the cold male god and the cute little short legs, or the cold male god and the charming royal sister? TSK. Ling Chen secretly sighed, then sat down and began to practice. The next day, in the early morning, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of light burst out of them. Ling Chen stood up, moved his muscles and bones, and made a crackling bone crackling sound, and then he stretched his lower limbs again, and suddenly, a crackling joint crackling sound came. After practicing all night, Ling Chen had consolidated his skyrocketing physical fitness, and now, simply relying on his physical fitness, Ling Chen had the confidence to fight hand-to-hand with the strong at the peak of the Saint realm. After cleaning up and stepping out of the door, Ling Chen saw that the members of the two legions of Jun Xie and Qin Demon were already ready to go, waiting for him. A group of luthier girls, wearing white costumes and holding a white violin, have exquisite figures, exquisite faces, beautiful and flawless, like fairies, giving people a stunning beauty. They were in the middle of the team, and around them, two circles of demon warriors protected them in the middle. Lord! When Qin Mo and Jun Xie saw Ling Chen, they quickly stepped forward and shouted respectfully. Well, let's go. Ling Chen nodded, and then waved his hand. Everyone immediately stepped into the air and flew towards the outside of the station, followed by Ling Chen. After leaving the station, everyone went all the way north and galloped towards the northern border of Dis's territory. The speed of the crowd was very fast, and it didn't take long for the garrison behind them to have no shadow. Along the way, the barrenness visible to the naked eye is full of endless deserts, and although the Dis territory looks large, most of them are useless desert lands. Without making any stops, the group rushed on the road as quickly as possible, and within a few days, they arrived at the border area. The borderland has a continuous mountain range, which is the dividing line between the two territories, and once the army of either side crosses the line, it is regarded as a provocation to the other, but generally speaking, it is the army of Saxton's territory that comes to invade. On the one hand, the war can consume too many of their acquired demon warriors, and on the other hand, it can also plunder the remaining resources of the Dis territory. In this mountain range, there are all kinds of monsters. These monsters have very low intelligence, but they have a lot of strength, and each of them has the strength to exceed the level of destruction of the country, which is especially suitable for the upgrade of the current piano masters. Therefore, everyone stopped and fell to the ground, this mountain range, ready to walk all the way to upgrade the piano masters. As soon as they landed, the piano masters put their white jade hands on the strings and plucked them gently, and the sound of the piano was melodious and tactful, turning into green halos, blessing the demon warriors next to them. 20% increase in all attributes. The green aura attached to the body, constantly emitting a trace of green light, entered the body of the demon warrior. The green light entered the body. The strength of the demon warrior instantly increased. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, the demon warrior couldn't help but be a little fascinated. Seeing this, Ling Chen on the side couldn't help but smile slightly. Good guy, is this a group of hulks? Buff blessing is complete. Start working. Roar! The demon warriors roared up to the sky to express their refreshment, and then, a group of demon warriors from the Saint realm rushed towards the unknown monster with a scream. Feeling the hostility of the demon warriors, the monsters were not to be outdone, and they didn't care that their strength was not enough to compete with the demon warriors, and immediately rushed towards them, and the two sides fought together. The attack method of the demon warriors is very simple and rough, and with one punch, several monsters will die, which can also greatly reduce their physical strength. Unsurprisingly, the battlefield became a one-sided crushing, although the number of monsters had an advantage, but in the face of absolute strength, the number was far from enough. It didn't take long for Ling Chen to vaguely see that a white light flashed on the piano master's and they rose to one 1-star very quickly. Ling Chen, who was also a 2nd-star moat level star, was slightly stunned, and then he realized that it seemed that his summoning legion seemed to upgrade much faster than himself. It is also a moat level 1-star to 2-star, and I have several members of the legion to brush experience for myself, so I have only accumulated experience to upgrade to 1 level, and this group of piano masters has added a buff and upgraded in half a day? System, what's going on? Of course, it is because you are talented, so you also have more upgrade experience than others. Oh, how much more than others? 100 times. I pulled over, and when I heard this number, Ling Chen's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. 100 times, isn't it equivalent to your own legion having to work 100 times harder than others? They worked hard. No, I can't lie flat anymore, and I have to do it myself to increase my strength. Soon, the surrounding circle of monsters was cleaned up by the soldiers, and the soldiers who had cleaned up ran to the side of the piano master together, surrounding them and protecting them in the middle. Looking at this group of demon warriors who had just been like wolves and tigers, punching a monster with 1 punch, standing beside the piano master, with a smile in their hearts and touching the back of their heads, Ling Chen's eyelids couldn't help but jump. This is probably a group of colored demons. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be a little, but they looked inexperienced. Ling Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Keep going. Jun Xie ignored the Lyra that was enthusiastically and charmingly trying to cling to him, and with a faint order, the demon continued to run forward. Along the way, the demons continued to take action, cleaning up the monsters on the road, and the level of the piano masters also rose to 5 stars in a row, reaching the realm of 7 stars. Soon, after several days of travel, everyone crossed this mountain range. Behind the mountains, there was an endless plain, and on the horizon in the distance, there was a majestic border pass, on which there was a row of arrow towers and military flags representing the army of the Demon King Saxton. This is the first checkpoint where Saxton is stationed on the border to prevent the attack of the Otis army. But all along, Otis's army has always been passive in defense and has never taken the initiative to attack, so as time went by, the demon army in the pass gradually relaxed its vigilance. Looking at a border pass that was much larger than Otis's station, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This is really a world where the weak eat the strong, and the strong will always have more resources. Lord, what should we do next? Jun Xie's eyes flashed, looking at the city not far away, and a sinister smile couldn't help but show an evil smile on his rigid face. Do whatever you want, I have no objection. Ling Chen smiled faintly and said. He could see that Jun Xie wanted to make a big deal out of it. Hey, instead of killing them one by one, it is better to let the demons of the entire Saxton territory come to the door by themselves. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the corners of Jun Xie's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He immediately took the lead in walking towards the border pass. The rest of the people followed. Just as the guard magicians on the wall of the pass were dozing off with their eyes hazy, Jun Xie and the others had already come to the gate of the pass. At this time, the gun magician patrolling the border post unintentionally glanced outside the city, saw Jun Xie and other demons, and quickly shouted, "Who is it?" Hearing the shouts of the patrol, the demon warriors suddenly woke up, raised their weapons one by one, and set their sights on the hundreds of demons not far from the city. I am the new demon king of the Nades territory, Jun Xie said loudly. This time, I came to give Saxton a greeting gift. Hearing Jun Xie's name, the magicians on the city wall immediately relaxed their tense nerves, put away their weapons one by one, and laughed. Who did you think? It turned out to be from the territory of Dis. Our demon king doesn't look down on the little greeting gift you sent. After all, what good things can you come up with? Ha 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 ha. A group of magicians shouted loudly, full of contempt for Jun Xie and the others. Since I have decided to give it away, I have no intention of taking it back. Jun Xie chuckled, and immediately, his figure shook, and he appeared above the city wall in an instant. Possessed by the demon god. A violent shout came out of Jun Xie's mouth, and the momentum of his whole body skyrocketed, and a huge divine soul power was emitted, and then, above Jun Xie, an illusory demon god shadow appeared. Today's demonic shadow is 8,000 feet high, covered in black mist, and exudes terrifying magic power all over its body, which is daunting. This is the demon god? How do I feel that the demonic energy in my body is about to stop working? Seeing the appearance of the shadow of the demon god, the magicians in the city who saw this scene were suddenly frightened and froze in place, their legs trembling slightly, unable to move. The demon god destroys the world. Looking at the majestic past city below, Jun Xie shouted violently, and the shadow of the demon god instantly turned into an endless divine aura and swooped downwards. Rumble. A violent sound came, and I saw that the entire building of the pass collapsed in an instant under the blow of Jun Xie. Countless stones rolled down, dust flew away, and the magicians of the entire city flew out one after another under this blow, falling to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths and seriously injuring their bodies. Their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Jun Xie. Many unknown demon warriors in the city lost their lives directly under this blow. With just this move, it can be said that this entire city has been broken. This greeting, I believe Saxton will like it, Jun Xie said lightly. He specially left a few live mouths for them to go back and report to the Saxton Demon King. After saying that, Jun Xie's figure turned and he instantly returned to the team. Boy, you can pretend better than me. Ling Chen looked at this scene just now and thought to himself, Lord, let's go. Let's go to Saxton and have fun. After Jun Xie came back, he said to Ling Chen, okay. Ling Chen replied, and then took the lead in the direction of Saxton's territory. Soon, under the leadership of Jun Xie and others, everyone quickly crossed the border pass and entered the border area of Saxton. After passing through the border area, there is a dense forest, and out of this forest is the territory where Saxton's demon name lives. Gather around. Jun Xie waved his hand at the magicians, and everyone immediately gathered. Next, about every 33 demons and 33 Qin masters are grouped together. Jun Xie said lightly, and a wise light flashed in his eyes. Divided into 3 groups, set off along these 3 routes, and be sure to mess up the cities on this road as much as possible. Finally, we gathered in this leather city. Jun Xie took out 3 copies of the copied parchment rolls that were exactly the same, and said while drawing the route forward. The parchment scroll Jun Xie took out was the map of the demon realm, and every city on the map about Saxton was marked in extremely detail. This should be the last stubbornness of the Dis territory. Yes, the demons respectfully agreed, and then each quickly formed a group, each equipped with the same Qin maiden assistants. Soon, the other 2 teams disappeared in place according to the route on the map indicated by Jun Xie. Lord, let's go too. When the other 2 teams had no movement, Jun Xie looked at Ling Chen and said. Ling Chen nodded slightly, and then took the remaining warriors with Jun Xie and marched along the 3rd road. A 3-pronged approach will definitely disrupt this situation. Along the 3rd road, we advanced for a few days, and after passing through this forest, the first city on this road appeared in our field of vision. The city occupies a large area of land, and the city buildings are extremely magnificent, even larger than the scale of the previous pass, about 7 times larger. This is one of the cities on the front line of Saxton, and once a war strikes on the front line, it is the main place to send troops. Therefore, through the exploration of spiritual power, Ling Chen found that there were many high-level demons in this city. There were no less than 3,000 demons with the strength of the Saint Realm alone, and the remaining supreme level was even more numerous. 30 vs 3,000, it can be said that just killing pigs has to exhaust oneself to death. Here, it can be clearly felt that the devils on the city wall are conscientious and stand guard, which is several times better than the passes on the front line. This should be our first stop, Scar City. Jun Xie looked at the city in front of him and said lightly, if you attack strongly, it is easy to hurt the enemy by 1,000, and if you lose 800, you can only outwit. Jun Xie touched his chin. Ling Chen nodded. Walk. Mix into the city first to see the situation. After Jun Xie finished speaking, he took the lead in stepping into the city, and the others followed. Well, let's go. Ling Chen nodded, took the piano masters into his space, and walked towards Scar City with Jun Xie and other demons. Coming to the city gate, after a simple inquiry, Ling Chen and others entered the city. Skachang, as the frontline city of Saxton, did not have much desolation and desertion, but was unusually prosperous and a scene of traffic. In the city, the demons on the road were constantly coming and going, and the streets were also filled with the sound of some demon vendors shouting and selling, one after another, very lively. Ling Chen's face was a little strange. It turned out that the demons were also in the same situation as the human race. In this Ska city, it seemed like a normal human city. The only difference is that the human city has a certain order, and here, the strong are respected. There is no order to speak of along the way. Strong demons can be seen everywhere, knocking down the low-strength demons to the ground, and even killing them. The whole city is full of blood. The demons passing by didn't even look at it, as if they had long been accustomed to it. Moreover, in this city, all the demons' lifestyle is primitive, and the entire city does not have any technological elements. After exploring the city for a long time, looking at the disorderly scene along the way, Jun Xie's eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that these demons would be accustomed to doing such cruel and brutal things every day. These acquired demons were simply like a group of barbaric beasts, only knowing how to be brutal and killing. Looking at everything in front of him, Jun Xie couldn't help but feel a strong murderous aura in his heart. These acquired demons were simply smearing them. Lord, I think, slaughter the city. Looking at Ling Chen on the side, Jun Xie said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Ling Chen's face twitched. This was really saying the most ruthless words in the most plain tone. But he didn't say anything, nodded slightly, and acquiesced to Jun Xie's decision. Since Jun Xie wants to do it, let him do it well. He knew that on the one hand, Jun Xie also felt disdainful of the behavior of these acquired demons, and on the other hand, the slaughter of the city could attract the greatest attention of the entire Saxton. After all, a frontline pass station with border soldiers was broken, but it didn't hurt or itch. But a large border city with hundreds of millions of demons was a bit painful. However, this city is really too big, and there are many strong people relying solely on us demons. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time, Lord. Look. Jun Xie raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Ling Chen, and said with a faint smile. Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. You can directly make it clear. You gather all the magicians in the city in one place, and leave the rest to me. Forget about slaughtering the city, take over the city in the future, and then slowly clean it up. Ling Chen thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Jun Xie's eyes narrowed slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is simple. After that, he turned to a group of demon warriors behind him and ordered, "Go hunt the city guards in the city, lead all the city guards to the center of the city, and we will slaughter them all." Yes. When the magicians heard this, they immediately replied respectfully. Then they dispersed in groups of 3 or 5 and disappeared at the end of the streets and alleys, leaving only Jun Xie and Ling Chen in place. Looking at the disappearing backs of the demons, Jun Xie's mouth curled up with a bloodthirsty smile, and a bloody massacre was about to begin. The best weapon against bloody violence is strength. Lord, let's go find out where the military camp in the city is. Jun Xie glanced at Ling Chen and said lightly, "Well, let's go." Ling Chen nodded slightly and said. Then the two searched around the city. Soon, the two found the barracks in the west of the city. In the military camp in the west of the city, a huge camp tent stood, densely packed with hundreds of thousands of demon warriors, and, in front of the central camp tent were hundreds of demons, armed with weapons, waiting for the battle, staring vigilantly around. These magicians, the lowest is also the supreme level, and thousands of magicians exude the aura of the Saint Realm. The magicians in the barracks are the most elite team in this city, and once a war breaks out, the entire city will be soldiers, and ordinary demons can only become cannon fodder. The city guards in the city are the reserve of the soldiers of this barracks, and when their strength reaches the standard, they will have a great chance to join the barracks. Without breaking in directly, Jun Xie and Ling Chen quietly sneaked into the tent, circled around the camp, and observed the situation in the camp. In this barracks, there are probably more than 1,500 demons, which are really above the Saint Realm, and the others, all of them are supreme level. Ling Chen observed carefully while covering the entire camp with his spiritual power. If you rashly use your ultimate, it is very likely that you will be blocked by the demons of this group of Saint Realm, if it can break out at the same time in the entire barracks. Jun Xie's eyes were deep, and he said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Hearing this, Ling Chen had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in his mind, using his source energy to make a time bomb. If the source energy of different abilities is not well controlled, when they merge with each other, there will be a violent collision, resulting in an explosion. And Ling Chen, who had controlled the disappearance of the balance between these source chi, had already made small achievements after performing the technique of source chi fusion many times. If these time bombs were placed in all corners of the barracks and then exploded at the same time, the entire barracks would surely suffer huge damage. Thinking of this, Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but show a smile of excitement, and in his mind, the scene of the source gas bomb exploding together had already appeared. "Leave this matter to me." Ling Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, and he said lightly. Then, Ling Chen flashed out of the barracks with Jun Xie and came to an uninhabited courtyard not far away. "I'll make a time bomb and put it in the barracks when the time comes, at the same time, he. Ling Chen looked at the courtyard in front of him and said slowly. The stone table in this courtyard was already full of fallen leaves, as if no one had been here for a long time. Gently exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ling Chen stretched out his palms facing up. Purple-red source energy gushed out above his left hand, and crimson source energy gushed out on his right hand. This time, Ling Chen did not control the balance of the two source chi, directly fused them together, and quickly added the power of time and space. Finally, with the source chi of ice, this source air mass that fused the four source chi was frozen together. As long as the ice source gas covering the surface of the source air mass thaws, several source gases will quickly merge, collide, and explode. Success! Condensing this source chi together, Ling Chen smiled slightly, looked at the source chi mass in the palm of his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This small source air mass that fused 5 kinds of source chi, the power generated by the explosion was probably enough to reach the first level of the Saint Realm's blow. Although the attack power was not enough to destroy the entire barracks, it was easy to arouse the anger of the barracks. Subsequently, Ling Chen successively made more than 100 time bombs. These time bombs look like ordinary ice cubes from the outside. This number should be about the same. Ling Chen put away the hundreds of time bombs and secretly guessed in his heart, let's go to the barracks to set off the bombs. Putting away the hundreds of bombs, Ling Chen clapped his hands and said to Jun Xie, "Okay." Jun Xie nodded, and then the two left the courtyard and went straight to the barracks. Not far from the barracks, Ling Chen directly took Jun Xie into the barracks. "Let's split up and let them all go." Ling Chen took out half of the time bomb he had just made from the space ring and handed it to Jun Xie. "Okay, Lord." Jun Xie nodded, took the pile of bombs, and glanced at Ling Chen strangely. Ling Chen didn't say much, he flashed directly and disappeared in place, and Jun Xie also quickly shuttled through the barracks. "The tent where the magician rests and sleeps, put a few. Where to eat, put a few. Where to solve physiological problems, put a few. Put one next to the bedside of the barracks commander. Wow! Shout, shout." As Ling Chen and Jun Xie continued to move, the bombs were placed in all corners of the camp by them. The two placed people gathered in a corner of the barracks. "Okay, let's go back and wait for the show to start." Looking at everything in the barracks, Ling Chen said with a smile on his face, "It won't be long before these time bombs will explode at the same time, and the entire barracks will be affected, which is very exciting exciting to think about. Okay, Jun Xia responded and left the barracks with Ling Chen and came to the roof of a high-rise building not far from the barracks. The two of them sat cross-legged on the eaves, looking in the direction of the barracks from a distance. Ling Chen took out peanuts and melon seeds and popcorn from the space ring, looking leisurely. Ling Chen raised his head slightly, looked not far away with deep eyes, and said softly, "It's time." At this time, in the barracks, a certain magician who was solving a physiological problem suddenly felt a violent fluctuation coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a white light flashing, and after that, he lost consciousness. Bang! The marshal who lifted the curtain and returned to his tent, put down his helmet, and was about to remove his armor for cultivation, when he suddenly found an extra piece of ice next to the bedside. Belch? When did this ice cube appear? Suddenly, the ice cubes trembled violently, and the marshal was slightly stunned, and then the source energy surged on his body, and he quickly slapped a palm, bombarding it with the erupting ice cubes. Rumble! A roar came from the direction of the barracks. Rumble! 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 Immediately afterwards, several deafening roasts came in a row, followed by endless roars, which shook the entire barracks. Hundreds of source gas bombs placed by Ling Chen Jungsi before exploded together, which immediately caused a huge impact, and the barracks suddenly set off monstrous smoke and dust, and the rich flames rose, instantly engulfing everything around. Let's go to the barracks to take a look. Ling Chen stretched out his hand and greeted Jun Xia, got up and galloped towards the barracks, and Jun Xia got up and followed closely behind. The demons in the barracks never expected that someone would place so many bombs in the barracks. For a time, the entire barracks set off monstrous waves. Except for a few strong people in the Saint Realm who were seriously injured, the rest of the people who were killed or injured were all magicians. In the barracks, there were many magicians who were hurriedly treating the wounded, and the marshal in the barracks was glaring at this scene, and behind him stood several powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Realm. "Who is it? How dare you attack our barracks? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by us?" The marshal roared angrily, with an angry face. "Check it out for me, check it to death." The marshal's eyes were gloomy, and he shouted murderously. Behind the marshal, several Saint Realm peak powerhouses responded and quickly issued orders. "No need, we're here." A voice came from the sky. The marshal raised his head and saw two handsome boy-looking men appear in the sky. They were tall and slender, heroic, and exuded a kingly domineering aura all over their bodies. These two teenagers were Ling Chen and Jun Xia, and the appearance of the two of them attracted the attention of all the magicians in the barracks. They cast doubtful and wary glances at the two teenagers. "I don't know who your excellency is?" The marshal frowned and looked at Ling Chen and Jun Xia, and asked in a cold voice. The few Saint Realm powerhouses beside him were also staring nervously at Ling Chen and Jun Xia. They didn't know who these two young men were. They dared to run into their barracks and run wild. They were simply looking for death. Ling Chen glanced at the marshal and said lightly, "I am Ling, the son of time and space, the owner of the Legion, the person chosen by the system." Chen, confused face, "What kind of thing?" Hearing Ling Chen's words, the marshal and the demons in the barracks were stunned, and then smiled disdainfully. "Little baby, are you talking nonsense?" Ling Chen didn't bother to pay attention to this marshal anymore, so he directly took out the time bomb, fiddled with it in his hand, and looked at the marshal with a smile. "Do you know this thing?" "Sure enough, it's you." The marshal saw the ice cube in Ling Chen's hand clearly, and immediately reflected it. His face became extremely embarrassed, and he looked at Ling Chen with an angry face, and the momentum in his body was compelling. Ling Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, "What if it's me? What can you do with me, bastard?" Hearing Ling Chen's provocation, the marshal was furious. The vitality in his body ran wildly, his eyes became extremely blood-red, and his whole body was surging with terrifying magic. His strength was already the peak of the Saint Realm, the same level of strength as the demon King Otis, but he was only the military marshal of a city in Saxton. Roar! The marshal roared angrily, and a cloud of black mist suddenly gushed out from his body, and in the midst of the black mist, a huge black python phantom appeared behind him. The black python roared up to the sky, its huge tail shook fiercely, and a gust of wind blew, blowing up countless dusts and sweeping towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the huge black python that was coming to his face, the corners of his mouth curled up, and then he stretched out his right fist and smashed it hard. This punch, without any bells and whistles, bang, a muffled sound, a ripple visible to the naked eye. With this punch falling, the black python burst directly, turning into countless minced meat and splashing around, dissipating in the air. Ling Chen punched directly to smash the black python, causing the entire sky to be silent. How is that possible? This kid actually blasted the marshal's black python with one punch? Watching the marshal's black python turn into a rain of blood in Ling Chen's hands, the Saint Realm powerhouses around the marshal all widened their eyes and showed incredible expressions. This marshal is the peak powerhouse of the Saint Realm. Even if he is an ordinary peak powerhouse of the Saint Realm, it takes a lot of effort to smash this black python. And the kid in front of them, with just one punch, smashed such a fierce and abnormal black python, which made them feel deeply shocked. But error. Ling Chen glanced at the shocked marshal and spat out 3 words lightly. "The taunt skill is full. Junior, looking for death." The marshal was enraged by Ling Chen's words, roared angrily, his figure suddenly accelerated, and he rushed in front of Ling Chen in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and above his right fist, a layer of black light flashed, and his sharp attack, with the sound of howling wind, blasted towards Ling Chen fiercely. Ling Chen snorted coldly and punched him. Bang! The two fists collided, making a huge collision sound, and the violent airflow spread directly towards the surroundings. The marshal's figure trembled slightly, his body flew out backwards, his face turned pale, his chest rose and fell violently, and a shock flashed in his eyes. Ling Chen's punch, although it seemed to be an understatement, contained terrifying power, and he directly blocked his own move. Such strength surprised the marshal. Not only the marshal, but also several of the peak powerhouses of the Saint Realm around them were also shocked by Ling Chen's punch, and the shock in their hearts did not subside for a long time. Damn it, help the marshal quickly. One of the strong men at the peak of the Saint Realm saw the marshal suffering, and his heart suddenly became anxious. Let's join forces. Several other Saint Realm powerhouses nodded one after another, and they all rushed up together. Junior, come and take your life. Die. Seeing these peak powerhouses of the Saint Realm attacking together, Ling Chen's face changed slightly, and then he looked a little scared. Everyone, do you still want to beat the big bully? Ling Chen shouted pretentiously, and that frightened look made the corners of the mouths of the peak powerhouses of the Saint Realm twitch. Good guy, are you small? It's quite big. Stinky boy, are you the king of strong mouths? Do you think we can't pull our faces? Tell you, we are all shameless. A strong man at the peak of the Saint Realm sneered, his figure shook, rushed in front of Ling Chen, and swung his fist towards Ling Chen, and the rest of the strong men also followed. Just kidding, didn't you see the fate of their marshal? Isn't the heads up sent one by one? Seeing the strong man at the peak of the Saint Realm attacking, the fear in Ling Chen's eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a coldness. He stretched out his left hand, suddenly flashed to one side of it, held the fist of the peak of the Saint Realm, and slammed his right hand hard. Click! With a crisp sound, the arm of the peak powerhouse of the Saint Realm was pinched off, and with a scream, his body flew out backwards like a broken sack, and he fell to the ground in the distance. Taking advantage of the moment of contact with the Saint Realm, Ling Chen patted his shoulder, and then Ling Chen hurriedly took a few steps back, spitting out a trace of blood from his mouth. The demons who were originally hesitant because of the tragic situation of the Saint Realm, seeing that Ling Chen seemed to be injured, all of them became excited. It seemed that the other party was not such an invincible existence. Ha ha ha, Junior, now that you are injured, I will see how you deal with our attack. The demons mocked in unison. I want to run, can you stop me? After saying that, Ling Chen gestured to Jun Xia on the side, and flew towards the center of the city together. Looking at Ling Chen's escape, a group of demon powerhouses became even more determined that the other party was injured, and they were not in good condition at this time. I don't believe it, you alone can kill out of the encirclement of so many of our demons? A look of joke appeared on the face of a strong man in the Holy Realm, and he said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Ling Chen's face couldn't help but twitch, and after acting, it made you swell, right? However, this is exactly what I want. Lord, I found that you are too. Jun Xia shook his head a little speechlessly, with a crying and laughing expression. It's too wise, isn't it? Ling Chen grinned, and then looked serious. It's all a strategy. Hearing Ling Chen's explanation, the corners of Jun Xia's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of bullshit strategy is this? However, since the Lord was unwilling to admit that he was a second-hand good, he could only admit it silently. Under the speed control of Ling Chen and the others, a group of demons behind them had been hanging behind, just the distance that was not thrown away. Little ghost, be obedient and catch it. Looking at the fact that they had not been able to catch up with Ling Chen and Jun Xia, the faces of several Holy Realm powerhouses became more and more ugly, and they shouted coldly, let's talk about it when you catch up. Ling Chen turned around and dropped a sentence indifferently. Kid, don't be arrogant, I'll let you taste my poisonous needle later, and see if you can still be rampant. One of the peak powerhouses of the Holy Realm threatened viciously. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Your poisonous needle is pricked, and you don't feel it at all, right? As soon as these words came out, the peak powerhouse of the Holy Realm suddenly froze, and then looked at Ling Chen angrily. Okay, stop talking nonsense, catch up with them quickly. Another Saint Realm peak powerhouse scolded, and then suddenly accelerated and took the lead in chasing Ling Chen and the two. Wow! Seeing that the peak powerhouse of the Holy Realm was chasing after them, Ling Chen and Jun Xia also accelerated quickly. After chasing, it didn't take long for Ling Chen and the two of them to take the demon powerhouses who were chasing them and came to the location in the center of the city. Then, Ling Chen stopped, turned around, looked at the group of demon powerhouses who were chasing him, and said with a smile, okay, now congratulations on catching up, now I'll see how you catch me. The group of demon clan powerhouses also stopped, staring at Ling Chen with cold eyes, and one of them said with a gloomy face, boy, you are very arrogant. Ling Chen smiled faintly and did not speak, and the demon powerhouses on the opposite side saw Ling Chen staying in place, without moving, and looked at each other a few times, not daring to act rashly. It's coming. After a long time, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Suddenly, there were bursts of sound of breaking the air, and black shadows flashed by, coming behind Ling Chen and the two. Immediately followed, there were shouts from all directions, and the dense city guards rushed over, surrounding the entire central area. Looking at this mighty group of demons, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Our group of demon warriors have a bright future. Now you can't run away. In the city guard army, a general-looking leader stood up, his eyes scanning at the group of demon powerhouses standing behind Ling Chen. The soldiers in the barracks on the side were stunned when they saw this, but they didn't expect that the demons in front of them not only provoked them, but also provoked the city guards of the whole city. They are looking for death, or they are absolutely sure. Seeing that the barracks and the city guards had arrived, Ling Chen's mouth showed a strange smile, looked at the surrounding demons, and said, "Since they have all arrived, then I will give you a big gift." Hearing this, the demons frowned in confusion. What trick does this kid want to play? Let's go up together. A leader of the peak of the demon clan's Saint Realm shouted sharply, and then rushed to Ling Chen first, ready to attack Ling Chen. Looking at the demon who rushed forward first, Ling Chen raised his arm slightly and flicked his fingers. An invisible strong wind emanated from Ling Chen's index finger, turning into a sharp sword and shooting at the demon warrior. At the moment of shooting, the sharp arrow turned into a white light and burst out, instantly immersing itself in the eyebrows of the demon warrior. The demon warrior's body shook, his eyes widened, his legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. One move to kill in seconds? How is this possible? How can a human in the moat realm have such terrifying strength? Seeing that the demon warrior was killed in one move, the rest of the demons froze in place. It turned out that the other party was not injured at all, and his strength had far exceeded that of the Saint Realm. In an instant, a deep panic welled up in the hearts of all the demons, and the strongest of them was killed by the other party's understated blow. The visual impact on them was so great that their minds fell into a brief blank, staring blankly at Ling Chen one by one. Ling Chen rubbed his palms, the corners of his mouth showed a touch of evil arc, and he smiled faintly. It seemed that he was going to end the battle quickly. Third turn Thunder God technique, second turn. Reinforce. Ling Chen drank twice, and the momentum on his body suddenly rose, and the source energy in his body was raised to the strength of the 4-star defense level, and the source energy in his body was still like a vast starry sky. Gently feeling the source energy in his body, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Ling Chen's mouth, and now himself, Ling Chen is confident that he will fight alone and half a step blue immortal, and he does not need the help of Xiaolong. Ling Chen stretched out his hands, 5 different colors of source energy gushed out. Ling Chen, who had mastered the balance of source energy, and in an instant, a source energy light ball gradually formed. With the continuous injection of source energy, a devastating aura emanated from above the ball of light. The stunned magicians around seemed to feel something, staring at the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand tightly. They felt that the ball of light seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. A strong sense of danger swept through their bodies. Not good, it's the power of the land immortal level. Retreat quickly, quickly. Feeling the energy fluctuations contained in the ball of light, a demon powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Realm finally reacted, exclaiming, wanting to retreat. However, it was too late. Ling Chen's arm suddenly waved down. Then came the June evil demons. Rumble. With a loud noise, the ball of light suddenly exploded. A violent storm of energy emanated from the exploding balls of light, raging towards the surroundings, suffocating everyone. In this huge energy fluctuation, the surrounding demon powerhouses were all swept away by the energy storm. Screams came and went, blood splattered, and the screams were mixed with the sound of flesh fragments and fractures. After a while, in the entire central square, except for the demon leader and Ling Chen, all the demons fell to the ground and died. Ding! Kill the strong man of the Saint Realm, experience plus 4,000. Ding! It's another series of screen swiping to increase experience, so it's not bad to increase experience. Coupled with the 10% bonus of the Summoning Legion on Chijo's side, Ling Chen's experience pool is now enough to be promoted to another level. Hey, a 3-star moat. Sure enough, if you do it yourself, the efficiency is much faster. Ling Chen curled the corners of his mouth and was in a happy mood. Hearing the movement in the center of the city, the demon people on the edge of the city approached curiously, wanting to find out. I know that among you, there is also a subordinate of the Demon King Saxton. Please help me ask him, do you like the greeting gift I gave him? Ling Chen's voice resounded high in the sky, and it clearly fell into the ears of every demon people. Hearing this, all the demon people were surprised and inexplicable. They didn't understand who the other party was. Isn't he afraid that the Demon King will hunt him down? How dare he be so arrogant? The spies who were mixed in the demon group and wanted to explore the situation were also stunned when they heard this, and then a sarcastic look appeared on their faces. This kid is really tired and crooked. How dare he provoke the Demon King Saxton? No matter who he is, what awaits him must be torture worse than death. However, looking at the mess around him and the scene of corpses lying everywhere, he didn't dare to stand up and satirize Ling Chen. Slowly disappearing into the demon group, the spy sighed secretly in his heart, quietly left the area, and then began to contact his boss and pass the news out. After putting all the barracks and the city guards in one pot, Ling Chen and June Demon left the city and continued to set off along the set route. On a certain peak with strong demonic energy thousands of miles away, a group of demonic energy lingered, and monsters like magic fog were suspended in mid-air. On the top of the peak, there was an extremely majestic palace, surrounded by many demon guards, which looked very solemn. A thick male voice sounded in the palace. Lord Saxton, on the southern border, there is a group of demons who have destroyed our border city, Scar City, in half. As soon as this thick voice fell, the entire hall suddenly became silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little dull. How many demons are there? After a long time, a low voice sounded above the palace, and slowly came out. It is rumored that there are more than 30 demons. The thick voice replied respectfully, with a slight tremor in his voice. Hearing this answer, the Demon King Saxton on the first seat, an angry look appeared on his old face. Just 30 people dare to destroy my city. Gather 100,000 Imperial Guards for me, led by Bo, and the city guards of each city will fully cooperate and jointly pursue them. Yes, Your Majesty. The demons below quickly bowed in agreement. Then, the demon clan bowed and then quickly turned to leave. Above the main hall, only the Demon King sitting on the first seat was left, and a pair of sharp eyes flashed with a cold glow. This Demon King is none other than the Demon King Saxton. Saxton had long golden hair, a wrinkled face, an old face, and a pair of narrow hook noses that made him look a little fierce, and a black leather whip hung down his thighs, looking extremely hideous. He was slender, about 1.8 meters tall, and looked quite majestic, with a pair of eagle eyes shining with a stern light, giving people an extremely intimidating feeling. Saxton sat in a chair, one hand on the armrest, the back of his hand behind him, and the expression on his face was extremely calm. Just 30 people dare to destroy my Ska City. It's really bold. Some things that don't know life or death. I want to see who you are. Saxton muttered to himself coldly. A touch of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Report. At this moment, another sound of hurried footsteps reached Saxton's ears. Come on in, Saxton ordered in a hoarse voice. At the door, it was still the demon warrior who walked in just now. Reporting to Your Majesty, the same thing happened in our other two small border cities, two groups of demons in their 30s or so, and they were causing destruction. The demon guard knelt down on one knee and reported the report. Oh, Saxton heard the report from the demon guards, his eyebrows raised slightly, his eyes narrowed, and a light flashed by. It seems to be a group. Tell Bo, and let him solve it together. Yes, Your Majesty. The demon guard replied respectfully. Go down. Saxton waved his hand and asked the demon guards to leave. After the demon guards left, Saxton was silent for a while, and suddenly looked up at the hall. His eyes fell on the towering palace, and there was a hint of thoughtfulness in his eyes. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition. I hope it's not what I thought, Saxton muttered to himself, with some hesitation in his eyes. He was the Demon King, and naturally understood that once he succeeded in guessing, the pattern of the demon realm would change dramatically. And all of this will change with the emergence of this group of people. In the southwest corner, on the top of a huge mountain that was 100 feet high and completely dark, Ling Chen and the demon guard stood quietly on the top of the mountain. His gaze looked into the distance. Not far away, there was another majestic demon city, standing on the earth. There are also many demons stationed there, but the demons there seem to be much weaker than the defense of Scar City. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread over, and after a simple glance, he took it back. The defense of this city is only a few 100,000 demons, including 20,000 or 30,000 city guards, and there are very few saint realms. Such a defense can be said to be a paper-like existence in the eyes of the demons. This is up to yourselves. Ling Chen smiled lightly, waved to Jun Xia and other demons on the side, and then summoned the pianists in the space. Add a buff to them. Ling Chen said softly. Hearing this, all the piano masters raised the strings in their hands, and gently plucked the strings with their slender jade hands. As they played, a strange fluctuation gushed out from their fingertips, turning into a green aura that attached to the demon warrior's body. With the shroud of these halos, a layer of green halo suddenly appeared on the demon warrior. As the halo spread, the famous demon warriors all felt that their strength had increased significantly. Ahem, can you change your buff color? The corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Looking at the green light, he couldn't help but cough. No, this is our talent skill and cannot be changed. The piano masters shook their heads in unison. Ling Chen couldn't help but think that he was also emitting green light, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. You go. Ling Chen couldn't bear to look directly at the demon warriors who were emitting green light, and waved his hand to signal them to set off. Jun Xia nodded, stepped on his feet, jumped up, and flew towards the city in the distance with the demon warriors. The speed of the demon warriors was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city in front of them. What the hell? A guard on the city wall exclaimed. What demon? How dare you break into our city? As soon as the guard spoke, a sword shadow crossed his throat. Blood shot out, and the weight of the corpse fell to the ground. Kill! Jun Xia roared and rushed into the city first. The demon warriors also rushed into the city like wolves and tigers and began the massacre. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! On the city gate tower, there were bursts of shouts, and the guards hurriedly rushed to the city wall, raised their weapons, and began to fight back frantically. However, where were they, the opponents of the demons? And under the charge of dozens of demon warriors, the guards on the city gate tower died one after another. This city is only a city of dozens of saints, and there is basically no difficulty for Jun Xia and other demons. In groups of 3, clean up all the city guards in this city. Junse's cold voice resounded in the sky, and then he rushed into a street first. These demons rampage all the way, killing the guards in the city all the way, and in less than half a quarter of an hour, the guards in the city were almost dead. So strong. What a great team. The ordinary demon people in the city watched these demon warriors wreak havoc in the city, trembling with fright, and did not dare to stop them at all. However, for these ordinary demon people, Junse had already told the demon warriors that he would not do anything to them. Under the organization of several Saint Realm powerhouses, the city defense army could not resist Junse and their attack at all, and retreated steadily, leaving behind demonic blood all over the city. With a few sticks of incense, the demon warriors cleaned up the entire demon city. Okay, let's withdraw. With a punch that blasted the last city guard in front of him, Junse clapped his hands and shouted to the surrounding demon warriors. Yes, the surrounding demon warriors responded in unison, their bodies splattered with blood, and one by one they were alive, killing gods. However, there was no bloodthirsty light in their eyes, and some were full of excitement of battle. After this one-sided massacre, some demon warriors once again made breakthroughs in the realm, and some of the original first realm of the Saint Realm broke through to the second realm, reaching the strength of the middle level of the Saint Realm. The ability given to us by the Lord is too strong? Junse looked at this scene, secretly thinking in his heart that after breaking through the Saint Realm, the improvement of the realm required years of accumulation, but now, it only took their non-stop fighting to upgrade directly. This is simply tailor-made for a fanatical fighting race like theirs. Their race was originally a killing and fighting race. If it weren't for the special ability given to them by the Lord, I'm afraid they would still be in asceticism now. A group of demons quickly left, leaving only a messy city and corpses all over the ground. After completing the task, Junse came to the outside of the city, returned to the top of the giant peak where Ling Chen was, and reported on the completion. It stands to reason that Saxton's pursuers in the main city should also arrive, so Ling Chen and the others took a good rest, gave them some holy pills, and let them recover from their physical injuries. At this time, on a plain a few kilometers away from the demon city, a group of demon warriors wearing armor and exuding a cold and slain aura were running at full speed. They were Saxton's first army, the Praetorian Guards. The Praetorian Guard was Saxton's most elite warrior and the only ace legion under his command. The leader of this Praetorian Guard was a short man, thin and dry, with a thin face, a pair of small eyes squinting, looking extremely sinister and cunning. General Bo, we have reached the border area, and there is a small city called Snow City in front of us, and Scar City is not far from Snow City. At this time, a subordinate next to the short and thin man reported to him. Hearing this, the short man's eyelids moved. Well, then, let's stop for a moment in that Snow City, mobilize the city guards in the city, and let them help investigate the whereabouts of those demons. Let's go to Scar City first. This short and thin man is the first commander of the Praetorian Guard, Nikolai Pa. Yes, General Bo. The subordinate bowed and turned to convey the order behind him. Behind him, followed by 100,000 Praetorian Guards, a group of people continued on their way, and soon, they came to the foot of a towering peak. General Bo, just a short distance ahead, is Snow City. The subordinate pointed to the city wall in the distance towards Nikolai and reported respectfully. Something is wrong. There was no one on the city wall, and how could there be no movement in the city? At this moment, suddenly the Imperial Guard pointed to the city in the distance and said in surprise. Hearing this, Nikolai Bo's brows couldn't help but frown, and he also noticed that something was wrong. Let the army stand by first, and you can go with me to take a look. Bo's eyes froze, he looked at Snow City with a solemn expression, and ordered the Praetorian Guards on the side in a deep voice. As he spoke, Nikolai Bo's figure flashed, turned into a black light, and galloped forward, followed by the Praetorian Guard, with no bad speed. Soon, the two arrived under the walls of Snow City. At this moment, in Snow City, on the city wall, corpses were lying there, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the people in the city were huddled in the houses, panicked, and did not dare to make a sound. Nikolai Bo looked at the situation in the city, his face changed slightly, and then anger appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how dare you come to my Saxton territory to be presumptuous? I really don't know if you are alive or dead. Nikolai Bo roared angrily, his figure flashed, turned into a streamer, and came to the home of a demon who was hiding in the house. I am Nikolai Bo, the commander of the Praetorian Guards. Tell me the truth about what happened here. Nikolai Bo said in a deep voice. Yes, a group of demons came today, all of them are strong people in the Saint Realm. It was simply a massacre, and all the guards in the city were killed by them, but they didn't seem to do anything to ordinary demons. Hearing this, the demon people's body trembled, and there was a fear in his eyes, but he did not dare to neglect it, and quickly spoke. I seem to have seen them out of the city from the south. Big. My lord, I know everything. Nikolai Bo frowned when he heard this. South isn't that the direction he came from, but the army didn't seem to have encountered this group of demons, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, the Praetorian Guards who followed General Bo to the city walked in from outside and said to Nikolai Bo, General Bo, I just received a signal from the Imperial Guards, and the Imperial Guards are being attacked, and there are some losses. Hearing this, Nikolai Bo's face changed drastically, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you you took the initiative to send it to the door, then don't blame me for being rude. Let's go back. Then, Nikolai Bo immediately ran out of the city, ready to support the Janissaries. A few minutes ago, the demons who were resting found that an army of demons was approaching quickly, and they came to the foot of the giant peak where they were located. Ling Chen thought that his position had been exposed, but soon Ling Chen discovered that they had not found any trace of the demons waiting for him, because the demon army under the giant peak actually camped on the spot and rested. Good guy, rest in front of yourself, the temptation demon, right? Ling Chen sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered, give me all the range of moves to kill them by surprise. Obey the order. When the demons heard this order, their spirits were shocked, and they all geared up, releasing their momentum with all their might. One by one, their bodies surged, and the move talismans condensed in their hands, and then they rushed towards the demon army. The demon god descends. Yama chasing life. One powerful move after another came down from top to bottom, and it crashed down. The camp of the demon army was attacked in an instant, and before many people could even react, their bodies were pierced by powerful attacks, and screams resounded in the sky. While they were performing their moves, Ling Chen also took out the Xianyuan sword, smiled faintly, and silently recited in his heart, 3 turns of thunder god technique. Reinforce. Feeling the endless vast source chi in his body, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he waved the Xianyuan sword in his hand, calling softly, 10,000 swords return to the sect. The Xianyuan sword instantly bloomed with thousands of bright sword light, turning into thousands of Xianyuan sword chi, and the sword was vaporized and floated behind Ling Chen in the air. Go! The swords transformed by sword chi fell from the sky and fell towards the Praetorian guards. The dense sword was like a raindrop, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of imperial guards were enveloped in it. The sword chi entered the body, instantly piercing them, and the heads of the Praetorian guards exploded one by one, and blood shot out. Aha! The caught guards were instantly recruited. Screaming endlessly, one after another the imperial guards were beheaded. Blood spilled all over the sky, and the scene was miserable and tragic. But soon, the remaining Praetorian guards reacted and quickly raised their shields, and the demonic energy poured in to resist the endless sword energy falling from the sky. Countless sword chi slashed on the shield, making a sonorous sound. The sound of metal colliding kept sounding. However, these swords did not directly break through the shield's defense, but still slashed fiercely on the shield. Bang bang bang! A muffled sound was endless, and cracks appeared on the shield. Soon, those shields could not withstand this powerful sword chi and shattered into a pile of scrap copper and scrap metal. Losing the resistance of the shield, the Praetorian guards could only use their moves to resist as much as possible, and the Praetorian guards were harvested in the screams. At this moment, Nikolai Bo, the commander of the Praetorian guard, arrived. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes were about to crack, his eyes were red, and he looked at Ling Chen with a face full of anger. He held a long knife in his hand, his whole body burst out with momentum, and the strength of Lu Xian in half a step emanated, slashing towards the place where Ling Chen was. Cut the sky. The long knife cut through the sky, with a dazzling white light, and slashed towards Ling Chen. Seeing this white light coming, Ling Chen didn't dare to be careless. His body suddenly accelerated, flashed, and instantly avoided this white light knife chi. Wow! The knife light slashed like lightning, slashing fiercely on the peak of the giant peak, and suddenly, the peak of the entire mountain was directly cut off. And Ling Chen also took this opportunity to come behind Nikolai Bo. Seeing this, Nikolai Bo immediately swung his knife and slashed at Ling Chen behind him, trying to force Ling Chen to retreat. How could Ling Chen get his wish? Move sideways to dodge. Bang! A knife slashed to the ground, and the hard rock was shattered by Nikolai Bo's knife, leaving a knife mark up to a foot deep, dusty, and smoky. Poof! Seeing that he was dodged with a knife, Nicola Pollan shouted, and immediately slashed again, faster, and more powerful. Seeing this, Ling Chen also dodged again. He knew that Nikolai Bo was playing desperately this time, and if he was allowed to be stabbed, he would definitely have to suffer a big loss. Formation. General Bo saw that he hadn't attacked Ling Chen for a long time, and roared. Hearing General Bo's order, the chaotic Praetorian guards below hurriedly gathered, lined up neatly, and then formed a formation, and demonic energy gushed out of their bodies, converging in the sky and condensing into a huge formation. The formation was condensed, and Nikolai Bo flashed to the top of the formation, and the rolling demonic energy seemed to have found its owner, frantically pouring into his body. Suddenly, his momentum skyrocketed, his aura waves were monstrous, majestic, like a mad god of war, standing above the formation, holding a long knife, pointing at Ling Chen above, murderous. With the help of this formation, Nicola Bo's strength and momentum successfully broke through to the realm of Lu Xian, which was a step up from before. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen's face became solemn. He didn't expect that the Imperial Guards would have such a powerful formation. Boy, suffer death. Nicola Bo sneered, raised his knife and slashed again, and the terrifying aura converged, turning into one huge knife after another, rushing towards Ling Chen like a tide. The speed of the knife gang was very fast, and after image flashed and instantly came to Ling Chen's face, Ling Chen looked at the overwhelming knife gang, his pupils shrank, his toes tapped, and his figure instantly flashed backwards. Wow! One knife after another, one huge knife after another followed, densely packed, and Ling Chen hurriedly repeatedly swung his sword to resist. One knife after another slashed at Ling Chen's long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashes. Ling Chen's sword constantly collided with the sword, making a crisp sound. Ling Chen resisted while dodging the attacks of these knife gangs. Puff puff. Suddenly a knife slashed across his shoulder, and blood gushed out. Ling Chen frowned slightly. At this time, he could no longer retain his strength and called softly, "Come out, dragons!" A door to summon space appeared out of thin air, and the figure of the little dragon appeared, only to see the little blue lying down, and then the little dragon was lying on her back, gently kneading it. Seeing Ling Chen, Xiaolong hurriedly jumped up, touched his bare head with his fat hand, and said with a smile, "Lord, long time no see, you have become handsome again, ha." Hearing this, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. "This is from the family throne to the family brother. Stop talking, fit," Ling Chen said angrily. "Okay." The little dragon jumped up, turned into a white pillar of light, and injected into Ling Chen's body. In an instant, a powerful and unrivaled force came from Ling Chen's body, and on the surface of his body, golden armor appeared, and a strong dragon power came. With the blessing of the little dragon, the momentum that erupted from Ling Chen's body became even stronger. "Come again." Ling Chen looked at General Bo, who was exuding monstrous demonic energy, and shouted lightly, "Boy, do you dare to underestimate this general?" Looking at Ling Chen, Nicola Bo's eyes were fierce, and he slashed out again with a knife. Rumble! A terrifying knife aura tore through the void and rushed towards Ling Chen with the momentum of destroying everything. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed. Holding the Xuanyuan sword in his hand, the muscles of his whole body swelled, and the green veins burst out, like dragons, looking at the knife. Chi coming towards him, he did not dodge. The Xuanyuan sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely, and a brilliant sword light broke through the void and met the huge knife Chi. Click! The sword light collided with the sword energy, and a deafening roar erupted, and the terrifying power swept around the two of them, shaking the ground out of huge gaps, like a spider web. Ling Chen and General Bo retreated at the same time. The surroundings of hissing were full of gasps, and the Praetorian guards looked at Ling Chen in shock, but they didn't expect that the other party could actually fight their General Bo. And General Bo, his heart was also full of shock. He didn't expect that Ling Chen could still fight with him with the blessing of the formation. However, if the other party is the opponent's full strength, then this battle is going to end. "Boy, you are very powerful, and this general also admires you, but you are still too tender. This general will let you know that there is a sky outside the sky, there is a demon outside the demon. You are destined to die here today." General Bo shouted, raised his knife, and rushed up again, and the long knife in his hand burst out with an even more dazzling light. Death Judgment. One by one, huge black rings appeared, and a thick demonic energy was emitted from these rings, which converged to form a huge blade and slashed towards Ling Chen. Feeling the power generated by the move of Death Judgment, Ling Chen's face froze slightly, not daring to slack off in the slightest, and the Xuanyuan sword in his hand burst out with a fiery sword light. Xuanyuan Sword Song. Ling Chen's body turned into countless sword chi with the Xuanyuan sword, colliding with that Death Judgment. The two attacks collided, and an incomparably powerful coercion erupted, making a violent collision sound, and the sound of the explosion resounded like thunder. Poof! The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps back. Ahem! Ling Chen, who had stabilized his figure, spat out a mouthful of blood foam again. His face was extremely pale, although he used the Xuanyuan Sword Song to enter a brief state of invincibility, blocking the opponent's attack, but he was bitten back. General Bo's attack, containing a powerful aura of death, directly invaded Ling Chen's body, destroying the meridians in his body. Hiss! There's something. Ling Chen endured the severe pain, secretly stuttering in his heart. Although with the help of the little dragon, his strength has been significantly improved, but the short and thin ugly ratio on the opposite side has integrated the demonic energy of tens of thousands of Imperial guards, and his strength is also very strong. And General Bo on the other side stopped after taking a few steps back. His face was a little pale, and a wisp of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen's move just now did hurt him a lot. "Hey, boy, I don't believe it. You can still hold on to a few moves." General Bo smiled gloomy, rushed towards Ling Chen with an arrow, waved his long knife again, and slashed fiercely at Ling Chen. Come on." Ling Chen sneered, did not dodge, held the Xuanyuan sword in his hand, and collided with General Bo again. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! For a while, the sky shook, the ground cracked, and the two continued to clash, and a strong energy escaped everywhere, setting off smoke and dust in the sky, obscuring the view. As the two collided, there were more and more scars on their bodies. "Boy, you have the ability to take my last move," General Bo shouted violently, and the demonic energy in his body ran wildly, forming a storm of demonic energy around him. "Slay God!" General Bo shouted violently, and the energy of his whole body gathered together, and a long knife slashed out violently, and the long knife cut through the void with a cold light, slashing towards Ling Chen. At this moment, he used his final killer move. Seeing this, Ling Chen put away his Xuanyuan sword, and the source energy of the five systems surged out wildly, merging at an extremely fast speed. As Ling Chen's desperate frenzy injected into the source chi light mass became larger and larger, gradually, it became as dazzling as the sun, and a vast vast momentum also spread, enveloping the surrounding 100 meters, an incomparably powerful oppressive force. When Ling Chen injected the source energy to a certain extent, it was obvious that the light cluster began to become unstable, but it was enough. Ling Chen took the light cluster and flashed in the direction of General Bo. Instantly appearing on General Bo's face, the light cluster exploded suddenly, creating a huge energy collision with General Bo's blow god slashing. Boom! A ripple of energy that was larger than any previous one spread from the center of the explosion. The two people who didn't have time to react were instantly knocked out. Ling Chen smashed hard into the ground not far away, smashing the hard rock out of a deep pit. The whole person was embarrassed, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. The armor on his body also dispersed and disappeared in a golden light, replaced by a scarred little dragon, lying on the ground, dying. Obviously, this blow just now made Ling Chen Xiaolong almost completely lose his combat effectiveness. Let's go! Ling Chen shouted lightly, pulled up the little dragon and climbed onto Xiaolan's back, shouting at Jun Xie and other demons. Yes! The demons responded in unison, and after making the last move, they all followed Xiaolan and galloped towards the distance. Put! General Bo spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was shocked by the aftermath of this blow, falling to the ground, smashing a huge pit and splashing dust all over the sky. General Bo struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, and this blow caused him to be extremely seriously injured. His body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. There was a shocking wound on his chest, and blood seeped into his body along the clothes on his chest, looking shocking. It will take a lot of time to recover. General Bo exhaled a heavy breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up into the distance. Ling Chen and the others had already fled, and couldn't help but grit their teeth and scold. Chase me. Yes, a group of Imperial guards beside General Bo hurriedly replied, and then turned into black shadows and quickly swept in the direction of Ling Chen's escape. All the Praetorian guards chased after them. General, are you okay? The Praetorian guard who had been staying by General Bo's side stepped forward and asked General Bo while supporting him. It's okay. General Bo waved his hand, took out a healing pill from his arms, swallowed it in one gulp, and prepared to recuperate. It's okay. Then the Praetorian guard smiled faintly, and the right hand behind General Bo suddenly turned into an eagle claw, and with a forceful claw, it directly pierced General Bo's body, and in his hand, he also grabbed an extremely dark heart. Put! General Bo suddenly vomited out a large mouthful of blood. His body was limp on the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he looked at the Imperial guards behind him in disbelief. You know, how long have I been waiting for this day? Your heart is really dark, and it's time for me to sit in this position, the Praetorian guard said lightly. General Bo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but his body had completely lost consciousness and could no longer move. The Praetorian guards looked at General Bo's body indifferently, then slowly withdrew their hands, threw General Bo's body into the space ring, and his figure flashed slightly towards the Praetorian army in front. He is Nikolai Lang, the younger brother of Nikolai Bo, but all alone, he has been trampled on the head by his own brother, and this time his brother was seriously injured, and he will never give up such an opportunity. Catching up with the Praetorian guards in front, Nikolai Lang came to the army and shouted, General Bo has an order, and then the army will be commanded by me, until the general finishes healing and leaves the customs. Hearing this, the Praetorian guards did not have any suspicions. After all, he was General Bo's younger brother, and it was not a secret. Yes, General Lang. A very discerning Praetorian guard immediately shouted respectfully. Nikolai Lang nodded in satisfaction. Go, continue the pursuit. Nikolai Lang shouted, and then led the Praetorian guards to speed up. Ling Chen, who was sitting on Xiaolan's back, didn't know that in a short period of time, the Imperial guards behind him had changed to commander, and at this time, he was busy recovering from his injuries. With this move just now, Ling Chen had already tried his best, but he was still seriously injured under General Bo's blow. The last time I couldn't beat it, it was also in this battlefield of 10,000 tribes, the small world. It was simply the land of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. These guys are simply better than the other. However, this also made Ling Chen's mind turn, and when he was so leisurely and unified the entire demon realm, the daylilies were cold. If you want to unify the demon realm, you must have enough strength, and now he is far from the demons such as Jun Xie. He wants to seize the time and improve his strength. Heal your wounds first, recover your strength, and then go and get rid of all of these janissaries who are not left behind. Ling Chen muttered to himself, took out a few healing pills from the ring, stuffed a few into his and Xiaolong's mouths, then closed his eyes, operated the exercises, and began to restore his body. Time passed slowly, and in the process of healing, Ling Chen took several healing holy pills, and it was not until midnight that Ling Chen's injuries finally healed. Feeling that the injuries on his body had healed, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and sure enough, his extraordinary physical fitness was not covered. Such a serious injury, with the help of the elixir, was completed in half a day. Although it has not yet returned to its peak form, it is only a matter of time. Xiaolong, how are you? Looking at the pale little dragon on the side, Ling Chen said with some concern. I'm fine, just some skin injuries. As long as you continue to recuperate for a while, you will be able to recover. Xiaolong said weakly. Ling Chen nodded. The divine dragon's body must not be underestimated. Although he was so seriously injured, General Bo was not much better. In that case, it's time to switch the identities of prey and hunter. Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong and smiled faintly. His strength had recovered, and the injuries on his body had been cured, so naturally it was time to do something else. Lord, do you fight back? Jun Xia, who was flying in sync on the side, turned his head and asked. Of course we have to counterattack, but now is not the time. I don't know if other magic can use their formation, and if they can, it's not a way. Ling Chen said lightly. Now he has not yet reached the point of easily defeating the land immortals at the peak of the primary order. Not to mention anything else, just that wave of generals, with the blessing of the army formation, reached the peak strength of the initial stage of land immortals. If nothing else, General Bo's subordinates must also have a deputy of about half a step Lucien. If they can also use the blessing of the formation, their strength is not much worse than that of General Bo. In this case, Ling Chen decided to wait for his full recovery before saying. Although Ling Chen was confident, he was not blindly arrogant, and he was not sure of victory, and he would never attack rashly, unless the temptation is too great. Lord, what are you going to do? Jun Xia asked. Let's go to the next city. I want to do it myself. Slaughter the city. Ling Chen's expression froze. He had already thought clearly. Now all he needed to do was to find enough and powerful magicians and kill them in order to gain experience and improve his strength. From the day they entered the demon, the arrival of this day should be taken into account. Okay, Lord. Jun Xia did not hesitate at all, nodded, and followed Ling Chen, and the demons turned into a streamer and quickly rushed towards the next city. A day later, Ling Chen and others came to the gate of this city. The defense of this city was much stricter than that of another city. The city walls were full of magic soldiers, and at the city gate, there was a middle-aged man standing with a gloomy face, as if he was very dissatisfied with something. Who dares to break into my city? As soon as Ling Chen and the others arrived at the city gate, the middle-aged man scolded coldly, his tone full of threatening. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, ignored the middle-aged man's scolding, and flew straight towards the city wall. With the demon who was about to die, what was there to say? Behind Ling Chen, dozens of demon warriors followed. Seeing that Ling Chen ignored his words, the middle-aged man was furious, shook the spear in his hand, and stabbed at Ling Chen. Ling Chen sighted his body, easily avoiding the middle-aged man's attack, and then kicked his toes on the wall, and the whole person soared into the air, and then quickly fell on top of the middle-aged man's head, punching the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect Ling Chen to swoop in, and quickly withdrew his spear to block Ling Chen's fist. Bang! The middle-aged man was blown out by Ling Chen's punch, smashed several stones on the city wall, fell to the ground, vomited blood, and his body convulsed a few times, and then he completely lost his life. Seeing this, Ling Chen's face did not change at all, and he continued to kill the demon soldiers at the city gate. Seeing that Ling Chen easily killed the general at their city gate with a single blow, dozens of demon soldiers were suddenly frightened and fled rolling and crawling. But unfortunately, Ling Chen had already locked them. How could he let them run away? His right hand turned into a sword, and hundreds of sword chi rose in the air behind him, heading straight for the fleeing demon soldiers. The sword energy slashed across the body of the demon soldier, and suddenly, bright red blood shot out, and the hundreds of demon soldiers fell to the ground one after another, convulsing non-stop, and finally cut off the breath of life. In the blink of an eye, beside Ling Chen, there was a corpse lying on the ground. Let's go in. After solving the demon soldiers at the city gate, Ling Chen gave an order to Xiaolong and Jun Xia, and then led everyone into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they saw dense demonic shadows rushing towards the city gate, and they all heard the movement just now. It came just in time, so I didn't have to go to find it one by one. Ling Chen chuckled, the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body rose into the sky like a cannonball, disappearing in an instant. Suddenly, in the sky, dark clouds were dense, thunder rolled, and lightning raged in the black clouds, exploding from time to time, and the roar was endless. Thunder! A soft shout sounded from the thundercloud, and a figure wrapped in an arc descended from the thundercloud, standing in the air, overlooking the dense demon soldiers below. The figure waved his hand slightly, and the thunderclouds rolling behind him rushed out of the thundercloud like a dragon entering the sea, rushing towards the demon soldiers below. There was a loud noise, thunder raged, electric light splashed, and thick electric snakes jumped in the demon group, frantically devouring the demon soldiers. In just a short moment, nearly 1,000 demon soldiers were devoured, and the remaining magic soldiers slowly turned into ashes under the dance of the electric snake. Ah! The miserable screams spread throughout the city, and the howls came and went, making people's hearts tremble, and such a scene made many demons in the distance terrified. Ling Chen stood on the thunderclouds, overlooking the scene below, his eyes as calm as water. But he didn't know that his current appearance was like a god, making everyone look up in awe. Ling Chen's figure floated on the thunderclouds, his clothes were windless and automatic, and in his clothes, there was a faint revelation of a domineering, a king's aura of kings, a temperament of reigning over the world, a demeanor of looking at the world, and a domineering aura of ruling over Kyushu. Looking at the more and more demons being killed below, Ling Chen's eyes did not have the slightest pity, and since he entered the demon, he had to bear the price of being annihilated. At this time, Ling Chen gradually developed a hint of killing in his heart, and he found that he had always been been a little too comfortable. This trip to the demon realm allowed him to see a lot and also made him truly realize that he had to grow up and grow to a strong enough. Then, no longer afraid of any enemy, he wants to conquer the world, he wants to rule the world, and people live a lifetime, how can they not be free and easy for a lifetime? As a matter of urgency, he needs to improve his strength to realize this ambition that has grown in his heart. Thinking about this, the aura on Ling Chen's body suddenly changed, and a kingly aura emanated from Ling Chen's body, making people involuntarily have the idea of surrendering. Even, around him, there was a faint golden light shining, which was a symbol of the Emperor's spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for understanding the Emperor's energy. Emperor's Qi, the power of the Emperor, with the body of the Emperor, indestructible, with strong deterrence, used in battle, can make the enemy have a strong fear in the depths of the heart. Emperor's body, the host has the body of an emperor, and can use the surrounding heaven and earth luck to convert it into its own strength, and all attributes will increase by 100% for a certain period of time. Emperor's Qi, Emperor's body, really powerful. Ling Chen muttered to himself. He didn't expect that he could actually comprehend such a heaven-defying ability. Not far below him, Xiaolong, Jun Xia, and others felt the change in Ling Chen's momentum, and they couldn't help but look at each other, and their faces also showed a touch of joy. They could feel that their lord, like an emperor descending, had an aura of looking at the world, and had the qualifications to be on par with the sky. Ling Chen restrained his momentum, his body slowly fell, stood on the ground, and scanned his eyes around him, and found that the demons who were still alive were staring at him with a look of horror, as if they were looking at a god. Ling Chen had no unnecessary nonsense, and shot directly beside him. The thunder clouds rolled, the arcs were intertwined, turning into a huge and unmatched thunder giant claw, and grabbed towards the surrounding demon soldiers. Thundered. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the giant claws tore through the void, slapping them fiercely, shattering those demonic soldiers into pieces. This massacre lasted for a long time, until the sun set. The demons were bloodied, and the entire city was left with only ordinary demons hiding at home and trembling. Ling Chen seemed to be a demon emperor who was reborn in blood donation, and his whole body was filled with an aura that people did not dare to look directly at. Ding! Kill the supreme powerhouse, experience plus 2000. Trigger the emperor's energy, experience double plus 4000. Ding! Ling Chen, who heard the system prompt sound, was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth rose. He didn't expect that the emperor's aura still had this effect, and his experience was doubled. Wouldn't it mean that the speed of his strength improvement could be doubled? Looking at the experience pool filled with experience again, Ling Chen did not hesitate to upgrade again. Moat level 4-star. Coming to the city wall above the city gate, Ling Chen looked into the distance. With the bonus of the emperor's power, then there should be no problem dealing with those Imperial Guard pursuers behind him. Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the spot, his hands sealed, and the vast heaven and earth around him frantically rushed towards Ling Chen's body, converging into dazzling pillars of light little by little, pouring towards Ling Chen. Airplanes. This pillar of light frantically washed Ling Chen's body, tempering Ling Chen's body over and over again. Every inch of skin was glowing with a crystal clear luster, exuding a faint golden glow, making Ling Chen appear more and more otherworldly and mysterious. This is the body of the emperor. Time passed quietly, and I don't know how long it took, and on the edge of the horizon in the distance, dense black dots appeared all over the sky. Gradually, it became bigger, and it was a black shadow, which was the Praetorian Guard. However, this time the leading general became Nikolai Lang. It's finally here. Ling Chen squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the Imperial Guards who were approaching quickly, smiled slightly, flashed his body, and appeared in midair outside the city wall. Ah, boy, I finally found you. Die and form a formation. When Nikolai Lang saw Ling Chen, he immediately shouted, and tens of thousands of Imperial Guards behind him stood up neatly and lined up in formation. With a shout, a wave of extremely powerful demonic energy was released from their bodies, converging above them, forming a formation, and Nikolai Lang took the place of General Gobo and came to the formation. The rolling demonic energy poured into his body, and in an instant, the aura on his body suddenly rose, reaching an extremely terrifying level, reaching the peak state of the first stage of land immortals. Ah, this coveted power, boy, bear death. Nikolai Lang roared arrogantly, rushed towards Ling Chen, raised his sword with both hands, and slashed down. The sword energy crisscrossed, cutting through the space, with the power of destroying the heavens and the earth. Third turn Thunder God technique, second turn. Reinforce. Ling Chen shouted violently, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared on his body. The momentum was compelling. Ling Chen continued to shout, Xiaolong, fit. Yes, boss. The little dragon rushed towards Ling Chen, turning into a white pillar of light in the air and shooting into Ling Chen's body. White light flashed, and a set of golden dragon armor appeared on Ling Chen's body, exuding a strong dragon power. Damn it! Isn't he seriously injured? Seeing the vigorous momentum that erupted on Ling Chen's body, Nikolai Lang's pupils shrank suddenly. You know, his strength is a little worse than General Bo, otherwise, he will not be suppressed all the time. Even his brother can only fight with the other party to lose. He is afraid that he will. Moreover, looking at the other party, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear in his heart. However, the sword had been split out, and it was too late to take it back. Your fist. Ling Chen took a step forward and punched the blade of Nikolai Lang's sword. The fist hit Nikolai Lang's blade, and a roar sounded, and Nikolai Lang's blade was actually punched by Ling Chen and flew backwards thousands of meters away. Put! Nikolai Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure shook, and he quickly stabilized his figure. What? How is that possible? Nikolai Lang looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. Even if his strength is not as good as General Bo's, he will not be defeated so simply. Looking at Ling Chen, Nikolai Lang's eyes were round, his face was full of incredible expressions, and his mouth was open, but he couldn't say a word. What? Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you kill me now? Ling Chen looked at Nikolai Lang with a playful smile on his face. I'm not willing. Nikolai Lang looked at Ling Chen and roared through gritted teeth. Although he knew that he could not kill Ling Chen, he was still unwilling to admit defeat. Even if he was defeated miserably this time, he was unwilling to admit it. You wait for me, I will kill you next time. Nikolai Lang roared angrily, turned around and wanted to leave. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking so much. How could there be a next time, with such a little strength, and still want to find trouble for himself? Ling Chen's right hand was raised, and his right index and middle fingers were straight up, and he waved gently in the direction where Nikolai Lang was, and suddenly, the source energy of heaven and earth converged into a sharp sword, and Ling Chen penetrated the air incomparably and stabbed towards Nikolai Lang's back. Nikolai Lang's reaction was not slow, sensing the danger behind him, and hurriedly turned around and slashed with a sword. The sword light shone, colliding with the sharp sword. A violent roar sounded. Nikolai Lang's body was shaken out. The demonic energy on his body was shattered by the shock. His whole body was shaken out, and he slid hundreds of meters away on the ground. Before he could stop his figure, blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and he was seriously injured. It's over. Ling Chen smiled faintly, looked at Nikolai Lang, who fell to the ground and vomited blood, stepped on his foot, his figure disappeared into the air in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Nikolai Lang and stepped on his chest. With a crisp click, Nikolai Lang's chest collapsed, his ribs were broken, and blood was spit out from his mouth. No, don't kill me. Looking at Ling Chen, Nikolai Lang's face turned pale and he wailed in horror. Ling Chen didn't say a word, and his right foot was fiercely forced, directly cutting off Nikolai Lang's vitality. Bang! With a muffled sound, Nikolai Lang's body sank into the ground, dead, and his eyes were filled with horror before he died. After killing Nikolai Lang, Ling Chen did not stop there, jumped up, held a sword in his right hand, and rushed towards the remaining Imperial Guards. Seeing Ling Chen rushing over, the Praetorian Guards hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, Ling Chen's strength was too strong, and the level of the landing mortals was simply an insurmountable wall for most of them, who were supreme-level Praetorial Guards. They knew that they couldn't escape at all, so they had to bite the bullet and fight desperately with Ling Chen. Kill! The Praetorian Guards sacrificed their weapons one after another, regained their strength, and attacked Ling Chen. I don't know if I am alive or dead. Ling Chen snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand swung out violently, and a sword light roared by, instantly strangling a large group of Imperial Guards. Ling Chen's right hand was slightly charged, and the source energy in his body surged wildly. Dimensional slash. An invisible giant sword arc tens of thousands of meters wide, centered on Ling Chen, slashed towards the Imperial Guards in front of him with a devastating aura. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing the flesh sounded, and wherever the sword arc passed, it was a mess, and all the Praetorian Guards who were cut down were all split in two, turning into a bloody mist. A crack thousands of meters long appeared on the ground, several meters wide, extending downwards and bottomless. In one move, tens of thousands of Imperial Guards remained, and only 100 remained. And these 100 people are just lucky people outside the attack range. What a terrifying strength. Who is this person? He obviously looks so young. How can he be so powerful? Watching Ling Chen kill tens of thousands of Imperial Guards in the blink of an eye, all the Imperial Guards were frightened, and their eyes on Ling Chen became even more terrified, as if Ling Chen was a god of death who had come out of purgatory. This kind of strength is no longer something they can compete with. Some of the remaining remnants, Ling Chen didn't bother to do anything, and with a gentle wave, Jun Xie and other demons behind him rushed up and killed all the Imperial Guards, leaving not a single survivor. Swish! Moat level 5-star. Ling Chen's strength has been raised by 1 level again. Sure enough, rational use of the system is the fastest way to upgrade. The golden light flashed on his body, and the figure of the little dragon appeared again. Ling Chen smiled slightly, and then waved his hand at the demons. Let's go to the next city. Yes, my lord. Ling Chen led the demons and flew directly towards the next city. Soon after, Ling Chen arrived at the third city, a city called Skaro. After a stick of incense, Ling Chen, who had a calm face, led the demons away and continued towards the next city. Tower 4, Block 5. Half of the small Saxton territory had heard rumors of Ling Chen's ferocity and bloodthirsty, and the cities they passed through were full of blood. Kill God. This is the title of Ling Chen by the demons in Saxton's territory. Ling Chen is simply the biggest devil here, and the other 2 teams of demon warriors had just killed the demon army of the first city one by one. In contrast, it is simply a turtle speed. At the same time as Ling Chen killed, a piece of news also spread back to the palace of the demon king Saxton. You damn bastard. Saxton was furious like thunder, his fists were clenched, his veins were bulging, and his face was distorted with anger. These foreign demon warriors dared to provoke them and kill the Imperial guards he sent. This is a naked slap in the face. What face does he, the Demon King, have to stay here, and what majesty does he have? Ling Chen's strength and domineering completely angered Saxton, who decided to personally lead the army to kill the foreign demon warriors who invaded his territory. Come on! Saxton shouted loudly, and a black figure appeared out of thin air, kneeling in front of the Demon King. My lord, what do you order? The black figure asked respectfully. Go, gather all the Praetorian guards for me and prepare for the expedition, Saxton ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir, Lord Demon King, the dark shadow responded, and then quickly disappeared. This time I want to see how powerful you are. How dare you be so rampant? Slaughter me several cities in a row, and I want you to taste the taste of life worse than death. Looking at the place where the black shadow disappeared, Saxton showed a fierce murderous intent in his eyes and murmured. Soon, the Praetorian guards were assembled, and there were nearly 20,000 Saint Realm powerhouses, as well as 200,000 supreme-level magicians. These magic soldiers, all of whom are the elites under Saxton's command, are Saxton's most trusted force, and are also Saxton's greatest support. Saxton stood on the high platform, glanced at the Praetorian guards below, and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. More than 200,000 Praetorian guards answered neatly and uniformly, and left the Demon King's palace with Saxton. On the other side, Ling Chen led the demon warriors and slaughtered 18 cities in a row. The news, like the wind, spread throughout Saxton, causing an uproar. This news was really amazing. For a while, the entire demon territory was boiling, and all the demons were all discussing killing the gods. When Saxton heard the news, his face was gloomy to the extreme, and he wanted to kill the killing god immediately under the knife. Where are they now? Demon King Saxton said through gritted teeth. Lord, I just got the news. They are staying in Caston City. They should be resting. If we hurry up, we can arrive in half a day. The man in black took the order and turned to leave. Soon, the Praetorian guards continued to accelerate their departure. After Ling Chen broke 18 cities in a row, he stopped in Caston City, and he made no secret of letting the news be exposed. These days, after slaughtering more than 10 cities in a row, Ling Chen's spirit was numb a little, and he needed to rest and recover his mental state. Through these days' efforts, Ling Chen also successfully advanced to the peak strength of the moat level, and was only one step away from breaking through to the town-state level. And this step, the experience required, is the sum of the previous upgrade of the 9-star experience. Therefore, in a short period of time, Ling Chen had no way to continue to upgrade. I hope Saxton brings enough experience. Ling Chen muttered to himself. In his eyes, the demon army had become a white flower experience. Standing on the city wall, Ling Chen closed his eyes, silently adjusted his breathing, and his mood gradually calmed down. He was now sure that the Demon King Saxton was definitely not simple, and the generals under his command all had the combat power of the land immortal level, not to mention himself. Now Ling Chen can understand very well why Otis can only pitifully occupy a corner of the puppet, and even the resources are almost not much. All of this is a gap in strength. However, even if this Saxton is not simple, Ling Chen still believes in his own strength, and he is still stronger than this Saxton. After all, now he has reached the peak of the city protection level, with all kinds of blessings, and his strength must be no problem in defeating the middle-level powerhouses of the land immortals. Behind Ling Chen, there were more than 30 demon warriors standing, although these days, it was mainly Ling Chen eating meat, but they also drank a little soup, and almost all of them advanced to the realm of the third realm of the Saint Realm. Such a group of demon warriors are simply invincible on the blue star, but I didn't expect that in this demon race, it was sparse and ordinary. Time passed quietly, and I don't know how long it took. Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes shot out of a terrifying spirit, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of a cold arc finally arrived. On the horizon on the edge in the distance, a dense black army had already appeared in sight. Countless demon armies surged like a tide. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread over, and after a simple feeling, he was stopped by another invisible force. The Saint Realm powerhouses on the opposite side were not less than tens of thousands, and all the warriors were all supreme level and above. Ling Chen's gaze fell on these Demon King's warriors, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. If these Demon King warriors would also use the formations used by Nikolai Bo and his younger brother before, then it would be a bit troublesome. Who is your leader? Who is the god of killing? How daring to slaughter this king's territory? How bold! Saxton came to the city wall and said with a sneer. He scanned the demons present, very puzzled. Just with the existence of this group of saints in front of him, he could slaughter his 18 cities in a row, and also killed his own Praetorian leader, his right-hand man. Their leader must not have appeared yet. Saxton looked around vigilantly, ignoring the moat-level young man in front of him as a matter of course. Don't look for it, it's me. Ling Chen laughed lightly and said indifferently. What? Saxton was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Boy, are you telling a joke? A mere little moat-level guy. How dare he say wild words? Do you know what you are doing? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm joking, you'll know right away. Ling Chen shrugged helplessly. Saxton snorted coldly and glanced at Ling Chen disdainfully. Okay, since you are looking asking for death, then I will fulfill you. Take this guy down for me and kill him without mercy. Yes, my lord. A magician at the peak of the Saint Realm shouted, took out his weapon with a wave of his hand, and rushed towards Ling Chen. The rest of the magicians also took action one after another, besieging Ling Chen in the middle. Tens of thousands of Saint Realm powerhouses rushed up, surrounding Ling Chen and the other demons, and burst out with the power in their bodies together, and for a while, the momentum was monstrous, and the coercion swept over, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. Ling Chen stood there, without the slightest panic. His face was cold, and he glanced at the demons in front of him indifferently. 3 turns of thunder magic, second turn. Reinforce. Ling Chen silently recited in his heart that the momentum in his body rose sharply, and soon surpassed all the demons present. Under the gaze of the demons, Ling Chen slowly raised the Shen Yuan sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was aimed forward, the blade trembled, and a terrifying force instantly burst out from the long sword. No, everyone, hide. The Praetorian guards who reacted shouted loudly and hurriedly wanted to retreat. But how could Ling Chen let go of such a good opportunity? Time and space prohibition. Ling Chen shouted lowly, and an invisible momentum spread around Ling Chen, enveloping all the surrounding imperial guards and imprisoning the space around them. Although it lasted for a short time, it was enough for Ling Chen to use a move without reservation. Dimensional slash. The invisible sword arc slashed in the direction in front of him, and suddenly, the space was torn apart, and a huge crack appeared in front of the demons, and a terrifying coercion swept away. The Praetorian guards in the direction of the sword arc did not move, and turned to ashes under the attack of the sword arc. Thundered. With a loud noise, an invisible force exploded, destroying all the kilometers in front of it, and a huge long pit appeared under the city wall. Seeing Ling Chen's move in this long pit, the surviving guards present couldn't help but gasp, their eyes full of shock. This move far surpassed them. Damn! A flash of anger flashed in Saxton's eyes. This guy, who really killed Nicola Beau, had such amazing strength. Take your life! Saxton roared angrily, his eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was rolling with blood, and his killing intent was boiling. If this kid is not removed, he will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future, and such a character must die. Saxton's aura suddenly burst out, like a volcanic eruption, and the momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, Ling Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and Saxton actually reached the initial level of land immortals. This was also the first living powerhouse he had ever seen, with his own strength reaching that of a land immortal. It is indeed ranked 36 among the 72 demon kings of the demon realm, which is relatively high. Doesn't that mean that at least half of the demon kings are strong land immortals? The overall strength of the demon realm is far higher than the current blue star. Ling Chen can't help but rejoice. Fortunately, this world has restrictions, and the high-level demons of the demon realm can only stay in the demon realm. Otherwise, with the strength of these demons, the blue star is not vulnerable at all. As long as the demons invade, the blue star human race will be destroyed by the demons. Without waiting for Ling Chen to think too much, Saxton on the opposite side suddenly rushed over, with amazing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 200 meters and came to Ling Chen's face. Saxton punched out, bringing up black mist all over the sky, and a cold breath filled out, making the air seem to have condensed, and the air was frozen. Saxton's attack made Ling Chen dare not neglect. He quickly adjusted his posture, his arm shook, and the Shen Yuan sword swept and collided with Saxton. Bang! A dull collision sound, the tip of the Shen Yuan sword and Saxton's fist collided together, a harsh sound came, and then a terrifying force erupted and swept over. Under the influence of that force, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, making Ling Chen feel that he was not breathing well. He hurriedly operated the exercises to control the disordered power in his body and stabilize his mind. He didn't expect this Saxton to be so strong. Boy, is this your strength? Too weak. Saxton looked at Ling Chen with a mocking look on his face and said coldly. Hearing this, Ling Chen smiled faintly and said softly, the dragon is coming. Here it is, boss. Accompanied by a roar of a dragon roar. The little dragon roared lightly, turned into a white pillar of light, and shot straight towards Ling Chen, injecting it into Ling Chen's body. With the blessing of Xiaolong, Ling Chen's strength returned to its peak, and his momentum also climbed to its peak, confronting Saxton. A golden armor covered his whole body, and a fierce fighting spirit filled his body, which made people can't help but surrender. Lord, I'll help you. The lyra on the city wall also shouted coquettishly, raised his wrist slightly, the strings trembled, making a crisp sound, and a green aura appeared, heading in the direction of Ling Chen. Ah, don't. Ling Chen looked at Lyra's hands plucking the strings with some horror, and hurriedly wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The green light fell on him, and Ling Chen could feel it, and all attributes increased by 20%, but he was stunned in place, as if he had suffered an electric shock, and did not move. Radiating a soft green light, Ling Chen looked loveless. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Seeing Ling Chen's green light, Saxton frowned and asked suspiciously. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Ling Chen came back to his senses, shouted suddenly, activated the source energy in his body, ran the Shen Yuan sword, and rushed towards Saxton without hesitation. Saxton's face also changed drastically, but he didn't expect Ling Chen to be able to greatly improve his strength. Seeing this, Sax took a step and came to Ling Chen, reached out with his palm, palm, and grabbed it fiercely. Ling Chen's face darkened, his body flashed to avoid Saxton's claws, and the Shenyuan sword in his hand raised and slashed violently at Saxton. Saxton flipped his palm and blocked it against his chest. Rumble! The blow failed, and the Shenyuan sword in Ling Chen's hand was raised, and the terrifying sword energy broke out of the air, heading straight for Saxton, drowning Saxton. Boom! Saxton's body retreated slightly, the soles of his feet stepped heavily on the ground, and the hard bluestone slabs were trampled and shattered into pieces of powder. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He could clearly perceive that this sword chi had been able to hurt himself, and this sword chi also had a smell that made him feel dangerous. Formation! Saxton shouted sharply, and the Praetorian guards surrounding the battlefield of the two quickly retreated to their positions and lined up neatly. A stream of demonic energy gushed out of their bodies and converged in midair, forming a source energy that was more than 100 times richer than before. The formation continued to operate, and Saxton dodged to the middle of the formation, as if his whole body was full of temptation, and the rich churning demonic energy surged towards his body and entered his body. Saxton, who was instilled with demonic energy, exuded a strong demonic aura on his body, and a huge oppressive force came from his body, and the momentum on his body had reached the level of a land immortal. Ha, boy, now you know how big the gap between you and me is. You don't have any chance at all. Saxton laughed arrogantly, exuding a strong sense of self-confidence. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows lightly, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Then try it. Who will die of the deer? It is still unknown. After saying that, Ling Chen swung the Shenyuan sword violently, and the sword chi slashed out one after another, slashing towards Saxton. Carving skills. Saxton snorted disdainfully, and with a sharp wave of his right hand, a cloud of dark demonic energy instantly formed a huge skull, and went straight to Ling Chen to pounce. Boom! The huge skull slammed into Ling Chen's Shenyuan sword, and a majestic force came, causing Ling Chen's arm to shake violently. What a terrifying countershock power! Ling Chen was amazed in his heart. With such a strong physical fitness, he couldn't bear it. How about it? If there are any other moves, just use them and see who wins and who loses in the end, Saxton said arrogantly, while urging the demonic aura on his body to make it stronger. Ling Chen frowned. He didn't expect that this Saxton's combat effectiveness would be so strong. This time he really encountered hard stubble. Then just wait and see, Ling Chen said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The true energy in his body was running wildly, and the 5 types of foreign energy continued to gush out, fusing together at an extremely fast speed. A ball of light emitting a fiery dazzling light appeared in Ling Chen's hand, and this ball of light exuded terrifying coercion and destructive power, making people feel a great sense of crisis. With the crazy influx of source energy in Ling Chen's body, Saxton's expression gradually became solemn, and he felt a sense of threat from the ball of light. Holy demon shield! Saxton shouted lowly, and the demonic energy in front of him quickly formed a thick shield, blocking him in front of him. Ling Chen held the ball of light, flashed towards Saxton and approached, and smashed the ball of light, the demonic shield. The ball of light bombarded the shield, erupting with an earth-shattering sound. Cracks emerged, and where the ball of light exploded, a powerful wave of air erupted. The huge ripples of energy spread out in all directions, sending the distant Praetorian guards flying out one after another. Saxton's body shook slightly, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned much paler. However, he still resisted Ling Chen's move, and Ling Chen on the other side, the source energy in his body had almost been exhausted, and the whole person looked extremely collapsed. This move is very strong, but it's a pity that it's still a little bit short. Saxton sneered, urged the demonic energy again, and rushed towards Ling Chen. Looking at Saxton, who was shooting rapidly, Ling Chen's brows furrowed slightly. There was not a drop of source energy left in his body, and it was almost impossible to dodge Saxton's attack. It seems that you can only rely on the clone, Ling Chen thought in his heart. Although Ling Chen's nirvana skill has cooled down, even if there is a 1% chance, it is possible to win. As soon as the thought fell, Ling Chen was ready to switch positions with the clone at any time. Just as Ling Chen was about to make up his mind to change his position, an old voice came from Ling Chen's mind. Why, are you going to give up on this, master? Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Chen exclaimed and couldn't help but be ecstatic. Yes, as soon as I woke up, I watched you being ravaged. Tisk Master Kongming's voice came out with a few jokes. When Ling Chen heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips secretly, and couldn't help but say, then you must not help the apprentice find the field. Just as the master and apprentice were having a spiritual exchange, Saxton had already come to Ling Chen's side, slapped Ling Chen with a palm, and Ling Chen hurriedly waved the Shenyuan sword to greet him. Master! Ling Chen shouted urgently, and his body retreated suddenly. Don't worry, it's here, get ready to bear my strength. Master Kongming's voice slowly sounded in Ling Chen's ears, causing Ling Chen's body to stiffen, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. A huge force gushed out from the ring where Master Kongming was located, instilling it into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen snorted, and his body trembled violently. Ling Chen could clearly sense that the vast energy pouring out from Master Kongming was surging like a flood, frantically pouring into his body. Feeling the horror of this power, Ling Chen's whole body trembled, as if his body was about to be bursting with energy. But fortunately, this terrifying energy did not last long. long, and it stopped surging not long after being infused into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen simply felt it, and under the injection of the master's power, his strength had risen to the high-level peak of the land immortals, higher than that of the Demon King Saxton. Your body can only bear so much. Master Kongming's old voice came slowly. Understood, but it's completely enough. Ling Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and simply adapted to his surging energy. At this time, Saxton had also come to Ling Chen again. He raised his foot and stepped on the ground, his legs were slightly bent, his body arched, and a punch bombarded Ling Chen's face. The fist shattered the sky, bringing a devastating aura. This punch contained the strength of his whole body, and the speed was extremely fast, bringing gusts of wind, like a hill, and crashed towards Ling Chen fiercely. Looking at this punch, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile faintly, only to see him indifferently stretch out his right hand, hit Saxton's fist, and wrapped his fist in. The power of this Saxton's punch is not bad, but unfortunately, in front of Master Kongming, it is not enough to look at all. Ling Chen suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and his whole body suddenly burst out, grabbing Saxton's fist, flipping his wrist, and directly unloading Saxton's arm, causing Saxton to scream in pain. Saxton's face was full of shock. He didn't expect that Ling Chen's strength had suddenly improved so much. Now, it's my turn. Ling Chen couldn't help but grin, jumped lightly, flew into the air, and the sharp attack blasted towards Saxton. Damn it! Saxton roared angrily, desperately waving his arms to resist Ling Chen's attack. Ling Chen's attack power was several times stronger than before, and Saxton was difficult to stop at all, so he could only keep dodging Ling Chen's attacks, and after a while, his body was bruised by Ling Chen. What kind of secret technique are you? How did you become so strong? Saxton said through gritted teeth. Well, don't ask. All in all, you will definitely lose. Now there are only two paths for you, either surrender or die. Ling Chen said lightly, without revealing a trace of emotion in his tone. Saxton was angry and stared at Ling Chen through gritted teeth. I am a person who will not give in. When Ling Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth showed a strange look, and he looked at Saxton coldly. He knew that at this time, everything he said was false. However, Saxton who waits for a while is not necessarily time and space span. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and the invisible power of time and space wrapped Saxton in. With a higher realm, Ling Chen's space-time ban lasted as many seconds. At this moment, the energy in Saxton's body was not working, as if he was limited by some force, and his speed was much slower. Time seemed to stand still. Saxton stood still, motionless, and it took a long time for him to react. Suddenly raised his arm, trying to break free from the shackles, but found that there was nothing he could do. It took half a minute for him to break free from the space-time ban. Saxton looked at Ling Chen with some horror. His lips trembled for a moment, and he couldn't speak. Now, are you ready to choose something? A playful arc appeared at the corner of Ling Chen's mouth, and he asked slowly. Hearing this, Saxton's face was full of hesitation. He had always been loyal to the demon god and the demon lord, and now he wanted to surrender to a human, which he was a little difficult to accept. Jun Xie. Ling Chen called softly in motion for Jun Xie to come over. Jun Xie stepped on his feet, turned into a black light and shadow, and flew to Ling Chen's side. Then, Jun Xie's aura suddenly erupted, and an exclusive aura of the demon god royal family came. Feeling the aura on Jun Xie's body, Saxton couldn't help but shout, Demon god? He could feel that the aura of the demon boy in front of him was very similar to that of the demon god. I am not a demon god, I am the inheritor of the demon god, and I will also surpass the demon god. Jun Xie's voice was low and hoarse, but in Saxton's ears, it was like thunder exploding. Are you the inheritor of the demon god? How can it be? Our demon lord and the son of the demon god should be the descendant of the demon god. Master the ability to possess the demon god. Listening to Jun Xie's words, Saxton's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and he opened his mouth to retort. When Jun Xie heard this, he smiled faintly, shook his head and said, Really? Then look at what this is. Possessed by the demon god. The momentum on Jun Xie's body suddenly rose, and a huge divine soul power permeated out, and at the same time, a huge illusory demonic shadow appeared above Jun Xie. This demonic shadow was tens of thousands of feet high, dark all over, exuding terrifying and boundless coercion, and a pair of dark eyes flashing with a dazzling light. This demonic shadow is the shadow of the demon god, the representative of the demon god. Looking at this demonic shadow, Saxton's eyes couldn't help but roll wide. His mouth was wide open, and he looked like he was seeing a ghost, and said, incredulously, How is this possible? You can also possess the demon god? The demon god phantom is even more powerful than our demon lords. Saxton was really unbelievable. The boy in front of him had a stronger demon god blood than their demon lord. This means that the boy in front of him is one step closer to the demon god than their demon king. If the young man in front of him can grow up and take refuge now, then he will also know the Lord. Thinking of this, Saxton couldn't help but have the idea of taking refuge. After all, the demon boy in front of him was the most likely person to become a demon god, and his current refuge was also a relief for the other party. It's much better than the icing on the cake that I took refuge in later. I'm willing to take refuge. After Saxton figured it out, he hurriedly bowed down and said sincerely, Okay, very very good. Ling Chen smiled faintly, very satisfied with Saxton's choice. With the demon army in Saxton's territory, it can greatly speed up the progress of Jun Xia unifying the demon realm. Jun Xia, he will be included in your command in the future. Ling Chen looked at Jun Xia and said, B. Junxi nodded and looked at Saxton. I have seen Lord Jun Xia. Saxton quickly bowed down. Well, Jun Xia nodded lightly and didn't speak again. Seeing this, Saxton did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly stood up, looking at Jun Xia with burning eyes. Lord Jun Xia, I am willing to be loyal to you forever. Jun Xia nodded and didn't say anything more. Although Saxton is okay in strength, he can only be regarded as his subordinate now, and in Jun Xia's eyes, Saxton is not qualified to join his own legion. Saxton also understood that he was not enough to make Jun Xia trust. Okay, let's go, lead the way, and go to your main city to take a look. Ling Chen looked at Saxton and said lightly, B. Please come here. Saxton said respectfully, by the way, send someone to the Dis territory, pull all the realms above the Saint realm over there, and gather in the main city of Saxton. Ling Chen turned his head to Jun Xia and said, and then turned around and followed Saxton towards the main city, Saxton's palace. Yes, Lord. Jun Xia responded, and then gestured to a demon warrior beside him, who kicked under his feet and galloped in the direction of the south. After half a day, a group of demons quickly returned to the gate of Saxton's palace. Ling Chen's eyes scanned around a few times, and he was shocked in his heart, because this palace occupied a radius of hundreds of miles, and the building was extremely majestic, and it could be called an extremely luxurious palace. This is my palace. Looking at Ling Chen, Saxton spoke. Ling Chen nodded and responded softly, without saying anything, and walked towards the inside of the palace. Saxton followed closely behind. He looked at Ling Chen. His heart was apprehensive. Just now he knew that Lord Jun Xia, who had a blood concentration that surpassed their demon lord, was actually just a subordinate of this lord, and what a monstrous background the young man in front of him had. His mind flashed. Thinking of this, Saxton couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looking at Ling Chen's back, a touch of heat flashed in his eyes, and he secretly made up his mind. Walking to the gate of the palace, the guards guarding outside the door saw Saxton coming over with Ling Chen, and quickly knelt down respectfully. Saxton waved his hand and carefully turned sideways to lead the way for Ling Chen. After walking into the palace, Saxton took Ling Chen inside, and introduced the internal environment of the palace to Ling Chen as he walked. The palace is extremely luxurious, with all kinds of decorations and layouts, all of which highlight the luxury of this palace. The palace is extremely spacious, with more than 300 rooms in it. My lord, this is the main hall. My lord, this is the alchemy room. Oh, this is the arsenal. Okay. My lord, this is the treasure pavilion. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Treasure pavilion? Let's go. Take me to see. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly interrupted Saxton's words. Saxton felt bitter in his heart, looked at Ling Chen, and said, my lord, the treasure pavilion is an ordinary item. You don't like it, so don't go see it. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, glanced at Saxton, and then immediately withdrew his gaze and went straight towards the treasure pavilion. Saxton was startled, smiled bitterly in his heart, and could only follow Ling Chen helplessly. When he came to the treasure pavilion, Ling Chen saw that there were piles of items piled up, densely packed, dazzling. Hey! Looking at the precious materials in front of him, Ling Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. There are actually a lot of natural materials and earth treasures here, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least about 30 plants. So many natural materials and earth treasures, even Ling Chen couldn't help but feel his heart flutter when he looked at them. Cough. You are also eating ashes here, and you have to make the best use of things. Ling Chen coughed lightly, and his hand quickly swept over, putting all these natural materials and earth treasures into the storage ring. Seeing so many rare materials being pocketed by Ling Chen, the corners of Saxton's eyes were twitching, his heart was painful, and he almost fainted. You must know that these natural materials and earth treasures have been obtained through decades of hard work, and he is reluctant to use them, but he didn't expect Ling Chen to sweep away these precious materials with a wave of his hand. However, now Ling Chen is the boss, and he has the final say. Saxton could only endure the pain and watch silently. Hey, what is this? Ling Chen suddenly looked at one of the black stones and said lightly. Saxton followed Ling Chen's gaze, and the moment he saw this black stone, Saxton's heart beat a few times. Oh no, why did this thing be confiscated? Saxton secretly screamed in his heart, and his heart was annoyed. Seeing that Saxton did not answer, Ling Chen used the appraisal to check. Chaos crystal, a crystal core formed by the residual energy left behind when the planet perished. Touching his chin, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The small black stone actually stored the residual energy after the destruction of an entire planet. This is a good thing, but it feels like I've seen this name somewhere. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, and finally remembered that his Xianyuan sword, the second layer of seal, needed this chaos crystal. Without hesitation, he took out the Xianyuan sword. Ling Chen took out the beast core he needed. As for the 100,000 soul power, Ling Chen had already exceeded the standard these days, even a lot more. Ding, if the required required conditions are detected, will the blocking be unblocked? As if sensing the fulfillment of all conditions, the sound of the system came. Unblocked. A golden light came from the Shenyuan sword, and the chaos crystal and beast core rose directly out of thin air, shooting towards the Shenyuan sword, gradually integrating into the Shenyuan sword. Then, a golden light rose into the sky on the Shenyuan sword, as if it was about to break through the sky. Ding! The second layer of seal is unsealed. Ling Chen couldn't wait to see the attributes of the Shenyuan sword, and he quickly turned on the system. Shenyuan sword, seal mote level, attack, 99,999. Shenyuan sword style, the first sword, 10,000 swords return to the sect. The second sword, Shenyuan sword song. The third sword, one sword alone. One sword alone, one sword determines life and death. One sword breaks 10,000 laws. One sword is invincible, with the power of heaven and earth. Charge a blow, and the sword can slay the gods. The last 5 styles are not unlocked. Sealing the third layer. Unlocking conditions. 1. The 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth destroy the national monster beast core. 2. Chaotic chi. 3. Soul power. 1212121/1000000. Seeing the newly unlocked move, Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this just a single burst of killer moves? It seems that he has another very good hole card. And under a sword, you can kill the gods, which sounds really a bit terrifying. Ling Chen shook his head, shook off the cranky thoughts in his mind, and continued to check the conditions of the third layer intently. Obviously, he had completed 2 tasks, but this second, chaos chi, sounded like a cloud of gas. However, since the word chaos is brought, it is not a common thing. You can only let it be. Saxton on the side watched Ling Chen directly use a chaos crystal that he had only found for hundreds of years, and his face was full of pain. My lord, this chaos crystal is of great significance to our demon race, you. Saxton was a little speechless, and when he said this, he hesitated to speak, not knowing what to say. Ling Chen turned his head and glanced at Saxton, saw his heartache, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't worry, I will compensate you." Hearing this, Saxton's eyelids jumped a few times, and a smile appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to his original state, showing a sincere expression. "My lord," I joked, "although this chaos crystal, although it is of great value, in front of you, it is nothing at all. You just need that as my honor." Looking at Saxton's familiar face, Ling Chen smiled faintly. "I don't want the rest." The rest? There isn't much left." Saxton looked at the empty shelves around him, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and muttered secretly in his heart, "Okay, help me find a quiet and empty place. I need to refine alchemy." Ling Chen touched the space ring in his hand, where dozens of natural materials and earth treasures lay quietly, and said excitedly, "Oh, okay." Saxton responded, and then said, "Behind our palace, there is a big mountain, and on top of it is a platform that stretches for thousands of miles. I will take you there?" "Very good." Ling Chen nodded, and then set off with Saxton. Soon came to the platform at the top of the peak. Ling Chen took out the medicinal materials he needed, closed his eyes, and recalled which holy pills these heavenly materials and earth treasures could refine. Soon Ling Chen searched for several different holy pills in his mind for refining methods. It only takes 6 types for Ling Chen to complete the heavenly thunder training. Ling Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid breath gently, and his eyes changed from his previous laziness, becoming focused, and began to refine. The fire source energy in his hand surged, forming the shape of an alchemy cauldron in mid-air. Then Ling Chen began to throw the medicinal materials into the alchemy cauldron, controlling the flames and starting to refine, and in an instant, the medicinal materials burned and turned into rolling liquid beads, purify, merge, and finally become a pill. Soon the first holy pill was refined, and in mid-air, Dan Lei arrived as promised. Seeing the sky thunder where Ling Chen was, Saxton in the distance saw this scene, and couldn't help but open his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. How old is this boy to be able to refine the holy elixir that attracts the heavenly thunder? This deepened Saxton's speculation about Ling Chen's identity. You know, only people from the super family have that heritage, and they have accumulated a teenager's alchemy to this extent. What is the origin of this teenager? Rumble. In the sky, bursts of deafening sounds came. The heavenly thunder in the air became thicker and denser, containing a terrifying aura, as if it was about to devour Ling Chen. Boom! With a violent sound, the thunder suddenly landed and smashed towards Ling Chen. "It's coming!" Ling Chen's eyes froze, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. With a light step on the ground with his right foot, Ling Chen's whole body flew towards the sky like a cannonball. Then, Ling Chen took the initiative to greet the sky in the frightened eyes of Saxton not far away. With a muffled thunder, Ling Chen's figure was instantly submerged in thunder and lightning. Thundered. Thunder shone, thunder and lightning intertwined, wandering on Ling Chen's body, constantly roaring. Saxton stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the young man in black wrapped in thunder and lightning. He is really a monster. He actually dares to bear this thunder tribulation in his body. Saxton was secretly shocked in his heart, and he admired Ling Chen's courage in his heart. The thunder lasted for 30 minutes and finally dispersed. In the sky, the boy in black was still wrapped in thunder and lightning. His whole body was surrounded by electric light, and a strong aura spread from him. The thunder and lightning dissipated, and Ling Chen's figure slowly appeared in Saxton's sight. Call. At this moment, Ling Chen's whole body, all covered with electric light, the whole person's appearance looked like an electric ball, and his whole body was full of smoke. However, his body was steadily suspended in the air, falling towards the ground step by step. Feeling the changes in his physical fitness, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise, and there were 5 more times. Continue. Reaching out to put away the holy pill he had just refined, Ling Chen adjusted it on the spot and immediately began refining the next elixir. The right-hand source gasification cauldron controls the flame in the cauldron to burn and refine the medicinal materials put into it. Then purify, fuse, into pills, and then practice the body with heavenly thunder, going back and forth 5 times, and a few days passed quietly. In midair, a thunder-electric dragon swooped down, with a devastating momentum, rushed straight towards Ling Chen. The power contained in this thunder-electric dragon was more than the sum of the previous Dan thunder. It seemed that Ling Chen had provoked the thunder many times, causing dissatisfaction among the thunder. Seeing this, Ling Chen's face did not change, the corners of his mouth hooked, he did not retreat but advanced, his body turned into a black shadow, and he attacked the thunder-electric dragon. 2 figures were entangled in the sky. The collision of the thunder-electric dragon and Ling Chen erupted into a terrifying force. 3. Turn. Thunder. God. Bid farewell. Ling Chen shouted sharply, and the source energy in his body ran frantically according to the technique, and a special suction force came out of Ling Chen's body, and little by little he began to devour the thunder-electric dragon into his body. On Ling Chen's body, the thunder kept blooming, the thunder and lightning were constantly surging, and the thunder was frantically absorbed into Ling Chen's body. The thunder that entered his body immediately began to frantically destroy Ling Chen's meridians, organs, bones, and flesh. But the destruction of thunder and lightning could not pose any threat to Ling Chen. On the contrary, it was a kind of tempering, and these thunder and lightning made Ling Chen's body more and more tenacious. Ling Chen's physical fitness has reached an extremely advanced state, and he can clearly feel that his physical strength is still gradually increasing. Gradually, it reached a peak. This feeling is very wonderful. This feeling made Ling Chen very excited. Ling Chen's body was dug out. Tempered to the peak, Ling Chen could clearly feel the abundant energy in his muscles. As long as he wanted to, a punch would probably have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The thunder-electric dragon was shattered and completely disappeared. Click. In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight fell from the dark clouds and fell into the valley, reflecting the scene in the valley. After 9 times of tempering, Ling Chen's second turn of the 3-rank Thunder God technique had been cultivated to the perfect realm, and he could already try the 3rd turn. And in the 3rd turn, you need to use the Thunder Tribulation as a guide to temper your body. Ling Chen touched his chin. Dan Lei's Thunder Tribulation did not meet the conditions for the 3rd rank of cultivation. So what a terrifying Thunder Tribulation does this 3rd rank of Thunder Tribulation need? Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Thunder Tribulation is the power of heavenly punishment. According to the punishment of the opponent, the power of the thunder. Tribulation is strong and weak in this world. No one dares to say that they can resist all the attacks of the Thunder Tribulation. The 3rd rank cultivation conditions of this rank 3 Thunder God technique are so high, it turns out to be just a heavenly level technique? Ling Chen couldn't help but secretly guess. It was very likely that it was because the cultivation of the 3rd rank was extremely difficult, almost no one could practice it, and only the first 2 ranks of the 3rd rank Thunder God technique were equivalent to the heavenly step technique. Thinking of this, Ling Chen's brows furrowed. If almost no one practiced this 3rd turn, then his chances of success were high? Forget it, let's practice it first. As for the Thunder Tribulation quenching body, we will definitely have the opportunity to grasp it in the future. Ling Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, with a decision in his heart. Since the difficulty of the 3rd turn is so much higher than the first 2 turns, you have to try it yourself. If it can be tempered to the extreme, Ling Chen believes that this 3rd turn will definitely reach the level of a god. In this case, his physical strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an incredible point. Surprisingly, this 3rd transfer society first. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and the source energy in his body flowed rapidly. In the body, the source chi follows the meridian route of the 3rd turn and begins to temper the 3rd turn. Time passed quietly. Half a day later, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a wisp of golden thunder and lightning flashed away in his pupils. The 3rd transfer quenching is completed. The corners of his mouth outlined a faint arc. Ling Chen stood up, his figure shook, and teleported to appear in front of a giant peak. His right hand reached out, and Ling Chen's palm slapped on the giant peak, and in an instant, the entire giant peak shattered in response. Fragments were splashed everywhere, and dust flew around. Yes, the simple physical strength has been greatly improved, and now with the strength of the physical body alone, it should not be a problem to fight half a step Lucien. Ling Chen smacked his tongue secretly. Half a step Lucien, above the blue star, is already the strongest person. 3 turns of Thunder God technique. 3rd turn. Ling Chen's arms were stretched. Thunder on his body's surface bloomed. The power of thunder and lightning lingered on Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen's body exuded a powerful power fluctuation to the extreme. The momentum on Ling Chen's body rose suddenly, rising to the level of the peak of the supreme level, and crossed 2 major stages in a row, and the source energy in his body was like a vast star. Phew! Exhaling, Ling Chen slowly restrained the breath in his body. The third-rank Thunder God technique is not bad. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Ling Chen's mouth slightly curled up with a faint smile. The third turn of the Thunder God technique required more conditions than the first 2 turns of cultivation, but the effect was undoubtedly much stronger. After finishing the cultivation, Ling Chen kicked under his feet and was about to go back when he saw Saxton, who was stunned on the side. What? Ling Chen glanced at Saxton and asked with a smile. My lord, you are really too perverted. Oh no, you are too powerful. Saxton's face was full of awe, and his gaze was full of admiration when he looked at Ling Chen. This young man, who didn't know which family he came from, actually used Dan Lei to refine his body, which was simply unheard of. Let's go. Ling Chen smiled indifferently and walked outside. Saxton followed and soon returned to the palace. At this time, Jun Xie and others were discussing the issue of the next expedition target in the council hall, and the Demon King Otis also led the army to arrive. Seeing Ling Chen's arrival, the demons stood up one after another and saluted respectfully. Sit down. Ling Chen waved his hand and motioned for the demons to sit down. Lord, we are discussing the expedition to the territory of Ser. Jun Xia looked at Ling Chen and said, what do you think? I'm familiar with the territory of Surge. Before Ling Chen could speak, Saxton on the side said first. The Demon King of the Cell territory, Russell, is my old enemy. His strength is a little worse than mine, but not much, and he also has a strong man with almost 30,000 saints under his command. So, what are we going to do with this war? Ling Chen sat on the main seat, held his hand, tapped the table gently, and said, I want to hear your suggestions. The demons looked at each other, one by one showing a thinking look, and then, Saxton took the initiative to ask for help. Lord, with the strength of my Saxton territory, it is enough to take it down. Why don't I directly lead the army to kill it? Don't be reckless. Ling Chen shook his head. Jun Xie on the side pondered for a moment and said, feasible. There is a lot of friction and conflict between your Saxton territory and the Cell territory. This time you will lead everyone forward normally. The other party must mistakenly think that you are daily harassment, and they will definitely take it lightly, and then we will attack with all our might. Capture the thief first, control Russell, and catch them off guard. Ling Chen nodded. This is a good plan. The strength of Saxton's territory is stronger than that of Cell's territory, plus Jun Xie and other demons. It should be more than enough to deal with Russell. However, before that, we can still improve the strength on our side. Jun Xie continued, Saxton, gather the supreme level and peak of your Praetorian Guard. Okay. Saxton touched his head inexplicably and replied, the Praetorian Guard is the most elite unit in Saxton's territory, and almost all of the 200,000 demon troops brought out by Saxton a few days ago are eligible. When the demons came to the military field, they saw nearly 200,000 troops, all wearing heavy armor and full of strong evil energy, obviously experiencing countless bloody battles. See you, my lord. The demons knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. They were all survivors under Ling Chen's sword, and they did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Get up! Ling Chen waved his hand and motioned for the demons to get up. Everyone, feel it well, whether you can break through the Saint Realm depends on you. Jun Xie's eyes swept over the 200,000 Imperial Guards, and he said lightly. The demons bowed in unison, and their voices were loud, yes. Jun Xie dodged and came to the sky above the demons, his eyes were closed, his hands were sealed, and the demonic energy in his body surged, wildly, rushing out of his body and coming to the sky above the demons, forming a vortex of demonic energy several times larger than before. As soon as the demonic energy vortex was formed, a powerful suction force was generated, pulling the demonic energy of this world over and merging into the demonic energy vortex. With the injection of the demonic energy of heaven and earth from the vortex of demonic energy, wisps of demonic energy continued to rush out, flying towards the Imperial Guards below. This demon god's aura entered their bodies, wandering among their limbs and bones, tempering their bodies and strengthening their bodies. Soon, many Praetorian Guards touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. They closed their eyes, sat cross-legged, and frantically operated their exercises to absorb the demonic energy attracted by the demonic energy vortex. The sound of continuous breakthroughs came one after another, and the majestic aura of the Saint Realm spread throughout the entire military field. Bang! Boom! It didn't take long for 50,000 Praetorian Guards to directly advance to the Saint Realm, and the rest were also a big improvement compared to before. With these Janissaries, it was enough to easily take the territory of Ser. The Praetorian Guards who broke through below were in tears. You know, they had been stuck here for a long time, and their ceiling was determined by talent. Now under the washing of the demon god's energy, their talents have also been improved, and their strength can naturally break through. Otherworldly is the starting line from mortals to cultivate into immortals. Feeling the deliciousness brought to them by the demonic energy, the demons were ecstatic and looked at the figure in midair gratefully. Jun Xie nodded slightly, with a smile on his pale face, and said, continue to consolidate your cultivation. The demons responded respectfully, and began to understand the demonic energy between heaven and earth and temper their physical physical bodies. B. Saxton, we will set off tomorrow. Ling Chen looked at Saxton. Yes, my lord. Saxton responded respectfully and at the same time looked at his elite troops excitedly, with 1/4 of the Janissaries advancing to the Saint Realm. Seeing the strength of his subordinates improve, Saxton was also sincerely happy. The current strength of Saxton's territory can almost be said to crush the Searle territory. Lord! Junxia in midair slowly fell to Ling Chen's side. His face was a little pale. Obviously it was because he had consumed a lot of demon god chi just now. Ling Chen glanced at him and asked with concern, how does it feel? Fortunately, the demonic energy consumption just now was too strong, and it was just a little overdrawn. Just rest for a while. Junxia shook his head. Ling Chen nodded and said, in that case, you go back and rest first. Set off tomorrow. After saying that, Ling Chen took out 2 elixirs that were conducive to recovery and handed them to Junxia. Junxia did not refuse, stretched out his hand to take it, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. After tomorrow, the plan to unify the demon realm will be handed over to you and slowly completed, and the piano masters will stay here and take good care of them. Ling Chen patted Junxia on the shoulder and spoke. Okay, Lord, don't worry. Junxia nodded and then asked, Lord, what are your plans? I plan to go to the demon temple first and then go back to Blue Star to solve the internal problems. Ling Chen did not hesitate and said with a serious face, the demon realm will be handed over to you here. If you have something to summon me, I will come, waiting for your good news. Okay, Junxia replied. Ling Chen nodded. For Junxia, he was still very confident about his strength and they needed much less experience to upgrade than himself, so he didn't have to worry about their strength promotion. Okay, I'll leave first. I hope to see you next time. You are already the master of the demon realm. Hee hee. Ling Chen said with a smile, then waved his hand, flashed and left the place. Looking at the demons behind him, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After staying here for a long time, he was going to forget what humans look like. Coming to the peak outside the palace, Ling Chen took out the parchment scroll and studied it. Then Ling Chen was surprised to find that the demon temple was about hundreds of millions of miles away from this place, and even if Ling Chen rushed with all his might through the space vortex, it would take a month to arrive. At this time, Ling Chen understood why these demon kings had the feeling of being an Earth Emperor in their territory, which was simply a high emperor and could not be controlled at all. Compared with these marginal areas, the central area where the demon temple and the demon emperor hall are located is extremely rich in resources without thinking, and the concentration of demonic energy is much higher than that of the surrounding area. If only there was something faster than your own space vortex, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Immediately Ling Chen's eyes lit up, and he remembered one of the heirlooms in Xiaopang's mouth. King Shudo, where do you get this thing? Just as Ling Chen was thinking, the system's crisp and pleasant prompt sounded. Ding, friendly reminder, the mall can be changed. Hearing the system prompt sound, Ling Chen suddenly fell into a trance, and then he suddenly thought, yes, he can exchange points for himself. Immediately Ling Chen opened the mall, saw that he had a balance of more than 30 million points, and did not hesitate to search for transportation tools such as light shuttles. Flying sword, sacred artifact, extremely precious flying sword, sword flight, 10,000 miles a day, price, 99,999 points. Cloud shuttle, artifact, can travel in space, travel 80 million miles a day, price, 30 million points. After that, Ling Chen couldn't afford it. Seeing that he could only buy one artifact with all his points, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel depressed and changed his name to the profiteer system. Ding, it is detected that the host is dissatisfied with the system, and an additional 1% points handling fee will be charged for redeeming points in the future. UTM. It's really a good system that knows how to calculate carefully. Ling Chen just wanted to slander in his heart and immediately forcibly changed the thoughts in his brain. Forget it, let's change. It's better than walking by yourself. Ling Chen sighed secretly and then chose to exchange. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the shuttle. Welcome to visit next time. Next time? No next time. Ling Chen took the cloud shuttle out of the system space, and with a flash of white light, the cloud shuttle was suspended in front of Ling Chen. The shuttle through the clouds, in the shape of a ship, is 2 meters wide and about 6 meters long, emitting a dark black light all over, with faint traces of formation. This cloud shuttle is Ling Chen's special means of transportation in the future. With a slight kick under his feet, Ling Chen came to the cloud shuttle, ready to test drive. After checking carefully, Ling Chen saw the formation inside the cloud shuttle. 2 driving formations, you need to place spirit stones to drive, and there is also a concealment formation and a defensive formation. Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly put 3,000 high-grade spirit stones on the driving formation and waited until it was used up. Directly in front of the inside of the shuttle, there is a cab, and in front of it is a huge screen that can see the situation outside the shuttle. The cloud shuttle can also be self-driving. Just import the map and enter the destination. But where can autonomous driving be as comfortable as his own manual driving? So Ling Chen still decided to control it himself. Sitting on the chair of the cab, Ling Chen began to try to control the shuttle. As soon as he started it, he immediately felt a wonderful feeling, as if the cloud shuttle had turned into a part of his body. He could control everything through the cloud shuttle, and he could move instantly or burst burst instantly. Without hesitation, Ling Chun chose to start with a burst shot, and what is the point of slowly accelerating? It is directly. The cloud shuttle began to tremble, as if absorbing the energy in the spirit stone, and in less than 5 seconds, it burst out directly, passing in the direction of the demon temple in the north like a bolt of lightning. Wow! The speed is very fast, breaking through hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Ling Chen was surprised in his heart, and now he finally understood that it was not an exaggeration that this cloud shuttle could travel 80 million miles a day. The cloud shuttle is worthy of being an artifact. This speed is indeed terrifying. When he saw that it would take several days to reach the destination, Ling Chen still felt a little slow, but now, Ling Chen, who was so fast, could no longer see the surrounding scene. Such a fast flight made Ling Chen feel that his spirit was very full, and even his soul was filled with a pleasant feeling, a little cool. I'm afraid the Luo Jingxian can't catch up with me so fast, Ling Chen muttered. The speed of this shuttle through the clouds has basically reached the speed of an immortal king. Where did you come from? Just as Ling Chen was excited, Master Kongming's familiar voice came. System, can't my master feel your existence? Ling Chen couldn't help but think in his heart with some doubts. Except for the host, no one else can feel my existence. In this case, Ling Chen scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Master, I am ancestral. Ancestor? Who is your ancestor? Master Kongming asked curiously. My ancestor. The ancestor is. Ling Chen was speechless for a moment. How could he know who his ancestor was? Ling Chen glanced left and right and thought about it. Xian Yuan sword, then. Let's make one now. Ling Chen coughed lightly and said without blushing or beating, Cough, my ancestor is Emperor Xian Yuan. What did you say? Emperor Xian Yuan is your ancestor? Master Kongming heard this and opened his mouth wide in shock. Although Master Kongming had never seen Emperor Xian Yuan, he had heard the legend of Emperor Xian Yuan, and in the entire starry sky 10,000 years ago, Emperor Xian Yuan could be called the overlord of the universe. No wonder. I'll just say why you kid is so talented and has amazing luck, Master Kongming muttered. Hearing Master Kongming's words, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. Is there really a person named Xian Yuan the Great? And it seems to be very bullish. Xian Yuan the Great, don't be as knowledgeable as me. I'm just talking about it casually. Ling Chen silently recited a sentence in his heart and then continued to control the cloud shuttle to gallop forward. In the Demon Temple, in the Demon Clan's council hall, the 3 elders of the Demon Clan, the Demon Lord, and the 4 Demon Emperors were all gathered here, and the expressions of the Demon Lord and the elders were a little solemn. Lord Demon Lord, why are you in such a hurry to summon us over? The Green-Winged Demon Emperor, one of the 4 Demon Emperors, couldn't help but take the lead in speaking. Yes, Lord Demon Lord, what happened when I was summoned to wait this time? The other 3 Demon Emperors also asked one after another. Hearing this, in the direction they were heading, a burly and robust man turned his head, and his body exuded a violent and cold aura, which made people shudder at a glance. This demon was the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord glanced at them and said lightly, Yesterday, the Great Elder looked at the sky at night and found that the pattern of the demon realm may encounter a big change. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Could it be that the Sea Clan is going to attack us? The Green-Winged Demon Emperor couldn't help but guess. The Great Elder stood up and shook his head. This change should be within the Demon Clan. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, several Demon Emperors fell silent. If the Demon Kings below changed a few, they could not change the pattern of the demon realm at all. The big change is likely to be the position of the Demon Lord. If it is within the Demon Clan, the only ones who are capable are my own Demon Emperor brothers. Thinking of this, several Demon Emperors couldn't help but change their expressions, and looked at the other Demon Emperors around them with abnormal expressions. Could it be that which Demon Emperor wanted to rebel? And according to the celestial prediction of the Great Elder, it is very likely to succeed. Suddenly, several Demon Emperors winked at each other. Which Demon Emperor wants to rebel? Don't bring my brother with me? I also have the strength to help. Seeing the expressions of the Demon Emperors, the Demon Lord snorted coldly and said, During this time, you can stay in my Demon Temple and cultivate well. I hope that before the big change occurs, you can make another breakthrough. Remember, this matter should not be made public. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, several Demon Emperors looked at each other with ugly faces, speaking nicely on the surface, preparing for big changes, but in fact they didn't believe them, and they were under house arrest in disguise? This made several Demon Emperors extremely unhappy, but thinking that the 4 of them couldn't defeat the Demon Lord at all, they had to swallow their anger. Seeing that several Demon Emperors had no intention of refuting, the Demon Lord secretly sneered in his heart. Okay, you guys retreat first. Stay here for the time being. I will order. No one is allowed to leave the Demon Temple without my orders. Yes, Lord Demon Lord. The 4 of them bowed their hands in response, and then left the Demon Temple. Looking at the backs of the 4 people, the Demon Lord's eyes showed a hint of coldness. This big change, I will definitely not let you succeed. I want you to know that the price of betraying this seat will make you unable to survive or die. Obviously, in his eyes, the big change came from the betrayal of the 4 Demon Emperors. Otherwise, who else could it be from the change within the demon race? While thinking, the Demon Lord glanced at several several elders on the side, and several elders suddenly felt a chill down their backs. After walking out of the main hall, the green-winged demon emperor couldn't help but say angrily, "This Lord Demon Lord is simply too deceiving." The demon, not only does he not believe us, but he even puts us under house arrest, which is really hateful. Hee, let's not care too much. After all, he is the demon lord of our demon temple. We must abide by the rules of the demon lord. The big changes in the internal pattern of the demon clan. He doesn't suspect that we are the only ones to blame. The blood-winged demon emperor smiled bitterly. Well, what we have to do now is to quickly improve our strength. This change, I think it must be aimed at Lord Demon Lord. We must also enhance our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the battle within the demon race comes, I am afraid we will not even have room to intervene. The dark-winged demon emperor on the side nodded and said, "I agree, brother Darkwing's opinion." The white-winged demon emperor also echoed, "Okay, then let's each go and practice well. We have to improve our strength as soon as possible." The dark-winged demon emperor nodded and said, the place that the demon lord left for them was located in different places in the demon temple, which was to make it difficult for them to contact privately in the future. Just where the four demon emperors were separated, not long after, a black dragon shadow drilled out of the void, and after swimming in the air for a while, it drilled into the void again and came to the main hall. The dragon shadow came to the top of the main hall, transformed into a figure dressed in black in the appearance of a young man, and bowed to the demon lord. "Master, you asked me to monitor the actions of these demon emperors. Now these people are now cultivating in the demon temple. It seems that they are not going to rebel now." Long Ying reported respectfully. "Well, you continue to lurk and report any situation at any time, especially when they meet secretly in private." The demon lord pondered for a while. The subordinates understood. "Well, go ahead." The demon lord waved his hand and said, "Yes, master." The dragon shadow responded, and immediately, it turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in front of the demon lord. The demon lord looked at the empty hall. His eyes were deep, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ling Chen, who had been driving through the cloud shuttle for several days, finally arrived at his destination, the central area of the demon realm, the demon god city. This is the most prosperous place in the demon realm, and the demon temple of the demon realm is in the center of the demon city, and here, many forces have established their own shops here. Ling Chen stopped far outside the demon god city. This demon god city was the residence of the demon god temple, and it was also the headquarters of the demon temple, and it was the most powerful and core place in the demon temple. As a human being, of course, he couldn't go in so easily. Thinking back to General Bo's appearance and breath, Ling Chen smiled slightly. Transformation technique. As soon as the words fell, Ling Chen's whole person's appearance changed, becoming thin and short, with a thin face like General Bo, and his body was also the armor of the Praetorian Guard. Then Ling Chen used the technique of concealment, converging and shielding the aura all over his body, and ordinary people could not feel his aura at all. Then Ling Chen walked towards the demon god city, and at the gate of the city, the magician guarding the gate glanced at Ling Chen and let him go directly. In their eyes, no one dared to sneak into the city to make trouble, so the usual inspection was just perfunctory, and this just facilitated Ling Chen's infiltration. Walking into the demon god city, along the way, he did not attract any attention, which was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he would become such an ugly appearance. It would definitely attract people's attention, but he did not expect that he would integrate into the city so smoothly. Moreover, no one cared about his appearance at all. Of course, Ling Chen soon understood the reason. The demons he saw on the road, all of them looked strange, and they were extremely ugly. In contrast, General Bo's appearance is quite normal. Sure enough, excellence needs to be compared. Ling Chen couldn't help but think. Ling Chen circled around the demon god city before slowly leaning against the demon temple in the center of the city. At the entrance of the demon temple, there was a team of demon soldiers guarding it, and when they saw someone approaching, they immediately stared at this person vigilantly. "Stop! Who is it?" The demon soldier at the door shouted and blocked Ling Chen's way. Ling Chen stopped, looked timid, and said with a wry smile, "This master, I am the commander of the Forbidden Army under the Demon King Donsksa, and I have something important to report on by the Demon King. Can you help me introduce the Demon Lord?" Hearing this, the demon soldier looked at Ling Chen a few times, and said with a serious face, "The Demon King has an order. During this period the personnel of the Demon Temple are prohibited from entering and leaving. If you have anything important, I will convey it for you." The Demon King ordered that this matter must be told to the Demon Lord in person, and that he could not use the mouth of other people's communications. Ling Chen shook his head and said with a wry smile. Hearing this, the demon soldier couldn't help but frown. "Then I can't help you, alas." Seeing this, Ling Chen sighed and turned to leave. After staying away from the Demon Temple, Ling Chen secretly thought about how to blend into the Demon Temple. Although he could wait for his strength to go further in the future, there was always a voice in the darkness telling him that he had to come. While walking aimlessly, Ling Chen was thinking, and suddenly Ling Chen felt that he was being stared at by a gaze, and quickly raised his head and looked around. Soon, Ling Chen discovered the source of his gaze. A grocery store opened in an alley on the edge of the Demon God City. The grocery store was very dilapidated, and the things in the store were messy, but Ling Chen felt a faint getting coercion from this store. In this store, it seems that there is a strong man above Lu Xian. Moreover, he seems to be watching me. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart, but he could feel that the coercion was not malicious. Thinking of this, Ling Chen was relieved and wanted to go in and find out, so he stepped in. This is a somewhat quaint grocery store. Ling Chen came in and looked at a corner of the store. There was a table. At this time, there was an old man with silver hair, holding a piece of paper in his hand and constantly writing something, seemed to be very focused. Ling Chen didn't make a sound to disturb the old man, but casually strolled around the grocery store, looking at the furnishings here. After a long time, the old man put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, looked at Ling Chen and said, "Boy, who asked you to come?" Hearing the old man's question, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Moreover, his current outfit looks like a middle-aged uncle. Where is the boy? It seemed that he saw the doubts in Ling Chen's eyes, and the old man frowned. You dare to come to the demon god city as soon as you enter the transformation technique, and the clan sent you to die? Ling Chen was shocked. This person actually knew the shapeshifting technique, and he also knew the shapeshifting technique. What kind of identity was he? At this time, lying will only reveal the horse's feet, so Ling Chen chose to tell the truth. Senior knows my clan's transformation technique. I want to come here to see it myself, and no one sent me here. Ling Chen said with a serious face. He had already confirmed that the old man in front of him was from the human race, otherwise, after seeing through his transformation technique, he would have done it long ago. After hearing this, the old man nodded, did not speak again, lowered his head again, and continued to write. Ling Chen didn't say anything when he saw this, and just stayed quietly, until half a cup of tea had passed, and the old man stopped his work. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the door of the grocery store was gently closed, and Ling Chen could feel that there seemed to be an enchantment separating the inside and outside. Boy, I just asked you about the purpose of coming here, but since you are here, let's talk to the old man. Hundreds of years, you are the first human I have seen, but I didn't expect that you are still of the same race. The old man's eyes when he looked at Ling Chen were full of kindness, and it seemed that he had a good impression of Ling Chen. I don't know the name of the senior? Ling Chen asked. My name is Xianyuan Chuan, and I am the third elder of the 36th generation of the Xianyuan ancient clan. The old man said slowly, you can call me Elder Chuan. Ling Chen was shocked. Wait, Xianyuan Gu clan, does that have anything to do with the Xianyuan family on the Blue Star? Still, he remained calm. Ling Chen looked awe-inspiring, bowed to the old man, and said, I have seen Elder Chuan. Haha, okay, don't be restrained, come and sit here. Seeing Ling Chen's respect, the old man couldn't help but smile and said. Elder Chuan waved his hand in motion for Ling Chen to come over and sit opposite him. Ling Chen sat down as he was told. Elder Chuan took out a pot of tea from the ring, picked up the cup on the table, poured a cup of tea for Ling Chen, and handed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen stretched out his hand to take the teacup, took a sip, and felt the sweetness of the tea. Ling Chen's heart was shocked. This tea? Ding, take enlightenment tea, experience plus 100 million. Hearing the system prompt sound, Ling Chen was stunned and blurted out, This tea can actually add so much experience. Ling Chen hurriedly raised his head and drank the remaining tea in the cup. Ding, take enlightenment tea, experience plus 900 million. Without hesitation, a white light flashed, and Ling Chen rose to another level. Frizzy, this tea needs to be tasted well. Hey. Elder Chuan shook his head, and then found that Ling Chen had been promoted, and couldn't help but snort lightly. This tea? Ling Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at Elder Chuan with joy. Elder Chuan, this tea is still. No. Elder Chuan interrupted what Ling Chen wanted to say, and said teasingly, this tea is called enlightenment tea, but when I broke into the demon temple, I occasionally found it, and I picked a few pieces. If you want, go and pick it yourself. Now there is one in the demon temple. Oh. Hearing this, Ling Chen's heart moved. These pieces of leaves, for Ling Chen, are the experience of white flowers. Could it be that this is what attracts me in the dark? Looking at Ling Chen's somewhat excited appearance, the old man couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This kid wouldn't really want to steal trees in the demon temple, would he? Boy, don't break into the demon temple recklessly. That's not something you can go with your current strength. Elder Chuan said to Ling Chen earnestly. Elder Chuan, I understand. I have something I want to ask. I don't know if Elder Chuan can tell me. Ling Chen agreed, and then looked at Elder Chuan and asked, Ask, what's the matter? Elder Chuan nodded and did not refuse the junior's request. Elder Chuan, I want to dare to ask you for a distribution map of the demon temple. Ling Chen said slowly. Hearing this, Elder Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a wry smile, Boy, it seems that you are determined to take this enlightenment tea. That's it. Even if I don't agree, I can't stop you. After Elder Chuan finished speaking, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Ling Chen. These are some layout drawings of the demon temple. I haven't been in the demon temple for many years, and there should be some changes inside the demon temple over the years. Thank you, Elder Chuan. Ling Chen took the jade slip in his hand, and while putting away the jade slip, he looked at Elder Chuan and thanked him. Boy, your shapeshifting technique is not up to par. In front of a real strong man, it is easy to be exposed. Elder Chuan said again. The junior knows. Thank you, Elder Chuan, for your teachings. Ling Chen nodded. He also knew that it would be difficult for him to sneak into the demon temple. By the way, say, Elder Chuan, why are you not in the clan and want to stay here for so many years? Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Elder Chuan and wondered. Hearing Ling Chen's question, Elder Chuan's expression was slightly stunned, and after a long time, Elder Chuan sighed and said, hey, I'm ashamed to say it, but in fact, I violated the clan rules and was exiled to this small world according to the prophecy of the ancestor of the clan. What, you have been exiled? Ling Chen was surprised. Elder Chuan in front of him was at least a strong man at the level of De Luo Jingxian, and he was actually exiled? Elder Chuan nodded and said with a wry smile, it's a pity that my old guy's body has reached the point where the oil is dry. How could it be? A realm like yours should not be damaged in the slightest after thousands of years of cultivation. Ling Chen was surprised. You don't know, my cultivation is already at its limit. If it weren't for the exercises I practiced, I am afraid I would have run out of longevity and died. Elder Chuan said, since we meet today, I hope you can help me. Elder Chuan looked up at Ling Chen, his eyes flashing with a scorching light. Help you? How do you say you can help? Ling Chen wondered, what can he help the other party? My Xianyuan ancient clan has been isolated from the world for tens of thousands of years, and my ancestors once predicted that the hope of my Xianyuan ancient clan's re-emergence is here. Elder Chuan looked at Ling Chen and said word by word, there will be a genius boy who will rise, hold the sacred relics of the Xianyuan clan, and lead the Xianyuan clan to regain its glory. I may not be able to meet him anymore. If you meet him, I hope you can help him when he is in trouble. When Ling Chen heard this, he was stunned and stayed in place. Genius boy, holding the Xianyuan sacred relic. Looking at Xianyuan's sword lying quietly in space, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitched, as if to say, that's me? This is too coincidental, isn't it? Seeing Ling Chen stunned in place and silent for a long time, Elder Chuan continued to speak. Boy, are you willing to help me? If you agree, I can pass on everything I have to you. Ling Chen finally reacted this time, and quickly shook his head. Elder Chuan, I can't accept your inheritance. Elder Chuan shook his head and said, boy, my inheritance can only be obtained by those who have the Xianyuan bloodline. Since you know shapeshifting, it is reasonable to accept my inheritance. I can't last long. Elder Chuan, I didn't mean that. Even if I don't accept your inheritance, I will promise you. Ling Chen quickly spoke. Okay, you kid really didn't disappoint me. Hearing Ling Chen's words, a smile appeared on Elder Chuan's face. We are an equivalent exchange. Ling Chen took out the distribution map of the demon temple that Elder Chuan had just given him, shook it, and said with a smile, you boy. Elder Chuan smiled slightly, groped for a moment from the ring, took out a jade card, and handed it to Ling Chen. This is the breath sighting technique used with the transfiguration technique. It can reduce the risk of your exposure. Ling Chen took the jade card, and soon, the sound of the system came. Ding, detected the magic technique, simulated breath technique, whether to learn, yes/no. Ding, congratulations to the host learning pseudo-breathing formula. B. With a crisp and pleasant voice, Ling Chen suddenly felt that his ability to control the breath had been greatly improved. Ling Chen's mind moved, and he unfolded the simulated breath technique, and in an instant, a wonderful power surged into his heart, making Ling Chen feel extremely comfortable, and the aura on his body also became General Bo's aura, as if this was his own aura. The effect of this simulated breath technique is really good. Ling Chen was shocked. Elder Chuan looked at Ling Chen, his eyes flashing with surprise. He didn't expect Ling Chen to learn the breath formula so easily. Elder Chuan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Elder Chuan's eyes flashing, Ling Chen quickly asked, boy, how did you learn this simulated breath formula? Elder Chuan looked at Ling Chen and asked. He didn't expect that in just an instant, this kid would successfully cultivate the simulated breath formula. You know, it took him 3 months to barely learn this secret technique. In such a comparison, what is it that I have always been able to call myself a genius? Good luck. Ling Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Luck? Elder Chuan's cheeks twitched violently twice. This kind of thing, this kid can also say, mother is showing off his talent. Thank you, Elder Chuan. Ling Chen stood up, clenched his fists and bowed to Elder Chuan. Meeting today is fate. If it weren't for the old man's short life, I would definitely accept you as an apprentice. Elder Chuan stretched out his dry right hand and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Hearing this, before Ling Chen could speak, the ring in Ling Chen's hand trembled, and an illusory figure appeared, which was the figure of the old man in the sky. Master! Seeing the figure of the old man in the sky, Ling Chen shouted respectfully, you want to beat my apprentice? Do you want to grab an apprentice from me? The old man Kongming looked at Elder Chuan tightly, and asked in a bad tone. Feeling the soul body in front of him, Elder Chuan was shocked. He found that he couldn't see through the other party's strength at all. There are only two situations, either the other party is an ordinary person or the other person is better than yourself. Obviously, the other party is stronger than himself. Elder Chuan looked at the old man Kongming, his eyes rolled a few times, shook his head and said, I don't dare to hit the idea of the senior disciple. Your disciple's talent can be described as a genius among geniuses. I can't envy it too late. Moreover, he is of the same clan as me. As an elder, there is no problem in me teaching him something, right? Elder Chuan added again. Hoof. The old man of Kongming snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Dare to ask the senior's name? name? Elder Chuan looked at the old man Kongming and asked slightly respectfully. My name is Kongming. The old man empty spat out 4 words faintly. Hearing the word Kongming, Elder Chuan's face suddenly changed drastically, his eyes showed a look of horror, and he quickly bowed and saluted. Junior Shenyuan Chuan, I have seen Senior Kongming. Do you know me? Hearing Elder Chuan's introduction, the old man Kongming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Hearing the words of the old man Kongming, Elder Chuan's face changed again and again, and finally took a deep breath, calmed down the turmoil in his heart, and said respectfully, the juniors have naturally heard of the name of the Senior Kongming, but they didn't expect to see you today. Hearing this, the old man's face softened a lot, he nodded, and then turned to Ling Chen and said, okay, disciple, don't hide it, take it out. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned, and immediately realized what the master was talking about, nodded, and then took out the Shenyuan sword. Buzz. With the Shenyuan sword in hand, the Shenyuan sword suddenly bloomed with a golden light, emitting bursts of sword sounds. Buzz. With the Shenyuan sword in hand, the Shenyuan sword suddenly bloomed with a golden light, emitting bursts of sword sounds. Seeing the Shenyuan sword in Ling Chen's hand, Elder Chuan's pupils shrank into needles, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. How could this sword be so familiar? It seemed to have been seen somewhere, and it exuded the aura of belonging to the Shenyuan clan. What is this sword? Elder Chuan asked Ling Chen tentatively. The name of the sword, Shenyuan. Ling Chen said, what? This sword is the sacred relic of my Shenyuan clan, the Shenyuan sword? Elder Chuan said in shock. Genius. Boy, Shenyuan. Holy relic. It's you. Great, really great. Elder Chuan recalled the speed at which Ling Chen had learned the breath simulation technique just now, and muttered to himself. Elder Chuan suddenly cheered excitedly, and his eyes were full of fire when he looked at Ling Chen. At this moment, he had waited too long. Ling Chen was stared at by Elder Chuan's hot eyes and was uncomfortable. If he was replaced by a fair-skinned and beautiful little fairy with long legs looking at him, he could still reluctantly accept it. Can you bat, old man, stop looking at it? Ling Chen thought with some pain. Elder Chuan, don't move. Seeing Elder Chuan's sudden excitement, Ling Chen hurriedly stopped him. Only then did Elder Chuan notice that his actions were indeed a bit gaff, but this did not prevent him from being excited. Aha, what are you afraid of? Elder Chuan laughed, and then suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, God treats me well, waiting for you before I die, and I will follow you from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chuan seemed to think of something, and said with a sad face, I forgot that this small world has restrictions. I can't go out of the demon realm. Elder Chuan, what will happen if you go out? Ling Chen was a little curious and couldn't help but ask. It will attract the attention of the formation that seals this piece of heaven and earth, and will be bombarded by the power of the endless thunder tribulation, unless it directly breaks the void in this demon realm. Elder Chuan smiled bitterly. So that's it. Ling Chen suddenly realized that this formation master who sealed the heavens and the earth was really terrifying, and even Deluo Jingxian couldn't resist. Wait, endless thunder tribulation? Ling Chen's eyes lit up. His eyes looked at Elder Chuan with fiery eyes, and a bold idea came to his heart. Don't move, the old man is old and his body can't bear it. Seeing Ling Chen's eyes, Elder Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. As the two spoke, the old man of Kongming returned to the ring. Ling Chen? Ling Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment before reacting. The good guy was dominated by the anti-guest. Cough. Elder Chuan, I was wondering if you could go out of the demon realm and attract a thunder tribulation. Ling Chen coughed dryly and said. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Elder Chuan's face changed instantly, and his eyes became a little strange to look at Ling Chen. Do you want me to die? Hearing Elder Chuan's words, Ling Chen's forehead twitched slightly, and he quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I want to use that thunder tribulation to cultivate my body, so I need to trouble my seniors. After listening to Ling Chen's explanation, Elder Chuan's expression softened a little, but he still said with some doubts, with the help of endless thunder tribulation refining body? Are you sure you are not looking for death? Ling Chen. Of course. Ling Chen was speechless for a while, and didn't say anything more, but shouted lightly, rank 3 Thunder God Technique, third turn. Ling Chen's arms shook, thunder suddenly appeared, the power of thunder lingered on the surface of his body, and an extremely powerful power fluctuation burst out from his body. Ling Chen's body resounded with thunder, and lightning jumped outside Ling Chen's body. Feeling the majestic power of thunder, Elder Chuan's face changed, and his eyes were full of shock. Ling Chen in front of him was like a thunder god coming to the world, and he could feel that Ling Chen's amazing physical fitness. No wonder Ling Chen wanted to use thunder tribulation to refine his body. Okay, boy, I'll promise you. Who made you the hope of our Shenyuan clan? But you have to promise me, if you can't withstand the thunder tribulation, don't hold on. Elder Chuan looked at Ling Chen and said solemnly. Elder Chuan, don't worry. Ling Chen said confidently, and then continued. But before that, I still have to break into this demon temple. In that case, I'll go with you. I'm familiar with it, and every few years I'll go in and pick a few enlightenment teas along the way. Elder Chuan said. Hearing Elder Chuan's words, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, and Elder Chuan, an old customer, led the way, and he dug up the enlightenment tree back along the way. Wouldn't it be easy? Thinking of this, Ling Chen quickly clenched his fists and thanked him, then troubled trouble, Elder Chuan? No trouble. Elder Chuan waved his hand and said, okay, in that case, let's set off now. Ling Chen said with some excitement. Kindness. Elder Chuan nodded, then turned around and changed, transforming into the appearance of a demon temple guard, and the demonic energy on his body could be said to be vivid. Ling Chen was stunned. In his feeling, Elder Chuan in front of him seemed to be really the guard of the demon temple. Shape-shifting technique, mimic breathing technique. Ling Chen called softly, recalling the appearance of the guard at the door of the demon temple, and also changed into the guard of the demon temple, and his aura gradually changed. Boy, it's good. Elder Chuan glanced at Ling Chen, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, let's go, I'll take you there. Ling Chen nodded, and followed Elder Chuan in the direction of the demon temple. Coming to the high wall of the demon temple, Elder Chuan pointed to the two guarding demon soldiers on the wall and made a neck-wiping gesture. Ling Chen nodded, his mind moved, and the power of thunder and lightning in his body instantly rioted, turning into two electric snakes and rushing straight to the two guards. The guards upstairs didn't expect anyone to dare to attack them at all, and when they were caught off guard, they were directly penetrated by Ling Chen's electric python and fell to the ground with a bang. Then Ling Chen flashed on the city wall, waved his hand, and temporarily put away the bodies of the two demon soldiers. Seeing Ling Chen's smooth set of operations, Elder Chuan couldn't help but be a little stunned. This kid looked like he had just become an adult. How could he be so skilled at doing this kind of thing? Ling Chen ignored Elder Chuan's surprised eyes, turned around and whispered to Elder Chuan, Senior, let's go in. Elder Chuan came back to his senses, nodded, and took Ling Chen into the demon temple. On the outskirts of the demon temple, there is a row of neat palace-like residences, with a solemn taste. Around each house, there are 10 meters high megalith statues. Each stone statue exudes a strong demonic energy, making the concentration of demonic energy in the entire area of the residence far better than the outside. Demons cultivating in such an environment have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Ling Chen followed behind Elder Chuan, pretending to be patrolling, and passed through the entire residential area and went straight to the depths of the demon temple. After passing through the residential area, Elder Chuan stopped and pointed to a palace on the left, signaling that there was a demon emperor there. Ling Chen understood, nodded, and followed Elder Chuan around from the right side. Along the way, all the strong people that Elder Chuan perceived were strong, and they would take Ling Chen to bypass in advance. This couldn't help but make Ling Chen secretly sigh. If there is really an old man in the family, if there is a treasure. Elder Sichuan's familiar appearance is definitely not once or twice, and he has to study hard. Soon the two of them came to the depths of the demon temple, and unlike the previous prosperous palace and the heavy demonic shadows, it seemed very quiet here, without any noise. However, in the depths of this palace, there was a dark passage, and seeing the dark passage pointed to by Elder Chuan, Ling Chen's eyebrows were raised. After seeing Elder Chuan walk into it, Ling Chen also followed in. The passage was very long, a full distance of 70 or 80 meters, and the stone walls on both sides were inlaid with dazzling magic crystals, which made people unable to take their eyes off. Passing through the passage, at the end of the passage, there was a pitch-black gate, and when he came to the gate, Elder Chuan stretched out a palm and pressed it on the seal of the gate, and with a gentle push, the door slowly opened.